This guy right here? He was the absolute king of the solo ranks, the #1 player in the hit game, Connet. But life has a funny way of throwing curveballs. Doyun never imagined he'd be stabbed to death by a pack of lunatics just because he was too overpowered in a game. But then, as the darkness closed in, a voice began to echo in his ears, urging him to wake up. My lord, please. Doyun's eyes snapped open, and he bolted upright, heart hammering against his ribs. He stared at the strange, unfamiliar room, his mind a complete blur. What on earth just happened? He was positive he'd been murdered. Right then, that same voice called out again. Are you all right, Lord Raun? Raun? Doyun turned his head to see a maid sitting by the bed, and that's when he saw it. A status window floating right over her head. Level 3. Anna. Not only that, but he could see a system notification that he'd never been able to access before. It read, Soul Integration Stabilized. Activating the Beta Connect system. User interface now accessible. Current users online. 1. You've got to be kidding me. This meant he was literally inside the world of Connet. After taking a second to calm his racing heart, Doyun stepped out onto the balcony, overlooking a massive, royal-style mansion. He could feel the gentle breeze brushing against his skin, so real it was haunting. One thing was certain: he could feel everything. This sensation was light years ahead of the limited link he had back when he played as his character, Crash. Synchronization. In this world, your link with the character determines your raw strength in the game. Most players only managed around 30%. But Doyun? He was at a staggering 90%. That's how he held the rank 1 spot for 10 straight years, even when the giant guilds tried to take him down. Thinking about it now just made Doyun feel a wave of regret. He didn't have that legendary body anymore. What a waste. He'd spent so much time grinding and maxing out his stats. But whatever the system said, this was the Glow Beta, and he was the only player in existence. He was the only human being in this entire world who could actually use the system. Doyun tried to navigate the interface and found his item storage was still there in this beta version. But then, the system suddenly pinged. Scanning user data. Warning. User information is currently locked. Updating information. Suddenly, a flood of memories belonging to the original Raun came rushing into Doyun's head. Fighting through the agonizing headache, Doyun gritted his teeth and pushed himself. He was going to use every scrap of knowledge and power from his past life to climb to the very top once again. His new name was Raun Aston, the youngest son of the 5th Count of the Reuben Kingdom. And here's the bad news. The Aston territory was the first place destined to fall in the game's lore. This realization left Doyun absolutely stunned. The House of Aston was one of the core power families in the Reuben Kingdom, but the Count and his eldest son died suddenly, and the second son just vanished. Once the youngest took over, a violent coup d'etat tore the territory apart. Right in the middle of all that chaos, the barrier of the Forbidden Zone shattered, and the family was powerless to stop the monster invasion. In just 3 years, this beautiful city was going to be nothing but a pile of ash and rubble. Looking out at the thriving city below, Doyun made a vow. He wasn't going to let that happen. Not a chance. He wasn't living as Doyun or Crash anymore. This was his final shot at life. When he was Doyun, he had struggled for every single thing he had. If he lost this chance at a new life, it would be a total tragedy. There was only one way to stop the collapse: he had to become powerful. The traditional coming-of-age tournament for the Aston family was only 1 month away. If he could make it to the semi-finals, he'd get a ticket into the kingdom's academy. That's where he'd get strong enough to protect his new life. He was determined. But the moment he picked up a sword, Doyun realized he had a major problem. This body was a wreck. How could he be this exhausted after just a few swings? Gasping for air, he opened his status window and almost lost it. Level 5? He was only 2 levels higher than the maid. He had to start training right now, no excuses. He threw himself into training for the upcoming competition. 1 month later, tournament day finally arrived, and Doyun joined the other contestants at the arena for the next round. Over that last month, he'd pushed through absolute hell and back just to survive the qualifiers. Just to be sure, Doyun slipped away to a quiet corner and pulled up his status window one last time. According to his latest scan, he was now level 13. His stamina had improved significantly, and he finally felt ready for a real fight. But he wasn't just relying on stats. He had a plan for every single match. He was making it to those semi-finals no matter what. While he was feeling good about his progress, his instincts suddenly screamed, danger! He acted on pure muscle memory, lunging to the side to dodge an attack. Oops! My bad, my hand just slipped. The guy who just tried to sucker punch him held up his hand with a mock apology and a smug, punchable face. Well, look at our noble young lord. You actually showed up to compete? I figured you'd be busy hiding in your room crying. Doyun didn't say a word. He just narrowed his eyes and stared the guy down. Raun's memories told him everything he needed to know. This was Dion, the second son of Viscount Aston, his own uncle. And those guys behind him? His equally arrogant cousins. This jerk used to torment Raun constantly in their swordsmanship classes. The instructor and the count just let him run wild because the family motto was, train as if you're on a real battlefield. On the training grounds, everyone is considered equal. That meant nobody was held responsible for any accidental injuries sustained during practice. So he's nothing but a bottom-tier trash bully who only picks on those weaker than him. Raun looks at him with pure contempt, not even bothering to waste a single word in response. Dion, completely oblivious, keeps trying to act tough. You better back out while you still have the chance. This time, I'm not just breaking one of your bones. I'm going to shatter every single bone in your body. With a smug grin, he tells his lackeys to let the kid through, mocking him by saying he's probably about to burst into tears. As Dion celebrates his imaginary victory, Doyun watches him with a cold stare. Keep laughing, Dion. You think you've already won this tournament? Just wait, I'm going to absolutely crush you in the finals. Later that evening, the head butler brings the latest tournament reports to Count Raun Aston, Raun's father, in his private study. Melvin takes the documents and asks if there's anyone actually worth mentioning. The butler hesitates, remaining silent for a long moment. One look at the report and the count immediately understands why the butler was acting so strange. Where is Raun right now? The butler smiles warmly. The young master went straight to his room after dinner. I believe he used every ounce of his strength in the qualifiers and went to get some well-deserved rest. Fine. You're dismissed. Melvin tries to keep a stern face, but the second the butler leaves, he can't hold it back anymore and lets out a massive, proud laugh. That's my boy. He actually did it. He made it all the way into the official group stages. Melvin remembers how he never forced the boy to learn the sword because he was always so much frailer than his older brothers. But then, just 1 month before the tournament, Raun started training like a man possessed. In the beginning, the kid would collapse after only 10 minutes of practice, but no matter how many times he fell, he never, ever quit. Melvin knew his son was being bullied during training because of his weak constitution. But he refused to step in. He knew that if he helped, Raun would never truly grow. The boy needed to stand on his own 2 feet. Melvin had been waiting for the day his son would finally rise up. But this was far beyond anything he had expected. Once the finals are over, I think it's about time I go and have a talk with my son. The day of the grand finals finally arrives. As the match drags on, the crowd starts getting restless and begins to jeer. Hey, do something already. Pick up the pace. Stop stalling and just finish him off. Edmond is getting a massive headache, staring at his opponent and wondering how this weak little snail is still standing. Getting more frustrated by the second, Edmond loses his cool and launches another frantic, all-out assault. But just like every time before, Raun parries every single strike perfectly. The crowd's boredom suddenly shifts into pure, unfiltered awe. Look at that, he blocked it again. How many times has that been now? He's actually holding his own against Edmond. You're not going anywhere. You little rat, you can't keep running forever. Don't you feel any shame? Constantly running and hiding like a coward while representing the Count's house? Edmond is panting heavily now, screaming insults as he lunges at Raun once more. Raun casually deflects the blade like it's nothing, even mocking him. Sorry, I can't hear a word you're saying. You were saying something about finishing me? Edmond, stop dragging this out. I bet every single cent I own on you, man. I'm done playing games. This ends right now. Edmond's expression goes stone cold. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light erupts, coating his blade in pure, vibrating energy. The entire stadium goes into a complete frenzy. That's a mana blade. He needs to dodge now, or he's a dead man. Edmond's eyes turn blood red as he rockets toward Raun with terrifying speed. Looking at Raun, who doesn't even move to dodge, Edmond is momentarily confused. Is he really just going to stand there and take it? The thought vanishes instantly. Edmond focuses all his rage and power into one massive, crushing strike directed at Raun. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the arena, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that hides everything from view. The entire crowd goes silent, holding their breath for the result. As the dust clears, the referee is suddenly seen standing right between them. He shouts at the top of his lungs. The match is over. The winner is Raun. The stadium absolutely explodes in shock. The youngest son of the Aston family won? No way. That's impossible. Furious, Edmond slams his sword onto the floor and storms up to the referee. I don't accept this. How the hell is he the winner? If you hadn't jumped in, I would've. The referee cuts him off instantly. Don't be a fool. He points to a tiny, bleeding cut on Edmond's neck and growls. Look at your throat. If I hadn't stopped the match, you'd be a corpse right now. Edmond feels a sharp sting on his neck. The reality of the situation finally hits him like a freight train. Raun hadn't been standing there like a sitting duck. He had counterattacked, perfectly aiming for Edmond's vitals in that split second of the explosion. The realization that he was a hair's breadth away from meeting his ancestors sends a wave of pure terror through him. His legs turn to jelly, and he collapses right there on the spot. Raun walks toward him with an imposing, steady gait. His voice rings out through the arena, cold as ice. We're going to have a little chat after this about you insulting the honor of the Aston family. Back home, once he's finally alone in his room, Duhun loses the cool guy act and cheers. "Oh man, I actually did it. I really won." He quickly pulls up his status window to check the updates. Ping, level up. His Aston swordsmanship mastery has officially reached novice level 9. It looks like his plan worked perfectly. Using the game system to farm XP and mastery by fighting significantly stronger opponents was a genius move. The longer he stays in the fight against a high-level opponent, the more experience he rakes in. And today, he hit the ultimate jackpot. So, that's why he was intentionally dragging out the clock during that fight with Edmund. The plan was genius because the mode Doyun picked offers massive experience boosts. But there's one catch: 0 respawns. This is true hard mode. High risk, high reward, right? Let's look at the stats. Raun, level 19. Class, novice swordsman. Location, the Aston territory. Title, youngest son of the House of Aston. Physical strength, 22. Agility, 25. Stamina, 19. Intelligence, 15. Willpower, 34. Mana, 29. Mental strength, 35. Senses, 30. Unique traits, Heart Drive Master and Royal Bloodline. In any normal mode, there's no way he could have leveled up this much in just 1 month. But the absolute best part? Those unique traits. Heart Drive Master was his trait from his past life as Bo Hyun, while Royal Bloodline belongs to Raun in this game. The rest of his hidden powers will unlock as he levels up. Hyun studies the screen for a second, then taps a specific point. Maybe he should test this out in the next few matches? Over the next several days, Raun goes on a tear, crushing everyone in his path until he reaches the finals. But of course, with fame comes the haters. The rumors about Raun's sudden winning streak were everywhere. Some people claimed it was pure luck, while others were convinced he was using some kind of cheap trick. Raun heard all the whispers, but he just brushed them off. See, at this early stage, the people of Connor don't know a thing about player powers yet. That's why it's better for him to keep his heart drive a secret until the other players finally arrive on the scene. Thinking back to his Oscar-winning performance pretending to be out of breath and exhausted during his fights, Raun can't help but let out a little evil laugh. Hee. With acting skills like his, no one's finding out. Right then, a voice calls out from behind the door. "Young master, it's Jan." Raun tells him to come in. The butler, Jan, walks in looking worried sick and asks, "Are you injured anywhere?" Raun just shrugs it off. "I'm fine. Even if I got a scratch, we've got priests and healers standing by anyway." Suddenly, Jan steps forward and grabs Raun's shoulder, looking dead serious. "Even so, please don't drop your guard. Remember, there are some wounds even magic can't heal." Raun nods, promising to be careful. Seeing Jan's gentle smile makes Raun a bit flustered. The old man actually cares about him. It's a feeling he's not used to, not from his past life, anyway. To break the tension, Raun switches the subject. "The thing I asked for. Did you get it?" "I did exactly as you requested." Jan hands over a piece of paper, but his hand trembles slightly. "Are you sure about this, young master? Master Dion is dangerous." Raun just gives him a calm look. "Don't worry, Jan. I'm winning this." Jan bows, trusting his master, and heads out. "I believe in you. I'll take my leave now." Jan exits the room, leaving Raun to his thoughts. On his way out, Jan can't help but think how much Raun's confidence reminds him of the Count in his younger days. But the final opponent is Dion. Anyone who faces that guy ends up brutally beaten and covered in scars. He's a monster. Back in the room, Raun looks at the numbers on the paper Jan brought and instantly grins. How much cash are we talking here? It's the Aston territory betting system. The territory set up a legal gambling ring for the tournament, and the profits go to the competitors. This payout alone is enough to secure his status in the family. Now, there's only one thing left to do: crush Dion. Finally, the day of the championship arrives. Raun walks onto the arena floor, facing Dion's usual look of pure disgust. The referee steps into the center and announces, "And now, let the final match begin. This is it, the final showdown. The crowd is split. You can do it. Youngest master, get ready to be destroyed by Dion. Win with real skill this time." The crowd is chanting, "Raun, Raun, Raun." Dion looks across the stage and sneers. "Hey loser. I don't know how you tricked your way into the finals, but I'm going to make you regret even standing here. The people cheering for you are about to see how useless you really are. I can't wait to watch you crawl on the ground and beg for your life." Raun just listens to the threats and lets out a massive bored yawn. "Are you done flapping your gums yet?" "That did it." Dion snaps. A massive surge of mana explodes from his body as he glares at Raun. "You arrogant brat." The crowd gasps. "Whoa, look at that mana." Raun doesn't stand a chance against that, but Raun isn't worried. He's busy scanning his opponent. Dion, level 42, class, Austin Knight, Master Swordsman, title, the Star of Austin, potential, rank B, strength, 50, 2, agility, 40, 1, stamina, 40, 3, intelligence, 18, Wisdom, 14. Mana, 32. Senses, 21. After checking Dion's profile, Raun mutters to himself, talk about all show and no go. His potential is only a B. He looks strong now, but he's already hit his limit. Right then, the ref screams, start, and Dion lunges. I'll kill you. Before Dion can even finish his sentence, Raun moves. He's a blur, closing the gap instantly and leaping high into the air. He swings his blade down with a thunderous strike. Dion, caught off guard, barely manages to raise his sword to block. The impact sends a shockwave through both of them, pushing them back. Dion stumbles back and regains his footing, his face twisted in rage. You little piece of work, you're just a show-off. Raun sized him up. The guy had way less stamina than he expected, and his strength, totally average. As they continued to clash, Dion swung his sword like a madman, but he couldn't land a single scratch on Raun. It was almost too easy. Every single move Dion made was practically in slow motion to Raun's eyes. Finally, catching a massive opening, Raun just stuck his foot out, and bam, Dion went face first into the floor. Raun was skeptical. The swordplay looked flashy, but with zero real combat experience, it was honestly pathetic. Keep in mind, this guy used to be Raun's bully. Dion scrambled up, clutching his bleeding nose and gnashing his teeth in pure rage. You're dead, I'm gonna kill you, he screamed. But Raun just watched him calmly, wondering if the guy's only trick was using mana in his blade. Then, before anyone could even blink, Raun's sword blurred with insane speed, sending Dion's blade flying across the arena. He didn't hold back with the insults either. How boring, Raun sighed. I'm disappointed in you, Dion. You're absolutely nothing. Losing it completely, Dion charged like a mindless beast, only to get hit with the same trick again, tripped up and sent rolling across the floor. Look at you, Raun continued, hot-headed and making the same amateur mistakes. You're a total disgrace to the Aston name. Dion went berserk. He scrambled up one last time, charging at Raun while screaming at the top of his lungs. I'll kill. Thwack. Dion's voice cut off instantly as Raun landed a brutal punch to his head, knocking him out cold right there on the ground. The crowd was stunned. Some of Dion's friends couldn't believe their eyes, whispering, no way, Dion's down? Just like that? Him? Raun turned to the referee, who was standing there with his jaw on the floor, and asked if the match was over. Snapping out of it, the ref shouted, the winner of the Aston Coming-of-Age tournament is Raun Aston. The stands erupted. Young Master Raun, I knew you had it in you, shouted some, while others were still in shock that the weakling actually won. Raun, Raun, Raun. He stood there soaking in the cheers, but suddenly, his body felt completely drained and he collapsed right on the spot. I won, he thought with a weak smile. But man, this stamina is absolute trash. Healers rushed onto the field immediately, and while they worked on him, Raun pulled up his system interface to check his progress. Mission update. Time to claim those rewards. D rank, Coming of Age tournament. Objective, reach the semifinals. Result, tournament champion, mission cleared. Rewards, 300 shop coins, an E rank random skill book, plus bonus EXP, 5 stat points, and a D rank skill book. Not bad at all. With this mission complete, Raun knew he finally had what he needed to head to the Royal Academy. Up in the observation room, Ivan turned to Melvin, practically beaming with pride. I'm so proud of the young master. He's grown so much in just 1 month. Melvin stayed quiet, his eyes narrowed in deep thought. He was playing with Dion. If he really learned all this in a single month, he's a true genius. Down on the field, Raun felt his father's gaze fixed right on him. He gave a cheerful wave toward the booth. Hey Dad, you seeing this? I think I've proven I'm good enough for the academy now. But that night, in his private study, Melvin's face was like stone. I'm not allowing it. But why? Raun demanded. You said if I made the semis I could go. Melvin just shook his head. That depends on the situation, Raun. You need to stay by my side longer, Melvin continued. You've become arrogant. Stay here and but Raun cut him off right there. Swordsmanship is a lifelong journey. Isn't that what you always say, father? I'm going to the academy to learn, just like you told me to. You can't stop me. Melvin paused. His boy really had grown up. Standing up slowly, Melvin drew his sword and pointed it at Raun. Fine. If you're that serious, you'll have to go through me. And trust me, I won't be holding back. Cut to 1 month later. Raun was sitting in a carriage, finally relaxing. He'd finally escaped. During that final duel, Raun had gone all in, but he'd been taken down by his father in a single blow. Even though Melvin claimed he only used a fraction of his strength, Raun knew better that was clearly a full power hit. But here's the thing. In the original timeline, the powerful lord of the Fifth Territory dies when the worlds begin to link. After that, this whole place collapses. Raun looked back at the castle, his resolve hardening his father had, to live to stop that future. Since his dad finally gave him the green light to leave, he was determined not to let him down. He needed to get stronger. strong enough to protect this family and lose absolutely nothing this time around. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Melvin stood outside his room, thinking back to their fight. Raun had been gasping for air, but wouldn't back down. Give up, Melvin had told him. Raun's eyes were like steel. Never, I'm not quitting. Melvin had actually grinned at that. Now that is the Asan spirit. Come on then, show me what you've got. Without another word, Raun had focused every bit of his energy into one single, desperate strike. Wait, what? Melvin's eyes had widened in shock. The path of his blade. It's shifting mid-air. Even though Melvin blocked it, a small cut appeared on his cheek. He frowned, wondering if his son had actually mastered changing trajectories mid-swing. Standing opposite him, Raun couldn't help but think, even after using his heart movement technique, all he managed was a tiny scratch on his father. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, Melvin sighed, his voice barely a whisper. It's time to admit it. Our boy isn't just a kid anymore. He's become a proud swordsman. Go on, Raun. Go out there and show the world what you're made of. By nightfall, the group cleared a spot in the forest to set up camp. Raun walked up to one of the men and asked, Sir Philip, how much further until we reach our destination? A system screen popped up. Philip, 42 years old, level 92. This man is a high knight of the Aston territory, leading the Golden Bear Order. He's got the title of Broken Blade and S-tier potential. Strength 82, Agility 76. Stamina 81, his stats are solid across the board, especially that A+ command skill. Philip looked over and replied, At this pace, we're looking at about 5 more days. Should we pick up the speed? Philip asked, but Raun took a moment to weigh his options. No, stay the course, Raun decided. We need to keep training the soldiers on the way. Philip nodded. Understood, young master. To protect the domain, the family had selected 50 elite members to accompany Raun on this journey. We're talking 3 veteran knights, including Philip's 6 apprentice knights, 15 trainees, and 20 cavalrymen. Every single one of them has at least B rank potential or higher. The numbers look good, but if they want to stop the coming collapse of their territory, they need to get way stronger and fast. While Raun was deep in thought, Jack walked up to report. Young master, carriage maintenance is done. We're ready to roll. Raun flashed a smile. Good work, Jack. Jack hesitated before asking, but do we really need this many people for just a 1-month trip? Before he could finish, Philip cut him off. That's enough, Jack. Don't question the young master's orders. Raun just chuckled. Don't worry. Once we get there, you'll see exactly why. Deep down, Raun knew exactly what he was doing. Their destination? The free city of Mira. For anyone who's played the game, this is the legendary city players head to right after finishing the tutorial. Mira is packed with hidden quests and secret items. Plus, there's a mana limit in place to stop high-level players from bullying the newbies. But the best part? The resources here are basically infinite. It's called God's Territory, and the monsters are perfect for low-level grinding. This God's Territory is the main reason Raun brought his men here in the first place. In the past, pro players would bring entire armies here to power level them in record time. It was the perfect plan. A few days later, they finally arrived in Mira. Suddenly, a system alert flashed in front of Raun's eyes. The system has been updated. New features unlocked. Community link and the guild system. New quests like the Traveler's Starting Point and new gathering skills have been registered. Talk about timing. He just stepped into the city and he's already getting bombarded with new content. Raun thought he'd be stuck with basic features until the official launch, but this is great. As long as he meets the requirements, he can unlock everything early. Just then, Jack knocked on the carriage door. Master Raun, the mayor is ready to see you. Should we head over? Of course. Let's not keep him waiting, Raun replied. Meanwhile, inside the city, Mayor Renando was looking at a report with a confused expression. Wait, who? His subordinate clarified, Raun Aston, the youngest son of Count Aston. He arrived with 50, let's just say, interesting-looking men, Renando scoffed. Oh, you mean that famous useless's third son? What's he doing here, a vacation? Fine, let them in. His family is loaded from selling monster parts, Renando smirked. I'm going to bleed his pockets dry. Moments later, Raun was led into the mayor's office. He didn't waste any time and greeted him politely. Hello, Mayor Renando. Renando put on his best friendly face. Welcome, Master Raun. What brings a distinguished guest like you all the way to Mira? Wow, that smile is fake as hell, Raun thought, internally labeling the man a total snake. Still, he kept his cool and sat down for tea. Once they settled in, Renando got straight to business. So, let's skip the small talk. What brings you to our city? Raun took a sip of tea. I heard this is a great place for training. Renando laughed. Oh, you heard right. You've come to the perfect spot. Mira is the safest place for a young noble to practice, the mayor started rambling, but Raun wasn't having it. Raun cut him off mid-sentence. I'm not looking for a safe or ordinary spot. I want permission to enter the Forbidden Forest. Renando nearly choked. The Forbidden Forest? That's suicide. It's way too dangerous for kids, for young people like yourself. Ah, I see, Raun said with a sigh. In that case, I guess I have no choice. I suppose I can't give you this 500,000 gold tip I brought along. Raun pulled out a massive, heavy bag of gold and dangled it right in front of Renando's face. 500,000 gold? Renando's eyes turned into gold coins. He practically leaped out of his chair, grabbing the bag with both hands while suddenly becoming very supportive. Master Raun, I was just joking. The Forbidden Forest is nothing for a talent like you and your brave knights. I'll get your permits ready immediately. Raun let go of the gold and gave a satisfied smirk. I knew a generous mayor like you would see things my way. Everything was falling into place. Now, all he had to do was get in there first and snatch all the hidden treasures for himself. He was going to reach the top of this game faster than anyone thought possible. Welcome to the free city of Mira, the ultimate playground for a player like him. Right now, Raun is the only player in this entire place, because the game is still in its beta phase. But being a ghost town has its downsides. The city is currently facing a massive economic crisis. You've got buildings, shops, and massive guild headquarters everywhere, but almost zero people to actually use them. It's a total ghost town, which is the exact opposite of what you'd expect for such a developed city. Because supply is through the roof and demand is non-existent, property prices have absolutely cratered. And honestly, this is exactly why Raun came here. He's here for the real estate. If he can scoop up all this dirt-cheap land in Mira now, it won't be cheap for long. Soon, these plots will be used for noble villas, massive player guild hubs, and luxury housing. At that point, land prices are going to skyrocket to 100 times what they are now. Once the players arrive and the wars from his past life break out, the god-blessed city of Mira will become the ultimate sanctuary. Back in the day, just renting out a bit of land was enough to make a killing. But that's not enough for Raun, not this time. He needs to be perfectly prepared for the battles and the massive risks lurking just around the corner. Those filthy great guilds from his past. Back then, he couldn't stand against their overwhelming financial muscle. But this time, everything changes. The very first thing Raun does after meeting the mayor is register his own guild. Wait, so I just sign right here? Deep asks, looking completely lost as he stares at the paperwork. Raun suppresses the massive urge to just punch him, explaining it for the millionth time. Yes, everyone else has already signed. You're the last one. Just sign the damn paper. But my mom always told me to be super careful before signing anything legal. Deep whines. Finally, under the crushing pressure of capitalism, Z reluctantly signs the documents. With that, Raun completes the registration for the guild. First, starting out with 51 members. He's done it the first guild in the world made entirely without players. The first, and easily the most advanced. Raun glances over at his new crew. His eyes land on Jack, who's currently huddled in a corner, muttering about how his mom is definitely going to kill him for this. Since they're now official guild members, the system will actually start helping them out. Raun can't wait to see the looks on their faces when that kicks in. Next stop, the Mira branch of the Combat Association to hunt for skill books. These skill books are legendary. They contain various abilities that you can learn just by reading them thoroughly. Skills are ranked from F all the way up to S. However, this local Mira branch only carries books up to C rank, and even then, they only sell to VIP customers. So, what's it take to become a VIP? Raun asks the receptionist, straight to the point. She explains he can either grind out missions or just buy a ton of stuff. The second option costs about 10,000 gold, which, to Raun, isn't actually that much. Here, let me see the D-rank books first, Raun says, slamming a massive heavy bag of gold onto the table. The receptionist's eyes nearly pop out of her head. Her professional attitude flips instantly into a beaming smile. Of course, sir. What category would you like to see first? Swordsmanship, archery, magic, or shields? Raun just smirks. Only kids choose. He takes them all. Of course, this means Z has to haul a mountain of overpriced books, and he is not happy about it. This is too heavy, man. Z groans. Hey Raun, do we seriously need every single one of these? Raun just gives him a mysterious look. It's a pain now, but trust me, these are going to help you reach a much higher level. Z stays skeptical. Okay, they're skill books, sure. But can a total newbie like me actually learn anything from these? Philip, who had been quiet until now, finally chimes in. I'm with him. We could have used all that money to buy actual armor and weapons instead of paper. Gentlemen, you'll see tomorrow. Just stay patient and don't worry. But once they get back and Raun sees books piled in every single corner of the room, he realizes Z might have a point. Yeah, maybe he went a little overboard. Normally, a player has a limit on how many skills they can use, so they can't just spam everything. Suddenly, Raun remembers something. He quickly pulls up his quest window and dives into his inventory to check. When he first woke up in this body, there were 2 mysterious items in his bag that he couldn't click on or use. But after yesterday's quest, those items have finally unlocked. Raun is finally ready to see what they actually do. One of them is the sealed skill index. It's a skill collection quest with a rank that hasn't even been revealed yet. The goal? Collect at least 10 skill books and add them to the index. The rewards scale based on the type of books he collects. Activating the index is the base reward, but the bonus is where it gets crazy, unlocking skill traits for everything he learns. Alright, Raun thinks. Time to open the index and start grabbing books. With the index in one hand, Raun grabs a random swordsmanship book with the other and commands, "Add it immediately." The skill book flips open on its own, and a surge of mana erupts from the pages, flowing directly into the index before vanishing. It worked! Raun cheers as he sees the swordsmanship skill appear in the previously empty index. But then he looks up at the massive mountain of books still waiting for him, and his smile completely vanishes. Doing this one by one is going to take until tomorrow. Is there a way to add them all at once? The second the words leave his mouth, every single skill book in the room suddenly floats into the air and snaps open. Streams of mana pour out from every book, automatically diving into the index in a spectacular light show. Does this thing actually understand what I'm saying? Apparently, it does. Just like that, a massive amount of new skills are logged. Immediately, the system pings. Skill collection quest complete. The rare skill index is now fully activated. And more importantly, the skill collection trait bonus is unlocked. He's just received the S-rank bonus reward, Mimic. Raun doesn't hesitate for a second and hits claim. The notifications start flooding in. He's acquired the S-rank Mimic skill, which also powers up his index. The skill massively boosts his ability to learn from books. He's now at novice level 3. But here's the real kicker. The main effect of S-rank Mimic? It allows him to literally steal skills directly from his opponents. Game on. Any skill he targets gets added straight to the index. The more he masters it, the higher the rank he can snatch. And the power? It just keeps scaling up. Right now, it's sitting at rank P. Even for a former top-ranked legend like Raun, reading these new skill descriptions was enough to leave him completely floored. This is absolutely broken. He can literally steal and use other people's skills. The rare grade skill index has limits, but it can be leveled up. The description says it all. It's a simulation of a mythic tier item, a skill index that recorded ancient, lost arts from beyond this dimension. It can regain its former glory, but only after meeting some very specific requirements. Current skill count? 525. Raun knew it. This was the mythic item he owned right before he died. It seems bits of his past life, his traits, extrasensory perception, and even items actually followed him back. But most of his skills are gone, and the item is just a simulation for now. The only things left are 3 X-rank traits and a single item tucked away in his inventory. He couldn't help but wonder just how much power was really hiding inside. The next morning, exactly as Raun predicted, everyone in his entourage, or rather, the newly formed First Guild, suddenly saw the system appear before their eyes. Seeing this for the first time in their lives? Pure chaos. What is this guild chat? A priest. I need to see a priest right now. Meanwhile, Raun dragged himself out of his room with massive panda eyes, looking like a total wreck after pulling an all-nighter reading the skill index. A manservant was already waiting by the door. The moment he saw Raun, he bowed deeply. "Greetings, young master." "Morning. Bernard, did you explain things to them yet?" "Yes, sir. I've handled it just like you asked." "But what about the skill book? Have you tried it?" Raun looked at him with pure anticipation. Bernard just smiled, nodded, and proceeded to show off some moves for Raun to see. This young man is Bernard, a servant of the Aston family and the foster son of Ivan. He's worked for the family since he was a kid, trained personally by Ivan himself. He's sharp, fast, and remembers everything. But Raun didn't pick him just for his brains. Bernard has the rare ability to control the wind. Watching him manifest a gale right in the palm of his hand, Raun couldn't help but be impressed. "Impressive. I knew you could do it," Bernard replied humbly. "You flatter me, master." Instantly, Raun's system pulled up Bernard's stats. Name: Bernard. Age: 27. Level: 21. Class: Servant. He's an apprentice wind controller affiliated with the Aston Manor and the First Guild. His potential is a solid rank A. Strength: 17. Agility: 18. Stamina: 24. Intelligence: 53. Willpower: 46. Mana: 23. Senses: 4. Traits: Strict Management, Cold, Headed, and Like a Gale. Raun's take? His stats are okay, but his sensitivity and management skills are top tier. Preparation? Done. Raun gave the order to Bernard immediately. "Get ready. We move out as soon as the knights get used to these new changes." Their destination? The land of the gods, the cursed forest. They barely stepped into the restricted zone before a massive, stinking green Oxer showed up to greet them. It showed its hospitality by trying to smash Raun into the dirt. Raun's reaction? Too slow. He smirked, casually dodging the attack before landing a single punch that sent the Oxer's head flying. Talk about a one-shot. Without missing a beat, He turned his gaze toward the shadows and threw out a challenge. Stop hiding. Come out, all of you. An entire army of over 100 Oxers charged at once. But Raun? Not a hint of fear. He actually smiled. That's more like it. Bring it on. The cursed forest, the domain of God. To be specific, the divine domain isn't just a grinding spot. It covers the entire city of Mira. If a player is hurt, they get healed. If they're killed, they respawn right back in this blessed city. That's why this place is the ultimate sanctuary. But inside the forest, that blessing only applies to the monsters. Kill them all you want, their numbers never drop. Normal humans can't respawn in the cursed forest, and they can't take anything they find back home. Try to carry loot out, and it literally turns to ash and vanishes. In other words, don't touch God's property. But that rule? It only applies to the locals. For players like Raun and the members of the First Guild, they can carry whatever loot they want out of that forest. Total game changer. 100-strong Oxer battalion. And in just a few minutes, only the chieftain was left standing. Terror finally set in. It stared at Raun, trembling. What? What kind of power is that? You're just a human. Raun just looked at him. This? Oh, it's nothing. Suddenly, the Oxer weapons scattered across the ground began to levitate. With a simple flick of Raun's wrist, they shot forward like missiles, turning the Oxer chieftain into a pincushion instantly. Game over. The chieftain didn't even get a chance to hear the name of the skill that wiped out his entire army. Nearby, Jack and Philip had been watching the whole show. The moment the dust settled, they scrambled over to collect the loot. Mind motion. Now that is one convenient power, Jack muttered, clearly impressed. Shut it, Jack. Stop talking, and get back to skinning these things, Philip barked, keeping him on track. Jack let out a long, heavy sigh. Man, I didn't come all the way to Mira just to do manual labor. Philip just shrugged. Look at it this way, this training is making us stronger, right? While Jack and Philip were busy doing the dirty work, Raun started packing the refined loot into sacks. He looked at them, genuinely grateful. Thanks, guys. I couldn't have pulled this off without everyone's help. Just study the skill books and everyone can get stronger. Philip didn't say it out loud, but in his heart, he completely agreed with Raun's logic. He'd just tested his power on an Oxer, and with one single strike, he'd sliced the beast clean in half, a feat that left even a veteran swordsman like him absolutely stunned. It was incredible. Raun just gave a smug little smirk and said, "This is exactly why I invest in skill books, instead of fancy equipment." Thinking back on that moment, Philip couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled he'd mastered this new swordsmanship skill incredibly fast. But how on earth did the young master pinpoint everyone's hidden potential like that? Suddenly, the guild information window flickered into existence right in front of them. As he scanned the notification, Philip's face went pale, and he screamed out, "Young master, look at the guild status section, it's happening." A murderous aura exploded from Raun as he barked out an order. "We're heading back to Mira, right now." Meanwhile, back in Mira, the members who hadn't gone to the Forbidden Forest were being brutally tortured by Viscount Wren's men. "Honestly, I should have done this a long time ago," one of them sneered. "Seeing you little Aston brats loitering around here, it's been driving me absolutely insane." Ramon, the eldest son of Viscount Wren, spoke with a twisted grin as he drove his massive greatsword deep into the back of one of Raun's soldiers. Nearby, Jerry, the second son, was doing the exact same thing to another victim, looking just as delighted. "Why? Why are you doing this?" One of the battered soldiers managed to groan. The poor Aston soldier didn't even get an answer before Viscount Wren slammed a mace directly into his face. "Simple. We just don't like you. It's your lucky day, or should I say unlucky, that you ran into us in this city. You're going to regret this. Our young master will." Before the soldier could even finish his sentence, Ramon twisted his blade deeper into the man's flesh and ripped it upward, ending his life in a burst of agony. Ramon just laughed harder, his eyes glowing with madness. "Please, tell him to hurry back. We've got some serious unfinished business with that little young master of yours." Then he paused, looking confused. "Man, this is weird. They just keep respawning." Ramon watched as the soldier he'd just butchered flickered back to life, then immediately went right back to his sick game of torture. Jerry joined in with a nasty chuckle. "Heh, let's make sure we give that Raun kid the exact same treatment." "Wait, I thought noble families weren't allowed to draw blades against each other inside the Free City?" Kay asked, sounding a bit hesitant. Ramon just shrugged his shoulders. "So what? We'll just say we didn't do it. What are they going to do? Think about it. This is a golden opportunity to crush the Astons while we're out here. Our great-grandfather might even give us a reward for this." But the words had barely left Ramon's mouth when his head was suddenly sent flying, leaving his followers in a state of absolute shock. Jerry and Kay whirled around toward the source of the mana blast that had just decapitated their brother. There stood a young man with golden hair, radiating a terrifying pressure, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. He growled through gritted teeth. "How dare you insects insult the name of House Aston? You're going to pay for this 1,000 times over. Death is far too merciful for what I have planned for you. Are you insane? You dared to touch a young master of the Rend family? Jerry screamed. Kay turned and started berating his men. What are the knights doing? How did he even get this close? But one of the Rend soldiers was already at the mercy of Philip's blade, trembling as he looked at Kay. Sir, I think they're the main force of the Aston family. We've been completely surrounded by Rend's knights just like you ordered, but, young master, the perimeter is secure. No civilians in sight, Philip reported coldly to Raun. Good work, Raun replied. With a flick of his wrist, he used telekinesis to shift the 3 tortured soldiers over to Bernard, ordering him to get them to the temple immediately. Then, he pulled his sword from his inventory in one smooth motion and made a chilling declaration. I'll take out this trash myself. See, Viscount Rend's house, just like the Astons, was one of the 5 great military families of the Reuben Kingdom. But unlike the Astons, the Rend family didn't have much of a history to brag about. The original 4 great families only became the 5 great families recently, after the current head of the Rend house, Husan Rend, reached the level of swordmaster. Because they were the new kids on the block, they used every dirty trick in the book to climb the social ladder and secure their power. They built a massive army of knights, claimed all the glory for themselves, and crushed anyone in their path. And right now, their target was the Aston territory. Since the Astons hadn't produced a swordmaster in a long time, they'd lost a lot of their old influence, and this decline had been going on for years. The 2 families clashed all over the kingdom, usually with the Rend family starting the fight. Since they had more swordmasters, everyone always expected the Rend family to win. The Rend soldiers in Mira thought today would be no different, just another easy victory. At least, that's what they thought until they met Raun. Jerry stared at Raun, his mind racing as he tried to figure out where that illogical level of power was coming from. Did that guy just pull a sword out of thin air? The soldier Philip was holding captive tried to seize the moment and draw his blade, but before it could even clear the scabbard, Raun slashed through him like he wasn't even there. Seeing their comrade fall, the rest of the Rend soldiers tried to rush forward, but they were immediately blocked by the wall of weapons from the Aston troops. Philip steps up, his voice cold and commanding. The young lord said he can handle this himself. Everyone, sheathe your blades. Do not interfere. The men obey instantly, dropping their weapons without a second thought. This move leaves Jeremy, the commander of the Rend family defense force, completely speechless. Are they seriously disarming? Is this a joke? Whatever, Jeremy thinks. It's their funeral. You really think you can take us all on alone? This isn't a training session. Kina screams, lunging forward and swinging a massive mace at Raun. But before he can even land a hit, Raun's blade flashes, and Kina is sliced clean in half. A moment of stunned silence. Then Jeremy erupts, screaming at his remaining subordinates. You useless bastards. You're just gonna stand there and watch? Fine. I'll handle this myself. He wasn't planning on bullying a 15-year-old kid, but with a comrade down, the gloves are off. Jeremy steps forward, drawing his sword with lethal intent. Instantly, the system kicks in. A holographic display flickers to life in front of Raun's eyes. Let's see what we're dealing with. Name, Jeremy, age, 37, level, 65, job, Defense Force Commander, rank, Novice Sword Expert, relations, Viscount Rendell, talent potential, B, rank, strength, 66, agility, 72, stamina, 68, intelligence, 48, willpower, 60, 3, mana, 70, senses, 55, unique trait, B, rank explosion. Raun stares down Jeremy and the 3 soldiers pointing their blades at him, calmly analyzing the situation. So, the Rendell family's bread and butter is swordsmanship. These guys are the real deal, the elites. The commander is sitting at level 65. The other elite soldiers are level 60, while Raun is only level 45. A head-on fight? That's suicide. Seeing Raun go quiet, 2 of the soldiers start talking trash. What's the matter? Why don't you just give up now? We think you've played enough, kid. We don't care if you're some fancy young lord, it ends here. The soldier doesn't even get to finish his sentence. In a blur of motion, Raun's blade swings, and the man is instantly erased. No breathing room. Raun slams his sword into the earth with a great strike, kicking up a massive dust cloud to blind the enemy. Under the cover of chaos, he takes down the 2nd elite soldier. He's about to finish the 3rd, but Jeremy is there in a heartbeat, moving like a gale force wind as he thrusts his blade straight for Raun. Thankfully, Raun's instincts are razor sharp. He swings his sword up just in time to parry the strike, the force of the impact vibrating through his entire arm. The blow sends him skidding back several meters. Jeremy grinds his teeth in frustration. 2 elites dead just like that? He was told this kid was a weakling who couldn't even hold a sword. Realizing he's been misled, Jeremy draws a 2nd blade from his hip and glares at Raun. You're nothing like the rumors. Fine. From now on, I'm taking you seriously. Raun doesn't flinch. Then bring it, you bastard. Raun watches the stance. A parrying dagger and a razor-sharp rapier? He's going for the Rendell family's falling star technique, isn't he? Jeremy smirks. I like your courage, kid. But you know that in Mira, every wound eventually heals, right? You can't win a one-against-many fight. Raun just shakes his head. I think you're the one who's mistaken. I bet since you arrived in Mira, you and your precious knights haven't even bothered to train. You've gone soft. Jeremy flinches. How could he possibly know that? Seeing the look on his face, Raun explains. How do I know? Just look at those soldiers over there, shaking like leaves. Their wounds might heal, but their spirits are broken. They aren't used to death. Jeremy realizes then this kid isn't just a fighter. He's a predator who sees through everything. He's a massive threat. With that in mind, Jeremy barks an order to his last man. Cover my back. Consider it done, sir. The two-man assault begins. Under their coordinated strikes, small cuts begin to open up across Raun's face and body. Suddenly, Raun seems to stumble. A mistake. A flash of pure panic crosses his face, and the subordinate's eyes light up with greed. I see it. An opening. The soldier completely forgets Jeremy's warning. He lunges forward, desperate for the kill. No, stay back. Jeremy's scream is useless. Raun's expression turns ice cold as his blade sweeps through the air, splitting the soldier in two. You damn idiot. Jeremy hisses. No more time to waste. He makes a split-second decision and activates his ultimate skill. The Rendell secret sword art. Raun is caught off guard for a second, but he quickly shifts into a defensive stance. His eyes are locked on the enemy. Here it comes. The moment their blades collide, Raun feels an overwhelming pressure. It's like trying to hold back a mountain. Just as he suspected a powerful technique built for one-on-one duels, even with mind motion pushed to the absolute limit, he's barely holding his ground. I have to keep up with this movement. Just a little longer. Raun grits his teeth, his defense hanging on by a thread. On the other side, Jeremy's face is twisted with rage. How? He's clearly winning. He has the upper hand. He's forced the kid back and dominated the rhythm, but he can't break him. What's with that arrogant look in your eyes? Jeremy screams. Raun finally speaks, his voice calm. 1%. What? Before Jeremy can even process the words, Raun's blade moves with lightning speed, disarming him instantly. System. Scan 100% complete. Opponent's skill analyzed. Ready for copy. Use copy to perfectly mimic movements and add the skill to your library. Activate B-rank Rendell swordsmanship. Time for the finisher. Raun activates his meteor skill, snatches Jeremy's own weapon right out of the air, and charges in like a predator. Jeremy's jaw drops as his world falls apart. How? That's meteor. Who betrayed us and taught a brat like you our secret sword technique? Raun just smirks cold as ice. Funny story. You're the one who just taught me. Shink. He drives Jeremy's own blade straight through his chest, ending his life on the spot. System alert. State synchronization is at 100%. Talk about a massive payday. S-rank reward. His mastery of the Rendell Meteor Sword B is boosted to intermediate level 1, and the Randing B-rank technique is officially added to his skill list. After slotting the new technique into his active list, Raun finally lets out a long breath. It's over. Finally, using that S-rank copy skill is a total drain because of how broken it is. It's the ultimate trump card he unlocked along with his skill inventory. The catch? He can only mimic one move at a time, and he can't take his eyes off the target for even a split second once it's active. If the enemy slips out of his sight, the synchronization rate resets to 0. Total high-stakes gambling. That's exactly why he didn't blink once while Jeremy was attacking. Plus, it only works in one-on-one duels, no stealing in a chaotic crowd. Next, Raun gives a low command to the system. Display skills. Show user status. Open default skill tree. The list pops up. Aston Greatsword A+ at intermediate level 2. Heart movement S, rank at intermediate level 2. And Aston Mind Technique A rank at intermediate level 1. His S rank copy is now level 5, while basic meditation sits at E rank level 8. Over in the active slots, Flash of Lightning. That's at C rank level 6. In his random slot, he's currently holding the Punching Fist technique at D rank intermediate level 1. Thanks to his unique inventory, he can juggle 3 extra skills. Those slots let him swap and use his main techniques whenever he needs them most. Raun's gaze shifts toward Jerry, who's currently shaking like a leaf. Who? What the hell are you? Jerry stammers. How can you use Ren's secret sword style? Raun just stares him down, completely unfazed. Oh, right. I almost forgot you were still breathing. He turns to Philip with a chilling order. Every time they respawn, wait an hour, then kill them again. Philip bows low, his voice formal. As you wish, my lord. Philip signals the guards. You heard the master. End them. Jerry watches the steel approach and collapses in pure terror. Please, have mercy, spare me, he wails. But there is no mercy to be found, only the echo of screams as the area turns into a slaughterhouse. Raun stands to the side, watching the carnage with cold, detached eyes. Once the job is done, he simply says, let's move out. Deep down, Raun knows the score. A debt of blood is paid in blood. This isn't Earth, and it's definitely not a game. This is his brutal reality. He'll do whatever it takes to make sure he doesn't lose everything a second time. Even if it means wading through a literal ocean of blood, he will not fail. Meanwhile, Ronaldo is watching the entire bloodbath through binoculars from a safe distance. The man is trembling. What is this? Has the world gone completely insane? The plan was simple. Let Viscount Rando's thugs exhaust the kid. Then Ronaldo would sweep in with the guards to save the day. But Raun? He just decimated 15 elite knights all by himself. No backup needed. Suddenly, Raun looks up staring directly at Ronaldo's hiding spot. The man panics, dropping to the ground and clutching his head. No way. How did he see me from that far away? He really thought Raun was just some pampered rich kid with a pretty face and deep pockets. A total pushover. Is he a hidden master swordsman from the Earl's domain? If that's true, the plan is blown. Ronaldo realizes he needs to be on his absolute best behavior with House Aston from now on. A while later, Raun is back at his home base, pulling up the quest interface to check his loot. Hidden mission: challenge the rival house. Result: rescue and retribution. Complete. Rating: B rank. Rewards: 30,000 experience points, shop points, and a random B rank skill book draw ticket. Raun cracks a small smile. Maybe I went a bit overboard with the violence, but hey, these rewards are actually decent. On top of that, he walked away with 5,000 gold and a magic spatial bag that can hold a ton of equipment. He also scored a unique sword and, well, a souvenir arm from one of the Viscount's goons. He pulls out the ticket. Let's see if this B rank skill is actually useful. He starts grumbling to himself. Knowing my luck, I'm probably going to pull something completely useless. Just thinking about it is annoying. I'm not even asking for something legendary. Please just give me something mid-tier anything as long as it isn't total trash. I'm begging here. After a quick prayer, he rips the ticket open. The system message flashes in front of his eyes. Target acquired. Rivera Spear Technique, B rank. Raun pumps his fist, eyes widening in excitement. Yes. A spear skill is exactly what I need for the next stop, the capital. Looks like Lady Luck is finally smiling on me. Now, there's only one major task left to finish here in Mira. He's going to spend an entire month focusing on this, and he won't settle for anything less than success. 1 week later, deep in the forest at night, Raun has just finished putting down another massive monster. He's wiping the sweat from his brow when the system notification erupts. Level up. Raun has reached level 51, and he's finally eligible for his class promotion rewards. The options are live: class swordsman, class novice heart movement, or related advancement paths. Time to level up for real. The inherited Aston A+ swordsmanship and the Falling Star Heartstrike have hit mid-tier level 2. The conditions for advancement are officially met. System alert. His class has evolved from swordsman to swordmaster. His beginner heart motion is now mid-tier. Philip and Jay rush over, absolutely floored. Young master, that was insane. A swordmaster at only 15 years old? Raun doesn't even blink. He raises a hand, activating his new heart motion skill. Suddenly, pebbles from the ground swirl into the air, dancing around his head like a deadly storm. Go, Raun mutters, pointing toward the distant tree line. Like a volley of bullets, the stones scream through the air. Impact! They tear through the forest, snapping massive tree trunks like they were nothing but toothpicks. He's not done yet. Raun draws his blade, leaps into the sky, and activates his great smash skill against a massive boulder. Boom! The rock disintegrates into dust, leaving a jagged, deep canyon carved into the earth. Raun stares at the destruction, slightly stunned. Whoa, it's this powerful? Philip is beaming with pride. Unbelievable. You're the real deal, young master. You can pull this off on your own now, can't you? Haha, in that case, time for a break, and some Jay doesn't even finish before Philip is dragging him away by the ear. A Brehnoft? I only suggested it because the young master looked tired. Honestly, you're all talk. Raun just chuckles. Kidding or not, we can't rest yet. Philip looks up, curious. So, what's the move, sir? Jay chimes in. Should we call the family? The Count is probably worried sick by now. I'll report to the family personally later, Raun says firmly. For now, we keep this progress a secret and head back. Understood, young master. Deep down, Raun is satisfied. The hunting and leveling are done. The bait is set. Now, all he has to do is wait for the fish to bite. Come on, show yourselves. Meanwhile, in the city of Mira, the Imperial hounds are lurking. At a small shop on the corner, a door chimes. Take care now. After seeing off her last customer, the alchemist Nakia stretches and sighs with a smile. Finally, the workday is over. Business has been exploding lately. Is it because of the supplies coming from the Aston territory? To make top-tier potions, she needs rare monster parts. The cursed forest is a nightmare to harvest from, and she used to struggle to find enough ingredients for her craft. But ever since the Aston people started delivering, she's been able to brew high-level elixirs every single day. Not only that, the Aston guards stop by every morning just to check in. asking if she needs anything or how the shop is doing. Truly professional. She clicks the lock and closes up for the night. Walking home, Nakia can't get Raun out of her head. Raun, huh? He's a bit strange, but I'm so grateful to him. Plus, he's actually really handsome. Her face suddenly turns beet red, and she frantically slaps her cheeks. Oh my god, Nakia, what are you thinking? Phew. Get a grip. He's only 15, that's 8 years younger than you. And he's a high-ranking noble. Focus. She reaches her front door and calls out, Nikki, I'm home. Silence. Not a sound. A cold chill runs down her spine. She's about to call again when her heart stops. There, pinned to the bed by a jagged dagger, is a crumpled piece of paper. We have your sister. If you want her back, tell no one. Wait for our instructions. As the words sink in, Nakia collapses, her voice trembling in the dark room. No, please, no, Nikki. She bolts back into the street, running aimlessly, her mind a chaotic mess of fear and desperation. Not Nikki. If they took her out of the city, she's in real danger. She'd heard the rumors serial kidnapping so bad even the royals were investigating. If those rumors were true, where could she even go? She couldn't trust the city officials. What if the kidnappers were watching her right now? The city guards wouldn't lift a finger outside the walls anyway. Hiring mercenaries or the Adventurers Guild would take too long. She needed help now. She was running out of time. Suddenly, Raun's face flashes in her mind. He had told her if there was ever trouble, come find him. He was her only hope. Without a second thought, Nakia sprints toward Raun's location. Back at the camp, Raun's device pings with a message from Pierce. Nakia is heading your way. It's happening. Raun's expression turns cold. Everyone, into position. Stay on target and report any changes immediately. With the order given, Raun pulls up his system window and logs into the CN community. He navigates straight to a private connection, the Info Cafe. It's an elite, members-only hub he used to run in his past life. Back then, as a famous player, he used this place to gather the most classified intel from fans and informants alike. It was a goldmine, containing almost every secret in the CNET world. It still exists, thank God. He breathes a sigh of relief. He can use this instead of relying on fuzzy memories to plan his next move. He types into the search bar, Free City of Mira. Raun waits, watching the screen as the secrets of the city begin to reveal themselves. Alright, I've checked every mission available. Now, I just have to hope everything goes according to plan. Right then, a soldier rushes in with a report. Sir, Nakia is here. Understood. Make sure to treat her with the utmost respect, Raun commands. He tries to stay cool, but inside, his heart is absolutely racing. Can I actually change her future? The crazy alchemist. The bloodthirsty witch. The forbidden destroyer. Nakia. The woman who eventually carries all those terrifying titles that strike fear into the hearts of everyone who hears them. In the future, she doesn't hesitate to perform horrific human experiments just to get her revenge on the Empire. Her chemical weapons were specifically designed for one thing: total imperial destruction. Because of that obsession, so many innocent people were dragged into her nightmare and lost everything. But right now, that monster isn't here. Instead, a version of Nakia, who hasn't been consumed by darkness, stands before Raun, desperately begging for his help. Seeing how panicked she is, Raun gently places a hand on her shoulder to steady her. Deep breaths. Everything is going to be okay, I promise. Now, tell me exactly what happened. My sister, she's been kidnapped. She was supposed to be home 2 hours ago with our neighbor, but she never showed up. Please, you have to find her. She's just a poor, innocent child. This is all my fault. Raun looks her in the eye. Don't worry. I'll find her, no matter what. Actually, I think I know exactly where they took her. Her eyes light up. Really? Oh, please save her. Raun gives her a confident, reassuring smile. I'll send word the moment I find her, so stay here for now. Bernat will look after you. With that, Raun introduces her to Bernat. Bernat gives a polite, respectful bow to the young girl. If you need anything at all, just let me know. You made the right choice coming here. The young master always keeps his promises. With the arrangements made, Raun heads out of the city with Philip and Jack. Peace is currently tracking the targets. Philip pulls out a document and hands it over to Raun. Here it is. Mayor Renando gave us official permission to start the patrol. Suddenly, Raun's system pings with a notification. Subjugation mission. Free City of Mira. Rank D to Rank B. Goal: defeat the scammers. Side objectives: rescue all hostages and launch a surprise raid on their forest hideout. Description: an unidentified group of scammers is currently operating deep within the woods surrounding Mira City. Mayor Renando has ordered a raid to stop the kidnappings and their interference with local trade. It's time to bring back the peace by storming their basement headquarters. Rewards: a massive amount of experience and the mayor's official recognition. Good. Did you give him the list of those rats yet? Philip nods truthfully. Yes, and the mayor said he'd reward us properly afterward. To be honest, he looked pretty shocked. I'd handed over a complete list of every scammer hiding in the city. I pulled all that intel from the informants and the data gathered at the connected cafe. I used so many different sources that I'm certain there isn't a single hole in this plan. With that final thought, Raun finally feels at ease as they set off on their journey. Meanwhile, after some intense searching, Pierce and the Golden Bear Knights of the Aston territory finally track down the secret forest base. Based on these tracks, this is definitely the place. Pierce stares at the clearing beneath the hill, calculating his next move. Just to be safe, Pierce leaps up into a tall tree and activates a new investigation skill he just learned. Instantly, his pupils glow a sharp red. The empty clearing shifts. Right before his eyes, the scammer's base reveals itself, hidden behind a massive barrier that cloaks the entire hill. At the entrance, two archers sit atop magic circles, keeping a sharp eye on the perimeter. A magic circle and a barrier? The young master was right. I need to report this immediately. He sends a message through the system and gets an instant reply. We'll be there in 5 minutes. Pierce stares at the message, feeling a sudden wave of nostalgia. This whole situation, it reminds him of how things were 5 months ago. Back then, Raun was the youngest son known by everyone as the weak one with zero talent compared to his brothers. No servant or knight wanted anything to do with him. Even when he was looking for volunteers, nobody showed the slightest bit of interest. But everything changed when Raun visited the training grounds and started talking to the knights himself. Raun walked right up to Pierce. The first thing he said, "Knight Pierce, I know you want to break past your limits. I can help." Then, Raun grabbed Pierce's own sword and pointed out exactly what he was doing wrong. At the time, Pierce was stunned. He thought, yeah, I want to get stronger, but how can this kid possibly teach me anything? Might as well try it. Despite his doubts, Pierce followed Raun's instructions, and holy hell, it actually worked. His sword movements? Suddenly, they were smoother and more fluid than they'd ever been in his life. For days after, Pierce couldn't stop thinking about Raun's advice. It's going to be nearly impossible for you to master Great Crushing Force. Your real strength lies in your agility, not raw power. You should focus on your archery instead. I've heard you're actually quite the prodigy with a bow. The crazy part? At that time, only a handful of people even knew Pierce could handle a bow. But Raun noticed. Pierce realized right then that Raun could truly help him reach the top, so he decided to follow him. Looking back now, he realizes it was the best decision he ever made. The guys who rejected the young master's offer, they're probably drowning in regret right about now. I still don't know why he chose to hide his true abilities for so long, but man, am I glad I'm on his side. Thanks to that skill book he gave me, I've officially hit expert level. And the best part? I can start training even more skills now. Honestly, without him, I'd still be stuck at the bottom. But today is the day he finally shows everyone what real power looks like. Lost in thought, Pierce suddenly spots a familiar figure and leaps down from the tree, bowing with absolute respect. You've arrived, Master Raun. As Raun looks toward the scammer's invisible base, his system immediately pings with a notification. Location: hideout of unidentified scammers. Rank: unknown. Size: also unknown. Status: a high-level magic circle is currently interfering with everyone's vision. This circle blocks the view of anyone approaching. Shatter it to move inside and uncover the secrets of this area. Honestly, these hideouts all look the same, no matter the city. Spies from the Granin Empire are holed up here in Mira, Raun thinks, totally bored. Usually, players in CCK just take basic quests from starting cities like Mira, grabbing rewards for hunting monsters or taking down low-level thugs. But these guys? These scammers are on a completely different level of unusual. We're talking about slave traders who kidnap innocent citizens right off the city streets. Mercenaries trying to climb the ladder. But the most dangerous ones? The spies from the Granin Empire, the royal hounds themselves. They prey on players, extorting and crushing them so they can never band together to become a real threat. Since they play a major role later in the game, I can't just let them run wild. With that thought, Raun gives Pierce the signal. Message received. Pierce fires 2 arrows, instantly dropping the guards. The team slips inside the barrier. No one's left at the entrance. Raun is about to use a dispel scroll from the shop to break the magic circle. But then he realizes something. He can actually see the flow of mana. A better idea hits him. He puts the scroll away, pulls a sword from his inventory, and gets ready. He channels mana directly into the blade and thrusts. One hit and the magic circle shatters into pieces. Nice. Now I don't have to waste money on dispel scrolls, Raun mutters to himself, pretty pleased with the savings. Pierce is low-key impressed, but he doesn't miss a beat, immediately barking orders to his subordinates. Jackson, Nin, lure them out just like we planned. I'll give the signal when it's time to move in. The two nod and vanish to execute the plan. Perfect. With these elite knights by my side, it's officially hunting season. Raun thinks, confidently leading his crew deeper into the enemy base. We don't need them alive, Raun warns. Kill them on sight. And don't forget to use these specifically to finish them off. He holds up the sword as a reminder this is non-negotiable. Jack pouts a little, clearly confused. I don't get why we have to use these specific swords, but whatever. I'll follow orders. Using these weapons feels like overkill anyway, he adds. Raun just ignores the complaints from the resident bratty kid and keeps assigning roles. Night Pierce, scout the area and find where the captives are held. Our top priority is rescuing Konakia's sister, Nikki. Philip. Just one word, and Philip knows exactly what to do, giving Raun a sharp nod. With everything set, Raun uses his psychokinesis to force the gates open. They move through a long, dark tunnel until the main base finally comes into view. Raun gives Pierce a quick look. Boom, Pierce vanishes. A system message pops up. Pierce has successfully infiltrated the base. All right, Raun thinks. Let the hunt begin. Raun scans the surroundings, high cave ceilings and wooden fences everywhere. These guys are around level 30 to 31. Honestly, not much stronger than your average street thug. Since he already scouted the layout, giving orders is a breeze. Everything is going exactly to plan. Raun signals Philip and Z. The trio moves out, with Raun heading straight for the watchtower to clear out the lookouts. Meanwhile, Z and Philip take care of the patrols. Before long, the sound of combat echoes out, and the bandits realize they've been invaded, scrambling for backup. Standing high on the watchtower, Raun rains down arrows, but he can feel their numbers growing by the second. Their gear is getting better too. Suddenly, Raun's arrows aren't doing much against the heavy shields they're hiding behind. One of the bandits spots him and screams, "There, on the tower, shoot him down." A literal rain of arrows flies toward Raun, but he doesn't even flinch. He activates psychokinesis, and the arrows just stop. The enemy archers are losing their minds. What is this guy? He just stopped my arrows in midair. We need backup from the lower floor, now. Bandits from below start swarming up the tower. Raun realizes it's time to stop playing around. Guess I'll have to use that. He swaps his bow for metal knuckles, smashing anyone who gets close, while simultaneously using psychokinesis to launch the bandits' own arrows back at them. It's a brutal counterattack, but unfortunately, it's not enough to wipe everyone out in one go. Too many of them are still standing thanks to that thick armor. Guess I'm still not quite strong enough yet, he mutters. I'm going to need a lot more force to pierce through that heavy armor. Raun shifted gears instantly, switching to his sword to finish off the wounded stragglers. But where was everyone else? Raun scanned the battlefield, spotting Philip and Jack already busy tracking down the ones trying to make a run for it. Seeing the pure look of disgust on Jack's face as he cut down a bandit made Raun's mood sour. Seriously, this guy, all I asked was for him to use a longsword, and he's acting like I owe him a fortune. He doesn't even need to waste mana on these weaklings. I've warned him so many times to be careful and not leave any traces of his high-level swordsmanship during these secret missions. But you know what? Forget it. It's probably not worth the headache right now. Just then, Raun caught a soldier trying to sneak up behind Jack for a cowardly backstab. Luckily, Philip appeared out of nowhere and ended that man's career instantly. Nice. The small fry are finally all taken care of, Raun thought to himself with a satisfied nod. Sorry, sir. We've searched every corner, but there's still no sign of Lady Nikki, Philip reported, his face shadowed with worry. It's fine. Did you explain the situation to the captives? Raun asked, giving Philip a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Philip nodded. Yes, we gave them clothes and food and told them to stay put until the fighting stops. That's when Zin chimed in, sounding suspicious. Sir, do you think there are more of them? Weren't they just a bunch of random bandits? Zin asked. But Raun shook his head. Yeah, but don't you find this a bit weird? Raun started breaking it down. First off, Nikki was kidnapped, but she's nowhere to be found here. Second, there were a lot of them, but they were all low-level trash. And finally, look at that magic circle right at the entrance. Did any of you see a mage nearby? No. Which means the important people and the real hostages are somewhere else entirely. Makes sense, right? But here's the kicker. If we can't find that hidden spot, this whole raid was for nothing. Philip stood to the side, letting out a dry, knowing smirk. I checked all the suspicious spots and found nothing, Philip said seriously. There might be a high-level magic matrix or a hidden system masking the area. Raun couldn't help but be impressed. You've been with the guild for less than a month, and your intuition is already this sharp? Soon nobody's going to be able to keep up with you. Thank you, sir, Philip replied, looking genuinely pleased. Jack, standing nearby, just pouted and said nothing, clearly jealous of the praise Philip was getting. Raun just rolled his eyes. All right, follow me. I think I know exactly where they're hiding. Raun led the group to a completely deserted building and gave the order to tear the place apart. If you find anything suspicious, report it immediately. But after a while, Jack, Philip, and even Pear came up empty-handed. Looks like Raun had to handle this personally. Stepping into the fourth house, he suddenly pulled a sword from his inventory and slammed it straight into the floorboards. Boom! A secret trapdoor flew open right in front of them, revealing a stone staircase leading down into a pitch-black basement. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed from the darkness below. Raun's eyes widened as he yelled out a warning something was coming up. Seconds later, a hideous, gnarled hand reached out from the gloom, followed by a terrifying blood-red monster. Then another one appeared, and another. Philip immediately took charge. "Hold your ground. If we scatter now, we're dead." Since Raun was the one who opened the door, he was the first thing those monsters saw. The lead creature shrieked, lunging at Raun with razor-sharp claws aimed right for his throat. But Raun wasn't about to just stand there. He slipped the attack with inches to spare and countered, his blade drawing blood and forcing the beast back. "These are demon cavalry," Philip shouted while fighting his own battle. "Their weakness is the same as humans. Go for the heads." Philip yelled out the strategy to the team. Zin cursed under his breath. "Damn it, what are things like this doing all the way out here?" These were unevolved demon cavalry. Level 41. Granin-type creatures that literally don't know the meaning of fear. Looking at the stat screen and then at his team, Raun sighed. What was he even expecting? I remember struggling so hard against these things back in the day. In his past life, Doyun had attacked the Imperial camp in Origin City after 6 months of gameplay. Back then, the top players were already hitting the max level caps. Dozens of elite players had already reached their second job advancements, forming massive alliances with hundreds of guilds to take that fortress. But when the hidden demon cavalry actually showed their faces, it was a total massacre. Most players and even high-rank hunters were wiped out instantly. Doyun was one of the few who barely escaped with his life. Nobody could get near that camp for half a year after that. Those monsters back then were fully evolved, with average levels nearly 50 times higher than these. Naturally, a fresh level 50 player stood zero chance. But now, things are different. These monsters aren't fully evolved yet, and their levels are much lower. Plus, my teammates are high-level knights, some even at level 80. Most importantly, Raun focused his vision on the glowing blue squares appearing on the monsters. He could see their literal weak points. All I have to do is strike the vitals. And just like that, Raun and his squad systematically wiped out the entire pack in a matter of minutes. Wait, why the hell are demon race cavalry stationed right here, in the heart of the kingdom's courtyard? Sir, what's the move? Going in blindly is suicide, Philip says, clearly on edge. But Raun doesn't flinch. We move in. There's no turning back now. PS chimes in, suggesting they at least call for reinforcements. But Raun shuts it down. No. The longer we wait, the more dangerous this gets. We have to wipe them out before they move on the civilians outside. You stay behind us and keep your head down. Leave the enemies to us. You and Peace just focus on finding what we came for. Philip makes the call and heads straight into the basement with Jack, not even giving Raun a chance to argue. A bit of a bummer. Raun wanted that sweet, sweet experience. But hey, he'll still get a share of the experience points even if he isn't the one swinging the sword. Plus, let the pros carry him for once they need the levels too. Having reliable subordinates like this? Truly a blessing. Raun's definitely going to be leaning on them a lot more in the future. Better to crush them before they can even hatch, Raun thinks. But as he steps into the room at the end of the tunnel, the words die in his throat. It was a lab. A sick one. Dozens of vats filled with shadow cavalry being grown like some twisted crop. The floor was a nightmare, mutated corpses and severed limbs scattered everywhere. Honestly, it was enough to make anyone's stomach churn. These guys are completely fearless, breeding chimera monsters right under the kingdom's nose. Those demon knights we just fought? They were probably kidnapped, villagers used as test subjects. This is pure insanity, Pai says, voice trembling with rage. Raun stares at the monster corpse on the operating table, his mind racing. He'd seen scenes like this plenty of times in his past life, but it still makes his skin crawl. To be honest, when he first reincarnated, he actually thought about joining them. Why? Because in 10 years, they'll be the ones ruling this entire continent. But their king? He's a total psychopath. Becoming one of his pawns isn't a career move, it's a death sentence. There are a million rumors about that king. But one thing is for sure. He doesn't see people as human beings. Anyone without royal blood is just a tool, ranked by how much value they can provide. They spend their whole lives being exploited, and when they're used up, they become lab rats or literal food for the demon cavalry. And don't think being an elite saves you. If you cross the king, you're dead. There was even a general who complained about the king's brutality once. Mid-sentence, the tattoo on his shoulder started glowing red. A second later, he exploded. Dead on the spot. Raun remembers it perfectly because he was standing right there. Following a man like that? There's no future in it. Besides, he can't just stand by while innocent people are turned into science projects. Suddenly, Philip's voice snaps him back to reality. Sir, over here. Look at this. Raun walks over as Philip prees open another door. Behind it, the main hideout of these scammers. A mage is right in the middle of casting a massive magic circle, barking out orders. The time has come. Prepare to attack this territory. Everyone, get ready. I'm opening a portal for our retreat. Pai quickly uses his observation skill and reports the numbers. 3 knights, 4 mages, and 10 Royal Demon Cavalry. The mages are channeling a massive spell right at the cave entrance. Philip doesn't waste a second and draws up the plan. I'll handle the knights. Pi, you're on mage hunting duty. Jack, those demon cavalry heading for the young master? That's all you. And keep us covered from the back. Jack just scoffs. So you basically want me to clean up the mess, huh? Philip just shoots him a look. A cold don't even start with me stare. Jack immediately looks away, shutting his mouth. And then boom. Pi fires an arrow, deleting one of the mages instantly. The counterattack has begun. These guys are level 5 mages with some serious firepower. They have to go down first. But they've got a barrier up. Normal arrows aren't going to do a thing. Gotta use psychokinesis, Raun realizes. He uses his power to guide the arrow, forcing a path straight through the magic shield. It works perfectly. The psychokinesis-infused arrow shatters the shield into a million pieces, tearing right through a second mage. Talk about a clean shot. Nice. Now we just have to stop them from escaping through that portal. But the portal circle is already failing. One of the knights screams in a panic. The leader shouts back. The exit is blocked. Release the seals. Kill them all and carve us a path out of here. For the king! The bandits roar in unison, charging at Raun like a swarm of angry hornets. Philip instantly teleports to Raun's side, planting his shield to block the impact. But the force of the collision, it's enough to make even Philip reel. Raun watches Philip's strained face, and his heart sinks. This isn't good. Is Philip really not strong enough? He's a high-ranking knight who cleared level 90, and he's struggling against these guys? Something is wrong. Raun quickly activates his observation skill to scan the leader. The status window pops up. Name, M-Cell. Level, 70. 1. Occupation, Knight. A mid-level swordsmanship expert from the Granin Empire. Meet the Royal Hound in charge of the Mira branch. He's got a reputation for high potential, and they call him the Red Ball. This guy is B rank across the board. Strength 72 plus 5, Agility 71 plus 5, and Stamina 73 plus 5. His intelligence is a bit low at 55 minus 10, but his mental strength and magic, solid 68 plus 7. He's got unique traits like Blind Loyalty B and Fearless C. But wait, Raun notices a glowing tattoo on Dowell's neck. His stats are actually climbing. Is that red tattoo some kind of buff? These guys are fighting like they've got nothing to lose. Jack is getting annoyed, whispering to Raun through their private system. Boss, let me just use my sword. Swapping to this tiny stick is driving me crazy. Raun just sighs, acting disappointed. Look at Philip and Bear, they're doing just fine. Is this really too hard for you? Sir Jack? I put this plan together because I believed in you, but maybe I was wrong. Hard? I only said that because I thought Sir Pierce was struggling too. And there it is, the perfect taunt. Jack goes absolutely feral, tearing through the bandits like a man possessed. Raun exhales in relief, finally jumping in to help clear out the cavalry. Watching Raun take out a rider with one basic move leaves the rest of the crew stunned. It's unreal. How does he spot their weaknesses so effortlessly? It's like he's seeing a different fight. Dowell is panicking now. How are we being overwhelmed like this? Who the hell are you people? He's trying to figure it out. They're using scythes. So maybe they're from Viscount Randall's territory? But their swordplay is way too polished for that. His gut tells him the Randall connection is a total lie. This whole thing, it's just a clever disguise. Why does a dead man need to know? Jack sneers with a cold smile. Let's finish this, you imperial dogs. You dare call us dogs? Dowell screams in rage. He glares at Raun, who's just standing calmly at the back of the line. Is that kid the leader? Doesn't matter right now. He needs a way to survive. And fast. A dark plan forms in his mind as he casts a forbidden spell on his own cavalrymen. Give your lives for his majesty. For the Emperor! The cavalrymen roar as their bodies swell and mutate. Their muscles tear through their armor like it's made of paper. The transformation is complete. One of them immediately lunges straight for Raun. Jack rushes in to block, but boom! One punch from the mutated rider bends Jack's shield and sends him flying back across the dirt. Raun recognizes it instantly. The Black Sacrifice. It's a forbidden skill. The user burns through their own life force and mana to gain overwhelming power for a short, desperate burst. They're going all in. Dowell starts sprinting toward Raun at full speed. Raun's system kicks into high gear. Analysis. Type E armor. 0.8 CP output. Maximum runtime is 2 hours. Powered by mana stones. It's got a 3-tier defense active. Watch out, they're aiming for you. Philip shouts, immediately rushing to intercept Dowell. He swings his blade to stop him, but the strike is deflected by a force field surrounding Dowell's armor. Dowell blows right past Philip, closing the gap to Raun in an instant. It's over, you brat. He puts everything into a heavy punch. But then, he freezes in shock. Wait. What is this? You bastard. You're wearing power armor too? Raun caught the reinforced punch with his bare hand. Dowell is sweating now. Raun's armor looks like rank F, but the energy output is way higher than it should be. I have a bad feeling about this. If I don't break him before his mana stabilizes, I'm dead meat. Panicking, Dowell loads up another full power strike to end the fight once and for all. Wait, what's going on? Raun thinks to himself. He was about to dodge using his C-rank light step skill, but a system notification stops him dead in his tracks. Encountered power armor. Awakening triggered. Player evaluation. Raun possesses unique trait. X. Titles. Swordmaster, Intermediate Psychokinesis Master. Minimum requirements met. Activating Awakening. Not enough mana? The system searches for another source and finds his psychokinesis. It uses it to lock the armor's form. Success. Awakening active. Right before our eyes, Raun's arm begins to glow as a layer of armor forms over his skin. A brilliant, golden shield materializes just in time to catch Dowell's fist. Total lockdown. So this is the power of a reinforced suit, Raun mutters, watching the shield tank Dowell's desperate punches. It's a perfect barrier. Any physical attack weaker than his own mana output? It's not getting through. We're talking a defense that can block at least 3 circle magic. Dowell? Yeah, he's in big trouble. A mysterious core has finally formed the ultimate catalyst to supercharge a user's mana and physical stats to insane levels. Forget levels or combat experience. Against someone wearing power armor, you've basically already lost. That's the sheer, terrifying utility of this gear. It pumps up defense and generates massive magic shields. But here's the catch. Power armor is strictly for NPCs. Unless you're a citizen of CNC, you can't even put the damn thing on. For players, this armor was nothing more than a pipe dream, legendary gear they could look at but never actually touch. It was the developer's secret weapon. A way to give NPCs a fighting chance against the explosive power growth of players during a confrontation. But here I am, fully armored up after awakening my strengthening skill. I'm feeling great, but Dowell? He's absolutely losing his mind. What is this? Why aren't my hits landing? Dowell screams, slamming a massive blow into Raun's shield that sends him flying 10 meters back. The phantom shield begins to shatter under the pressure. Damn. Constant defense isn't going to work forever. The second his shield breaks, Raun flips the script. Time to go on the offensive. He uses psychokinesis to snatch a blade from a distance, unleashing a relentless meteor strike on Dowell's vitals. Curse you, he actually broke through my armor barrier. Is it over? Not quite. Dowell's eyes go dark if he's going down, he's taking everyone with him. Glory to the Empire! Dowell roars the familiar slogan. Suddenly, his body starts merging directly into the power armor. This isn't ending anytime soon. Raun stays sharp as Dowell undergoes a grotesque evolution, and right then, a system alert pings. Strengthening has detected forbidden energy. Partial seal released. Power levels are skyrocketing. For a limited time, Raun's true power will be unleashed. His entire body begins to radiate a blinding, golden light. In an instant, he transforms from a human into a gleaming golden machine. Before the dust even settles, Dowell lunges forward with everything he's got. Disgusting, Raun mutters, looking at Dowell's mutated form. Even their subordinates stop fighting, completely paralyzed by the terrifying pressure. They all watch as Dowell throws a devastating punch toward Raun, only for our boy to catch it with a single, effortless hand. Boom! The impact triggers a massive explosion, blowing everyone nearby away. Only the strongest can even manage to stay on their feet. As the smoke clears, Dowell is stunned. Raun is standing there, completely untouched. Raun shoves him back. Get lost, he growls. One targeted strike to Dowell's weak point, and just like that, it's lights out. Raun hunches over, gasping for air. The golden armor begins to dissolve into thin air as the skill wears off. I did it. Just before the timer ran out. But suddenly, Raun winces, coughing up a spray of fresh blood. Philip and Jack rush over in a panic. Young master, are you okay? Raun waves them off, but his mind is racing. He's never felt like this before. Even back when I was a top-tier player, I never experienced anything quite like that. For a split second, I saw it peerless power. I borrowed it from the gear this time, but one day, I'll make that strength my own. The enemy is crushed. Now, it's time to clean up the mess and salvage what's left of the battlefield. Raun picks up a purple stone, a pocket teleportation device, and a mana stone. Time to figure out how these work. Just then, Pierce approaches with a report. Sir, we found Nikki and the other hostages. Good. Get them home to their families. Pierce nods, but his face is grim. Sir, Nikki's condition is looking pretty bad. Raun's expression turns serious. Move out. Now. But Z isn't happy about leaving. Wait, we're just leaving all this gear here? Why? Raun asks. You want to keep them? Z snaps back. Of course. Some of this stuff is priceless. It's worth more than its weight in gold. He's not wrong. I can't wear Dowell's armor. But it's the perfect smoking gun to prove there's a mole in the kingdom. It's the ultimate evidence for experiments and exposing the traitors within the palace. Being the king's lapdog isn't easy, but with royal backing, those hounds are incredibly dangerous. Even minor nobles have to walk on eggshells around them. Countless players have lost their lives trying to take them down in past quests. No need to poke the beehive yet. Right now, focusing on growth and expanding my influence is the smarter play. We'll leave these dangerous items behind. Raun smirks. It's all part of the plan. Just leave it. Besides, I already took him out. No one will ever know we were the ones who attacked. Z mutters. Yeah, only because you told us to stay back. Raun laughs. You've all worked hard. Everyone gets a bonus and some time off. Jack's eyes light up. Seriously? A reward and a break? Don't you dare take that back? As Z heads off happily, Raun watches him. Is that guy actually a genius? Or just a total moron? Then, Raun turns to Pierce. Give me the real report. The Wren family idiots fell for it. We lured them here exactly as planned. No mistakes. Raun's lips curl into a cold smile. Time to see what those greedy fools do next. I can already picture the look on their faces when the royal family finds out they're holding gear belonging to those murderous hounds. By the time they realize what's happening, they'll be staring down the full, unbridled wrath of the king. Once they step into this trap, there's only one way out: death. Deep within the forest, Ramon's voice suddenly rings out, sharp and impatient. How much further have they gone? Hey, navigator, are we even on the right track? Just the thought of Raun was enough to make Ramon's blood boil with irritation. Damn it. They'd chased him all the way into these woods without finding a single footprint. Not only did he have to recover his strength at the Holy Temple, but he'd also blown through all his travel funds. If they hadn't been restricted from using certain skills back in the city, there's no way that Brat could have survived against his 12 knights. And don't forget, Commander Jeremy still has that suit of power armor. They had to strike now, while Raun wasn't around. Suddenly, the navigator points toward a dark tunnel and shouts. Kay steps up, squinting into the gloom. Where? I don't see it. It looks dangerous. Honestly, the only way to know for sure is to head inside. But hey, they'd come all the way to the outskirts just to find him. Let's move. With that, Ramon takes the lead and marches into the tunnel. It doesn't take long before they stumble right into the gift Raun left waiting for them. Seeing piles of riches scattered across the ground, the group starts greedily snatching everything up, completely oblivious to the fact that they just walked into a death trap. Ramon lets out a smug laugh. We might have missed the guy, but this haul? This makes it all worth it. Jerry chimes in, his eyes wide. Magic items, treasures, and even the bodies of high-ranking bounties. And look, the power armor is right here. Meanwhile, Raun was already leading his group back. His subordinates rush out the moment they spot him. Young master, you've worked hard. We've successfully raided the Eastern Forest Base and rescued all the hostages. Raun gives them a nod of approval. Good work. Where's everyone else? They report that the rest of the team headed back as soon as the mission was cleared. These followers aren't just random soldiers. They're Raun's apprentice knights and the founding members of his guild. After his brutal training, 6 of them have already reached the master rank. As for the rest, they're right on the verge of breaking through to join them. Raun's units are busy reclaiming equipment from the northern and western bases. Every single one of them can wield mana and has been trained in the Aston Estate's elite swordsmanship. With over 100 elite fighters under his command, ordinary mercenaries don't stand a ghost of a chance against them. Raun speaks to himself for a moment before raising his hand, his voice booming with authority. Everyone's here. Let's move out. Yes, sir. As Raun's group approaches Mira City, the sentries on the walls quickly spot them. One guard shouts down, recognizing the crest. It's the people from the Aston Estate. But why are there so many of them? As Raun leads his men and the rescued hostages through the gates, he finds a massive crowd of citizens already gathering. He locks eyes with a soldier and asks, Are you the commander in charge here? The soldier stands tall. Yes, my lord. We've gathered the citizens here just as you requested. Raun nods. Well done. In the crowd, whispers break out. Was he really the one who rescued the hostages? Finally, I can see my children again. Amidst the murmuring crowd, Nakia stands frozen, her eyes locked on the person cradled in Raun's arms. Her heart pounds against her ribs. Could it be? Is that her sibling? She starts pushing through the crowd toward Raun. The moment she sees the face of the person he's carrying, she chokes back a sob. Nikki! Nakia's here, Nikki! Raun offers a small smile and carefully hands the unconscious Nikki over to her. Nakia's hands tremble as she takes Nikki into her arms, the words pouring out of her. Thank you. Thank you so much, my lord. She's still weak, Raun says calmly. I'll have her treated at the mansion. He turns and calls out for Bernat. Bernat catches his drift immediately. Understood. The priest has already arrived at the estate. As he watches Nakia follow Bernat, Raun falls into deep thought. He'd just saved lives that were originally meant to be extinguished. The legendary potions and items she would eventually create might never have existed if something had happened to her sibling today. He still needs Nakia for the future of the estate. Everything has been shifting since he regressed to the past. As for history, he couldn't care less how it was supposed to go. He won't hesitate for a second if he has to steal or rewrite someone's destiny. After all, he stopped pretending to be a good person a long time ago. Even today, if he'd moved just a bit faster, he might have saved more people. But instead of focusing solely on saving lives, he'd played it cold, calculating his moves to finish the mission and catch Nakia's attention. Still, he'd finished the job as efficiently as possible, saving as many as his plan allowed. Raun looks out at the citizens, watching their tearful reunions. He feels a small sense of relief, seeing their joy. The city is safe for now. The mayor will surely visit with rewards once the sun comes up, but a lingering guilt still gnaws at him. Nearby, an old woman clutches a pair of gloves, wailing in agony. My son isn't coming back." Seeing this, Raun realizes the harsh truth. For those at the bottom of the social ladder, life isn't something they live, it's something they endure. Many don't even get the luxury of thinking about a future. He reflects on his own actions. Everything he does is driven by missions and leveling up. He's never really bothered talking to anyone who wasn't part of his objectives. He told himself he'd live in the moment after being reborn. And yet, here he was, still trapped in the same cold mindset. To him, this feels like a game, not the reality he's actually living in. Sure, a life tied to a system hasn't been bad so far, but is just blindly following the system's missions really the right path? Up until now, he'd planned every step through the lens of the player, Beidou-hun. But was that perspective actually limiting his vision and his choices? What if there was something out there, something that only Raun could achieve? Being a noble in CCK comes with perks players can only dream of. But honestly, I'm terrified I'll just end up repeating the same tragic mistakes from my past life. Raun turns to Philip with a serious look. Philip, see those people over there? The ones who look like they've lost everything? Do me a favor, look into their backgrounds and find out exactly what happened to them. Philip blinks in surprise. Wait, all of them? He asks, clearly not expecting such a massive request. Raun just gives a firm nod. Exactly. I want to provide stipends for anyone who lost a family member or has someone missing. We need to help them get back on their feet and find real work. Deep down, Raun feels a pang of guilt. Our boy's thinking, man, the guy came here to swing a sword, and here I am burying him in paperwork. Despite the exhaustion, Philip just laughs. I'll be honest, I thought you were the type to only look out for number one. Don't worry, no one's going to say no to helping people. Then, Philip shoots a sarcastic glance toward a certain someone nearby. Well, almost no one, he quips. Jack's head practically starts smoking from the insult. Why are you looking at me? I don't hate doing good things. Still, Jack leans in close to Raun, whispering hopefully. But, you're still giving me those few days off, right? Raun doesn't even bother answering, just giving Jack a tired look. Nearby, the subordinates start distributing bags of supplies to the weary citizens. The gratitude is instant and overwhelming. The people clutch their survival bags, their voices rising in a massive cheer. Long live Count Aston, long live young Master Raun. Raun watches them from atop his horse, a small smile playing on his lips. But behind that smile, he's always calculating. Giving these stipends to the people of Mira isn't just charity, it's a strategic power move for when he faces other guilds later. 2 birds, 1 stone. Choosing to stay here to grind levels and gain real combat experience was definitely the right call. As Raun and his men ride off, they don't notice a mysterious old man in the crowd, his face hidden by a hood, watching them with a cryptic smile. The next morning, inside the mayor's office, Renando sits across from Raun, beaming with gratitude. I truly can't thank you enough. You've done so much for this city. Raun plays it cool. You would have handled it eventually, even without me. No way, Renando sighs. I haven't slept a wink since I heard the Dark Empire had their eyes on Mira. If you hadn't warned us, we would have been completely blindsided. Raun takes a slow sip of his tea, his mind racing. It's still a shock. Who would have thought the Dark Empire would actually block every single road leading into Mira? This is Reuben Kingdom territory. Those guys have been moving in the shadows for a long time, training some seriously powerful demon soldiers. Renando bows his head, letting out a heavy sigh. To be honest, these disappearances aren't new. But thanks to that damn treaty, our hands were tied. We couldn't do a thing. Mira is restricted to simple guards, no army allowed. We can't even patrol beyond the city walls with half our strength. It's a nightmare. After explaining the situation, Renando leans in with some news. Oh, that reminds me. Someone from Viscount Ren's territory showed up exactly like you predicted. They're claiming they destroyed a spy hideout and are demanding a massive compensation fee. If you hadn't told me otherwise, I would have kicked them out already. Just as I thought, Round starts, but Renando cuts him off before he can finish. Yes, we should let Viscount Rendell take the credit for this. But aren't you worried? This puts you at a huge disadvantage. You're passing up a chance for massive fame and even a reward from the Emperor himself. Ron just smiles. I appreciate the concern, but please, just stick to the plan. Renando throws up his hands. Seriously, you are way too cautious. At your age, it's almost terrifying how you think. Fine, I'll handle the arrangements. Round stays silent. lost in thought. Letting that scumbag Rendell take the credit for hitting the Empire? Perfect. Now they will be the ones the Empire targets first. Renando speaks up again. Now, I still haven't figured out how to properly reward you. Money just doesn't seem like enough. Is there anything specific you want? Just name it, and I'll make it happen. This was the moment Raun was waiting for. Actually, I do have one request. I've heard your manor has a legendary library. If possible, I'd love to take a look inside. Renando thinks for a second, then laughs. That's it? The library? No problem at all. Go ahead and read whatever you like. In fact, if you see something you want, just take it home with you. But honestly, that's still not enough. I'm going to show you my secret treasure vault too. You get to pick one item as a gift. Raun offers a polite bow. Thank you. Your generosity truly lives up to the rumors. Renando practically glows with pride. Is that what they say? I like to think I'm generous when it counts. Some people call me stingy, but their eyes clearly aren't working right. Raun thinks to himself. I mean, you're already giving me the reward. Did you really need to start bragging too? Shortly after, following Renando's orders, a servant leads Raun to the library. I'll leave you here, sir. Please, take your time. Is this the place? Raun feels a surge of anticipation. He walks over to the dusty shelves, pulls out a random volume, and flips it open. Suddenly, a system notification pings. Do you wish to collect the B-rank skill book? Earth Shrinking Step. What looked like a messy pile of books was actually a gold mine, but in reality? This place was a literal gold mine, a secret library overflowing with high-level skill books. Just thinking about all these being skill books was enough to make his head spin. He knew he might never get another chance to step foot in here, so he had to be surgical about finding exactly what he needed. With that in mind, Raun began darting between the massive shelves, eyes scanning every spine. Come on, he muttered. Give me something useful. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a book that was actually glowing. Without a second thought, Raun reached up and pulled it down. The system pinged, describing it as a deep study into ancient rituals, charms, and advanced mental cultivation methods. The title was a mouthful, and honestly, the book itself seemed to be grumbling about how long its own name was. Raun flipped it open, and his heart skipped a beat. This was Kui meditation, an S-rank technique strictly limited to those with spirit soul abilities. The effects were insane 24-hour automatic meditation that constantly refined his divine consciousness. According to the description, this was the exact art used by ancient spirits to cultivate their spiritual power to the absolute peak. Even in the middle of daily life, a user could purify their soul by harmonizing with nature and training within their own mental space. There was even a legend that meditating near an oak tree would boost its power. Raun grinned. Finally, he whispered. An S-rank soul technique he was finally playing in the big leagues. In his past life as Beto Hun, he'd climbed to the top early on with just a B-rank technique, but he eventually hit a wall because his soul energy just couldn't keep up. Back then, just as he started desperately searching for a better meditation method, the major guilds and top-tier players had already locked down all the good skill book locations. Basically, any skill books related to superpowers were stuck at B rank, and even finding information on them was nearly impossible. Not long after, rumors about this specific meditation technique finally leaked. According to a top Japanese player who mastered fire magic, Sakata Sigasiba, every mayor of the starting cities was hiding an S-rank skill, and the one he snagged came right from this very library in Mira. To be fair, Raun had actually managed to grab an S-rank skill book in a starting city during his previous life too. But back then, it was a pure magic skill completely and utterly useless for someone with his build. But things are different now. With this auto-accumulation effect, he'd never have to worry about running out of mental energy ever again. Here is the thing: spirit soul abilities might start slow, but once they level up, the power and capacity skyrocket. With a bottomless pit of mental energy to draw from, boosting his overall power was going to be a walk in the park. If I can just get back to my peak before the total war with the Empire starts, I can actually flip the script. He couldn't wait for that day. A few moments later, Raun left the library behind and headed straight for the secret treasure vault. Raun glanced at the new ring on his finger and let out a small breath. I chose a mana suppression ring from Renando's stash. Honestly, he had better gear waiting at home anyway. Now, it was time to get back to the training he'd put on hold. He had already cleared 70 quests in a single night, raking in a pile of C-rank skills and rare items. Not to mention, he'd stockpiled 50,000 player coins. System, Raun commanded, open status window. Status, Raun. Level, 55. Class, Knight. Expert Swordsman. Intermediate Psychokinesis. Affiliation, Ace on Domain. Phi Guild. Strength, 60. 6. Agility, 67. Stamina, 65. Intelligence, 58. Willpower, 70. 1. Mana, 70. Mental Strength, 70. 2. Senses, 70. 1. Unique Skills, Skill Collector rank S, Developer's Analysis I rank S, Psychokinesis Master rank S, Royal Bloodline rank S. His physical stats had all hit 65 a month ago, and both his mana and spirit energy were already over 70. Now, it was time to train the skills of the greats. You see, the legends, the swordmasters, and top-tier psychokinesis users usually had stats hovering around 90. In his past life, his willpower and senses had reached 90. But this time, he was going for 90 in every single category. If he could pull it off, he'd be the first player in history to hit 100 across the board. Sounds like a pipe dream, right? But with the opportunities he has now, it's actually within reach. As he spoke, Raun looked down at the golden artifact on his wrist, the Energy Armor Enhancement, rank B. He checked the details on the partially sealed unit. Power output 1.5 CP. Energy core active for 5 minutes max, with an auto-charge mode. Defensive tech. 6 circle force field, intermediate mana net, and a 50% reduction in elemental damage. It was basically a replica of the legendary mythic energy armor. Over time, most of its functions had been sealed away, while some special abilities had been completely transformed. Those seals would only break once he met specific conditions. One special function was Condemnation, a massive 200% damage amplification on a target. Then there was Saturation Conversion, which allowed the armor to absorb energy and mimic the functions of lower-tier gear. This was one of the 2 items that had been bonded to his soul since the very moment he reincarnated. His skill tree was finally opening up thanks to all those quests, and he could now trigger the armor's enhancement. As for the rest of his skills, he just needed to keep grinding quests to unlock more. He still needed to clear 50 more quests just to unlock the random skill slots. But as for the armor itself, no clues yet. It was probably because his current body couldn't handle the sheer power output. And then there was one more thing, a brand new unique skill he'd just unlocked. Raun focused his gaze on it. Developer's Analysis I, rank S effect. Well, things were about to get interesting. Using the developer's vision is like having a cheat code that steals system info right from the source. It lets Raun break down the flow of special energies, which explains why he can see NPC stats and mana fluctuations whenever he wants. It is just a theory for now, but he is pretty sure he swiped this skill after taking down those Imperial Shadowhounds. The proof? This new quest popped up the second he unlocked that unique trait. Main quest. The Source of Dark Energy. Objective? Collect 5 dark magic stone fragments, and he already has one. As for the subquests, they are currently locked, telling him to wait for the next update like some glitched game. Looking at the rewards, Raun realizes this quest usually triggers after leaving the starting city, but he broke the sequence by raiding the Imperial base way too early. If he followed his past life script, he would be stuck constantly fighting the Empire just to scavenge for these dark stone fragments. Back then, he was just a pawn following their trail, but things are different now since he is both a player and a local resident of Connet. Which scenario to play, or which quest to take? That is entirely up to him now. He is done being a puppet dancing on the developer's strings. If the ending they planned actually matches what he wants, fine, but if not, he will shatter the story and the quests to do things his way. The next day, Bernard comes knocking with some news. "Young master, are you in there?" Bernard asks, reporting that Nikki has finally woken up and Nakia is desperate to see him. Raun does not hesitate time to go. He needs to see her anyway. Raun heads over to Nakia's place with Bernard, and the moment he sees her, he asks how her sister is holding up. The servants bow deeply. "Young master, you have arrived." Nakia is startled and immediately drops to her knees, trembling as she thanks him, saying she has no idea how to ever repay his kindness. Raun just catches her, telling her there is no need for all that. He reminds her that Nikki is not fully recovered yet, so she needs to stay strong. Then, he turns his focus toward Nikki to check her condition. Nikki catches him looking and manages a tiny, weak, "Thank you for saving me." When she goes silent again, Nakia quickly apologizes, explaining that her sister is just really shy. Raun just brushes it off. She is just a kid, after all. He smiles. But inside, he is worried about her recovery. He starts wondering if he should dig deeper, especially when he notices something swirling in Nikki's eyes like a raging storm. Wait, what is that? Is something happening? Can no one else see this? He wonders if his eyes are playing tricks on him. There is only one way to be sure. Raun decides to trigger the developer's analysis one more time to get the real story on Nikki. The second the data hits him, his face goes pale. He cannot believe it. He thought she was just some random kid. The system window updates. Name Nikki. Age 13. Level 5. Class none. Affiliation Mira Free City. And here is the kicker: potential. Rank SS. Her stats are decent, but look at those penalties. Her intelligence and mana are being absolutely drained. He stares at the screen in a daze. SS potential? That is legendary tier. This illness is just a massive debuff crushing her stats. But if he can cure her and unlock that hidden potential? Raun rubs his chin, thinking. If she actually recovers, her growth is going to be absolutely terrifying. Nakia notices his weird expression and asks if something is wrong. He stammers out a nothing, but secretly makes a vow. He needs to keep a very close eye on this girl. A few days fly by, and Raun is busy on the phone, having finally gathered all the intel he needs. Looking at the photos on his desk, he hopes the situation in Mira has settled down. Everything seems to be moving according to plan. The news is spreading fast. They have exposed more scammers and slave traders, rescuing over 50 people in the process. Mira is officially the safest place around now. The guild headquarters is finished, and several members have already moved in. A ton of the rescued citizens are eager to work for them, and since there are so many talented workers in the mix, Raun can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Nakia enters the room and greets him politely. Raun has been watching her closely from the moment she walked through the door. His first question, how is Nikki? Nakia reports that she is doing much better. She credits the priest's hard work and thanks him again. Raun just takes a sip of his tea and nods, saying that is good to hear. But secretly, he knows the truth. Despite what the priests say, Nikki's condition is not actually improving at all. Holy power was never going to work on whatever she has. Raun cuts to the chase. I called you here because we have things to discuss. Nakia interrupts him. I understand. I heard you are leaving today, right? I still haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Raun admits it is true. He has stayed too long and has a mountain of unfinished business to take care of. She offers to help with whatever he needs. In her heart, she knows there must be a reason he helped her and Nikki so much. While she is grateful, every noble she has ever met was fueled by greed and hidden agendas. Some act like saints while hiding a dagger behind their backs, and she is terrified he might be the same. She really does not want to be disappointed by him. Raun's voice suddenly snaps her out of her spiral, telling her it is not what she thinks. He slides a document across the table and tells her, first, read this. Nakia took the documents, her heart racing with curiosity. But the second she glanced at the pages, her eyes widened in absolute shock. It was an official letter of absolution. A full pardon for every single crime Nakia had committed in the past, granting her total, unconditional freedom. The papers slipped from her trembling fingers, fluttering to the floor. Nakia couldn't believe it. Is this for real? How? Doyun just shrugged, looking completely unfazed. Luck, I guess. Yeah, right. He knew better. He'd spent a fortune bribing the Union to make those crimes disappear, effectively buying her freedom with cold, hard cash. Sure, it cost him a mountain of gold to settle things with the Union, but compared to a talent like hers, it was a total steal. Nakia bit her lip, fighting back the wave of emotion. For 5 long years, she'd lived in agony, her mana suppressed and her future looking pitch black. She thought she'd never escape. And yet, this man, he'd solved her life's greatest nightmare like it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. She felt like a fool for even trying to compare him to those other arrogant nobles. How could she have been so blind? Doyun broke the silence, asking her the one thing he needed to know. How exactly did your mana get restricted? Tears began to fall, soaking into her sleeves as she started her story. It turns out, she'd left home as a young girl. An alchemist saw her potential and helped her join the prestigious alchemy society. She was a literal prodigy, a rising star who'd already mastered third-tier magic by the age of 13. The world was at her feet, but then, tragedy struck. A brutal plague wiped out her entire village, and just like that, her family was gone. The only survivor was little Nikki. Nakia brought the girl back to the society, hoping for a fresh start, but the universe wasn't done with her yet. When Nikki turned 6, she was diagnosed with an incurable disease. Nakia blamed herself, thinking the toxic chemicals in her lab were the cause. For 2 years, she obsessed over a cure. By 18, she'd reached the legendary 5th tier of magic, but even that wasn't enough to save her sister. With Nikki on the brink of death, Nakia threw caution to the wind. She broke the ultimate taboo, performing alchemy on a human being. She stole forbidden materials from the society, doing whatever it took just to keep that small spark of life inside Nikki from going out. But Nikki never woke up. Worse, Nakia was caught. They stripped her of everything, exiled her, and branded her with a mana-restricting curse. Since then, they'd been nothing but wanderers, drifting from place to place with nowhere to call home. They'd come to this city for the god's blessing, hoping it would help Nikki's condition, but the world is rarely kind. People looked down on her because of the curse and her sick sister. Hearing this, Doyun nodded. He could see just how much she'd suffered. He handed her a small vial. Drink this, he said calmly. It's time to be free. Nakia stared at the potion through a blur of tears. She reached out, trembling, and downed the whole thing. Immediately, a massive surge of energy erupted from deep within her body. She closed her eyes, breathing it all in. 5 years. It had been 5 long years since she'd felt this kind of power. God, she missed it. System update. Nakia. Age, 23. Level, 68. Class, Intermediate Alchemist. 5 magic circles. Organization, Free City of Mira. Potential, S. Rank. Stats, Strength 40, 3. Agility 48. Stamina 55. Intelligence 80. Wisdom 77. Mana 78. Perception 80. 1. Traits. Alchemy Master. High Precision. Extraordinary Genius. As the energy stabilized, Nakia slowly opened her eyes. Everything was clear now. She finally understood exactly what this man wanted from her. She dropped to her knees, making a solemn vow. I, Nakia, swear my eternal loyalty to Lord Raun. I look forward to seeing you save countless others, just as you've saved me and my sister. Doyun reached out, resting a warm hand on her hair. I accept your loyalty, he said softly, and I won't forget your words. Then, he pulled out another folder and handed it over. Take this too. You're going to need it. It was the key to everything. Documents about the mana larva disease notes left behind by a deceased great alchemist, though they were missing a few parts. Nakia, he said, his voice turning serious. Use these to find the perfect cure. Consider this my first command as your master. Tears streamed down her face again as she vowed to create the best treatment the world had ever seen. Her heart was set. From this moment on, she would dedicate her entire life to serving this man. Once she left, Doyun slumped into his chair. Acting the part of a noble was exhausting, but he knew he had to keep up the act. After all, this was his home now, and these people were under his protection. Today was a massive win. Not only did he gain a loyal follower, but he'd secured an alchemist who was destined to go down in history. He had total faith in her. He knew she could do it. Why? Because that deceased great alchemist, who wrote the notes, was actually Nakia herself from the original timeline. In the past, she eventually found the cure for the mana larva, but the cost was horrific. She'd sacrificed countless lives in her experiments. But this time, that won't happen. He already had the data from her future self. He gave her the incomplete version on purpose, though just enough to push her to grow without losing her humanity. No pressure, right? If she ever gets stuck, he can always give her the rest. With Mira finally settled, it was time to move. His next target? The capital of the Reuben Kingdom, the legendary city of swords Turium. Man, I can't wait to see what's waiting for us in that massive city. Doyun is practically vibrating with excitement for this next leg of the journey. And here we are standing right at the gates of his final destination. Rex, riding up from behind, calls out the obvious. We're finally here. Just look at those crowds. The capital really is on a whole different level, isn't it? Our boy stares up at the towering walls of Tirium, the heart of the Reuben Tirium kingdom. Doyun gives his crew a casual reminder since they're from the Count's family, they definitely don't do lines. Let's move in, he commands, and his subordinates follow without a second thought. Meanwhile, Doyun is already running through the plan in his head. He decided to leave most of the guild members back in Mira, bringing only a skeleton crew with him to keep things low-key. This should make things easier for Wait. Doyun suddenly freezes, staring at the road ahead. Something's wrong. Why is there no welcoming carriage or escort waiting for them? Doyun turns to Bernard, his brow furrowed. Hey Bernard, are you sure you sent word that we were coming? Bernard looks just as confused. I'm positive, young master. I sent it myself. There must have been some kind of mix-up. Look, I'll head to the mansion first and bring some people back here. Doyun stops him. Do you even know where the mansion is? We might as well stick together. Bernard sighs and stops a random passerby. Excuse me, do you know where the Count Aston family mansion is located? The woman jumps, looking startled. Count Aston? Never heard of him. Bernard doesn't give up, moving from person to person, but the answers are all the same. Wait, Count Aston? Isn't that warrior family? Is there even an Aston mansion in Tirium? You should probably check the Noble District, kid. But even when they get to the Noble District, the gate guards just tilt their heads. They have no clue. Sorry, sir, but I've never heard of an Aston mansion around these parts, and without an invitation, you're not getting in. Doyun sighs to himself. He knew his family wasn't exactly famous in the capital, but this is just plain embarrassing. Rex, on the other hand, is absolutely fuming. He snaps at the guard. Our soldiers are literally dying to stop monsters in the Aston territory right now. And you're asking where Aston is? Do you have any idea who's actually keeping the peace around here? Doyun just watches him, thinking that it actually makes sense why the commoners wouldn't know them. They live far away, and his father rarely visits the capital. But still, how could the mansion itself just vanish from everyone's memory? He'd heard it was a massive estate, specifically built for high-level networking with the royals and other nobles. Doyun admits this is getting annoying. Bernard, can you just head to the public office and pull up the actual address? Bernard nods. On it, sir. But when the guard finally looks at the paper with the address, his eyes go wide. Are you sure this is the right place? I'm fairly certain this address belongs to Baron Jenda. Doyun blinks. Wait, Baron Jenda? Not Count Aston? The guard confirms it. Yeah, Baron Jenda has been living there for over 10 years now. You can head over there for the time being, I guess. Doyun glances at Bernard, who quickly checks the files. Baron Jenda, 50 years old. He's actually your distant cousin, young master. He's supposedly in charge of the family's diplomacy. Doyun narrows his eyes. Right, diplomacy. Let's head to the mansion, I need to see this for myself. When they finally pull up to the estate, a guard shouts, "Hey, who do you think you are?" Philip doesn't hesitate. The youngest son of Count Aston. Where is Lord Raun, the diplomatic official? The guard doesn't budge. Count Aston? Whatever. Do you have an invitation? Philip is stunned. An invitation? To my own family's house? What invitation? The guard looks shocked. You're coming to a party without an invite? Look, just wait in the back with the others. I'll get to you when I can. Doyun can't believe his ears. A party? Rex is literally shaking with rage. He said, "What?" Before he can charge in, the guards block the path. Rex doesn't care, he reaches out and grabs one by the throat. What the hell is going on here? You're telling my master to wait outside? I don't care who this Baron is, get him out here right now. The guard panics, blowing his emergency whistle and screaming, "Intruders! We have intruders!" Spears clatter to the ground in the chaos. Rex is busy manhandling one guard, while the rest of them scramble like terrified chickens back into the mansion. Rex looks genuinely confused. What just happened? Are they seriously running away? Doyun doesn't miss a beat. Inside, now, and don't let anyone stop you. A guard named Jackson screams, "You aren't allowed in here. Who the hell are you people?" Philip, from the Golden Bear Knights of the Count Aston family. Now, where is Baron Jenda? The guard stammers. Why would intruders like you be looking for the Baron? But then, Jackson stops. He pales. Wait, Count Aston's family? Suddenly, he and the other guards drop into a deep bow. Please, forgive us. We heard you were coming, but the message arrived late. I'll go inform the Baron immediately. A voice booms out an order. What are you doing? Get them to the guest room right now. Doyun just stares at the opulence around him. What in the world is happening here? The place is huge, even bigger than the rumors. You need a carriage just to do a full lap of the grounds. Then, Doyun stops dead, his eyes fixed on a specific building. That building. It's only supposed to be used by direct descendants of the Aston bloodline. So why the hell is there music blasting from inside? And why are all these random strangers loitering in the front yard? Rex looks around, curious. Is there some kind of event today? Someone mentioned a party. The guard looks surprised. You didn't know? Today is the birthday party for Lord Aeon, Baron Jenda's third son. We have parties here all the time, so things get a bit hectic. Rex is absolutely floored. Wait, whose party did you say it was? A calm voice echoes through the air. So, you've finally arrived. The man steps forward to greet them. Let's see who we're dealing with. Jenda offers a polite smile. You're Raun, aren't you? You've certainly grown up. Beside him, Doyun cautiously gauges the man's power. This guy, he actually looks pretty strong. But then, the status window pops up. Baron Jenda, level 50. Raun has his answer immediately. Level 50? That's not even master rank. Now he gets it. This is why other families look down on the Astons. He understands why his father let this man handle diplomacy, but he absolutely cannot stand it. The nerve of this guy, he's looking down on Raun, too. Doyun speaks up first. Do you even know who I am? Jenda just chuckles. It's been so long. You must have forgotten. You can basically call me your uncle. Your father and I are as close as brothers. Raun shuts him down instantly. He's never heard of anyone with this name being his uncle. Jenda tries to play it off with a smooth explanation. Smart move. I know it's confusing. The Aston family tree is a bit complicated. Just call me uncle. That's all you need to know. Raun isn't buying it for a second. This guy thinks he's an idiot. Raun isn't about to let himself be played. He turns to his aide. Bernard, refresh my memory. Explain exactly how this man is related to me. Bernard pulls out his notes without missing a beat. Yes, sir. Baron Jenda is the Count's second cousin, twice removed. Technically, he's your third cousin. He currently manages diplomatic affairs here in the capital. Jenda is speechless, stunned. He quickly pivots to criticism. How can you act like this toward an elder? Didn't your father teach you any respect for your kinsman? Raun's eyes flare with irritation. Baron Jenda, you seem awfully convinced that you're close with my father. Or perhaps you simply don't fear the Aston name. Tell me, besides the direct bloodline, how many people are allowed to speak to me without formal titles? Bernard reports clearly. Only Viscount Aston, the Count's younger brother, sir. Raun tilts his head. And why is that? Philip bows respectfully. Because, sir, the hierarchy exists to show absolute reverence to the Count of House Aston. When a son of the Count comes of age, he inherits the title of Viscount and his own territory. I've already taken over a land with 10,000 citizens. Raun's voice turns ice cold. Now, give me one good reason why I should be disrespected by a cousin I've never even met before? Jenda's bravado vanishes. He cowers instantly. My apologies. I forgot that Lord Raun is already a man grown. Of course, I will show proper respect. Are you satisfied now, Lord Raun? Raun doesn't care about the apology, he has bigger concerns. I think you have a lot more explaining to do. For starters, why don't you tell me exactly what's going on here? The Baron plays dumb. I'm afraid I don't know what you're referring to. Philip isn't letting him off the hook. Oh, you don't know? Why was there no escort waiting for us? We sent multiple notices that we were arriving today. Jenda has an excuse ready, of course. I told them to send the carriages, but there must have been a mistake. We have so many guests today. My apologies, Lord Raun. Raun shifts his focus. Then let me ask you another question. Why are you throwing a party for your son in the Aston family's main mansion? Jenda regains his arrogance. Philip, maybe this is your first time in the capital, so you don't understand. We have to throw massive parties to show everyone who we are. This is all part of diplomacy. Don't worry about it. What do soldiers know about high society, anyway? Philip clenches his jaw, trying to let it go for now. The young master is right here. Suddenly, someone interrupts them. Lord Raun, I found this invitation out in the yard. Raun takes it and shoves it in the Baron's face. Baron Jenda, this party doesn't seem to have anything to do with House Aston. I only see the Jenda family name and crest on this card. Care to explain? Jenda turns pale, but he's still trying to lie his way out. That's just a piece of paper. This is definitely an official party for the Aston family. Even the location says, Jenda residence, yet you're holding it in the Aston main building. Care to try again? Jenda snaps. I told you, it's just an invitation. I'm not going to argue about a party anymore. Even if you are the young master, this is outside your jurisdiction. If you want to complain, take it up with your father. Raun remains eerily calm. Is that right? You think this is justifiable? Jenda nods firmly. Absolutely. Using an empty mansion for a ballroom is a long-standing tradition among the nobility. You know that, don't you? Raun knows he's partially right, lending a mansion is common, but only if the Count himself gives permission. Raun stands tall, his voice ringing with authority as the temporary representative of the Count. I am ordering you to shut down this party within 1 hour. After that, I want a detailed report on every single coin spent here. Jenda is livid now, pointing a finger right at Raun's face. This is ridiculous. You're being completely unreasonable. I can't just tell these people to leave. Who gave a kid like you this kind of power? Raun realizes his father knew this would happen. Are you disobeying a direct order? He draws his blade, the cold steel pointed straight at the Baron. Maybe you should stop worrying about your guests and start worrying about your family. I don't give a damn about who's inside. 1 hour is more than generous. Should I walk into that hall myself and announce the end of this party? Jenda finally breaks. Fine, I'll stop the party. But you'll regret this, Raun. Our hero isn't fazed. The worst that happens is a scolding from his father. But where does this guy get his confidence? There's absolutely no evidence that the Aston family is failing. So why is this minor baron acting like he owns the place? Maybe I'll find a lead here. Who knows, I might just strike it rich today. Doyun stared at the scene before him and couldn't help but scoff. Wait, seriously? He was stunned. They weren't taking him to the main estate, but some rundown annex? A servant stepped up from behind, whispering. The Baron said the main building is too crowded, so we've prepared a quiet place for you, sir. Pathetic, Doyun muttered under his breath. He didn't buy it for a second. He kicked his horse into a gallop, heading straight for the manor. I'm not interested. I'm going to the main hall. The massive building loomed ahead. Doyun threw the doors wide, stepping inside and demanding to know if they'd all lost their minds. He knew the layout. The main hall was 3 stories high, and the private offices reserved strictly for the Earl's family were being occupied by the Baron's entire household. The second Doyun stepped inside, he went straight for the jugular. How do you plan on explaining this? Baron Jenda, is there some secret tradition I missed? One where a minister and his family just take over the Earl's private office? We're just borrowing it for a bit, Jenda replied with a shrug. You barely visit once a year, Jenda continued. Leaving a place like this empty would be a total waste, don't you think? That was the final straw. Doyun's blood boiled. Get out. Now, if this estate isn't cleared by the end of the day, I'll have your heads. I don't care if we're related. Jenda's face went bone white at those words. As of this moment, Doyun said, his voice cold as ice, I'm stripping you of your title and your position at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you want to object, bring me proof tomorrow. Documents showing you actually did your job for once. Dohyun's gaze was unwavering. Jenda ground his teeth, fuming with a silent rage. He realized he had no move left, turning on his heel and storming out in a fit of temper. Standing on the balcony, Doyun watched Jenda's retreating figure. He wasn't celebrating yet, he was still in the preparation phase. He told himself this was just the beginning. He needed more resources, more leverage. He'd been worried the documents were tossed out because of the estate's condition, but luck was on his side. Doyun turned back to the filing cabinet behind him. Every record, every financial detail regarding the estate's management had been left right there in the office. They must have been incredibly arrogant. They probably thought nothing could possibly change in a single night. But Doyun was confident. He had a pro in his corner. Plus, in his past life, he'd studied business and worked for a top-tier trading company. When it came to manor management, Bernat was the expert. Just then, Philip stepped inside. "Young master, the Baron and his family have officially cleared out." Doyun leaned back. "Really? Did they actually leave quietly?" "I was surprised myself," Philip reported. "They only took the essentials." But Doyun saw right through it. Their plan was obvious. They fully expected to be back, so they didn't bother cleaning up their mess. Philip, however, looked worried. "Is this really okay, sir? Wouldn't it have been better to give them more time to pack?" Doyun had it all mapped out. You cut out the rot as soon as you find it. Catching them while they're overconfident? That's how you win. Besides, he needed this place as a base of operations for his first guild until he could secure a spot in the capital. This was his home. He wasn't about to let a bunch of lowlifes run wild in his halls. Philip lowered his voice, sharing his suspicions. "It seems like the Baron has someone powerful backing him. Something feels off." Doyun didn't blink. "Don't sweat it. Their schemes don't matter. You two should have a little more faith in our country." Suddenly, Red hopped in and threw his arms around them both. "What are you two moping about? Stop the serious talk and let's go see the mansion. We just follow the young master's lead, right?" Doyun nodded with a smile. "Exactly. Tomorrow's going to be a heavy lift, so get some rest. Everyone's off duty, except for Bernat." Rhett pulled Philip away, leaving Doyun alone with his advisor. He looked at the massive bookshelf. "Bernat, you know what we're looking for, right?" Bernat gave a sharp nod. "Of course, young master. This is my specialty after all." Doyun urged him on. "Good. We're short on time. Let's get to work." The following morning, the sharp ring of clashing steel echoed through the air. Doyun adjusted his stance and gave the command. Again, 2 blades lunged forward under his control. 2 other swords suddenly trembled. Bernat finally hit his limit and conceded as the blades clattered to the floor. Doyun was impressed. "You've improved a lot. I didn't think you'd be able to handle 2 swords at once this quickly." Bernat let out a strained laugh. "I still have a long way to go, sir." Doyun looked at the blade in his own hand, deep in thought. It had only been a month and a half since Bernat awakened his abilities through that skill book. His progress was staggering. This wasn't just talent. For a wind mage to control weapons with that kind of surgical precision was unheard of. At this rate, he'd hit mid-level within 6 months. He was on track to becoming a rare, multi-talented telekinetic master. Doyun signaled for the next round. "Let's move on to martial arts. Like I told you, relying on a single ability won't get you far. It's better to master the synergy between skills from the start. It's way more efficient. You ready?" Bernat didn't hesitate. "Yes, sir, let's do it." Doyun felt a shift in the air behind him. Someone was watching. "Looks like we've got company," he muttered, his eyes narrowing as he sensed the movement. He glanced out a wind mage, sneaky. Even with his heightened senses, Doyun realized he couldn't easily keep up with that kind of long-range detection. But instead of being worried, a smirk touched his lips. "Well, since they're here, it'd be rude not to give our guests a proper welcome." Bern was already on it, nodding sharply. "I'll go grab those supplies we prepped yesterday," he confirmed. Doyun gave a quick nod. "Yeah, bring every last bit of it." A dark smile played on Dohyun's face. After everything he'd put in yesterday, he was definitely looking forward to his reward. This was going to be good. Meanwhile, poor Banis was practically saying a prayer. Experience told him that whenever the young master wore that specific expression, chaos was bound to follow. He just hoped his master wouldn't do anything too unhinged. At the mansion gates, the scene was pure chaos. A massive crowd had already gathered, and Jack was on high alert. "Did you bury a treasure chest here or something?" he asked, completely baffled by the sheer number of people. Honestly, Doyun didn't have a clue either. He scanned the restless crowd, trying to figure out why his front lawn had suddenly become the hottest spot in town. It wasn't just random townspeople, either. He spotted heavy hitters among the escort knights, men who radiated raw, killing intent mixed in with soldiers surrounding the estate. Jack shot a worried glance at Doyun. No matter how he looked at it, this wasn't a situation they could handle alone. They were seriously outgunned and outnumbered. But Baron Zenda? He was practically vibrating with confidence. He watched Doyun approach, convinced that everything was going exactly according to his master plan. In his mind, the young brat had already swallowed the bait. Zenda was already celebrating a victory that hadn't even happened yet. By the time Doyun realized what hit him, it would be all over. He was already dreaming of his new position, looking over at his reinforcements, the greedy relatives of the Aston family who had crawled out of the capital. They weren't here for a family reunion. They were here because of the incident from the night before, and they were thirsty for blood. Zenda watched from the sidelines, smugly knowing that getting kicked out of his post as foreign minister wasn't just his problem. These relatives had been throwing lavish parties in the capital, using the count's funds for years, and now, the tap had run dry. Every single expense, even the mansion's maintenance fees, had been flowing directly into their pockets. You can't just snatch a thief's loot overnight and expect them to stay quiet. They were ready to riot to get their allowance back. Sure, Zenda was the one who authorized the office expenses and threw those parties under his own name, but the relatives didn't know that. And he wasn't about to tell them. He looked at Doyun and sneered. To him, the kid was just a clueless noble who had no idea what kind of hornet's nest he'd just kicked. A total fool playing at being a leader. Brother, Zenda thought smugly, I don't know why you gave the family seal to this brat, but I'll be the one putting it to good use once I'm through with him. As Doyun stepped into the clearing, the crowd erupted into whispers. All eyes were on the young heir as he walked toward the center of the storm. Is that really him? Our relative? Someone whispered. Bloodlines don't lie. Apparently even at 15, he already stood nearly 6 feet tall. Is that the punk who messed with Baron Zenda? Another voice hissed, dripping with pure malice. Did he actually win that swordsmanship tournament? Ignoring the chatter, Doyun stepped onto the podium. Quite a crowd, he announced, his voice carrying over the noise. I assume you're all here because of Baron Zenda? Zenda didn't miss a beat. He stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger right at Dohyun's face in front of everyone. Exactly. Our family is furious about your reckless and unreasonable behavior. Now, how do you plan to apologize and fix the disaster you've created? Doyun didn't flinch. He just cocked his head. So, I take it you're speaking for everyone here, Baron? Fine. Like I promised, let's settle what's right and what's wrong. Zenda scoffed, doubling down on his aggression. He wasn't about to let a teenager intimidate him in front of his supporters. Right and wrong? Don't make me laugh. For centuries, this mansion has been managed by the relatives living in the capital. This isn't some playground for a clueless brat from the main family to come and mess around in. The crowd roared in agreement, completely riled up. Yeah, does the main family think we're a joke? The count has gone too far, handing power to a child and then cutting our subsidies? What was he thinking? Zenda basked in the chaos, soaking up their support like a king. Everything was perfect. The shouts grew louder. They were complaining about not having enough money to expand their own estates or manage things. It was all about the gold. Dohyun watched them, realizing there was no point in explaining why Zenda was fired or how they'd been robbing the family blind. Those facts didn't matter to people this greedy. He realized then that this was getting a lot messier than he'd initially anticipated. He quickly began analyzing the situation. There were 5 distinct forces gathered here. First, the greedy relatives of the Aston estate, the mindless muscle of the mob. Then, the shadows. Spies from the Imperial Hounds along with the intelligence agents of the Granin Empire. No surprise there. The Empire always had its hands in every conflict on the continent. But the third group? That actually caught him off guard. Knights from the Delamain family, one of the 5 great families of Brandon. Why the hell were they here? A status window flickered into view. Name, Graham. Age, 45. Level, 88. Class, high-tier expert swordsman. Affiliation, Kingdom of Reuben, Baron Han, Republic of Brandon, and the Delamain family. Alias, the Red Executioner. His stats were monstrous. Potential, A rank. Strength, 82. Agility, 72. Stamina, 84. Intelligence, 62. Willpower, 68. Mana, 71. Senses, 76. Special trait, tireless body. Dohyun frowned. He'd seen mid-tier expert knights before, but someone like Graham? The Delamain family was way more powerful than the Astons. This was becoming a massive pain in the neck. He shifted his gaze to the rest of the crowd. And of course, those bastards had to show up too. Knights from the Viscounty of Randon. The plot wasn't just thickening, it was boiling over. A status window flickers to life. Meet Raphael. 26 years old and sitting at level 61. He's an apprentice sword expert, officially serving under the Randon Viscounty. Around here, he's known as the 4th young master of the Randon family. His stats? Pretty solid. Potential is B rank, with strength at 61 and agility at 65. Even his mana and senses are hovering around the 60 mark. But check this out, his unique trait is Royal Bloodline B, giving him a massive boost to agility. Doyun narrows his eyes. He doesn't know the guy's full skill set yet, but something isn't adding up. Why is the 4th son of the Randon family, a clan famous for their weapons, standing right here? Maybe it's connected to that incident in Mira. But still, even for a noble, the guy is radiating a terrifying amount of killing intent. It's unnatural. Suddenly, Doyun's eyes flash with a brilliant gold light. He scans the crowd, locking onto a group of people with grim, dark expressions. The traitors. They're the ones pulling the strings behind all this chaos, ready to step in the second things go sideways. Another status window pops up. This one is for Titus. 28 years old. Level 65. He's an intermediate rank sword expert serving the Reuben Kingdom, specifically under the Gen Viscounty. This guy is a powerhouse. Potential rank? A. His strength is at 70, agility at 64, and he's got a royal lineage trait of his own. But his personality? Blunt would be an understatement. He's got a B-rank fighting spirit and happens to be the eldest son of Viscount Jiden Doyun's own uncle. Here's the tea. Titus is Doyun's cousin. Back in the day, Doyun's father, Melvin, had 2 brothers. Melvin was the most talented, but since Jiden was the eldest, everyone expected him to become the next count. Jiden was arrogant, violent, and had a hair-trigger temper. If you so much as looked at him wrong, he'd make sure you left in a casket or a stretcher. Then, everything changed. Melvin became a mid-tier master, and suddenly, the people wanted him to lead instead of Jiden. Consumed by jealousy, Jiden tried to assassinate his own brother to secure his spot. Obviously, he failed. He was caught, stripped of his rights, and exiled. Years later, Melvin officially became the count. In a final act of spite, Jiden sold off his assets to a rival family, the Marquis Magneil, and fled the kingdom with his followers. All of this happened 15 years before Doyun was even born. Seeing Jiden's son standing here now, it tells Doyun everything he needs to know about Baron Genda's true loyalties. Doyun looks at the sea of angry faces before him. These people didn't lose a thing in that scandal 15 years ago. They don't have a grudge, they just have greed. They probably think they can just kick Doyun out and steal his seat. Doyun remembers his past life. Back then, the Aston territory was split into factions and eventually collapsed. Those vultures definitely made their choice. But here's the thing that was the old timeline. Without him. Now, he's going to make sure they realize just how badly they messed up. Doyun nods to Philip, who's been waiting for the signal. He's seen enough. Time to move. Philip slams his shield against the ground, the thunderous boom making everyone jump. Doyun's voice rings out, cold and commanding. I've heard enough of your garbage. Now, I've got a few words of my own. Bernard, hand them out. The nobles look on, completely confused, as Bernard starts passing out thick stacks of documents. They stare at the papers, bewildered. What is this? One of them mutters. His neighbor nudges him. Just read the title, man. The financial management report of the Aston Earldom. It was a full-blown investigative file, packed with evidence of embezzlement and fraud committed by the Baron. They frantically start flipping through the pages. The entire hall goes dead silent. Then, a voice gasps in pure shock. What the? Jenda is shaking with rage. He slams the booklet into the dirt. This is a lie. All of it. Behind him the others start whispering. It looks real. But how? He just got here yesterday. How could he possibly finish a massive audit like this in one night? It's impossible. Doyun steps forward. Let's have a civil chat, shall we? He goes straight for the jugular. The records say 200 trainees were given free education here, so where are they? Jenda sneers. They quit. Ran off and stole the equipment too. Doyun doesn't blink. All 200 of them? At once? And isn't it weird that you chose trainees from outside the capital? The whole point of those classes was to build your reputation inside the city. But you chose outsiders? Jenda bites back. They're gone. I can pick whoever I want. Doyun just shrugs. Fine. We've got their addresses. We'll find them eventually. Moving on. He starts dismantling Jenda's lies, one by one. The report says you gifted 100 golden swords to other nobles. Funny thing is, those nobles only received 10 cheap knockoffs. Oh, and you also billed the estate for 100 C-rank mercenaries to guard the place. Where are they? Because all I see are about 20 F-rank scrubs. Jenda completely freezes. Doyun isn't done. He lists off the endless celebration parties for the Baron's son, birthday bashes for his wife, and lavish hunting trips. What does any of this have to do with the official budget? Doyun frowns. Even he's a little disgusted reading it all back. He'd had to pull a serious all-nighter to find this dirt. He knew some of the paperwork was fake, so he actually had to sneak into the Baron's house. While he was tossing the place, he managed to find the real secret ledger. Using his own intuition and Philip's sharp eyes, Bernard managed to reorganize everything into a new book, and they made dozens of copies. He watches the nobles' faces turn pale. They finally realize just how much the Baron has been stealing from right under their noses. Doyun looks at the crowd one last time. As you can see, nearly half of this estate's entire treasury has been pocketed by this man. Does anyone else have a problem with me kicking Baron Jenda out? Instead of being scared, Jenda just starts clapping slowly. Impressive, he sneers, his voice dripping with pure venom. You really are full of surprises, aren't you? How long did it take you to cook this up? 1 year? 2? You're a cold-blooded one, dear nephew. Truly vile. Doyun just stares him down, trying to read his next move. What's this old fox up to now? Jenda starts playing the victim, practically begging the crowd to notice how sinister things have become. I've never seen a temporary report this detailed in my life, Jenda shouts, waving the papers around. Usually, they're 2 or 3 pages. This thing is 30 pages long, and my dear nephew here claims he did it all in a single day? Don't make me laugh. It's impossible. He's convinced this is a setup to humiliate him and trap the family in the capital. And of course, the crowd? They're already starting to flip-flop like they always do. He's right. This smells like a political hit job, someone shouts. It's all about the money. The Aston family is just trying to hoard their gold. They're terrified that if the Baron gets kicked out, their own funding will be next on the chopping block. Jenda seizes the moment and calls in his goons. He's not going down without a fight. Jackson steps forward with a smug look on his face. Here's the deal. Sign this list of demands and get out. Do that, and we'll forget this ever happened. Do-hyun doesn't even blink. Seo-jaek, check the fine print. His aide steps up, eyes narrowing as he starts reading through the terms. Requirement number 1. Ownership of the main mansion must be shared equally between Baron Jenda and the rest of the branch families. Requirement number 2. All management decisions for the capital residence will be handled by the branch members. As Seo-jaek keeps reading, his face turns absolutely pale. And the kicker? Requirement number 3. The secret swordsmanship reserved only for the main bloodline must be shared with every single branch family. At this point, Seo-jaek is losing it. Are you kidding me? He screams, his temper finally snapping. Have you people completely lost your minds? You spend your days throwing lavish parties with the money we earn by literally risking our lives against monsters. And now you want our secret swordsmanship too? Go to hell. But the opposition just scoffs. How rude. You have no right to speak to us that way. Is this really how the main house treats its family? Seo-jaek crushes the paper in his fist, his teeth grinding together. I don't care. I said go to hell. We are never, ever handing this place over to vultures like you. It's the most insulting thing he's ever heard. Jenda, feeling humiliated, suddenly reaches into his coat. How dare you, he roars, pulling out a hidden blade. How dare you insult us like this? Instantly, Philip's squad tenses up, ready for a bloodbath. Raphael grips his hilt, preparing for the absolute worst-case scenario. They're surrounded, and the numbers are definitely not in their favor. Soder, that's enough, Do-hyun calls out, and his aide tosses the paper aside. Jenda is shaking now. He only pulled the knife to scare them, but he didn't expect them to call his bluff. His eyes dart toward Philip's group, seeing the cold, gleaming steel of their blades. Those three are the deadliest knights in the Golden Bear. There's zero chance he wins a fair fight. Jenda turns back to Do-hyun, desperate now. He insulted us. Execute that man and apologize, or else, if you don't want blood on the floor, you'd better start bowing. Do-hyun just lets out a long, tired sigh. Honestly, Seo-jaek didn't say a single thing that wasn't true. He looks Jenda dead in the eye. Why don't you just drop the act already? Do-hyun's voice is cold now. I knew this report wouldn't solve everything, but I at least thought you people would have a shred of shame left. I was wrong. He draws his sword in one smooth motion, the blade radiating a bone-chilling frost. He thrusts the tip into the ground, sending a shockwave of dust and energy through the room. Your skin is even thicker than I imagined, he says calmly. But you already know the answer. I'm never signing that trash. Jenda is visibly trembling now. Do-hyun leans in, demanding the truth. What is it that he's really after? Jenda is spiraling. He heard the youngest was the weakest, a total failure. So why is he so terrified? But there's no turning back now. He's committed to the lie. Stop playing games. If you don't sign, you aren't leaving this room alive. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone is on a hair trigger. Jenda tries one last time. Think carefully about your next move, Raun. Even surrounded by enemies, Do-hyun remains impossibly calm. Oh? Is that so? Jenda flinches, his confidence starting to crumble under that steady gaze. Baron, you realize what you're doing is an open declaration of war against the Count's family, right? Do-hyun reminds him. Suddenly, the people behind Jenda start panicking. Wait, Baron Jenda, this wasn't the deal. You want to start a war with the entire territory? You're insane. I'm out of here. Jenda sneers at them. Idiots, it's too late for that. We're all in the same boat now. You think the Count is just going to forgive you after this? Do-hyun, losing his patience, cuts him off. Are you finally done talking? Well, Baron, what's it going to be? Jenda still has one card left to play, and he seems weirdly confident about it. Raun, you clearly don't understand the situation. One word from me, and hundreds of knights and guards will be at your throat. You really think your little personal guard can stop all of us? The reason he's so smug? He's got a secret weapon tucked away, something he believes even the legendary Golden Bear Knights can't handle. Do-hyun isn't surprised at all he saw this coming. He points his sword directly at the Baron's throat. So? What are you waiting for? Jenda feels a cold sweat breaking out. Why is he so calm? My soldiers should have him shaking in his boots by now. He's weighing his options. Using the secret weapon means total war, but he's backed into a corner. He reaches into his shirt. It's time to settle this. If he's as weak as the rumors say, this should be over in a second. Jenda barks. You dared to insult me with forged documents in front of everyone? I'll have my justice. He slams the golden lion's head, the symbol of his status, onto the cold floor. Raun Aston, I demand a proof of bloodline. Do-hyun's eyes widen. He didn't expect his uncle to go this far. A bloodline duel. A challenge so sacred you can only invoke it once in a lifetime. The crowd erupts into whispers. This is the only legal way for a subordinate to challenge a superior's authority. He's actually using it here. Against his own nephew? This isn't a trial, it's a forced execution. Our boy finally speaks up. Baron, are you serious right now? Why should I even entertain this? Jenda just scoffs like a cornered beast. Consider this my final mercy, boy. Better to lose a duel than have your family seal ripped from your hands. Doyun just shrugs, his expression completely unbothered by the threat. So, you want the honor of stripping your nephew's title through a fight? Fine. Jenda narrows his eyes. Decide now. Refuse. And I'll just use force. Jenda hides a jagged smirk. He thinks Raun is bluffing, thinks the kid knows he's already lost and is just acting tough. Raun rubs his chin, deep in thought. And the terms? I'm guessing you're not the one I'll be trading blows with. The Baron lays it out. A 3-on-3 elimination. 1-on-1 matches until the last side standing wins. And since it's about bloodline, Raun has to pick 2 others from his own clan. Philip loses it. That's impossible. The Aston clan is literally just Lord Raun. He's the only one left. That's not my problem. Someone from the Baron's side sneers. If the other families here truly believe Raun is the rightful heir, they'll step up and join him. If not, well, that speaks for itself. Philip is ready to charge, but Doyun stops him. He looks Jenda dead in the eye. What are the stakes? If I lose, I sign your papers. But if you lose? Jenda shrugs, acting casual. Whatever you want, kid, it doesn't matter. A fair fight needs fair stakes, Jenda adds, his true colors showing. When I win, I'm seizing the assets of every single family that dared to sign that document of yours. Raun's supporters are stunned. Are you insane? That's pure robbery. We can't accept this. Doyun doesn't blink. If they don't agree, the duel is off. What do you say? Jenda freezes. What is this kid planning? Jenda's mind races. He's just turning the other clans against him. Fine by me. If I don't get his signature, those properties are useless anyway. This is a win-win. Deal, Jenda barks. I accept. Now, do you have the guts to step into the ring? There are other ways out, you know. Philip knows it's a trap, but Doyun is already locked in. He's got a mission to finish. No turning back now. System alert. Sudden quest. Proof of bloodline. Difficulty. Grade C. Objective. Win the duel. Bonus objective. Win the entire match alone. Description. These noble families are getting out of hand. Put them in their place. Rewards. Massive experience and gold. Raun turns to Philip with a smirk. You think I'm actually going to lose? Philip shakes his head quickly. No, my lord. I'm just worried about some dirty tricks. Then, another notification pops up. Don't worry. If things go south, you can always intervene manually. Don't worry, Doyun thinks. They're only doing this for show. If they lose, they'll probably try to ignore the consequences anyway. Raun calls out, I accept the challenge. But who's judging? I don't want you crawling back on your word once you're on the floor. Jenda cuts him off, looking smug. Don't worry about that. I've already invited a very special guest. Jenda gestures toward Raphael. Would you do us the honor of being the mediator? Raphael grins. Well, I can hardly say no to such a spectacle, can I? The room goes dead silent. Who is that? Is he a bodyguard? Jenda introduces him as a master of the blade, the rising star of the Reuben kingdom. This is Raphael Randon, the 4th son of the legendary Viscount Randon family. The crowd loses it. A Randon? Here? Jack spits on the floor in disgust. Randon, my foot! What a load of trash. Raphael just chuckles. Easy now. I'm just here because I was invited. I wanted to say hello to Lord Raun personally. I didn't expect to walk into such a tragedy, Raphael mocks. Doyun keeps it cool. Viscount Randon, I expect a fair judgment. Raphael's smirk widens. Of course. Representatives, take your positions. Raun walks to the center of the hall. He looks at the other nobles, all of them looking away, avoiding his gaze. No one is coming to help. Perfect. That just means he doesn't have to worry about anyone else dragging him down. Then, Aaron steps forward. Let's get this over with. Raphael announces the first match. Aaron, the 3rd son of Jenda's clan, representing the Baron. Aaron is fuming. This brat ruined his party? This weakest link of the Astons? He thinks winning some local tournament makes him special. I'm gonna make you beg for mercy, Aaron hisses. Raphael signals the start. Aaron charges, sword raised high. You're dead, kid. But Raun's eyes suddenly flash with a cold, piercing blue light. A deafening clang echoes through the hall as steel meets steel. Raphael raises his hand, calling the match immediately. He looks at the boy in shock. The winner is Raun, the arrogant Aaron. He's face down at Raun's feet, completely broken. The silence in the room is absolutely terrifying. Wait, one hit? Just one? The guests are stunned. They didn't even see him move. Jenda is shaking with rage. You idiot! You were careless. You just threw away our family's honor because you couldn't keep your guard up. Jenda screams at his unconscious son. Raphael doesn't miss a beat. Next round. Let's keep this going. From the back, a heavy voice speaks up. My turn. Everyone turns to look. Raphael knows exactly who he's looking at. The Baron. He's known as one of the most elite swordsmen in the entire city. Okay, things are finally getting interesting. Meet Baron Zhang, the second representative of the Jena clan. He doesn't waste a single second on talk, he just lunges. A single strike, fast enough to literally rip through the air, whistles toward his target. But Doyun is ready, catching the blade with his own in a shower of sparks. The Baron actually lets out a grunt of respect. Not bad, kid. Your foundation is surprisingly solid. Then comes the second wave, heavy, precise, and relentless. Dohyun's reflexes are insane though. Now we can finally see exactly why Eren stood zero chance against this guy. The Baron doesn't even look tired as he hoists his sword for another go. He almost feels bad using his full power on a kid 20 years younger than him, but hey, he's a busy man with places to be. Time to end this. Baron decides to stop playing around and pulls out his ultimate trump card, the Great Strike. His sword swings like a localized hurricane, sweeping toward the boy with terrifying force. But then, clang! The sound of the impact rings out, and the Baron freezes, staring at the teenager in pure shock. Wait, did he really just block the Great Strike? The echoing ring of steel against steel vibrates through the entire hall, leaving everyone breathless. Dohyun is currently overanalyzing the situation, mentally cycling through his family's sword techniques. Admittedly, he's doing it a bit clunky since he doesn't fully grasp the deeper secrets yet. The Baron is losing his mind. What is this kid thinking? Doesn't he realize that a polished, systematic technique will always crush someone using unrefined moves? But honestly, who would have thought that blocking a mana-infused blade would be this simple? The Baron is fuming now. That didn't work? You're just a piece of trash. How are you doing this? He doubles down, unleashing his next big move. How about this one? The Baron roars. But Dohyun just shifts his blade, perfectly stonewalling the attack yet again. Dohyun realizes what's going on. The guy's been picking up different techniques from the capital during his duels. Credit where it's due, he's actually been putting in the work. The crowd sees Dohyun looking like he's on the defensive and they start celebrating. Finally, that's more like it. They're convinced a kid with zero real-world experience can't possibly survive. Did he really think some backwater family technique would work in a city overflowing with elite geniuses? Dohyun just looks at them with pure pity. It's hilarious, really. These people are just losers who abandon their homes out of jealousy and ego, just to pretend they're someone important in the capital. Now, Dohyun won't deny that there are some people with genuine talent and big dreams who head to the capital to make a name for themselves. But those people? They aren't here. Not like this pathetic crowd of washouts. These guys just cut ties with their families to create this fake high society status for themselves. It's honestly sad. His grip tightens on his hilt, his blade beginning to glow with a blinding light as he swings back. Time for a little lesson. Honestly, you're pathetic, Dohyun scoffs. If you'd actually mastered your family's techniques instead of mixing them into this messy pile of junk, you might have actually broken through your limits by now. The Baron has never felt more insulted in his entire life. What would a little brat like you know about my swordsmanship? He pours every ounce of strength into his grip, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. You dare look down on me? I've spent 15 years mastering the Great Strike. He unleashes the raging wolf, a strike packed with explosive, raw power. The energy takes the shape of a massive, snarling wolf, lunging at the boy with razor-sharp teeth. But Dohyun? He just stands there, completely calm, right in front of the beast's jaws. The crowd is already celebrating. It's the legendary raging wolf technique of the Tempeton family. He must have mastered that elite move during his time in the guard. With a move like that, there's no way he loses, right? Meanwhile, Dohyun prepares to meet the attack head-on. Dohyun's eyes sharpen with pure determination. One clean, vertical slash, and he tears the entire energy attack to shreds. The Baron watches in absolute horror as his pride and joy dissolves into nothing but smoke. He can only stare, completely frozen, as Dohyun gives him a reality check. I don't get you, Dohyun says coldly. It doesn't matter how many fancy moves you learn. What matters is how well you've actually mastered them. The Baron lets out a desperate roar, raising his blade to block. You idiot! You think you can beat me with basic swordplay? But as Dohyun lunges, the strike connects. Even though the Baron managed to block it, a flash of swordlight slices right through the man's foot. Baron gnashes his teeth, trying to swallow the pain. What the hell was that? The kid changed the direction of his swing in a split second. He's losing it. His mind is spinning. What now? Is that the fifth form of the Great Strike? The Scythe Flash? Wait. No, the Baron realizes it's the eighth form, the horizontal slash. The sheer fluidity of Dohyun's transitions is starting to mess with his head. What about now? The third form, flame flash? No, the sixth vertical slash. The Baron is completely lost. He can't predict a single thing anymore. The sword forms are changing so fast he can't even process them. let alone react. He's completely defenseless. The Baron is in total shock. How is he combining so many forms? To him, a technique is just a set of fixed moves. Sword forms are supposed to be simple combinations of basic slashes and stabs. They should be easy to read, right? Sure, linking forms is normal, but this is on another level. The Baron curses under his breath. The transitions are so seamless and so fast that it's impossible to predict. Is the gap in their talent really this massive? Damn it! A flash of light slices across the Baron's wrist, blood sprays, and his heavy sword clatters onto the floor with a hollow ring. Dohyun's voice is chillingly calm as he points the tip of his blade straight at his opponent. Do you see it now? Just a few standard forms, perfectly linked. That's all it took. Tell me. After this, do you still think your family's sword techniques were the problem? Baron is shaking, sweat pouring down his face like a damn waterfall. You monster, he wheezes. He finally sees it, the terrifying reality of who he's up against. Look, when you've got reflexes, vision, and decision-making at that insane level, fancy sword techniques don't even matter. Baron's body hits the dirt with a heavy thud, completely out cold. Raphael steps forward to make the call. The winner is Raun. The crowd instantly erupts into whispers. Nobody can believe Baron KP actually went down like that. Things are starting to get weirder by the second. According to some rumors floating around, this kid hasn't even had formal sword training yet. Talk about a natural-born freak of nature. Jenda finally stops shaking and pulls himself together. Don't sweat it, he mutters. At the end of the day, he's still just a brat with a bit of raw talent. Everyone's forgetting who the final boss is here. The crowd regains their confidence if that man is the opponent. Even the legendary Aston family techniques won't be enough to save the kid. Raphael clears his throat and shouts to the arena. Now, let the final challenger step forward. The guy is practically buzzing with excitement. What a show, he thinks. Seeing those Aston family losers destroy their own reputation? It's the most satisfying thing he's ever witnessed. I'm hoping the kid gets crushed, he smirks. But honestly, no matter who wins, I'm getting exactly what I want. The final opponent walks out, looking bored out of his mind. Finally, he sighs. My turn. Raphael's jaw drops when he sees him. Is that Depp? Our boy isn't exactly impressed. This guy is Baron Genda's eldest son, definitely older than Raun, and rumor has it he's already pushed past the limits of a normal swordsman. Raphael doesn't care about the risk. Just try and survive, kid, he sneers. He signals the start of the final showdown. Begin. Round 3 is officially on. Depp, the Genda family's ace, steps into the ring to a wall of cheers. Beat him into the ground. Go, Depp. Doyun just stares his opponent down. Who knew they were this desperate, he thinks. They really want to see me fail that badly, huh? Depp starts acting like a big shot immediately. Kid, I'm only going to say this once. Drop the sword while I'm still feeling nice. He points his blade right at Doyun's throat. I'm going to peel the skin off your bones with this blade. If you think your little sword tricks are going to work on me, you're dreaming. The crowd gasps as his weapon begins to glow. Look at that transparent mana sword. No doubt about it, Depp is in a league of his own. He's a swordmaster on a completely different level. Doyun just sighs. Save the speech. If you're gonna move, move already. Doyun starts revving up his mana, it's at 50% and climbing. Depp lunges forward, full of himself. Fine then, don't you dare beg for mercy later. Doyun is like water, effortlessly breaking through every single one of Depp's moves. Suddenly, he stops playing defense and goes on the total offensive. His blade flashes with pure determination. Depp barely manages to catch the strike with his own sword, gritting his teeth as he shoves Doyun back with everything he's got. You were talking a lot of trash earlier, Depp screams, charging back in. Why so quiet now? Doyun's eyes narrow in surprise. His physical strength just spiked that much? He blocks the heavy hit, his mind racing. How long can he actually keep this effect going? Doyun gives him a cold, piercing glare. He sees it, the buff is fading. Depp realizes it too, hissing out a curse. You little bastard! He brings his sword down in a desperate, glowing arc. You think you can just hide behind that block forever? The light from the blade is almost blinding. Doyun is already doing the math. The sword is going to snap. If mid-tier mana hits high-tier energy, a standard blade is going to shatter like glass under the pressure. Time to flip the script. Just like I thought, Doyun realizes. That's not real mana. Show's over. Let's finish this. Depp stands there, frozen in shock. He can't believe the kid is standing there completely unharmed. Doyun blurs, appearing right next to him in the blink of an eye. His voice is a cold whisper in Depp's ear. This is it. You fake. Actually, you're nothing but an imperial dog. Depp can't believe his ears. What? You arrogant little. Doyun's face goes stone cold as he raises his weapon. Crack. His sword finally shatters into pieces under the force of the clash. Depp thinks he's got an opening, but Doyun just pulls back his fist. Who needs a sword? Boom. A massive, bone-crunching punch lands square on Depp's jaw. Depp stumbles back, his face a complete mess. Doyun isn't done yet. Rest in peace. He winds up and delivers the final, crushing blow. Doyun puts every ounce of his power into the punch, sending Depp tumbling down the stone steps. Depp hits the ground hard, coughing up a huge spray of fresh blood. Doyun just brushes the dust off his hands. Hey ref, your guy over there isn't moving. Raphael is sweating bullets as he makes the announcement. Raun. Raun wins. The victor is Raun. The entire hall goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Doyun picks up his broken blade and sighs. Damn. I actually liked this sword. Philip bows low, his voice full of pure respect. Incredible work, my lord. Doyun just shrugs it off. It wasn't that hard. Doyun leans into Philip. Once this wraps up, grab that guy. I'm pretty sure he's got an imperial seal hidden on him somewhere. Understood, sir. I noticed his movements were unusual. That's when Pia steps in. My lord, I brought a replacement sword for you. Doyun takes the new blade, testing the weight in his hand. All right then, what's next on the agenda? Jenda is staring in absolute horror. How? Depp broke the rules. Sure, but he's still a master swordsman. He can't wrap his head around how his son lost so miserably. He's cheating. Jenda screams at the top of his lungs. The brat must be using some kind of dirty trick. He's shouting until he's blue in the face, but the room stays silent. Jenda's heart starts pounding against his ribs. This is bad. Everything is falling apart. It's all ruined. Then, he remembers. The paper. He still has that one document to fall back on. He has to use it. This was his only shot to stand on equal ground with the Jedin or Randon families. Jenda barked out the order. Snatch those documents from him, now. What are you all waiting for? Get them! Swords were drawn in a flash. There was officially no turning back for anyone. Move out. Philip didn't look surprised at all. In fact, he'd been waiting for a chance to play around with these guys for a while now. Weapons up! I've been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. They formed a circle around the boy. No one was getting a finger on him. Our main character, Doyun, scratched his head in total shock. He didn't see this coming, but his people were ready to die for him. He was stunned. Even the mansion servants were stepping up to back him. It wasn't just a scuffle anymore. It was a full-blown war. Doyun's defenders roared. Don't you dare flinch. Don't let a single one of them through. They locked down the perimeter like a steel wall. Stay away from the young master, you bastards. Doyun watched the chaos, realizing he needed to figure out exactly what was going on here. Then it clicked. He'd stumbled upon a literal treasure. Jenda was losing his mind, screaming, You maggots, how dare you stab me in the back? Is this how you repay me, you ungrateful snakes? But a servant fired back immediately. Repay you? You stole the subsidies that were meant for us. They didn't hate the Count's land, they just didn't realize Jenda was the one embezzling everything. If it weren't for Lord Raun, they would have been Jenda's slaves forever. Turns out, these people were scholars recommended to the Royal Academy by Count Aston himself. They were top-tier talents who crushed the youth competitions and earned scholarships from the Count. Since the academy dorms were closed for the break, they had no choice but to stay at the mansion. Their living expenses were supposed to be covered during the holidays, but the Baron had been pocketing every single coin. He even treated them like slave labor to save money on hiring actual servants. Zin was disgusted. This is insane. This guy really found every way to skim off the top. Looks like we gave power to the absolute wrong person. No one expected the Baron to be such a bottom feeder. Zin turned to Doyun, waiting for a call. What's the plan, boss? If they actually start clashing, people are going to get seriously hurt. Doyun just gave a calm smile. Don't sweat it. He's almost here. Zin was confused. Wait, who? Suddenly, a massive boom from outside made everyone freeze. The massive front doors were kicked wide open. A towering figure stepped through the smoke, his voice echoing with pure authority. Out of my way. Do you have any idea who I am? The crowd went pale. The Baron? Jenda was paralyzed. Who? Who is that? One of the guards looked like he'd seen a ghost. We are in so much trouble. The footsteps were heavy, shaking the floor as he stomped right over a traitor. He looked around with a terrifying glare. Well, who is it? Who dared to draw a sword in Count Aston's mansion? Everyone was trembling. The guy was a literal giant. His arms were as thick as a normal man's waist. It was Doyun. The true heir to the Aston family had finally arrived. Behind him, a squad of elite knights marched in, their presence alone suffocating the room. Doyun led the way, and anyone in his path started shaking like a leaf. Doyun looked down at one guard who was too scared to even breathe. With one move, he sent the guy flying through a window. Flexing his massive muscles, he spat out. Get lost. The whispers started instantly. No way. Is that him? The strongest man in the entire empire? Doyun's voice was ice cold. Where's the kid? Someone frantically pointed toward Doyun and shouted. Over there. Doyun slammed his blood-stained sword into the ground and rushed over. My little brother. He scooped Doyun up like a toddler. How are you, kid? Anyone bullying you? You eating and sleeping okay? Doyun was turning circles. Brother, stop. I'm getting dizzy. Put me down. Doyun finally paused to look at him. Wait, you've grown so much in just 2 months, but it's still not enough. If you're gonna be a man, you need muscles like these. Doyun was beyond embarrassed. Thanks. But did you seriously walk all the way here dressed like that? Doyun didn't miss a beat. Of course. Modern clothes are way too restrictive. Plus, showing off this physique in the capital is half the fun. Doyun just face-palmed. The heir to a legendary count was literally walking around the capital, shirtless. Doyun gave his head a rough pat. Whatever, a man's gotta be strong, remember that. Trust me, if you had a body as epic as mine. He glanced back at the terrified guards with pure contempt. Then these clowns wouldn't even dream of pulling a sword on you. Now, it was time for payback. Let's wrap this up, shall we? How dare you lowlives draw steel in the Aston household? Doyun's personal guard moved in, sealing every exit so not a single soul could escape. Jenda's heart sank, he knew it was game over. He never expected Doyun to bring the vice-captain and the entire Knight Order. 25 intermediate swordsmen? Taking down a minor baron's family with this much power was like crushing an ant. Jenda cursed under his breath. His plan to flip the board was officially dead. Jenda glanced over at Raphael, who was currently trying to merge with the wall. The fourth son of the Randon family was literally hiding in a corner. He looked at his supposed secret weapons from the Brandon Kingdom's Knight Order. But they were just looking away, pretending they didn't see anything. Absolutely useless, Jenda hissed. Doyun, meanwhile, strolled over leisurely, his eyes locking onto the coward hiding in the shadows. Oh, if it isn't a Randon, why don't you come out and say hi to your big brother? Raphael crawled out, trembling. Long time no see, Doyun. Doyun slammed a heavy hand onto Raphael's shoulder, nearly crushing him. It has been a while. Still as insignificant as ever, I see. The man responds meekly. Yes, sir. It's the fourth one. Dion sneers. The fourth? So you're still teaming up with the third and sixth to bully the younger kids, huh? Raphael immediately tries to deny it. No, that's all in the past. But seeing the chilling shift in Dion's expression, his face goes pale with dread. You raising your voice at me now? Raphael trembles. Of course not. Slap. Dion strikes him hard across the face. Looks like you've had enough fun for one day. One more word and you'll never get the chance to speak to me again. From this moment on, this is official family business. So stay out of it. Dion flashes a bright, terrifying smile. What's it gonna be? You want to stay here and keep chatting with me? Terrified, Raphael prepares to bolt. I have things to do at home. Please help yourself, brother. Dion waves him off. Fine, get lost. Then, Dion remembers something. Tell your eldest brother if he wants a piece of me, he knows where to find me. But first, I've got work to do. He turns to the bystanders. All of you disappear. This is a private matter for our family. He eyes the crowd meaningfully. But anyone who already drew their sword, you're staying right here. We need to talk. Dion lets out a cold, sharp laugh. Now then, what should we do with you? His massive shadow looms over them. Where are those papers you wanted to sign? Later that night, as darkness falls, the two brothers sit in the living room over tea. Dueun speaks up quietly. Thanks for coming, brother. But wasn't all of this a bit overkill? Dion just tilts his head. You really think so? Dueun frowns. You brought the vice commander of the Knights, plus a whole squad of soldiers. What about your wife and kid back home? Dion smirks with pure pride. If my little brother asks for help, this big brother is going all out. No half measures. Dueun feels a bit awkward. This really was a massive scene. He knew that since he sent the letter late at night, Dion must have rushed like a madman to reach the capital in time. Dion continues. Besides, you know the deal. Father gave you his personal seal. That alone is enough reason for me to drop everything and get here. Dueun couldn't argue with that. He was right. If the official heir hadn't shown up personally, things would have been 10 times more complicated. And the only reason he got here so fast? He used a high-level teleportation gate. That probably cost at least 3,000 gold just for the transport fees. Forget that for a second, Dueun asks curiously. What do you plan to do with them? There are 30 of them. Dion declares coldly. They're going to pay. I'm not letting a single one of them off the hook. Dueun feels conflicted. They are still his father's relatives, after all. Do you think father will be okay with this? Dion reveals the truth. Father hasn't said a word. This is our perfect chance to wipe them out. We've forgiven them way too many times already. All the family's missing revenue? It all leads back to them. Dueun finally realizes what's happening. It seems his older brother is the one orchestrating this entire cleanup, not their father. The rumors were right. Raun Aston is a terrifyingly brilliant strategist. Setting the board, moving the pieces, Dueun is genuinely impressed. To be this strong and this smart? Incredible. Dion reaches over and ruffles Dueun's hair. What's with that face? You think I'm actually going to kill them? Relax. I'm just going to make them pay a suitable price. You did great today. I'm proud of you. Dueun knit his brows. I didn't really do anything. I just dealt with them because they were being annoying. Dion pulls his younger brother into a massive bear hug, doting on him. So cute. How can you say you didn't do anything? You exposed their schemes and even won the duel. That's huge. Du-hun struggles to get away. Stop, I'm a grown man. Dion finally sets him back down in the chair. Trust me, I want to give you more credit. But your sister-in-law won't even let me touch little Liv because of my rough hands. And I'm her father. Du-hun gets the point immediately. Yeah, I don't think those giant hands should be hugging a baby. Then, he gets down to business. I have something to show you. He slides a document across the table. This is the record of the blood covenant between me and the Count. What should I do with this? Dion picks it up and reads. According to the contract, this entire branch of 27 family members now belongs to Du-hun. They're yours now. Do whatever you want with them. You need my help with something? Du-hun is stunned. Wait, they actually belong to me? He thinks to himself this document is worth at least 100,000 gold. Since this was an internal family squabble, he assumed the main house would take control of the covenant. Dion reminds him, this is the prize you earned fairly by winning that duel. You won it fair and square. They belong to you now. You don't need to worry about me or the rest of the family's opinion. I told you before a man needs confidence. Dion leans in, his tone serious. You're an Aston. That means you need to be more confident than anyone else. You deserve this. Du-hun takes a breath. I understand. I'll try my best to be more confident. Can I ask one more favor? Dion nods. Anything. Du-hun pushes the documents back toward him. Can you handle this for me? And, I want to use the Count's estate. Du-hun knows the true value of these documents depends entirely on who is holding them. Trying to sell off 30 people would be a massive headache for him. Dion takes the papers with a grin. All right, I'll take care of them. I won't let you get cheated. And as a reward, I'm going to teach you something special. Meet me in the courtyard tomorrow morning. Du-hun is confused. Something special? Dion flexes his massive, bulging muscles. That's right. I'm going to teach you how to build the perfect physique. The sheer intensity of his aura makes the teacup on the table tremble. Dion grins. Are you excited? Do you feel that fire? Want to start right now? Du-hun stammers, yeah, sure, definitely. Dion beams, satisfied with the answer. That's the spirit. Father and Lauren were begging me to teach them, but I'm saving these secrets just for you. Du-hun can only watch him, lost in thought. What's his secret to building those kinds of muscles? Honestly, even I'm getting curious now. After surviving 1 month of literal hell training with his older brother, Du-hyun made a silent vow to himself, never again. Finally, the long-awaited day for the academy admissions arrived. Bernard was there to see him off on his journey. Safe travels, young master, he said with a respectful bow. I truly hope you crush the placement exams. Du-hyun climbed into the carriage and looked back with a confident smirk. I'll be fine. Those kids' tests aren't even worth worrying about. See you later. Inside, his brother caught the vibe. You're really underestimating this exam, aren't you? Du-hyun shrugged. Yeah, why stress over something so simple? His brother just smiled. Fair enough. I'll be back once the enrollment ceremony is over, so don't you worry about me. Du-hyun felt a bit uneasy. Something was off. He expected his brother to nag him about giving it his all. But this? This was too chill. To him, getting in or graduating was as easy as breathing. The academy was just a convenient excuse to leave the house. It wasn't his actual goal. He decided to stop overthinking. Trying to mingle with a bunch of brats already sounded exhausting, so why waste the brainpower? And just like that, the carriage began to move. When they finally pulled up, Du-hyun stepped out and took a look at the massive fortress looming before them. Wow, he muttered. It's packed out here. I didn't expect admission day to be this insane. From behind him, his brother dropped a bombshell. Well, this year is a bit more special. Some people even delayed their enrollment for years just to wait for this specific term. Du-hyun blinked in surprise. Wait, why? I haven't heard anything about the academy being different. Looking at the massive list of high-ranking nobles enrolling this year, it was clear that something big was going down. Whatever. He wasn't exactly looking forward to the school life experience anyway. As he stepped onto the campus grounds, announcements began blaring non-stop. Congratulations to Jarat Derubin on his enrollment. From the prestigious Tempaton family, congratulations to young Master Danton, congratulations to CB Durandon, and a huge congratulations to Raun Aston. Hearing that last name, Du-hyun froze. Wait, what? He turned to Philip, confused. What's going on? Didn't you say none of the great hero families were sending anyone this year? Then why are there so many? Even the prince is here. I didn't hear a single word about this before we left Mira. His mind raced. Damn it. He was completely out of the loop because he'd spent the entire last month suffering through that hellish training with his brother. Even Bernard had been too swamped with household chores to notice. Du-hyun shot a sharp glare at his brother, who was acting suspiciously shifty in the back. Care to explain this? You knew, didn't you? His brother just winked, his voice dripping with mischief. You'll figure it out soon enough. Just keep taking that test lightly. And congrats on getting in. Du-hyun went on high alert. Something was definitely wrong. He needed to get inside now. They made their way into the Great Hall. Doyun immediately turned to his two companions, Jack and Pierce, and gave a sharp command. You two, scout the area. Find out exactly what the focus of this entrance exam is. They obeyed instantly, disappearing into the crowd. He glanced at the people around him and felt a headache coming on. He thought he could just breeze through, but half the high-ranking nobility was gathered right here. Doyun sighed to himself. I really don't want to start a rivalry with a bunch of kids at this age. Seeing the confused look on Philip's face, he quickly corrected himself. Don't mind me, I'm just talking to myself. He decided to push the worries aside for a moment. No use stressing now, he'd just stick to the plan and see what happened. Suddenly, a booming announcement echoed through the hall. Attention everyone, the entrance ceremony is about to begin. Welcome to the Reuben Kingdom Academy, and now, it is my honor to introduce our faculty for this year. Doyun already tuned out, thinking he'd researched the teachers enough, but the speaker's next words cut through his thoughts like a lightning bolt. We went through a lot of trouble to invite this person. He will serve as our temporary vice principal and the head of magic administration. Dohyun's jaw dropped. Then, the name was called Alfred Gray, one of the 3 saints of the entire continent. An 8-circle archmage? Here? Alfred Gray stepped up to the podium and scanned the crowd. Greetings, students. I am Gray, your temporary vice principal. Doyun was absolutely stunned, the legendary 8-circle archmage, right there in the flesh. His mastery over illusions and visual magic was unrivaled, and his skills in alchemy were just as legendary. But why would he be here? Everyone knew Gray loved his freedom. He was literally nicknamed the Nomadic Sage. Even the magic tower he was supposed to lead had to put out missing person reports just to find their own master. And now, this man is the vice principal? This was a massive curveball, nothing like what Doyun had predicted. He wasn't supposed to show up until much later. Gray wrapped up his speech. This year, the Academy will be including visual magic training in the curriculum, and will be showing you exactly what that means during your placement test. Thank you. Then, Principal Spin de Tempeton took the stage. As Vice Principal Gray said, the curriculum is undergoing a massive change this year. As a result, the content of the entrance exam has also been completely revamped. So, pay very close attention. Doyun frowned. Surely the difficulty level wouldn't change that much, right? He was planning on keeping a low profile, but then, the students who show the most excellence in this exam, the principal added, will receive a very special reward. Good luck. Dohyun's eyes widened. A special reward? Wait, what kind of reward are we talking about? I honestly thought the only point of this exam was to sort us into classes. Nobody said anything about actual rewards. Suddenly, the system interface flashes to life. A new mission. The ability test. Objective? Secure a spot in Class S through the upcoming examination. There's a sub-goal too, take first place. But here's the kicker, the penalty for failing to make Class S is a brutal 5% drop in skill proficiency while I'm at the Academy. The description warns that the Academy is crawling with geniuses. This is the ultimate chance to skyrocket my family's reputation on a massive stage. The rewards? Gold and experience points, plus extra bonuses depending on my final rank. Dohyun analyzes the situation carefully, thinking this mission might not be that hard after all. The Academy's swordsmanship department is split into 4 tiers, Class S, B, C, and D. Out of 600 students, only the top 60 make it into Class S, so it should be a total breeze. But then a thought hits him. Is it worth pushing even harder to grab those top-tier rewards? I don't even know what the prize for first place is yet. Some say it's a special reward, but Doyun has his doubts about just how special it actually is. He checks the request form, and his eyes widen. The student who takes the top spot gets full access to every single floor of the Academy library. Not only that, they get a private training center equipped with magical visual aids and custom items straight from the Academy's elite workshop. Dohyun freezes, his mind racing. This is insane. Okay, scratch that, I absolutely have to take first place. A private training center and full library access? Those are 2 things I can't afford to pass up. He considers his options, remembering his real reason for being here. To meet a VIP from outside the kingdom. Honestly, sitting through lectures would be a total waste of my time compared to hunting monsters and clearing dungeons. But if that training center has magical projection technology, everything changes. Summoned monsters, even if they're just magical illusions, will still grant me valuable experience points. Usually, the maintenance cost for that kind of magic is a nightmare, but if the Academy is covering it for free, I won't have a single worry. And then there's the library. It's packed with secrets, and with the right info, I can sniff out hidden quests and rare skill books. Normally, access is restricted by your school year, meaning I'd have to wait at least 3 years to use all the Academy's resources. But this shortcut saves me a massive amount of time. Of course, that's only if I can actually snag that number 1 spot. The teacher's voice booms through the hall, announcing that the exam is about to begin, and for all freshmen to gather at the plaza. Do-hyun just smirks. This is going to be easy. The courtyard is already packed with people when a voice sneers from behind him. Hey you! It's Caleb, looking as arrogant as ever. Are you that kid from the Aston family? Do-hyun just sighs, already annoyed. Another member of the Randon family. He fires back. And who exactly are you? Do-hyun doesn't blink. You look a lot more like a child than I do, honestly. Caleb's face turns beet red as he points a finger, screaming that Do-hyun is just as arrogant as the rumors say. This is exactly why people say the Astons are nothing but rude, weird freaks. Do-hyun has heard enough and decides to just walk away. I don't know who you are, but I'm busy, so... bye. Caleb is left speechless for a second before trying to lung forward. Hey, get back here. But suddenly, a hand clamps down on Caleb's shoulder, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. That's enough. I don't care what family you're from, you need to stop. Caleb still won't back down. Who the hell are you? Move! The stranger gives a cold warning, telling him he really doesn't want to cause a scene here. Thawne whispers urgently. Sir, everyone is watching us. Caleb can only grit his teeth and resort to petty insults. Those Aston kids always give me the creeps. You arrogant brat. I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Do-hyun doesn't even bother looking back as he enters the courtyard. He starts scanning the crowd, evaluating his competition. The place is crawling with family members cheering for their students. He spots some heavy hitters, including the strongest knight in the kingdom, Duke Tempeton. Someone is holding a massive sign that says Tempeton is #1, while celebrating young Master Danton's admission. Then there's the McNeil family, known for their mid-tier axe mastery, and the rising Clifford family, all of them out in full force with banners waving. First place belongs to us, screams one sign, while another for Caleb reads, a promising start for Randon, you will succeed. Do-hyun notes that many students come from these three powerful families, and they hold massive influence within the academy. I can already tell exactly how this place operates. Beside him, Rep exclaims that the whole thing feels more like a festival than an exam. I see so many beautiful ladies. Now I totally get why you wanted to come here, sir. He's clearly excited for what's next. I already know you're going to take first place. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when you're standing at the top. Suddenly, they spot someone holding a sign that says, Good luck, young Master Raun. Do-hyun is genuinely stunned. Aren't those people from our own family? Rep reports back, unable to believe that their own people are stuck, standing behind others just to cheer. Sir, I'll go take care of them. Good luck out there. Do-hyun just waves. See you later. He turns his attention to the papers in his hand, quickly scanning the exam guidelines and the list of new students. When he sees the names, Do-hyun's heart skips a beat. Why are they all here? In his past life, every single one of them was legendary. He focuses on the biggest threats, Danton of the Tempeton family and Jaime of the McNeil house. Within 10 years, these two are destined to become absolute masters of their crafts. Topping the charts won't be as easy as I thought. An announcement echoes. The first test is about to begin. All students, please move to the small auditorium. Do-hyun wears a smug, confident grin. These guys might be flashy, but they're still just kids with zero real-world experience. Sorry guys, but that top spot, it's already mine. First up on the agenda, the evaluation. And of course, it starts with the written exam. The candidates take their seats, looking all serious. But this is a walk in the park for our boy. Honestly, he didn't even need to study for this. Between the hidden forum links and the system community boards, he already had every single answer he needed. Written test? Done and dusted. Next up, the physical exam. The teacher's voice booms over the speakers. Everyone, head to the gym in your assigned groups and follow your proctor's instructions. As the students start filing out, Do-hyun suddenly freezes. He senses something off. A wave of shock hits him. Wait, is this a mana-restricted zone? Behind him, two other guys are freaking out too. What the hell? My mana. I can't use it. The instructor up front just gives a dry reminder. This is a test of raw physical power. Mana is strictly prohibited here, so don't even bother trying. When your name is called, step up. Do-hyun eyes the device on the platform. It looks suspiciously like a classic arcade punching machine. The official data calls it a high-precision power measurement device. But let's be real, it's a punching machine. The prompt chimes in, step forward and strike the target. The first student steps up, looking pumped. He winds up and delivers a massive blow straight into the screen. The score flashes instantly, and the teacher calls it out. Student number 202, 1418. Watching from the side, Do-hyun calculates the curve. They get 2 tries, taking the highest score. The average seems to be between 1,000 and 1,500, nothing special. Then he spots the next guy. His base stats are sitting at 43 for stamina and 50 for pure power. This guy is easily in the top 5 of the group. Do-hyun leans in, curious to see what he's actually capable of. The student throws a heavy, disciplined punch that slams into the tester. The numbers fly up, 2,250. A few gasps echo through the room. The crowd starts buzzing. As expected, Minyo's score is insane. But for Duhun, he finally has his answer. The first one to break 2,000. If that guy can hit 2250, Duhun's smirk returns. Perfect. Now I know exactly what level I'm dealing with. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the high-ranking proctors are watching the live feed. One of them nods, impressed. Not a bad showing at all. They start debating. Since these are potential Imperial Knights, the standards are sky-high, but this year's crop is already crushing last year's records. Apparently, everyone rushed to enroll the second they heard Lord Grey was involved. Speaking of the man himself, Grey finally chimes in. Every student under 20 is hitting over 1,000. The Leslie Kingdom must be shaking in their boots right now. Logan, however, keeps it cool. We take pride in our results. Leslie mostly focuses on magic anyway. But tell me, Lord Grey, why the sudden interest in the Academy today? Just a month ago, the Tower told us not to expect much from you. Grey replies calmly. Like I said, I wanted to see how my newly developed magic circle performs when integrated with a human vessel. Grey lets out a little laugh at his own phrasing. Makes me sound like I'm using the students as lab rats, doesn't it? A few officials quickly jump in to disagree. Not at all. We're beyond grateful that you're even letting us test your latest magic circle technology. Exactly. You're even sponsoring a specialized training class for the elite students. That's a massive honor. Grey moves the conversation along. Just look at these young warriors. I'm glad I came to see them in person, especially those from the legendary martial clans. The SP responds, precisely why everyone is so focused today. Let me introduce you to the real heavy hitters. All eyes turn to the big favorite, Caleb. There he is, the 13th son of the prestigious Randall family. Ken adds to the hype. That's Caleb Randall. His father personally oversaw his training because his talent was just that undeniable. The boy actually begged me to let him enroll here. Grey nods. His interest piqued. I see. Let's see if he lives up to the name. Outside, Caleb steps up to the machine. Boom! His punch sends a shockwave through the entire device. The crowd goes dead silent as the numbers climb. 3,105. The council watching the monitors is stunned. He's on a completely different level. No wonder the count favors him so much. Some of the other students just look defeated. The gap between them and a true elite is just massive. But the proctors aren't done yet. This next one is going to be interesting. Step forward. James of the Marnell family, the direct grandson of the legendary Lord Gifford. Someone whispers, is James really the only one the Knight Order is scouting? The official confirms it with a nod. Yeah. Word is his talent is already way beyond what this academy can teach. James steps up, and his aura is even more intense than Caleb's. He throws a punch so powerful, the machine actually starts smoking. You can see the raw muscle corded in his arm as he follows through. The score hits a staggering 3,600. He broke 3,500 on both attempts. Wait, 3612. That's a new all-time record. Everyone is losing their minds. Is that the highest rookie score in history? Even Lord Grey starts clapping in approval. Magnificent. Ever since this power meter was built, even seasoned knights barely scratch 3,000. He looks eager for more. Get ready for the next one. The crowd starts whispering again. Is that Dante, the grandson of the swordmaster? This is his first ever public appearance. He throws a clean, sharp strike. The machine pings. 2,900 points. Victor literally screams in shock. 2,900? Even Julian has to do a double take, eyes narrowing. Wait. Something's not right. That score? Lower than the last guy. Dante was shaking terrified. He threw that punch with one hand behind his back, barely even trying. Suddenly, Dante's image flashed onto the massive screen. The entire room went dead silent as his power level flickered into view. The final score? 308 points. Spawns let out a sharp laugh and explained, I basically forced him to enroll. So yeah, it's pretty obvious the kid isn't exactly thrilled to be here. The crowd was absolutely buzzing. Achieving a score like that with one arm tied behind his back? If he actually put some weight into it, who knows how high that number would go. Classic Tempeton family. They aren't called the strongest clan for nothing. Kenny stood up, visibly annoyed. Let's go grab a bite. We already know how the rankings are going to end anyway. There was no point in watching the rest, or so he thought, until Grey stopped them. Wait, there's still one more prestigious family left, Grey countered. Kenny just scoffed, revealing what he knew about the candidate. We don't need to see this. The rumors were already flying. Word is, if it wasn't for his family's recommendation, he wouldn't even be standing here. And get this, the kid is only 15. The room erupted in shock. 15? Most of the new students here are at least 19. How could a kid that young even stand a chance against them? Look, the man explained. Some students have zero talent and just use their family name to crawl into the academy for a bit of prestige. But for a son of a warrior clan to pull a stunt like that, it's honestly pathetic. Dean, who had been biting his tongue this whole time, finally couldn't take it anymore. I was going to stay quiet, he muttered. The official turned toward him and shouted in surprise. You. Wait. Are you the one from the Aston family everyone was talking about? You look a lot more polite than I expected. Dean walked in with total composure. It's an honor, Vice President Gray. Gray just smirked. How could I ever forget a physique that impressive and a face that terrifying? Gray's expression shifted, turning deadly serious. I'm curious, though. Why exactly are you laughing? Care to share the joke with the rest of us? Dean threw some major shade back at them. Listening to you old guys talk is just hilarious. Believing every rumor you hear is the definition of arrogance. Kenny snapped. What did you just say? He broke it down for them. The kid is only 15, he's just here to pick up some experience. But have you guys ever considered looking at it from a different angle? Maybe he's enrolling early because there's simply nothing left for his clan to teach him. The official immediately fired back. Stop talking nonsense. No one masters everything before the age of 20. There's no way a 15-year-old kid is going to accomplish anything in this academy. Dean didn't miss a beat. Really? Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it's impossible. Kenny was fuming, calling him arrogant. Are you saying your little brother is going to write himself into the academy's history books? Dean just shrugged. Who knows? I'm not a psychic. But deep down, even Dean was starting to wonder. What exactly was the kid planning? The man cursed under his breath. All talk and no proof. Typical Aston family. Spawns finally stepped in to cut the tension. That's enough. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of our guests. He was secretly curious too, wondering just what this young kid was capable of. Someone in the crowd pointed. That's him. Doyun stepped up to the testing machine, looking young, innocent, and completely out of place. The comparison was brutal. His face was practically glowing. Are those two really brothers? Dean just nodded. That's my youngest brother. That's Raun. He's the crown jewel of our family. With looks like that, people usually overlook any flaws in his swordsmanship anyway. Someone in the audience couldn't help but ask, does he have any other single siblings in his family? Kenny barked at them to shut up. Quiet. Why are we sitting here gossiping about a man's face? Dean could see the old man was struggling to keep his cool. He already knew about Raun's skills because of that incident with the Baron. That guy, whatever his name was trying to shift all the attention to his own 13th son. It was honestly kind of pathetic to watch. Even Dean started praying silently, hoping Raun would breeze through this. With everyone watching, the kid really needed to bring his A-game. He was starting to get nervous. Maybe he'd talked a bit too much trash earlier. Outside, Doyun calmly approached the testing area. He took a long, heavy breath and closed his eyes. But the moment his fist went up, his eyes snapped open, blazing with pure, unshakable determination. Boom! He slammed his fist into the machine. The shockwave was on a whole different level compared to the others. Spawns couldn't help but gasp. Perfect. He thought to himself if he were the one grading this personally, he'd give the kid a perfect score without hesitation. The screen flickered. 2,999 points. An absolutely insane number for someone his age. The crowd was stunned. So close to 3,000. That's incredible. 2,999. And he's only 15. Imagine if he'd waited another year. But looking at Doyun, it was clear he wasn't finished. He was prepping for the next one. He exhaled. Good. Everything was going exactly according to plan. The crowd started cheering for the young prodigy. You can do it. Go for 3,000 this time. Don't let your age hold you back. Show them what you've got. Doyun planted his feet, gripping the earth. He poured every ounce of his strength into the second strike. Even the high-ranking officials were leaning in, cheering him on. Dean was beaming with pride. When the number 3,615 flashed on the screen, he smirked. Exactly 3 points higher than the top score. Dean knew better than anyone. The kid was smart. He'd planned this whole performance from the start. The entire hall went bone-chillingly silent. Not a single person dared to speak. Doyun just took a breath of relief. Everything was still perfectly on track. Meanwhile, the teacher's face went completely pale. All right, head back to your seat. Doyun walks back under the heavy, piercing glares of his classmates. Every eye in the room is glued to him as he finally sits down. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, and those suspicious stares aren't going anywhere. Suddenly, a system notification pings. Report. Testing zone number 1. The high score stands at 2,820, no change there. Over at testing zone number 2, the top score is 3,612. Still no movement. The system continues to monitor the leaderboard for testing zones 4 and 5 as the scores roll in. As the exam wraps up, the reports start ranking the students who broke the 2,500 mark. Doyun nervously scans the room. Is it over? Did anyone actually notice? Here's the deal. Ever since he reached mastery level, his physical strength skyrocketed. Combine that with the hellish training from his brother, and his strength stat hit a massive 68. Honestly, he could have easily smashed a score of 4,000 without breaking a sweat. But he's got to play it cool. He needs to look like a normal, talented freshman. That's why he was gathering info earlier just so he could fake trying his best. He even used his psychokinetic powers to dampen the impact of his punch. He had to rely on the system's calculations just to make sure he was standing in the exact right spot to look average. He's not even sure if all this cloak and dagger stuff is necessary, but with the real threat still a total mystery, hiding his true power is the only move he's got. The plan is simple. Stay under the radar until the other players finally show their faces. To anyone else, his current strength would look like a total anomaly. Doyun flashes back to his past life, back when he showed off his power as a rank 1 player. And how did that end? The guilds analyzed his every move, mapped out his skills, and then hunted him down like an animal. He spent his life running until he eventually lost it. He grits his teeth and reminds himself that is never happening again. This time, he's the predator, hiding in the shadows and waiting for his prey to slip up. The teacher interrupts his thoughts, announcing that the first test is ending and it's time for the next round. Seeing everyone acting normal, Doyun lets out a long breath. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. Before the next round starts, he decides to sneak a peek at his status. Status window, he calls out silently. The display flickers to life. Name, Raun. Level, 55 to 50. 6. Mode, Hell. Class, Knight, Sword Expert, and Intermediate Psychokinetic, linked to the Aston bloodline. His first guild stats show Strength at 66 to 68, Agility at 67 to 68, and Stamina at 65 to 66. Intelligence is at 58, Wisdom at 71, Mana between 70 and 71, Divine Power at 72, and Senses at 71. His special traits? The Seeker's Eye, Developer's Analysis, S+ rank Psychokinesis, and an A rank Warrior bloodline. Doyun thinks to himself. The next test is an obstacle course. It's all about raw power and speed, so he's going to have to micromanage his body perfectly. He just hopes Danton and James are doing okay on their end. He's curious to see just how far he can push this without blowing his cover. Being a descendant of a legendary swordmaster and a member of a ducal house sounds like a dream, right? But it's a blessing with a massive curse. The weight of expectation is crushing. The Duke never actually forced his kids to pick up a sword, but the pressure to maintain that #1 title kept them training until they bled. They've lived their whole lives with the same orders ringing in their ears. Don't you dare tarnish your grandfather's name. You're the grandson of a swordmaster. Winning isn't an option. It's a requirement. Danton wasn't happy. Not even a little. Because of his insane natural talent, he was always pushed to be the absolute best. Even though he's already faster than almost everyone his age, for a guy as carefree as him, the pressure was suffocating. Joining the academy was basically his grand escape from that mind-numbing training. Danton groans to himself. It's only the first day of admissions and we're already doing tests? Seriously? I should have just stayed home and slept. Why is everyone making such a damn fuss anyway? Then the rankings flash on the board. First place, Raun. Second place, James. Danton freezes. Wait, what? James is only second? Danton's beaten James before, sure. But the guy was easily the toughest opponent he'd ever faced. Someone actually beat him? Now, Danton is officially intrigued. The teacher calls out, "All right, everyone, move out to the next testing area. Stay in line." Danton glances over at Doyun. So the top dog's name is Raun? Have I met this guy before? He walks right up to start a conversation. "You Raun?" he asks, eyeing him with pure curiosity. Doyun looks back, unimpressed. "And you are?" Danton's stunned. "I'm Danton." Danton thinks to himself, whoa, it's like this guy has a literal aura around him. He's good looking, sure, but Danton's pretty convinced he's still the hotter one. Doyun just turns his back, ready to walk away. "If you don't have anything important to say, I'm heading out." Danton blinks. "Wait, hold on." He frowns, deep in thought. It's been a long time since anyone straight up ignored him. There's no way this guy hasn't heard of his reputation. Usually, when people hear his name, they're tripping over themselves to be his friend. This reaction? This is new. A smirk tugs at the corner of Danton's mouth. This just got way more interesting. He's officially curious now. He can't wait to see the look on Raon's face when he loses to him in the next round. The group moves outside to the training grounds for the second phase, the physical fitness test. Doyun sizes it up immediately. The setup is simple, but brutal. The goal is to see exactly how fast they can sprint through a massive obstacle course. But here's the catch. They have to do the whole run in full-body plate armor, all while dodging hidden traps scattered along the path. Boom. System alerts start screaming across the field. Another candidate is disqualified and another. The crowd is losing it. Like, wait, seriously? Already? People are dropping like flies before the test even really begins. Doyun narrows his eyes, rubbing his chin in deep thought. Sure, these are lower-ranked students, but 100 failures already? That's insane. Rumor has it that because Vice Principal Gray is overseeing things this year, they cranked the difficulty up to 11. What kind of sick changes did they make to ensure nobody passes? The countdown timers are echoing everywhere. 13 minutes, 33 seconds. 12 minutes 52 seconds. Then, a surprise, someone actually cleared it. Let's see the time, he mutters. The scoreboard flickers to life. 9 minutes and 12 seconds. Doyun just scoffs. That's the best they've got? Pathetic. He stands up and stretches his limbs. It's time to show them how a real pro handles a speed run. Behind him, Danton is basically sleepwalking. Poor guy is barely conscious, but his turn is coming up fast. Time to wake up, buddy. Doyun yawns as he approaches the starting line. My turn yet? He pings his contact. Anything crazy happening out there I should know about? The reply is instant. Not yet. The record to beat is currently 7 minutes. Doyun's eyes sharpen. Double-check everything. I want 0 surprises. And keep those group updates coming. I need to know exactly where everyone stands. Understood, sir, the voice confirms. Managing multiple testing zones at once is a logistical nightmare, but Doyun is determined to keep tabs on every single threat. Number 285, the instructor barks. Raun steps forward to lay down the law. Listen up. Here are the rules. Every trap and obstacle you see is an illusion, but the damage? That's 100% real. The system tracks every hit you take. If your armor's durability hits 0, you're done. Doyun gives a casual nod. The second the signal drops for number 285, he's gone moving like a literal blur. The moment he moves, he feels it. This armor is ancient, heavy, clunky, and total garbage. Okay, now I see why everyone is failing. But Doyun doesn't slow down for a second. Even with the dead weight, this is child's play for him. Since reaching the expert rank, his physical stats have absolutely skyrocketed. First obstacle, a raging high-speed river. Doyun doesn't hesitate, leaping onto the jagged rocks. These illusions are terrifyingly realistic. Just how many mana stones did they burn through to set this up? All this just for an entrance exam? He launches himself high into the air with a single bound. What a waste of resources. Next up, the forest of traps. He dives straight into the tree line. Click. Dohyun's foot hits a pressure plate, and suddenly, a hail of razor-sharp arrows screams through the air. He twists his body mid-air, dodging the projectiles by a hair's breadth. Before the traps can reset, he's already vaulted over the spiked barricades and cleared the zone. Suddenly, flying daggers whistle toward his head. Dohyun doesn't even blink. Time for an update, he thinks, checking his status screen mid-sprint. Clang, clang. He swats the daggers aside with effortless precision. Here we go. Let's see the competition. He slams his sword back into its sheath. With a massive burst of speed, Dohyun lunges forward. He's moving so fast the ground beneath his boots is literally tearing into pieces. While sprinting at breakneck speed, he's casually scrolling through the latest intel reports. James and Danton are absolutely tearing through the course they're on track to finish in under 5 minutes. Dohyun pings back. Anyone else worth my time? The system pings. A guy named CP from Randon is moving fast, but he's not even in the same league as James and Danton. A few other high tiers are just chilling, casually dodging traps like they're on a stroll. Seems like they aren't even trying to break the record. They're just playing it safe to pass. Mark every single one of them, Dohyun orders. And keep me posted on James. He skids to a halt in front of a rickety wooden bridge. He looks up. A suspension bridge over a bottomless ravine, with cannons aimed right at it. Seriously? This is a bit much, but it won't stop me. Dohyun's grip tightens on his hilt. The blade catches the light with a cold, lethal shimmer. He charges, no hesitation. His footsteps are perfectly steady on the swaying wood, and in a flash, he's already cleared half the distance. So far, so good, he tells himself. If I keep this pace... I'll wait, is that wind? Suddenly, a violent gale hits, making the bridge swing like a pendulum. He loses his footing for a split second. The wind is brutal, making balance impossible, and that's exactly when the cannons start barking. Talk about a nightmare scenario. He's trapped on a swinging rope with fireballs raining down from every direction, and they just keep coming. The cannons aren't letting up, launching massive spheres of flame to block his every path. Dohyun knows the deal. If one of those fireballs connects, he's going over the edge and straight into disqualification. Time to focus. He draws his blade in a blur, slashing through the incoming fireballs before they can even get close. Get lost. He pauses, weighing his options. Honestly, if he used his aura blade, he could clear this in a heartbeat. But he can't show his full hand yet, not with so many eyes watching. He decides to stick to pure agility and basic swordsmanship. It's more work, sure, but it keeps his true power under wraps. Finally, he clears the bridge, just as the entire thing explodes behind him. One down, but that next part, that looks like real trouble. He warily approaches the mouth of a pitch-black cave, his senses on high alert. Hidden traps in a cave with zero visibility? Yeah, that's where things get truly dangerous. One wrong step and it's game over. But if he wants to win, no amount of darkness or hidden spikes is going to stand in his way. He reaches for his sword again. There's no other way through, it's time to cut a path. Somewhere else, a relentless rain of arrows whistles through the air. James slams his shield up, blocking the incoming volley while teeth gritted in pure frustration. What a total pain. What the hell am I even doing here? James thinks, shoving his shield forward as his irritation reaches a boiling point. Getting into this academy seemed like a walk in the park, but the reality is anything but. He's starting to absolutely hate every second of this. To make matters worse, he's being forced to compete against people he never even wanted to acknowledge, let alone face off against. Look, this guy isn't just some rookie at 20 years old. He's already a decorated champion with years of experience in the National Security Forces. He's basically a knight-in-waiting for the elite guards. To him, being stuck in this exam feels like a massive, pathetic waste of his precious time. Right now, he's actually starting to regret even showing up. If his family head hadn't personally ordered him to get into this academy, there's no way he would have signed up for this circus. But he's here now, and he hasn't forgotten his rivals. Doyun is on his radar, along with that little brat from the Aston family, Raun. Suddenly, the mission from his family head doesn't even feel like the most important thing anymore. Getting in is easy, but if he loses to those little brats during this exam, that would be a complete and total humiliation. He spots a faint light at the end of the tunnel and mutters to himself, "This cave is packed with traps. How much longer is this going to take?" James picks up the pace. "Forget it, I'm just going to blast through." He charges forward, his blade a blur as he slices through every arrow in his path. His final time clocks in at 5 minutes and 15 seconds. He stands tall, confident that he's absolutely crushed the challenge. "I've got the top spot for sure," James thinks, turning to walk away with a smug grin. With a lightning-fast time like that, first place is practically his. But then, he hears the crowd behind him erupt in gasps. Look at the scoreboard. A bad feeling hits him. James spins around, his face twisting as he reads the display. Danton, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. James, 5 minutes and 15 seconds. He's in total shock. What on earth is happening? The crowd is losing it. A 4-minute run? That's legendary. Honestly, just running through that cave without any obstacles in 4 minutes would be a challenge for most people. Danton lets out a long, exhausted breath. Finally, it's over. He definitely needs a break after a grueling run like that. James glares at him, fuming. That's the guy who just ruined his perfect plan to dominate the exam. Meanwhile, the people around them are whispering in awe. They notice how Danton finished the test without even looking tired. But Danton isn't paying them any attention. His eyes are scanning the crowd for Doyun. Wait, Raun hasn't shown up yet? Danton wonders. Where is he? James, watching from behind, realizes Danton is looking for that Aston kid. He stares at Danton's back with pure, unadulterated hatred. Does he think beating me was just a given? James seethes. He's acting like I don't even exist. He barks out a question, asking if Raun has finished his run yet. Not yet. Why is he so obsessed with that kid Raun? Is he up to something? At that moment, Danton turns to the person next to him and asks, "Hey, has Raun's result come in for this round?" "Nothing yet," the person replies. James tries to brush it off, thinking that whatever they're planning has nothing to do with him anyway. He tells himself he gave it his all, and his time was only a few seconds behind that jerk Danton. As for that kid Raun, James is convinced he'll be stuck in that cave for ages. A 15-year-old with zero experience? No way he's pulling off a miracle here. James figures he'll settle for second place for now, plenty of time for revenge later. Suddenly, James freezes. Wait, what the hell is that? Even Danton's jaw drops as he stammers, "What?" The board updates, and Doyun's name is at the very top. First place, Raun, at 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Meanwhile, Seb is way back and forth, at 6:22. The entire room is paralyzed with shock. It's impossible. Raun actually beat Danton's insane record by a full 3 seconds. No one saw this coming. How could a kid like that pull off something so incredible? Doyun just scratches his head, thinking the result matches his own estimates perfectly. James, on the other hand, is losing his mind. There's no way. How could a 15-year-old kid finish that course in that kind of time? The kid shouldn't even have the experience for a test this complex. But Danton? He realizes he wasn't wrong about this kid at all. He really is interesting, Danton thinks with a smirk. He thought academy life would be boring, but now? Everything has changed. He can't wait for what's coming next. Over in the monitoring room, a proctor calls it out. The final results are officially in. With those scores, Raun takes the top spot in the entrance exam. Everyone crowds around, congratulating the young master. "Your little brother was incredible out there," someone shouts. The older brother just laughs with pride. "It was nothing. Thanks for the support, everyone." Spawns, observing the data, notes that the performance was truly high level. Specifically, the way he moved it was like Raun was predicting every single trap before it even happened. Is it possible the Aston family trained him on these exact courses beforehand? Because honestly, his intuition was almost frightening. Just look at young Raun's performance. The kid is clearing traps with more finesse than James himself. Honestly, people are already starting to compare him to the genius Danton over here. Don acts modest, waving it off with a shy smile. Oh please, there's no need for such high praise. The boy is simply well loved within our family, that's all. He definitely has a bit of natural talent, Don continues, keeping his cool. As for his training, we just put him through the same basic drills as everyone else. Nothing special, really. Don keeps his face stern, thinking to himself that this explanation should be enough to satisfy their curiosity. Besides, a little white lie won't hurt, right? Even he's privately stunned. He never expected Raun to pull off such an incredible result in this exam. Now, James, that guy has a mountain of experience. He's like a living legacy, inheriting every ounce of the pure, raw power from Count Mael. He smashed through those traps using nothing but sheer, overwhelming force, charging straight ahead like an unstoppable juggernaut that refuses to be slowed down. Then you've got Danton, a literal prodigy with the blade. Watching him dance through obstacles with his twin swords is pure art. His footwork is so fluid and his strikes so precise that nothing can even touch him. A true master swordsman, no doubt about it. Simply put, both of those guys cleared the course by relying on their top-tier, high-level skills. Now, Raun is carrying a sword just like Danton, sure. But the way this kid handles situations is on a completely different level of unique. It's like he's combined James's raw power with Danton's elegant agility. He's the best of both worlds. That perfect balance allowed the boy to tear through every obstacle at lightning speed, securing the absolute best score in the class. Watching him move, you start to realize something. If you didn't know better, you'd swear you weren't looking at a student. He has the sharp eyes and the battle-hardened instincts of a veteran bandit or a master hunter. Without that kind of experience, there's no way he could have mapped those traps that fast. Don watches the recording as Raun blazes through a field of fireballs. The crazy part? He didn't even use sword aura like James and Danton did. It's obvious now the little rascal is hiding his true strength. He's holding back, refusing to show his full hand. Between his polished combat skills and his flawless ability to track targets, the kid is basically a perfect killing machine. Don makes a mental note. Even as his brother, he's genuinely shocked by what Raun is actually capable of. All right then, he thinks. Once this exam is over, I think the two of us need a little heart-to-heart talk at the training grounds. Even though he's surprised, Don can't hide the massive grin spreading across his face. He's bursting with pride over what his little brother accomplished today. He and the entire family are beyond proud. And just like that, the third round concludes, bringing the Academy's entrance exam to an end. For Doyun, the whole ordeal turned out to be a massive success. Immediately, he's flooded with congratulations from every member of the clan. But here's the thing, Doyun absolutely hates this kind of noisy attention. Without wasting a second, he ducks away from the crowd, hops into a carriage, and disappears. Leaning back against the seats, Doyun lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Man, that was draining. I gave it everything I had. I just hope things go smoothly from here on out. He rests his chin on his hand, looking out the window with a weary expression. The exam is over, and all he wants now is to start school quietly without any drama. Thinking about the upcoming break, Doyun finally starts to cheer up. Finally, some time to rest. But then, a dark, jagged memory flashes through his mind, a scream echoing from the shadows. Why? In the flashback, Doyun pulls Nikki into his arms, his voice trembling with pure, unadulterated rage. Why would you go this far? Why her? Zhu sneers back, his voice dripping with cold indifference. It's exactly what it looks like. I killed your little sister. You're both just orphans. Who's actually going to care? The villain steps closer, his voice turning into a threatening hiss. I'm being nice and talking to you right now, so do yourself a favor and keep your damn mouth shut. If you don't, I can't guarantee what horrible things I'll do next. So what if you're the #1 ranked talent? You really think you can take us all on by yourself? Doyun grinds his teeth, glaring at the man with eyes that could kill. Rulu scoffs, waving a hand dismissively. Stop looking at me like that. She's just an NPC. Who cares if she dies? Doyun's heart burns with hatred. To them, she was just some lines of code, an NPC. But to him, she was his entire world. Doyun and Nikki had met during one of his main quests, and since that day, they had been inseparable, facing every mission side by side. For over a year, Doyun had stood as her shield, protecting her from the relentless pursuit of various powerful factions. They had survived countless life-and-death situations together. NPC or not, Doyun loved her as if she were his own flesh and blood. And now, she's been murdered by these high-ranking guild scumbags. They always think they can do whatever they want just because they have power. How could he let this slide? The guild members just laugh at him. Look at this guy. Looks like he actually wants to fight back. Fine, do something. We're waiting, it's more fun when they struggle. Go ahead, one of them shouts. Finish him off already. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupts, forcing the thugs to stumble back. A brilliant arc of blue light slices through the air like a razor, and screams erupt as throwing daggers bury themselves into their targets. What? No way. Doyun commands the daggers to return with a flick of his wrist, the blades ripping out of a man's skull. Dozens of blades swarm the sky, forming a massive, rotating sphere of steel aimed directly at Rulu. How was he doing this? The villain's face turns pale with terror. He knew Doyun was the top-ranked assassin, but he never imagined a human could possess this kind of godlike power. He gritted his teeth in pure frustration. This is impossible. I've poured a fortune into this game, so why am I stuck with these trash-tier skills? You're lucky that skill of yours is just as pathetic. Juju's face turned a sickly shade of gray as the tables turned in an instant. Doyun's killing intent flared, and he sent his daggers whistling through the air. His voice was cold, echoing like it was crawling straight out of the pits of hell. Tell me, why do you big-shot guilds get off on slaughtering innocent guide NPCs? The man began to tremble uncontrollably, completely crushed by Doyun's overwhelming pressure. Doyun barked out a chilling order. Talk, you bastard, or you're dead. Why the hell are you lowlifes hunting down the guides? Are you really not afraid of the consequences? Do you think you're above the rules? In this world, killing an NPC, especially a guide, comes with a massive penalty. Usually, players are slapped with a long-term ban from taking any quests. They get thrown into a dark dungeon, locked away with zero chance of moving an inch. And the worst-case scenario? Repeat offenders get their accounts permanently nuked by the game developers. Doyun's eyes burned with pure hatred. I don't get it. Even if you kill a guide, another one just spawns in their place so the game can continue. It's pointless. So why do it? Why risk those heavy penalties? Juju just burst out laughing, a twisted sound. Penalties? You serious? Do we look like we're scared of some tiny slap on the wrist? He sneered arrogantly. Only broke losers like you fear the developers' rules. We're a top-tier guild with more money than we know what to do with. You think we care about some fine or a little jail time? A little cash to the devs or those greedy GMs, and everything goes away. We do whatever we want, and nobody, absolutely nobody, can stop us. Doyun grabbed him by the throat, his grip tightening. You arrogant bastard. Answer my question before I lose my patience. You really have a death wish, don't you? Juju didn't even flinch. Death? Big deal. You're probably going to kill me here anyway. Sure, I'll lose some experience points, but respawning is nothing to a guy like me. With my mountain of pay-to-win items, I'll be back on my feet and hunting you down in no time. Doyun's face darkened with frustration. This piece of trash was the grandson of the Daesung Group chairman, one of the 5 biggest conglomerates in Korea. To him, money wasn't just power, it was everything. He kept taunting, a smug grin on his face. Maybe you got the drop on me this time. Fine. But next time, I won't be so merciful. Money lets me ruin your life whenever I feel like it. You're just a broke nobody. In reality, or in-game, money is king. Got it? Doyun didn't want to hear another word and silenced the bastard for good. You and your money can rot in hell. Juju's body hit the dirt with a heavy thud, his eyes wide and lifeless. That was the day Doyun lost his guide, the girl he had always protected like his own little sister. He broke down, sobbing as he held her cold body. The bastard paid with his life, but the pain remained. A fiery rage smoldered in his chest. This wasn't the end, not by a long shot. Wait for me, you bastards. I'm going to hunt every last one of you down. I'll make sure the Daesung Guild is erased from this game forever. Sunlight hit Doyun's face, and he bolted upright, gasping for air. He was shaking. Wait, was I just dreaming about my past life? Ever since I took over this character, this is the first time those memories have come back. He wondered if the stress was getting to him, but the guilt was real. He had failed her back then. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his screen. Curious, he tapped to open the message. What's this? A letter from the system? It was a massive announcement. Big news. Version 1.0 is finally here. We want to thank everyone for their incredible support. To bring you the best experience possible, we're rolling out a major update, the version 1.0 patch. Ancient dungeons are being added, the dimensional gate system is going live, and we're introducing brand new NPCs, quests, and guild features. The update drops in exactly 1 month. Please avoid logging in during the maintenance to prevent any data loss. We'll notify you once the servers are back. This is a massive update with tons of new content waiting for you. Doyun's eyes widened in shock. A new update? Already? He hadn't been in this world long, and things were already moving fast. This meant a wave of new players was about to flood the server, which means those bastards will be showing up soon. I need to be ready. I have to be strong enough to wipe them out completely this time. He knew the update would bring new dungeons and guild mechanics. He had to move first and seize every advantage he could find. I might not be fully prepared yet, but I have to do everything in my power to be ready for version 1.0. He was starting to feel the heat. 1 month. That's all the time he had left before the entire world changed. I need to grind as much as I can right now. Once the update hits, I won't be able to adapt immediately if I'm weak. He had to stay sharp. With more players coming, he needed to monopolize every hidden dungeon and rare treasure available in the current version. The next patch would be a whole different ballgame. By then, he needed the experience and the gold to dominate the ancient dungeons. Every choice he made now would ripple into the next version. There was no room for error. He couldn't afford a single mistake. The guild update is key. I need to level up my guild now to secure the best buffs and resources for the chaos ahead. Academy life is officially in session, which means my schedule is packed with courses. Honestly, I've got zero free time right now. But those dungeons and hidden treasures in other cities, I can't just let them sit there. I need a way to claim them all for myself. I know where they are, but I'm only one person. There simply isn't enough time to do everything at once, no matter how much I want to. Tonight, I've got to sit down and map out my entire schedule to make every second count. Doyun spent hours that night meticulously planning, making sure every single detail was perfect, but that hard work paid off. His future plans are finally locked in, allowing him to raid dungeons and complete missions without falling behind at the academy. As night falls and the candles flicker to life, Silver Zero, the cold-blooded leader of the Empire's Hound Association, orders the meeting to begin. One by one, reports from spies across the Empire start flooding in through the screens. The king hasn't shown his face in court all week. It looks like the old man is cooking up something big behind the scenes. Even more suspicious? Duke Gongchun didn't even show up for his own grandson's entrance ceremony at the academy. The academy headmaster has been making plenty of noise, too. Especially about the new students coming from the Marnell Marquis family. Zero nods, his voice low and dangerous. Good work, everyone. This intel is exactly what we need for our next move. A direct order just came down from the top, he continues. 1 month from now, our plan officially goes into motion. The room erupts in excitement. All that brutal preparation, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Slam! Zero hits the table, silencing the room instantly. Quit the cheering. This is only the beginning. He glares at them. The real challenges are still ahead, and your roles are about to become a whole lot more critical. Now, number 7. What's the status of that investigation? Number 7 steps forward, looking tense. We've put everything into it, sir, but the trail is going cold. We haven't found much. That Mira incident? It's a complete mess. The whole kingdom is on high alert, and the royal army is breathing down everyone's necks. Zero narrows his eyes. And the final item? What's the verdict? Sir? 7 responds. Preliminary reports suggest the Randon family might have their hands dirty in this one. Someone in the back scoffs in disbelief. No way. I've been watching the Jodu family like a hawk, and they haven't made a single move. Are you telling me a small squad of soldiers in Mira managed to wipe out our forces and loot our entire branch in that dungeon? Number 7 sighs. We're still digging for the truth. But on that exact day, the Jodu family did announce they were launching an operation nearby. More importantly, our tracking magic and investigation tools all point to one conclusion. It was them. They're the ones who did this. The other member isn't buying it, though. I'm telling you, it's impossible. How could a tiny detachment from the Jodu family possibly take down our elite units? Zero cuts him off. Enough. Forget the Jodu family for a second. Did you find anything else? 7 checks his notes. Well, the youngest son of the Aston family was also marching his troops through that area at the time. We don't have much on him yet, but reports say they were gathering forces to conquer some underground dungeon. Zero pauses. The Aston family? That's a headache. The Jodu and Aston families hate each other. They're like oil and water. There's no way they'd ever work together on a hit. Exactly my thoughts, the member agrees. Zero leans back. Anything else? Any other leads? Number 7 hesitates. There is one report, unconfirmed of course. An undercover agent nearby claims they saw someone who looked exactly like Sage Grey. Zero rubs his chin, deep in thought. Grey, huh? This incident has already cost us too many good men. If that annoying Sage is involved, things just got 10 times harder. Fine, we're pausing that investigation for now. Focus on the 1-month deadline. That's when the real game starts, and we need to be ready. Send a subtle warning to the Jodu family. Let them know that messing with us is a death wish. He suddenly looks up. Number 3. How's the situation at the academy? You were supposed to fix the rankings so Jane would take the top spot and become the freshman leader, right? Number 3 looks frustrated. That was the plan. But something or someone completely derailed it. And I don't mean Danton. Danton is strong, sure. But this kid from the Aston family? He's a freak of nature. He wrecked everything we built. Zero's eyes widen. Danton I can handle. But the Aston kid? Number 6. Weren't you supposed to be keeping him under control? Number 3 is just as confused. The kid used to be a nobody. But lately, his growth is terrifying. He's evolving so fast we can't even predict his next move. He's getting stronger, yeah. But luckily we've still got the situation somewhat under control. For now. Besides, we have plenty of hidden cards we haven't even played yet. Zero gives the order. Keep your plan moving. Stay on him. Number 3 doesn't seem worried. The brat is only 15. There's no way he can actually interfere with our grand design. Plus, he just joined the academy. He's playing on our turf now. We have eyes and ears everywhere. If he becomes a real problem, we'll just use more aggressive methods to shut him down. He narrowed his eyes, lost in a dark train of thought. Danton was already a powerhouse with a proven track record, but now that a brat from the Aston family had joined the fray, this was becoming a massive headache. Zero issued the command coldly. As for the incident in Mira, keep a tail on Gray. I want to know his every move, see if he's up to anything suspicious. They needed to know the real reason why a man like him would suddenly appear in that specific area. James's plan to seize the top spot at the academy had completely tanked, which meant they needed to flood the school with more reinforcements. And what about number 8? Zero asked. Is the cleanup of those resistance remnants finished yet? Number 3 chimed in immediately. Everything is under control, sir. We've managed to squeeze even more intel out of that rebel group. Once we've confirmed the details, I'll have my men launch a preemptive strike to wipe them out for good. He laid out the orders, making sure everyone was on the same page, but then his voice turned grave. Listen carefully. For the next month, I want everyone to be extremely cautious. Don't slip up and don't draw any unnecessary attention. Do you understand? We've spent too long building this plan to let it fall apart now. Every single preparation we've made is leading up to that one day. No matter who the enemy is, we will crush them into the dirt. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Doyun was busy writing a letter. A month later, the academy was buzzing with life again as students returned in droves. Doyun stood there, taking in the familiar sights of the campus. He'd been working himself to the bone lately, but he knew these preparations would be his greatest asset in the long run. Balancing his secret goals with academy life was no easy feat, especially with so much on the line. Because of his hectic schedule, he was constantly bouncing between home and school. The academy had a lot of mandatory classes on the roster. Honestly, most of them weren't that useful to him. Luckily, attendance was only required 3 days a week, so it wasn't too hard to manage his time. As he rode his horse through the gates, the whispers started instantly. Wait, is that the kid who aced the entrance exam? I heard he's only 15 years old. No kidding. This year's class is absolutely stacked with talent. There's another guy, Danton something or other, who's supposedly a total monster. It felt like this year at the academy was going to be wild. Word was that this Danton guy had pulled off incredible scores in both the practical and theory exams. But seriously, why are all the heirs from the great families enrolling here of all places? One student wondered. They already have all the power in the world. What could they possibly gain from studying at a place like this? Another student scoffed. Man, if I were a noble with my current sword skills, I'd have ditched school and joined the Royal Knights already. Doyun thought to himself. They're not wrong. Most of the curriculum here was just basic knowledge he'd mastered ages ago. But for him, this wasn't just a school. It was a vital stepping stone, a place where he could grow his influence and build a foundation for the future. He stopped in his tracks, his eyes locking onto a notice board. He wasn't like the other students. He had a very specific prize he needed to claim from this academy. Wait, what's this? The S-rank exam results were posted, listing the top 3. Raun, James, and Danton. Doyun blinked in surprise. It looked like the academy was using exam ranks for classification. Suddenly, a blue window flickered in his vision. New scenario mission. Difficulty. D. Objective. Rank in the top 3 to earn a bonus reward. Main reward, 500 gold. Bonus reward, unknown. Doyun's interest peaked. He'd already secured the gold, but that hidden prize was a total mystery. A bonus reward, huh? I wonder what it could be, he muttered to himself. He decided to put it out of his mind for now. It was only a D-rank mission, so there was no point stressing over the details. It was time to head to class. By the time the professor walked in, every single seat in the classroom was filled. Doyun spent the lecture diligently taking notes. Even though he'd predicted this would happen, the material was just basic stuff he already knew by heart. He noticed a few students giving him the side eye, but for the most part, his classmates didn't bother him. Only James was being a bit of a nuisance, but Doyun didn't let it get to him. Honestly, a quiet life like this was exactly what he was hoping for. If things kept going this smoothly, he'd reach his goal in no time. As the bell rang, Doyun stood up from his desk. He figured the day was over, but just then, Oxer walked into the room. Excuse me, is student Raun here? Doyun stepped forward. That's me. Is something the matter? Turns out, Oxer had come specifically to deliver something to him. It was an official certificate proving he had ranked first in the entrance exam. This will be a huge help to you during your time here, Oxer explained. But then, he added something that made Dohyun's heart skip a beat. Also, Vice Principal Alfred Gray is asking to see you. Doyun was stunned. The Vice Principal? It finally clicked. The hidden reward for the mission wasn't an item, it was an audience with the Vice Principal of Gray Academy. He was reeling. Alfred Gray was a legendary sage and a brilliant strategist who had once led the Allied forces against the Empire's most brutal armies. Doyun hadn't seen this coming at all. He never expected to meet such a legendary figure this early in the game. He made his way to the office, passing 2 guards standing at attention. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for this meeting. Doyun gave the door a polite knock. A voice from inside called out, "Come in." He stepped through the doorway and offered a respectful bow. "Hello, sir." And there he was, the man himself, Alfred Gray. He looked up and gave a polite nod, though he seemed buried in work. "Have a seat and wait for a moment," Gray said softly. "I just need to finish processing this paperwork for the academy." Doyun sat down, acting the part of the obedient student. "Of course, sir," he replied. Up close, the legendary man seemed surprisingly friendly. Doyun sat back and watched him work. He'd seen countless videos of this man in his past life, but meeting him in person? The aura was completely different. This was the real deal. At first glance, he looks like any other high-ranking noble in the kingdom. But that aura? It's on a whole different level. My jaw literally dropped in shock. I mean, what am I even supposed to say to start a conversation with a guy this powerful? I needed a closer look, so I pulled up his status window. Name: Gray. Age and level: unknown. Class: Grand Sage. He's an 8th Circle Mage, a Master Alchemist, and currently serves as the Vice Principal of the Academy. On top of that, he's the Master of the Phoenix Tower, holds the title of Sage, and possesses SSS rank Magic Mastery. Talk about a legendary resume. My skills couldn't even scan his full profile, but what I did see was enough to realize this man is an absolute monster. Suddenly, Gray spoke up, snapping me out of my daze and making me jump. "I'm almost finished with my work, but you're staring pretty hard there, aren't you, kid?" I felt a cold sweat running down my back. Was he watching me the entire time he was working? All right. Think fast, what do I say? I stood up immediately and bowed, trying to hide my nerves. I'm incredibly sorry for the disrespect. Sir, it was just my first time meeting someone like you, I stammered. The sage just gave me a kind, fatherly smile and replied, "Don't sweat it. That's a pretty normal reaction around me. I'll be staying at the academy for a while, so we'll have plenty of time to talk later. I'm almost done, so just bear with me for a second." Gray looked at me with genuine intrigue. "Honestly, Raun, I've got a lot of questions for you too. You're a pretty special guy, and those sharp eyes of yours? They definitely aren't just for show." That one sentence made my entire body freeze up. Wait, did he already figure something out about me? I was panicking internally. Is it possible he can actually see the same things I see? Is he a player too? Can he see my status window? Or is he just an incredible judge of character who's making a lucky guess? Gray just smiled to reassure me. "No need to be so tense. I'm finished. Now that you're standing right in front of me, I have to say you're a lot more impressive than I thought." I forced myself to calm down. Okay, I was definitely overthinking things. I guess facing a legendary figure like this just made me lose my cool for a minute. I need to stay sharp and analyze the situation carefully before I make another move. "My apologies," Gray continued. "I let you sit there without even offering you some tea. Here, hold on a second." He handed a warm cup over to me. "Go on, drink up." I took the cup with both hands, nodding respectfully. "Thank you very much, sir." Honestly, it was kind of weird. I expected a legendary mage to just snap his fingers and manifest tea out of thin air, but he actually brewed it the old-fashioned way. Gray sat down across from me, looking very friendly. "Congratulations on taking first place in the entrance exam. That run you did through the trap trial? Seriously impressive stuff. I called you here just to get acquainted and discuss a few things." I was still a bit confused back at the opening ceremony. I didn't think I'd done anything worth noticing. It had to be the trap trial. That must have been the moment I really caught his attention. Still, why go through all this trouble just to call me here today? I decided to test the waters and see what he was really after. "I'm honored, sir," I started. "But I don't quite understand why someone of your status, the vice principal himself, would be so curious about a student like me." Gray didn't beat around the bush. "It's simple, really." He leaned in, getting straight to the point. "Tell me, have you ever heard of the Empire's Hounds? I heard you had a little run-in with them back in Mira, right?" I was stunned. How on earth did he know about that? See, about 50 years ago, the entire continent was nearly swallowed whole by the Karanan Empire. It was absolute chaos. Constant, never-ending war. The major kingdoms eventually teamed up to resist, but against the Empire's overwhelming might, they all failed. But those dark times, they forced legends to step up. That was the true era of heroes. Hard times create heroes. That was the only way to describe the state of the world back then. Every elite warrior gathered for a clash that the world had never seen before and hasn't seen since. Thanks to those brave souls, the Karanan army was finally pushed back, preventing them from ever unifying the continent. 50 years have passed since then, and the continent has stayed relatively stable. But peace is a double-edged sword. Once the big nations settled down, they started bickering and fighting amongst themselves again. And because they're so busy fighting each other, they've completely let their guard down when it comes to the Karanan Empire. This is the perfect chance for the Empire to rise again. Half a century might have gone by, but the heroes who fought in that war, they're still out there. And they are absolutely convinced that one day, the Empire is coming back for round 2. That's why Gray, one of those original war heroes, built a magic tower to train the next generation of talented mages for the inevitable conflict. He wants to make sure there's enough power to fight back if the Empire returns, so he's constantly searching for top-tier talent. He's traveled to every corner of the continent, but he's finally found the one person he wants to call his true successor. He's been pouring everything into training her to become a grand sage and eventually take over the magic tower. That person is Nakia, the brilliant alchemist that I, as Raun, saved during that dungeon mission when we clashed with the Imperial soldiers. When Gray first heard Nakia had been captured, he was desperate to get to her, but he was tied up with urgent business and couldn't leave immediately. By the time he finally made it to Mira, the Imperial troops had already been completely crushed. I had wiped them out before he even arrived. That was the moment he noticed Raun another rare talent he'd been searching for. After seeing what I'm capable of, he's convinced that I'm someone worth nurturing. Someone who could become a true legend in the days to come. The Randon family was hot on Raon's trail, but he played them like a fiddle. He left all that Imperial gear behind for them to find, leading them straight into a clever trap. Just like we expected, the Imperial army didn't take that lightly. They struck back at the Randons, convinced they were the ones who wiped out the Empire's hounds. Ray watched him, thinking to himself, is this really the work of the young Lord Raon? It was hard to believe a kid could be smart enough to dump all the credit on the Randon family just to blindside the Empire's spies. He'd calculated everything perfectly, ignoring short-term gains to avoid a massive headache later. This kid? He's a talent I definitely need to watch out for. He smiled, making his choice. With the continent in chaos and nations at each other's throats, the Empire was clearly gearing up for a comeback. The heroes of old had already started their own preparations for the coming storm. I need to find fresh talent, and fast. If the chance comes up, I'll have to approach him myself and see what he's really made of. Doyun was curious. After Raun joined the academy and crushed the entrance exams, there was no way Lord Grey would pass up the chance to meet him face to face. Wait, was he seriously bringing up the Empire's hounds again? At the time, I'd already handed all the credit to the Randon family. I have to be careful here. Sure, he's a wise hero, but this involves the Empire itself. Therefore, right now, the royal family has him leading the investigation into the Empire, trying to keep their military from stirring up trouble for the kingdom. The problem is, I'm still weak and have zero influence in the kingdom. It's probably best if I don't get tangled in these complicated issues with him just yet, Ray asked knowingly. You already knew something about this, didn't you? I see you're being careful, always weighing every option. But don't be afraid I'm looking out for you. Raun, the situation isn't quite what you think. He brought up what happened back in Mira. After Raon took down the Imperial forces and let the Randons take the credit, he'd caught the old man's eye. He'd pulled off something that no one thought was possible for a kid his age. It was a brilliant move, dodging the Empire's gaze while dumping all that trouble right on the Randon family's doorstep. Doyun was stunned. How could he have figured all that out? Does he already know everything about me? This is a serious problem. Framing the Randons was one thing, but if he's guessed my real identity, I need to be extremely cautious. Gray noticed Doyun's nerves. Relax. I didn't bring you here to threaten you. Your secret is safe with me. Honestly, seeing someone your age pull that off, I'm impressed. But you're still missing the big picture. So you knew everything? Then why call me here today? The old man just took a slow, calm sip of his tea. I'm sure you've read the history books. The Empire has always been a terrifying force. But do you know what they're really up to now? Raun replied. I know they tried to conquer the continent 50 years ago. And this time, they're using some pretty powerful dark magic. Gray nodded. Of course, their magic is strong, no doubt about that. They have battle-hardened armies too. But that's not the half of it. Think about it. The Empire isn't even that big. How could they possibly hope to conquer the entire continent? Doyun thought to himself. The land there is barren, the population is small, and they have zero support. Building a business or developing anything there is a total nightmare. That hasn't changed for ages. Ray continued. Everything you know about the Empire is in the textbooks, but what you don't know is that the Empire has an incredibly sharp intelligence network. That's their real strength. They read us like a book, seeing through every plan, while we're left fumbling in the dark, knowing absolutely nothing about them. He explained that geographically, the Empire is boxed in by mountains, the monster range on one side, and treacherous abysses on the other. There is only one single road that leads in or out of that place. We've always been on guard for the Empire's return. Because of that, we built watchtowers all along that one road, just to catch any move they might make. But even with all that, the Empire still gets their hands on our most sensitive info. Their spies are everywhere, and we're basically helpless to stop them. It's a massive problem for our alliance. If this keeps up, we won't stand a chance against them in the future. Doyun understood completely. He was right. In his past life, by the time the truth came out, the situation was already impossible to fix. Back then, the continent was dragged into a total war. When the game officially kicked off, The Empire had already started invading the major nations one by one. By the time I lost my life at the end of the game, the Empire had almost completely conquered the entire continent. The old man revealed, "To keep that from happening again, we need talents like you. People who can become pillars, the heroes who will help the continent survive the coming Imperial onslaught. We've already figured out their twisted schemes. From here on out, we need to be on high alert. One wrong move could be fatal." Doyun suddenly remembered his past life. Back then, Nakia became a legendary alchemist, a literal powerhouse who single-handedly carried the kingdom's prosperity. It looks like Sage Grey saw the Empire's dirty moves coming from a mile away, and that's why he poured everything into training her. In a situation like this, I can't just back down. The Empire's greed is obvious, and the entire continent is heading for a total collapse. I have to stand up and protect this kingdom. He knows my skills and brains are top tier, no doubt about that, but he warned me to stay sharp regardless. The Empire has eyes and ears everywhere. If I want to survive, I have to watch my back every second. Think before you act, he told me. I need to plan every move with precision. One reckless mistake, and the whole mission goes up in flames. I'll keep that in mind, sir, I replied. Grey nodded, satisfied. Good, you get it. Let's wrap this meeting up then. You spent all this time listening to an old man ramble, Grey chuckled. I can't exactly let you leave empty-handed. A little gift for you. Doyun's jaw dropped. Wait, a gift? Grey handed it over, a safeguard for the chaos waiting in the future. I prepared this specifically for you. There's a manual inside, so make sure you read it thoroughly, all right? He opened the box to find a ring, a magic ring. Doyun couldn't help but ask, Sir, why are you giving me something this incredibly valuable? Grey just gave a reassuring smile. Don't sweat it. This thing will save your life more than once. Just take it. Think of it as a reward for everything you've done. A reward? Doyun wondered what he'd even done to impress a legend like this. With the exchange over, Doyun stood up and gave a deep bow. I'll be taking my leave now, sir. I'm truly grateful for such a precious gift, Vice Principal. Grey didn't try to stop him. Thanks for coming to see me. Keep pushing yourself at the academy. I'm sure our paths will cross again soon. He walked out clutching the box. Honestly, meeting a legend like that for the first time had him shaking in his boots. But hey, he kept his cool, didn't do anything stupid, and walked away with a priceless treasure to boot. He wondered what it actually did. Then he felt it. A surge of mana. This ring was vibrating with power. The stats flashed before his eyes. Sage Grey's polymorph ring. Unique grade. Effect? You can transform your body into whatever you want. The catch? Your stats drop by 30% while transformed. When your mana runs dry, you pop back to normal. Oh, and it can summon Sage Grey himself, once. Doyun's heart practically skipped a beat. This was exactly what he was looking for. This polymorph effect is perfect for doing the dirty work without being spotted. He smirked, thinking of his enemies. Right now, his identity was a huge handicap. There were too many things he needed to do, but he couldn't risk being recognized, especially with those Imperial snakes lurking. Everywhere he went, he needed a squad of guards, and it was a total pain in the neck. This is my ultimate ticket to freedom, he thought, sliding the ring onto his finger. Usually, a ring like this needs 6th circle magic just to activate, plus a ton of other restrictions. Not just anyone can wear this. The fact that the old man gave it to him. He definitely knew what kind of trouble Doyun was planning to get into. Plus, that summon ability is a literal get-out-of-jail-free card. Only one use, but it's the ultimate life insurance. Got to work even harder now, he told himself, leaving with a grin. For now, I need to keep a low profile at the academy. Even with a powerhouse like Grey backing him up, he couldn't afford to get lazy or cocky. The Empire was already making their move. He just had to wait for the perfect moment to use this ring and strike back. Time flies when you're busy. 10 days passed in a heartbeat, and Doyun was actually satisfied with the pace. To be honest, academy life was pretty chill. Nothing crazy, nothing special. He kept his head down, played the part of a quiet student perfectly, and avoided any massive drama. Well, except for Danton. That guy was like a persistent shadow, and Doyun was starting to feel totally helpless. Hey, you coming with me to the weapon shop today? Danton asked. I heard they got some insane new stock. Doyun shot him down immediately. I've told you 1,000 times. I'm busy. I have classes, and I actually need to focus on my grades. But Danton wasn't taking no for an answer. Come on, man. I don't know the first thing about weapons, but you're a total pro. Just help me out, okay? Think of it as your good deed for the day for a struggling friend. Doyun just wanted a quiet life. No grand heroics, no drama. But Danton, he was stuck to him like human glue. In class, after school it didn't matter. Apparently, the guy had 0 other friends in this entire academy. Maybe it was Doyun's talent or just his vibe, but Danton refused to let go. Having a shadow was annoying, sure. But there was a silver lining. As long as Danton was hanging around, nobody else in the academy dared to bother him. Small wins, I guess? This guy just won't stop nagging, complaining about why I'm always so busy. I mean, he's not wrong, my grades are already top tier. You'll breeze through those classes easily. Everyone knows it, he says. Why are you always obsessed with studying? Doyun sneers, pointing out that I never talk about social life or anything else. I'm not like you, he mutters. I'm not some genius with natural talent. He's actually terrified of failing his classes, so he's heading to the library now. I told him I was going too, but his face fell. He absolutely loathes that place. But hey, if you're going, maybe I'll actually pay attention for once, Doyun adds. Well, that's a start. I told him if he's got nothing better to do, he should just come and read a book instead of bothering me. He finally gave up and left, promising to read when he's free. For now, he's ditching the books for some sword practice, says reading too much makes his head spin. Honestly, I'm just relieved he's finally gone. With the pest out of the way, Doyun finally steps into the academy's massive, breathtaking library. He gazes up at the higher floors with a look of pure ambition. Being the rank 1 student in the entrance exams comes with perks total freedom to enter. But even then, I'm restricted to the first 4 floors. The 5th floor and beyond? Totally off limits. Rumor has it only the academy professors and a select few elites ever get to see what's up there. Still, Doyun is more than satisfied for now. Reaching the 4th floor is a massive achievement in its own right. From what I've heard, even the 3rd floor is restricted to only 50 students. Time to see if I can hunt down a skill book that's actually useful. High above, a fairy named Ravenna is fluttering through the library, her wings shimmering with a magical glow. She's scanning the room, judging everyone like a tiny critic. To her, today's crowd is just a bunch of predictable bookworms she's seen 1,000 times. Ugh, I've read everything on this floor already, she sighs. Nothing new, nothing special, just the same old stuff. She spots a female student looking completely drained and flies over to investigate. Let's see what this little one is struggling with. Anything interesting? Ravenna watches her for a moment. Still the same old diligent, studying, nothing out of the ordinary. Taking pity, the fairy sprinkles some magical dust over her, giving the girl a sudden burst of focus and energy. Hard workers like her deserve a little motivation boost, after all. Then, Ravenna's eyes lock onto a guy fast asleep at the next table. Is this idiot serious? Coming here just to nap? Her patience snaps instantly. She's not about to let some slacker disrespect her sanctuary. It's time for a little lesson. Whack! She dives down and smacks him right on the head. The guy jumps up, clutching his skull in a panic before screaming about a ghost and sprinting out of the room. Ravenna crosses her arms proudly. This is a place for learning, not sleeping. I won't go easy on any brat who wastes space in my library. Meanwhile, Doyun is wandering the aisles, genuinely impressed. Wow. Even for a library, this place is packed with an insane amount of books. He does a quick lap, but the first floor is a bit too basic for his needs. He needs the good stuff. It's time to head up to the 2nd floor. Behind him, 2 students are whispering frantically. Did you see that? Over by the tables? They're practically holding back laughter. You mean that kid who got so scared he ran out screaming about a ghost? Classic. Oh, I saw it, Peter confirms with a grin. Everyone in the reading room saw it. Funniest thing I've seen all week. Note to self. Never fall asleep in this library. Doyun overhears them and stops in his tracks, looking surprised. A ghost? In a Magic Academy library? Please, this place is practically vibrating with protective wards. No spirit could survive here. Even if there was one, I wouldn't care. I'm here for one thing and one thing only. Knowledge. Now, where are those skill books hidden? Up above, Ravenna is still grumpy. She's feeling unusually exhausted today, and she can't figure out why. Chasing off idiots and flying back and forth has her in a terrible mood. She's just drained. But then, she senses something. She turns toward a specific corner, her eyes widening in pure shock. No way, it can't be. There's a priceless, high-value book that was moved here only a year ago. She rushes toward it, desperate to check its condition. She presses herself against the cover, and her heart sinks. The book isn't helping her recover her strength anymore. The energy is gone. Maybe I can find another one to replace it? She wonders. She can feel the knowledge energy radiating from this rare tome has plummeted. She didn't expect the power to bleed out this quickly. It's fading way faster than she predicted. Usually, a book like this should last for years. But now, high-level knowledge sources like this are becoming dangerously rare. Ravenna frantically searches the shelves, but every new book added lately is just shallow, generic, boring content with zero magical depth. If she can't find a source with high knowledge energy soon, her very existence will come to an end. Her fate is tied to this power. Don't give up now, she whispers to herself, trying to stay positive even as the fear sets in. She's not ready to go. There's still so much she wants to see, so much she wants to experience in this world. Even though there's no replacement in sight, she gets a strange feeling, a premonition that a massive, positive change is coming to the library. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy ripples through the air, making Ravenna freeze in mid-flight. Please let this be real, she thinks. Don't let this be an illusion. She whips her head around, staring straight at Doyun. This intense, overwhelming power. It's coming from him. Lavenna slid down the bookshelf, desperately hoping for something fresh. She took a leap of faith toward the next section, praying for a miracle. Don't let me down now, gut feeling. Meanwhile, Doyun was hitting a wall. He'd been searching for ages but couldn't find a single book worth his time. He weighed 2 volumes in his hands, sighing. Honestly, finding a decent skill book was proving to be way harder than he expected. All the top-tier, perfect skills were already gone. He started wondering maybe he needed to head to the upper floors of this massive library to find the real treasures. Our boy, Doyun, had one goal. Finding a mental-type skill book, just like the one he mastered in his past life. But in this timeline, he'd been keeping his ears open, trying to track down anyone with telekinetic abilities or object manipulation skills he could learn from. But so far, big fat zero. Information on those types of users was practically non-existent, making his path to spiritual growth a total uphill battle. Suddenly, a specific book caught his eye. It wasn't exactly what he wanted, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Let's see what we've got here. He checked the title. C-rank acrobatic horsemanship? So, a mounted combat technique? He flipped through the pages, nodding to himself. Not bad. Cavalry skills are actually a lifesaver in the heat of battle. If he combined this with the dexterity skill he just picked up, his combat efficiency on horseback would skyrocket. He scanned the contents, letting the system's memory bank record every detail so he could master it later. But then, a familiar frustration kicked in. Here's the catch. A person can't just learn every skill under the sun. To add something new to the system, you usually have to delete something old. Luckily, he had a workaround stashing unlearned skills in his system's sub-storage to study later. He placed his hand on the book, and energy began to swirl. All right, next. Doyun grabbed another volume, eager to see what else he could find. Glowing ripples of energy lifted the book into the air. Just like that, it was being integrated into his system's skill slots. The second the system finished copying the data, the book's glow faded. It was just a regular, boring stack of paper again. Better me than some random guy, right? Call it greed, but in this world, it's every man for himself or face the consequences. He needed more. Way more. As he moved on to find the next prize, Lavenna was watching his every move from the shadows. This guy. He was acting seriously strange. She stayed hidden, trailing him through the aisles like a ghost. He'd stare intensely at these skill books, do something totally inexplicable, and then just swap it for another one. Over and over. There's no way a normal person could process that much information that fast. Lavenna glanced at the pile of books left on the table. The stuff he was reading wasn't exactly light bedtime material. We're talking high-level theory that would make a scholar's head spin. These were incredibly niche titles, things like Temporal Dynamics and the Celestial Void, books that usually reject 99% of readers. Her respect for him started to grow. Anyone who could even wrap their head around those concepts had to possess an insane level of intellect. Watching him lost in those pages, she had to admit there was a certain intellectual beauty to him. But then, Lavenna shook it off. Focus, girl. Whatever he was doing wasn't going to help her personal situation anyway. Right now, her priority was finding high-value books just to keep her own life force from flickering out. Besides, to even talk to her, someone would need to be at the sage level. And even then, talking doesn't mean they can actually save her. She let out a soft sigh, her energy rippling through the air. Her very existence was a fluke born from countless sacrifices and a one-in-a-million moment of perfect cosmic harmony. But maintaining that life was becoming an absolute nightmare. It was exhausting. Honestly, she'd given up on expecting help from anyone. I'm on my own, she thought, continuing to follow Doyun. But man, finding a special book in this place was like finding a needle in a haystack. Even if she found something, the quality was usually trash, barely worth the effort. That special aura she felt from him earlier. It was starting to fade. She tilted her head, confused. Why did he stop reading and just hold his hand over the book? It looked like he was sensing something deep inside the pages. But what could be so special about that specific book? Lavenna focused on the one in his hand. It looked totally plain at first glance, but the hidden patterns on the cover were incredibly intricate. Suddenly, she felt a faint pulse coming from the book, like it was calling out to her. Just as she felt it, Doyun finished up and snapped the book shut. Her curiosity was peaking. Was he actually absorbing the knowledge energy straight out of the books? But that's impossible. She looked closer, and the books he'd already processed looked exactly the same as before. This is weird, even for me. She made a decision. She'd wait for him to move to the next aisle, then check those books herself. Lavenna frowned at the stack on the table. She didn't recognize a single one of these titles. Were these the treasures she'd been looking for? And who exactly was this guy with the strange, inexplicable powers? She reached out and touched one of the books he'd just put down, her eyes widening in pure shock. Nothing. No reaction, no energy, no soul. How was this even possible? It was like the book had been completely hollowed out. Usually, it doesn't matter what kind of book it is, literature, religion, you name it. The moment I touch one, the stories inside should come alive right in my head. But with these books, nothing, absolutely nothing is happening. She kept desperately pressing her hand against the cover, her confusion growing. What on earth is going on? Why won't it work? Defeated, Lavenna slumped down on the book. It was completely lifeless. Suddenly, a voice called out, making her jump nearly out of her skin. Doyun stared, totally baffled. What are you doing sitting on that book? He studied her closely, wondering who this little girl could possibly be. She looked like one of the elves, but something was off. She was fading so transparent that he could actually see right through her. She floated up to his eye level, her eyes wide. Wait, you can actually see me? Terrified, she immediately turned tail and bolted. Dohyun watched her go, unfazed. He had no clue who she was, but if she wanted to run, that was fine by him. Still, she seemed way too interested in the books he was reading. He had a feeling she'd be back sooner rather than later. For now, the mission was clear. Find more high-value skill books. Just then, a new notification flashed before his eyes. Acrobatics Writing Rank C has been recorded in the system dictionary. Your proficiency with this skill has increased by 10.5%. He did a quick check. The skill was perfectly stored. Time to see just how much progress he'd made since he started this marathon. Dohyun frowned at the screen. This was getting out of hand. The number of skills he'd memorized had skyrocketed from 530 to exactly 700. Even for him, it was a dizzying amount. In this game, absolutely no one is supposed to memorize skills at this speed. Not even the great sages could pull this off. But there was a catch. Despite the massive quantity, rare skills were still few and far between. He wondered just how many more books he'd have to devour to reclaim the godlike power he held in his past life. Hey, you! Lavenna's voice rang out again. She was back, her curiosity getting the better of her. What exactly are you doing with those books? Dohyun blinked. Man, she came back fast. He decided not to play nice just yet. He needed to see what her deal was first. You're the one who touched my books first, he said coldly. So why are you the one acting all snappy? That's not exactly how a polite person behaves, you know. Lavenna winced, realizing he had a point. Okay, fine. I shouldn't have touched your stuff, but I really didn't think you could see or hear me. At your age, that should be impossible. That's why I was so shocked. She floated closer, trying to regain her composure. Let me introduce myself properly. She daintily lifted her skirt and gave a graceful bow. I am Lavenna. You can just call me Lavel. I'm an elf who loves books, and I promise, I'm usually very friendly toward humans. I'm Raun, he replied, using his academy alias. I'm a new student here. You definitely look like an elf, but there's an aura coming off you that I can't quite put my finger on. Lavenna's eyes sparkled. Sharp eyes. I might look like an elf, but I'm actually more of a spirit. I've lived in this library for a very, very long time. The sages actually call me the spirit of this library. Dohyun smirked. So you're the one who's been busy scaring the students then? Lavenna looked like she'd been slapped. What? A ghost? How could you say that? I'll have you know I'm a highly sophisticated and wise spirit. All right, he said, changing the subject. You're curious about the books I'm reading, aren't you? She nodded immediately. Yes. Those books are different. I felt something shift the moment you touched them. Something strange. Dohyun pointed to one on the pile. You mean this one? Lavenna leaned in, her voice hushed with excitement. Yes, that's the one. When I touch it now, I can't feel the contents anymore. It's like the story vanished. Please, you have to tell me, how did you do that? Dohyun's mind started racing. He finally understood what was happening. She had a unique skill to sense the contents of books just by touch. That meant she could tell instantly if a book was special or trash. This was a goldmine. If he used her ability, he could find every rare book he needed in a fraction of the time. He could reclaim his true power and level up his skill dictionary to heights never seen before. Since this dictionary was his literal lifeline, he made his move. Fine, I'll tell you, but in exchange you tell me everything I want to know. Deal? Lavenna didn't hesitate. Deal. I'll tell you anything. She cast a quick spell over the book in his hand. Then, she reached out and touched the glowing flow of energy radiating from the pages. The knowledge energy is surging, she cheered. But then, her expression shifted to pure shock as she read the content. Wait, this is demotion? Rank down? This is impossible. How can this be? Suddenly, a massive blast of energy erupted, throwing her backward. Lavenna screamed in pure terror. No way, this shouldn't exist. How did you find a book as twisted and strange as this? A book like this appearing here. It's a massive violation of the world's fundamental laws. Dohyun rushed over. Are you okay? Lavenna ignored the pain, her eyes burning with an intense, frantic light. Tell me, where on earth did you find this book? Dohyun tells her to take a breath and slow down. What exactly did she find in that book? Laven gets all hyped up, explaining that this book holds every scrap of knowledge about the creator god. And we're not talking about some minor deity here, this is an ancient god, one that supposedly vanished thousands of years ago. Hearing that, Doyun just freezes. An ancient creator god? That's a whole new concept for him. Is the power of a literal creator really hidden in those pages? But honestly, Doyun isn't feeling it. He can't explain why, but he just doesn't feel that spark of interest. Laven starts stuttering, totally shocked. How can you not care? This is what people used to worship back in the day. Doyun just shrugs. Look, to be honest, I've never been a big fan of the gods. So, just tell me what you know. Laven starts her story, though she admits she's only scratched the surface of what's inside. Here's the catch. The book is currently forbidden. For some reason, just touching it caused a massive shock that cost her her position. Now he's confused. If it's broken, how do they get the book back to its original state? Lavenna points at the book, looking frustrated. How should she know? That grumpy kid from earlier refused to say a single word. Doyun is stunned. Wait, so you're useless? That sets her off. Excuse me? I barely touched the thing. How am I supposed to know everything? Then, she makes a wild suggestion. Let her just live inside the book. Suddenly, an emergency system alert pops up. Skill book management. The soul of the forest fairy, Lavenna, is requesting to reside within the skill book. Once a soul enters a skill book, they are automatically appointed as the book's secretary. This isn't just for show. A secretary boosts the book's rank and efficiency. But beware. Once appointed, you can't fire them unless they agree to leave. The system asks, do you want to appoint Lavenna? Doyun looks at the girl suspiciously. Is she really trying to hitch a ride for free? On paper, it's a solid deal. A major upgrade just for letting her in? But he's no amateur. He's not letting a random girl he just met become his secretary without paying a price. He shuts the book, and Lavenna's eyes go wide. What's with that look? Doyun says calmly. Actually, I think I've heard enough. I know the book is forbidden, and I'm pretty sure I can figure it out on my own. Then, he looks at the time. It's getting late. I need to head back. Lavenna starts panicking. Wait. She flies right in front of his face, begging. Don't be like that. Just let me in for a little bit. But Doyun isn't budging. Look, I told you, I'm busy. Maybe next time. Though, I don't know when I'll be back. Lavenna clasps her hands together, desperate. Are you mad at me? I'm so sorry. She explains she just hasn't talked to a human in forever. Doyun sees his opening, it's time for a little negotiation. Time to play hardball. He puts on his most serious face. Like I said, I'm a busy man. I don't have time for stories right now. Lavenna is practically on her knees. I'll help you, I promise. This book is everything to me. Please, just a few more minutes? Doyun watches her, weighing his options. He's got her right where he wants her. Let's keep the pressure on. Maybe, if the price is right, he thinks. But then, she suddenly bursts into tears. Like, full-on sobbing. Why won't you believe me? Doyun panics. This wasn't the plan. Whoa, hey. Stop crying. Just calm down, okay? Lavenna wails that he's being way too mean. Doyun immediately backs down, trying to soothe her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. She sniffs, starting to calm down. It's fine. Doyun sighs. Look, I can't just let you in. This book is too important to me. So, before I decide, tell me your real story. No more games. How did you end up like this? And why is this book so special to you? I'll listen, and then I'll make my call. Lavenna looks sad, but she understands. Okay, I'll trust you, Raun. I'll tell you everything. She begins, warning him that it's a long story and her memory is a bit hazy. A long time ago, a massive war tore through the continent of Connet. It was a nightmare. Gods, demons, and every supernatural race imaginable were all at each other's throats. The entire continent was on the brink of total destruction. Her people, the forest fairies, were facing complete extinction. In a desperate final move, the fairies used a mysterious ancient magic to save her, the last heir of their race. They sealed her inside the book to keep her safe. But the mana was unstable, and she ended up trapped as a wandering soul, drifting between pages. The rest of her tribe? Swallowed up by a rift in space and time, gone in an instant. After that, she fell into a deep sleep for ages. When she finally woke up, she had to jump from book to book just to survive. Each time she woke, more of her memories vanished. She doesn't even know how long she's been alive anymore. But there's one thing I have to do, she says. Doyun is leaning in now. What's that? Laven reveals her true mission. She has to find her lost family. She knows, deep down, that there are other fairies out there who survived. I have to pass on my family's wisdom and legacy to them. Until I do that, I can't exactly rest in peace. But there's a catch. She's completely stuck in this library, bound to these books by a magical curse. And right now, not a single book is willing to accept her. She points toward a mysterious, ancient tome. This book. It has the same scent as the great magic book that first took me in. No, wait. The power hidden deep inside this one might be even crazier. Raun, please. Help me get inside that book. She's practically begging. Doyun takes a second to process everything he just heard. Alright, that's enough info for now. He looks at her and nods. Fine. I'll give you permission to enter. But there's a condition. You'll have to become the secretary for this book. Which means you'll be dependent on me. You okay with that? Lavenna practically jumps for joy. Of course. But first, can I ask what you plan to do with the power hidden inside these pages? Doyun doesn't hesitate. I want to protect my family. And my home. It might sound simple to you, but to me, it's the only thing that matters. Lavenna smiles. She's impressed. I see. A noble cause. She places her tiny hand in his, looking him right in the eye. I'm in your hands now. Let's work together. With that, Lavenna fades into the book. I won't be able to help you right away, though. I need some time to settle into my new home. She gives him a heads up. I'll probably be asleep for about a month. Don't worry. Though the book's functions won't change while I'm out. Doyun isn't stressed about it. No rush. Just make sure you wake up safely. Lavenna waves goodbye as she disappears into the pages. Thanks. Once I wake up, I'll do everything I can to help you, Raun. See ya in a month. Her eyes slowly close, and Lavenna falls into a deep sleep inside the tome. And just like that, Doyun officially gains a tiny fairy as a partner. After meeting Lavenna, time starts flying, and now, there's only 1 week left. He's scrambling because there is so much to prepare, and the clock is ticking way too fast. Dawn sits down across from him and strikes up a conversation. Raun, kid, you've been working your tail off these past few days. I'm proud of you, little brother. Then, he gets serious. Turns out, you were right. There really is a prophecy coming from the temple. This kid is like a human radar. Doyun leans in, curious. What did the prophecy actually say? Dawn's expression turns grave. It's a bit cryptic. In 1 week, what was lost shall return. What was severed shall be joined. Apparently, to stop the rising devil, someone has to open a door and step inside to harvest the hollow fruit. Classic prophecy stuff, vague and confusing. But Doyun knows they can't just ignore it. How did the temple react to it? Dawn shrugs. Nothing too crazy. They're just putting the army on high alert, preparing for a major crisis. Doyun pushes further. And what about the royal family and the nobles? He can already guess the answer. Dawn sighs. Just like you thought. Most of them think it's nonsense or just an excuse for the temple to grab more power. Honestly, if I hadn't heard it from you first, I'd probably be thinking the exact same thing. There have been plenty of false alarms in the past, after all. Doyun gets it. History repeats itself. In this world of Chronic, the Sacred Empire is ruled by the Pope. It's essentially an alliance of smaller cities. Everything centers around Gydalia, where the Holy See and all the major hubs are located. It's not the biggest empire, but because of its religious influence, it's a permanent sanctuary with a lot of followers. Doyun looks worried. I'm just afraid that by the time people take it seriously, it'll be too late. Dawn tries to calm him down. Don't sweat it. We're doing what needs to be done first. We've already sent out defense plans to our territories and locked in promises with our allied families. He leans back, totally relaxed. So stop acting like a worried old man and just loosen up a bit. I mean, that weird power of yours is going to be a huge help anyway. Doyun realizes his family won't just stand by if things get weird. Between his dad and his brother, they've got things covered on their end. But the moment Doyun brought up the latest news, Dawn stopped joking around. He's taking all of this very seriously now, which is a good thing, obviously. By now, his brother is fully aware of his telekinesis, his ability to move things with his mind. Still, that doesn't stop Dawn from dragging Doyun out to train every single chance he gets. Out on the training grounds, Dawn's voice echoes with excitement. Alright, here comes the next one. Doyun raises his sword to block. Dawn is right there, swinging his blade and dropping some experience on him at the same time. Don't just rely on those fancy tricks. You've got to build up your physical strength, too. Doyun sighs. No matter how much they do this, he never gets used to it. Sweat poured off him like rain, soaking through his clothes as he pushed his limits. Even though this training session was originally for Den, Doyun could feel his own muscles finally hardening and showing real progress. At the very least, his object manipulation technique had already surpassed the peak of his past life. He watched the muscle-bound Den. The guy was a physical beast, but he only cared about raw power. It gave him a physique that defied human logic, something truly monstrous. But his actual combat technique? Honestly, it was full of holes and easy to exploit. Doyun watched him, deep in thought. If the world falls into a spiral of war, raw strength won't be enough to survive the enemies coming for them. To clear this crisis, Den needs to get way stronger. If Doyun could just add refined combat skills to that extraordinary body, he'd be unstoppable. Spar after spar, Doyun was sure Den felt the gap between them shrinking, that raw power alone wasn't enough to stay on top anymore. Soon, Den would realize he couldn't just overwhelm Doyun with pure physical strength. That's when Doyun would find him the perfect skills. Once the dungeons finally burst open, skill books would be everywhere for the taking. Doyun couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement for what was coming next. Not just the villains, but everyone around him was becoming a powerhouse. The plan was getting interesting. At that moment, he was already in a carriage, finally leaving the area. As the carriage rolled through a small town, he began mentally mapping out his next moves. Everything he needed to do before the update was almost finished. Even though the prophecy had been announced to the public, the world hadn't actually changed a bit. It was a little frustrating, but Doyun knew exactly why this was happening. Let's be real, no lord is going to waste resources preparing for a disaster that hasn't happened yet. They probably think the temple is just spouting nonsense again. It's a shame, though. The kingdom's military strength will be absolutely vital once the real story kicks off. We're talking monster invasions pouring through gates, total chaos. Forbidden zones opening up, war with the Empire. The future is a mess of situations that will require a massive army just to survive. To handle that, he had to minimize the kingdom's losses and preserve as much power as possible. Doyun was well aware of his own weaknesses. Even with his knowledge of the future and being born into a prestigious family, there was only so much he could do alone. After all, he was still just a 15-year-old kid with zero reputation among the high-ranking elite families. For now, he decided to focus on what he could actually control. He attended academy lectures and scoured the library for every skill book he could find. And whenever he didn't have class, he used the warp gates to visit the 3 other free cities. He focused on the free cities of the Ruben Kingdom: Juice, Kaisan, Brian, and Mira. There were 4 main points to hit. Mira was in the south, Kaisan in the east, Brian out west, and the last one sat in the north. Armed with a recommendation from Mira's mayor, Doyun met with the other 3 mayors to pitch his investment deals. Their situations were identical to Mira's. Because of that, the work went smoothly, and his investments were welcomed with open arms. Immediately after, he started massive construction projects in prime locations to set up branches for the first guild. Including the investment in Mira, he'd spent a staggering 3.5 million gold. But it was worth it. They had to finish construction before the players officially arrived. Doyun also posted recruitment flyers for mercenaries all over the 4 cities and the capital. He was looking for C-rank mercenaries or higher, and small squads of 10 people or less. The contract was sweet, double the standard pay for 1 month. Based on the update schedule, anyone who performed well would get a shot at becoming a trainee knight or joining the guild officially. With that kind of pay and opportunity, people were practically tripping over themselves to sign up. The result? He netted 50 B-rank mercenaries and 950 C ranks. The C ranks were all elite vets with at least 3 years of experience. The B ranks were skilled swordsmen or squad leaders. Now, he finally had some real military muscle behind him. Of course, hiring them cost 30,000 gold up front, and keeping them on would only get more expensive. Still, it was a bargain. With this force, he wouldn't have to worry even if a territorial war broke out tomorrow. But people on the street were already whispering, "This kid is insane," treating a prophecy like it's a proven fact. They wondered what would happen if nothing actually changed, or if this kid had something else hidden in his heart. Doyun turned to Philip. Status on the guild assembly? Philip reported 45 members had arrived, minus staff, and were already split into 10 groups for training. "I've already ordered the regular knights to move ahead," Philip added. "Good work," Doyun replied. "But stay sharp. Don't forget, the real operation begins tonight." Philip gives the nod. "Our main man Dueun is running the numbers, and man, things have changed fast. We've now got 6 newly trained expert-level knights, all officially appointed. That brings our core heavy hitters to 9, including Philip, Jack, and even Pierce. Every single one of them has been fully integrated as an official member of the First Knight Order. But it's not just them. We've got a whole wave of interns and soldiers joining the ranks of the First under the title of Apprentice Knights." Trailing behind him is the First Guild, a squad packed with top-tier gear. Duhyun's feeling pretty good about this. The First Guild, it's finally happening. To the outside world, his very own faction, the First Knight Order, is officially on the map. The system screen flickers to life. First Guild. Level 10. Small scale, but with massive regional influence. Guild Leader, Raun Aston. Vice Leader, Philip. Head of Administration, Bernard. Total members, 50. That breaks down to 9 regular knights, 35 interns, and 5 administrators. Plus, the guild buffs are live. 10% boost to experience and 10% to proficiency. Duhyun is hyped. This is great. Now, it's time to see what these members are actually made of. He looks back at the men following him. Honestly, even though he only picked those with grade 3 potential or higher, this lineup is looking solid. He's expecting some serious growth from this crew. But then, Duhyun's expression turns dead serious. This is everything he could possibly do to prepare for the massive update that's coming. From here on out, all he can do is pray that his plans actually work. Right on cue, the system screen flashes a countdown. The update is about to begin. Meanwhile, at Zero's annual meeting, the boss is losing patience. Report. Now, one by one, the spies chime in. The royal family? Quiet as a grave, no reaction at all. Security patrols in the capital have been beefed up. And it's the same story over at Duke Tempoon's estate. Another voice speaks up. As for Marquis Magneil, we haven't seen anything unusual there either. Zero narrows his eyes and calls out number 6. Is the Aston family some kind of religious cult? He asks. Number 6 shakes his head. No sir, definitely not. He explains that while they treat the temples with respect, they don't actually show any real signs of faith. But here's the weird part. They started preparing before the prophecy was even announced. They've got a different source of intel. Zero shifts gears. What about Gray? Number 6 reports that Gray isn't doing anything suspicious either. He seems totally buried in academy life. Zero turns his attention to number 8. Did we succeed in planting our moles into the Aston family's mercenary squad? He asks. Number 8 looks like he wants to crawl into a hole. It's a total embarrassment, sir. We tried, but every single one of them failed. The rest of the room gasps. What? You picked 1,000 candidates and you couldn't get a single person in? Number 8 is helpless. Most of them passed the first screening, but they got kicked out immediately after. That kid Raun? He is definitely not your average noble. Zero scowls at the news. Number 8 tries to play it down. Do we really need to worry about him? He can't actually do anything to stop us. Others join in, mocking the boy. Exactly, those greedy nobles will never be able to block our path. Zero finally nods in agreement. You're right, we'll just watch for now. What about the other agents? One of the thugs speaks up. Everyone is in position. Zero's voice turns ice cold. The great plan is about to begin. The day we sink a blade into the hearts of those greedy pigs is almost here. Everyone, focus on your mission. The room erupts in a shout. For the glory of the Emperor. As night falls over a small town, the houses are lit with a peaceful glow. A little kid on the street points toward the sky, curious. Mom, what are those things? Up in the shimmering night sky, stars are flashing as a wave of meteors streaks across the darkness. The mother is confused. What in the world? Why are there so many? Suddenly, she stops talking. Cold sweat breaks out on her face. An earthquake hits, sending people on the street stumbling in pure panic. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? The mother instinctively pulls her child close. Hold on tight, don't let go of my hand. The boy is terrified, squeezing his eyes shut as tears well up. He waits for the impact, but then, everything goes quiet. Little Arthur opens his eyes and freezes in shock. Right in front of them, a massive, glowing red gate has ripped through the air. The crowd behind them is paralyzed. What? What is that thing? A massive hand reaches out from within the gate. Suddenly, a swarm of snarling monsters surges out, vicious beasts with jagged teeth, brandishing rusted blades, ready to tear through anyone in their path. But then wham! Recep appears out of nowhere, his blade flashing as he cleaves through the goblins' necks. His face is set in stone, eyes locked on the threat. The surrounding guards roar at the crowd. It's too dangerous here. Everyone, get to the shelters now. Sophia hugs her son, trembling as she stammers out. Thank you so much. Jack's voice barks over the radio. This is Fortress 4, Sector B, Subdistrict 32, gate detected. Initiate defense protocols immediately. He orders the soldiers to evacuate the civilians and lock down the area. Meanwhile, Pierce draws his bow, reporting in as he tracks his targets. Gate detected in Sector F, Subdistrict 21. A few monsters managed to slip through, but we've got no casualties yet since the area is clear. Philip's report comes in next. A gate has just appeared in Subdistrict 3, right in the middle of the Noble District. Once we've got them under control, I'll hand them over to the security team and keep the investigation moving. Back at the mansion, Doyun responds. Good. Stay on them. Don't let up. Suddenly, an urgent report flashes in. A gate has been spotted at Sector 32, Area B. The 4th Fortress is screaming for reinforcements. Doyun leans over the satellite map of the town, his eyes tracking every movement. He barks out an update. Got it. Moving the reserve forces from Sector 14 to Sector 32 now. Outside reports are coming in too, Area F. Fortress 3 just intercepted a pack of monsters confirmed to be gate-spawned. Dohyun's face hardens as he watches the board update. This is it. It's starting. He sharpens his voice and calls out, Bernat. His loyal subordinate manifests instantly. You summoned me, young master? He asks, bowing with perfect discipline. Dohyun doesn't waste a second. Finalize the army roster immediately. We need to maintain a strict chain of command across every single sector. Bernat nods sharply. Understood, sir. It will be done. But as Bernat leaves, Dohyun's brow furrows. He'd anticipated a struggle, but this? This is insane. He never imagined there'd be this many gates popping up at once. He can feel the pressure building. His side is losing ground. And fast. He's prepared everything he could. But if the momentum keeps shifting like this, they're in serious trouble. As the first waves of goblins crash in, it hits him. The intel he had for this mission was full of holes from the very beginning. Doyun knows his own weakness here. All he knew was that in the year 521, the CKK gates would open and bring the kingdom to its knees. But the specifics? The exact number, the locations, the ranks of the gates? He was flying blind. He wants to charge out there and tear those gates down himself, he really does. But he forces himself to stay calm, staring at the blinking dots on the map. He's not a solo player anymore. He has to coordinate with the guilds to minimize the carnage. Every second he wastes means more civilians in the crosshairs. He rubs his chin, lost in thought. If I just knew the gate ranks, I could deploy the troops so much better, he mutters. Suddenly, a bright blue system window erupts in front of his eyes. A notification pings. Time. Limited quest. Rush Hour Gate Grade X. Objective. Clear as many gates as humanly possible. Deadline. June 28th, year 521, 30 days. Dohyun's heart skips a beat. Wait, what is this? The description reads, unidentified gates have swarmed the continent of Connet. Clear them out to stop the rising panic among the citizens. Rewards will be distributed based on ranking. Special prizes await the individual and the guild that takes the #1 spot. The kicker? The gates respawn every single day at midnight. Dohyun stares at the screen, stunned. Then, he slams his fist onto the table in a blind rage. Are you kidding me? Why now? This makes zero sense. He slumps back, his mind racing. Is there really nothing he can do to stop the cycle? He analyzes the situation, his eyes narrowing. Scenario pressure. It's the CKK's defense system. It's designed to stop players from breaking the story or skipping ahead by forcing linked scenarios to trigger no matter what. Sometimes it gives special quests like this, but mostly, it's a way to railroad players into a corner by throwing unexpected obstacles in their path. A wave of frustration washes over him. So, basically, even if we destroy the gates, it doesn't matter? He takes a deep breath, forcing his spirit back into the game. Of course, nothing was ever going to be that easy, was it? But he's not a quitter. If the system wants a fight, he'll give it one. Dohyun shifts his strategy on the fly. If he can't stop the gates, he'll focus everything on damage control and keeping people alive. Another alert pings. Fortress 2, Area 3, Sector 17. That yellow gate the guildmaster mentioned? It just manifested. Listen up, he commands his team. Nothing major has happened yet, but do not lower your guard. Not for a second. He starts barking out orders. Stay away from the gate itself. If you lose focus for even a moment, that thing will suck you in before you can scream. Deploy 3 B-rank mercenaries to the area. Blockade the perimeter and lock that gate down immediately. Philip nods, soaking in the instructions. On it. Meanwhile, Dohyun's gut is twisting. A B-rank gate appearing now? This is getting heavy. He summons his sword, the steel singing as it leaves the scabbard. I can't just sit here and play general. He's going in. Direct confrontation is the only way. Out on the battlefield, we meet a young man named Joss. He's 21, a C-rank mercenary just trying to make it. He's a self-taught genius with a blade, a kid who grew up with nothing but managed to claw his way out of poverty. He climbed from F rank all the way to C rank on pure grit. A kind noble eventually gave him a shot, hiring him as a servant to get his foot in the door. Hoping to become a legend, Joss jumped at the chance to join the mercenary army the moment they started recruiting. Right now, he's checking out his new quarters. Word is the guildmaster is a count's son. And man, these rooms are actually nice. His eyes practically turn into stars when he sees the dining hall. High-quality food, endless drinks, it's a dream come true. In other guilds, Joss wouldn't even dare to dream of a setup like this. He figures as long as he follows the noble's orders and stays out of trouble, he can finally enjoy a comfortable life as a mercenary. But reality just slapped him in the face. Joss is currently surrounded by a literal swarm of monsters. You've got to be kidding me, he wheezes. This wasn't in the brochure. They're pouring out of the gate in endless waves. Joss takes a ragged breath, his knuckles white as he grips his sword. He swings a powerful, desperate arc that cuts through the air. The monsters are caught off guard by his sheer speed, but there's no time to celebrate. The real fight is just getting started. Joss is holding the line all by himself at this portal, refusing to let a single beast set foot on their soil. Sweat stings his eyes. He knows this endless wave isn't stopping anytime soon. If this keeps up, I'm going to black out from pure exhaustion, he gasps. The situation turns critical the moment the Demon King finally shows its face. Joss grits his teeth, trying to endure the pressure. Damn it, it's getting impossible. How can something that massive even exist? Looking at the sheer swarm of them, a cold shiver of dread runs down his spine. If he keeps trying to push them back with brute force, his side is the one that'll suffer the most. Joss decides it's time for a massive gamble. He's not about to just roll over and die without a fight, right? Time for a Hail Mary. He charges straight for the horde, thinking if he takes down the big guy first, he can suppress the rest, but then, a flash of light streaks past him, making him freeze mid-step. Weapons, shimmering with a deadly, freezing chill, fill the air. They rain down on the monsters in a coordinated strike. It's an absolute bloodbath. Doyun has arrived, and not a second too late. His eyes flash with a lethal, razor-sharp light. Doyun lunges, slicing through the Demon King like it's made of wet paper. Behind him, Joss can only stare at the man's back, completely breathless. Doyun turns back and asks, "Sorry, did I just get in your way?" Around him, the ground is literally paved with corpses and the steaming blood of his enemies. Doyun realizes the guy looks familiar. "Wait, you're a member of the first guild, aren't you?" That snaps Joss back to reality. Yes. Joss, a Category C mercenary, sir." Then, Doyun calls out exactly what Joss was trying to do earlier. See, aiming for the big boss first was brave, but honestly, pretty reckless. "These ratmen are savage, they don't scare easily." Doyun calls out, "Even a Category C mercenary can handle a Category D gate alone, so come on, join us." "Join?" Joss stammers. "But, who even are you?" Suddenly, Jack appears out of nowhere beside them. "Looks like we've got a new recruit, huh? But even so, I wonder if he even knows how to use our guild leader properly." He introduces the man. This is Lord Raun Aston, the guild leader of First Play. Joss realizes he's standing in front of a total legend. That guy is the guild leader? Jack turns back with a smirk. "You really think a count's son could build a guild this easily without being the real deal? If you think that, you're dead wrong," he emphasizes. "Our guild is for true warriors, period. We're recognized by pure strength alone, regardless of rank or birth. So, pull yourself together and follow us." Doyun takes the lead of the mercenary group. "All right, everyone. From this moment on, the gate subjugation officially begins. Good luck to everyone." A unified roar echoes back. "Yes, sir." Joss finally gets at the principle of a guild where talent is the only currency that matters. His expression shifts, becoming deadly serious. He quickens his pace, catching up with the first guild ahead of him. Night falls, and embers dance across the sky above a portal that's engulfed in flames. Beasts begin to crawl out, prowling through the dark forest. One of them stops, looking around with a confused, vacant stare. That's because Doyun has appeared with an unstoppable momentum. It only has time for one tiny squeak before it's dead. The light from his blade trails behind him, carving right through their bodies. A cold, chilling flash of steel illuminates the pitch-black night. The monsters growl, eyeing Doyun with newfound caution. He thinks to himself, "Yeah, a Category D gate really isn't a walk in the park. Good thing I decided to come here personally." Behind Doyun lies a mountain of monster corpses, but a few more are already closing in. He knows he doesn't have the luxury of time if he wants to clear every single gate. "Let's end this fast. Speed is everything." Jack looks around, curious. There's a lot of them just at the entrance. Is there a residential area nearby or something? Doyun nods. "Could be. I'll send out scouts to investigate." But then he reminds everyone, "Regardless, our priority is saving anyone who got sucked into the gate." Suddenly, Joss lunges forward, facing the monsters all on his own. Joss raises his sword high, shouting to fire himself up. His blade slices clean through a monster's neck. Then another, he's taking them down like it's nothing. With fluid, flexible strikes, he's picking them off one by one. Jack watches the whole display, totally stunned. "What a weird kid," Jack mutters. Doyun observes closely. That's Joss, right? His swordsmanship is a bit unrefined, but his instincts, they're top tier. The kid's got talent. Once he's finished, Joss flashes a confident thumbs up. Doyun can't help but smile, feeling satisfied. Just mastering mana control would make him a real powerhouse, he thinks. Just then, a subordinate rushes over. "Guild leader, we've spotted a swarm of ratmen just on the other side of the forest." Dohyun's eyes widen. "Is that so?" The scout continues, reporting that they haven't found a single civilian trapped inside yet. It's a large residential zone, but strangely, there's nothing but ratmen here. Jack explains that since Category D gates specifically block off civilian access, it's rare for people to get pulled in. Doyun gives a careful command anyway. "Even so, just to be safe, search every inch of this place. We aren't losing a single civilian today." The soldier salutes. "Understood, sir." He reminds them to strike fast and end this quickly, but to never neglect the rescue mission. Doyun turns to Joss. "Hey, Joss, right? Want to head to the village with me?" Joss is caught off guard. "Yes, of course, sir." Doyun turns to the rest, boosting everyone's morale for the final push. "Tonight's gonna be a long one. Everyone, keep your resolve steady, it's time." A new day finally breaks, and the morning sun begins to spill over the quiet town. Inside Doyun's room, Dion's voice crackles through the communication orb. "Little brother, you look like hell. It's only been one night, and you're already drained?" Dion watches him through the magic glow. Exhausted from a little fighting? Man, we really need to crank up your training if you're this tired. Doyun looks absolutely spent. Now is not the time for jokes, brother. What's the situation over there? Why am I even worried about you guys? Dion sounds ready to crack some skulls. I've got all the intel I need, and trust me, I'm more than ready. Doyun frowns. How many gates appeared in the family territory total? Dion shrugs it off like it's nothing. About 100. Only 10 of them are D rank, so it's not exactly a challenge. Doyun's heart practically stops. 100 gates, and only 10 are D rank? That means the rest are even higher. The situation is way worse than I thought. Dion just sounds confused. Is it though? Doyun is in a full-blown panic. I'm coming over there right now to support you. Dion cuts him off. Wait, I actually thought you'd expect more than that. Doyun just blinks, totally lost. Dion drops the bomb. What are you even talking about? We already cleared every single one of those gates. Only took us about a day and a half. He keeps going. Father basically used it as a warm-up. Kim, Hung, Trevor, and the others? They were treating the whole thing like some kind of festival. Doyun can only manage a weak, awkward laugh. He should have known. These guys have been bored out of their minds living a peaceful life. Watching those old monsters run around with that much excitement is actually kind of hilarious. Doyun finally remembers his family is definitely not normal. But Doyun is still on edge. I'm glad it's over, but doing it that way was incredibly reckless. I specifically told you to leave the D-rank gates for my team. They were important. Dion pauses. Leave them? For what? So you could show up with that mysterious special force of yours? Dion chuckles. Listen to me. The Aston Count's territory is stronger than you think. His voice turns serious. Father and I aren't weak, little brother. Stop worrying about us. He tries to calm Doyun's nerves. They're always ready for war. The number of gates doesn't even matter. Then, Dion emphasizes the real point. The Aston family stands strong. We don't need your knight's help to handle a few hundred gates. We can crush them easily. Doyun is speechless. Hey, Raun, Dion says softly. Don't worry about home. Just do what you need to do. Father and I will clear the path for you. Doyun finally lets out a breath and smiles. Yeah, you're right. I guess I was getting a bit too full of myself. Dion smirks. Finally, get it? You've still got a long way to go before you can act tough in front of me. Suddenly, Dion remembers something. Oh, almost forgot. A few of those gates. They didn't vanish after we conquered them. Any idea why? Doyun's curiosity piques. The gates didn't disappear? He immediately gathers everyone in the strategy room. The question hangs in the air. Isn't conquering a gate supposed to destroy it? He lays out exactly what he just learned. My brother says several E and D rank gates in our territory are still standing. They aren't causing major losses yet, but it's weird. Doyun closes his eyes, his expression dark. What we feared is actually happening. Re gasps. Wait, isn't that a massive problem? We can keep an eye on them for now, Doyun notes. But we can't just babysit them forever. It's not sustainable. Philip pipes up. If we commit troops to monitor them, our main combat force is going to be spread way too thin. They need a fast solution. Doyun sets the goal. I want to find out exactly why these gates are staying open. That's our mission. Time to see what other options they have. Bernard steps in. Should we start preparing the soldiers, sir? Doyun shakes his head. No. This time, I'm only taking the elites. Just me, Philip, Jack, and Pi. Philip looks concerned. Isn't that a bit of a small squad? Doyun just grins. The old men back home are going wild. We can't just sit here and watch them have all the fun. He gives the order. We might find some local help, so prepare 10 scouts to keep tabs on the gates. Understood. Philip stands tall. Meanwhile, Jack gets a bit nostalgic. Man, this takes me back to the good old days. Should we pack lunch boxes for the march? Jack asks. Pi immediately shuts him down. The good old days? That was literally 2 months ago. Pi is dead serious. This isn't a picnic, Jack. Stay sharp. Jack grumbles. I was just joking. Damn. Night falls, and the battle at the gate is pure chaos. Monsters are pouring out in a never-ending wave, charging straight for them with bloodlust. Doyun asks coolly, anyone tired yet? Bodies are piled high around them. Rhys scoffs, tired? I'm just getting warmed up. The monsters circle them, closing the trap. Doyun warns, we're on a clock, people. We need to end this fast. Ready? The horde lunges. Doyun's blade flashes a sharp, lethal arc that tears through every monster bold enough to step up. Over on Philip's side, he's having zero trouble. He's basically a one-man meat grinder out there. The more he kills, the more hyped he gets. Out of my way. As the last of his group falls, he looks disappointed. That's it? How boring. Suddenly, a monster lunges at his back, but before it can touch him, an arrow slams right into its chest. Jack watches it thud to the ground, 2 arrows buried deep. He's stunned. What the? Pi lowers his bow. Don't mention it. Jack explodes. I didn't ask for your help. I had it under control. Pi doesn't even look at him. Sure you did. Sure you did. Jack's feeling competitive, challenging the others to a bet on who can rack up the most kills. But Philip isn't having it. Knock it off, he warns. We're here on a mission, not a field trip. Doyun scans the area, his suspicion growing. Is this really it? Aside from the jagged, treacherous cliffs, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. Joss approaches to give his report, requesting permission to continue. Sir. He sounds puzzled as he adds, the terrain is a bit of a nightmare, but honestly, I haven't found a single abnormality yet, and it looks like there are 0 civilians in the vicinity, Joss continues. This only makes Doyun more uneasy. Something feels off. These gates, Doyun thinks to himself. Were they really designed so only players can reach and fight the monsters? It's exactly what he suspected from the start. Here's the thing, according to what he knows. A single gate with 2 dungeons should be light work for the NPCs of this continent. Usually, NPCs are on a whole different level compared to players. But of course, the players, they absolutely hate that. They want the glory and the loot for themselves. Because of that, the gates and dungeons have some insanely strict restrictions. NPCs are forbidden from entering the Guardian's lair or the boss's private chambers. It doesn't matter how much raw power you have. If you aren't registered as a player, you're locked out. NPCs can't clear those gates. Doyun files this away. He needs to dig deeper into these rules. Suddenly, a system ping flashes. Conditions for the raid have been met. Warning. A hidden space has been detected, and a hidden quest Slay the Guardian has just been triggered. Talk about a ticking clock. If he doesn't accept the quest now, it'll expire in just 30 minutes. The mission? Take down a D+ rank dungeon guardian. The objective is simple. Eliminate the gatekeeper. The description reads, a powerful guardian protects this gate. Destroy it to neutralize the portal. As for the rewards, experience, gold, and some low-tier loot boxes. Doyun sighs, feeling a bit annoyed. A hidden quest, huh? Usually, he'd be over the moon to get one of these, but right now, he's a busy man. He glances at his team. You guys can see this screen too, right? Philip nods. Yes, sir. He hesitates for a second before asking, do we have to go hunting for this guardian ourselves? Actually, I don't think any of the gates we've found so far even have guardians, Philip adds. But then Joss points toward the distance. Young master, look, is that it? Thud. A massive footstep shakes the ground as a towering silhouette emerges from the shadows. It's the E-rank gatekeeper, a corrupted giant goblin. Philip eyes the beast, sizing it up. A giant goblin. Yeah. Looks like we found our guard dog. The corrupted goblin lumbers toward them, one heavy step at a time. Jack, on the other hand, is practically vibrating with excitement. Finally, if it's coming to stop us, that saves us the trouble of looking. Philip steps forward. No point in searching other gates if the boss is right here. I'll take care of this monster. Joss tries to cut in. Wait, let me handle this one. But suddenly a firm voice stops them both cold. Don't. Doyun steps to the front. Stand down. Let me face him alone. Joss doesn't hesitate, immediately bowing his head. As you wish, sir. Jack can't help but ask. Young master, why are you doing the heavy lifting yourself? Philip just gives him a look. Is that even a question? The young master always takes on the most important responsibilities. It's what he does, Philip explains. Doyun, however, is feeling a bit awkward. How do I even explain this? If you guys defeated as NPCs, nobody gets any rewards, he thinks. Now, he isn't expecting a miracle haul from a lowly E-rank gate, but hey, loot is loot. Better than nothing, right? He walks right up to the beast, eyes cold. All right then, come and get it. Doyun's taking a bit of a gamble here. He isn't even sure if the gate will actually vanish once the boss dies. But there's only one way to find out. The corrupted goblin lets out a deafening roar, swinging a massive iron mace downward. Crash! Doyun moves like lightning, blocking the heavy blow with his sword. The sound of steel clashing against the iron mace rings out with a sharp, ear-piercing screech. Doyun tilts his body, letting the goblin's momentum carry its swing into the dirt. Without missing a beat, he readies his second move. His blade flashes in a wide arc across the goblin's chest, and a spray of dark blood erupts across the ground. Jack and Philip watch from the sidelines, totally stunned. Wow, the young master is making this look like child's play. Well, he is on another level, Philip shrugs. And that thing is only E-rank, after all. Joss is watching with pure admiration. Doyun hasn't even broken a sweat. Just by observing for a few seconds, Doyun had already picked the beast apart and found every single one of its weaknesses. Joss is completely sold. This is the man who leads a massive guild with thousands of mercenaries, he thinks, looking at Doyun's back with newfound respect. Doyun knows that while an E-rank guardian is easy for him, it's a different story for others. For inexperienced mercenaries, a monster like this is a straight-up death sentence. He glances over at the system notification again. Wait, I killed it, so why hasn't the notification popped up yet? He wonders. Oh, there it is. The screen finally flickers, Gate Guardian defeated. The gate has vanished. System reset will occur shortly. Forced power initiated. The message continues. Gate will refresh at midnight. Doyun blinks in surprise. Wait, what? It resets? He turns to the others and hands them a glowing black orb he just picked up. This is a core stone, the essential material needed to craft high-tier power armor. A screen pops up with the details. E-rank core stone. A rare mineral found only within dungeons. This stone is the key to forging advanced equipment, including specialized power suits. Someone in the group gasps. Is that the mana core from that giant goblin? Doyun nods. Exactly. If any of you find one of these stones, keep it safe, he instructs. Once we collect enough of these materials, we can craft some seriously powerful gear for the team. Jack lets out a whistle, grinning wide. Understood, sir. It looks pretty unique, and I bet it's worth a fortune too. Pear looks on, totally confused. Didn't you hear a word the young master said? If you've got a problem, keep it to yourself. Dohyun, meanwhile, just stares at that swirling, glowing gate. The boss is down, but the gate? Still wide open. He figures it's just how the developers scripted this mess to go down. Dohyun grips the mana core tight. Everything's going exactly to plan. Honestly, this is a goldmine. As long as he controls the situation, these gates are just a fast track to infinite mana cores and massive experience points. He turns to the crew with a sharp look. All right, we're done here. This gate will reset in a bit, so we're heading straight for the D-class gates in the capital. No breaks. We move now and check the situation when we get there. The team shouts back in perfect sync. Yes, young master. But more gates means they need more muscle, a lot more. Dohyun turns his gaze toward Jose. Jose, you coming with us? The guy looks like he just saw a ghost. Me? Dohyun just smirks. Yeah, I stole your boss kill, didn't I? So now, I'm giving you a real chance to fight. Determination blazes in Jose's eyes. I understand. I'm in. Dohyun takes the lead. Let's move. They step toward the gate, but as Dohyun crosses the threshold, he freezes. What the? It's a cave. He was expecting a massive dungeon, but this just looks like a regular, creepy old cavern. A tiny bit of light filters in, but without it, they'd be stumbling around in total, suffocating darkness. Dohyun's instincts kick in. Something about this place feels complicated. He needs to watch the notifications and keep his guard up. Jack's already complaining from the back. It's too dark, I can't see a damn thing. Dohyun snaps back. Stay sharp, don't let the gate swallow you whole. Dohyun pulls out a shimmering lantern. Use this to scout the area first. Jack's jaw drops. Is that a magic lamp? Those things are incredibly rare. Even Philip is stunned. First time I've ever seen one in person. It's actually magical. But Dohyun doesn't have time for a fan club. Listen up. This light only reaches so far. Do not wander off. Stay close, or you're on your own. He tosses the lamp straight to Jose. Your first mission. Hold this lamp, and do not let it go. Jose fumbles to catch it, eyes wide. Wait, you're trusting me with this? Dohyun just nods. I know you can do it. Do this right, and you'll have plenty of chances to fight your way to the top later. Jose feels a surge of pure hype. A chance to reach the top? He grips the lamp like his life depends on it. I got it. I'll protect this light with everything I've got. Dohyun walks away with a small smile. Good, he's got high hopes for this kid. Jose has the drive, and under the right guidance, he'll go far. He can already see the future unfolding for the recruit. With the right training, this kid could easily hit S rank. We're looking at the future mercenary king right here. A status window pops up. Jose, age, 21, level, 38, job, mercenary, currently attached to the First Union. A rank potential, strength, 53, agility, 56, stamina, 59. But look at that sense, 62. He's got the beast intuition trait, battle competence, B, ambition, C. Not bad at all. Dohyun calls out, Pear, what's the status over there? Pear's voice is low and serious. There's a lot of movement in the shadows. I can't see them clearly, but something powerful is lurking right ahead of us. Suddenly, Pear's eyes flash a brilliant, piercing gold. He draws his bow, the string screaming with tension, and lets an arrow fly into the void. Jack shouts, Did you hit it? Of course I did, Pear retorts, but then his brow furrows. Wait. They're scattering. In the darkness, hundreds of glowing red eyes snap open. Then, a massive, deafening swarm of bats erupts from the ceiling, diving straight for them. Giant bats. Dohyun bellows. They're attracted to the light and the noise. Get ready. Jose looks down at the lamp in horror. The light? In an instant, a black cloud of leathery wings completely engulfs him. Oh man, what is this? Jack yells. They're swarming the lantern. Dohyun shouts over the chaos, Jose, drop the lamp and get over here now. But Dohyun's eyes widen when he sees Jose. The kid isn't running, he's swinging his sword like a maniac. You think I'm an easy target? Touch me and you're dead. He's protecting that lamp with everything he's got. Die. Just die already. Bats are being sliced into literal confetti. Nobody touches this lamp. You hear me? Jack just stares, totally confused. What is wrong with him? He's taking the lamp thing way too seriously. Do-hyun just chuckles. Actually, it's perfect. That's the kind of grit he needs. Consider this, his first real test. Joss is literally buried under a mountain of bats. Why are you guys just standing there watching? Jack just smirks. You're a bit slow, aren't you, kid? Philip adds with a shrug. Just keep swinging. You'll get 'em all eventually. They manage to keep the light alive and push deeper into the cave. Jack looks around, bored. We've been walking forever and there's nothing. Is this whole cave just filled with annoying bats? Philip isn't taking any chances. This is a B-class gate, Jack. Stay sharp. The young master is on high alert, so you better keep up. Joss stays quiet, watching Do-hyun's back with a mix of awe and curiosity. He leans over to Philip. Hey, about the boss. Wait, just how strong is the guild leader anyway? Philip just shrugged. Well, that really depends on how you define the word strong. Our young master is getting more powerful by the second. And being a member of the elite Aston family, he's never lacked the resources to grow. Joss frowned as Philip shared the secret. But if we're strictly talking about pure swordsmanship, he might actually be a step behind Ret. Suddenly, Ret lets out a scream from the back. Ugh, gross. Why are these things so huge? Philip just sighed. He was way too used to this. The guy acts like a total idiot, but with a sword, he's the real deal. Do-hyun suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes locked onto something in the shadows ahead. Philip instantly went on high alert. Young master. Do-hyun just gave a calm nod. I know. Meanwhile, Ret spotted their targets and shouted, There you guys are. Facing them was a colossal scorpion, radiating pure malice. These were level 45 ironclad scorpions D-rank nightmares. They're famous for their high defense shells and deadly acid. Man, these things are hideous, Ret muttered. Philip didn't miss a beat, warning the team, There's a ton of them. Watch your backs. Do-hyun narrowed his eyes. He knew there was no way a few giant bats were the main threat of a D-rank gate. These scorpions only show up in gates and dungeons, so this was their first time facing them. He unsheathed his blade. Whatever happens, a quest is a quest and we're clearing it. Their armor is as tough as iron, Do-hyun warned. Stay sharp, and whatever you do, dodge that venom. He rallied the team. All right, let's get to work. And right on cue, the system window popped up. D-rank gate mission. Goal. Eliminate 50 ironclad scorpions. Time limit. None. Reward. Experience points. Gold. And a low-tier random item box. Do-hyun was surprised. A kill quest instead of a conquest mission? The system wanted him to finish the objective, not just collapse the gate. But with a swarm of scorpions charging in, there was zero time to overthink it. Kill first, ask questions later. Do-hyun braced himself. Let's move. These monsters had zero fear, accelerating straight for them, but they were basically just diving onto his blade. Blood sprayed everywhere as the slaughter began. One giant bug lunged at Philip while Ret was busy driving his sword through another one's shell. They just kept coming wave after wave of chitin and stingers. Joss was struggling, trying to protect the light source while swinging his sword at anything that got too close. He looked at the monster in front of him and cursed. Damn it, why are they all aiming for me? And then he realized. There was another one coming from behind. Trapped. Nowhere to go. Joss could only gasp in terror. Are you kidding me? Even so, he didn't give up, slashing at the one in front. But that one behind him? He was too slow. I can't dodge it. Its razor-sharp claw swung down like a guillotine. But then, whoosh! Swords flew out of nowhere, impaling the beast instantly. Joss was in total shock. What the? Swords were literally hovering in midair. Do-hyun, surrounded by his floating arsenal, finally spoke up. Seems like it's pretty tough to fight while holding that light, huh? Joss just stood there, speechless, looking at the mountain of dead bugs at Do-hyun's feet. Do-hyun continued, I feel like I'm hogging all the action. How about I take point while you focus on the lantern? With a flick of his wrist, his swords launched forward, shredding the swarm. It was a total bloodbath. Ret just watched, frowning. The young master's basically doing everything. I thought I'd actually get to stretch my legs this time. Joss had never seen anything like it, monsters just dropping left and right around Do-hyun. He was terrified but impressed. He's on a whole different level. Word is he's only 15 years old. This isn't just a noble playing night, this is the real deal. A surge of pride hit Joss's chest. This was the master he was going to serve. Do-hyun's blade slammed into the last one. He counted it off. That's number 50. Minimum requirements? Done. But Do-hyun wasn't finished yet. We're going deeper. Ret blinked. Wait, what? I thought the mission was over. Do-hyun just shook his head. We're already here, so we're doing this right. Leaving a D-rank gate half cleared is just asking for trouble. Ret groaned. And here I thought we were finally getting out of this hole. Philip just snapped. Stop whining. But Doyun was thinking. We hit the quota, but the hidden quest to destroy the gate hasn't triggered yet. That meant they had to hunt down the Guardian themselves. He was set on the plan. If they didn't kill the boss, it would be dangerous. No matter how long it took, he was finding it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Master, can you hear me? Doyun recognized it instantly. Abe Hessa, did you find something? The voice sounded a bit hesitant. I found the end of the cave. But master, I think you really need to see this for yourself. Doyun looked ahead and saw a stone tablet carved with a scorpion at the center of the cavern. Well, this is one weird gate. Ret guessed that the thing in the middle had to be the Guardian. Doyun agreed. Most likely. Everyone was curious. Why wasn't it moving? It was like it was waiting for them. Standing right there was the Guardian, the Scorpion Champion. Level 64, rank C+. The beast let out a cold sneer, as if it had been expecting them all along. Doyun didn't even flinch. Well, it's practically giving us an invitation. It'd be rude not to accept. Ret yelled out behind him as Doyun instantly charged straight at the monstrous Guardian. Dohyun's boots hit the stone floor. Honestly, he almost feels bad for these guys. He strolls toward the center, casual as can be, right to where the Guardian is waiting. The Guardian is closing in. No mercy today. This isn't just about the bounty anymore, it's personal. He stands perfectly still, letting the monster get closer and closer. Sorry for the wait, he says, eyes cold. So come on, show me everything you've got. The Guardian snarls, teeth bared, and lunges with a massive slash. But Doyun? He's already in the air. The first strike is his. The monster wears a twisted grin. Their blades collide, boom! A shower of sparks lights up the dark chamber. The Guardian staggers back, but its poison-tipped tail whips forward like a bolt of lightning. Doyun barely clears it, leaping high into the air. He comes down with a second heavy strike, but then wait, what? He freezes. The monster's massive pincers just caught his blade. Talk about raw power. The Guardian's counterswing is so massive, Doyun has no choice but to fall back. Those blue eyes of his start to glow. The Guardian is relentless, pressing the attack with a flurry of slashes. Doyun blocks it, his expression turning dead serious. They're trading blows now, steel on steel. The entire cave is literally glowing from the sheer intensity of their duel. From the sidelines, Philip is worried. That thing is actually keeping up with him? Jack just shrugs. I mean, it's a D-rank gate boss. They aren't exactly pushovers. Joss is sweating. Should we jump in and help? Jack looks at him like he's crazy. What are you talking about? Look closer. Our young master? He's clearly got the upper hand. Sure, the monster's got the size and that crazy tail, but Doyun? He's moving like water, countering every move. On the surface, it looks like a stalemate, but then they see it. A small smirk on his face. He isn't struggling, he's playing with this thing. Honestly, Doyun is having a blast. It's been way too long since he's felt this kind of rush. Between the guild management, the non-stop training, and all that academy drama, he's been buried in work. But right here, right now, it's just him and his blade. No distractions. Just the pure, raw thrill of the hunt. Doyun plants his sword into the ground for a second. All right, he sighs. Playtime's over. I've got a busy schedule, he tells the beast. Maybe next time. He looks the monster dead in the eye. It was fun, really, but I'm done playing around. His blade begins to pulse with an eerie light. Time to end this. The Guardian just grins back, like it's mocking him. It raises a glowing red sword, and for a moment, even Doyun is caught off guard. What the? The monster's tail suddenly erupts, spraying globs of green slime everywhere. Even our boy feels a surge of tension. Didn't see that coming. The green sludge flies through the air, splashing across the floor in massive, bubbling piles. The ground literally starts to melt. Sizzle. Smoke is rising everywhere. It's poison. This monster isn't just fighting, it's issuing a challenge. With a massive roar, the Guardian launches its huge body into the air, sword raised high. Dohyun's reflexes kick in. He blocks the impact, but the shockwave? It's massive. Even the knights watching from the ridge nearly lose their footing. No way, Josh shouts. Pierre is just as shocked. This monster isn't just a beast, it can actually use mana to fight. Joss is panicked now. The young master is in trouble. We need to move, now. But Zen just holds out a hand. Relax. Everyone just stay put. Yeah, it's using mana to buff its stats. So what? Our young master isn't even at 50% yet. Philip nods along. Exactly. If we jump in now, we'll only get in his way. All they can do is trust him. Meanwhile, Dohyun is lost in thought. This feeling, he could never forget it. In his past life, he was a top-tier assassin. A life lived entirely on the edge. One life-or-death battle after another. And now? He's finally getting that feeling back. A real, high-stakes struggle against a worthy opponent. He wants to see exactly where his limits are. Because no matter the lifetime, fighting for what you want, That's the only thing that matters. This thing is a different beast now that it's using mana. Its sword is sharper, faster, and way more dangerous than before. Its reach has doubled. It's fast, strong, and terrifying. But its movements? Honestly, they're pretty predictable. He's already seen through it. He's got the rhythm down. Dohyun's got a plan. Without a second of hesitation, he charges straight at the beast. This is actually his first time dealing with something this big and fast. Decisions, decisions. Should he go for the claws, the sword, or maybe the tail? The Guardian is practically vibrating with excitement as he approaches. All right, Dohyun thinks. Let's go for the tail. One of those massive pincers slams into the dirt. Dohyun vaults over it with ease. Right then, the monster realizes. It messed up. Its claw is buried deep in the ground, and it can't pull it free. This is the opening he was waiting for. He blurs toward that deadly tail. One clean, massive swing, and snap. The tail is severed instantly. He put everything into that strike. Dohyun's eyes flare with light as the Guardian lets out a bone-chilling shriek that echoes through the entire cavern. He didn't stop, just kept raining down strikes with his blade, leaving the beast in a bloody, mangled mess. Raun's expression was cold and calculated. Every single swing carried enough weight to shatter the very ground beneath his feet. He looked down at his opponent with pure disdain. Fighting you is actually pretty fun, he said, his voice dripping with ice. But if this is all you've got, you're finished. Goodbye. Joseph stood there, completely floored. The young lord. He's a total beast. Philip nodded in agreement. Seriously, it's been way too long since we've seen him fight with this kind of intensity. He could see it clearly now, fighting enemies way above his own rank. Wasn't just possible for Raun, it was easy. Rex could barely wrap his head around it. Even with how busy he's been lately, his combat skills are still skyrocketing. At this rate, it won't be long before he leaves our master-level swordsmanship in the dust. Rex, feeling a bit left out, finally spoke up. Young master, let's head to the next gate. But hey, if there's another Guardian waiting for us, let me take a crack at it, all right? Raun just blinked, looking confused. Wait, why does he sound so salty all of a sudden? Just then, a notification pinged in his mind. Alert. Aston's sword technique has reached mid-tier 4. Class update. Intermediate Master Knight. Hidden quest. Slay the Gate Guardian successfully completed. Raun smirked when he saw the message. Nice. He turned back to Joseph. Sorry that took so long, man. My bad. You must have been bored out of your mind just sitting there watching me fight. Joseph shook his head, his eyes practically sparkling. Bored? Not a chance. Watching you move. It's like a total masterclass. It was incredible. Raun didn't expect that kind of praise. Thanks. I appreciate it. Philip stepped up then, checking his gear. Great work, sir. What's the move for the next gate? Raun's eyes sharpened. We're already behind schedule, so no breaks. We move now. He took the lead, heading straight into the fray. I told you guys today was going to be one hell of a long day, so stay sharp. Rex grinned, gripping his weapon tight. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. And so, the bloodbath continued. The group tore through those gates like a hurricane, never stopping to catch their breath for even a second. After 7 grueling hours clearing out E-rank gates, they managed to wipe out 4 more D-rank gates on top of that. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the fresh mercenary units under Bernard's command were deployed to handle the remaining E-ranks. Civilians were being pulled from the ruins, and they were checking off objectives with 0 casualties. Every single gate that had appeared in the capital city of Turium was now being dealt with. Raun studied the map, doing the grim math in his head. 500 dead on the first day. But they had managed to pull over 700 people out alive. He scanned the remaining gate markers on the map. Most people looked at this and thought the nightmare was finally over. Raun knew better. This was just a minor skirmish. The real war was still waiting in the shadows. Down in the city, the survivors were already whispering. Did you see them? Those gates? Of course I did, another replied, voice trembling. I saw those monsters pouring out like a nightmare. I even heard people were being dragged right into them. Over at the local tavern, the place was buzzing. The waitress shook her head. No wonder there are so many mercenaries and knights everywhere. The patrons were stunned. So they actually saw this coming and were ready for it? A group of women nearby were gossiping excitedly. I heard those guys are from the noble Aston family. Wait, I heard their youngest son is the one calling the shots. Seriously? That's so cool. They leaned in, curious. What's his name again? Someone answered. Raun, or something like that. Back at the base, Raun was finally getting some much-needed rest while Bernard quietly looked after him. But at the Randon estate, as the sun began to set, the atmosphere was thick with rage. Huson let out a roar that shook the walls. They cleared the gates? In the capital? He spat the words out like venom. The noble warriors of House Aston have returned, and the people are treating them like heroes. Who the hell is this Raun Aston? He gripped the report in his hand, his knuckles turning white before he shredded the document to pieces. This massive move by House Aston was a clear sign they were stepping into the political ring. Hyusun was literally shaking with fury as he tore the paper into tiny scraps. This is absolute nonsense. Everything we spent years preparing. Gone in a single week. Does that sound reasonable to you, Brian? Brian kept his head down, not daring to make eye contact. Father, please, you don't have anything to worry about. Husan's eyes flashed with a murderous light. Dark energy erupted from his body, turning him into a literal demon of shadow. The sheer weight of it sent Brian into a total panic. The pressure was so intense it forced him right onto the floor. Brian struggled to breathe, a pathetic groan escaping his throat as his hands clawed at the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Hyusun sneered down at him. I've sired over 30 sons before I even hit 60, and every single one of you is a useless waste of space. He looked up, his power making the chandeliers rattle and the walls groan under the vibration. Then, just as fast as it started, the pressure vanished. Brian looked like he'd just escaped a death sentence, slowly trembling as he tried to stand back up. Hyusun just mocked him. You can't even stay on your feet under a little pressure like that? And you call yourself a master knight? Pathetic. Brian could only stammer out an apology. Give me the full report, Hyusun commanded. Tell me everything that happened while I was in seclusion for the past month. Brian started the debrief, mentioning that a formal document had arrived from the Holy Temple about 2 weeks ago. Hyusun's face darkened as he scanned the status report. The numbers were devastating. Out of 73 confirmed gates, 40 had been cleared in a single week. And the casualties? Over 3,200 civilians were either dead or missing. 15 knights and 1,300 soldiers were also gone. Most of those soldiers died because the knights were too scared to actually step inside the gates. Husan's brow furrowed as he reached the final line. Currently, all gates have been blocked and are under high-level surveillance. Seeing Hudson's hand veins bulging as his arm hung heavy, Brian turned deathly pale and cried out, "Father!" The doors to the room were blown to splinters from the force of Brian being thrown out. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, a thick cloud of dust swallowing everything. Brian looked up at Hudson's shadowed, grim face and pleaded, "Father, please." But Hudson just barked an order to get lost. There was no longer a place for him in the Randon family. "Don't you even dream of setting foot on Randon territory again until I call for you," he threatened, his voice dripping with ice. "If you ever cross my sight again, I don't care if you're my son, I will kill you myself. And tell my third son to get in here on your way out. Got it?" Shaking, Brian was hauled away by his guards, finally leaving the estate behind. Back inside, Hudson's veins were practically popping from pure fury. Curse that Aston family! The next day at the Kingdom Academy, Mi pulled on Minnie's sleeve, whispering, "Is that him?" She was practically glowing with gossip. "The young leader of the Aston family. I heard he and his knights did something legendary. And wow, he is seriously handsome." Do-hyun walked through the halls, as whispers followed him like a shadow. He was officially the youngest person in history to reach the highest rank. "I heard his knights get paid a fortune," someone murmured. Sep, absolutely fuming, snapped at the crowd. "Idiots, you're just sucking up to a guy who didn't actually do anything." His lackey chimed in, betting that his family handled everything for him. Sep scoffed, acting like a big shot. "Oh, he saved a few peasants from a gate or something. Please, just wait until my family's reinforcements get here. I'll show everyone that I'm 10 times better than him." Do-hyun just sighed, feeling the weight of the jealous stares. This was getting exhausting. They were looking at him like he was some prize animal in a zoo. Why couldn't they just come over and talk? Suddenly, Danton appeared out of nowhere, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Man, you became a superstar in just 1 week," he continued with a grin. "I bet you killed it out there. The entire city is talking about you, you know?" Do-hyun shrugged. "News to me." Danton leaned in, his eyes gleaming. "So, tell me, are the rumors true? The one about you being the actual heir to the family?" Do-hyun froze, genuinely shocked. Who the hell was spreading such wild stories? Danton explained the logic no family would give that much military power to a child who wasn't the successor. But Do-hyun just shook his head. "Stop talking nonsense. My older brother is the heir, and honestly, I'm not even interested in the job. For the record, I recruited my own knights. I didn't get a single bit of support from my family." Danton's jaw nearly hit the floor. "What? How is that even possible?" Do-hyun stayed calm. "I just had some money." Danton was completely speechless. "Okay, I get it. That's actually insane. Maybe I should hit up a gate with you sometime." When Do-hyun just stared at him intensely, Danton shifted uncomfortably. "What? Why are you looking at me like that?" Do-hyun was cheering on the inside. "Finally, I've hooked exactly the person I needed." Attending the academy was part of Do-hyun's bigger plan. It was the perfect excuse to finally distance himself from his family's influence. But more importantly, the academy library held rare skill books, and the campus was crawling with the kingdom's brightest talents. However, things took an unexpected turn when Vice Principal Gray showed up. The list of accepted students was completely different from what he had originally expected. The specific recruits Do-hyun had scouted through the Link Cafe network were nowhere to be found. Instead, a whole new group of strangers had taken their place. He glanced at the guy next to him. Danton was one of those new faces and a prime target. In this kingdom, the strongest person Doyun knew was the swordmaster, Marquis de Tempeton. In the world of Set, his status was everything. Someone at the bottom had zero chance of ever approaching the high-ranking nobility of the kingdom. That made befriending Danton, the Marquise's own grandson, a golden opportunity to get exactly what he wanted. Doyun quickly analyzed the situation. Right now, every new gate was under heavy guard. You couldn't just walk in without city approval or a military escort. That meant even someone like Danton, who was dying for real combat experience, was stuck on the outside looking in. Doyun knew that no matter how good Danton's combat skills were in training or exams, it didn't guarantee he could handle a real, life-or-death struggle. Because of that, Danton's hunger to conquer a gate was stronger than it had ever been. Doyun hid a satisfied smirk. He'd baited the hook perfectly. So, what you're saying is, you want to tackle some gates with me? With your current strength, clearing some F-rank gates wouldn't be a problem at all. Danton lit up instantly. Seriously? Heck yeah, count me in. Connecting with you was the best move I ever made. I could never get in there alone. Doyun wasn't going to make it that easy though. Hold on. If you're coming with me, there are conditions. Danton blinked, curious. Conditions? Okay, shoot. Doyun laid it out clearly. First, it's just you and me, no exceptions. You can't bring a single servant or bodyguard. It's too dangerous for them. Danton agreed without hesitation. Fine, I get it. Too many people just get in the way anyway. What I really need is that raw, real-world combat experience. Doyun continued. Second, you can't tell a soul that I'm the one taking you inside. If word gets out, people will start rumors and try to talk trash about me. Danton didn't care one bit about the drama. He was already all in. Keep it simple. Better to go in secret anyway. Last thing I need is my family sticking their noses into this business. He sighs, realizing the guy is practically itching for a fight. But hey, it works out. Using him is the perfect shortcut to get close to the family's high-ranking elders. Besides, in this kingdom, nobody is crazy enough to pick a fight with the house of Marquis de Tempeton. Then Doyun drops the kicker. He needs the Marquise's personal green light first. Danton nearly jumps out of his skin. Wait, hold on, say that again? He gives him a reality check. Think about it. A rank F gate might seem like a walk in the park, but who knows what's actually lurking inside? Someone has to be responsible for this trip. If things go south, I need a safety net to back me up. This is a real-deal combat expedition, not some Sunday stroll. You'll be heading in there with my personal squad of knights. You can't be too careful when lives are on the line. Danton frowns, realizing the logic. I get it, you're right. But Doyun gives him some breathing room to think it over. Fine, go get permission and then get back to me, alright? As he walks away, Danton calls out from behind. Wait, just a second. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. How the hell is he going to convince them? Meanwhile, Doyun heads back to his estate to talk shop with his knights. Inside the office, Philip speaks up. Did something happen at the academy today, sir? Doyun shrugs it off. Nothing major. Just getting way too much attention lately. It's making it a bit hard to move around freely. He continues. I've set a few things in motion. Hopefully, the dominoes fall exactly where I want them. Banaz chimes in. So you're planning to ride the wave of public opinion and bend the situation to your will? Doyun raises his tea, eyes sharp. That's the plan. For now, anyway. So, what's the count? How many mercenaries have we deployed out there? The report comes in. In the last 48 hours, about 100 mercenaries have been sent out on missions. That's still not enough. We've dispatched 10 more soldiers as reinforcements to back them up. The guild also managed to recruit 20 new fighters. They've cleared the bar and are ready for actual combat inside the gates. They passed all the basic training with flying colors. Doyun leans back, thinking about how the public reacts to the battles around them. In the world of high nobility, it's not just about manpower, it's about the dirty tricks they play behind the scenes. Public opinion is the real battlefield. Controlling the narrative is the fastest way to cement your status and gain a louder voice in the kingdom. Doyun is more certain of his path than ever. Reaching out to the voice of Ruben was definitely the right move at the right time. Right now, boosting his reputation and influence across the kingdom is priority number one. Since the guild is giving out gate intel for free and protecting the locals, good rumors are already spreading like wildfire. And Doyun? He's got it all mapped out. We need to push these positive stories even further. The voice of Ruben has massive influence in this kingdom. We have to use that. They might just be a media outlet, but their reach is insane. On this continent, information travels faster than a lightning spell. Ever heard of Ruben's voice? It's not just some newspaper. It was founded by the most powerful mages on the entire Connet continent. And here's the best part. The man running the whole show is one of the three great sages, Genus B. We're talking about mages who hold massive power in governments all across the continent. With that kind of backing, Ruben's voice can do things most people wouldn't even dream of. They have a huge impact on everyone, from the commoners to the top-tier nobles. Doyun flips through the paper, nodding to himself. We live in an age where info spreads in the blink of an eye. Sometimes, fighting with words is deadlier than fighting with a sword. I have to use every single tool in the box to get what I want. Decision made, he turns to his knights. Double the manpower for every mission. Keep recruiting, I want more boots on the ground. We need to finish these conquests fast. Before long, they will realize our influence is growing too large and try to interfere. Philip looks curious. By them, sir, who exactly are we talking about? Banas cuts in. The high-ranking nobles, obviously. Things are starting to stabilize, which means those vultures will be looking to swoop in and steal the profits from our hard work. They'll make their move soon, Doyun adds. We just want to work in peace and reach our goal. But honestly, that's probably wishful thinking. His knight agrees. Yeah, they won't just sit back and watch. As soon as they see a piece of meat worth eating, they're going to jump all over it. They'll probably try to find even the tiniest mistake to blow out of proportion. With a legion this big, it's impossible to watch every single person. He breathes a sigh of relief. I know. But whatever they throw at us, we can adapt and counter. Even if they try to step in now, they won't be fast enough to catch us. Our legions are already primed and ready for action. He leaves them with one final reminder. We've already surveyed and predicted most of the gates currently active. This data is priceless. Those greedy bastards would kill to get their hands on this info, but they'll never be able to keep up with us. Keep this confidential for now. Philip, mark my words. Understood, sir. All you have to do now is wait. The greed of these nobles, it's the perfect bait. I'll use their hunger for a good meal to serve my own ends. Once we've gathered enough soldiers, we won't even have to lift a finger for them. Doyun gazes out the window, watching the city below. Preparation is key. A massive storm is coming, and it's coming fast. Night descends, swallowing the district in a heavy, suffocating silence. Suddenly, footsteps. Someone's running, shattering the quiet. Kai is bolting through the narrow alleys, desperate to escape. He grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He just cleared a gate and now he's being hunted? This wasn't part of the deal. He has a job to do. Buy time so the others can get away. He skids to a halt. In front of him, a group of mysterious, cloaked figures. Nameless, a masked man calls out. Greetings, kid. I'm the leader of the Freedom Wings intelligence group. People call me Nameless. A pleasure to meet you here. Kai doesn't waste time. So you're the ones who've been hunting the kingdom's underground guilds for the past 6 months? The man is chillingly calm. He didn't expect to be found this quickly. Kai stays on guard. What do you want with me? Nameless gets straight to the point. I had a plan for when we met, but you seem smarter than I thought. So, I've got a proposal for you. The ring on Kai's finger flashes as he narrows his eyes. A proposal, huh? Nameless scoffs. Just surrender. Killing you would be way too easy. But it'd be a waste of talent. A leader like you shouldn't die like this. Join us, and everything becomes much simpler. Kai nearly laughs. Ridiculous. He grips his hilt. You want me to surrender? With a roar, he lunges straight at Nameless. Cut the crap. The leader raises an armored arm, blocking the strike with a metallic clang. Steel against steel. Kai is stunned. He didn't expect that kind of defense. Nameless shoves him back with a sneer. Don't tell me this is all the strength you've got. Kai is sent flying backward. He glares. You bastards. You're the Empire's hunting dogs, aren't you? Nameless chuckles. Knowing too much? Yeah, that's usually a death sentence. You've seen too much, kid. He signals his men to move in. There's only one path left for you. Kill him. Kai is surrounded, trapped in a circle of death. He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as the tension hits a breaking point. Suddenly, a blinding flash. When the light fades, he's gone. What? He vanished. A stealth skill? The other grunt shakes his head. No, he used an item. Find him. He couldn't have gone far. Kai, perched high on a rooftop, watches them. So the Empire's dogs are hunting down the smaller guilds? He can't help but wonder. What exactly is their endgame in this kingdom? Back at Dohyun's office, a subordinate arrives with urgent news. The Night Guild's license for F-rank gates? It's been officially revoked. Jaw snaps, his temper flaring. What? That's insane. On what grounds? But Dohyun doesn't even blink. Is that so? Makes sense. What about the E and D rank gates? Raven reports that those are still cleared for them. Dohyun shifts focus. That's fine then. So, who's taking over the F ranks? Raven isn't sure yet, but he bets several noble families are already lining up. Dohyun nods, just as he thought. F-rank gates are low risk and perfect for showing off. If they play it right, those nobles stand to make a fortune. Raven rubs his head, looking stressed. I just don't get why this is happening. The guard captain is clearly out of his depth. This is the perfect moment for Dohyun to win him over completely. I understand, Dohyun says smoothly. If any trouble comes up, just look for us. We'll always have a team ready to back you up. Raven's eyes light up. Really? You do that? Raven sighs in relief. You're a truly honorable man. I wish the other nobles were half as decent as you. Doyun gives a soft, humble smile. A noble's duty is to protect the city and its people, after all. Let's work together on this. Raven hesitates, then lowers his voice. I have to be careful saying this, but he drops a bombshell. Rumor has it the Randon family is the puppet master behind this whole mess. In my opinion, he continues, the Ministry of Finance is their biggest backer. It's just a hunch, but still. Most of that department is tight with the Randons. That includes the minister himself. I'm telling you this because things feel wrong. Doyun takes it all in. Understood. Thanks for the heads up. He then turns to his team. You all heard that, right? We expected something like this, so no need to panic. Ret isn't happy. Still, isn't this going too far? What did we even do to lose our license? Doyun sighs. It's a direct order from the royal palace. We have no choice but to follow it. But then he smirks. Don't look so down. We aren't actually losing anything here. He explains. Rank gates can be cleared by regular soldiers. Sending in the expensive mercenaries we hired? That would just be a waste of resources. Doyun calmly weighs the pros and cons, always 3 steps ahead. Trash loot, not worth the effort. Z realizes focusing on rank E and higher gates is the only way to go. You're right about that, Philip notes, but he's got a concern. What happens to their people once they're pulled out of the rank F gates? The plan is simple. Assign them to the gates outside the city walls for some real-world training. This is the perfect chance to conquer the remaining gates out there. Besides, those blinded by shiny loot never last long anyway. Everything will come back to them eventually. After all, controlling these gates? It's not exactly a walk in the park. The real priorities right now are merit, reputation, and moving up the ladder. Dohyunwoo starts handing out assignments to make it happen. Forget the noise outside. It's time to shut it all out and focus entirely on self-improvement. Command the mercenaries and push your limits. The group shouts in unison, their voices echoing. Dohyunwoo's expression turns deadly serious. 1 week. That's all the time left before the official annual knighting ceremony. This will be the moment of glory for the guild's very first knights. This is huge for Doyun. They need to grind hard before the world starts paying attention, ensuring even those outside the kingdom hear the news. Meanwhile, at the gate, the guards are whispering. Are you sure they're coming out? No clue, the other replies. Just don't ask. He looks terrified. If something goes south here, what are they even supposed to do? His comrade is confused. What do you mean? We handle it, obviously. While he grumbles, they both know the truth. They're basically worthless if they don't bow down to those nobles. Suddenly, a horseman approaches from behind, soldiers clearing the path with loud shouts. It's Aeson de Sington, the 4th son of Viscount Sington. Make way, the guards yell. The son of the Sington family is here. Bill steps forward to greet him, acting all respectful. An honor to meet you, sir. I'm Bill, currently in charge of this gate. Aeson just glares at the entrance. So, this is it? Bill confirms it. Yes, sir. Asen's eyes are glued to the portal. That's really the gate? Yes, sir, that's the one. Asen doesn't care for pleasantries. Fine. Your people are blocking my way. Move them. Bill is stunned. Wait, you're going in right now? Asen doesn't hesitate. We're heading straight in. Follow me. But sir, what about your horses? Bill asks. Aeson snaps his head back, looking annoyed. Bill tries to warn him that if they haven't hired someone to watch the horses, they should leave them with the guards. Instead, Asen strikes Bill, sending him flying backward. Asen's brows furrow in pure rage. Know your place. Where do you get the nerve to tell me to dismount? Bill scrambles up, trying to explain he didn't mean it that way, but Aeson is done listening. Shut it. I'll take this up with your captain. He looks at them with pure disgust. Backwoods, peasants, let's move. Ghost rushes over to help Bill up, asking if he's okay. Bill spits out a curse. Damn it, I warned him. If those horses lose their minds inside that gate, it's not on me. He knows something Aeson doesn't. Horses are banned because of the high mana density. Even if that noble survives, he's going to be in a world of pain. Watching Aeson disappear into the gate, Bill sighs. Looks like we'll be busy tonight cleaning up bodies. Inside the gate, Aeson rides through the forest, looking around unimpressed. Is this it? I don't see anything. His guard Hat replies, Just orcs and goblins in here, sir. Nothing to worry about. Aeson just grits his teeth. Damn it, I thought there'd be actual treasure. He's so pissed he's practically crushing the reins in his hands. He can't stand that fraud acting so high and mighty. Images of Doyun flash through Aeson's mind. He's convinced Doyun only became a star by killing a few monsters using his family's wealth. I'll seize every open gate and bury you, Aeson mutters before addressing his soldiers. To clear this gate fast, they need to wipe out every monster. He orders them to split into multiple units and hunt them down. But Marco, a veteran guard, steps in to advise him. Sir, splitting the army inside a gate is incredibly dangerous. He suggests staying grouped and using scouts instead, but Aeson isn't having it. What are you afraid of, Marco? If we do that, we'll never conquer all the gates in time. He challenges him. What will people think if we can't even clear a pathetic gate like this? Marco is speechless, but suddenly, his instincts scream danger. He spins around, drawing his sword in a flash. Sir, get behind me. Aston freezes. What is it? Emerging from the shadows is a massive monster with glowing red eyes, and it's not alone. The soldiers start panicking. Monsters! What the hell are these things? Aston's arrogance vanishes instantly, replaced by a violent tremor. What? Marco barks orders, telling the men to hold their ground and face the three towering beasts. He rallies the troops for a desperate fight, but the news that eventually reaches Doyun is shocking. Missing? Doyun stands up abruptly. What are you talking about? Javen delivers the grim report. It's the people who entered the rank F gates, young master. It makes no sense, but every single party that went in has vanished. According to the reports, 10 full squads have vanished into thin air over the last 2 days, and every single one of them was more than qualified to clear this gate. The realization hits hard. If those elite teams were wiped out, what kind of nightmare are they actually walking into? Could the gate be mutating? No, that usually only happens with high-rank portals. Something else, something hidden, is lurking inside. Right then, Bernard approaches to call for the young master. Our main man doesn't waste a second and gives the order. Bernard gathers the knights, including Homer. Danton is skeptical. Why bring the trainer along for this? What the hell is going on? That's when Duehyun reveals the truth. They aren't just clearing a gate, they're heading into a high-stakes rescue mission. As they approach, the gate begins radiating a chilling, eerie energy. Monsters start pouring out like a flood, but they're instantly shredded by flashes of lethal sword light. Danton raises an arm to shield his face, but he's already covered in monster blood. Disgusted, he turns to Raun. Yo, Raun, are all gates this messy? To him, it's just boring and gross. But Doyun is used to it. What did you expect? Gate terrain is always a wild card. He gives a final warning, dropping the tone. I told you before we aren't here to play around. Danton can't argue with that. Fair point. Doyun glances at him. While the gate rank is low for someone like Danton, it's the perfect testing ground for his lack of experience. Philip rushes over with an update. Sir, the scouts are back with the latest intel. Doyun leans in. Well, what's the word? Philip reports that monster sightings have actually dropped. Doyun knows exactly what that means. Yeah, they're digging in. The enemy is prepared. Doyun pulls up the gate's data to see what they're dealing with. It's an F-rank spatial gate with a 3 to 100 person capacity. Current count? 132 out of 300. Type: extermination. Doyun realizes that while no one else was supposed to enter besides the conquest team, there are reports of way more signatures inside. It's a total trap. But here's the kicker. He bets the enemies never imagined they'd be the ones getting trapped. Night falls, and they reach a strategic spot in the forest. All right, this spot will do perfectly. He turns to his veteran knight. Homer, what's your professional take? Homer, a seasoned knight from the first squad, nods. Excellent choice, young master. We have a clear line of sight to the plains right across from the swamp. It's the perfect vantage point. Doyun hunker downs, his eyes fixed on the distance. Then let's get to work. This spot is officially their base of operations. He orders everyone into the positions they practiced. Homer salutes. Understood, young master. Meanwhile, Danton is just confused. A base? What are you planning to do on top of a random hill? Doyun just smirks. We're building a fortress. Danton's jaw drops. A what? A fortress? Danton looks around at the empty dirt. From where? Dohyun's palms begin to glow with intense energy. Keep your eyes open, Danton. You might actually learn something. Standing back, Danton watches in pure shock as Doyun moves. What is he doing? Doyun barks an order to Homer. Begin. Homer relays the command to the subordinates. Everything clicks into gear. Sacred relics activate, and the knights point their energy-infused spears directly toward Doyun. A massive magic circle forms right above his head. Danton stands there like a statue, completely failing to process the scale of what's happening. Doyun pours even more mana into the formation. Suddenly, thousands of bricks start appearing out of nowhere, hovering in the air. Danton is speechless at the sight of an entire armory of floating masonry. What the hell is this? Doyun finally speaks up. Just like we practiced, everyone. Formation A, move in. The bricks begin snapping into place with mechanical precision, and a massive wall starts rising from the ground in seconds. Clouds of dust billow toward Danton, making him cough his lungs out. Gah! So much dust. What are you guys even doing? But once the air clears, Danton freezes. A massive, solid structure stands before him. What? This completely shatters everything Danton thought he knew about magic. It's a fortress, Doyun explains casually. A bit of a rush job, but it'll hold. Better than sleeping in a tent, right? He gives the specs. 3 meters high and 20 meters wide. Plenty of room for at least 100 people inside. It's the perfect bunker to wait for the enemy. Danton still can't believe it. Wait, are you actually planning on a full-blown melee clash here? Is this gate really dangerous enough to justify building a whole castle? Doyun clarifies, gates are always risky, but for this specific mission, we need the high ground. He thinks to himself about how many relics he had to burn through just to lighten the bricks. But he knows it's worth every penny. This instant fortress was a trick he used back in the day whenever things got too hairy. He usually reserved it for high-rank gates or when he needed to speedrun a clearance. He'd specifically trained his members to use relics for this exact moment, though he didn't expect to have to pull this card so early. Danton finally finds his voice. Okay, look, I have a million questions, but I'll stick to just one. Doyun looks at him. Go ahead. He's hung up on the why. I thought this was a rescue mission for the missing people. Why build a defensive fort? Doyun gives him a cryptic look. That's exactly why we need it. Danton isn't following. Fortresses are for hunkering down, not for rescues. What are you even defending against in a rescue op? Doyun just shrugs. You'll see. He's betting the enemies think they're the ones in control. He calculates that the people inside probably haven't even considered the possibility of failing. Doyun is actually looking forward to the coming fight. Let's see whose preparations are actually superior. Meanwhile, in a quiet, rocky mountain range nearby, the Hounds, an elite unit from the Reuben Kingdom, are lurking in the shadows. Their commander from Team Number 8 sits there, looking smug and totally unsuspecting. A smug grin spreads across Jack's face as he waits for the report. One of his men drops to his knees, reporting with pure devotion. Commander, the news is in. We've taken the hostages exactly as you ordered, sir. Zero speaks up next, his voice steady. And the rescue party? Are they coming? Jack asks. Zero nods. Yes, sir. We've spotted a group roughly the same size as the one we captured. Our scouts are tracking their every move as we speak. Jack lets out a disdainful snort. I just hope these guys can actually provide me with some real entertainment this time. He doesn't think much of them to him. The nobles of this kingdom are pathetic. In all his years, not a single one has ever given him a decent fight. Still, he's hyped for this trip. Orders from the captain are orders, after all. Time for a little hunt, he mutters. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Commander, urgent report. The messenger hesitates, his face pale. The scouts, the ones tracking the rescue team. Well, what is it? Jack snaps. The messenger looks genuinely baffled. Sir, they're inside a fortress. And they're just sitting there, doing nothing. Jack freezes. Did he hear that right? A fortress? Meanwhile, up on the high walls, Doyun is calmly surveying the horizon. The walls are massive and solid, but the atmosphere is eerily quiet. Danton lets out a yawn so wide it brings tears to his eyes. Man, this is boring. He's slumped over, looking completely drained. You sure they're even coming? I didn't come all this way just to nap on a pile of stone, you know. Doyun stands firm beside him, his gaze sharp. Don't get too comfortable. They could show up any second. Danton sits up, rubbing his neck. Right. I mean, you obviously had a reason for building this massive fortress in the middle of nowhere. Danton turns to him. But seriously, can you at least tell me who exactly is chasing us? Doyun starts to answer, but then stops. Actually. A small smile tugs at Dohyun's lips as he looks ahead. Perfect timing. Why don't you just ask them yourself? Danton blinks, confused. He follows Dohyun's gaze. There, at the edge of the forest, Jack emerges leading a massive group of soldiers. The two of them watch from the safety of the wall. Danton narrows his eyes. So, that's them? Down below, Jack is fuming, his hand tight on a subordinate's collar. What is the meaning of that fortress? How the hell did they build something like that so fast? The soldier stammers, I'm not sure, sir. Doyun watches the chaos below. It's obvious. The enemy thought they were walking into a perfect trap. Now the tables have turned, and they're the ones panicking. Dohyun's archers have their bows drawn, ready to rain hell on the confused invaders. Philip takes command, his voice echoing across the battlements. All units, take aim. Doyun knows this siege caught them completely off guard. They weren't prepared for a defensive wall this strong. You can see the morale draining out of them. He glares down at Jack, who seems to be lost in thought. The guy looks like the impulsive type. Maybe a little poking will speed things up? Doyun leans over the wall and starts shouting. Hey, you Empire dogs. If you're such loyal mutts, how come I don't see any collars on your necks? Jack's teeth grind together in pure rage. Doyun doesn't stop, crossing his arms and smirking. And you? Are you insane, carrying that massive chunk of metal everywhere? It's embarrassing. Don't you feel out of place? Jack's mouth curls into a lethal sneer. Ha, a brat with a big mouth. You from Aston? He points his gleaming blade directly at Doyun, his ego flaring up. I'm going to enjoy cutting you down. No destroying you. I'll finish you off with my own two hands. He turns to his men. Take that fortress. Move out. Doyun grins. It worked. They took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. Doyun calls forth his sword, the light swirling as it takes form. Danton is still standing there, totally lost. I still have no clue what's going on, but yeah, they're definitely Empire. Doyun doesn't hesitate. Fire. The archers release, bows snapping in unison. Below, Jack's men scream their battle cries, charging forward for the glory of the Empire. They push through the rain of arrows, swarming the base of the wall. One of Dohyun's soldiers freezes as two enemies with flashing blades leap in front of him. Just as the killing blow is about to fall, a shadow flashes behind the attackers. It's Dan Tan. His sword work is a blur, taking both enemies out in a single heartbeat. But his face? It's twisted in pure disgust. Filthy Empire dogs, he spits. Killing these frogs makes me feel like I need a bath. Jack watches from the back, his interest piqued. Another feisty one. Huh? This is getting better and better. He raises a hand. Time to return the favor. At his signal, a subordinate blows a massive horn. The sound vibrates through the ground. Dohyun frowns, hearing a heavy, rhythmic thumping approaching. Then, three massive monstrosities lumber out of the deep forest. Their eyes glow a demonic red. They look like something straight out of a nightmare. Jack's confidence is back. Let's see how long those big mouths of yours stay open now. Dan Tan's jaw drops. What the hell are those? Monsters? Dohyun shakes his head. No, those are the Empire's magic soldiers. He studies them closely. They look modified, even more dangerous than the ones he saw last time. It looks like the Empire is finally playing their winning cards. But instead of being worried, Dohyun just smiles. This is perfect. Everything is going exactly according to plan. The three magic soldiers growl, stepping toward the fortress walls. High above, the human soldiers tremble. What kind of monsters are we dealing with? Magic soldiers, someone whispers in terror. Someone shouts, "Don't panic, stay focused." The magic soldier bared its razor-sharp teeth, letting out a roar that seemed to shake the very atmosphere. Danton narrowed his eyes. This thing was a total nightmare. It was clear now, the Empire was playing for keeps. The magic soldier kicked into high gear, charging straight toward them with terrifying speed. Philip didn't miss a beat. Don't let them reach the gates. All units, open fire. On the walls, the guards drew their bows tight and unleashed a hail of arrows. But it was useless. To those monsters, the arrows were nothing more than toothpicks, easily swatted aside and snapped like toys. Dantan realized it instantly archery wasn't going to cut it here. Dohyun knew it too. Conventional weapons were barely even a nuisance to these beasts. Danton glanced at his partner. I'm guessing you've already figured out a way to deal with these things? You've got a plan, don't you? Dohyun didn't deny it. Of course I do, but I'm gonna need a little backup. Dohyun looked at his comrade. What do you think? You ready to get wild? Dantan was more than ready. Obviously. That's exactly why I'm here, he replied. All right then, let's move. The magic soldier let out a final howl and raised a massive arm high into the air. Boom! Its fist slammed into the earth, sending massive cracks spider-webbing through the ground. The soldiers on the wall scrambled, shouting, "Watch out! Brace yourselves!" Philip stayed rock solid, shouting orders to keep his men from breaking. Hold the line! Spearmen, move up and hold your positions. Up on his mount, Jack watched with pure contempt. Did they really think they were safe just because they were hiding behind some stone walls? He sneered. I'll show them what happens when you cross the Empire. I'm going to level this entire fortress to the ground. But Jack's smug look vanished the second he saw Dohyun and Danton move. They didn't hide, they leaped straight off the fortress walls. In a blur of motion, they landed two massive slashes right on the magic soldier's shoulders. Danton's eyes widened. He felt the vibration in his hands, his blade had actually chipped slightly. Yet the magic soldier didn't have a scratch on it. The beast spun around, snarling in his face. Danton gritted his teeth. My sword isn't even denting them. Their hide is like solid armor. Dohyun remained completely calm. Well, I told you it wasn't going to be easy, didn't I? Jack burst out laughing from a distance. You actually jumped down to fight instead of cowering inside? What a brilliant strategy. I almost respect how incredibly stupid you are. Danton was losing his patience. This guy's mouth is even more annoying than the monsters. You really gonna let him keep talking trash like that? Dohyun gave a cold smile. Not a chance. At that moment, even the magic soldier seemed to sense something was wrong. Dohyun reached for his massive greatsword. It was time to shut that guy up for good. Dantan saw the look in his partner's eyes and finally relaxed. Dantan's blade began to glow, coated in a thick layer of pulsing blue energy. He looked back at Dohyun. You told me I could go all out, remember? That's all the permission I needed. The magic soldier let out a defiant roar, but the air around the two warriors was already shifting. Dohyun's sword erupted in a brilliant, golden light. Side by side, the two of them raised their weapons in perfect synchronization. They swung. Their blades carved through the air and the monster. Blood sprayed across the battlefield as the magic soldier was torn open, its massive body collapsing as they landed behind it. Its scales were literally crumbling into dust. Without skipping a beat, Dohyun kicked off the ground, launching himself back into the air with Danton right beside him. One each, they signaled. Jack watched in absolute disbelief as they moved in perfect harmony. What? How is this possible? Duhyun's eyes flared with a cold, icy blue light. He was dead serious now. His strike dealt a devastating blow to the first magic soldier, while Dantan simultaneously carved through the second one. Jack gritted his teeth, watching his invincible plan spiral out of control. This wasn't supposed to happen. Up on the walls, the soldiers erupted in cheers. He did it. He actually took down a magic soldier. Dantan glanced back at the bleeding heap of the monster behind him. Damn it, I almost forgot about that loudmouth over there. You've gone pretty quiet all of a sudden. Is that really all the Empire's got? Duhyun didn't hold back the sarcasm either. You sure talk a big game about the Empire and your loyalty, but I'm starting to think your loyalty only lasts as long as these monsters are standing in front of you, right? Jack struggled to keep his cool, glaring at them with pure hatred. Suddenly, a twisted smile crept onto his face. Fine, this is getting interesting. I suppose I can play along for a bit. Jack regained his arrogant posture, leveling his sword directly at Duhyun. You're gonna crawl at my feet for this. By the time I'm done, you'll wish you'd stayed behind those walls. Dantan looked at the enemy commander. He's an Imperial commander, which means he's on a totally different level than these beasts. You want a hand? Duhyun shook his head. No, I can handle this clown myself. He glanced at a new shadow approaching. Besides, I think you've got your own guest to entertain. A massive mace slammed into the dirt, making the entire ground tremble under the force. Out stepped a heavily armored magic soldier leader, barking at his troops to crush the vermin. Duhyun noted, he's smaller than the others, but that armor looks top tier. You got this? Dantan gave a cocky grin. Who do you think you're talking to? Did you forget my family name already? He gave Duhyun a final nod. Don't worry about me. Just make sure you teach that arrogant bastard a lesson he'll never forget. Duhyun watched him for a second. Even if he was the grandson of Duke Tempeton, this was his first real taste of a bloody battlefield, but the guy looked completely reliable. Now, it was time to focus. His partner had his back covered, so it was time to end this. Sorry to keep you waiting, Duhyun called out to Jack. Let's dance. Jack narrowed his eyes. Young master of the Aston family. What did you say your name was? It's Raun, he replied. Jack's expression shifted. He'd definitely heard that name before. The Aston family. Famous throughout the Empire for their mastery of the greatsword. I've heard the rumors. Wait, something's off. This guy is seriously starting to get on my nerves. Does he ever shut up? He's rattling on like some loudmouthed gorilla. Duhyun carefully sizes up his opponent, but he can't afford to underestimate him. Even if his level and stats are only around those of a master swordsman, this guy might be the toughest opponent I've ever faced. The system window pops up. Name, Jack. Level, 80. 1. Class, Knight. Rank, Master Swordsman. Affiliation, Granin Empire Royal Hounds, 8th Regional Squad Commander. Talent rank, A. Strength, 79. Speed, 77. Stamina, 73. Intelligence, 71. Reason, 60. 1. Mana, 73. Senses, 68. Magic, 65. Unique traits, Narcissism, rank C. Bloodlust, rank A. Quick, witted, rank B. And right now, he can't even hide his twisted joy. Talk about hitting the jackpot, Jack sneers. I stumbled upon 2 young masters from a noble family. Let's see what you spoiled brats can actually do. Duhyun immediately shifts into high alert. This guy has balanced stats and solid skills, definitely not someone I can take lightly. But here's the thing, our boy has his own secret weapons. Duhyun knows his worth. Between his level ups and the massive amount of gold he's dumped into his gear, his stats are anything but ordinary. Time to see what a regressor, who was a top-tier assassin player in his past life, can really do in a straight-up sword fight. Is that swordlight? Jack's eyes widen. Oh? You've actually got some skill. Guess you're not just some soft, pampered noble after all. The stronger the opponent, the more his twisted excitement grows. This is getting fun. Jack laughs, still completely arrogant. Maybe you can actually keep me entertained for a minute or two. Suddenly, the blade in Jack's hand erupts with a violent, crimson energy. His voice turns cold. But don't think for a second that I'm letting you walk away alive. Jack slams his foot into the ground, lunging forward with insane momentum. He's reaching a fever pitch now. Don't start crying when I break you with a single strike. Duhyun doesn't flinch. He readies himself, mana swirling around him like a storm. Jack pours every ounce of his strength into a devastating downward slash. Boom! Duhyun blocks it instantly. The impact sends a shockwave of energy through the air. Meanwhile, nearby, the leader of the magic soldiers is fighting for his life. Metal screams against metal as Dantan crosses his blades, barely stopping a massive iron mace from crushing him. He grinds his teeth, straining against the overwhelming pressure before finally managed to shove the heavy weapon back. Damn, he's stronger than he looks. Seeing an opening, Dantan swings his sword back. Take this. The enemy leader's eyes go wide as he lets out a roar, barely bringing his shield up in time to tank the hit. Dantan is stunned. He blocked that? Does this idiot realize his shield is going to shatter if he tries to stop my sword light like that? He spots the iron mace swinging high again. Thinking fast, Dan Tan leaps into the air just as the leader smashes the ground where he stood a second ago. Smart move, you monster, he mutters, reassessing the situation. This isn't going to be easy at all. As the leader growls at him like a wild beast, Dan Tan steals his resolve. If I run away now, instead of facing this head-on, how could I ever show my face to the family again? He steals a quick glance over at Doyun. Is he holding up? That guy he's fighting looks way more dangerous than the one I'm dealing with. Back at the main fight, blades are clashing at blinding speeds. Jack lets out a manic laugh. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. He's pouring on the pressure, trying to crush Doyun under the weight of his strikes. You're good, but this is the end of the line for you. Doyun slides back, raising his sword high. He's fast and incredibly strong. Doyun digs his heels into the dirt, waiting for that one split-second opening. Jack charges again like a predator. Doyun knows one slip up here, and it's game over. Doyun braces himself, raising his blade to intercept the incoming strike. Jack's sword descends like a guillotine, packed with massive energy. Doyun grits his teeth, taking the full force of the blow. A flash of sword light streaks through the air. Doyun twists his body, narrowly dodging the follow-up while keeping his blade locked against Jack's. With a sharp move, he parries Jack's sword away. Instead of being annoyed, Jack is ecstatic. Yes, that's it, you can actually fight. This is way better than I expected. Honestly, it's almost a shame I have to kill someone as talented as you once this is over. The weak have no choice but to suffer in silence. So grit your teeth and endure it, brat. Doyun is officially fed up. This guy talks so much it's giving me a headache. He frowns. But the talking isn't the real problem. Doyun knows better than anyone that the longer this fight drags on, the worse it is for him. He can feel his magic reinforcement vibrating violently within him. If I just unleash it right now, I could end him in a heartbeat. But my allies are too close. If I lose control of this power, they'll get caught in the crossfire. That's the only reason Doyun is playing defense. He has to buy time and keep these guys busy until the rescue mission is a total success. Suddenly, a voice crackles through his communication device. Young master, do you copy? It's Bernard. The situation is under control. Rescue successful, and the enemies have been neutralized. He and Jake have completely cleared the area. The plan worked. Finally, it's time for Doyun to hit back. Good, he whispers. Jack, being his arrogant self, sneers. What's so funny, giving up already? What happened to that little rescue plan of yours? All I see is your pathetic teammates hiding behind the fortress like cowards. Why don't you focus on the fight, kid? In response, Doyun goes silent, releasing a chilling, ice-blue aura that frosts the air. Jack freezes. He has no idea what's happening. He stands there like a statue, completely paralyzed by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Then, Doyun speaks. Hiding behind the fortress? You've got it all wrong. The rescue mission has been over for a while now, because it was a success. Now, why don't we stop playing around? Let's fight for real, you Imperial Hound. As he speaks, the air fills with a murderous intent so thick it could cut through stone. Marco's breath came in ragged, heavy gasps. His body was at its absolute limit, completely trashed after that marathon of a fight. And from the shadows? That voice. Owen's voice echoing like a death knell. So the rumors were true, Owen sneered from the distance. I heard most nobles in this kingdom were nothing but spineless cowards, with only a few families having any real guts. Looks like I was right about you. Aston's entire squad was now pinned down, completely surrounded with nowhere to run. Owen leaned in with a cold, mocking laugh. Look at you, shaking like a leaf. Even with all these knights guarding you, you're still trembling? Honestly, it's a pretty pathetic sight to witness. Seeing Aston spiraling into pure terror, Marco kept his voice low and steady. Master, please, get a grip. You need to focus. In a moment like this, panic is your worst enemy. On the outside, Marco looked like a rock, but inside, his mind was racing. He hadn't realized the Empire was actually behind this. They hadn't just stumbled into trouble, they'd walked straight into a massive trap. He started calculating every possible exit, desperately trying to find a way to survive. But Owen wasn't done playing mind games. His poisonous voice kept drifting over, trying to break them. Listen up, Owen shouted. We won't kill you if you just stop resisting. But you? You just keep choosing to do this the hard way, don't you? Marco gritted his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Fine, whatever, have it your way. He glanced back at the noble trembling behind him. As long as he kept that useless brat alive as a hostage, everyone else was expendable. The rest didn't matter. Right then, Owen barked out the order. Capture the noble, kill everyone else. Marco's muscles coiled like a spring, his hand tightening around his sword hilt. It was time to fight or die, but then thwip. Hundreds of arrows suddenly tore through the air, raining down like a localized storm. Owen's front line didn't even have time to scream before they were wiped out in an instant. Owen spun around. eyes wide with shock. What the? Even Marco and Asen were stunned. Leading a fresh formation was Jack, his voice booming across the field like thunder. "How dare you dogs set foot in our kingdom," he roared. "You Empire mutts are going to regret ever crossing our border." The tables had turned in a heartbeat, and Owen was visibly shaking. "Who are you people?" Before he could get another word out, Joss lunged, swinging his blade with pure killing intent. From the rear, Bayer was a blur of motion, picking off anyone who even thought about a sneak attack with pinpoint accuracy. Bernat wasn't slacking either, weaving magic spells to blast enemies aside in perfect sync. And then there was Jack the heavy hitter, literally shredding a monster with one brutal, overpowering swing. Owen watched the carnage, his heart sinking. The sheer violence of it was overwhelming. These guys were tearing through his elite mana soldiers like they were made of paper. And the crazy part? Jack hadn't even bothered to use his sword light yet. He stumbled back in a panic, barely parrying a strike from a knight who just smirked. "Oops, went a bit too far. I didn't actually mean to kill you losers yet." The knight's eyes were cold, nothing but pure frost. "Leaving one alive is plenty for an interrogation," he muttered. "The rest of you? You're just target practice, isn't that right?" Over on the other side, Marco whispered to the terrified Asen. "That's the First Night Order. It looks like the real legends finally arrived to bail us out." The First Night Order?" Asen stammered. Suddenly, a mocking voice cut through the air right next to him. "What's the matter? Knees giving out? You can't even hold a proper stance in a fight? Truly pathetic." Joss let out a short laugh, not even trying to hide his disgust. "I guess not every noble can be as mighty as their title suggests, huh? You're a joke." Bayer didn't even bother looking at the guy, his voice cold. "Why are you even comparing that clown to our master? That's just insulting." Asan stared out at the battlefield, a wave of pure horror washing over him. Just a handful of soldiers had annihilated the Empire's elite mana troops, even the ones in full power armor. Then it clicked. That's him. That's Raun Aston of the First Night Order. With the battle secured, Bernat tapped his earpiece to report. "Master, do you copy? Everything is under control on our end. The situation is resolved. We've successfully rescued the targets and wiped out every enemy in the vicinity." Back at the main front, Doyun was facing off against Jack with total composure. But as the news hit Jack's ears, his face twisted into a mask of pure fury. "What? What did you just say?" Doyun just gave him a cold, flat stare. "I said the hostages are safe. It was actually pretty easy, since you were dumb enough to move most of your men over here." Doyun's words cut like a razor. "You had the hostages, yet you committed your entire force to an assault on the fortress? You completely lost sight of why you were here. I bet you thought your little plan was perfect, didn't you? Like you were some kind of mastermind. But here's the reality, you're the one who walked into a trap." Jack stood there, speechless, his face burning with humiliated rage. He let out a dark, jagged smirk. "I see. I get it now." Jack slammed his heavy sword into the dirt, his voice a low, dangerous growl. "Fine. Planning was never my specialty anyway. All this hiding and waiting for prey, it's a massive pain in the ass." Across from him, Doyun just raised his hands, almost inviting the attack. Jack was vibrating with bloodlust now, flames literally licking at his fingertips. "I'm going to do things my way from here on out. The way I was meant to fight. Think you can handle it, kid?" He roared like a wild beast, his power exploding in every direction. "No more games. Let's just fight." Doyun didn't flinch, his eyes locked on his opponent. There it is. The phantom sword style. He remembered it clearly. He'd seen it several times in his past life as an assassin. It was a high-tier heavy sword technique used by the Empire's top-ranking knights. It earned that name because once the user activates it, their strikes become completely unpredictable, making it nearly impossible to track the blade's path. It was a devastating skill. A flash of lightning danced in Doyun's eyes as he narrowed his gaze. "I've been waiting a long time for you to finally use that move. Come on then," he provoked. Jack lunged forward with a roar, every step he took kicking up a storm of sparks as he charged like a freight train. Doyun is locked in, pouring every ounce of his focus into each movement. He swings his blade in a wide arc, perfectly parrying every strike thrown his way. Sparks fly through the air as Jack laughs like a total maniac, his attacks coming in fast and heavy like a relentless hurricane. On the other side, Danton is just as busy, his silhouette a blur of motion as his sword forms a near impenetrable wall of steel. Jack screams out, "Is that all you can do? Just take a beating? Where's that legendary pride of yours?" But Doyun isn't even listening, he's silently counting. 40%. He dodges and weaves, whispering the numbers like a mantra. 50. 70. 90. Then, suddenly, he slows down just a fraction, and his eyes ignite with pure electrical energy. 100%. The moment the final number hits, Doyun slams his sword into the earth. The impact is monstrous, sending arcs of lightning and a massive shockwave tearing through the ground. It happens so fast that Gak is frozen in shock, All he can do is watch as Doyun's overwhelming aura swallows him whole, lightning beginning to tear him apart. Gat grinds his teeth, his mind racing. What the hell is this? Doyun's voice cuts through the chaos. Simulation successful. A smug smirk plays on his lips. This technique is actually pretty good. I think I'll keep it. Infuriated, the monkey demon slams its massive mace down with bone-crushing force, but Danton is lightning quick, crossing his twin blades to block the impact. He grits his teeth, pushing back with everything he's got. With a burst of raw strength, he knocks the demon's mace aside. Danton sees the opening immediately. This is his chance to turn the tables. He lunges forward, swinging his blade in a decisive strike. But the monkey demon is fast. It leaps high into the air, and Danton's blade only manages to shatter the chains around its ankles. A sharp crack echoes through the air. The monkey demon is free. It lands with a heavy thud, its excitement radiating as it stomps the ground. Danton looks back and curses under his breath. Damn it, was that attack really not enough? He barely finishes the thought before the demon's mace comes swinging right for his head. He throws himself backward just in time, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow. The monkey demon bares its teeth, its bloodlust so thick it feels like it wants to swallow him alive. Danton realizes these monsters aren't just fast, they're smart enough to analyze tactics and adapt their fighting style on the fly. But looking closer, he notices something: their actual movements are surprisingly simple. The real problem is that mace. It's dripping with dark magic, making it incredibly dangerous to deal with. I need to be careful, he thinks. He's at a serious disadvantage, since he can't use his sword light here. As the monkey demon edges closer, cornering him, Danton's mind starts racing for a solution. He needs a plan, and he needs it now. Suddenly, an idea clicks. He makes a choice. Alright then. Let's see how they handle a massive area of effect attack like this. Up on the fortress walls, Drake and Philip are watching the whole thing unfold, realizing this is no easy feat for the young warrior. Drake asks nervously, "Is it really okay for us to just stand here? Doesn't it look like he needs some backup?" Philip shakes his head, stopping him. "Our orders are clear. Do not interfere unless his life is in immediate danger. Stay put and wait." He lowers his voice, adding, "Saving the hostages is the priority here. We have to trust him. He'll find a way." Right then, Danton's voice bellows from below, reaching the knights on the wall. "Your name is Philip, right?" he shouts. "Yes. Do you need something, sir?" Philip calls back. Danton shouts again, "I need a favor. Tell your men to grab onto something and hold on for dear life." Without another word, Danton starts channeling his energy. He warns them, "I'm about to trigger a massive tremor. The ground is going to shake, so don't freak out." Philip freezes for a second. An earthquake? He realizes what's coming and immediately starts barking orders. "Everyone, get away from the edge. Brace yourselves for a massive tremor. Hold on to anything solid so you don't get thrown off." Philip's voice echoes across the fortress, and the terrified soldiers scramble to find a grip on the stone walls. Seeing they're ready, Philip gives Danton a sharp nod. Danton can't help but be impressed. Guy's got quick reflexes. No wonder Raun trusts this army so much. He points his sword directly at the monkey demon, inviting the challenge. "Alright, let's do this." His aura explodes as Danton lets out a roar. "Try and survive this one." The monkey demon doesn't flinch, baring its fangs as it lunges forward. Danton narrows his eyes and leaps. He moves like a blur, closing the distance between them in a single, massive bound. He looks up just as the monkey demon swings its mace down, but he's already mid-air, dodging as the weapon slams into the fortress wall instead. The impact is terrifying, making the entire fortress groan and tilt. Philip screams at the men to hold their ground. While the demon is still recovering from its own momentum, Danton drops from the sky. He pours every bit of his strength into his blade, his eyes burning with determination. Great Earth Tremor activated. The ground literally explodes, catching the monkey demon off guard and sending its massive body flying through the air. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air as blood sprays from its throat like a fountain. It hits the ground with a sickening thud, buried under a massive cloud of dust. Danton watches the demon stay down, finally letting out a long, shaky breath. That was way too close. Thank God it worked. He looks up at the walls, hoping the soldiers are okay. His move took a toll on the structure, and he's praying the fortress held together. Drake's voice booms down from above in pure admiration. "I heard this was your first real battle, but you fight with some serious confidence." Philip nods in agreement. Confidence? Try arrogance backed up by some insane skill. He glanced down at Danton, who was still standing there completely frozen. Honestly, he had to give the guy some credit. His strength was the real deal. It made sense, though, seeing as he was the grandson of the legendary swordsman, Duke Toton. Doyun stood at a distance, quickly sizing up the group across from him. He tightened his grip on his blade, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. "It's time we ended this. Standing around here is getting on my nerves." Jack let out a cold, mocking laugh. "My thoughts exactly. But don't expect this to wrap up the way you've planned, kid." "Your imitation was flawless," Jack roared. But a copy will always be just a copy. Without another word, Jack charged forward in a blind, murderous fury. Let me show you the massive gap between our levels. Doyun instantly raised his sword to parry the strike, narrowing his eyes as he poured every ounce of focus into his blade. Boom! In an instant, Jack was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the impact, sent stumbling backward by the pressure Doyun was exerting. Doyun didn't give him a single second to breathe, swinging for a follow-up strike. A wave of sword light erupted, sending streaks of lightning screaming toward his opponent. Jack barely managed to lean back, the blade whistling past his face, but Doyun was relentless. His continuous barrage of attacks left Jack gasping for air, completely exhausted. Doyun raised an eyebrow, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. So? How's that copy feeling now? Not bad, right? Jack was literally shaking with rage. The kid's arrogance was off the charts. Meanwhile, Doyun was busy analyzing the new move, thinking to himself that it actually wasn't half bad. It was powerful and surprisingly easy to handle, though he knew he'd need a lot more practice to truly master the technique. Suddenly, a warning siren blared in his head. Error. System has detected a forbidden attribute. Skill Shadow Blade is being terminated. Panic hit Doyun like a truck, his expression shifting instantly. Wait, what? He looked at Jack, his mind racing in total disbelief. What the hell? How can a skill I literally just learned from this guy be on the banned list? Jack just stood there in silence, a sly, predatory glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, the system message flashed again. Searching for a replacement skill. Doyun frowned, watching as the energy swirling around his hand began to flicker and fade away. Damn it, he hissed. He'd been waiting for the perfect moment to copy that skill, only for the system to rip it away right when he needed it most. It was a crisis, but he didn't have time to panic. He tightened his grip, his mind working at overclocked speeds to calculate his next move. The system was still looking for a new skill, so he had to move now. Fine, he thought. I'll just use what's left of this power to end this fight right here. He leveled his sword at Jack, his aura exploding. He was going to throw everything he had at this. There was no more time for games. Pure killing intent poured out of him. Transforming into a literal bolt of blue lightning, Doyun charged forward with savage intensity. Clang! The sound of steel on steel was deafening as they collided. Jack roared with a crazed laugh. You idiot! Charging at me like this is exactly what I wanted. It looks like you've finally run out of patience, haven't you? Jack sneered, holding his ground against the impact. With a lightning-fast swing, he forced some distance and retreated, his laughter sounding like a total madman. Everything is going exactly as I planned. But Dohyun's eyes were glowing with a terrifying light. Blue lightning surged from his palm, and suddenly, whoosh! A sword tore through the air, heading straight for Jack. Jack's heart nearly stopped as he twisted his body to dodge. What the hell was that? He thought, staring at the blade. Where did that even come from? Is someone interfering in our duel? Jack scanned the area, his guard up. And then he froze, his blood turning to ice. Above him, the sky was filled with hundreds of glowing sword projections, all suspended in the air and aimed directly at his head. Jack's face went pale. No, impossible. Dohyun just caught his sword, a cold smile crossing his face. All right, I'm done playing around with you. It's time for you to witness what my true power looks like. The blade circled him, humming with pure killing intent. Now, Dohyun said softly, you can finally rest. Permanently. Take everything you deserve. The moment he spoke, those hundreds of swords rained down like a lethal storm. Jack let out a desperate guttural roar, swinging wildly to parry the onslaught. You bastard! Don't think for a second that I'm giving up. Is this the best you've got? He shouted, managing to deflect a sweeping strike. He looked almost smug. If you think this is enough to take me down, you're wrong. I'm actually disappointed. He swung his blade with crushing force, slamming it into the earth with everything he had. The impact blew away a chunk of the incoming swords. Your little tricks don't scare me. What happened to all that big talk from a second ago? Jack stared Dohyun down, his eyes bloodshot with a rage that bordered on insanity as he let out a raspy, crazed laugh. We've wasted way too much time on this. Come here and let's finish it. At that exact moment, Dohyun's image blurred. Now, Dohyun thought. He kept the barrage of swords flying at Jack's front, forcing him to focus every bit of attention on his defense. But behind Jack's back, two massive axes materialized out of thin air. Dohyun snapped his fingers, and the axes began to vibrate, glowing with a lethal blue light. Suddenly, a chill ran down Jack's spine. He felt a surge of killing intent from behind. He spun around instantly, raising his blade to block just in time. He gritted his teeth, sneering even now. The same old tricks? Seriously? Did you learn absolutely nothing from last time, you little brat? Brat? Dohyun smirked to himself. It looked like Jack had walked right into the trap, blinded by his own massive ego. Across from him, Jack still had no clue what was about to hit him. He was pouring every bit of his strength into holding back the twin axes that were slowly crushing his defense. A massive surge of electricity hits, shaking Zack to his core. While he's panicked and desperately gripping his blade, Doyun seizes the opening blurring behind him in a split second. He swings his blade with everything he's got, carving a massive, jagged wound right across Zack's back. Zack grits his teeth, snarling, "You little bastard." At that moment, Doyun realizes his mistake. His polymorphic swordsmanship just isn't enough to pierce through that heavy power armor. But don't worry, our boy has a backup plan to take this guy down for good. Zack lashes out in a total rage, mocking him. "Your sword skills are cute, kid, but it's barely scratching an itch. Come on, keep it coming, you little brat." But the second he finishes talking, a blinding light streaks toward him. Zack barely manages to throw himself backward in a desperate panic dodge. By the time he opens his eyes, Doyun is already hovering right above him, fist cocked back and ready to drop. "I'll admit you're strong," Doyun says, "but you talk way too much." He tightens his grip, looking down with pure disdain. "It's time for you to shut that mouth permanently, you imperial dog." And then boom. Doyun hammers down a devastating, fatal punch. The sheer force slams Zack into the ground, carving out a massive crater as dust and debris explode everywhere. Doyun calmly cracks his knuckles, looking down at Zack's broken, lifeless body sprawled in the dirt. Doyun lets out a long breath of relief. Well, that's that. Taking down a leader of the Imperial Army. Yeah, that was definitely a tough one. Shards of broken armor are scattered all over the ground, and that suffocating murderous aura finally begins to fade into the wind. He realizes that after taking down a boss like that, a level up is definitely in order. It's been a while since he faced a real challenge. Doyun taps the air to open his system screen. Wait, did the system already find a replacement skill? Let's see. Glowing text starts to scroll across the digital display. Replacement skill found. You have received a new skill. Holy Light, rank A+. Doyun literally blinks, thinking his eyes are playing tricks on him. What on earth is this? He hides the system screen, totally stunned. He can't believe he actually landed a skill like this. Holy Light? This is a high-level active skill used by the elite paladins of the Holy Temple. With this power, they've wiped out countless dark creatures and demonic foes. It's a multi-purpose beast of a skill. It purifies, heals, and grants blessings that turn a knight into an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Doyun flashes back to his past life as the world's strongest assassin. Even then, he rarely ever saw this legendary power in action. He never dreamed that he'd be the one wielding Holy Light now. He clenches his fist, a small smirk playing on his lips. This is incredible. I hit the absolute jackpot. Doyun summons his sword back to his hand, looking around. Ambushing an expeditionary force right inside a gate? Definitely didn't see that coming, he mutters. He reminds himself to stay sharp. These guys were fully geared up, which means there's a brilliant strategist pulling the strings from the shadows. "You're a real beast out here, aren't you?" a voice calls out. Doyun turns to see Danton walking over, a look of pure impressed approval on his face. Doyun had to pivot to a punch because his blade couldn't crack that energy shield, but hey, it worked. Doyun plays it cool, firing back. Coming from the guy who used a wall as a literal launchpad to finish off that monster? I think we're even. Danton just chuckles. Whatever, man. We finished off the rest of the scouts too. Mission accomplished, right? Dohyun nods, feeling a genuine wave of gratitude. You really helped me out back there. Thanks. Suddenly, Danton bursts out laughing. Look, I'm just here to see what a real fight looks like. But I can't exactly go around embarrassing my family name, can I? He grins, though there's a bit of an edge to it. The old man would literally kill me if I just stood around doing nothing. A surge of pride hits Dohyun. He thinks to himself that Danton has far exceeded his expectations. It's hard to believe this was actually the guy's first real battle. Watching Danton's confident, heroic stride, Doyun realizes that if this guy joins a first-rate knight order, he's going to be a living legend. Suddenly, Philip catches a strange sound in the distance. He tenses, but it's just Doyun and the crew returning. Philip snaps to attention. "Sir, the rescue team has returned." Jack lets out a joyous shout. "Young master, we're back." Danton's face goes totally pale. He frantically shakes his head at them, hissing, "I told you guys don't call me that when we're on a mission." Meanwhile, Dohyun just calmly walks up to the group. He checks in with everyone, his voice soft but steady. "You all did great work. Is everyone doing okay?" Jack laughs and points to himself. "With me on the job? Not a chance anything goes wrong. Everything went smooth as silk." Bernard speaks up next. "No serious injuries on our side, but we did have a few casualties. We're going to need some help handling the bodies." Dohyun nods. "Understood. We can coordinate with the city guards for that." Standing off in the distance, Aeson is absolutely reeling. He had a bad feeling about this, but he never imagined Raun would actually be the captain. Did that guy really claim such a high title all by himself? Suddenly, Danton spots him. "Wait, isn't that Aeson?" A smirk tugs at Danton's lips. Aeson was one of the hostages, which means Count Carrington is definitely mixed up in this mess. Aeson breaks into a cold sweat just seeing Danton there. He's completely overwhelmed by the guy's presence, Danton of the Templeton family. And he's actually following Raun's lead? Asen stares at Doyun, his mind racing. Just how much influence does this guy really have? Danton catches Asen staring and narrows his eyes, wondering what kind of schemes are brewing in that head of his. At that moment, Doyun stands tall, his voice booming as he announces, "The hostages are safe. The Imperial dogs have been wiped out. Mission complete." He clenches his fist in quiet satisfaction. He didn't just finish the mission, he walked away with an incredible new skill. Talk about a massive win. Doyun flashed a cold smile before giving the order. All right, it's time to head back. A few days later, we find ourselves at Dohyun's private estate. His voice, now deep and composed, breaks the silence. How are we handling the Imperial soldiers we captured? Philip immediately snaps to attention to report. We've been handing them over to Lord Grey in secret, just like you instructed, sir. Doyun leans in, curious. And, any progress? Bernard steps forward, his voice heavy with caution. It's the same old story, I'm afraid. The Empire clearly placed a curse on them. The moment they're captured, their minds just break. They're essentially reduced to infants. Extracting any real intel without Lord Grey's direct intervention is proving nearly impossible. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crosses Doyun's face. Even Grey couldn't find a workaround for this one. Damned Empire, Doyun mutters, shifting his focus. What about their motive? Why were they even there? Philip shakes his head. All we know for sure is that they disguised themselves as city guards to infiltrate the walls. It was a clean job. Philip's expression turns grim as he continues. Because of this, a massive internal investigation is underway. The rot might go deeper than we thought. Without more data, their true endgame remains a mystery. Doyun stares into the distance, deep in thought. I wish we could just piece the facts together ourselves. Thinking back to that night, their movements were surgical, precise, deadly. These weren't just random grunts, they were professionals. We need information if we're going to survive the next wave. Doyun's reflection shimmers in his teacup, his eyes weighted with the burden of his next move. He looks up, his gaze sharpening with sudden resolve. We'll leave the investigation to the kingdom and Lord Grey. Tomorrow is the knighting ceremony, right? Philip nods. That's correct. He quickly summarizes the current vibe of the city. The capital is still in total chaos after the attack, so they're keeping the ceremony low-key, simple and modest. Doyun falls silent at those words. He realizes this won't be a flashy parade, but a real, gritty evaluation of strength. Honestly, he prefers it that way. He gives his team a final reminder. Simple or not, this ceremony is crucial. I want everyone prepared to the absolute limit. Philip and Bernard don't quite catch his drift yet, but they salute in unison. Understood. Doyun knows the stakes every major noble house and legendary knight will be watching. This isn't just a party. This is the official debut of the First Order Knights, our grand entrance. His eyes burn with a fierce determination. He wants the news of their sheer power to travel from the kingdom's ears straight back to the terrified heart of the Empire. We're going to show them exactly what it means to be a First Order Knight. We aren't just joining the ranks, we're here to rule the continent. The next morning, sunlight spills over the town, a peaceful scene protected behind massive, reinforced stone walls. The rhythmic thunder of hooves on the cobblestones draws every eye. High above, vibrant banners flutter in the wind, signaling something big is happening. Doyun leads his unit through the crowded streets as the whispers begin to swell. Look, it's young Master Raun from the Aston territory. And look at his knights, the protectors of Turium. Along the roadside, groups of girls are practically falling over themselves just to get a glimpse of the passing heroes. Young Master Raun, look over here. Doyun plays the part perfectly, waving and smiling at the crowd. Joss, on the other hand, looks like he wants to crawl into a hole and die of embarrassment. Suddenly, the crowd erupts into even louder cheers, all focused on one person. Look at the red-haired knight. He's so cool. The girls are frantic now, waving at Joe's. Sir Knight, please, just one look this way. Seeing Joe's face turn as red as his hair, Z leans in with a smirk. Never experienced this back in your mercenary days, huh? Joe's can barely stammer out. No sir, Z chuckles softly. Get used to it, kid. As long as you're flying the colors of the First Order, you're a superstar. His words of encouragement ring in Joss's ears. Give him a smile. You earned it. Taking a deep breath, Joss forced a stiff, awkward grin, which only made the girls scream harder as their faces turned bright red. Beneath the embarrassment, a small thought crosses Joss's mind. I'm really glad I joined this crew. And so, the unit marches through a sea of roaring fans and flying petals. The protectors of Turium, the First Order Knights. Finally, the massive silhouette of the arena looms ahead. We've arrived. Sunlight streams through the ancient stone arches, highlighting the majestic banners of every unit present. It's a sight of pure honor and military might. As Dohyun's group passes through the gates, Even they are taken aback. There are way more people here than expected, including a few high-level freelance knights. A group of soldiers nearby starts whispering as they spot them. Hey, check it out. Isn't that the First Order squad? Yeah, the ones they put together specifically to handle that gate incident. Look at the size of that unit. Is that everyone? One of them spits on the ground, clearly bitter. Damn it. What's so special about those guys anyway? His buddy chimes in, just as salty. Just a bunch of show-offs. I heard half of them are just commoners playing dress-up. Do-hyun walks right past them, unbothered. If anything, the jealousy fuels him. Good. Keep staring. It's exactly what we wanted. Every step he takes is heavy with intent. They aren't here to make friends. They're here to prove they're the apex predators of this kingdom. The more eyes on them, the better. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh echoes from behind. Well now, what a way to meet the esteemed protector of Turium. Do-hyun stops and turns around. And you are? The man standing there wears a polite, practiced smile. A pleasure to meet you, young master. I'm the kingdom's financial manager, Jerry DeBreng. Jerry's smile fades slightly, replaced by a calculating look. I've heard you played the starring role in closing that gate. Tell me, would you be open to a little private conversation? Do-hyun narrowed his eyes, wondering what Jerry D. Blank, the kingdom's finance minister, was actually cooking up behind that mask. Jerry offered a smooth, practiced bow. At last. I finally get to meet the busiest hero in the entire capital. I've been dying to meet you for a long time, but your schedule is just never ending, he said with a hearty, jovial laugh. The second I heard you were attending the festival, I just had to come see you. I figured this might be my only shot at catching you. Do-hyun didn't buy it. He was mentally dissecting every single word coming out of the man's mouth. Jerry's move was definitely deliberate. He wanted something. Suddenly, a flood of memories from the investigation came rushing back. The guard captain had mentioned that almost everyone in the finance ministry was dirty, tied straight to that corruption scandal. And Jerry? He was obviously no different. Looking at that slimy, fake smile plastered on his face, Do-hyun knew this wasn't just a coincidence. A guy like him doesn't walk all this way just to say hello. Deep down, Do-hyun's internal alarms were screaming. Was he trying to scout out Do-hyun's next move? He played along, flashing a smile as bright as a spring morning. Inside, he was thinking, go ahead and try me. But on the outside, total professional. The hero of the capital? You're far too kind, Lord Blank. I'm merely fulfilling my obligations as a noble of this kingdom. Jerry let out a laugh that practically echoed through the rafters. Modest to a fault. Everyone in the capital knows exactly what you and your knights have accomplished. He continued his heavy flattery. You're every bit as extraordinary as the rumors say. Truly, a role model for every knight in the land. Do-hyun didn't miss a beat. Well, none of it would be possible without the finance ministry keeping the kingdom's coffers full. We knights can only do our jobs because of your department's support. Jerry shook his head, feigning embarrassment at the praise. Oh, you flatter me. But behind his eyes, Jerry was thinking, this brat. He's a lot sharper than I gave him credit for. He knew the kid was aware of the hostility between them due to the Randon incident. Yet here he was, playing the perfect diplomat. Watching Do-hyun look so completely unbothered, Jerry finally realized why everyone else had such a hard time handling this kid. Suddenly, Do-hyun spoke up. Actually, there is one thing I've been meaning to ask you. Jerry blinked, surprised. Ask me? I heard the finance ministry banned the first-rank knights from entering the gates. He pointed toward the exterior. Care to shed some light on that? Jerry's expression flickered through a dozen emotions in a second. He tried to look calm, but internally, he was losing it. Is he seriously calling me out to my face? Jerry realized the kid wasn't going to play the naive hero role today. A dark shadow crossed Jerry's eyes as he began to wonder. Did the boy already have proof that the finance ministry was the real enemy here? He clenched his fists in hidden rage. This kid was impossible to read. That's the first I've heard of it, he forced out with a fake chuckle. Those rumors are surely baseless. There's no reason for my department to get involved in such trivial matters. Do-hyun just nodded along. You're probably right. Then, Jerry pivoted. By the way, have you learned anything about those Imperial soldiers who ambushed you at the gate? Do-hyun went quiet, slowly stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Well, they were definitely prepared for every scenario. It felt more like a provocation, just like what happened before. We can't exactly call it a full-scale invasion, can we? Jerry was fishing for a reaction. Do-hyun just gave a flat? Is that so? But they did manage to get pretty deep into our territory. And they made it look remarkably easy. It's almost as if someone on the inside was opening the door for them. His words were cold, making Jerry's heart skip a beat. Then Do-hyun suddenly burst into laughter. But hey, that's just my imagination running wild. That couldn't possibly be true, right? Jerry was screaming, "You little brat," in his head, but he kept his composure. His forced laughter echoed throughout the arena. Ha! Now I see exactly why everyone calls you the Guardian of Turium. Coming here to see you was definitely worth my time. He gave a polite nod. I'll take my leave now. I hope Deputy Head Gray manages to squeeze some useful intel out of the prisoners. Suddenly, Du-hun's eyes sharpened. He'd caught a massive slip-up. He wasn't about to let it slide. He spoke his thoughts out loud, plain and simple. Funny. The fact that Deputy Head Gray is handling the prisoners is top-secret information. He smirked. Man, the finance ministry really does know everything, don't they? Jerry froze in his tracks for a split second. Without turning around, he replied with a voice like ice. Of course we do. We are responsible for a very vital part of this kingdom, after all. He marched away, knowing he couldn't keep up the act for another second. It was a pleasure chatting with you. I truly look forward to our next encounter. Veins were bulging in his neck, his fists clenched so tight they were nearly drawing blood. Raun Aston, you really are something else. You're good, I'll give you that. A wave of pure killing intent radiated from Jerry, yet a sick smile touched his lips. Xiao Yi, you're going to have a lot of fun with this one. Du-hun watched the man's retreating figure until he disappeared, feeling a surge of satisfaction. You picked the wrong guy to mess with, old man. After all, knowing exactly how to tilt your opponent was the most basic skill for any pro gamer. Du-hyun had a gut feeling he still didn't know exactly how that man was tied to the Empire, but one thing was for sure, the pressure was about to ramp up. His gaze locked onto the flag fluttering in the wind, his heart turning to stone. Go ahead and try, he thought. We aren't backing down. But within the crowd, a stranger was lurking. Watching his every move, it was Kay, silently shadowing Du-hyun from the darkness. The sun was high now, pouring oppressive heat over the entire arena. Onyx stood in the center, shouting at the top of his lungs. The tutorial competition is about to begin. All participants, gather at the hall. Beside him, Al raised a hand, his spirit burning with excitement. Finally, the time has come. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Seeing this, Du-hyun couldn't help but chuckle. You seem pretty fired up, don't you? It was a big change, considering not too long ago. Al was still doubting if this was even necessary. Al shrugged it off awkwardly. Well, being here in the flesh, it just hits different. Du-hyun turned, ready to drop some final words before the start. This ceremony means more than you think. This is our chance to show the world exactly who we are. He gestured toward the other factions. I'm sure you've noticed, but they aren't exactly rolling out the red carpet for us. That's actually part of the plan, but there's still one thing missing. Du-hyun looked up, eyes blazing with sheer resolve. Fear. He drove the point home. The goal wasn't just to win, it was to make them terrified. Real respect? It only comes from fear. Standing tall before his troops, Du-hyun's voice rang out. Make them remember the name of the first-class knights. The response was a thunderous roar from the soldiers. Understood, Du-hyun then turned to Philip, passing over the torch. Philip, can you take command from here? I'll be watching from the stands. Philip didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, young master, he gave a firm nod. Jack chimed in, his voice cold and serious. Just so we're clear, if any of you losers drop the ball, we're all going straight to hell. Philip shot back, just as hyped. You too, old man. Don't underestimate them, keep your head in the game. Du-hyun watched them walk away, a surge of pride swelling in his chest. He didn't need to worry anymore, he just had to trust them and let them loose. Then, his eyes shifted toward where Kay was hiding. Time to handle the other problem. Kay was slipping into a dark, cluttered corner, trying to vanish into the shadows to avoid prying eyes. Just as Kay was scanning the area to make sure he was alone, a voice whispered right behind him, nearly making his heart jump out of his chest. Did you get all the intel you were looking for? Du-hyun asked, blunt as ever. I don't know why you're playing these games, but if you have questions, just ask. Recognizing that voice, Kay spun around, his face pale with shock. He hadn't felt a single thing. How was this possible? Since when had he been standing there? Stunned, Kay managed to choke out. When did you realize? Du-hyun leaned against the wall, perfectly calm. Honestly, you almost had me. You're incredibly hard to track. I'd expect nothing less from the leader of the top intelligence guild in the kingdom, the Wings of Freedom. Spotting a faceless's member isn't exactly easy, Du-hyun added, his voice laced with a dangerous hint of praise. That single sentence sent Kay's guard through the roof. He stayed silent, not daring to move, as Du-hyun stepped closer. Let's stop the hide-and-seek. We need to have a real conversation. Du-hyun cut straight to the chase. Why are the Wings of Freedom following me? Let's settle this quietly. I'd rather not use force. Kay frowned, his mind racing as he weighed his options. Finally, he spoke up. Do you have any idea what happens every time an informant opens their mouth? It's never good. Du-hyun nodded. I know, but I don't think you have much of a choice right now. He looked Kay dead in the eye. For the guildmaster themselves to show up, you must be dealing with some serious internal drama, aren't you? Kay's expression shifted instantly. He knew? Looking at the young man, Kay couldn't help but be impressed. The rumors about Raun Aston's sharp instincts were no joke. Kay sighed, making his decision. Fine. Enough. Du-hyun waited in silence. Kay slowly pulled off his hat, revealing his face a rare sight for anyone. Being stubborn was pointless now. I'll talk, Kay admitted. You're right. I am the master of the wings of freedom. People call me the Faceless. Doyun didn't waste time. Good. Now tell me. Why are you stalking me? Kay quickly clarified. Before I explain, let's get one thing straight. I investigated you, yes, but that's not why I'm here today. He was about to drop a name that changed everything. That man you just met, Jerry DL. If I'm not mistaken, he's far more dangerous than you realize. Kay's voice was barely a whisper. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the crowd's roar was deafening. Thousands of people were flooding in, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch as the battle drew near. A sword spun violently through the air, letting out a sharp, piercing whistle. The entire stadium watched with bated breath, eyes wide with anticipation. Beneath them, Obsidian lay broken on the ground, his face pale with pure, unadulterated terror. Z stood tall, sword pointed down at his fallen foe. The crowd's roar was deafening. Another victory for the first-class knight. How many wins was that now? Every famous knight had been crushed by him. Obsidian gritted his teeth so hard his whole body trembled. A monster. How could anyone move like that with such a massive blade? Up on high, Z looked down, his voice echoing a challenge. You ready to give up yet? Because if you still want to go another round, I'm game. Facing Z's overwhelming pressure, Obsidian's rage boiled, but he didn't dare make a move. He took a reluctant step back and finally muttered, I lose. The arena exploded. The first-class knight had won again, and he threw his arms up, soaking in every bit of that arrogance-fueled glory. Watching from the sidelines, P scoffed. Look at him. Someone seriously needs to take that guy down a notch. Meanwhile, Joss was practically vibrating with excitement next to him. Philip scanned the stands, looking for Dohyun's seat, but it was empty. The young master is late, he thought. This was weird. Doyun was the one who insisted on how important these ceremonies were. He narrowed his eyes, a bad feeling sinking in. Somewhere in the shadows of the arena, Dohyun's voice rang out in pure shock. Viscount Bank? Was the News Association actually afraid of that man? Dohyun couldn't believe it, but Sai, standing right there, didn't let him off easy. Whatever Dohyun was imagining, the truth was way worse. Sai's voice dropped to a low, grim tone. If my gut is right, they're the biggest threat this entire kingdom has ever faced. Dohyun frowned, the weight of the news sinking in. They? He asked. Sai's voice remained steady and cold. The Imperial Hounds. Have you ever heard that name? Dohyun snapped back, clearly annoyed. The Special Intelligence Agency of the Granin Kingdom? They're basically a ghost story. No leads, no evidence, nothing. Sai nodded. Exactly. If you already know that much, this will be easier to explain. He started detailing the recent events, countless small guilds being raided one after another. But with zero evidence left at the scenes, every investigation hit a dead end. In the info broker world, they were calling it a guild hunt. Dohyun raised an eyebrow. So, you're suspecting the Imperial Hounds? But Sai didn't hesitate. I'm not suspecting them. I'm certain. He went on. My own guild, the Freedom Wings, was targeted. We had to face them head on. Dohyun was still confused though. Okay, but what does Viscount Bank have to do with any of this? Sai sighed. For now, it's just a theory. But I believe several nobles in this kingdom are secretly shaking hands with the Empire. Dohyun probed deeper. And you think the Minister of Finance, Bank, is one of them? Sai revealed the truth. Yes. The Ministry of Finance is drowning in allegations. He began listing the intel he'd gathered. They were getting way too close to the families controlling the capital's order, interfering with gates, blocking the first-class knights from entering. The list went on. Dohyun was stunned. Sai kept laying out his logic. It didn't make sense. Why stop the kingdom's strongest force from stopping a disaster right as a gate opened? Immediately after, the gate investigation team was ambushed. And the families tied to the Ministry of Finance? They did absolutely nothing. His voice turned dead serious. Ever since we found out the Imperial Hounds were behind that ambush, the Ministry of Finance has been burying the evidence. Someone was definitely working with the Empire, and all signs pointed straight to the Ministry of Finance. Dohyun listened to every word Sai said, processing the clues. As expected of the head of the News Association, he thought. The man knew far more than he let on. But Sai wasn't finished. We aren't sure exactly who the traitor is. It could be someone we'd never even suspect. Then, he voiced the suspicion he'd been holding onto for a long time. Even the master of the first-class knights, Raun Aston. It could even be him. Dohyun's lips curled into a smirk. Now that's just hilarious. What makes you think that? Sai's answer was chilling. The first-class knights just appeared out of nowhere, and they solved everything in record time. By now, everyone in the city knows their names. And the timing? Right as the gates appeared when no one was prepared for the catastrophe. Except for those knights. Sai let it all out, including the one thing that still bothered him. It's like they already knew everything. From the layout of the gates to the monster intel and how to kill them. It was like they knew exactly what was going to happen. Dohyun suddenly laughed. He was actually impressed. Perfect. I love it. Doyun nodded, satisfied with Sai's sharp analysis. Cause a mess, then step in to save the day and win the people's hearts. Risky, but effective. I see why you'd suspect that, he said. His voice slowed down, turning playful. But instead of explaining, maybe it's better if I just show you. Doyun reached out his hand, making a sincere offer. Join my night squad. Then you can see for yourself whether I'm shaking hands with those imperial bastards, or if I've got them on a leash. His eyes burned with absolute conviction. Sai froze, hesitating. You're asking me to join your squad? He stayed on guard. I think there's a misunderstanding. You're literally a prime suspect here. On the other side, Doyun just laughed. Then suspect me as much as you want. Decide if we're the good guys or the bad guys while you're actually inside the Legion. It's easier that way. He wasn't forcing him, just a suggestion. The Freedom Wings are gone. And coincidentally, I'm in the market for a top-tier intel officer. I'd say this is a win-win for both of us, don't you think? Kay just stared at him, his mind racing through a dozen variables before he could even think about making a move. Suddenly, a massive roar erupted from the arena, snapping them both back to reality. Kay frowned, asking, Are you sure you should be out here this long? I thought this ceremony was a huge deal for you and your knights. Doyun didn't even flinch. Right now? This is way more important. The elder was clearly confused, but he still offered a quiet warning. Your people are in there fighting right now just to be recognized as official knights. If you ask me, you're being a bit reckless as their captain. Doyun just looked up, radiating pure, unshakable confidence. That's because I believe in them. Whether I'm standing there or not doesn't change a thing. They're going to win anyway. Hearing that level of arrogance made Kay a little uneasy. This ceremony wasn't a joke, it was packed with legendary knights from all over the kingdom. I think you're underestimating the competition a bit much. But before he could finish, Doyun cut him off. I know it's a brutal challenge, but I trust them. They've bled by my side countless times, there's no way they lose here. Those words hit Kay right in the gut. Does he really trust his subordinates that much? In that moment, he finally made his choice. Fine, Kay said, looking Doyun straight in the eye. I'll cooperate with the first-class knight order for now. I'll consider officially joining your squad later if I like how you operate. Doyun nodded, satisfied. You made the right call. With nothing left to say, Kay quietly pulled his hat back down. Then I'll see you around. I don't like staying in one spot for too long. Doyun watched in silence as the man's figure began to melt into the shadows. I'll be waiting. Faceless. The man accepted the name with a faint smirk. Just call me Chairman Kay. Then, in a flash, he was gone, leaping across the rooftops like a ghost. He vanished into the night, leaving Doyun alone. A small smile played on Dohyun's lips. Everything was going exactly as planned. He desperately needed a top-tier intel source, and now, he finally had the chairman of the Free Wings on his side. Looking back toward the roaring stadium, Doyun offered a quick prayer, hoping his team would understand why he went missing. He had bigger fish to fry, after all. But with the deal done, he realized he couldn't skip the whole show. Time to see how the boys are doing. The crowd's screaming reached a fever pitch. You could practically feel the air in the arena vibrating with pure, raw intensity. Ares lunged into the air, sword raised high for a devastating finishing blow. His opponent was visibly trembling, desperately trying to bring up a guard. But Ares was too fast. He soared right over the guy's head, and in one fluid motion, delivered a brutal horizontal slash across his back. Blood sprayed as the warrior collapsed. The entire arena held its breath, waiting to see if he'd somehow find the strength to stand back up, but it was over. He hit the dirt, leaving only Ares standing tall over his fallen foe. Then boom! A wave of cheers erupted. Randon won again! The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. The Randon family. They just secured another victory with their legendary meteor sword style. It seemed like nothing could stop them. The Randon Guild was becoming the undisputed stars of the show with one convincing win after another. Z watched from a corner, his brow furrowed. Why were they being so aggressive? It felt personal. Philip whispered, It's because of us. They're trying to put on a show for the crowd while sending a clear message to our squad. Basically, don't mess with them. PS stepped up, asking, So it's just us and Randon left undefeated? We haven't even faced them yet. Are they dodging us? Z wasn't so sure. Probably not. The matchups are supposed to be random, after all. But he warned the team. The Randon squad was already bloodthirsty, and they weren't going to show any mercy when their turn came. Those words sent a chill down Jose's spine. Someone nearby noticed and asked, Hey, you okay? You think you can actually handle this? Suddenly, Dohyun appeared behind him. You have to win. He looked Jose in the eye. Overthinking will only get you killed out there. Just give it everything you've got. Captain Dohyun. Joss whispered, clearly moved. Dohyun then glanced over at Roy. Is that your opponent? Roy Randon, the 10th son and the man heralded as the absolute genius of the Randon family. Dohyun admitted it wouldn't be easy, But it wasn't impossible. Every word he spoke began to light a fire in Jose's mind. They're probably laughing right now, thinking their first opponent is just some newbie who used to be a farmer. Dohyun's voice rose, filled with conviction. Go out there and shut them up with your skills. Instantly, Jose's resolve hardened. Yes, sir, he barked. He stood tall, eyes burning with a newfound determination. This was his moment to shine. But Jack looked at Dohyun with pure worry. Are you sure about this? The Randon guys? They're literally going to try and kill him in there. Dohyun just smiled. Don't worry. Watching the fire in Jose's soul, Dohyun felt a wave of pride. He's not going to lose. Not after everything we've been through together. And just like that, Joss and Roy stepped onto the stage. The energy in the stadium was absolutely electric. Whispers and shouts rippled through the stands as everyone realized what was about to go down. The Randon family versus the first-class knights. Two undefeated powerhouses finally clashing. This fight was going to decide who truly ruled the kingdom. Roy draws his sword with a smug, arrogant grin, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I actually thought I'd finally get a real challenge out of you guys. But a peasant? Really? He looks at Joss with pure boredom, sighing. This is a total buzzkill. I'm ending this in one hit. The young noble glares at Joss, and for a split second, Joss feels his heart skip a beat. This guy is a noble from one of the 5 great families. He's on a completely different level than any enemy Joss has ever faced. He grips his hilt until his knuckles turn white, forcing himself to breathe. Don't back down. Not now. He looks up at the banner fluttering against the blue sky, and suddenly, his resolve hardens like steel. He's not just a peasant anymore, not just some mercenary for hire. He is a first-class knight of the order. Joss raises his blade, eyes locking onto his opponent with deadly focus. He promised himself he wouldn't lose, not for his captain, and definitely not for his comrades. No more waiting. Roy explodes forward, his blade moving like a flash of silver lightning. Whoosh! The wind howls, but Joss simply tilts his body, letting the strike whistle past his ear with inches to spare. Roy's eyes widen in shock. So, you actually followed my blade? Joss stays silent, stone-faced. Roy doesn't give him a second to breathe, spinning midair to bring his sword down in a brutal overhead chop. How about this one? Joss reacts instantly, snapping his sword horizontal to catch the crushing blow. Clang! Metal screams against metal, sending a shower of sparks flying everywhere. Roy goes wild, unleashing a relentless barrage of stabs, his bloodlust practically radiating off his blade. The crowd starts pointing and shouting. Look at that! He's blocking every single move. He's not even breaking a sweat. Who the hell is this kid? Those whispers? They hit Roy like a physical slap, and his composure starts to completely crumble. Damn you, you lowly peasant. Roy lunges in a blind, desperate rage. But Joss is ready. He shifts his weight and sticks out a foot at the perfect moment. Thud. Roy goes down hard, face planting right into the dirt in front of everyone. A pathetic cry escapes his lips as he scrambles to crawl back up. Veins pop on Roy's forehead as he screams, "You bastard!" But Joss is just surprised. He blinks, staring at the noble. Wait, is this really all he's got? It's a shock to his own system. He can see every twitch, every muscle movement of his opponent. These deadly strikes? He doesn't even feel threatened by them anymore. As Roy staggers to his feet, Joss tightens his grip on his hilt. If this is the best a noble can do, Joss knows he's definitely winning this. The crowd erupts. Did you see that? The Jondon heir can't do a thing. Are we sure he was just a mercenary? He looks way too experienced for that. Roy gnashes his teeth, the sound like grinding stones. Curse you. How does a commoner like you dare to humiliate me? Joss doesn't flinch, firing back with a sharp edge. Humiliate you? Honestly, I didn't think I had to worry about your feelings right now. Did you expect me to just act based on your ego? Roy screams back, his voice cracking. What? Do you even know who I am? Joss just casually mocks him, pretending to pick his ear. Funny. I heard that every knight in this festival was supposed to be treated as equals. He levels his sword, his voice dropping into a tone of raw, undeniable authority. Sparring match or not, a duel is a duel. There's no time for manners or worrying about your opponent's status. And this whole noble versus commoner thing, it's honestly just pathetic at this point. Joss points his blade straight at Roy's throat, his voice cold. In here, there are only the strong and the weak. Roy loses it, a primal roar of pure fury. You're dead. He charges again, but Joss just shuts him down. Cram it. The screech of clashing steel fills the arena once more. The entire stadium holds its breath. I take back everything. I thought a rookie like Joss was going to be crushed instantly. Philip stands nearby, watching closely. Don't be fooled. Roy is known as a high-level technician in the Randon family. That's exactly the problem, Doyun cuts in. Joss has become so strong he's just completely overwhelming him. I knew he had talent, but this? This is way beyond my expectations. Down on the field, the two seem locked in a struggle, but Doyun knows better. The Randons thought a blitz attack would break him, but that was a massive mistake. He smiles, confidently reaching a conclusion. Joss survived the hell of the gates. He's walked through fire and come back alive. With that kind of real-world combat experience, there is zero chance he loses this. Right then, Roy lunges forward like a hawk, but Joss is a step ahead. He sweeps his blade in a wide arc, turning a defense into a devastating counterstrike. The force of the impact sends Roy reeling back. Joss grinds his teeth, steadying his power, and then he pounces while Roy is still off balance. Just blocking is getting boring, don't you think? Joss taunts, his voice full of irony. Show me what you've really got, Lord Noble. Roy brings his sword up to parry, but the sheer weight behind Joss's strike is too much. He's being shoved back, inch by agonizing inch. Suddenly, Roy sees Joss's fist, pulled back and aimed right for his jaw. He panics, diving backward just in time to avoid the punch. Roy is absolutely livid. You filthy mercenary. You're using your fists in a sword duel? You think this is some street brawl? He springs off the ground, trying to catch Joss before he can reset his stance. It's now or never. Just as Roy closes in, Joss pulls a complete 180 countering with a parry that locks Roy's blade and leaves him absolutely speechless with rage. Joss glares at him, teaching the boy a harsh lesson. You think this is a game? In a real fight, hesitation is a death sentence. His words are sharper than any blade, cutting deep into Roy's massive ego and pride. In battle, there's no right or wrong, only survival. If you're too scared to do what it takes, then just surrender already. Roy is beyond furious now. He swings his sword like a madman, screaming, I'll shut that mouth of yours forever. The two clash once again, locked in a fierce struggle. Seeing Roy snap like that only makes the crowd go wilder. They can smell the blood in the air. From the high seats, Philip looks down with a hint of respect. Well, look at that. The Randon family's golden boy actually has some fight in him. Now things are getting interesting. He's got grit, that's for sure. Nothing like the usual pampered brats from the Randon house. Doyun nods in agreement. That's exactly why he's known as the top rising star lately. He looks up at the sky, whispering a thought to himself. But grit alone won't be enough to take Joss down. Just like Doyun predicted, Joss starts to completely dominate the exchange. He grabs Roy by the collar, his eyes blazing with intensity, and delivers a brutal headbutt straight to the forehead. That sudden, dirty move sends Roy stumbling back, his vision spinning. What? What was that? He screams in confusion. Joss smirks, looking down at him. In a real fight, you gotta use your head. Mark my words, I mean that literally. Roy drops his guard, a massive purple bruise already blooming on his forehead. His pride is officially shattered. He growls, his face contorting. No wonder they call you people thugs, you nothing but a pack of dirty street fighters. He grips his sword until the veins in his hands pop. I wasn't going to waste this technique on a lowly mercenary like you, he spits. But you've insulted me for the last time. No more hiding, it ends now. With a roar, Roy unleashes everything, driving his blade forward with lethal intent. Joss sharpens his focus. There it is, the meteor sword, the legendary secret technique of the Randon family. He remembers it well. Countless kingdom knights have fallen to this single, terrifying sword style. Since Roy is a true blood member of the Randon house, this strike is 10 times more powerful than usual. Joss wonders, can I actually block this? A murderous aura swirls around Roy's blade. I'm going to wipe that arrogant look off your face. He charges like a starving beast. Consider it an honor to die by a Randon blade. Suddenly, Joss freezes for a split second, his eyes widening as he tracks the movement. This technique, it's different. Roy moves like a literal gale, blindingly fast and incredibly heavy. Joss has to admit, it's a terrifyingly powerful move, but then he remembers his hellish training with the guild. Compared to those monsters, this sword style is nothing but child's play. Just as Joss is about to strike, Roy twists his body to counter, but his eyes fly open in shock. Joss has already lunged forward, and Roy realizes too late he's the one who's been hit. Joss holds his breath, putting every ounce of his strength into one final, crushing blow. The entire arena falls into a deafening silence. High above, Doyun just smiles with pride. Roy collapses, his strength gone. You! The noble heir was defeated by a lowly commoner. Joss lowers his sword, gasping for air. Commoner this, commoner that. Shut up already. Did you seriously not hear a single word I said? Joss raises his sword high, his voice echoing for everyone to hear. Noble or commoner, it doesn't matter. In a real fight, the only thing that matters is who's left standing. The raw power in his voice sends a shockwave through the crowd, and the stadium explodes in cheers. Victory goes to Joss, of the first-class Knight Guild. Joss throws his hand up, soaking in the roar of the crowd. The first-class Knights took the win. Can you believe it? He actually beat the Randon family's meteor sword. That guy is a monster, the crowd screams. People are stunned. Did the Randon family really just lose? Their star rookie was just crushed by a mercenary. The praise for Joss starts pouring in, reaching a fever pitch. He's never felt this proud in his entire life. Joss looks up at the stands, a wide grin on his face as he beats his chest. Seeing the signal, Doyun gives a proud nod of approval. Even the high-ranking nobles can't help but admit it, these first-class knights are the real deal. Titan nods slowly. New knights are this strong already? That's actually terrifying. Guess the rumors were true, someone whispers. I heard the owner of this guild is actually a son of the Aston family. Those whispers pierce through Huson Randon like poison needles, shredding his pride. I'll have to send my congratulations to the Astons. A noble mocks nearby. Time to pay the Astons a visit in the capital. Huson's forehead is practically bursting with bulging veins. Useless. Absolutely useless. He hisses under his breath. He can't believe his son lost to a damn mercenary. He grips the arms of his chair so hard the wood cracks, his mind swirling with dark thoughts. He had literally given Roy permission to kill or cripple his opponent. He glares at Doyun sitting calmly in the distance, unable to process the reality of the situation. Raun Aston. Did he really gather these monsters all on his own? Without a single bit of help from his family? Narrowing his eyes, Huson Randon let the grudge burn deep within his soul. He had to move, and he had to move fast. He turned to his men with a sharp, cold command. There is nothing left to see here. We're leaving. His guard blinked, completely caught off guard. So soon, sir? Huson Randon didn't waste words. He simply ordered the knights to be handed over to someone else before turning to head back. Just a few men to follow me. That is all. The guard's worry only grew. Sir, where are you planning to go? Huson's voice dropped to a growl. The Ministry of Finance. I need to see rank immediately. Back at the arena, the madness was still going strong. VIP let out a massive war cry, swinging his axe down like a guillotine. But Philip? He stayed dead calm, raising his sword high, no intention of dodging, just meeting the blow head on. The sound of steel clashing against steel was absolutely deafening. VIP froze, his eyes wide in shock. He actually blocked it? Suddenly, Philip used the impact to his advantage, expertly parrying the axe to the side. The sudden shift in weight sent VIP stumbling, forcing him to his knees as he lost his balance. Before VIP could even think about recovering, Philip struck. Ken. The blade landed square in the middle of VIP's back. Philip gave a respectful nod. Great fight. VIP just stood there, unable to process his defeat. It felt impossible. But finally, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and accept it. I lost. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Another victory for the first-class knights. They were on an absolute tear, winning match after match. Watching from above, Raun's lips curled into a tiny smirk. That last round? Way too easy for a guy like him. Then there's Joss celebrating every win like it was his very first. He was practically vibrating with excitement. Yes, that's it. Even the high-ranking lords were buzzing with interest. He just completely dominated a master-level swordsman of his own rank. Now we know exactly which knights are the real stars of this ceremony. Jaden stared down at the first-class knights, whispering their name under his breath. He looked closer, and suddenly, his eyes widened as recognition hit him like a truck. That knightly order Raun built. I'm seeing some familiar faces in there. He turned to Titus, looking for some insight. What do you think, Titus? What kind of man is this Raun Aston anyway? Memories flooded back as Titus began to explain. Ever since he was a child, he's always been incredibly calm and level-headed. And it looks like after that gate incident, he's matured even more. Jaden's curiosity was piqued, but he wasn't exactly thrilled. Is that so? He muttered, his voice laced with irritation. That family was always content, just swinging their swords in some backwater village. But now? It looks like someone with real ambition has finally shown up. Another voice chimed in. The first-class knights. Now that is interesting. Metairie didn't hold back on the praise. I heard the capital calls them the strongest knights in the kingdom. Now I see why. Their fighting like this isn't just a ceremony, but a final ritual before heading into a real war. Kaysen stepped in to add his 2 cents. But the only major family participating in this ceremony is Randon. The Tempaton Gear and the Golden Bear Knights of the Aston family didn't even show up. He sounded frustrated. If 4 of the great warrior families aren't even here, what's the point of calling them the strongest? Metairie watched him, thinking his reaction was a bit childish. He chuckled softly. Still, the fact that a brand new knightly order can take down Jan, one of the 5 great warrior families, that is beyond impressive. Don't you agree, Vice Principal Gray? Kaysen turned to the old man, his voice cautious. I heard the master of the first-class knights is actually a student at your academy. Were you aware of this? Gray offered a friendly, knowing smile. Of course, he and I have crossed paths a few times. Kaysen pushed further. So, what is Raun Aston really like? Gray went silent for a long moment, weighing his words carefully. He turned to Kaysen with a question of his own. Before I answer that, may I ask you something? Gray was blunt. Do you truly believe this kingdom is at peace right now? Kaysen gave him a straight answer, speaking from the heart. For a knight of this kingdom, There is no such thing as peacetime. A knight must always be aware and prepared for the next threat. Gray nodded, a mysterious grin playing on his lips. An admirable answer, truly. He then turned serious, his voice carrying weight. To be honest, I still don't know everything about Raun. And I wouldn't dare claim I know more about this kingdom's safety than the two of you. However, if a day ever comes when a great evil threatens this land, I can't help but feel that young man will be our savior. Gray looked toward Doyun with a confident smile. But of course, that's just my personal opinion. Metairie jumped in to lighten the mood. The great sage Gray, praising a boy like that? He must be your absolute favorite student. After thinking it over, Kaysen finally made up his mind. If you think that highly of him, then I think I'd like to test him out for myself. He believed that a great knight isn't made by fame or fancy titles. Only power defines a true knight. Strength is the only real measure of their spirit. I have to see with my own eyes if his reputation is built on reality or just a hollow illusion. Finally, the competition came to a close. The organizer's voice boomed through the speakers. Attention everyone, we will now begin the official knight investiture ceremony of the kingdom. Every eye in the place shifted toward Doyun, representing the first-class knights as their master. Mr. Raun Aston, please step forward. The crowd went wild, screaming at the top of their lungs. Young Master Raun, you're so handsome. The official was about to start the award presentation when he turned to Kaysen for the signal. Shall we begin, sir? But Kaysen cut him off immediately. Wait. He stepped forward, his eyes locked on Raun. Before the ceremony begins, I have a request for you, Raun. Would you be willing to listen to this rather bold favor of mine? Doyun narrowed his eyes, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. What exactly was the head of the Knights Association planning to say? The man didn't keep him waiting. The performance from the first-class knights during this ceremony was impressive, Carson began. But, he continued, slowly drawing his blade from its sheath, it's a bit of a letdown that only one warrior family participated today. His voice dropped an octave, sending a chill through the arena. As the leader of this association, I want to personally witness the true strength of these first-class knights. Carson locked eyes with Doyun, his gaze cold and piercing. What do you say, Raoul? Do you accept my challenge? Doyun stayed silent, his mind racing as alarm bells went off in his head. This man was Viscount Carson, the heavy hitter of the Reuben Kingdom. You can't talk about the strongest knights in the land without mentioning his name. He wasn't just a commander. He was the leader of the Royal Guard and a literal swordmaster. Doyun quickly ran the numbers. On one side, a rookie swordsman. On the other, a titan. The gap between a beginner and a swordmaster was like a goddamn ocean, but he knew there was no backing down now. If he agreed to this duel, he'd be facing the most terrifying opponent he'd ever met under the name Raun Aston. This was the big leagues. No more playing around. Carson's brow furrowed, his patience clearly wearing thin. Hesitating? That's strange. He threw a look of pure provocation at Doyun. I honestly thought the leader of the first-class knights would have jumped at the chance. Nearby, the onlookers were starting to panic. Wait, what's happening? Why is Lord Carson challenging the guild leader? Philip wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. He wants to verify our strength personally, he whispered, his voice trembling. This was insane. In all his years, he'd never seen anything like this happen during a formal ceremony. Their leader was talented, sure, but he was way too young to be trading blows with a seasoned swordmaster. Philip looked at their flag fluttering in the wind. If Doyun said no, every bit of reputation they'd fought to build would be flushed down the drain. He watched Doyun's back standing tall, yet facing an impossible wall. It was a fight he couldn't win, but a fight he couldn't avoid. What would he choose? After what felt like an eternity of silence, Doyun finally looked up. His eyes weren't filled with fear, they were filled with fire. All right, let's do it. He summoned his blade, a sharp grin tugging at his lips. I'd be a fool to pass up the honor of dueling the head of the knights. I'm sure I'll learn a lot from you, Commander Carson. He added with a hint of mystery in his voice. The air in the arena turned suffocatingly thick. Carson and Doyun stood there, eyes locked, neither one willing to blink first. In front of everyone here, Carson declared, his voice booming. This duel will be fought fairly in the name of the Reuben Kingdom. Doyun raised his sword high, the steel catching the light. Of course, my lord, and thank you for the lesson. The crowd absolutely lost it. A match between Raoul and Carson? This was the kind of unexpected drama people lived for, especially in the middle of a formal event. But down on the stage, the hype died away into a deadly silence. Carson was busy reading Doyun's every move. Doyun was doing the same, focusing on even the smallest twitch of Carson's muscles. Joss rushed over to Philip, panicked. Vice leader, what's going on? This wasn't in the plan. Philip was just as shocked. This shouldn't be happening at least, not here and definitely not now. But as he watched, he realized the ceremony had already spiraled out of control. The scale, the schedule, everything had changed. There were no more rules to follow. Z bit his lip so hard it almost bled. Damn it. So we have to prove ourselves twice today? This is brutal. Even Drake was sweating. Commander Carson was known for being a straight shooter. If he wasn't 100% convinced of someone's power, he wouldn't let it slide. Trust the leader, Philip said, trying to calm the group. He accepted this because he knows what he's doing. All we can do is believe in him. High up in the stands, Gray let out a nervous laugh. Man, I think I just put Raul in a really tight spot. My big mouth got the better of me again. Maria, sitting right next to him, didn't seem worried at all. Tight spot? Please. This is the best thing that could happen to him. You don't just get a chance to duel the head of the association every day. She watched the arena with a look of pure anticipation. I've known Carson for a long time, she mused, but I've never seen that look in his eyes before. Seeing Carson that serious brought back memories of his younger, more hot-blooded days. The man was actually fired up. Let's begin, Doyun said, his voice flat and focused. Before the words even finished echoing, he lunged forward, sword first. Carson didn't move, he just waited. Boom! The sound of steel clashing shook the entire stadium. Sparks flew like fireworks where their blades met. Carson swung down with bone-crushing force, but Doyun was like water, spinning away just in time. He didn't stop there. Using his momentum, Doyun pivoted and swung his blade back toward Carson with everything he had. Their eyes met again, pure battle spirit clashing. It was like they were reading each other's minds. Doyun grit his teeth, his arms vibrating from the impact. He couldn't find a single opening. Not one. He knew the second he slowed down, Carson would end it in a heartbeat. He pushed his concentration to the absolute limit. Don't blink, don't slip. Keep the rhythm going or it's over. With every exchange, they drew closer. Doyun's mind was racing, he was fast, but Carson was moving way quicker than he'd ever imagined. He tried to analyze the previous exchanges mid-air, his body already leaping high into the sky. The plan was to control the pace by attacking from above, but Kassan's speed and closing distance were way beyond what Doyun expected. As his sword swung down toward Kassan, the old man didn't even flinch complete. Terrifying calm. Doyun couldn't help but marvel. This was the true power of a swordmaster. But giving up wasn't an option. Determination flared in the depths of his eyes. He wouldn't lose here. He swung down again, but Kassan's blade swept horizontally, the two forces colliding and canceling each other out perfectly. Before Kassan could even reset his stance, Doyun was already airborne once more. Kassan's eyes widened in surprise, looking up to see Doyun pouring every ounce of his strength into the next strike. Doyun took the upper hand, desperately trying to force the master to yield. But even as he felt the overwhelming pressure of their power gap, Kassan remained stone-cold, steady. The master focused, preparing his counter-strike. With a sudden, sharp twist of his blade, he parried Doyun's momentum, forcing the boy to retreat to a safe distance. While the crowd was going wild in the stands, the atmosphere down in the arena was suffocating pure, heavy tension. For the lucky fans in attendance, this was a once-in-a-hundred-years event. They were screaming at the top of their lungs, completely caught up in the hype. This is on a whole different level, Jose muttered, teeth clenched. I can't even see what's happening. They're too fast. Damn it! Pierce just watched silently, his expression unreadable. This was exactly what he expected from a swordmaster's true strength. Back on the ring, Doyun was gasping for air, his mind racing to find any way to win. The old man was just too strong. I can't find a single opening, Doyun thought, sweat dripping. Is just staying alive the best I can do? Meanwhile, Kassan stood perfectly composed, his gaze locked onto Doyun. Suddenly, the master spoke. Impressive. I've seen your swordsmanship, kid. But there are things in this world much more important than just technique. The second those words left his mouth, a strange, glowing blue box materialized in Kassan's hand. If you're going to lead the next generation, you'll need more than just a fancy blade, Kassan said, his eyes darkening as a shadowy aura began to swirl. Now, let's start round 2. Kassan stared him down across the arena. You've got talent, I'll give you that. But now, we move on to the real test, he continued. Are you ready? Doyun felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Something was very wrong. The vibe coming off Kassan had shifted completely. Doyun glanced at the box in the master's hand. That thing was definitely the source of this creeping dread. Maderi gasped in shock. How is that even possible? Why would he have that? Ray and Chung couldn't take their eyes off the object either. It looked twisted, bizarre, and honestly, pretty terrifying. That's a dark hybrid core, Maderi explained, her voice trembling. It's a high-level artifact packed with dark magic. Only elite knights are even allowed to touch it. Originally, these cores were designed for one thing, helping knights track down the source of dark mana. In the early days, they were actually useful. They helped sniff out imperial mages trying to sneak into the kingdom's borders. But then, things went sideways. The cores started malfunctioning, flagging innocent people and causing total chaos. Because of that, they were banned, stripped from service entirely. So why on earth was one showing up in the middle of this match? No one expected a knight like Kassan to bring a forbidden item into a friendly duel. But a few people in the crowd started to suspect there was a deeper reason. Whatever the case, a move this big needed a serious explanation. The first-class Knight Order had done a lot for the kingdom lately, but this? This was something that couldn't just be brushed under the rug. Kassan's voice turned cold as ice. I'm using this for a reason, kid. Just cooperate with me. Countless streams of dark energy erupted from the box. Doyun stood frozen as the sky above the arena suddenly shattered in a massive, terrifying explosion. Meanwhile, over at the Kingdom of Ren's Ministry of Internal Affairs, a voice echoed through the meeting room. I didn't expect to see you here today, of all days. Right, Count? Jerry leaned back, eyes narrowing. I heard Lord Jandon was attending the inauguration ceremony. Is it really okay for you to be hanging around here instead? Count Huss shot back. I could ask you the same thing. Shouldn't you be at the ceremony yourself? The Count was baffled. He couldn't understand how Jerry could look so bored, like absolutely nothing was happening. Or have you already given up on dealing with that brat from the Aston family? Huss pushed. Jerry just smirked, a dangerous glint in his eye. You sound a bit frustrated, Count. I'm guessing the first-class Knight Order is doing exactly what you hoped they wouldn't during that ceremony. Huss snapped back. Things aren't going according to plan. I thought you were going to step in and stop this kind of mess? Jerry didn't even blink. Relax. You're worrying over nothing. Even if things get a little messy, I've already run the numbers. This won't put a scratch on our actual objective. Huss couldn't believe his ears. You think that Aston Kid and his little group are just a minor issue? Jerry's tone went sub-zero. Look, if we're talking about threats to the plan, we'd need Count Aston himself to step onto the board. Until then, this isn't a crisis. It's just a distraction we'll handle when the time is right. As for that brat Raun and his first-class Knight Order, Jerry's not sweating it. He's convinced he can keep the whole situation under his thumb, while An just listens in tense silence. Jerry continues, his voice dripping with arrogance. Sure, they've made some big moves lately, I'll give them that. But at the end of the day, they're just an isolated group completely cut off from the influence of the Aston family. That said, if they keep growing at this rate, I'll step in and shut them down personally. I won't let any third-rate squad breathe down the necks of our legendary White Bear Knights. Huss isn't buying the confidence and asks sharply, then why are you still letting them run wild? Jerry just smirks. Relax. Their little club is mostly just a bunch of ragtag mercenaries for now. How could a pack of sellswords ever hope to compete with the White Bear Order? We're talking about elite knights with years of blood and battle under their belts. I'll admit, the kid's recent growth is a bit annoying. But let's be real. A power with no backing, especially one trying to pick a fight with the entire nobility, isn't going to last 5 minutes in this kingdom. Trust me, they won't amount to anything. But little does he know, the real storm is just hitting the horizon. A silent war is already brewing. And whether it's on the front lines against the Empire or right here in the capital, things are about to explode. Back at the scene with the mysterious box, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. The students are panicking. What's happening? Is that dark mana? Should we stop the exam right now? This is getting way too dangerous. Jose is pacing back and forth, practically losing his mind. Gray is frozen in shock, and even Meteor can't pull his eyes away from the scene. Meteor's mind is racing. Looking at the box, it hasn't physically changed at all, but the air? It's filled with an overwhelming, crushing wave of holy power. He can't wrap his head around it. What exactly is unfolding before his eyes? Then, Ron's voice rings out, steady and powerful. War never truly ends. A knight's true quality is measured by their readiness to face the darkness threatening our kingdom. Those are the words I've carved into my very soul. And those are the exact values I've instilled into every single member of my first-class Knight Order. So, since you've shown nothing but doubt, it's time I show you something that'll shatter those suspicions once and for all. Watch closely. Raun takes a breath, focusing inward. The holy power is absolutely surging now. He's proving his identity beyond a shadow of a doubt. There's zero connection to dark magic or those imperial rats here. But even the spectators are baffled. Where did this massive divine strength come from? How can a young knight possess a reservoir of power this immense? Raun thrusts his arm into the air, raw energy swirling around him like a cyclone. His fist is encased in gleaming iron armor. And then get this massive, majestic wings erupt from his back. The crowd's jaws hit the floor. This is unreal. No one can believe what they're seeing. Ray and Midier are standing there like statues, completely stunned into silence. Raun stands his ground, the power around his fist glowing brighter and brighter until boom! A massive pillar of light shoots straight into the heavens. Feathers drift through the air like snow. The entire arena goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. The two of them stand face to face. Count Kassoon is still in a complete daze, his brain trying to process the sheer scale of what just happened. Raun finally speaks. That massive display of holy power. I assume that's enough to clear your doubts about me, right, Count? The Count stays silent, cold sweat rolling down his face. Someone in the crowd finally snaps out of it and shouts, "Is that true holy power?" He can't even hide his excitement. Lord Raun is a disciple of the gods. With that kind of power, he's the one who will lead us against those imperial lapdogs. The whispers turn into a roar. With power like that, he's not just a knight, he's a saint knight. The cheering is deafening. The members of the first-class knight order stand tall, bursting with pride. They aren't just soldiers, they're the followers of the Holy Spirit. He's our guardian deity. Long live the first-class knight order. Victory is ours. Jaden frowns, watching the situation spiral completely out of his control. Without a word, he turns his back on the celebration. All right, I've seen enough, Titus mutters. We're just leaving? Jaden doesn't answer. He already has the only answer that matters. Now he finally understands why that old man Randon was so obsessed with Raun. The kid isn't just a nuisance, he's a threat. And suddenly, Jaden is very interested. He never imagined the brat would be packing this kind of heat. One thing's for sure, the days ahead are going to be very, very interesting with Raun Aston in the picture. Back in the Grand Hall, the atmosphere is electric. A representative from the First-Class Knight Order steps forward. Because of their legendary achievements, the commander of the First-Class Order is being granted a formal title. The name rings out through the hall. Raun Aston. The crowd goes wild. Lord Raun is incredible. He did it. Meanwhile, Count Kassoon has been unusually quiet, watching the scene unfold. Raun keeps his cool, his expression calm as he approaches the throne. With a smooth motion, he sweeps his cloak back and drops to one knee. The king's sword flashes in the light as he raises it high toward the heavens. He then lowers the blade, resting it gently near Raun's neck, speaking on behalf of the entire Reuben kingdom. I ask you now, Raun Aston, commander of the First-Class Knight Order. He continues, his voice booming with authority. Here and now, do you swear your eternal loyalty to the kingdom of Reuben? Raun places his hand over his heart, his voice firm and unwavering. I so swear. The king presses on. And do you vow to protect the people of this kingdom, even if it costs you your very life? Will you be the one to stand against the Empire's invaders? Will you shield this kingdom with your life? Raun's voice rang out, steady and unwavering. I swear it. The ceremony moved to the final, most crucial stage. Do you vow to remain forever loyal to His Majesty? To keep your spirit unshakable in the face of any hardship? And to live as a paragon of chivalry for all who follow? The answer was the same as before, firm and absolute. I swear it. The Grandmaster, Kassan, continued his decree. Then you must never stop honing your strength. Kassan's voice boomed through the hall, thick with authority. You shall dedicate your very soul to the prosperity and growth of this kingdom. The other knights stood in deathly silence, hanging on every word. Maintain fairness in all things. Raun etched these commands into his mind. And always deliver justice for the downtrodden. Finally, the Grandmaster made the official declaration. To embody the true spirit of a knight of the Reuben kingdom. By the power of these holy oaths, I hereby recognize you, Raun, as a knight of this great nation. Later, in the quiet of the corridor, Medirial leaned in to ask. Now that you've actually faced him in the arena, what's your real take on the boy? Kassan paused. What are you getting at? Medirial didn't back down. I'm talking about Raun. You saw his raw power firsthand. How does he measure up? The old warrior took a moment to reflect. He's strong. No, he's more than that. He's the undisputed elite of this new generation. Medirial shook his head. That wasn't enough. There's more to it than just strength, and you know it. Kassan countered. Then what exactly are you looking for? The question went deeper. Forget his combat stats. I'm asking if you saw something else, something different in him. Kassan went silent. The weight of the observation hung heavy in the air. It's not just that I was paying close attention to him, he finally admitted. He looked toward the horizon. My only goal at the time was to verify if everything Lord Grey said about that kid was actually true. But after hearing Grey's concerns, I started seeing the bigger picture. I saw what's really coming our way. Could the Empire's invasion truly be halted? Could a kid like Raun really step up and lead the Knight Order against such overwhelming odds? And the biggest mystery of all, why does a man as brilliant as Lord Grey place such absolute, unwavering trust in someone so young? In the past, no matter how dire the situation, Lord Grey's vast wisdom always provided a perfect counter-strategy. But with the future looking this unstable, for the first time, I could see the cracks of anxiety forming even in him. That's why he's gambling everything on these young knights, especially Raun. And as the head of the Knight Order, how could I possibly ignore a sign like that? Medirial sighed. So the situation really is that unstable, huh? Kassan nodded grimly. Exactly. With the Empire's forces on the rise, the coming war is going to be a total bloodbath. Medirial began to piece it all together. So, you're basically admitting it. You think Raun could eventually lead the entire order and become the kingdom's savior, don't you? Kassan hesitated. His next words caught Medirial completely off guard. I'm not entirely sure yet. But there is one thing I can say for certain. If he keeps growing at this rate, Raun will become the most reliable ally we've ever had. However, if we lose him to the Empire, he will become a nightmare we aren't prepared to handle. But here's the weird part. During my test, I confirmed it. The boy has absolutely zero mana in his body. For now, we can trust him. But we need to keep the first-class knights on a short leash. First things first, we need to make sure he's on our side. We need to treat him as a vital asset. Play our cards right, and both sides get exactly what they want. Material crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Always the old fox, aren't you? No matter the crisis, the Grandmaster always remained calculating and cautious. He whispered the name that was on everyone's lips. Raun. Material pictured the boy's commanding presence. You really are the biggest mystery we've got right now. Meanwhile, the academy gates were crowded with arriving carriages. Over on the training grounds, students were sweating and clashing steel. Joss was going all out, refusing to tire. His opponent was Jack, whose expression was as cold as ice. With a flick of his wrist, Jack effortlessly parried Joss's heavy strike. The power gap was obvious. Jack countered with a shove that sent Joss flying backward, crashing hard into the dirt. Joss's sword clattered onto the ground. He groaned, looking up in frustration. Damn it. Why can't I even land a single scratch on you? Jack didn't sugarcoat it. You've got speed, and you've got power. I'll give you that. But your movements? They're simple. Way too predictable. Against those idiots from the Randon family, you're fine. But against anyone with real battlefield experience, you're just a target. Jack broke down the flaws. Your recklessness is your biggest strength, but it's also your greatest weakness. On a real battlefield, one wrong move costs you your life. You need to stop playing around and start being careful. He offered one last piece of advice. You don't have to change your style, but don't let your ego make you underestimate the man standing across from you. Joss wiped the sweat from his brow. Yeah, I get it. I've still got a long way to go. But then, Jack dropped a bit of news. Ever since that arena battle, the news of our captain's new title and the way our guys fought has been spreading like wildfire. The whole kingdom is talking about us. Our knight order is growing fast, and a lot of these new recruits are here because of you. Joss stared back, pointing at himself in total disbelief. Wait, really? You mean people actually recognize my strength now? He asked, needing to hear it twice just to be sure. Exactly. You're a senior to these rookies now, Vice Master Z added with an encouraging grin. So, you'd better step up your game even more. Don't let the new guys or the rest of the guild surpass you, okay? Joss didn't hesitate for a second. Consider it done, Vice Master. You've got nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Doyun stood by the window, watching the chaos of the training grounds below. He let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Bernard stepped up behind him to report. Young Master, the entrance exams you designed for the new recruits are fully prepared. Doyun nodded. Thanks, Bernard. He was satisfied with the progress. The Knight Order was finally taking its first massive steps forward, growing stronger by the day. We have to keep evolving to stay ahead of this growth, Doyun muttered. He went silent for a moment, lost in thought, before finally speaking up again. But there's one thing I don't quite get, Bernard admitted. The Knight Order was still new, and their foundation wasn't exactly rock solid yet. You're moving so fast to expand the ranks. Is it really okay to bring in this many members so soon? Dohyun didn't even blink as he explained his reasoning. It's not just okay, it's necessary. Dohyun's voice turned cold as he brought up the kingdom's politics. The situation in the kingdom is becoming dangerously unstable. He broke it down clearly. War with the Empire isn't just a possibility anymore, it's right on their doorstep. On the surface, the kingdom looks peaceful, but underneath, it's rotting. The high-ranking officials have already smelled the blood in the water. I see what they see, Doyun continued. This peace is just a mask. War is coming, and it's coming fast. Dohyun predicted that in just 5 days, something major was going to go down. They had to move now if they wanted to survive the coming chaos. The first-rank Knight Order had to prove itself as the ultimate shield for the great kingdom of Reuben. Over at the palace, Prince Joris Reuben sat on his throne, looking weary. You've worked incredibly hard today, Duke. Duke Kaysen, I truly appreciate you presiding over today's knighting ceremony for our top performers. The Duke knelt respectfully. It was my honor, Your Highness. Prince Joris sighed. Ever since those monster gates started appearing, the royal family has been buried in work. Because of that, I'll be leaning on you to handle most of the matters outside the palace walls. Duke Kaysen gave a firm, reassuring nod. Right now, the Empire is getting bolder with their provocations and schemes. Keeping the royal family safe is our absolute top priority. So please, rest easy, Prince. Whatever I can do, I will give it my absolute all. The prince finally looked like he could breathe again. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Joris then changed the subject to a rumor he'd been hearing a certain knight who had been making some serious waves. Is it true? There's a commander of the first-rank Knight Order who's supposed to be incredible, right? The Duke confirmed the reports. It's true. In the recent competition between the young noble heirs, the first-rank knights didn't just win, they dominated. His name is Raun. The Duke recounted the story, and honestly, it was mind-blowing. From his legendary achievements at the Royal Academy to his performance in this latest ceremony, Raun was proving to be the hero the kingdom's future was going to depend on. When the first monster gates tore open across the land, chaos followed. But Raun didn't wait. He stepped up, gathered his family's knights, and even hired mercenaries to charge straight into the gates and suppress the beasts. Even when the Empire's hounds launched small-scale guerrilla attacks, Raun was always the first one on the front lines, wiping them out. Joris was beyond impressed. This was the kind of knight order the kingdom needed an example for everyone else to follow. We should award them the Medal of Merit. We need to encourage them to keep up this level of service. The prince looked at the duke. I've heard so much about this Raun that I want to meet him myself, but the current situation just won't allow it. What do you think about this, Duke? Kaysen, however, gave a very careful diplomatic refusal. Your Highness shouldn't worry about things outside these walls. I will handle the rewards on your behalf. But there's a problem. The first-rank Knight Order is currently facing some serious restrictions regarding their gate deployments. The prince's eyes widened in shock. Restrictions? What are you talking about? They've been out there saving commoners. Who would dare stop them? Who issued that order? The Duke hesitated before revealing the truth. It came from Viscount Randon, the man in charge of the capital's security. Apparently, it was a measure the Viscount put in place to limit any organization that isn't directly under royal control. This is exactly what's been weighing on my mind, Kaysen added grimly. Of course, in an emergency, we can bypass some of those rules, but it's still a major hurdle for the first-rank knights. The Duke warned that between the monster gates and the Empire's interference, the kingdom was already bleeding out. We can't let these petty power struggles continue, Joris declared, his voice firm. I'll go and speak with Viscount Randon personally, but far away, in the middle of a desolate mountain range. Another gate begins to pulse. And the goblins? They're already starting to crawl out. Gripping razor-sharp axes, these level 55 rank C iron boars are absolute beasts with lethal tusks. They're swarming the gate in massive numbers, ready for blood. The lead iron boar freezes, sensing something's off. Suddenly, boom! Doyun charges straight from the gate and dives headfirst into the pack. A flash of sword light erupts from the entrance, lightning fast. In a heartbeat, the monsters are sliced into total scrap metal. He lands perfectly right in front of the horde. Doyun scans the area, thinking, man, there are way more of these boars than I expected. These guys are a nightmare for rookies with no experience. If they actually manage to break out, it would be a total disaster for the city. Doyun knows better than anyone he has to wipe every single one of them out right here, inside the portal. One iron boar tries to creep up from behind, and then the whole pack charges at once. But look at Dohyun's face, totally calm. Not a single trace of fear. Suddenly, a squad of knights appears inside the gate. Some are brandishing swords, others are drawing their bows, locking onto their targets. That iron boar didn't see the ambush coming. Philip delivers a brutal vertical slash, cutting the monster clean in half. Joss is on fire, unleashing powerful strikes that send monster heads flying. Poe's arrows are picking them off one by one, while R is just having a blast, wrecking everything in sight. In no time at all, they've cleared the chaos, leaving a mountain of iron boar corpses in their wake. Philip wipes his brow and sighs. There are just too many of them. Are we ever going to finish this? Jack keeps it real. This is just one gate in the capital's center. There are plenty more where that came from. PS can't help but wonder. But if we don't clear them all out, we're in for some serious trouble. Things will spiral out of control before we know it. Joss is worried. With so many portals of different ranks opening up at once, can they really take them all down? Dohyun just gives them a reassuring look. Don't sweat it. We've got some backup joining the party. Right on cue, someone arrives. Sorry I'm late. It's Nakia, holding a glowing vial. Developing this potion took a bit longer than I planned. Dohyun nods. It's fine, Nakia. This battle, I'm leaving the rest to you. He's actually hyped. Show me what a legendary alchemist can really do. She gives a sharp nod and readies her concoction. Understood. The iron boars try to swarm her, but they can't even get close to Nakia. The potion mist swirls as her eyes flash with deadly focus. She hurls the vial and boom! A massive explosion rips through the air. The shockwave sends the boars flying like rag dolls. Joss has to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Jay is stunned. Is this alchemy magic? Never seen anything like it, Philip explains. It's alchemy, but it's been boosted with some seriously high-level magic incantations. He just stares, mesmerized by the display. Right now, Nakia looks absolutely terrifying. She's a one-woman army, tossing explosions left and right. All the iron boars can do is howl as they're swallowed by the inferno. Dohyun is secretly thrilled. Saving her sister was the best move he ever made. Now he's got a top-tier alchemist on his side. There are much scarier monsters waiting for them in the future, that's for sure. But with someone who can craft potions this powerful, he can breathe a lot easier. Thanks, magic alchemist, Nakia, he thinks. He's hoping she'll be the key to saving the kingdom. And honestly, looking at the scorched earth, Doyun has to admit she exceeded all his expectations. Nakia finally relaxes, realizing everyone is staring at her like she's a ghost. She asks nervously, "Did I go a little too far?" "Sorry about that, everyone." Philip shakes his head. "No way. That magic-infused potion was insane." Doyun adds, "That was one hell of a board wipe." He's thinking, finally, a powerful alchemist is on the team. He'll need more specialists to reach his goal. But for now, the first-class Knight Order just got a massive power boost. Doyun decides then and there he's taking her on more missions to sharpen her combat experience. Z and Joss walk up to her, totally impressed. "Your magic is incredible. We weren't expecting that at all." Doyun reminds them, thanks to her, the iron boars were easy work. But don't get cocky. This is only the beginning. Then he announces, "All right, let's keep moving." Next stop, conquering the rank C portals. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Viscount Hewson walks into a room. He sees a figure with their back turned and bows. "Forgive me, Your Highness. I didn't know you were visiting, or I would have prepared a proper welcome." Joris doesn't turn around. "It's fine, Viscount. I'm just here on business." The Viscount clutches his chest respectfully. "As you wish." The prince's voice is cold. "I've got a lot on my plate, so I won't waste time. Let's get straight to the point." Joris drops the hammer. "I heard you banned the first-class Knight Order from the capital's portals. Care to explain yourself?" Hewson tries to play it off. "It was just to make sure the portal raids were being handled efficiently. Your Highness, I only made this decision after discussing it thoroughly with the other nobles." He makes it crystal clear this ban applies to every single guild, not just the First Knight Order. Joris reminds him, "I get that you're doing this for the capital's security, but the royal family is short on manpower right now. We can't cover every gate on our own." Then comes the bombshell. As of this moment, the ban is officially lifted. He's opening the gates to every capable guild to wipe out the monsters and protect the capital. Before walking away, Joris drops one last line. "I'll be announcing this to everyone shortly. Thank you for your hard work regarding the city's safety. But from here on out, gate management returns to the royal family." Hewson has no choice but to obey. "Yes, Your Highness." But the second he's alone in that empty room, he shakes with pure, unadulterated rage, fists clenched tight. Damit. He's hated this sixth prince for a long time, but he never expected the brat to stick his nose directly into his family's business. He burns this grudge into his soul, the prince, that bastard Raun, and his entire squad. Just you wait. Very soon, all of you are going to die. Meanwhile, over at the Rocky Mountain Gate, the iron boars are getting absolutely shredded. Blades are slicing through necks left and right as Joss breaks down the situation. The terrain is narrow, making it hard to swing a sword, but there's a silver lining: the monsters can't swarm them from all sides at once. Philip notices the path stretches deep inside and warns everyone to stay sharp. He spots Joss clinging to the cliffside like a pro and can't help but be impressed. "Man, the fact that you can even grip the wall like that in a place like this is seriously impressive." Nakia is being careful with every step, but even then, she warns the others just as she trips on a loose rock. Her balance goes, and she starts falling forward. Luckily, she lands right in Joss's arms. His face turns beet red instantly. "The path is pretty rough, so please be careful." Nakia gives him a sweet, radiant smile. "Thank you so much." That smile hits him like a ray of spring sunshine, leaving Joss completely dazed. He mumbles softly, "No problem. If you need anything, just let me know." Jack snaps them back to reality. "Focus on the fight, people." Doyun walks on, thinking to himself this is a C-rank gate, so naturally, everything is a step up in difficulty. Just hiking through this terrain is exhausting, let alone fighting monsters. He sends a silent thanks to Joris for the assist. If it weren't for the captain of the Capitol Guards, he wouldn't even have been allowed to challenge this gate. The catch? This mission needs to stay quiet, which means they couldn't bring a large team along. Doyun glances at her thankfully. They have the alchemist Nakia, but things are still looking dicey. He's racking his brain for a strategy, knowing that resting in this terrain is a death wish due to ambushes. What's the move? Suddenly, Nakia calls out to them. "Hey, can we take a quick breather over there?" She's taking the initiative. Everyone looks exhausted. "Let me help you get some of your strength back." Philip frowns, totally caught off guard. "Recover? How?" Nakia explains she brought some essential supplies, pulling out a potion bottle. "This is a stamina recovery potion. I made it myself, but trust me, the effects are top tier." Z looks at it skeptically before downing the whole thing in one go, making Nakia panic. "Wait, not so fast. Be careful." But the results are instant. His eyes literally light up. He tosses the empty bottle back and swings his sword with a roar. "All right, I'm back to full power." She sighs sadly. "You were supposed to sip that." But seeing him brimming with energy, she breathes a sigh of relief. "Good thing I packed extra." Philip just shrugs. Cut him some slack. He's the type whose muscles grow faster than his brain. Doyun is stunned, An alchemist creating recovery items that rival a priest's skills? She's way more talented than he thought. Looking at Philip and the rest of his elite crew, he finally lets out a breath. He's starting to feel a lot more confident about this. With Nakia's support, Doyun realizes he needs her in every fight from now on. This is great. Thanks to her, everyone's back in peak condition. Joss is fired up and ready to move. He's so confident now, he claims he could take down the boss right this second. One of his teammates tells him to stop acting tough before he ends up running for his life. Doyun steps in. Alright, that's enough bickering. But as they're chatting, a massive, ferocious monster emerges. It's wielding a giant, razor-sharp axe that screams danger. Meet the C-rank Dungeon Guardian, the Iron Lion. An elite level 77 D-rank trait, known for massive strength and insane defense. Night falls over the desolate Rocky Mountains, where a hidden dungeon is being kept under heavy guard. The sound of footsteps echoing through the dark catches the guard's attention. When the soldier sees who it is, he's stunned. Gray approaches with a kind, gentle smile. The guard quickly salutes. "Vice Principal Gray," he responds politely. "You've all been working hard. I need to speak with the prisoner, so if you could all give us a moment." The guards obey immediately. "Understood, sir." Once they're out of earshot, Gray's mask slips. His expression turns cold, sharp, and commanding. He walks up to the cell where a man is being held in chains. Gray cuts straight to the point. "Still refusing to cooperate? I see. I don't get what the Empire gave you to make you this loyal." Brank stays silent, looking bored, before letting out a mocking laugh. Drop the cheap provocation. Even tied to a pillar, Brank is incredibly arrogant. "Did you really think I'd be that easy to break? If you've got something to say, show your real face." And just like that, Gray's human form begins to vanish, revealing the twisted shape of a tree. The Imperial Army. Yeah, they're proving to be a much bigger headache than I originally anticipated. Elder Tree finally realized why his guild was crushed. He tries to play nice now, but Frank just finds the whole situation pathetic. A faceless guest trying to have a heart-to-heart with a prisoner? Seriously? That's a joke that's not even remotely funny. Frank's not in the mood for games. "Stop pretending," he sneers. This chat feels a whole lot more like a psychological interrogation than a friendly talk. Frank is standing his ground. He's ready for whatever they throw at him. Threats, torture, you name it. Go ahead, do your worst. Because no matter what, I'm not breathing a single word. Elder Tree just sighs. Sure, doing things your way wouldn't be so bad. But unfortunately, I can't exactly do that anymore. He cuts straight to the chase. He's not a member of the Free Wings Information Guild anymore. He's officially an ally of the First-Class Knights now. He emphasizes his point. First-Class Knights don't do torture, and he has to follow their code. Of course, Frank doesn't believe a single word of it. Frank suddenly goes off the rails, shouting, "So the legendary faceless guest has become a lapdog for some noble pretending to be a hero? The people who died by your hand would be weeping if they heard that." He lets out a wild, mocking laugh. "So you really think you can use that arrogant knight attitude to squeeze information out of me? Fine. I'll wait," Frank sneers. "Let's see you try your best their way." And Elder Tree? He just calmly agrees. "Even if you don't talk, I'll get what I need." He starts his move. See, when first-class knights interrogate someone, they don't use threats. No torture, no bribes. Are you curious yet? How exactly do they get prisoners to spill their deepest, darkest secrets? Elder Tree pulls out a star-shaped pendant. This little thing is the key. He dangles it right in front of Frank's face. It's an ancient artifact that paralyzes the mind and forces you to recall specific info. With a little more juice, it can even wipe your memory of the last few hours. The next few words have Frank breaking out in a cold sweat. This is getting real. Fast. Once we're done, you won't even remember meeting me, let alone giving me the info. Elder Tree closes the trap. I get what I want, and I don't betray the Empire's morals. So, what do you think? Pretty fair, right? He's more relaxed than ever. Now, let's have ourselves a little chat. Elder Tree drops the first question. What exactly is the goal of you Imperial Hounds? Meanwhile, over at the Rocky Mountain where Dohyun's group is working, Rek's voice rings out in pure shock. You've got to be kidding me, right? He looks at the fading light of the gate, totally lost. We barely made it through the canyon, and now we're staring down a dungeon? Nakia asks what happened to the gate. Dohyun reveals the truth. This is a shift in the gate's magic. The dungeon is still in the middle of forming itself. Without hesitating, Dohyun takes the lead and heads straight inside. If this gate hits rank C, the entire terrain is going to change. If we don't take out the Guardian fast, we're in serious trouble. Joss is worried. If the dungeon completely swallows the area, a whole new level of monsters will start pouring toward the capital, right? Wretch urges them on. No time to stand around hesitating. We move now. Dohyun is deep in thought. Something is wrong, really wrong. That big event is only a few days away. So why did this gate just suddenly pop up out of nowhere? He stares intensely at the portal, trying to piece it together. Gates that are rank C or higher. You don't just conquer those in a day or two. It's never that simple. Plus, rushing through this dungeon is going to be tough. The capital's guard commander asked for help with a rank D gate that suddenly changed, begging our knights for backup. Doyun finally reaches a conclusion. He has this nagging feeling, like someone is trying to tie them down to this gate on purpose. Rex sees his silence and asks nervously if something's wrong. Dohyun just says it's nothing, but he gives a final warning. Before we go in, take a second to scan the surroundings, and above all, look out for yourselves. We have no idea what's waiting for us in there, so we need to be ready for absolutely anything. The team responds in unison, following his lead. But Dohyun is still torn. Am I just overthinking this? There's still a little time before that event happens. He decides, even if it's a trap, we can't just leave this gate alone. Since we're already here, the only option is to clear this dungeon as fast as humanly possible. From a distance, two figures are watching Dohyun's every move. It's the faceless group's subordinates, who've been lurking there for a long time. The group files into the dungeon, one by one. Every single one of them is on high alert, eyes scanning the shadows. Joss holds up a lamp to light the way. Jack is curious. It's huge in here, but so quiet. Is it because the dungeon is still incomplete? Dohyun warns them. Don't let your guard down. Even if it feels weak, you can definitely sense that this place is alive. Joss asks if all dungeons look like this, or if they just form naturally. Philip, bringing up the rear, has the answer. There are all kinds of dungeons out there, but these ruin-style ones, they have a way of feeling disturbingly real. Time for a quick lore drop. Dungeons? They're basically unique terrains formed by massive amounts of condensed magic energy. Because they're made of pure energy, their layout can shift and change whenever the magic flow fluctuates. Sometimes, monsters are lured in by the power, and other times, the dungeon literally creates them out of thin air. Philip's face goes dead serious. That's why we never truly know what's waiting for us once we step inside. You have to stay sharp every single second. But then Nakia chirps in, totally distracted. Hey, look over there. Those pillars look absolutely incredible. I heard the moss here is infused with magic. Do you mind if I grab a few samples for my research? Joss just stares, realizing this alchemist doesn't have a single nervous bone in her body. Philip just sighs. She's already top tier, so she's probably got nothing to fear, unlike us, who need to stay on high alert. And he's right. Dohyun hasn't let his guard down for even a fraction of a second since they entered. Something feels off. This newly formed dungeon is massive, but the danger level is weirdly low. For a dungeon inside a gate that's supposedly spiking to grade C, this is way too quiet. Dohyun looks up at the towering vaulted ceiling. The magic flow here. It's too stagnant. It's not behaving like a normal dungeon at all. It feels artificial, like there's a giant invisible chain locking everything in place right in the center. Something isn't right, Dohyun mutters, feeling like the dungeon's natural magic is being forcibly suppressed. Just then, Joss raises his lamp, gasps in shock, and rushes forward. Guild leader, you need to see this. Even Dohyun is stunned by the sight waiting for them. Right in front of them sits a massive magic circle, pulsing with an eerie, mysterious glow. Joss is baffled. Could something like this really just form naturally in a dungeon? Nakia steps closer, her eyes widening. No way. That's a magic suppression array. Why on earth would something like that be inside a dungeon? Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle click together in Dohyun's mind. Everyone, get back. It's a trap, he screams. But it's too late. The faceless group drops from the shadows of the ceiling, completely catching the knights off guard. They're frozen in shock. As they look up, the panic hits. Wait, what? Then boom. A massive explosion tears through the cavern. Nakia staggers, trying to keep her footing amidst the smoke and debris. Damn it. Where the hell did they come from? This is bad. This is really bad. The leader of the ambushers steps forward with a cold smirk. How kind of you all to walk right into our hands. Tu mocks them. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. Dohyun's blood runs cold. The Imperial Hounds? They've infiltrated this deep already? They were the ones suppressing the dungeon's magic. But why? Dohyun draws his blade, eyes blazing. You bastards. What kind of sick scheme are you pulling this time? Meanwhile, far away at the Reuben Imperial estate, Joris strides through the long, silent corridors. The only sound is the rhythmic click of his boots on the stone. He suddenly stops in his tracks when he spots a familiar figure waiting for him. Joris places a hand over his heart in a formal salute. It's been a while. I hope you've been well, brother. He's face to face with the third prince of the Reuben kingdom, Hyun D. Reuben. Hyun doesn't look amused. You look like you just got back from a long trip, but surely you already know the rules. As members of the royalty, we aren't permitted to leave our designated territories, not even for a moment. Joris doesn't flinch. I apologize, brother, but I received urgent intel. I had to personally go to the Randon family to discuss lifting the gate entry ban. Joris stands his ground. I believe the situation was too critical to ignore. I'll explain everything to father and accept whatever punishment follows. Hyun goes quiet for a moment, studying him. He brushes past Joris with a cold warning. Father is exhausted right now, so don't bother him. He'll likely understand the situation anyway. But remember this, Hyun adds, his voice dropping. If something like this happens again, send a messenger to deliver your decisions. Because no matter who carries the message, a royal order is still a royal order. Joris takes the words to heart. I'll remember that, brother. As Hyun walks away, he turns to Melon, who's following close behind. When did Joris start caring so much about the gates? Was it a direct order from His Majesty? Or perhaps one of my other brothers is pulling his strings? Melon shakes her head. No, Prince Hyun. This was entirely Prince Joris's own decision. Melon continues her report. However, it seems Raun Aston, the prince's friend from the academy and the third son of Count Aston, played a major role in stopping the monster outbreak at the gate. It appears he's been heavily influencing Joris's recent moves. Hyun's eyes narrow with interest. Interesting. Secretly summon Viscount Bank. I think it's time we discussed our future plans in more detail. Back in the dungeon, Tu's voice drips with pure contempt. Honestly, I didn't think you'd be stupid enough to fall for such an obvious trap. He keeps twisting the knife. So the rumors about you recklessly diving into gates were true? How disappointing. The first-class Knight Order is supposed to be legendary, but here you are, making a fatal rookie mistake. Philip and Joss can only grit their teeth and curse. You Imperial Hound scum, to think you were hiding in a place like this. Philip realizes it, now this is the exact same tactic they used to wipe out the previous vanguard. Tu doesn't even try to hide it. Exactly. No matter how much you bark now, it doesn't change the facts. You walked right into the cage yourselves. But Do-hyun's mind is racing. Something is still wrong. Why would they set up such an incredibly complex trap, just to use this few people to spring it? Not a single commander in sight. No high-level mages either. Do-hyun's gut is screaming at him this can't be good. He turns to Nakia, his voice urgent. They're using a magic matrix to suppress the dungeon's power, right? Tell me just how strong is this thing? Nakia nods, her expression grim. It's powerful. It looks like an ancient magic binding circle, with a central artifact fueling the whole array. It basically acts as a massive amplifier for the suppression spell. The realization hits Do-hyun like a truck. They're using the matrix to choke the mana flow, but that means mana is being forced to pool inside, causing the gate's rank to spike unnaturally because of the buildup. Exactly, Nakia confirms. But something still doesn't add up. Why would they manipulate the gate's level just to lure them into a trap, and why do it with such a pathetic force? Do-hyun narrows his eyes, thinking to himself it feels like they have a completely different goal. Philip spits on the ground, mocking the enemy. You really put yourselves through all this trouble just to set a complex trap for us? It's actually hilarious, Do-hyun scoffs. You're challenging us with this tiny squad? What were you even thinking? The leader, too, lets out a low, chilling laugh. Who knows? I'm pretty worried myself. But don't you dare look down on us. Remember this. We aren't as weak as you think, you lowly peasants. We're just the bait disposable pawns for the grander plan that's coming next. Bait? Do-hyun's heart sinks. Before he can even process the word, the group of knights charges forward. Jack roars as he swings his weapon. You didn't set this trap just to stand there and talk trash, did you? Philip's blade flashes in a deadly arc, cutting through two masked men instantly. Die! Jack's fighting like a demon, keeping the enemy from getting anywhere near them. Pai draws her bow, her arrows whistling through the air, while Joss slams into an opponent in a brutal melee. Just die already. One of them drops to his knees, throwing his sword down in total defeat. I thought we'd at least put up a fight, he mutters in humiliation, but it ended so fast. Philip stands over him, genuinely confused. Why continue this messy plan when you know it's useless? Tu trembles with rage. Messy? You underestimate us. Everything is going exactly as intended. Nakia isn't watching the fight. Her eyes are locked on the sword at the center of the array. There's another spell hidden inside that matrix. Her eyes widen. No. It's impossible. Behind her, Tu's voice rings out, cold and final. We aren't as weak as you think. Our deaths? They were always part of the plan, and this first phase is officially a success. His mask shatters into pieces. For the glory of the Empire. Suddenly, the matrix erupts with a violent, blinding surge of energy. What's happening? Nakia screams. Z and Do-hyun spin around, horrified by the sudden light. What is that? Cracks spiderweb across the matrix as it turns back into a dull, lifeless stone. Nakia realizes the horrifying truth. The artifact was rigged with a link spell and a self-destruct trigger. When the caster dies, the suppression spell breaks instantly. All that compressed mana? It has nowhere to go. It's all being forced into one single point, a magical explosion waiting to happen. A bone-shaking roar echoes through the chamber, making everyone freeze. Jack frowns, looking around. What was that sound? Do-hyun stares into the darkness, his body tensing up. Something is crawling out from the shadows. Massive claws slam into the ground. A swarm of iron boars surges out of the gate, their leader shrieking, "You're all going to die with us!" "Damn it," someone curses. "There's way too many of them. We can't handle this many monsters." "Retreat, now!" Doyun bellows. He spins around and starts running. "We have to get out of here immediately." The group is still in shock, but Doyun leads the way, carving a path through the chaos to find an escape. "Get to those stairs. Once we're up, we'll reach the entrance. Don't stop for anything, just run." Suddenly, a massive axe slams down, shattering the ground. Blocking the entrance is a colossal iron boar 10 times bigger and more savage than the others. Its eyes glow a demonic red. Meanwhile, as sunset falls over the Reuben royal estate, Hyun speaks up. "I apologize for calling you here so suddenly. Sneaking into the palace like this must have been incredibly difficult for you, but I had no choice. Every member of the royal family has been ordered to stay put under strict lockdown." He sighs, looking at his guest. "I hope you understand." The man Hyun is talking to is none other than Viscount Brank. Hyun's expression turns serious. "I know calling you here is a massive risk, but we have to make sure our plan doesn't end in a total failure." Brank offers a smooth smile. "It's quite all right, Your Highness. I should be the one apologizing for making you worry." Hyun's face darkens as he frowns. "I didn't bring you here to listen to your useless small talk," he warns coldly. "You know exactly why you're here. Let's talk about the plan you mentioned before." "So, when exactly do you plan on starting?" Jerry asks out of nowhere, before adding, "Your Highness, do you happen to remember what I told you the very first time we met?" He reminds the prince that to achieve everything he's ever dreamed of, he only needs one thing, one single quality, to reach the top. And that's patience. Do you still remember? But Prince Hedion isn't in the mood for a lecture. "You know, I didn't take this massive risk just to hear a philosophy lesson. Are you really telling me to wait even longer?" Jerry just stands up, a calm smile on his face. "Of course not." He explains that unlike their previous meetings, he walked into the palace today feeling actually excited. Thanks to the prince's long-standing patience, he finally has some incredible news to deliver. Hedion's expression freezes instantly. "What do you mean?" Jerry replies that tonight, the prince will finally get a taste of the sweet, sweet fruit born from all that waiting. Meanwhile, over at Dohyun's side, the rift is swallowed in a deathly, silent darkness, though the building below is shaking with heavy tremors. The frantic clatter of knights' boots echoes through the night as Dohyun shouts to his team, "I can see the exit, keep moving. Once we break out, we're heading straight for that narrow valley we crossed earlier." But suddenly, Dohyun skids to a halt, his eyes wide with pure shock. Standing right in their path is a literal titan, a massive beast staring them down with hungry, predatory eyes. Philip's jaw hits the floor. "What the hell is that ugly thing?" Philip is stunned, realizing this monster shouldn't even be here. Dohyun knows exactly what this is, the gatekeeper. Suddenly, his system interface flashes a blinding light with a new notification. Urgent quest, defeat the gatekeeper. Rank, B, target, the lion, manned Sphinx champion. Reward, 28,000 experience points, plus a random B rank material box. Dohyun grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, why now of all times? He only had one hope: if they could just reach that narrow valley and get out of this dungeon, they'd have a chance. He wanted to use the valley's tight terrain to slip through the gate without getting boxed in, but now he's stuck in a total dead end. They've run smack into the gatekeeper right at the entrance. Those hounds. Did they actually predict they'd end up exactly here? Dohyun kicks himself for being so reckless. Suddenly, a bone-chilling howl erupts from behind them, forcing the group to spin around. Jack and Philip are visibly panicking. "They've caught up. Young master, if we stay here, we're going to be completely surrounded." Dohyun's mind is racing for a solution. This high-level guardian is an elite monster. Taking it down is going to be a nightmare. The odds are stacked against them, and Dohyun is coming up blank. Damn it all, what do I do? His eyes land on the sword in his hand, and a thought flashes through his mind. Right, he still has that massive power boost available. If he taps into that raw strength, he could probably wipe out both the mobs and this gatekeeper in a single heartbeat. But there's a catch. He still can't fully control it. If he loses his grip on that power, his own teammates will be in the crossfire. He's starting to feel desperate, wondering if a direct suicide charge is the only option left. That's when Nakia senses the shift in the air. Dohyun looks at her, confused, as she starts to move away. He calls out to the alchemist, his voice laced with worry. Nakia makes a bold proposal. "Guildmaster, leave these monsters to me. You and the knights just focus on carving an exit through that guardian." Dohyun isn't buying it. "Nakia, I don't care how strong you are, you can't possibly take them all on by yourself." But then he sees the item in her hand, and his breath hitches. He stares at the potion bottle she's holding with total disbelief. There's no way that's what he thinks it is. Dohyun immediately barks out a command. "Everyone, get away from Nakia right now. Focus on the gatekeeper and stay clear of her." The knights are stunned by the sudden order. Dohyun is sweating. Even with this plan, he can't guarantee anyone's safety. But he's out of options. Everything their entire lives rests on her shoulders now. It's all on you, Nakia. As the thundering footsteps of the monster horde draw closer, they begin to swarm her. The lead beast suddenly flinches, sensing a terrifying presence. Nakia begins chanting in an ancient, forgotten tongue. Her eyes ignite with power, turning a haunting, solid white. A massive wave of violet light crashes down onto the monsters. Philip watches, completely lost. What? What is that? Doyun is shaking. He was right. Nakia's alchemy has reached a level that shouldn't even be possible. She's using the dragon language, the speech of the creators of magic itself. This level of sorcery is only one step below the literal power of the gods. This is the legendary dragon's incantation. Meanwhile, at a different gate, some guards are waiting for their shift to end, yawning and complaining about the wait. The man next to him just scoffs. What did you expect? Everyone knows the guys from the Randon family are always late. They keep gossiping, mocking the Randon knights for being useless even when they do show up. But then one of them notices how eerily quiet it's become. He figures they're probably just slacking off in the woods somewhere. He's never seen a Randon knight actually do an honest day's work. One guard wonders why they even bother wanting gate duty with such a trash attitude. Suddenly, the guard named Slayer blinks. Wait, someone's coming. He calls out to the figure approaching. Hey, your shift started ages ago. Where have you been? But before he can finish, a soul-crushing pain rips through his body. Both guards barely have time to scream before they collapse into the dirt, dead. He lunged toward the gate, sword first. Stopping for a heartbeat, he looked back at the bodies of his fallen comrades scattered behind him. The rest of Faceless's crew approached, their voices cold. Is it done? Are they all dead? No witnesses left alive. Every last one, he replied. The entire area around this gate is officially under our control. He pulled off his mask, and the leader couldn't help but smirk in approval. Perfect. Then let's get this show on the road. The other guy looked way too excited. Should we stir things up at this gate a little? Inside the cliffside dungeon where Bran was being held, the old man's jaw hit the floor. Wait, what exactly do you mean by that? He warned him those Imperial hounds had already crawled into every corner of the Reuben kingdom. Their grand operation, it's already begun. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Infiltrating the gates and assassinating the guilds. Was all that really just a setup to provoke them? Bran shook his head. They weren't just poking the bear. They were trying to wipe out anyone who could fight back. And then? He dropped a bombshell. This whole thing? It was just preparation for a massive, full-scale war. Frank didn't stutter, this was the real deal. And tonight, the war begins right in the heart of the Reuben kingdom. Say didn't wait, he bolted immediately. The guards outside were completely caught off guard. Vice Guildmaster, wait, what's wrong? Everyone was stunned. Why was their leader running like his life depended on it? He cursed his own blindness. How did he miss it? Everything they'd seen. It was all just a stepping stone to launch this invasion. Tay's mind raced to the worst-case scenario. If everything Bran said was true, then the Reuben kingdom is going to be destroyed tonight. Meanwhile, with Doyun's group, Nakia's potion bottle shattered on the ground. Glass flew everywhere, and the iron boars actually froze. They didn't dare take another step. High above, a massive divine dragon materialized. Its sheer presence was enough to make even the bravest monster tremble in fear. Nakia kept chanting that ancient spell. Jos realized something was very wrong. I don't know, guys. I think something massive is about to happen. Doyun wasn't shocked at all. He knew her potential. Her magic was so intense, the entire dungeon started to shake violently. He predicted it one hit from this could wipe out the gatekeepers. But then, the guardian beast suddenly lunged straight for her. It bared its razor-sharp teeth, ready to tear her apart. But Doyun? He was faster. He stepped in and blocked the beast's path with his blade. Damn it, he hissed. It was targeting Nakia. He had to hold it back while the monster just kept snarling in his face. Don't give it an inch, Doyun roared. Stop it at all costs. The knights didn't hesitate, they moved in instantly. Pai stayed back, drawing her bow with steady aim. With her team shielding her, Nakia finally unleashed the forbidden spell. The iron boars let out a piercing cry, calling for backup. 3 of them charged Nakia head-on. Doyun, still busy with the guardian, yelled out in a panic. Watch out! But Nakia was ready. She released her mana, and a shockwave of pure power exploded in every direction. The boar's jaws dropped in pure terror. Right then, the divine dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, activating its true power. A wall of magic surged forward like a tidal wave, blowing back any monster that dared get close. All that energy? It was all heading straight for the gate. Nakia stood there, the aura around her finally fading. In front of her? Nothing but a massive crater stretching into the distance. Jos was speechless. It was terrifying. Even Philip was frozen. He had no idea she was hiding this much power. Even Doyun was caught off guard. The level of destruction was way beyond anything he'd ever calculated. She literally one-shot an armed boar, just like that. The guardian monster couldn't even stand its ground and started backing away. It must have felt the threat from her magic. Doyun watched her, genuinely impressed. "You've improved more than I thought," he muttered. He knew he'd be leaning on her a lot more in future raids. But then, Nakia's strength gave out. She started to fall. "Get her!" Doyun yelled. Joss caught her just in time. "You okay?" Z and Philip were in total awe. She'd actually wiped out every single monster by herself. It was unbelievable. Doyun turned to Joss. "Keep her safe, all right? Can you do that?" Joss didn't blink. "Understood, sir." "Good job, Nakia," Doyun whispered, pride in his voice. "You saved us all." Meanwhile, the guardian beast was still screaming in the background. They all raised their swords at once. "Leave the rest to us," Doyun declared. Over at the western border of Ruben, the fighting was brutal. DN and his squad were sweeping the area. "Wait, is that it?" he asked, confused. "What's our current status?" Nemesis tried to calm him down. "We're clear. Not even a wild animal in sight, let alone a monster." But DN? He knew something was wrong. The rumor said the border was crawling with monsters, so many they needed emergency backup. But all they'd found were some low-level orcs and goblins. "What is going on here?" DN muttered before shifting gears. "By the way, did you hear the knights from the temple were sent to the north?" Nemesis nodded. "Yeah, they took orders directly from the Imperial Intelligence Bureau. And get this," Nemesis added. "The swordmaster himself is leading them. Word is, there's a dragon-class monster up there." DN whispered a silent prayer. "If things get that bad, even a swordmaster could fall. I just hope our trip out here wasn't a total waste of time." Nemesis hesitates, his voice trailing off as he looks at his leader. "But Captain, don't you think something is off?" Our main man replies. "What do you mean?" He finally voices his deep-seated suspicions. "See, knights like them are usually sent to hunt monsters. But this is different. For the first time ever, the king has deployed his most elite squads for a simple search-and-destroy mission. Doesn't add up, right? Sending an entire army to every single border region is a massive gamble. It leaves the capital wide open, a huge hole in their security. But wait, Marnell and Randon are still stationed there, so maybe it's not a total disaster? At least, that's what the narrator reminds us. For now, scout the area until dawn, he orders. One team stays to report to his father, but Nemesis is still worried about the others. The captain's next move is a shocker. He orders them to head to the capital secretly. "Investigate the king," he says. "I have a really bad feeling about this." Meanwhile, back at the rift where Doyun is, the surface looks peaceful and quiet. Just a calm landscape, or so it seems. But underground? It's a total war zone. The Ironboar Guardian is absolutely losing it, swinging its massive axe and sending waves of fire everywhere. A violent explosion rocks the ground, nearly knocking Doyun off his feet. But this is the chance. Z and Philip move in perfect sync, swords raised for a killing blow. The Guardian is caught off guard for a split second, but its sheer defense is insane. It actually catches their blades with its massive tusks. They're stunned. All that effort, all that power, and it didn't even leave a scratch? Talk about a brick wall. Now it's Pierce's turn. He notches 2 arrows at once, drawing his bow to the limit. He's aiming right for the Ironboar's vitals. The arrows fly like streaks of light, but get this, the Guardian literally snatches the arrows out of midair and snaps them like toothpicks. The team can only watch in pure horror. What the hell? Before Pierce can even react, the monster counters. A massive shockwave of wind blasts him back, sending him flying. At the same time, the other two are starting to flag. The Guardian seizes the moment, using its raw strength to shove them both back into the dirt. They're sliding across the ground, struggling to find their footing. But this beast is fast. It's already charging in to finish them off before they can even breathe. It's about to crush Philip, but someone lunges from the shadows. You can see the tension on his face. He knows he's outclassed, but he's not backing down. The monster swings its glowing blade, and Philip barely managed to kick off its chest to create distance. But then, a surprise attack comes from behind. A direct hit. A blade sinks deep into the monster's chest, and fresh blood finally sprays out. Yes, they finally drew blood and dealt some real damage. But Doyun isn't celebrating yet. He knows this is far from over. "Damn it," he mutters. "This is getting really annoying." After that wound, the Guardian goes into a berserker rage. It lets out a bone-chilling roar, raises its axe, and slams it down with enough fire to melt the ground. Joss pulls Nakia close, shielding her from the devastating shockwave. Doyun throws up his arm, barely blocking the searing heat that's threatening to burn them alive. Pierce shouts back, "Can you still move?" Wait, he's leaning on his sword, forcing himself up. "Of course! You think this is enough to stop me? This monster is way more troublesome than they expected. For something that big to move that fast, it's a nightmare to fight." Pierce admits this is the strongest thing he's ever faced in any gate, period. Meanwhile, Doyun checks on Philip's status. "You okay? Can you still fight?" Philip staggers to his feet, breathing hard. "I'm still in. Just be careful. Young master, This thing is on another level, he warns. It's stronger than any gate guardian we've ever seen. Doyun realizes its game. The beast was playing it smart. It hid its true power to make them overconfident, then exploded with everything it had. Terrifyingly clever. Honestly, this thing has the power of a rank C gate guardian. But give up? Not happening. Not today. The stronger the enemy, the faster we grow, Dohyun says. That's exactly what an elite night squad wants, right? Mana begins to swirl around Dohyun's arm, glowing with power. To us, you're just a stepping stone. He stands his ground against the beast. Jack, Pierce, I'll open a path. The moment I give the signal, hit its weak spot and end this in one shot. Got it? They shout their loyalty. Ready, just give the word. But Philip is still sweating. This monster's reflexes are just not human. He doesn't think it'll be that easy to take it down. But Dohyun? He's done talking. It's time for a massive gamble. Just watch, Dohyun says with a smirk. I've been waiting for a chance to test this in a real fight, and I think this pig is the perfect target. The Guardian senses a terrifying pressure coming from the kid in front of it, and that's when Dohyun triggers it. Activation. Boom! A massive pillar of golden energy erupts, blinding everyone. He starts concentrating that divine radiance right into the palm of his hand. Suddenly, giant, glowing angel wings burst from his back. The brilliant light completely erases the darkness of the dungeon. The Guardian literally stands there with its jaw dropped, staring in awe. Philip is bathed in the light, feeling his strength return. What is this power? Z and Pierce feel it too. A strange, warm sensation is surging through their veins. What's happening to my body? My wounds. They're healing. Joss realizes this is the same incredible skill he saw back at the knighthood ceremony. As expected of the young master, he's incredible. The light even wakes Nakia up, and she blinks in confusion. What did I miss? Dohyun looks at his team. To wipe out this wave of monsters, I need everyone's help. This is my first time using this in battle, so I'm pushing my limits here. But he makes a solemn vow. I will protect you all, no matter what. He's truly grateful to have them by his side, as the real final round begins. Everyone else is out here literally putting their lives on the line for me. It's time I step up and actually do my job, don't you think? Looks like we've wasted enough time inside this gate. Let's end this. The Guardian slams its massive foot into the ground, shaking everything. It hoists a heavy axe onto its shoulder and lets out a deafening roar. Doyun didn't expect this thing to be this powerful. As the axe swings toward him, he narrowly leaps into the air just in time. The beast hangs its mouth open, drooling as it glares up at him. Above it, Doyun readies his blade, aiming for the perfect strike as he plunges down. But just as he swings, the monster conjures a protective shield. The Guardian lets out a low growl, clearly mocking him. Doyun is stunned. This thing actually has a tactical response. It retaliates with a brutal axe swipe. Doyun is forced back, struggling to keep his footing. Damn it. He didn't realize it could move this fast. Is this what an elite dungeon guardian is really capable of? Doyun isn't even sure if he can take this thing down solo, but he has to at least stall it. His goal is simple: hold the line until the gate opens. It's a classic stalemate, one attacking, one defending. He's just trying to buy time. Meanwhile, Joss asks frantically, Alchemist, are you awake? Can you hear me? Nakia manages to gasp out, I'm okay. She doesn't take her eyes off the battle for a second, watching Doyun fight for every precious heartbeat. Look, the young master is fighting all by himself out there, someone whispers. Shouldn't we be doing something? We have to help him. Pai steps in to keep everyone calm. Don't forget the young master's orders. He told us to wait. He hasn't given the signal yet, so we stay put. Just trust him. The Guardian swings again, another heavy blow aimed at Doyun's head. Doyun blocks the strike, gritting his teeth as he talks to himself. Just a little longer. He's pushing his limits, holding on by a thread. As their weapons clash and sparks fly, he waits for that one split second to find its weak point. The Guardian raises its axe for another assault, and this time, the blade is glowing with a terrifying, radiant energy. Doyun is counting every single second. Suddenly, a freezing aura erupts from his body, surrounding him in a deadly, icy chill. The Guardian senses something is wrong. It feels the shift in the air, but it ignores the warning and lunges forward like a madman. This is it, the moment Doyun was waiting for. The Guardian grips its axe tight, letting out a final cry as it prepares to crush him. It throws the axe down with everything it has. Doyun screams, now, everyone, attack. This is the opening. From the shadows, Pai lets fly an arrow that thuds straight into the monster's back. The Guardian shrieks in agony. Philip and Jake move in perfect sync, closing the gap. It takes two massive sword strikes simultaneously. Blood sprays everywhere as their blades carve two deep glowing gashes right across its back. The beast is howling now, blinded by pure pain. And Doyun? He's already in position to deliver the final blow. His blade flashes, cutting right through the beast's chest, straight into its lethal weak point. The impact is devastating, leaving the monster with nothing but a final, pathetic whimper. Finally, The Guardian's massive body collapses backward. Blood pools around it as it stops moving for good. Defeated by their teamwork, Doyun finally collapses to the ground to catch his breath. That was way too close. Philip walks over to check on him. "Young master, are you hurt?" Doyun is panting heavily. "I'm fine. I need a minute." Joss chimes in. "Seriously, young master, wasn't that skill a bit much? I can't believe you used a massive wide-range skill just to heal us." Doyun smiles weakly. "I couldn't beat that thing alone. I had to trust my teammates. And Nakia? She worked her heart out too. As your leader, I had to do my part." Suddenly, a voice crackles through, cutting him off. "Young master, can you hear me?" Pai looks confused. Why is the guild's communication system suddenly buzzing? Who is that? Doyun frowns. "Bernard, what's going on?" Bernard's voice is shaking. "Young master, we're in serious trouble. The capital. It's been completely blockaded by the military." Doyun's heart stops. As night falls, the flickering lights of the palace windows reveal a nightmare. Inside, it's a scene of pure horror. Bodies are scattered everywhere across the cold stone floor. In the deafening silence, a terrified voice shatters the air. "You, what have you done?" A crown falls, clattering and rolling across the floor. "Was pointing your sword at your own father not enough for you?" The king is trembling, cradling the cold body of his own son. "You killed your own brothers." He looks up at Herden with absolute, soul-crushing despair. "Have you lost your mind?" But Herden's eyes are like ice, completely devoid of regret. "Well, Herden?" He stares back at his father, his voice cold and detached. "This is all for the future of the kingdom, father." Herden narrows his eyes, his voice turning sharp and accusatory. "You're too sick and weak to rule. My brothers? They were pathetic, with zero potential to lead. So, shouldn't I be the one to stand up and save this dying kingdom myself?" The king is shaking uncontrollably, his voice a broken whisper. "Save the kingdom?" Herden stands tall among his soldiers, looking completely unbothered. "You mean we're going to surrender to the Empire?" Herden's eyes turn dark, radiating a chilling intensity. "It's time to end this pointless conflict. The kingdom of Reuben will finally see peace as part of the Granin Empire." The king's eyes widen, his pupils shrinking in shock. Herden grips his sword, slowly raising the blade. "And of course, that peace begins once I take the throne." Before anyone can move, a shadow blurs through the room from behind. In the blink of an eye, the newcomer wipes out Herden's entire squad of soldiers. Herden's eyes go wide as he spins around. Kassan charges forward, blade out, clashing directly against Herden's steel. His brow furrows deep, eyes clouding with a dangerous shadow. Standing before him is the man at the top, the leader of the Knight Association, Khan. Khan bellows in a fit of pure rage. "Hideon of the Reuben house, you're nothing but a traitor." Their blades collide with a violent shriek, sparks flying everywhere as they lock in a deadly struggle. "Intelligence said every single obstacle to this revolution was cleared out of the capital," Hideon mocks. "But honestly, you weren't even strong enough to be considered a threat in the first place." Hearing that, Khan screams at his men, "What are you standing around for? Move! Get the king to safety right now!" Two panicked soldiers scramble to help the king up, stammering out, "Yes, your majesty. Let us help you." Meanwhile, a chilling, cold smirk plays across Hideon's face. "It's useless," he whispers. "There isn't a single inch of this capital left that's safe for you." The king grinds his teeth, his face darkening with absolute fury. The situation looks grim, but he knows if they can just hold out a little longer, the tide might turn. They can't keep this up forever. Duhun cuts in, his voice dripping with suspicion. "Wait. Are you actually waiting for the first-class knights and Raun Aston to show up? Haven't you realized it yet?" Hideon lets out a sharp, mocking laugh. "You're the one who's clueless here, aren't you?" He glares at the man, his next words coming out low and heavy. "They're already on their way." At that very moment, Pier's group is moving fast, rushing toward the outskirts of the Reuben kingdom. Deep in the forest, right in front of the hidden entrance, two guards are leaning against their posts, whining about their luck. "Damn it, why do we have to pull guard duty here of all places? It's not like those guys are coming out today, or any day for that matter. They're convinced they've won. Our plan was perfect. There isn't a single hole in it." Just as one finishes his sentence, the other senses something and whips around. The capital must be jumping right now, and here we are, stuck in the dark like idiots. Out of nowhere, Duhun blurs into motion. His sword flashes in the dim light, and in a heartbeat, both guards are silenced forever. He stands there for a second, sword tip pointed at the earth. Duhun turns back, his eyes scanning the surrounding trees for any more hidden threats. So, the outer gates are being watched by the royal hounds. Burnus was right. He narrows his eyes, his gaze turning razor sharp. If the outskirts are already this bad, the situation inside the capital must be a total nightmare. We have to move. Fast. Depp walks up with his massive sword resting casually on his shoulder. "What's the deal here? Where did all the Randon family members go? Why is it only royal hounds at the gate?" Another asks, walking beside him. If the Randon house was taken down, shouldn't there be blood or signs of a struggle somewhere? Pierre follows behind, his eyes darting around the area. It's too clean. There isn't a single scratch or sign of a fight anywhere. Joss speaks up, his voice uncertain. Does that mean the Randon family managed to escape? Suddenly, a voice echoes from the shadows behind them. The Randons didn't run. They never had a reason to in the first place. A figure slowly lowers the hood of his cloak. Young master, I'm glad to see you've returned safely. Du-hun's eyes widen in shock. Kay? He clenches his fists, his voice dropping an octave. Tell me everything. What happened? How bad is the capital? Du-hun asks. Kay's face is grim. It's a crisis. The Empire's hounds infiltrated the city through multiple points, and then they just appeared. They're everywhere. Kay's eyes grow heavy with the weight of his words. The Randon family. They betrayed us. They were the ones who let them in. Turns out, they've joined forces with the Empire's hounds to tear the capital apart. The group falls into a stunned, heavy silence. No one saw that coming. Du-hun's brow furrows as he processes the betrayal. It's just like he feared. His mind races, piecing together the fragments of this disaster. The kingdom of Reuben has fallen into a full-scale rebellion. A domestic power play, backed by the Empire, all to steal the throne and wipe out the royal line. This is the exact event that led to the total destruction of the Aston family. The more he thinks about it, the more his expression twists into a mask of grim determination. Even with a plan, they're running out of time. He wonders, did his own actions inadvertently push the enemy to move their timeline forward? Du-hun turns back to Kay, his voice urgent. What about Bernard and the other knights? Where are they? Lord Bernard is already leading the others in a joint operation with Lord Homer, Kay explains. Beads of sweat roll down Kay's forehead. But because of the enemy's traps, the kingdom's main forces have been diverted away from the capital. We're spread thin. Worse, trying to even get close to the castle is a suicide mission. There are just too many of them. Du-hun rubs his chin, falling into a deep silence. This is bad, especially since the Randon family, the very ones leading the rebellion, were the ones in charge of the capital's internal security. Jack grinds his teeth so hard you can hear it, his hands shaking with pure hatred. Those bastards, how dare they turn their backs on the kingdom? And joining the Empire? Unforgivable. Young master, let's go. Let's blow those Randon traitors to hell. Pierre crosses his arms, his voice surprisingly calm. Cool your head. If we rush in like that, we won't last 5 minutes. We're all exhausted after that dungeon crawl. Joss kneels down, gently setting the girl on the grass. Alchemist, please. You need to rest, even if it's just for a moment. Nakia exhales sharply. Thank you. Damn it, he mutters under his breath. Philip steps up, standing guard behind them. Nakia, do you have any recovery potions left? Nakia raises an eyebrow, looking up at him. I have 1 spare bottle. But listen, if you've already hit your limit today, another dose won't help. It'll probably just trigger some nasty side effects. Kay's voice is grave as he looks at the group. The enemy calculated everything. They made sure every single person who could stop this coup was removed from the board. They didn't leave anything to chance. Du-hun remains silent, his mind heavy. He's more drained than he wants to admit. Using his holy light back at the gate cost him way more energy than he anticipated. Right now, he's running on fumes. What now? Out of nowhere, a system screen flickers to life, glowing with an urgent message. Librarian Laban is requesting a D-rank mana stone from the inventory. Accept? Du-hun hesitates, eyes wide with uncertainty. Looks like you're in a bit of a spot, huh? A voice suddenly cuts through the heavy silence. A book floats in midair, its pages flipping rapidly on their own. Then she steps out with a gentle smile. Laban? Lavena's eyes sparkle with pure joy. Long time no see, Raun. Du-hun stands frozen, his mind racing in total shock. Laban? How is she even here? Meanwhile, in a different village, dim light flickers through a lonely window. It's a massacre, bodies are scattered everywhere, and one man stands shielding a mother and child, gasping for air after a brutal struggle. The enemies sneer, their eyes sharp and cold as they focus on their target. Still one left from the capital? I guess they couldn't keep track of everyone. Marco grips his sword hilt until his knuckles turn white, gritting his teeth against the pain. Know which side this guy is on? Not that it matters. Let's just wipe them all out at once. A shadow emerges from the back, voice cold as ice. This guy was part of the Carrington Noble Guard. Word is, he vanished right after the gate incident. Suddenly, his eyes flash with a murderous intent. Since you stayed behind, you might as well play your part in this great revolution. Marco grinds his teeth, his mind spinning. Carrington is part of the rebellion? Are they actually working with the Empire? He looks around at the fallen. Tempeton and Aston are down. Merrill and Gear? Nowhere to be found. The only force left that can stop this rebellion now is the city guard. A dark thought creeps in. Is this really the end? The enemy raises his blade, ready to deliver the killing blow. So, you're turning down the invitation to the revolution? Fine, I'll make it quick. But then, A voice thunders through the air, stopping them cold. Who do you think you are? Before they can even blink, bam, a flash of steel, and the enemies are down in a single strike. Marco and the woman can only stare in absolute shock. Danton lands gracefully right in front of him. Oops, looks like I accidentally killed them all. I really should have kept one alive for questioning. He turns around, and the sheer intensity in his gaze makes Marco shiver. Danton walks closer, a look of genuine surprise on his face. You're a Carrington Knight, right? Marco stammers out a reply. Yes. My name is Marco. Sir Danton. He can't help but keep talking. I had no idea you were in the capital, young master. I thought the Holy Knights were stationed at the northern border. Danton's response leaves Marco speechless. That place? Yeah, I ran away. It was a real pain to escape, honestly. Ignoring Marco's stunned expression, Danton surveys the battlefield. Who would have thought things would get this bad around here? Marco mutters a quiet agreement. The woman, still trembling on the ground, finally finds her voice. Thank you so much. Danton gives a reassuring smile. It's fine. You should really be thanking the young master instead. The boy in her arms peeks out, his voice small. The Holy Knights will protect us, won't they? The question hangs in the air, leaving both men silent. After a long pause, Danton swings his sword onto his shoulder. Actually, probably not. The Holy Knights are way too far from the capital. But then he grins, cutting off the worry. Don't stress it though, because that guy is already here. Back to Doyun. He's still staring at her, the guardian of Turium. Seeing his confused face, Lavenna can't help but tease him. Miss me, Raun? Or did you forget about me already? He finally snaps out of it, eyes fixed on her. Are you okay now? Bravo? She floats there, nodding proudly. Of course. Just look at me. My mana is literally overflowing. Lavenna looks at Doyun with deep gratitude. This is all thanks to you. Thank you, truly. He smiles, genuinely happy she's safe. She looks around, and her expression shifts. Everyone looks exhausted. I'm guessing you're in a bit of trouble? Lavenna pulls out a glowing stone. Since you saved me, I'll help you out this once if you can provide me with some mana stones like this. Doyun repeats the words, stunned. Mana stones? Gil walks up, unable to hide his curiosity. Young master, are you all right? Are you talking to the air? He laughs awkwardly, realizing they can't see her. Doyun ignores the weird looks and turns back to her. Can you really protect them? Lavenna is pure confidence. Duh. Don't you trust me? Nearby, Joss watches with total confusion. What's going on with the leader? He's not using the guild network. I have no idea who he's talking to. It's as if he can almost sense that tiny figure, the presence and the mana of the person the young master is conversing with. She glances at Joss and speaks up. Hold on. It looks like the young master is figuring something out. Jack nods in response. She begins to explain. With a mana stone like this, I can use my spirit magic to temporarily heal everyone. And the best part? It won't be affected by your natural immunity. Lavenna stares at the stone, her brow furrowed. By temporary, I mean I'm going to push your endurance to the absolute limit. So, make sure you settle everything before the sun comes up. She locks eyes with Doyun, her gaze intense. Can you do it? Under everyone's stunned gaze, his voice rings out. Everyone, listen up. He moves to the front as the crowd falls into a hushed, expectant silence. Looking at the situation in the capital right now, we don't have a single second to waste. I know you're all exhausted, but I've found a way to help you recover your strength. The others look confused. What is he talking about? Doyun cuts them off before they can ask. I'll explain everything later. He looks them straight in the eye, his expression dead serious. But listen, this battle is going to be different from the ones we fought inside the gates. In this war, I can't guarantee that everyone is going to make it out alive. Doyun's tone turns ice cold. So, will you still fight by my side? The three warriors exchange a quick look, then let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. Nakia and Joss share a smile before shouting in unison, their voices echoing through the air. Of course, Commander! Meanwhile, in another town, the darkness of night has completely taken over. The local guards are hit by a sudden, brutal surprise attack. They didn't even have time to react. The two remaining guards point their spears forward, trembling. Damn it, don't back down. There are still civilians behind us. We have to hold them here. The enemies exchange glances and start mocking them. Why are they being so reckless? Why even try? They're all going to die anyway. One of the invaders sneers at the two soldiers. Don't you realize? No one is coming to save you. They speak with pure, arrogant venom, their voices dripping with confidence. This kingdom will soon be in the Empire's hands. But suddenly, sensing something behind him, the leader spins around to check the perimeter. Out of nowhere, a storm of swords comes flying in. The two guards stand there, completely dazed. Then the thunderous sound of galloping horses vibrates through the ground. A flag featuring a soaring eagle and a sharp sword flutters wildly in the wind. Doyun appears, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Wake up your courage, warriors of the Reuben Kingdom! His men charge forward, faces twisted with pure fury. "The first knight is here," he bellows, his shout echoing through the night. "Wake up the bravery sleeping deep within you, heroes of the Ruben Kingdom." Doyun raises the flag high and charges straight into the enemy lines. With the first knight on the scene, his horse slams into the invaders, sending them flying. The two guards can't hide their joy. "It's him, the rank 1 knight. Young Master Raun is here. And Turi too." They cheer with pure excitement. "Follow the first knight. Time for the counterattack." Dohyun's squad surges forward like a tidal wave. Philip pulls his horse up close, his voice urgent. "Master, it looks like the rebels have already taken the inner castle. Shouldn't we gather the members to retake the capital first?" He grits his teeth, hissing in anger. "Damn it, we have to reclaim the royal authority from these bastards, those treacherous snakes." Up ahead, Dohyun stays silent, eyes fixed forward. Suddenly, he pulls his horse to a halt. "We can't. Guangxiong is infiltrating alone. We have to find Bernard and Hammer, and we have to protect the capital too." Philip is confused. "What? Are you talking to yourself?" Beside them, Lavenna flies along, her face full of worry. "Is it too dangerous, Ron? No matter how strong you are, you can't take on a raid unit of this scale by yourself." He turns and flashes a reassuring smile at Lavenna. "I don't need to take them all on. Just buying a little time will be enough." Dohyun hands the flag over to Philip with a final instruction. "If we send a few people in to cause chaos from the inside, it'll be more effective. Do your best to wipe out the rebels spreading through the capital. Understood?" Philip grips the flag tight, his expression hardening with resolve. "Yes, sir. Please, make sure you stay safe." Dohyun just smirks, his fist clenching tight. "Don't you worry about what's happening out here. Just show them how formidable the person they're facing really is." Philip continues. "We'll secure the capital and get you to the royal palace." Looking at his loyal comrades, Dohyun lets out a soft, confident smile. Dohyun looks over at her. "Ready, Laven?" Lavenna flexes her arm, ready for action. "You bet I am." He snaps the reins and his horse takes off like a rocket. "All right, let's go." She follows right behind him. "Copy that." Meanwhile, in another location, inside the palace, a massive wave of power erupts, blasting the enemy backward. Jorah stands there holding his sword, his chest heaving as he gasps for air. Captain Joe steps forward, hands on his hips, oozing arrogance. "It seems I didn't know the prince as well as I thought. I had no idea you had this kind of skill." He frowns, his voice booming through the throne room. "Even in a one-on-one, you managed to take down the Empire's armored soldiers one by one. I guess your time at the academy wasn't a total waste." The prince grips his sword, his muscles tensing for the next move. "Captain Joes, I never expected you to side with the Empire." Jorah's voice grows louder and more intense. "Aren't you ashamed? What about your ancestors and those who served the royal family for generations?" Joss just raises an eyebrow, his eyes full of contempt. "Are you lecturing me now?" The prince still doesn't understand the situation, does he? Joss shrugs and starts walking forward casually. "The only reason I've kept you alive this long was an act of respect. Don't you realize that?" The prince grits his teeth, shaking with rage. Suddenly, a man steps forward from the shadows behind them, shouting, "That's enough." Doyun frowns, looking clearly annoyed. "I'll take care of the 6th prince. You? Take your troops and go protect the capital's rear." Jorah let out a sharp, ragged breath. Tension hung heavy as Hien stepped back, and Rose spoke up, her voice tight with caution. "Prince, I heard you were working with him," she said, hand gripped white-knuckled on her sword. "Is this fight going to take long?" Dohyun stopped and turned, his gaze icy enough to freeze the air. "I just received a report. The kingdom's security forces are massing right behind the royal castle. I'll hold this position. Get to the back of the castle now." Without a single second of hesitation, the man led his subordinates away into the shadows. "Understood. Everyone, follow me." Jorah fixed a piercing stare on the man, his voice laced with suspicion. "What on earth is happening here? Herdian, are you seriously leading the rebels?" Jorah's voice rose to a shout, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and pure disbelief. "How could you do this to us? You're the crown prince, for heaven's sake." Herdian glanced back, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face for just a moment. "Well, I suppose it's time to tell Prince Jorah the truth." As Hien spoke those words, Jorah's pupils shrank. "Wait, what?" Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the man, swallowing his silhouette completely. "Forgive me, Prince. It was the only way to deceive the enemy." The disguise melted away, revealing his true form. "I am Guyi, a member of the First Knight's unit. I've come under my master's orders to rescue you." Before Jorah could even process the shock, Guyi pressed on. "The master is heading for the castle as we speak. Until he arrives, I will be your shield." Jorah just stood there, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of everything he'd just heard. Elsewhere, the First Knight himself, Dohyun, stood with his arms crossed, staring into the dark horizon. Raun approached, fresh from a scouting run. "It's just like you predicted. There are almost no guards at the front gate." Doyun raised an eyebrow, looking completely unbothered by the news. Perfect. It looks like GA played his part to perfection. Now, we just walk right through the front door. Laven turned to him, her face full of confusion. And how exactly? We can't just leap over these massive walls. Doyun just smirked. Watch me. He flicked his wrist toward the side. If there isn't a path, I'll just have to carve one myself. Instantly, dark, swirling demonic energy erupted from his hand. Nearby boulders began to tremble before lifting effortlessly into the air. Doyun stood there, puppeteering the massive rocks as they floated in midair. His blue eyes glowed with an eerie, predatory light. Let's move. With a single burst of power, he launched himself from the ground toward the top of the wall. Below, the enemy troops felt the sudden vibration and looked up, their faces twisting in pure shock. He dropped like a meteor, a sword manifesting in his hand mid-fall. One swing. That's all it took. The rebels were wiped out before they could even draw breath. Doyun frowned at the bodies scattered across the stone, his mind working fast. The Royal Guard and the Royal Hounds. Has the entire guard fallen to the rebellion? His gaze shifted upward, locking onto the tallest tower in the distance. If that's the case, the situation in Guangxian is even more dire than I imagined. There isn't a single second left to waste. He looked over at his companion, his voice serious. This won't be an easy fight. You ready, Laven? She didn't blink. Just leave it to me. Together, they charged forward. Let's go. Meanwhile, the town had been transformed into a literal sea of fire, with thick smoke choking every corner. Evacuate, now, the guards screamed, struggling to keep the panic at bay. Follow the path, it's too dangerous to stay here. A soldier rushed up to his superior, gasping for air. Deputy Commander, the entire village is about to be swallowed by the flames. He gritted his teeth, his eyes hard. Priority is the civilians. Search every house, make sure no one is left behind. Bernard stepped forward, his eyes scanning the devastation. The rebels started this. We don't have enough people to fight a fire this massive. He turned to the wind mage, his voice desperate. Can't your wind magic do something about this? The man shook his head. A blaze this size needs something much stronger. My wind would only fan the flames, not kill them. Just then, footsteps echoed from the shadows. Sorry I'm late. Nakia stood there, staring at the inferno with a small vial of liquid in her hand. I'll handle this. They all turned to her in shock. Nakia. Bernard's eyes were full of worry. Han, are you okay? Rumor was she'd run into trouble at the gate, but Nakia didn't even look back. The fire came first. She uncorked the vial, and the liquid began to glow with power. If you couldn't control the fire, you should have stopped it before it turned into this nightmare, she muttered. She threw the liquid toward the heavens, and a beam of light cut through the smoke like a blade. Everyone watched, completely mesmerized by the display. A massive magic circle formed over the burning town. Thunder rolled, and heavy clouds began to blot out the orange glow of the fire. A single drop hit Bernard's shoulder, then another. Soon, a gentle downpour washed over the village, dousing the flames until they were nothing but steam. The guards cheered, reaching their hands out to the sky. It's raining. It's actually raining. Get everyone to safety, Nakia whispered, finally letting out a breath of relief. Bernard walked over, his voice full of genuine awe. So this is rain magic. Truly impressive. She gave a weak smile. I'm just glad it actually worked. With a storm like this, we don't have to worry about the fire anymore, Bernard added. Then, the sound of galloping hooves announced Jack's arrival. There you are, Bernard. Jack hopped off his horse, sword at his side. Wait, was this Rain, Nakia's doing? Bernard nodded, relieved to see his comrades safe and sound. But Joss looked around, his face suddenly falling. Wait, where's the master? He wasn't even trying to hide it, he's already infiltrated the stronghold on his own. Joss's jaw dropped in pure shock. Wait, alone? He went in there all by himself? He furrowed his brow, stepping forward with eyes full of doubt. Infiltrating a fortress crawling with rebels? Isn't that a bit much, even for the master? Philip just crossed his arms, calm as ever. He's definitely got a plan. All we have to do is trust him. Standing beside him, she clenched her fist, her eyes burning with confidence. Don't you worry about the young master. Meanwhile, Doyun and his companion were moving like the wind, tearing through the grounds. Truth is, he wasn't exactly flying solo. He had a partner with him, someone he could trust with his life. Deep inside the silent castle, he collapsed. Every breath was a ragged, desperate struggle against the cold floor. Hyodian lowered his head, his voice barely a shadow of its former self. I guess they don't call you a swordmaster for nothing. You definitely lived up to the hype. The man stood across from him, brow furrowed, his voice stern and commanding. Drop your weapon, surrender now, and you might actually get some mercy from the court. He smirked, looking like he'd just heard the world's funniest joke. You want me to protect my honor while facing an execution? Great advice. Hyodian's grip tightened on his blade, his muscles rippling with lethal intent. You really think I killed my own brother and drew my sword against my father just to quit right here? His eyes flashed with a freezing, murderous light. "If you want to stop me, you'll have to kill me right here, right now." Up on the balcony, Carson looked down, his face twisting as veins bulged with pure fury. "You started this bloody rebellion and threw away every last shred of honor you had left." Carson growled, his hand white-knuckling his sword hilt. "Fine, I'll do exactly as you say." Carson stepped forward, closing the distance, and raised his blade high above Dian. "In the name of the Ruben Kingdom's Knight Order, the head of the rebel falls today." Suddenly clank. Carson's blade was caught midair, held firm by a single hand. A sinister smirk spread across a new face, eyes filled with pure malice. "I don't think so." Pure horror struck Carson as he spun around, eyes wide. But it was too late. Jerry's sword sliced through the air, heading straight for him. Carson went pale, his eyes bulging as the strike landed. The sheer force sent him flying through the air before he slammed into the stone wall with a sickening thud. Carson's face twisted in absolute agony. Jerry just turned to the struggling prince and shrugged. "Sorry, Highness. I'm a bit late, but you held your own pretty well." Jerry raised a hand, revealing sharp, wicked claws. "Ran into a bit of trouble on my way here, you see." Dian frowned, looking up at the newcomer. "Finally. But why didn't you just get Carson out of the capital earlier?" Jerry sighed. "The old man was getting suspicious. If I let him be, he would have ruined the whole plan." He turned his cold gaze toward the broken man on the floor. "Doesn't matter now, though. He's finished." Carson tried to force his eyes open, his teeth gritted in pure desperation. "Jerry, from the finance department? Wait, the finance department and Randon were in on the rebellion together this whole time?" He shook his head, trying to process the betrayal, but then it hit him a massive, unnatural surge of mana. Carson stared at Jerry, his face pale with absolute terror. "Is this guy even human?" Jerry's next words left the prince completely baffled. "Time to move, Prince." Jerry didn't care about his reaction. His eyes were as cold as ice. "If you survive while the rest of the royals fall, we're going to have problems later. Looks like your patience is finally about to pay off. Time to get ready for the next phase." The more Jerry spoke, the darker Dian's expression became. But then, something clicked. A slow, dark smile spread across his face. "Right. You're right." Dian forced his battered body off the ground, standing tall despite the pain. "I won't get very far with the traitor label hanging over my head. Let's move." He clutched his bleeding shoulder, glancing back at Carson. "What about him?" Jerry just shrugged. The fear of death won't break a man with his kind of faith. His eyes narrowed, and a chilling laugh escaped his throat. "Besides, the old man simply knows too much." Carson's heart sank as he listened to Jerry's arrogant tone. This was it. Jerry stepped over to him, raising his hand for the final blow. "Take this secret to your grave." Jerry swung a lethal, decisive strike, but suddenly, a figure blurred from the shadows, blocking the hit perfectly. Jerry's face went dark, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Who the hell are you?" Doyun gripped his sword tight, a cocky grin playing on his lips. "Nice to see you again, Jerry." Meanwhile, back in the dark palace, the king was huddled in his chair, head in his hands. How did it come to this? Me. Running away from my own son while he leads a rebellion against me? He muttered to himself, his mind a complete mess of confusion and grief. What was even the point of living anymore? How can I even call myself a king after all this? The guard standing nearby spoke up quickly, trying to pull him back from the edge. "Your Majesty, you have to stay strong. If you give up now, the entire kingdom will crumble." But the king just covered his face, shaking his head in total defeat. "It doesn't matter if I give up or not. Nothing changes. My first and second sons are dead, and my third is the one leading the slaughter." He clenched his fists, his fingers trembling as he tried to choke back the raw emotion. "Maybe we should just surrender. Stop the bleeding before more people die." Suddenly, a shadow fell across the room as someone stepped inside. Jasat's voice echoed through the room, filled with disbelief. "Father," the king's head snapped up, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jasat rushed over, dropping to his knees before the throne. "You're alive. Thank God you're alive. I thought I'd lost you forever." For the first time in ages, a spark of relief flickered in the king's desperate eyes. He struggled to find the words. "Jasat, your brother, he's gone completely insane. He butchered his own siblings and now he's pointing a blade at his father." Doyun steps in, gently calming the king's frantic panic. "I know, father, but right now, your safety is all that matters to me." The king lowers his gaze, struggling to bury the storm of emotions swirling inside. What now? The rebels have already seized the royal capital. Is there anyone left who can actually take these monsters down? As soon as Jasat stops speaking, his eyes nearly pop out of his head. There's still one savior standing, his gaze is razor-sharp and absolutely unshakable. On the other side, Doyun holds his defensive stance. He's the only one who can save this kingdom, now there's no doubt about it. Doyun lets out a cold smirk, his eyes full of indifference. "Fancy meeting you here." Looks like Jerry's been keeping himself pretty busy. Before the villain can even get a word in, Doyun keeps going. So, you went from the finance department to leading a whole rebellion while I was away? Busy man. Found yourself a new hobby, I see. Playing around with forbidden dark magic weapons. Really, Jerry? Jerry's eyes narrow before he suddenly bursts into a manic laugh. Lord Raun, are you really that surprised? Boom! Doyun's sword swings with a heavy force, blasting Jerry back. Jerry slides across the floor, his hand still glowing with that lethal, oppressive dark energy. Doyun glances at his hand and winces. Okay, that actually stung a bit. Meanwhile, Garçon is just standing there, completely lost. Lord Raun, how on earth did you get here? Doyun turns toward the leader with a sheepish, slightly embarrassed smile. Ah, Commander. My bad. I'm still not great with the palace layout, so I got a little lost. Sorry I'm late. Garçon's jaw literally hits the floor. But hey, better late than never. Garçon clutches his wounded shoulder, staring at the young man's back in pure disbelief. He thought Doyun was trapped at a high-level gate, suppressed by the rebel forces. Did this kid really just clear an entire gate just to get here? Then, he remembers an old prophecy. If a disaster ever threatened to swallow this kingdom whole, this young man, he might just be the only one who could save it. A sudden realization flashes through Garçon's mind. Vice Principal Gray. He's finally starting to understand what the old man meant. I see what you're doing now. Jerry's voice cuts through the silence, snapping Garçon out of his thoughts. Honestly, I didn't expect to find you here. I figured you'd still be stuck at the gate. Jerry flashes that same annoying, mocking grin. Guess I misjudged you. Doyun isn't in the mood for small talk. Yeah, I should be the one saying that to you. Doyun starts listing off Jerry's crimes one by one. I mean, this guy's plan was terrifyingly thorough. You used the Randon family to spark a riot from the inside, didn't you? And you're the one who helped those Empire lapdogs sneak right into the heart of the palace. Doyun grits his teeth, his anger bubbling over. You even pushed all the elite knights out of the capital. And since the third prince has so much pull in the military, you made it look easy. He fixes a freezing, lethal glare on Jerry. The plan was simple. Trap the first-class knights in that gate, and leave the capital defenseless for your little coup. Doyun frowns, his voice dropping an octave. I've got to admit, it was a pretty brilliant, if totally insane, plan. Jerry steps forward slowly. You're just as sharp and composed as the rumors say, kid. But coming back here? That was your first big mistake. Doyun snaps. Shut your mouth. Herden's eyes go wide at the disrespect. What did you just say? Doyun stares him down with ice in his veins. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? You slaughtered your own brothers. I wouldn't lose a second of sleep over cutting your throat right here and now. You aren't a prince anymore. You're just a pathetic, cowardly rebel. So sit down and shut up. Herden is shaking with pure rage, veins popping in his neck. Jerry just watches, then casually reminds him, You're nothing but a puppet, Your Highness. Don't let him get under your skin. Stay calm and go wrap things up elsewhere. Jerry raises an eyebrow, clearly enjoying this. Leave the rest to me and go get some rest. It'll be bad for you if you stay here much longer. Doyun just waves his hand dismissively, looking totally bored. You heard him. Now get lost. Herden is speechless, his teeth grinding so hard you can almost hear it. He has no choice but to turn around and walk away, leaving the fight to them. Fine, Raun Aston. I'll let it slide for now since I can't kill you myself. Herden mutters, clutching his wounded shoulder as he storms off. This will all be over soon. I'll be on that throne, and I'll make sure there isn't a single Aston left alive. Doyun watches him go, feeling more confused than anything. Does this guy seriously not realize the Empire is just using him? He turns back to face Jerry. Man, you must have worked overtime to manipulate the third prince like that. His voice is dripping with sarcasm now. Look at him. Does he honestly believe he's going to be the new king when this is all over? Jerry plays along, mocking the situation. You really do keep me on my toes, don't you? He watches Herden walk away without a single backward glance. Look, I didn't lie to him. He'll get his throne, just like I promised. The royal crown falls, rolling pathetically across the cold stone floor. He'll be king, sure, but he'll be a king on a leash. Jerry lets out a wicked smirk. Of course, that scenario only plays out if the Empire manages to sink its teeth completely into the kingdom. Our boy falls into a deep silence, his mind racing with theories. I knew it, he thinks. These Imperial bastards are exactly as predictable as he feared. From the ground, the old man opens his mouth to give a stern warning. Stay sharp, Raun. That man, he's wielding a power that makes no sense. Do-hyun's eyebrows shoot up. An unidentified energy? Seeing the confusion on his face, Philip starts to break it down. It's like a dark magic weapon. But there's something off about it. It's unnatural. All I can tell you is that it's incredibly dangerous, he says, leaning on his sword just to stand up. A power like this? It's never been seen before. But after hearing all that, Do-hyun doesn't look even remotely scared. In fact, he actually starts to smirk. Philip stares at him, totally baffled. This kid thinks an unknown power is interesting? Even Jerry is catching the vibe, raising an eyebrow at the sheer audacity. Do-hyun's eyes flash with a dangerous light as his hand begins to glow. Funny enough, I've got plenty of experience dealing with powers that don't make sense. Meanwhile, the rain is absolutely dumping down on the town, soaking every single alleyway. A nearby fighter glares at the scene, his eyes wide with pure shock. With one swift motion from Jack's blade, the enemies drop like flies. He stares off into the distance, rain dripping down his face in the cold air. What the hell? Why were there so many of them? Philip warns him to stay focused. Be careful, we still have a long, long road ahead of us. Joss turns to him and asks the real question. Well, at least our hard work paid off. How's things on your end? The reply is quick. He's calmed down now. I've got him tied up tight, so there's no way he's slipping away. Joss looks down at the man kneeling in the mud. To think they'd cross paths here. The man young Master Roy is grinding his teeth in pure rage. With his hands bound behind his back, Roy just lets out a cold huff. You're still as stubborn as ever, aren't you? Do you actually think we're still on the same level we were on that cursed day? Joss frowns, looking at Roy like he's the biggest idiot on the planet. Do you still not get it? You think you're in a position to be this arrogant? When Roy stays silent, George keeps twisting the knife. If your status was so important to you, you should have stayed far away from this rebellion. A true knight of this kingdom would never lower himself to crawl in the dirt with a bunch of traitors. Roy laughs a dry, bitter sound. To him, hearing a man without a country talk about dignity is the funniest thing in the world. What's dignity to a fallen knight? He pauses, looking Joss dead in the eyes. You better start planning a funeral for that idiot Raun. He was stupid enough to sneak into the palace alone. Jack, standing nearby, is clearly losing his patience. This guy is getting on my nerves. Can we seriously not just kill him yet? Philip shoots him a look. Cool it. The son of Count Husong is still useful to us for now. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the darkness of the rain. Nice negotiation tactics, Philip of the Golden Bear Knights. You've got a real eye for the situation, don't you? Both of them freeze, heads snapping toward the voice. Even Joss and Roy look over, completely caught off guard. A man stands there, motionless in the pouring rain. His face is as cold as ice. With such a small group, you've managed to pressure the royal army. I didn't think my useless son had that much value in your eyes. The words are freezing. It almost makes me want to show you some respect. Seeing him, Roy cries out in pure relief. Father. Jack's heart sinks as he grits his teeth. Count Husong? Why is the head of that family personally showing up here? Roy, still kneeling, stares at him with hope. Father, you finally came. Count Husong barely even glances at his son. Jack's grip on his sword tightens as he curses under his breath. Damn it. This is exactly the scenario I wanted to avoid. Nearby, Axel draws his blade, stepping in front of Nakia to shield her. Philip's eyes are narrowed, his mind spinning. Count Husong of the Randon family. Philip watches him closely, and for the first time, you can see the worry in his eyes. This man is the head of one of the 5 greatest warrior families. He's a swordmaster, one of the few people who holds true power in this kingdom. Philip starts calculating their chances. If they have to face this monster without Raun there, it's over. They'll lose instantly. The silence stretches on, and the Count clearly hates being stared at. Finally, he breaks the tension himself. I don't see Raun Aston anywhere. So, the rumor about him sneaking into the palace alone was actually true? As he speaks, a sword manifests in his hand. If he's not here, then I have absolutely no reason to stay. But these elite knights are a massive thorn in our side. Husong's eyes suddenly glow with a terrifying red light. Watching his best men die before his eyes? Yeah, that'll satisfy me. Jack and the others grip their weapons, but they can't stop their bodies from trembling. Joss grinds his teeth, his hand white around the hilt of his sword. Roy, thinking his savior is here, smirks and slowly stands up. Before anyone can react, he throws his entire weight into Joss to break free. Roy bolts toward his father, laughing like a maniac. Idiot! You thought you could keep me as a hostage forever? But as he reaches the Count, Husong swings his blade. The world stops. Everyone is paralyzed, unable to process what they just saw. Nakia covers her mouth to keep from screaming. Even in his final seconds, as the light fades from his eyes, Roy never understands why. His own father just cut him down. Looking down at the cold corpse, Husong just gave a chilling scoff. How dare a useless insect like you crawl into a conversation between your betters? Then, Husong turned his gaze toward the stunned group. Now, where was I? Do-hyun finally snapped out of his trance, his teeth gnashing in pure, unadulterated rage. You psycho. How can anyone be this heartless to their own flesh and blood? This man was even more pathetic than those arrogant nobles he'd dealt with before. Bernard's face went ghost white as his mind raced. He knew Count Husong was a cruel man, but after staring him down, he realized the Count was a monster of a completely different caliber. Husong's grip tightened on his sword as mana began to spiral around the steel. My apologies. I suppose my introduction went on a bit too long. Fine. We're all bored anyway. Dark energy began to bleed from Husan's body as he stepped forward, one heavy pace at a time. Time to get down to business. Meanwhile, Jerry was just casually babbling away on the other side. Apparently, this clash between secret powers was turning out to be quite the entertaining show for him. Jerry stared at his mana-infused hands and smirked. Shall we get this party started? Doyun tilted his chin, his voice dropping to a freezing sub-zero. Bring it. Without a second of hesitation, Doyun lunged forward, sword in hand. Jerry just stood his ground, calm, collected, and completely unfazed. Dohyun's blade sliced right through Jerry's form. But there was no victory in his eyes, only a growing sense of dread and suspicion. What the hell? Did I really hit him that easily? Right before his eyes, the deep gash on Jerry's chest began to stitch itself back together like magic. Jerry looked down and let out a slow, terrifying laugh. His eyes gleamed with a murderous hunger. Impressive. Looks like this fight won't be a waste of my time after all. Suddenly, Laven appeared at Dohyun's side, her voice trembling with curiosity. What? What is wrong with that guy? Jerry's hand slowly reached out, his words dripping with hidden meaning. It's a bit cramped in here, don't you think? Hard to really cut loose. Let's take this somewhere with more breathing room. In a literal flash, Dohyun was sent flying backward by a massive impact. Nearby, Bernard watched the whole scene, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. Laven panicked and flew toward him, screaming his name. Raun! Jerry's expression twisted into something dangerous and predatory. Now, our real fight begins. Outside the palace, the storm intensified, rain hammering down without mercy. Inside, everything was swallowed by a heavy, suffocating silence. Boom! A massive hit sent him reeling. Dohyun quickly flipped through the air, landing in a low, cautious stance, eyes locked on his target. After that tense moment, he stood his ground, sweat dripping down his forehead. No kidding, that was a close one. He almost bit the dust right there. Laven flew after him, frantic with worry. Raun, are you okay? Dohyun panted. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Laven glanced back, her voice sharp with a warning. Be careful, Raun. That guy. He's a master at manipulating dark mana. He nodded. I know. Dohyun narrowed his eyes, his mind racing for a strategy. Normal attacks weren't going to cut it against a freak like this. So what? Jerry suddenly appeared, hovering effortlessly in midair. Is this enough space for you? He grinned, his claws gleaming with a terrifying light. It's hard to show off my full power when the walls are closing in, right? I moved us to a much bigger stage. Happy now? Dohyun gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Jerry like a hawk. I'm not exactly a fan of swinging a sword in a church, but you're not giving me much choice. Jerry gave a delighted smile as dark mana pooled in his palms. Well then, shall we keep this going? The world went quiet, nothing but two pairs of eyes locked in a deadly, silent stare. Jerry gave Dohyun a knowing, twisted smirk. Dohyun stayed silent, refusing to rush his next move. Crash! The palace windows shattered into a million jagged shards, raining down with a piercing metallic ring. Dohyun raised his blade and lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Jerry charged back, fueled by pure adrenaline. They collided with an earth-shaking force that sent shockwaves through the air. Jerry's other hand shot up, ready to strike. Dohyun's eyes widened. Total shock. As Jerry's hand grazed him, Dohyun twisted his body, barely dodging with expert precision. But the move left a massive tear in his shirt, exposing his chest. Before he could even breathe, Jerry was on him again. The blow sent Dohyun skidding back as Jerry let out an arrogant, mocking laugh. How disappointing. Did you really think a simple sword was enough to take me down? Dohyun said nothing, calmly bracing for the next hit. Suddenly, Dohyun's hand erupted in a brilliant glow. Light flooded the room, and right behind Jerry, three shimmering blades materialized out of thin air. They shot forward like heat-seeking missiles. Twack! All three blades buried themselves deep into Jerry's back. Jerry froze, his head slumped forward. Dead silence. Then, a low, guttural growl started vibrating from deep within his throat. Black, shadowy energy began pouring out of his body. It doesn't matter how hard you struggle. Your puny swords will never touch the real me. Master Raun. Laven watched from the sidelines, finally realizing the truth. This guy was a high-tier dark mage, a specialist in shadow mana. Who the hell is this guy? Dohyun's face tightened with stress. At this rate, he was hitting a brick wall with no way through. He wasn't just controlling dark energy, he was using it in a way Dohyun had never seen before. Jerry looked completely unharmed. Suddenly, a status window flickered to life. Jerry. Age. 39. Level. 88. Class. 6th. Circle Shadow Mage. Chief Financial Officer of the Reuben Kingdom. Member of the Frank family. Viscount of the Granin Empire. Ranked number 8 among the elite nobility. Potential. Rank A. Strength. 39. Agility. 27. Stamina. 34. Intelligence, 79. Spirit, 77. Mana, 78. Perception, 73. A-rank Mad Mage traits and B-rank fanaticism. That's a nasty combination. Looking at the status analysis flickering before him, Doyun starts running the numbers. If physical attacks won't cut it, then even a full release of his Arnat is just a waste of energy. He goes quiet for a second, his gaze shifting sharply toward Lavenna. The plan forming in his head is honestly too dangerous to even consider. Lavenna notices his intense stare, looking a bit unsettled by the sudden pressure. Doyun breaks the silence. That technique you used to heal us with those mana stones, you were converting raw mana into divine power, wasn't it? Lavenna's hands tighten, and she nods frantically. Yes, but how could you possibly know that? That's a secret technique, known only to a handful of people in the fairy world. Confirmed. Doyun turns his focus back toward their enemy. Then tell me, is it possible to actually… Never mind, we'll talk details later. A mysterious smile plays on his lips as he grips his sword. He's about to convert that divine power into raw physical force, the only way to actually land a hit on that black mana. Lavenna is stunned by his suggestion, but a flash of determination hits her eyes. Fine, she'll give it everything she's got. Seeing him talking to thin air, Jerry scoffs. What are you mumbling about over there? Trying to pray your way out of this? Or is it a spell? But before Jerry can even finish his taunt, Doyun is already moving. His blade flashes downward, slicing straight toward the man's arm. Jerry doesn't even bother to dodge, laughing at the persistence. Still haven't figured it out? I told you, your pathetic sword can't touch me. But then, his eyes go wide. Total shock. The blade actually connects, and a jolt of pure agony sends Jerry reeling backward. He stares at his trembling hand, his mind racing. What the hell was that? Divine power? How is he channeling divine power through a sword? Doyun's blade begins to glow with a blinding intensity. Thanks for the assist, Lavenna. Because of you, I can finally cut this guy down. The light becomes deafening. Doyun smirks as the radiance of battle finally activates. Standing nearby, Lavenna asks nervously. Controlling divine power is an insanely difficult feat. It's already burned through 10 mana stones. Can you really keep this up? Doyun just shrugs. Don't sweat it. If there's one thing I have plenty of, it's cash. Hearing this, Jerry finally realizes what he's up against. So, that's how it is. You're not going to be an easy kill after all, are you? Jerry focuses his dark mana, shaping it into a wicked blade of his own. Maybe it's time to actually pay attention. His eyes turn cold, murderous. The warm-up is over. I'm going to kill you for real now. Doyun doesn't flinch, just lets out a dry laugh. Bring it on. Light spills through the shattered window frames, reflecting off the jagged shards of glass scattered across the floor. Then boom! They collide at a speed the human eye can barely follow. Jerry grunts, his strike blocked by Doyun's glowing steel. Doyun doesn't let up for a second, his eyes tracking every twitch of Jerry's muscles. Jerry swings again, a heavy, crushing blow that radiates pure malice. Doyun parries, his entire body tensed like a coiled spring. He grits his teeth, the sheer pressure of the duel pushing him to the limit. Suddenly, Jerry stops. He spots mana swirling behind Doyun, but before he can react, Doyun launches a massive strike that sends him flying. Instead of being angry, Jerry laughs a chilling, excited sound. Not bad at all. Doyun says nothing, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Jerry lunges again, his feet barely touching the ground. Doyun meets him halfway, charging forward with everything he has. They clash again and again, moving like a whirlwind through the room. The sound of their blades colliding is like a constant, deafening scream. Jerry's eyes suddenly flash with a wicked light. Before Doyun can react, he's standing in the center of a massive magic circle, and Jerry has vanished. Suddenly, countless shadow hands erupt from the floor, pinning Doyun's legs. He's stuck. What the hell is this? Jerry reappears in the air, his sword coming down like a guillotine. Caught in the trap. Doyun barely manages to get his blade up in time. He's struggling now, his breathing heavy and ragged. Jerry laughs down at him, full of arrogance. What's wrong? Can't even move your feet? Honestly, Marquis Raun, I expected so much more. This is almost disappointing. Jerry steps back, leaving Doyun trapped in the circle. Even with your telekinesis, you're finished. But then, a massive boulder falls from the ceiling out of nowhere. Doyun clenches his fist, releasing a burst of mana. The ground beneath him shatters, the impact of his power cracking the very foundation of the building. Jerry watches the destruction, actually looking impressed. Incredible. He stands there, offering a twisted bit of praise. Using telekinesis like that. You're full of surprises, aren't you? Jerry's eyes begin to glow with an eerie sapphire light. Good. This means I can keep enjoying myself. He starts releasing an even more insane amount of power, losing himself to the madness. Let's see how much more fun we can have. Doyun's hand is shaking. He escaped that last trap, but the real danger is only just beginning. Deep down, Doyun feels a cold realization hit him. This is a fight he might not actually be able to win. Outside, the rain continues to pour, drenching the world in a gloomy, oppressive gray. Inside, the hushed voices of the enemy break the silence. Is this rain-calling magic? I didn't think those kingdom losers had it in them to pull this off. Maybe. But the capital has already fallen. What's the point of a little rain now? They glance toward the window and freeze. Wait. Look at the gate. Who the hell is that heading toward the entrance? Wait. What? The guards froze as a voice suddenly cut through the air. Are you Imperial scum or what? I'm bringing the body of a kingdom noble, so open these damn gates. The guards shared a look of pure confusion. A noble? Was there really a noble left in the capital? Who the hell would have the guts to demand the gates be opened now? The man slumped over the saddle was none other than Dantan Jatempitan, the grandson of the legendary sword marquis. Leaving his corpse in the streets would have been a real shame, wouldn't it? The name hit them like a physical blow. The grandson of the sword marquis? Why on earth was someone from the Tempeton house still inside the capital? They didn't waste another second. They had to verify the body, so without hesitation, they rushed to throw the gates wide open. The guard stepped out, eyes narrowed in suspicion. Who do you serve? The kingdom? Marco hopped off his horse. I'm the deputy commander of the Carrington Knights. The guard squinted, his suspicion lingering. Carrington, huh? Bagging a prize this big. Not bad at all. The other guard leaned in to inspect the corpse. He'd heard the Marquise's grandson was a powerhouse. But looking at this guy, he wondered if the rumors were just a lie. He looked lazy and unimpressive, nothing like the legendary Tempeton family. But then, Danton's eyes snapped open and he looked up, giving the guard a massive heart attack. The guard's jaw dropped as he scrambled back in terror. What the? He didn't even finish the sentence before Danton's fist connected squarely with his face. Still draped over the horse, Danton watched the guy crumble. Sorry for looking so lazy, he smirked. You imperial bastards. He ignored the other guard, who was shaking like a leaf, and turned back to his partner. It worked. Using the Carrington name meant they didn't suspect a thing. They could just pose as rebels to slip inside. Danton hopped down to the ground. I hate the idea, but I guess we have no choice. Marco stared up at the highest spire in the city. If the rumors were true and the royal city had actually fallen, then none of this mattered anymore. But before they could finish their plan, footsteps echoed nearby. So, you've managed to sneak in. What's the next move? Danton shrugged. Who knows? Haven't gotten that far yet. Suddenly, a man stepped out from the shadows, making them both jump. Oh boy, it looks like the prince got it wrong. He said the rear guard needed urgent backup, so here I am. He grinned, slowly drawing the sword at his hip. But all I find are these two little pests, really? Danton's eyes widened as he got a good look at the newcomer. No way. Is that Viscount Rose, the captain of the Royal Guard? He couldn't believe it. Even the Royal Guard had sold out to the Empire? This was absolutely insane. Rose noted their shock and chuckled. Ah, the famous Tempeton failure. Abandoned by the Sword Marquis for disobeying orders. So, this is where you were hiding, Danton. Danton just picked at his ear, looking completely unimpressed. Wow, even the famous royal captain is a gossip queen. I'm flattered, really, so honored. Danton took a few slow, deliberate steps forward. By the way, how long have you been captain? And you're still not a true swordsman? What a joke. You joined the rebels just to end up as a glorified gatekeeper? Talk about a total failure. That hit a nerve. Rose's face turned purple, veins popping in his neck. That mouth of yours is the only thing elite about you, you piece of trash. He forced himself to stay calm and waved a hand. Suddenly, a swarm of soldiers flooded the corridor. I could have my men rip you apart right now. But I think I'll have some fun with you first. Danton didn't even look up. He was too busy cleaning his fingernails. So generous of you. Rose leveled his shining blade at Danton's throat and huffed. I was getting bored anyway. Consider yourself lucky. I'll be taking your head as a welcome home gift for the Marquis when he returns to this pile of ash. Danton drew his twin blades, a mocking grin on his face. Ooh, I'm shaking. Fine then, let's see if your sword is as sharp as your ego. High above, the enemy glared down with cold, murderous eyes. Down below, Doyun was gasping for air, sweat stinging his eyes. Jerry let out a cruel, mocking laugh. Your skills? Way better than I expected. But this is where your story ends. He gripped his sword tight, his voice dripping with arrogance. I sacrificed everything for this power. All so I could crush the kingdom's strongest swordmasters. And it wasn't cheap. Doyun's brow furrowed, his body tensing up like a coiled spring as Jerry kept rambling on and on. With the way Duke Raun's power was surging now, taking him down was going to be an absolute nightmare. Doyun's mind raced. He hadn't expected the guy to be this monstrous. Dark energy was literally leaking out of him, and Doyun watched his every move like a hawk. His sword skills weren't quite at the level of a swordmaster yet, but that wasn't the real problem. It was the way he wielded dark magic and sorcery with such insane precision, backed by a terrifying amount of mana. Doyun went silent, calculating his chances. But something was off. There was something else. A hidden, even more dangerous power lurking deep inside him. When Doyun didn't respond, Jerry started taunting him again. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Giving up already?" Doyun's hands tightened around his hilt. "Actually, I don't think you're the type to just quit." Suddenly, Doyun stood up straight, his voice turning ice cold. "Yeah, maybe everything really is over." Seeing Doyun like this, Jerry's mouth curled into a smirk. "Oh? What are you plotting now? Don't tell me you're actually planning to surrender like this." Doyun just scowled in annoyance. "Before we get to that, I've got one question. This power you mentioned, the one meant to kill swordmasters, what exactly is it?" A heavy silence hung in the air before Jerry's lips curled into a twisted smirk. "Curious, aren't you?" he asked, clearly savoring the look of pure shock on Dohyun's face. "I could tell you, but honestly, you wouldn't even understand it. This kind of power, it's only for those who have truly reached enlightenment." He stared down at his own palm, watching as thick, suffocating dark mana began to swirl and radiate outward. "That's right. Looking back, it's not that you seized this power, it's that you realize it was always there." Jerry's cryptic words only made Dohyun's eyes widen further in confusion. "Have you ever felt it? Duke Raun?" As he spoke, his dark energy surged, flooding the entire area with an oppressive weight. Jerry's eyes narrowed, staring right through Dohyun as if reading his soul. "Your spirit, your mana, it all becomes one with the world itself. A feeling like you are the world." Dohyun felt a cold shiver run down his spine. What the hell was this guy talking about? In the Kingdom of Ruben, swordmasters are the absolute pinnacle god-tier warriors who have transcended human limits to reach a realm of pure legend. They're incredibly rare, but even among those not officially recognized as masters, there are monsters with power that rivals them. A look of pure madness washed over Jerry's face. "How else do you think we can crush those freaks and seize the kingdom for ourselves? Standard dark magic and spells? They could never bridge that gap." Jerry paused, his gaze drifting towards something far beyond the room. "I spent years hunting for a greater power, performing experiment after experiment." Then, without warning, he burst into a chilling laugh. "Of course, a few lives had to be thrown into the meat grinder along the way. But hey, I'm truly grateful for their sacrifice." Dohyun's heart sank at Jerry's casual tone. Sacrifice? Was he talking about that place? Before Dohyun could even shout, Jerry looked up and roared. "Yes, in my relentless hunger for power, I received something like a prophecy, a revelation." Jerry's face twisted into a grotesque mask of obsession. "It told me that I and this world are tethered together, and that's why you're here." Suddenly, massive magic circles erupted around Dohyun, yanking him into the air and pinning him there like a puppet on broken strings. Jerry began to levitate too, slowly drifting toward the helpless young man. "Once I realized this truth, I could cast high-level dark magic I never even dreamed of before. Impressive, isn't it?" Dohyun struggled, trying to move even a finger, but it was no use. Damn it. His spiritual power was completely locked down. Was this magic designed to paralyze both the body and his abilities? Jerry formed a blade out of pure dark mana and stepped closer, one slow pace at a time. "Since mastering this power, I've been shattering my limits over and over. I can feel it. I'm becoming one with existence itself." Jerry didn't hesitate. He lunged, driving the dark blade forward. "To me, limits are a thing of the past." Dohyun gritted his teeth, bracing for the end when suddenly, a magic circle flared to life. Lavenna appeared, throwing up a desperate shield to block the strike. Jerry froze, staring in total disbelief at the interference. "No!" Dohyun screamed the moment he saw Lavenna. She didn't listen. Dohyun felt a surge of energy, and the resulting blast sent Jerry flying backward through the air. Jerry scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with shock. "How? How do you still have this much strength?" But Dohyun wasn't even looking at him. His eyes were fixed on Lavenna. Her body began to lose its physical form, turning light as a feather as she collapsed back into the book, which snapped shut instantly. Jerry stood there, casually brushing the dust off his clothes. That sealing spell should have worked perfectly. "How are you still standing?" Clutching his wounded shoulder, Dohyun rushed toward the book. "Are you okay?" Lavenna's voice drifted faintly from within the pages. "I'm fine. I just ran out of mana and got forcibly unsummoned." Dohyun's voice trembled. "Are you sure? Really?" Lavenna let out a worried sigh from inside the book. "But what now?" "I have to recover my mana in here, so I can't help you anymore." "Be careful. It's okay," Dohyun whispered, trying to reassure her. "You've done more than enough." Jerry meanwhile couldn't help but be impressed. Using high-level defensive magic in a situation like that? Honestly, I'm shocked. I guess I underestimated Duke Raun a bit. Jerry's confidence returned in an instant. But no matter. I'm starting to get bored with this little scuffle anyway. Jerry rose high into the air, dark mana erupting from his back like massive obsidian wings. Time to end this. Outside the tower, the rain continued to pour. Inside the palace, the king paced nervously. What was that sound? What in the world is happening out there? Jorah noticed his anxiety and spoke up. That was likely Duke Raun. He's leading the First Night Order against the enemy as we speak. For a sound that loud to reach us here, the battle must be absolute chaos. Kay, unable to sit still, started heading for the door. I'm going out there to fight too, Kay called out to the old man, who stopped and turned with a deadly serious expression. The First Night Order is holding the line against the rebels alone. We promised to stand with them, we can't just watch from the sidelines. Jorah watched Kay in silence, his heart heavy. Even if it's my time to go, I'm going to die right beside my commander. Seeing Kay about to leave, Jorah gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes burning with resolve. Wait, I'm coming with you, let's finish this. Back out on the streets of the capital, the rain soaked into every corner, streaming off rooftops and turning the roads into silver rivers. Suddenly, a voice whispered through the storm. The rain has stopped, hasn't it? His cold gaze swept over the broken bodies littering the ground. Fighting this way might be easier, but the challenge? Gone. Dragging his blade through the dirt, the survivor spat a curse. Damn it, you're a literal monster. Still trying to play the hero? Hussein's voice boomed with pure irritation. You actually think you can still fight? Pathetic. He glanced toward Bernard's unit. Typical Aston knights, always high on chivalry, always choosing a stupid, honorable death. As he paced past them, his words left the group completely speechless. Look, useless trash like you won't change the plan. But hey, there's always an exception to the rule. He stopped dead in front of Nakia, the alchemist. Her small frame was trembling, but Hussein didn't see a girl, he saw a future problem. A massive threat that could ruin everything for them later on. Nakia gritted her teeth, staring him down with pure defiance. Like every other Aston fool, she wasn't about to surrender. Better to rip this weed out right now. Hussein raised his sword, no hesitation. I'll make this quick. Suddenly, clang. Joss lunged from behind with a desperate roar. A slight flicker of surprise crossed Hussein's face, but he effortlessly parried the strike. Joss dug his heels in, trying to overpower the monster. Hussein just looked at him with sheer disgust. Seriously? You can still move? The strength behind the boy's strike was real. Steel ground against steel, screaming in the night air. Not bad, but before Joss could even blink, Hussein shoved. Hard. Joss went flying, slamming into the earth with a sickening thud. Hussein stepped forward, a literal god of death. Wait, I remember you. A dark realization hit Hussein. The mercenary who embarrassed Roy at the ceremony. His expression twisted into something truly demonic. You dragged the Ronin name through the mud. It's time to settle that debt. He pulled his sword back for the finishing blow. A commoner dying by my hand? Consider it an honor. Joss gritted his teeth, waiting for the end. He swung. Boom. A sudden figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking the lethal strike. Joss's eyes went wide. No way. Hussein's jaw nearly hit the floor as he looked at the man who just stopped him. You. Hussein's eyes bulged. This wasn't just anyone, it was the captain of the Holy Knights, Medarier. Medarier looked as calm as a still lake. It's been a while, Duke Randon. Not since the national anniversary, actually. His eyes were locked on Hussein, a reunion through the clash of blades. Hussein's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be leading the Holy Knights at the northern border? Medarier didn't blink. I was. Until the royal decree came and I turned my horse around. With a powerful surge, Medarier shoved the Duke back. Hussein scoffed, gripping his sword tighter. Well, I guess we didn't account for High Priest Jerry's foresight. Medarier watched him approach, his face like stone. That whole undead army at the north report? Something felt off from the start. A disaster that big would have triggered a divine omen way sooner. Hussein raised an eyebrow. So you abandoned your post and raced back to the capital? Only a Holy Knight captain would be that crazy. Ignoring him, Medarier turned to the man nearby. You're the vice captain of the 1st Division, right? Sir Philip. The man nodded quickly. Yes, Captain. That's me. Medarier's voice was firm. The Holy Knights are heading for the Imperial Palace. Go. Join them now. Medarier's blade suddenly erupted into a brilliant, searing flame. I'll handle things here. Hussein just smirked that arrogant, punchable grin. Always the showman, aren't you? Dark, oppressive energy began to bleed from Hussein's own weapon. Right in the heart of the capital, two master swordsmen were about to collide. Do you have any idea what this is going to do? Hussein leveled his blade, eyes narrowing as their auras clashed. The sheer pressure was already cracking the pavement. This entire district will be flattened. But hey, if that's what you want, let's dance. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. No, that would be a massive disaster. Hussein's face soured. No? He turned, his eyes searching the shadows. Then, the moonlight caught an old, familiar face. Sage Grey. Hussein's teeth ground together at the sight of him. Sage Grey. Even you crawled back to the capital? I guess Jerry's plan is officially a dumpster fire. Gray pulled back his hood, letting out a heavy, weary sigh. The failure is ours. We didn't stop this tragedy soon enough. And so many have already paid with their lives. Gray stepped forward, his voice grave. Duke Randon is right about one thing. 2 masters clashing in the middle of the city? The collateral damage would be unthinkable. Too many innocent lives are at stake. Hewson's face twisted in fury. Then Gray added the final blow. And if I join this fight? Well, the devastation won't even be up for debate. Gray gathers his demonic energy into a concentrated circle, realizing this meaningless war is yielding absolutely nothing. His entire body is now engulfed in a swirling vortex of dark power. So, how about we pull back for now and settle this another day? Wouldn't that be the smarter move here? Marquis Husson's face contorts, veins popping as he grinds his teeth in silence. After a tense moment, he finally speaks, catching everyone completely off guard. You're right. Your presence here means the other Night Orders are likely on their way back as well. With that, Husson slides his sword back into its sheath. Staying here any longer clearly isn't going to favor him. He turns on his heel and walks away, completely ignoring the stunned gazes fixed on his back. I'll give you this much respect: you managed to turn a perfect plan into a total failure. Husson's eyes flash with a dangerous, vengeful red light. But wait, it might not be a total loss just yet. On the other side of the battlefield, Raun's hand twitches slightly against the dirt. His body hasn't moved an inch, and his clothes are nothing but tattered rags. He just lies there, motionless, leaving everyone wondering if he's even still alive. Lavenna calls out, her voice trembling with worry. Raun? Raun, please? You have to wake up. Seeing him still unresponsive only makes her panic spiral. Standing high above, Jerry looks down with pure contempt. Raun Aston, you really were the biggest thorn in my side. He lets out a chilling, twisted laugh. If it wasn't for Raun, this entire plan would have been finished 10 times faster and with 0 complications. You actually worked pretty hard, and I'll admit, your observation skills are sharp. I'll give you credit for that. Jerry keeps rambling, totally unaware that Raun is slowly regaining consciousness. But no matter how smart you are, you're just the youngest son of some backwater count. You've hit your limit. He spreads his arms wide, and a surge of eerie blue energy begins to coil around him like a predator. To someone like me, someone evolving and becoming one with this world, any resistance from a fly like you is just pathetic. Lavenna is losing it. Just hold on, Raun. I'm coming to get you out of there. Why is this taking so long? Jerry extends his hand, that dark energy intensifying even further. Such a shame, young Master Raun. If you weren't my enemy, the Empire would have killed for talent like yours. His gaze turns cold and murderous. But out of respect for your effort, I'll end this quickly and leave absolutely nothing behind. The blue energy morphs into vicious snakes, lunging straight for Raun. Lavenna screams in terror, but suddenly, a massive, invisible shockwave erupts from exactly where Raun is lying. Those energy snakes, blown apart instantly. The force is so violent that even the nearby castle starts to shake to its very foundations. Zorat and Tree just stand there, completely stunned. What was that? Was that the sound of Raun fighting? Zorat looks back, nodding slowly as the realization hits. Looks like it. A shockwave that massive could only come from some seriously high-level magic. Tree can't help but wonder just what kind of monster is he up against. Meanwhile, a massive crater has formed where Raun was lying, thick blue smoke rising from the ground. Jerry smirks, satisfied that there's not even a speck of dust left. But right in the middle of his gloating, he freezes. Somehow, Raun is already standing right behind him. Well, this is definitely cleaner. Jerry spins around, his face pale with absolute horror. Without a second of hesitation, Raun buries a massive fist right into Jerry's face. He didn't even see it coming. What? How? How are you still alive? Jerry's voice cracks in pure terror as Raun steps forward, his eyes radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. Elsewhere, Danton and Jose are locked in a tense standoff. Suddenly, Danton lunges forward, his blade a blur as he strikes. Jose manages to parry with his sword, but his strength is clearly fading. Gritting his teeth, he desperately shoves Danton's blade away. Danton gets knocked back, but he recovers instantly, planting his feet and charging right back into the fray. Jose panics, throwing his sword up to block, but Danton's strike sends him reeling. He retreats a few steps, huffing in pure frustration. "You arrogant little brat," Jose screams, swinging his sword wildly, but Danton just responds with a calm, confident smirk. In an instant, a flurry of sword after images fills the air. Watching from the side, 1 and 0 can't help but comment. Wait, what is this? That captain of the guard is struggling way more than I expected. Honestly, it's kind of pathetic to watch. With a guy like that in charge, it's no wonder this kingdom's defenses were so easy to break through. Marco, however, is feeling a bit more anxious. Sure, Captain Jose might have used his family name to climb the ranks, but he's still technically one of the top-tier elite warriors. Watching Danton gear up for his next move, Marco can't help but feel a surge of genuine admiration. Young Master Danton, I had no idea he was this powerful. One heavy strike from Danton sends Jose flying back. Damn it, you annoying little pest. Jose barks. Danton takes a breath. He talks big, but he's definitely not a total pushover. I guess he didn't get that rank for nothing. His eyes sharpen. He knows he can't back down now. He has to hold this line and keep their forces distracted as long as possible. Jose's hands are shaking, his voice dripping with pure rage. You little piece of trash. You think you can play games with me? I'm ending this in one shot. But just as he's about to strike, a massive explosion rips through the air behind him, stopping him cold. He turns around, completely bewildered. What now? Even Danton is caught off guard by the blast. That's when a soldier comes sprinting toward them in a panic. Captain, we have a major problem, the soldier screams. The Holy Knight Order. They've returned to the capital. They're already storming the main gate. The bulk of our forces are concentrated at the rear. If this keeps up, we won't hold out for long. Jose's eyes widened, realization hitting him with pure, cold horror. The Holy Knights. Marco, standing just behind him, felt his heart skip a beat. If the Holy Knights were here, then could it be? Was Medeiros actually on the battlefield? He let out a sharp, relieved breath. At least there was one sharp-witted old man left in this mess. A soldier nearby asked, voice trembling with anxiety. Sir, what's the plan? What should we do? The captain was just as frantic, his composure crumbling by the second. You're asking what to do? We abandon the city, retreat from the capital immediately, and get word to the Empire right now. Joss spun around in a flash, his voice cutting through the chaos. Backup is our top priority. As for you, kid, we'll settle this another day. Consider yourself lucky to be breathing. And don't forget, tell the Sword Duke that I'm still very much alive. He let out a cold, mocking smirk as he turned to leave. Ha, that mouth of yours is tougher than your hide. Watch your step on the way out, old man. Wouldn't want you to trip. Joss ignored the jab, barked out orders, and hurried off. Damn it, get to the front lines. Everyone, move it. Dan Chin stood frozen for a second, a shiver running down his spine. The Holy Knights were here. Taking back the Imperial City was only a matter of time now, but his mind kept drifting back to Doyun. He couldn't shake the worry. Raun, what was that guy actually up to? Back at the heart of the storm, the tension was suffocating. Jerry kept a wary eye on Doyun, but the boy's gaze was like ice cold, sharp, and locked onto his target. Jerry managed to steady himself, his voice dripping with that same old arrogant disdain. Still moving, huh? I'll give you this, you're one stubborn brat. Swirls of dark blue energy began to surge from his hands again. But it doesn't matter. The more you struggle, the more satisfying it'll be when I finally crush you into the dirt. Jerry let out a mocking laugh, his eyes scanning Doyun's empty hands. Wait, you actually plan on facing me without a sword? Seriously? Tell you what, I'll be generous. I'll give you a few seconds to go pick up your toy. But before the words could even leave Jerry's mouth, Doyun vanished, reappearing right in his face. Boom! A single, devastating punch sent Jerry flying backward like a rag doll. That dark blue energy flickered, desperately trying to condense back into a blade. How dare you? Jerry screamed, his rage boiling over. Doyun's eyes flared with a strange light as sparks of electricity danced across his skin. Jerry swung his sword with everything he had, only to slice through a fading afterimage. Jerry looked up, his jaw dropping in pure shock as he saw Doyun hovering in midair. The kid was actually manipulating divine power to change his trajectory right in the middle of the sky. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted, wrapping around Doyun like a shroud. He tightened his fist, the air around him screaming, and then he slammed a massive strike straight down onto Jerry. Completely overwhelmed, Jerry's mind was reeling. This was impossible. This was insane. Sensing the shift in the tide, he scrambled backward in a panic, while Doyun landed on the ground as light as a feather. Jerry was physically shaking now, a toxic mix of fury and genuine fear visible in his eyes. How? How could this be happening? What is this? Where is this power coming from? His voice was cracked, filled with total disbelief. How do you still have this much energy left? You were supposed to be exhausted. You were at your limit. So how? Doyun didn't say a word. He just stared Jerry down with eyes as sharp as a razor's edge. Outside, the first faint streaks of dawn were beginning to bleed across the sky. But inside the castle? The life and death struggle was only getting started. Jerry spat out a curse, his frustration reaching a breaking point. Damn it. Doyun, on the other hand, remained unnervingly calm, looking like he hadn't even broken a sweat. Meanwhile, Laven was desperately struggling inside that cursed book. After what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to tear herself free. She gasped for air, turning back with a look of pure relief. She was finally out. Where's Raun? Laven's eyes darted around until they landed on the brutal clash between Jerry and Doyun. Her heart sank as she watched the sheer intensity of the fight. She saw the deadly seriousness on Doyun's face. And for a moment, Laven hesitated. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her. Was Raun really about to do it? Doyun stepped forward and threw another punch that sent his opponent reeling. Jerry stumbled back, cursing under his breath. To hell with this. Doyun landed silently, his expression completely blank. Jerry struggled to find his footing, his mind racing. How was this possible? How could this guy still be tapping into this kind of power? Explain yourself, Jerry roared, his confusion turning into madness. You were on the brink of death, and now you're suddenly stronger? What kind of cheap trick is this? Suddenly, it hit him. Jerry looked down at his own palms, watching the blue-black aura swirl around his fingers. A dark, twisted smile spread across his face. Ah, I see. I get it now. He looked up at Doyun, his voice dropping to a low hiss. I didn't realize you had a little helper of your own. You're just like me, aren't you? Jerry's voice rose with a manic sort of excitement. Lord Raun, I knew it. I knew there had to be someone else in this world like me. You felt it, haven't you? That raw, intoxicating power. He was practically vibrating with excitement now. That's why you can pull off these miracles. Because you and I, we're the same breed. Doyun stayed silent, but that only seemed to fuel Jerry's obsession even more. Lord Raun, tell me you understand. That feeling of being perfectly connected to the world itself. Like the world is literally feeding you its strength. I become the world, and the world becomes me, until finally, we are one. Doyun finally spoke, his voice calm and terrifyingly steady. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, that's just my assimilation rate. Jerry blinked, the words not making any sense to him. Wait, what? Doyun casually rolled his wrist, explaining it like he was talking about the weather. The assimilation rate. It's just a numerical value that shows how deep your connection is to the system. It's basically a power scale. Jerry's face went completely blank. He repeated the word like it was a foreign language. The system? Doyun stepped forward, his pace slow and deliberate. It's that feeling when the system and your own consciousness merge into one. It makes you feel like you're part of the world. Honestly, it's pretty rare for an NPC like you to experience that. Laven, listening from the sidelines, could only whisper his name in confusion. Raun? Jerry's face twisted in rage as he let out a guttural scream. NPC? System? What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? But Doyun didn't even blink. He just ignored the outburst completely. Actually, I should thank you, Doyun continued, his eyes turning cold enough to freeze blood. Thanks to you, I finally realized something incredibly important. Ever since I woke up in this world, my assimilation rate has been sitting at exactly 100%. The problem is, I just haven't been utilizing it. Until now. Jerry screamed in pure frustration. What are you even talking about? A system? What the hell is that supposed to be? Completely ignoring the man's frantic shouting, Doyun slowly reached his hand out toward Jerry. Suddenly, Jerry's entire body went rigid as he was hoisted into the air. Impossible. He panicked, desperately trying to use his power to break free from the invisible grip. What's the matter? Doyun asked, his voice calm and steady as he stepped forward. Even though I've decided to treat this world like my new game, there's no reason to give up the perks I can get from playing one. His hand tightened. Getting too immersed in a game or even reality is never a good thing. Jerry's face began to twist with pure terror. Then, Doyun dropped a line dripping with cold mockery. Actually, thank you. Thanks for reminding me who I really am. Jerry was speechless with fear, staring at Doyun. Without hesitation, Doyun launched a punch that sent him flying back, causing Jerry to cough up a spray of blood. But before he could get far, pale blue energy tendrils snared him tight. Without a single word, Doyun yanked Jerry back toward him like a puppet on a string. The villain struggled to escape, but it was useless. Doyun's hand clamped onto Jerry's head, slamming it violently into the stone floor. Jerry groaned in agony, his hand trembling as he reached out into the empty air. A moment later, he let out a rage-filled scream, shattering the energy bonds and shoving Doyun back. Laven watched from the sidelines, tension rising, while Doyun landed gracefully on his feet. Jerry scrambled up, his voice thick with contempt. A grand plan. Every detail meticulously calculated. You think it's all going to crumble because of a green brat like you? His expression turned manic. What are you even blabbering about? No matter what you say, you can't stop what we've set in motion. Our plan is absolute. Jerry's grin widened, his confidence surging. This kingdom will fall to the Empire. Soon, it will be swallowed by our flag and the dark energy of the Empire itself. He shouted his grand declaration. Your family and your knights, they'll be crushed into the dirt. A permanent laughingstock. It's a shame you won't be alive to see it because you're dying right here. But Doyun's irritated voice cut right through Jerry's monologue. Skip, just skip it all. He ran a hand through his hair, sighing. Man, these non-player character dialogue scripts are exhausting. I already know the quest details, so give it a rest. Doyun threw out a blatant provocation. Stop the talking and just fight. Honestly, fighting you is the only fun part left. His fist was quickly blocked by Jerry. Both were now locked in a high-stakes, deadly exchange of blows. Suddenly, several sharp, spectral hands erupted from Jerry's back, lunging at Doyun. With lightning reflexes, Doyun swung his hand around, pale blue light pooling in his palm. Just as the spectral hand struck the ground where Doyun had been standing a second ago, he leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the blow. Then snakes with gaping maws lunged at him. Jerry screamed, "You think you can escape?" Doyun didn't flinch. He swung his arms, building momentum and charging his power. Then, with a barrage of strikes, he shattered those snakes into nothing. Jerry froze in shock. "What?" Doyun clenched his fist as that pale blue glow swirled around his arm. Jerry realized the blue energy was surrounding him, and his heart sank. Suddenly, the very ground beneath him rose up, hoisting him into the air. Doyun's eyes locked on his target, his cold fist ready. The impact snapped Jerry's head back, sending him reeling. His body slammed into the stone floor, leaving a massive crater. Doyun landed softly right beside him. Doyun stared down with cold, calculating eyes. Even in his pathetic state, Jerry forced a smirk. "I never thought it would end like this. I believed this was a perfect plan. I calculated every single variable, every possibility. And yet, it falls apart because of some border count's youngest son." He looked at his trembling hands, his voice dripping with bitter irony. "I could have used these hands to bring the kingdom to its knees and plant the Empire's flag." Suddenly, Doyun asked a question. "But why? Why do you even have that ambition?" Jerry blinked, dazed. "What?" Doyun looked down at him, repeating the words. "Why the ambition? What made you want to destroy the kingdom and hand it to the Empire?" Jerry screamed in fury. "Now you're curious? Of course. It's because—" Doyun cut him off, his voice filled with mockery. "Because of what? You can't even say it, can you? Why can't you talk about how your ambition started?" Before Jerry could even breathe, Doyun gave the answer himself. "It's because there was no reason to begin with." Jerry's stunned face was all the confirmation Doyun needed. This entire story, it's just a script for a beta test version of the game. No matter how detailed the world of Chronicles of Chaos is, it can't replicate the deep psychology of a short-term non-player character like you. Laven listened in silence, sensing the hollow truth. Doyun grit his teeth, his expression darkening with anger. "But regardless of the reason, it doesn't mean I'll forgive you." Thinking of those who had fallen, he spoke through clenched teeth. "Too many people have been sacrificed because of you. They lost their loved ones. They lived in agonizing fear and pain. They lost their homes and everything they cared about, left to rot in misery." Ignoring Jerry's look of absolute terror, Doyun continues his chilling narration. "From the very second I woke up in this mess, I made a choice." His voice drops to a freezing cold temperature. "I decided to accept this world as my reality. And that means I'll never forgive anyone trying to destroy the world I've sworn to protect." Jerry's hands are visibly shaking against the cold stone floor as he stammers out a desperate question. "Who? Just who the hell are you?" Seeing Doyun's fist pulled back and ready to launch, Jerry loses it, screaming in pure panic. "What kind of monster are you?" Doyun doesn't even blink. "I'm a player," he says, his voice flat and calm. Then bam! He buries his fist right into Jerry's face. The impact is insane. A shockwave rips through the room, shattering the floor into a million pieces. Jerry's hand twitches for a second before he goes completely still. Finally, Doyun lets out a long, heavy breath. Sunlight begins to flood the hall as Doyun stands alone in the center. The legendary Phantom West, finally defeated. He takes a slow step back from the unconscious Jerry. A massive wave of relief washes over him. It's finally over. But his mind is racing. Even though he knew a rebellion was coming, the timing was completely off. Nothing went according to plan. It happened in a way he never saw coming, and honestly, it was way too close for comfort. He stares down at his own hands, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Did his actions actually screw up the original JNIC script? Looking out at the bright morning sky, he hardens his resolve. It doesn't matter. There's no more room for fear. He tightens his grip, realizing he needs to be better prepared and 10 times stronger. He has to expand his influence before that day arrives. His face is set in stone. This is only the beginning. Right then, a very excited Lavenna flies over to him. "Raun, you actually did it. You won. That was incredible." Doyun turns around to see her eyes glowing with pure admiration. "Honestly, when you went down earlier, I thought we were finished. Why didn't you use that power from the start? Why hide it?" He looks away, his voice returning to that steady, even tone. "Look, I wasn't exactly trying to keep it a secret." Turning his back to her, he starts to explain. "I think it's time I told you the truth anyway. I can't keep this a secret forever. About who I really..." But then, his body suddenly tilts to the side. He collapses straight onto the floor, sending Lavenna into a total panic. "Raun, what's wrong? Are you okay?" She freezes for a second, realization hitting her as the soft morning light dances over Doyun's motionless body. She looks out the window and whispers, "It's morning already." Seeing him fast asleep from pure exhaustion, she can't help but let out a relieved little laugh. She gently brushes her hand against his cheek, her voice turning incredibly soft. I have so many questions for you, but I guess they can wait. Sitting down beside him, she watches over him with a tender look. You worked hard today. And just like that, the long night is finally over. The nightmare of the rebellion and the Imperial House's interference vanishes like it never happened the moment the sun peaks over the horizon. From the brutal D+ rank gate subjugation to the desperate battle against the traitors, that long, violent day finally comes to a close. Just like Lavenna predicted, Doyun was completely burned out. Ken and Prince Jorath found him shortly after he passed out. He wasn't the only one either. Philip, Jack, Joss, and Nakia, all of them were in the exact same boat. They pushed themselves way past their limits. As soon as the sun came up, the entire group collapsed and ended up sleeping for 3 whole days straight. The king was saved, but the relief was short-lived as he fell seriously ill. His health was already failing, and the shock of the uprising was just too much for his heart to handle. But the thing that hurt him the most? The soul-crushing realization that the leader of the rebels was his own third son. Once the Holy Knights arrived, Doyun and the group rushed back to the capital. But by then, most of the rebel forces had already cleared out. Now, the nobles are absolutely losing their minds. Desperate to prove they weren't involved in the coup, they're scrambling to send money and supplies to the royal court. Slowly but surely, the kingdom and the capital of Triumph, which had been drowning in total chaos, start to pull themselves back together. Fast forward a few days to the royal palace. Inside, Prince Jorath stands tall in front of Doyun and the rest of the crew. He speaks up, addressing the third son of Count Aston and the captain of the First Knight Order. His name is announced with the highest level of formality, Raun Aston. Jorath continues, his voice booming through the hall. You have crushed the rebels, threatening our land, protected the royal family, and ensured the safety of our people. You have brought immense glory to the knights of this kingdom. With a dead serious expression, he adds, therefore, acting on behalf of His Majesty, I, 6th Prince Najarat Reuven, officially recognize your legendary achievements. Without missing a beat, Jorath makes the big announcement. Raun is being promoted to the rank of Viscount. Not only that, but he's being granted his own territory and a massive mansion right in the capital to ensure his continued loyalty to the throne. It's been 6 months since he left the Aston estate to join the academy, and finally, Doyun has built a rock-solid foundation for himself. On that same day, another high-stakes meeting is called. Sitting at the head of the table, Jorath looks around. Despite the chaos, I'm grateful you all could make it. He gets straight to the point, mentioning that because the king is still bedridden, things are a bit different. I have to host this ceremony in his place, so I ask for your understanding regarding any shortcomings on my part. Melvin, the head of the Aston family, scoffs. We didn't even join the fight, so what is there to say? It's just embarrassing at this point. Meanwhile, the head of the Tempeton family stays silent with his arms crossed, while Marquis R looks on, clearly confused by the whole situation. A low-level clerk from the Ministry of Internal Affairs actually planned a massive rebellion? Seriously? How did everyone in the department miss the warning signs? Hold on. There's no way a minor official pulled off a stunt like this all by himself. Midari speaks up, dropping a total bombshell. The third prince, the Randon nobility, and even the Empire itself were all in on the plot. This wasn't just a simple coup, it was a full-scale invasion orchestrated by the Empire. We need to call it what it really is, an act of war, not just a civil conflict. The head of the Marnio family crosses his arms, looking completely disgusted. It's a total disgrace the 5 great families were played like puppets by the Empire. Gray sits there in stony silence, his expression growing more grave as the weight of the situation sinks in. The capital took a massive hit, but the academy didn't escape the chaos either. Many of their elite students actually turned traitor and joined the rebels. Then, he cracks a faint smile. Still, there is a silver lining. The hero who stepped up and crushed the rebellion? He's an academy man too. Everyone turns their gaze toward Raun. Lord Raun, as the one who led the charge against the rebel forces. What's your take on all this? Please, share your thoughts. Raun remains perfectly calm as he prepares to speak his mind. I didn't stop this rebellion alone, he says firmly. We won because the members of the First Knight Order and the Kingdom's soldiers fought until the very end. Raun's voice turns sharp and commanding. Instead of obsessing over everything we lost in this mess, I think it's time we focus on what we still have left. He continues, his gaze intense. That's the only way we'll be truly prepared for the threats that are inevitably coming our way. Raun can't help but glance at his father, who's beaming with pride in the background. Jet nods enthusiastically. Exactly. Well said, my son. Lord Raun is absolutely right. The Empire is staying quiet for now, but make no mistake, the war has already begun. Raun explains the situation before making a direct demand. The kingdom is weak right now and facing a massive crisis. I expect the 5 great families to step up and be the shield that protects our home with everything you've got. Raun goes silent, but his mind is racing. The Empire is a threat, sure, but the real problem? That lies somewhere else entirely. The true chaos is only just beginning. Meanwhile, A figure in a black cloak wanders the streets, sounding way too excited for a war zone. This is seriously insane. Il-Wu's eyes sparkle with pure wonder. Is this really what it's like inside the game? Right then, a system window pops up. Update complete. The open beta for the Connect system is officially live. Il-Wu looks around, jaw dropping. This isn't just a game. It feels like he's actually stepped into a living, breathing world. Meet Kim Il-Wu, 25 years old. His totally average life finally caught a lucky break not too long ago. He managed to score a spot as a beta tester for the newest virtual reality sensation, the Connect system. People in the community were calling the high-tech capsule a scam or some weird human experiment straight out of a sci-fi movie. He only tried it out of pure curiosity. But the second he put on those glasses, boom, he was teleported to a completely alien world. A notification flares up in front of him. Welcome to the world of night. Would you like to connect now? You bet. This isn't a scam or a conspiracy, it's something way bigger. This game is more than just VR, it's reality. Il-Wu looks around in a daze, making the surrounding NPCs give him some very confused looks. The feeling of the breeze and even the smells are unbelievably real. Every side character he passes feels like a living person. Il-Wu looks ahead, feeling a bit nervous. If the senses are this sharp, does that mean he'll feel pain too? That's a terrifying thought. Suddenly, a man stands on a high platform to address the crowd. Welcome, travelers. I am Genelot, the mayor of the free city of Mira. He shouts to the masses, Mira welcomes you all. Il-Wu tilts his head. Did he just trigger a major event the second he logged in? Doesn't look like a tutorial. Genelot continues his speech. I'm sure you've all heard the news by now, right? The massive rebellion that broke out in the capital. Il-Wu rubs his chin. A rebellion? So this is how the main scenario starts? The mayor raises his hands, his voice booming with pride. The situation is unprecedented, and people are worried. I know. But I am here to tell you, our kingdom stands as strong as ever. And we owe it all to the pride of our city, the hero who crushed the rebels, Viscount Raun Aston, and his legendary First Night Order. The citizens erupt into cheers. Genelot smiles down at them. So rest easy and enjoy everything our free city has to offer. Up on the stage, the mayor is feeling pretty emotional. It's been a while since he got a reaction like that. He definitely made the right choice by siding with Lord Raun. Il-Wu's interest is piqued. The First Night Order, huh? Sounds like they play a massive role in this world. They've got to be tied directly to the main quest line. He can't help but wonder about this guy. Raun Aston. Just what kind of man is he? Back at the mansion, Melvin is losing it, pinching Raun's cheeks with a massive grin. You adorable little brat, you did it, you actually did it. It feels like just yesterday you were begging to join the academy, and now look at you. You've brought true honor to our entire family. Doyun just shrugged it off, claiming it was nothing but pure luck. But Doyun leaned in, his voice dropping. Father, what's the plan for the Randon clan now? Every last member of the Randons in the capital has been rounded up, even their side branches. Melvin just stood there, looking completely dazed by the scale of it all. I see. Melvin rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Ultimately, their fate is in the king's hands. But honestly, most of them will probably just walk away with a slap on the wrist. Melvin continued, explaining that the true masterminds behind the betrayal had already fled, seeking asylum in the Empire. The ones left behind weren't really involved in the uprising. Still, Melvin's voice was laced with worry. To be safe, we've got to keep them under house arrest at the very least. His father nodded solemnly. It was the only way. But then, Doyun cut in. We should probably put Viscount Jen's house under surveillance too. That name hit Melvin like a ton of bricks. He froze. Viscount Jen? You mean, my own brother? Melvin blinked, struggling to process it. Wait, you're talking about your uncle's family? Dohyun's expression turned stone cold. He explained that Jen had been moving in the shadows, using Baron Gender as a middleman to stay in constant contact with the Minister of Interior, the man who pulled the strings of the rebellion. Even if he didn't show his face in public, there's a massive chance Viscount Jen was playing a part in this coup behind the scenes. Silence fell over the room. It was a heavy thought. Doyun finally spoke up. He's right, Father. Things have been quiet for years, but we can't take any chances. We need to verify this. Melvin let out a long breath and slowly nodded his head in agreement. Fine. Dion, you stay here and focus on keeping an eye on the rebels' families. Then, Melvin turned his gaze toward Doyun, his youngest. His voice was soft, but his eyes, pure pride. This boy. The one he thought was still just a child. When did he grow up to be this impressive? I don't have to worry about you anymore, Melvin said warmly. The kingdom is going to need you more than ever. Go out there and fulfill your role. Doyun gave a confident smirk. You got it, Father. Suddenly, Rudo stepped into the room, whispering a quick reminder. Viscount Raun, the prince is waiting for you. Doyun snapped back to reality. Right, I'm on my way. Before leaving, he gave a respectful bow. I'll be going then, father. Please, stay safe on the road. Melvin just told him to take care of his health. Without a second's hesitation, Doyun turned and marched out. Melvin watched him go, thinking to himself that his son finally looked like a man who could lead. Doyun smiled beside him, echoing the thought. He really has changed, hasn't he? He watched the door for a moment, a hint of lingering emotion in his eyes. To think, the youngest was the first one to warn them about their own uncle. The kid who used to be so frail, both in body and spirit. This transformation was just unbelievable. Suddenly, Melvin turned back to Doyun, his face getting serious again. But we can't just dump everything on the youngest, can we? Melvin frowned. If they let Do-hyun handle the uncle, he'd stand out too much, and the burden would be way too heavy. Then there's only one other way, Doyun replied, catching his father's drift immediately. Father, are you thinking about him? Melvin nodded. Exactly. Go find my second son. Find Lauren. Elsewhere, Prince Jorat let out a massive sigh. Facing the heads of the 4 great families is no joke. Just being in the same room as them makes me feel like I'm being crushed. Do-hyun, sitting right next to him, tried to ease the tension. They're all your loyal subjects, Prince. You don't need to stress over them so much. Jorat waved his hands frantically, looking embarrassed. Raun, please, can you stop with the formal tone? It's killing me. Right now, we're just classmates and friends from the academy, Jorat said, awkward as ever. So seriously, quit being so stiff with me. Do-hyun let out a small laugh. Sounds like you've been through the ringer today. Jorat's voice dipped, turning a bit melancholy. Honestly, I don't even know how to thank you. As a prince, it's pretty shameful that I'm relying on you for everything. Do-hyun wasn't having it. What are you talking about? You fought right alongside us against the rebels. You did everything a prince was supposed to do. Jorat gave a weak smile. Thanks for saying that, man. He stared down at his tea, his mind clearly elsewhere. But, do you think the people in the capital see it that way too? Before Do-hyun could even answer, Jorat started spiraling. Because the royal family was incompetent, so many people got dragged into this. People were killed, injured, and lost their homes. And the one who started it all? Someone from the royal family itself. His voice was thick with guilt. They probably want to throw stones at us. Do-hyun stayed quiet, just listening. Then, a small smile played on his lips as he stood up. Really? You think that's what they're thinking? Do-hyun's eyes sparked with an idea. If you're that curious, why don't you go see for yourself? Let's go check the pulse of the city. The next morning at the castle, soft sunlight was streaming through the stained glass windows. The Marquis stood with his back turned, arms crossed, radiating a cold, intimidating energy. You really have a knack for surprising me. Before Danton could even breathe, his father kept going. I always knew you were a bit reckless, but I never expected you to try and dodge a direct order from the king himself. Danton made a face and let out a dramatic sigh. The order was for the family, not specifically me, right? Honestly, me being gone won't change a thing. It's not like the world stops turning just because I'm not there. Hearing that, the Marquis gritted his teeth and whipped around, glaring at his son. But in the end, he just let out a defeated sigh. He looked Danton straight in the eye, his gaze unwavering. I sent you to that academy to learn one thing, and one thing only: discipline. Since you carry the Tempeton name, you must learn the weight of honor and duty. The Marquis slowly shifted his gaze toward the family flag, his voice heavy with expectation. I refuse to let anyone look down on you just because you're the Sword Duke's grandson. If you want respect, you have to seize it yourself. Danton lowered his head, avoiding the Marquis's piercing stare while remaining dead silent. The old man shot him a meaningful, sideways glance. The Marquis's next words left Danton completely baffled, but it seemed all that secret effort hadn't gone to waste after all. Noticing Danton's shocked expression, the Marquis explained. Word reached me that you were directly involved in that gate destruction mission. When I heard you stood alone to shield the civilians, facing the rebels single-handedly to save the people, I honestly couldn't believe my own ears. A flicker of rare pride danced in the Marquis's eyes. The boy who never volunteered for anything within the family was apparently a total firebrand out in the real world. Danton blushed, awkwardly scratching his head and looking away. Really? The Marquis muttered in a low, gravelly tone. Because you acted on your own, the Tempeton honor actually survived with some dignity intact. Even with a slight frown, a small smile tugged at the Marquis's lips. You did well, boy. Truly commendable. A faint chuckle escaped him, while Danton stayed quiet, soaking it in. The Marquis turned away with a long, weary sigh. Perhaps giving the boy his freedom was the best move for both him and the clan. Danton stood stunned as the Marquis continued. If you feel suffocated under the family's protection, then I won't force you to play the role of a noble heir anymore. After a tense silence, the old man slowly dropped a life-changing proposal. Perhaps Prince Raun's first night squad is a better fit for a free spirit like you. The Marquis slowly turned his back, looking like a silent mountain. If you want to follow him, I won't stop you. Think it over, this might be the only way to prepare for what's coming next. Danton's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his mouth hanging open. What's coming next? What did that mean? The Marquis looked up, his voice turning cold. After this failed rebellion, the Empire will give up on trying to rot our kingdom from the inside. It's highly likely they are preparing for a full-scale, all-out war. And you can bet those exiled rebels who fled to the Empire will be leading the charge. After hearing that, Danton was left speechless. The Marquis's fingers tapped rhythmically against his desk, as if he were calculating 1,000 moves ahead. If the day comes when the Empire finally confronts us face to face, the Marquis's small smile vanished completely. His face turned stone cold, radiating an aura of pure steel. In that moment, it was clear the Sword Duke would never sit idly by while his kingdom burned. The scene shifts to a pristine white castle where a group of recruits are training their hearts out. Homer was right there, correcting every single sword stroke with precision. No, watch your grip. When you hold the blade, your right hand should... Suddenly, Homer froze, spotting someone in the distance. Raun and his companion approached the training grounds. Everyone's working hard, I see. Homer scrambled to attention. Master, you're here. Homer rushed forward to greet them. Prince Geralt. What brings your highness all the way out here? Geralt shook his head with a casual wave. Don't mind me. I'm just here for a visit as a fellow academy student. Doyun huffed, hands on his hips. Besides, these new recruits don't even recognize me as a prince yet. Let's keep it that way, just act like you don't know me. Homer nodded quickly. Right, understood. Geralt's eyes scanned the crowd of youngsters. He'd heard a lot of new faces joined lately, and the energy was electric. Homer explained. Yes, the roster is completely full, so we've categorized the newest ones as candidates for now. Raun's gaze landed on one young boy training like his life depended on it. This batch was different, so many young souls. Most of them were just kids who had lost everything, their homes, their families during the chaos of the rebellion. Hearing that, Geralt fell into a somber silence, but the man standing next to him just let out a small, confident laugh. Is that so? Maybe I should go have a chat with them. Ignoring Geralt's confused look, Raun walked straight up to the boy. You're working pretty hard there, kid. How old are you? Startled, the boy Arthur spun around and shouted with everything he had. Yes, sir, I'm 13, sir. Raun raised an eyebrow. 13? After a brief pause, he stared down at the boy who seemed a bit too small to be joining a knight squad. So, tell me, why do you want to be a knight so badly? At the question, Arthur's head dropped for a second. But then he looked up, his eyes burning with a fierce, unwavering resolve. Because I want to be strong. Raun's curiosity was piqued. Strong? For what? Arthur stood tall, offering no excuses and hiding nothing. To protect my family from the Empire. And eventually, I want to protect this entire kingdom with my own 2 hands. As he spoke, his small fists clenched so hard they were shaking. I want to be just like the knights who sacrificed themselves for the king. Like Lord Raun, the man who crushed the rebellion leader. Arthur's brow furrowed with pure determination. And like Prince Geralt, the hero who stayed on the front lines until the very end. I want to fight the Empire with that same courage. Standing in the back, Geralt was visibly shaken by the kid's words. He looked completely stunned. Seeing Geralt's frozen expression, Raun walked over and gave him a playful slap on the shoulder, flashing a smirk. Did you hear that, Your Highness? Kids like him are pouring in from every corner of the country. Before Geralt could even respond, Raun's expression sharpened. I'm sure you realize how the people feel about the royal family after this rebellion, right? Geralt's face darkened as the weight of those words, and the boy's expectations finally started to sink in. He wants to say something, but the words just won't come. Geralt brushes past Doyun and steps forward, standing right in front of little Atho. Finally, he speaks. What's your name, kid? The boy flinches, startled. I'm Atho. Geralt gives him a gentle, warm smile. Atho. That's a great name. Then, something happens that leaves everyone absolutely speechless. Without warning, the prince drops to his knees, leaving both the boy and the onlookers gasping in pure shock. Your Highness. Dohyun's eyes go wide, his heart racing. He can't believe what he's seeing. A member of the royal family. Kneeling before a commoner? Ignoring the stunned whispers of the crowd, Geralt speaks. Watching your courage, I felt utterly ashamed of myself. You might be small and young, but the spirit inside you? It's stronger than anything I've ever seen. He assumes a formal, solemn posture, lowering his head in a deep show of respect. This is my respect for your bravery, and my sincere apology for the suffering you endured because of my own helplessness. Behind them, the other children can only stare in silence. I swear this before every one of you here today. As he speaks, Geralt's hands begin to tremble, his fists clenching tight. I will carry your courage forward. I will protect this kingdom with these very hands. He snaps his eyes open, and they're burning with an unbreakable resolve. Even if I have to sacrifice my own life, I will never, ever let myself be weak again. This is the Ruben Kingdom, ruled by King Tuzi in the world of CC. In the original history, the king was supposed to lose his life during a brutal rebellion. But this time, everything changed. The rebellion failed. The king is still alive, though he's in critical condition. The crown prince and the second prince were killed in the chaos, and the third prince, the mastermind, has fled to the empire. Because of these insane turns of events, the fourth prince is now the primary heir to the throne. Doyun stands there, frozen, his mind racing. He thought that stopping the rebellion was enough to save the Aston family, and that whoever took the throne next didn't really matter. His pupils contract as he stares at the prince kneeling on the ground. He realizes now, he was dead wrong. Standing before Doyun isn't some arrogant royal, it's a man who possesses the true heart of a king. A leader who actually deserves the crown is right here. In the heavy silence, Jorat speaks softly. "You're Atho, right?" The boy jumps slightly and nods quickly. "Yes, that's me." Hearing that, the corners of Jorat's mouth curl into a proud smile. "I won't forget your name. Grow up to be an incredible knight of this kingdom. I hope we meet again on the battlefield." The young boy can't take his eyes off Jorat, completely starstruck. "Yes, I'll do my best." Doyun looks back and forth between the two of them. In a world torn apart by war and division, this is exactly the kind of ruler the people need. He remembers Jorat in the heat of battle, brave, fierce, and willing to face down the royal hounds without flinching. He recalls him debating with the ministers, working tirelessly to stitch the broken kingdom back together after the uprising. He looks at Jorat's back again, still kneeling, still humble. A king who truly cares for his people. That determined smile and those shining eyes belong to the sixth prince, Jorat Jer Ruben. And suddenly, it all clicks for Doyun. He smiles to himself, absolutely certain of his conclusion. The next king of the Ruben kingdom, the choice has already been made. The scene shifts, and we're back at the castle. The clinking of tea sets is the only thing breaking the quiet atmosphere. A royal kneeling to a commoner? Really? Doyun asks, lifting his teacup as he sits across from the prince. "It's a good thing those kids didn't know you were a prince. They would have passed out from the shock." Jorat laughs. "Yeah, probably." He looks a bit embarrassed, rubbing the back of his neck. "But I just felt like I had to thank them that way. Thanks to them, I realized what actually matters." Doyun frowns slightly, staying quiet as Jorat speaks. He thinks for a moment before replying. "Those kids will get stronger, sure. But right now, this kingdom needs someone who can take charge immediately." Jorat pauses, then smiles. "That person is standing right in front of me. The guardian of Turium, Raun Aston." Doyun just sips his tea in silence. "No," Jorat continues. "Maybe I should call you the guardian of the Ruben kingdom now. The entire realm is relying on you." Doyun sets his cup down firmly. "Reliance isn't enough, Jorat." He looks the prince straight in the eye. "We need a leader who can unite the nobles, the knights, the mercenaries, and even the wanderers into one single force. Someone who can protect the people with kindness, but lead them with strength." He takes a breath, his voice turning serious. "The king is in critical condition. Most of the heirs are either dead or gone." Dohyun's gaze is sharp and unwavering. "I believe you are the only one who can fill that void. The only one who can lead." Seeing Jorat's stunned expression, Doyun lets out a small laugh. "Hey, I'm saying this as a friend. You get what I mean, right?" Jorat is completely shaken. He stares down at the still water in his teacup, hesitating. "Raun, I just want you to answer one thing. After everything that's happened, the Empire isn't going to play nice anymore." A sudden, cold chill flashes through the prince's eyes as he looks up. "They're coming. They're likely gathering their strength before the real war begins." Our protagonist falls silent, his words heavy with hesitation. "The kingdom needs to unite now, more than ever," he mutters. But they both know the truth. If that day comes, it won't just be the nobles, even the royal family will be swallowed by absolute chaos. Doyun remains silent, listening intently to every word. Suddenly, the leader turns to him. "If that time comes, if I decide to crush this chaos myself, will you stand by my side?" The question hangs in the air. Instead of a quick answer, Doyun just lets a slow, confident smile spread across his face. He crosses his arms, his voice booming with absolute certainty. "Of course." And just like that, the scene shifts this time to the cold, imposing mansion of Viscount Frank. Deep beneath the estate, the basement is shrouded in pitch-black darkness. There's something seriously wrong here. Why would anyone build a secret lair this deep underground? Talk about a creepy hobby, Pai mutters, standing before a massive gate and sighing at Nakia. "Anyone obsessed with dark magic is bound to be a little crazy," she replies, scanning the room. "But if there's any clue about the rebellion, it's in here." She looks around one last time before turning to her partner. "Well? Did you find anything?" Nakia's brows furrow as she meticulously inspects the strange symbols etched into the door. "There's a powerful seal here, but surprisingly, no traps," she notes. "The problem is the magic. It's ancient way beyond modern spells. Decoding this is going to take time. All three look up at the massive magic circle glowing on the door. It feels old. So old that you probably couldn't find a single record of it in any library. Could this be ancient magic? Pai wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead, looking visibly shaken. Ancient magic? How could someone like Frank even know about something that legendary? Suddenly, a guard rushes in, breathless and frantic. Captain! The investigation team finished exploring the caves. The captain is stunned. Already? Well, what did you find? The guard stares straight ahead, his voice trembling as he explains. The cave is definitely man-made, but it wasn't built recently. We're talking thousands of years ago, at the very least. Our boy's eyes widen in pure shock. Thousands of years? That means Philip, standing nearby, tilts his head with a sharp, calculating look in his eyes. Frank didn't build this cave, Philip realizes. He built his entire mansion on top of it. He was hiding it. Nakia stands up, her fists clenched tight as anxiety creeps in. What on earth was he hiding down there? Everyone's eyes are glued to the seal on the door. One thing is clear. They need to report this to the master immediately. The scene fades and shifts to a massive tower standing alone in the middle of the ocean. Two guards stand like statues, watching over the deep, dark dungeon below. Inside a cell, Can stands perfectly still, his jaw tight and his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. To think the man I met as a simple hunter for R would end up being the leader of the rebellion I'm facing today. He looks down at the man bound in heavy chains. Now? You're nothing but a criminal, Can says, his voice turning ice cold. When I think about my comrades who died by your hand, I want to end you right here, right now. Raun Aston, the man formerly known as Frank, just keeps his head down, staying eerily silent. But I have questions. Questions that need answers. Can continues, suppressing his urge to strike. Who is the true mastermind behind this rebellion? How did you even get in contact with the Imperial Duke's forces? At that, Raun finally reacts, letting out a mocking, twisted laugh. Besides the families we already know, who else is involved? Can's temper flares as the prisoner just laughs in his face. Don't tell me, is there someone else within the 5 great families besides the Jiandon? Before he can even finish, Raun snaps, You really don't know anything, do you? He slowly lifts his head, and holy hell, his eyes are completely white. Blank. Terrifying. Exactly. You're clueless. Because both you and we've been living a lie since the day we were born. Isn't that right? Can freezes, completely caught off guard. A lie? What the hell are you talking about? The only response he gets is a bone-chilling roar from the prisoner. Raun Aston, bound and leaning against the stone wall. Raun laughs like a total maniac. The Empire. The Rebellion. None of it matters to me anymore. Everything. This entire world. It's all meaningless. Can's face pales as he listens to the madman's ramblings. Unfortunately for me, I realize the truth. The prisoner looks up, his eyes locked onto Can's with a haunting grin. That's right. He planted that cursed truth deep inside my head. This world, it's nothing but a fabricated illusion, a fake, and soon, the whole world is going to realize it. We cut to the bustling, crowded city streets, Raun's chilling words still echoing in the air. The cracks in this false world, they've already started. Back at headquarters, Silver Zero slams his hands on the table. Report, now. Chi's image flickers in a crystal ball, the first to speak. We've finished vetting the identities of all the refugees. So far, nothing suspicious. No red flags at all. Next up is the 7th seat. The royals and nobles are on edge, obviously. But things are stabilizing. Chaos is being managed. Plus, the 4 major war clans are moving fast to bolster their forces. Silver Zero falls into a deep silence, processing the intel. He narrows his eyes as he summarizes the situation. So, our plan failed, and now the enemy is actually getting stronger. He pauses, a sudden thought hitting him. 8th seat. What about Frank? The report comes in. After the arrest at the Imperial capital, his dark mana was suppressed, and he was thrown in the dungeon. Word is, his mind is gone. He's just babbling nonsense. Probably a side effect of using that much dark energy, the report continues. This only makes Silver Zero more uneasy. His voice drops an octave, filled with a sharp warning. This failure, His Majesty is beyond disappointed. You understand the weight of that, don't you? 1st seat? The man addressed immediately bows his head in shame. Yes. I understand perfectly. Rose lets out a heavy sigh, a silent promise of what's to come. I take full responsibility for failing to meet expectations, and I'll make it up to you in the future. As those words are spoken, Silver Zero's gaze turns ice cold, a silent, lethal warning. You'd better. Because if there's a next time, you won't be walking away with your life. The 9th doesn't hold back, flat out accusing him of being the sole reason for this massive failure. Silver Zero freezes for a split second before the realization hits. You're talking about Raun Aston. He confirms it with a grim nod. Yes. The truth is, our entire plan was shut down by that man alone. Frank's biggest mistake was failing to keep Raun Aston under control. He adds even more fuel to the fire, explaining that since Raun and the 6th Prince, Gerard, were classmates back at the academy, there's strong analysis suggesting he's now the driving force, pushing the 6th Prince toward the throne. The 9th finally drops the hammer with a final conclusion right now. Raun isn't just some rising star, he's officially become one of the greatest threats to our entire empire. This wave of bad news sends Silver Zero deep into thought. Before he can even get a word out, the 9th suggests a permanent solution, eliminating Raun before his power grows any further. But Silver Zero shuts it down immediately. Stop. Do not interfere with Raun Aston anymore. His fists clench tight as he makes a declaration. From now on, I'll be the one watching him personally. You can practically feel the rage boiling inside Silver Zero right now. Raun Aston. It looks like I need to start taking you seriously. Meanwhile, we shift gears to another location where two men are locked in a fierce sword duel. Joss lets out a heavy, powerful breath, and Danton instantly dials up his focus. A second later, they both lunged at each other, and the real fight begins. Suddenly, Danton notices something that catches him off guard. The sword in Joss's hand comes crashing down with such raw force that Danton actually freezes for a moment. Then, in one smooth motion, Joss knocks Danton's blade aside, sending him completely off balance. This kid is fighting with some serious determination today. Danton, quick as lightning, regains control and flips his blade around. He delivers a powerful strike that grazes right past Joss, forcing the boy to scramble backward. Finally, Joss loses his footing and hits the ground hard. You can feel the pain in that fall. Seeing this, Danton stops. Joss just sits there, looking absolutely frustrated. Damn it. So even this isn't working, huh? But then, Danton actually offers some praise. No, you were much better this time. He's genuinely impressed with Joss's performance back there. If I hadn't used my dual swords, I probably would have taken a hit. I got lucky this time. I thought you were all raw power, but your technique is actually pretty solid. Getting complimented like that clearly makes Joss feel awkward and embarrassed. His voice drops, sounding a bit down. Even so, there's no way I can beat a swordmaster like Earl Randon, right? That definitely gets Danton's attention. Randon? A swordmaster is the peak every knight dreams of, but I'm surprised. Your style is nothing like his, so why make him your ultimate goal? Joss's hand tightens around his hilt as he denies it. He's not a goal, he's just an opponent I absolutely have to defeat. He starts flashing back to that night. I couldn't even touch a single hair on his head back then. No matter how much I struggled, I could feel this overwhelming gap between us, a distance that felt impossible to close. The absolute peak of a swordmaster, the ultimate point of a knight, it felt so far away he didn't even dare think about getting close. Danton goes quiet, lost in thought for a second. Then, he lets out a satisfied laugh. With an encouraging tone, Danton says, "And yet, here you are, saying you want to defeat Jan Dan." He starts breaking it down for the boy. Normally, people who feel that kind of overwhelming power gap just give up. Once they realize the difference is insurmountable, fear takes over and they quit. Danton looks at the kid in front of him with newfound respect. But you're different. Instead of walking away, you're trying to find a way to win. Isn't that right? Those words seem to hit Joss like a wake-up call. He swallows hard, ready to respond, his face now radiating pure confidence. That's right. As a member of this night squad, giving up isn't an option. Danton can't help but be intrigued. This place is full of monsters, and things are about to get very interesting. Suddenly, he remembers something else. Hey Raun, that kid. Why were you in such a rush to leave earlier? Cut to a dark, ominous tunnel. Doyun is standing there, completely stunned by what he's seeing. What the hell is this? Right in front of him is a massive magic circle. He never expected to find ancient ruins like this hidden right under the mansion. The girl beside him warns him, sounding uncertain. This is an incredibly powerful magic seal. If we mess with it carelessly, things could get dangerous fast. Philip totally agrees. We have no idea what's being locked away down here, but if Frank is involved, you know it's nothing good. Philip continues. Maybe it's better if we just leave it alone. Hearing that, Do-hyun starts running the numbers in his head. Back when I was in Kra, I explored every ruin in Cake, but I've never seen anything quite like this before. He looks up, scanning the area. Could this be another butterfly effect from the changes he made in Next? Finally, Do-hyun decides, leave it to me. You guys go rest, I need to check this out myself. The girl looks confused. Wait, by yourself? Philip steps up to ask again. Are you sure? If you want, I'll stay, but before he can finish, Do-hyun cuts him off. There's no need. Do-hyun reassures them both. If things get hairy, I can get out of here faster than anyone. Just trust me and leave it to me. Seeing his resolve, Philip finally stops arguing. Understood. With that, they head out, leaving Do-hyun standing there all alone. He pulls out his weapon, looking genuinely hyped. Alright, finally some peace and quiet. Do-hyun can't hide his excitement. It's been way too long since I've explored a good ruin. Doyun whispers to himself, now then, Ram. How exactly do we get past this gate? Doyun's mind is racing with a flood of theories that even Nakia can't wrap her head around. This is some seriously mysterious magic, and his current power level might not be enough to break it. He narrows his eyes, focusing every bit of his attention on the seal. If this is some long-lost ancient sorcery, or even elven magic, it's way beyond his expertise. But then, a thought hits him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, did he just say elven magic? Suddenly, his hand begins to glow. Are you there? He asks. Lavenna manifests instantly, telling him she's always around. She looks at him with pure curiosity. Do you need my help? I'm always ready, just say the word. Doyun nods, feeling a surge of confidence. She's definitely someone he can rely on. He points toward the barrier and asks, do you have any idea what this is? Lavenna turns to look, and her words catch in her throat. Wait, this is... She realizes in an instant that it's an elven sealing spell and not just any kind, but high-level ancient magic from a forgotten era. Lavenna gets even more worked up as she continues. Why on earth is something like this carved in a place like this? Only a tiny elite circle of elves could ever use magic of this caliber. Doyun smiles. It looks like his hunch was right on the money. It really is elven magic, which explains why Nakia was totally clueless. He gets straight to the point. So, what's the verdict? Can you break it? Lavenna shakes her head, explaining that this isn't the type of magic you can just undo. Doyun is stunned, repeating her words in disbelief. A sealing spell that can't be broken? She starts to explain the technical details. Usually, when people think of a seal, they imagine a heavy lock that just needs a key. But not every spell works that way. Lavenna is clearly an expert here. This is more like a sentry than a lock. You can pick a lock, sure, but a guard is a different story. This gate only allows the chosen one to pass through. Doyun begins to rack his brain for a solution. So, it's like an invisible sentry, huh? That is a massive pain. But then, his eyes light up with a sudden realization. No, wait, maybe this is actually easier than I thought. Lavenna is completely lost. Wait, what are you talking about? Doyun ignores her and reaches out, his hand gently touching the glowing seal. He closes his eyes and speaks with a steady voice. Raun Aston, third son of Count Aston of the Kingdom of Jasmine, requests the master's approval. Lavenna holds her breath, watching the scene unfold in total silence. Doyun waits patiently, hoping for the magic to respond. Suddenly, a deep, heavy voice echoes through the air. Raun Aston. The sound makes him jump. The magic circle begins to glow with an intense, blinding light. Liar, the voice booms. You are an imposter hiding behind a mask of deception. This gate will never open for you. Leave this place at once. Doyun stares at the seal, completely shell-shocked. Lavenna snaps, yelling back at the voice. What do you mean, liar? Raun is Raun. Where's the lie in that? She continues to rant. Typical elven magic. Only an elf would have enough free time to come up with something this annoyingly complicated. Meanwhile, Doyun is still reeling from the liar accusation. What the hell? Did this thing actually realize he isn't the real Raun? His eyes are full of confusion. If that's the case, how is it even possible? His hand trembles slightly. Whatever this is, he has to get through this gate first. He begins to speculate silently. Maybe the answer to why he woke up in Raun Aston's body is waiting on the other side of that gate. The answer. Doyun can feel the anticipation building in his chest. He takes a deep breath, raises his hand again, and reintroduces himself. Player Bay Doyun. Codename. Cross. I request an audience with the master of the seal. Those words leave Lavenna completely frozen in shock. For a long moment, the magic remains silent. Then, without warning, the entire space begins to tremble. The magic circle spins and splits into two halves, one pure light, one deep shadow. The gate swings wide open, welcoming Doyun while Lavenna just stands there with her jaw on the floor. It opened? Doyun is still in shock. Did that really work? How could it possibly know who he really is? He's dying of curiosity. What kind of secrets are hidden inside this place? Seeing him stand there like a statue, Lavenna calls out, Raun? Doyun lets out a sigh. Well, that was easier than I thought, wasn't it? He knows she's dying to ask a million questions. I know you're confused, but I'll explain everything eventually. For now, let's finish this expedition. Lavenna hesitates for a second, but then her face hardens with determination. All right. Doyun smiles and leads the way in. Awesome, let's move. Meanwhile, in another place entirely, a guy is lounging on a chair. Ilu suddenly sits up and reaches for his eye patch. He hesitates for a moment before finally pulling it off. He looks toward the light in the room with a dazed expression. He stares at the VR goggles in his hand and gasps. Man, this thing is absolutely incredible. A moment later, Ilu is at his desk, typing at lightning speed. He starts narrating his experience. Seriously, nobody is going to believe this. This is a total revolution for the gaming world. This isn't just a game, it's like high-level interdimensional travel. 3D graphics don't even come close. You literally cannot tell what's real and what's fake. From the sensation of the wind on your skin to the literal smell of horse manure on the road, it's all perfectly recreated. Ilu's fingers fly across the keyboard. The best part? I played for 10 hours straight and don't feel tired at all. Waking up felt like coming out of the most refreshing dream ever. Everything happens in real time, to the point where I'm not even sure what's reality anymore. Anyway, I started in the free city of Mira, and it looks like things are already getting interesting. If you have time, come check it out. After hitting send, his face lights up with pure satisfaction. But the comment section? Totally roasting him, saying Ilu is just overhyping everything again. He just sighs, shaking his head at the haters. If those idiots don't want to believe him, that's their problem. Let them keep grinding for 3D data like suckers. But then, something catches Ilu's eye. A comment that's actually interested. Mira, the free city. Wow, sounds legit. Talk about a solid start. Word on the street is that place is packed with high-reward quests and top-tier NPCs, right? Tell me more, I'm thinking of heading there myself. Ilu's getting more invested by the second. Who knew it was that good? He slides his glasses back on. Alright then, no more wasting time. With a renewed spark, he dives back into his journey. Before the open beta kicks off, he's planning to sweep every last resource. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Doyun, who's venturing deep into the darkness. Lavenna looks around, totally uneasy. This goes way deeper than I thought. What if there are traps? Doyun just blinks. Traps? Why are you so worried? I mean, for a spirit, nothing here should be dangerous, right? But she explains the seal itself is ancient spirit magic. If those traps were set by spirits, then even someone like her could be in serious trouble. That gets Doyun's attention. He tenses up. I see. Now that you mention it, the mana in here does feel off. He reaches out, feeling the air. The mana is so dense, it's almost physical, vibrating with enough intensity to light up the entire cavern. Lavenna's voice drops to a whisper. The deeper they go, the heavier the air feels. Stay sharp, Raun. This isn't normal. Doyun can feel it too. This kind of mana density? This should be an S-rank ruin, or a top-tier dungeon. So how did he miss this during his time as Crash? He starts to wonder. Has his presence alone completely derailed the original story? After all, a place this massive doesn't just pop out of thin air. Suddenly, Lavenna spots something. Raun, look, up ahead. She points toward a blinding, white-hot light. Doyun's eyes widen. Light? They rush forward, looking down into the abyss. Doyun is frozen, unable to process what he's seeing. What? What even is that? Before them stands a massive gate, bleeding out a terrifying, eerie aura. Whatever is trapped inside that gate feels absolutely monstrous. Lavenna starts to panic. Wait. What? That black energy up there. There's no way a spirit could create something that feels this twisted and evil. A realization hits Doyun like a ton of bricks. Could this be an unrankable, disaster-level gate leading straight to the demon realm? He whispers its name, the Dark Gate. Just then, a shadow looms behind Lavenna, making her jump out of her skin. Doyun spins around, hand on his hilt, while Lavenna stammers in shock. It's here. Standing before them is a figure clad in ancient warrior armor. The man just stares, analyzing them both. Doyun draws his blade, his mind racing. Nothing. He can't sense a single heartbeat or breath, despite the massive mana radiating off the guy. He's on total high alert. Just who is this? For a long moment, Cadenas just watches them in total silence. Then, he finally speaks. Lower your steel, stranger wearing the Aston mask. Cadenas warns him with a cold, heavy voice. Your sword cannot harm me, and mine will not touch you. Doyun freezes, his voice turning sharp. You're the one who made the sealing magic. No, wait. Are you the master of this dungeon? Cadenas lets out a mocking sound. Master? That title doesn't really fit me anymore. He explains he's nothing more than a leftover of the past, a lingering ghost of ancient memories. My name is Cadenas. I am the bridge between the human world and the demon realm, the guardian of the Dark Gate. Doyun can't believe it. The guardian? Cadenas then turns his gaze toward Lavenna, making her flinch. The one with you? Is that a spirit? It's been a long, long time since I've seen one with my own eyes. She trembles, barely able to speak. You can see me? Cadenas nods. He once studied magic from the blue-haired spirits at Lake Valadia. But that was over 1,000 years ago. Lavenna finally breathes a sigh of relief. Oh. So you have met our kind before. There are legends about spirits living at Lake Valadia after all. But then the math hits her. Wait. Did you just say how many years? 1,000? Cadenas ignores the shock and gets back to business. Like I said, I'm just a shadow of what used to be, a fragment of the seal, watching over the gate. But I have to ask you something. Doyun stands tense as the Guardian's voice turns heavy with suspicion. Stranger in the Aston mask. Who are you, really? Doyun hesitates for a second. Lavenna whispers his name, worried. Finally, he takes a deep breath and relaxes his stance. He sheathes his sword. Fine, there's no point in hiding it anymore. Besides, he was planning on being honest with Lavenna anyway. You're right. My name isn't Raun Aston. Well, it is, but it isn't. He looks the Guardian dead in the eye. My real name is Beto Hun. But to the rest of the world, I'm known as Crash. Look, I'm an outsider. I don't belong to this world or even the demon realm. I'm from a place called Earth. For some reason, I woke up in the body of a man named Raun Aston. Hearing this, Cadenus looks visibly stunned. Earth. I continued the story, explaining how I was taken out by a surprise attack from a rival faction. But somehow, I opened my eyes in this brand new world. I still don't know why or how it happened, but I'm treating this as a second chance, a gift I wasn't expecting. So, I decided to accept this reality. To live as Raun Aston. Cadenus looks me in the eye and asks point blank, is this all for revenge? My gaze doesn't waver. Maybe. Those thoughts are definitely still buried deep inside my heart. Dohyun's fist clenches with pure determination. But even if I do seek revenge, I'm not just going for some simple payback. His voice carries a massive, burning ambition. With this second life, I want to fix every mistake from my past and finish everything I left hanging. I want to stand at the absolute peak of it all. Once again, I affirm that this is the path I've chosen as Raun Aston. This gives Cadenus some serious food for thought. But suddenly, his expression shifts to pure shock as he senses something abnormal nearby. Cadenus regains his composure and speaks politely. Your story is fascinating, stranger. I'd love to hear more, but we're going to have to put a pin in that. He slowly draws his sword, warning that some uninvited guests just crashed the party. Right on cue, the mana from the gate behind Dohyun starts going absolutely haywire. Both of them instinctively turn around just as a pair of feet with razor-sharp claws step out from the shadows. A dark, sinister face emerges with a twisted smile. Long time no see, the figure says, walking with an aura of pure authority while calling out Cadenus's name. Right there in the ruins, a horned figure steps through the dark portal, cutting the conversation between Dohyun and Cadenus short. He radiates a terrifying amount of power as he speaks. It's been a while, you delusional relic of the past, Cadenus. He looks at the two of them, flashing a grin that shows off a row of jagged, sharp teeth. You look like you've gotten pretty weak. I guess mortals really can't accomplish much in the long run, can they? The second Cadenus sees him, his blade is out, his voice is ice cold. Rank 98 demon, Viscount of Hell, Fumus. You still haven't given up? Hundreds of years later and you're still as stubborn and stupid as ever. Fumus just gives a sly laugh. Oh my, is that any way to greet an old friend? Your personality hasn't changed one bit, has it? But honestly, neither of us has the time to sit around and enjoy a reunion. Cadenus just sets his face, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a reply. Seeing no reaction, Fumus pulls a massive sword out of thin air. Fine then. Let's get straight to the point. Seeing that Dohyun and the spirit are still standing there, Cadenus turns to them. Get back, outsider. He grips his hilt tight, and instantly, a surge of raw energy coats the entire blade. This is my fight. There's no reason for a mortal of this world to get dragged into this mess. Cadenus drops into a combat stance, his brow furrowing. I'll make sure you never set foot in this world again, you discarded piece of trash. Fumus just scoffs at the insult. I can't let you leave until that old debt is paid in full. So, how about a little game? The words barely leave his mouth before both of them charge, clashing with insane speed. Two massive waves of light energy collide. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the quiet night outside, where Philip, Nakia, and Pear are all waiting by the door for Dohyun. Philip breaks the silence, clearly worried. He's still not back yet. You think something went wrong? The tension is high. Philip continues. Maybe the seal is more difficult than he thought, or he's still digging for clues to break the spell. Hearing this, Nakia presses her hand against her chest. Her eyes are full of anxiety, but she stays silent. Philip tries to stay positive. We just have to trust him and wait. Pear, standing nearby, notices how shaken she looks. Hey, what's up? Nakia, you don't look okay at all. Caught off guard, she tilts her head with a faint, forced smile. Is it really that obvious? Philip notices it too. Are you worried about that magic circle? Nakia nods slowly. Yeah, it's so unfamiliar. I'm worried there might be some hidden danger we don't see. She looks toward the door, speaking her mind. To be honest, ever since we stepped into this villa, I've been feeling something hard to describe. It's faint, but completely alien, and it's giving me this overwhelming sense of dread. It's like it doesn't even belong to this world. Back in the ruins, the entire room is now drowned in a suffocating shroud of dark energy. Fumus and Cadenus are locked in a brutal stalemate. They swing their blades with everything they've got, and the impact triggers a massive explosion. Both fighters are thrown back a few steps to avoid the brunt of the blast. Doyun, standing off to the side, nearly gets caught in the shockwave. He throws his arms up to shield himself, while Laven, perched on his shoulder, almost gets blown away. She lets out a yelp. As the dust settles, Doyun narrows his eyes in thought. That impact was insane. They're putting out this much power without even using demonic swords? Unbelievable. He glanced over at Fumus's status and realized the truth. A rank 98 Viscount like Fumus was dangerous, but in his current state, there was no way Cadenus could stop him. Meanwhile, the chaos continued. Cadenus and Fumus were still locked in a desperate, high-speed clash, neither one giving an inch. Doyun watched from the sidelines, his mind racing. How was he still holding his own? This guardian, Cadenus. Who exactly is this guy? The battle raged on across the chamber. Both fighters were pushing their limits, but the cracks were starting to show. Fumus was clearly beginning to flag, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. Stubborn bastard, Fumus spat, swinging his blade with a growl. Then, he suddenly took to the sky, a desperate aerial move that caught Cadenus completely off guard. Gripping his sword with both hands, Fumus plunged downward like a meteor. A massive, blinding surge of radiant energy exploded from the point of impact. Neither Cadenus nor Doyun expected him to pull out a move like that. For a heartbeat, everyone in the room just froze in pure shock. A cruel smirk played on Fumus's lips. It looked like his hunch was right on the money. He let out a dark, mocking laugh as he realized the truth. This altar. It's the source of your power and your immortality, isn't it? But you've been forgotten for too long. The altar is fading, and so are you. I should thank those pathetic, stupid humans. Cadenus went pale. He hadn't expected the demon to see through his secret so easily. The guardian looked down at his own trembling hand. He stood there, paralyzed, unable to force his body to move another inch. Seizing the opening, Fumus yanked his sword from the ground. "Time to settle our debt," he roared. Suddenly, Cadenus's strength failed him, and he crashed to one knee. Lavenna gasped, her heart sinking as she watched him fall. She wanted to help, but the words wouldn't even come out. Standing on the high platform, Fumus looked down at Cadenus with pure contempt. Most demons? They're just bloodthirsty beasts who rely on raw, mindless strength. He tapped his temple with a finger and continued, "But I'm a ruler of the demon realm. Unlike those animals, I actually know how to use my brain. Ever since our last encounter, I had a nagging suspicion that this altar was hiding a dirty little secret." Cadenus stayed silent, forced to listen to the gloating. To wait hundreds of years for a final showdown only for it to end this pathetically? It was a joke. But to Fumus, it didn't matter. He gripped his sword and began walking down the steps. "The moment you finally vanish into nothingness, trust me, I'm going to savor every single second of it." As the demon closed in for the kill, Cadenus suddenly snapped his head up. His gaze was icy, sharp enough to cut glass. But then clang! Out of nowhere, Doyun's blade intercepted the strike. Fumus's eyes nearly popped out of his head as the boy stood his ground. "You!" Even Cadenus was stunned. In that split second, he looked up at the boy who had just saved his life. The outsider. Doyun's eyes were glowing now, his entire body and blade wrapped in a brilliant, blinding golden energy that lit up the entire room. Doyun's fist began to crackle with raw lightning. He braced himself for a counter, leaving Fumus completely bewildered. "What? What is this kid? How the hell did a brat like him stop my blade?" Before he could react, Doyun slammed a lightning-charged fist straight into Fumus's chest. The impact was massive, sending the demon flying backward across the stone floor. Fumus gnashed his teeth, hissing out, "You little brat." Meanwhile, Doyun just looked down at his own glowing arm and spoke. Guess taking on a dark magic user wasn't a waste of time after all. "Lucky for me, this radiant aura works pretty damn well against your kind." Doyun and Lavenna stepped forward, forming a wall in front of Cadenus. Both of them were radiating an intense, overwhelming pressure. "We've got your back, sir," Doyun said firmly. Fumus, meanwhile, was actually reeling from that last punch. Dropping to one knee, the demon glared up at them. "You're actually going to fight? A mere, pathetic mortal thinks he can interfere?" He wiped a smear of blood from the corner of his mouth. "I don't know how a human ended up here, but you dared to touch a demon. You'll pay for that with your life." Doyun just stood there, listening to the demon's typical villain monologue. A provocative smirk crossed his face. "All talk and no brains, typical demon stuff, right? Stop whining and just move, your high and mighty immortality." Cadenus gripped his sword and slowly forced himself back to his feet. He looked at Doyun and warned, "Fall back, outsider. That man, he's far beyond your current abilities. You can't win." Doyun gave a dry, self-deprecating laugh. "Probably. If this was the Crus era, I might have a shot. Even with 100% synchronization, my physical limits are what they are." "Synchronization?" Cadenus asked, his curiosity piqued. Doyun just waved it off. "I'll explain the details later. If we survive." Fumus was back on his feet now, dark energy rolling off his body in suffocating waves as he began his approach. "First, we gotta handle this guy," Doyun muttered. Fumus sneered back. "Handle me? Once this seal is broken, you'll be nothing but a snack for the demon realm. You really don't know your place, do you? Just a loud, arrogant little worm making a mess. His ego was back in full force, being the first mortal slaughtered by the demon race. That's quite the privilege, don't you think? For a human like you, this should be the greatest honor of your life. Doyun didn't say a word. He just kept his eyes locked on his target. Seeing no reaction, Fumas continued to push, trying to get under the boy's skin. After all, humans are nothing more than toys for the demon race. Stop. Just stop. Doyun finally cut him off. He ran a hand through his hair, looking genuinely annoyed. Seriously, why is it that every villain I fight is such a damn chatterbox? Trying to drag out the playtime with these cheap mechanics? Honestly, that's just lazy writing. Doyun levels his sword right at Fumas, who's just hovering there like he owns the place. Stop the yapping and get down here. You're ruining the vibe, you talkative immortal freak. Suddenly, dark energy begins erupting from the gate once more, flooding the entire room. Fumas doesn't miss a beat and readies his blade for the kill. Out of nowhere, Cadenus leaps in front of Doyun. He catches Fumas's strike with his own sword, steel clashing against steel in a shower of sparks. Seeing the opening, Doyun doesn't waste a single second. He vaults over from behind, bringing his sword down on Fumas with everything he's got. Forced to fight a two-front war, Fumas is suddenly feeling the pressure. He can only grit his teeth and hold on, unable to find a window to counter. Both Cadenus and Fumas shove off with everything they have, their swords creating a massive shockwave. But Fumas is fast, he spots a gap and lunges. Sharp claws aimed right for Doyun's throat while he's cornered. Doyun's heart sinks. Damn it, a counter already? But just as things look grim, Lavenna zips in. She conjures a glowing magic circle that eats the entire impact of the demon's attack. Fumas's face twists in pure rage as he screams. Wait, what? Doyun lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding and calls out to Lavenna. She glances back, hovering steadily. You okay? Fumas glares down at the pair and scoffs. A spirit? Great, another annoying little pest to deal with. He tightens his grip on the hilt. A nasty smirk crawls across his face. A spirit acting as a human's pet? How pathetic. Hard to believe this is the same proud race that once declared war on all demon kind. Lavenna isn't having any of it and shuts him down immediately. Not a pet, a friend. But I guess a demon wouldn't know the first thing about a relationship like that. Doyun steps up beside her. Thanks, Lavenna. Ready to finish this together? She doesn't hesitate for a second. Always. There's no way a spirit can just sit by while demons run wild, right? Cadenus watches from the sidelines, silent as the grave. Fumas, meanwhile, just laughs at Lavenna's bravado. Humans, spirits, and even the undead, all teaming up against a high-ranking demon? It's almost funny. But mostly, it's just irritating. Suddenly, his mana explodes, surging to terrifying heights. Fine then. Since you're all so eager to die, I don't have to hold back anymore. He throws his head back, eyes glowing with malice. Baring his razor-sharp fangs, he begins channeling a massive amount of dark energy. I'm going to break this seal, and then I'll slaughter every one of you. You'll watch with your last breaths as the demon army swallows this world whole. Cadenus doesn't wait for the monologue to finish and lunges at Fumas's back. The demon senses him instantly, spinning around to parry the strike. Cadenus glares at him through the sparks and declares, That's never going to happen. Fumas just sneers. You really think you can save this seal? You're just a ghost whose power is fading by the second. Cadenus's eyes go ice cold. It won't be me. Fumas blinks, momentarily confused by the statement. Big mistake. While he was distracted, Doyun and Lavenna were already making their move. Cadenus glances at the demon one last time. It's the one you keep looking down on, that mortal. On cue, Doyun and Lavenna launch a barrage of enchanted stones directly at Fumas. Fumu snaps his head around, teeth bared. What kind of cheap trick is this? He slices the first stone clean in half. Seriously? You're attacking me with rocks? Are you kidding me right now? He catches another stone with his bare hand and crushes it into dust. You really think this trash can beat me? In your dreams? But then, he notices something moving within the dust and debris. He turns, and there's Doyun, appearing right behind the last projectile. Fumas swings his blade with a sadistic grin. Got you, you little brat. But he forgot about the spirit. Lavenna appears right above him, her hands glowing with ancient power. Before he can react, a massive magic circle erupts under his feet, and glowing chains whip out to bind his entire body. Doyun now. Lavenna screams. Doyun roars, pouring every ounce of mana he has left into one final, devastating strike. Cadenus doesn't miss a beat, and coordinates perfectly with the two of them. Both warriors charge, their blades glowing as they rip through Fumas in a cross-slash. Dark blood splatters everywhere. Fumas collapses, hitting the ground hard. Doyun finally lets out a ragged breath. Man, that was way too close. If it wasn't for Lavenna, I'd be toast right now. He looks over at the spirit, a genuine smile on his face. Seriously, thank you, Lavenna. You really saved my skin back there. Lavenna tilts her head playfully. Don't mention it. This is exactly why spirits are known as the natural enemies of demons. But then, Cadinus's voice cuts through the moment. Stay sharp, this isn't over yet. He stared down at Fumus's smoldering corpse, the flames still licking the ground. The altar is fading, he muttered, and with it, his strength returns. It's only a matter of time now. If this altar crumbles, all hell breaks loose. We need a power strong enough to force the seal back into place, something even greater than the altar itself. Doyun went quiet, the words echoing in his mind. A power strong enough to suppress a god-level seal. Suddenly, a spark hit him. Wait, just a power that can suppress mana? Is that really it? He raised his arm, flames erupting and swirling around his fist as he smirked. In that case, my Regnat might be exactly what we need. Cadinus tilted his head, intrigued. Regnat? What is that? Clenching his fist, Do-hyun's mind raced. Regnat. An ego item. Usually, these things hold a soul. But right now, it's an empty vessel. He looked at Cadinus and explained that this device could act as a container, a replacement for the shattered seal stone. Beside him, Lavenna hesitated, her voice trembling. Do-hyun. If we do this. He knew exactly what she was thinking. Replacing the seal stone meant moving the ancient seal into Regnat. Ultimately, that would bind Cadinus once again, trapping him inside the seal forever. But after 1,000 years of service, that choice? It belonged to Cadinus alone. Silence fell over the chamber. Cadinus looked at his hands, his eyes reflecting a millennium of isolation. For over 1,000 years, he had been shackled to this seal, trapped within the barrier. I couldn't leave the palace, he mused. So I spent my days training the royals and their knights. I've seen powerful invaders, and I've seen my own descendants turn into traitors. But through it all, I never let that seal break. After a long silence, Cadinus finally spoke. I'll do it. Right then, the ruin began to groan. The inner chamber was collapsing, with massive rocks shattering and raining down from the ceiling. Cadinus didn't move an inch. Do-hyun and Lavenna, however, had to dive for cover, narrowly avoiding the falling debris. They scrambled back into the tunnel and spun around. The room was gone, completely buried under tons of sand and stone. Suddenly, the system interface flared to life before their eyes. Do-hyun quickly scanned the notifications. The mana concentration in the world of CNC was about to skyrocket. The residents' mana compatibility would improve, meaning they'd reach new magical heights faster than ever. Plants and animals would grow at an accelerated rate, and mutations were becoming more likely. Dark energy was stirring again. The chance of seal points being exposed had increased, and several NPCs were being promoted to script-specific NPCs. Do-hyun read through the updates, his brow furrowing. So, the real game finally starts. From now on, the enemies would be terrifying. On the bright side, as the seals weakened, the local residents would grow stronger. They couldn't match the players yet, but in the long run, they'd definitely catch up. Suddenly, Cadinus's spirit flickered in the tunnel. He floated toward Do-hyun. Outsider, are you absolutely sure about using Regnat for the seal? It could become a curse. You need to think this through. Do-hyun didn't hesitate. It's fine. If it's a curse, I'll just turn it into my own power. Cadinus went quiet for a moment, then nodded. I understand your choice. I accept your offer, outsider. Do-hyun reached out his hand. Just call me Raun, Cadinus. The old warrior closed his eyes and whispered. Then call me Cade. As he pulled Cadinus into the seal, Do-hyun smiled. All right, Cade, I'm looking forward to your guidance. Later, back at Do-hyun's mansion, he sat at his desk with Lavenna by his side. Based on the original timeline, it was about time for it to appear. Right on cue, the system pinged. Do-hyun opened the message. Update complete. The world of CNC had officially transitioned to the open beta version. A flood of new players was about to enter. 16 free cities were now designated as player protection zones. Within these cities, there would be no respawn penalties. During the protection period, new players wouldn't be allowed to leave these free cities. The community system was overhauled, adding personal broadcasting, video uploads, and a private browser. A banking connection was added, including dedicated accounts, item trading platforms, and an auction house. Main quest. The first gate outbreak was complete. Because the completion rate was so low, the difficulty was being adjusted. Gates would no longer burst automatically after a set time. Instead, they were turning into permanent dungeons. Until the next script, dungeons and gates wouldn't erupt. The new scenario, the rise of chaos, was beginning. The player-exclusive main quest, Appearance of the Savior, was now active, starting with the event Companion with a Trainer. After reading the last line, Do-hyun let out a tired sigh and stretched his arms. The real battle was just beginning. As he logs back in, his thoughts are exactly as they were before. Then, out of nowhere, a mysterious blue light flickers in the corner of the room. Do-hyun watches, his curiosity piqued. Right then, the system drops a massive update. The rise of chaos, a continental-scale gate outbreak that's already beginning to swallow the land. Countless villages and territories were caught off guard and wiped off the map by the sudden monster invasion. Humanity just lost a massive chunk of its most vital ground. It gets worse. Those 4 ancient seals that kept the resource gates shut, they've become unstable because of some shadowy conspiracy. During all this chaos, the guardians sworn to protect the kingdoms were completely wiped out, leaving the royal families pathetically weak and vulnerable. The balance of power has collapsed. Now, hidden masters are crawling out from the shadows to make their move in this lawless world where only the strong survive. What will be your choice? After reading the new script, Doyun just stays silent. He leans his head on his hand, looking completely stressed out. His mind starts racing. The ones taking the hardest hit in this mess are the low-ranking barons with 0 real power and the poor people living in their lands. Meanwhile, the prestigious families with their elite knight orders and powerful armies barely felt a thing. They'll be back to full strength in no time, and that's the real problem. Not just the legendary martial clans, but every greedy noble is about to start their move. Decades of peace gave them plenty of time to stockpile power. Now, they finally have a reason to show it off. There's so much abandoned land out there that could be conquered with just a small squad of knights and a few soldiers. Dohyun taps his fingers on the table, thump, thump, thump. The thoughts in his head are a total mess right now. Those nobles definitely won't sit this out. Heck, even he managed to snatch up 3 territories for himself already. It's a massive headache. He rubs his temples, trying to figure out how to handle the incoming storm. In the past, the royal family would have stepped in to balance the nobles, but right now, they're reeling from the disaster themselves. Dohyun thinks about Cadenas, and the gears in his head keep spinning. Losing the secret guardians of the crown was a fatal blow. For now, the nobles are in the dark, but that secret won't stay hidden for long. Can a royal family without Cadenas actually control these powerful families and their high-level masters? Dohyun leans back in his chair, letting out a long, heavy sigh. He just can't get his mind to stop. This is the flow of the era. If you can't fight the tide, you might as well ride it for everything it's worth. He isn't some hero with grand ideals of changing the world or anything like that. All he wants is peace and happiness for the people he cares about. To get that, he'll take the most effective path possible. Still, he's done his part to minimize the damage. More than half the population usually dies in these wars, but he intervened and saved a ton of guards and knights. The royal family won't be completely useless this time around. But that doesn't mean the plots against House Aston will just disappear. According to Dohyun's investigation, the malicious schemes targeting House Aston have been in the works for a long time. These enemies are no joke, so he needs to adjust his plan. Fast. He glances over at Lavenna. She's been standing there, unusually quiet the whole time. He has to call her name twice before she finally snaps out of it. Huh? Seeing her like that, Dohyun asks, Lavenna, is everything okay? I've been calling you. You almost gave me a heart attack. Lavenna slowly turns to look at him. She fidgets with the hem of her dress, hesitant, before finally speaking up. Doyun, you knew all along, didn't you? Dohyun is confused. Knew what? Lavenna's eyes light up as she exclaims. The fact that this world and the other one are actually connected. Dohyun just gives her an awkward smile, not quite knowing what to say. Lavenna turns back to her glowing system screens, her excitement practically overflowing. This is absolutely incredible. The internet is like this massive ocean of information that connects the entire world together. Dohyun lets out a forced laugh. Looking back, I guess I didn't really have time to explain things properly. He raises his armored hand, which is starting to glow with a faint light. This time, I'll walk you through it step by step so you understand. He clenches his fist, and suddenly, a surge of radiant energy erupts. A blindingly powerful light begins to shine from Doyun's hand. He slowly opens his palm. If you don't mind, I'll explain everything one more time. Out of that brilliant light, Cadenas appears. Dohyun calls his name as Cadenas, scans the room with a sharp gaze. I have been waiting, the old man says. Standing before Dohyun, he asks, For what reason have you summoned me here? Dohyun sits firmly in his chair, looking him straight in the eyes. I want to finish what I was saying before, about everything. Cadenas nods. You mean your true identity, and your past. Dohyun looks over at Lavenna. Last time, you were the one avoiding the subject. So, you finally want to clear the air, right? Doyun stops mid-sentence, his hesitation vanishing as he flips a switch into total hype mode. Since we're now bound by the same fate, he says, I'm going to be completely honest about everything, starting with who I really am. Just listen, and I'll explain everything step by step. As he speaks, the morning sun pours through the window, bathing the entire room in a brilliant glow. After hearing Doyun's insane story from start to finish, Cadenas leans back, rubbing his chin in deep thought. He sits there in silence for a moment before finally speaking. So, you're from the same place as those other outsiders who keep appearing? Earth. That other world you mentioned before. Lavenna, stunned by the revelation, turns to Doyun with a sharp look. Why didn't you just tell me from the start? Doyun's expression shadows with a hint of guilt. He looks at Lavenna and sighs. I'm sorry. The truth was just too hard to believe. Even I wasn't entirely sure what was happening at the time, but now, people just like me from Earth are appearing more and more. Seeing that finally gave me the certainty I needed to speak up. Lavenna listens, the frustration fading as she realizes just how heavy that secret must have been. She nods, finally understanding his silence. I get it now. All that information from the Connection Cafe, it wasn't some divine prophecy of the future. It was a record of the life Doyun already lived. She narrows her eyes, her voice turning dead serious. I used to think Doyun was a messenger from the gods, but I guess I was wrong. She taps her chin, re-evaluating everything. Wait, actually, if you think about it, calling him a messenger isn't even that far off. A normal human experiencing both regression and reincarnation? That's nothing short of a miracle. Doyun just sits there, absorbing her words in silence. Cadenas crosses his arms, his gaze heavy. Even hearing this a second time, it's still hard to wrap my head around. But one thing is crystal clear. Your reincarnation definitely wasn't some random accident. Perhaps one day, just like me, you'll be forced to make a choice that changes everything. People with special power always carry an equal weight of responsibility. When that moment comes, you have to decide based on your own will. Not mine, and not anyone else's. Just yours. Doyun meets his gaze, his eyes burning with newfound resolve. I understand, he says firmly. But to make that choice, I have to get stronger first. If I don't, I'll just be another pawn swept away by the chaos around me. Cadenas stares at him, silent, but his eyes say everything. Inside his head, Cadenas is reeling. This kid, he's so full of fire and potential. He's the spitting image of who I used to be. But Doyun, please, don't repeat my mistakes. I hope you can face the world's malice without breaking and walk your own path with confidence. A while later, the room goes quiet. Doyun is left alone with his thoughts. It's been some time since his sword successfully merged with the Rednator core. Even though the sword spirit is currently dormant and can't manifest its full physical power yet, when he activates the Rednator, it can now appear in the real world as a semi-spiritual phantom. Plus, that fusion pushed the Rednator to a whole new level. The system screen flickers to life. Rednator power armor. Grade jumped from B+ to A rank. Status: bound to Doyun. Seal: partially released. Energy levels: 16 to 18% of C power. Operating time: 60 to 120 minutes. Max operational mode: self-charging. Defense: Level 6 protective barrier. Field effect: mid-tier magic sword force field reduces elemental damage by 70%. Special features: Judgment, Predator's stealth, Phantom wings, Ego awakening, 15 to 30 seconds. Doyun frowns, lost in thought. Ever since the spirit was housed in the core, it's been appearing briefly every day to help him train. Because of that constant sparring, his swordsmanship has been improving at a terrifying pace. Cut to the training grounds. Doyun is mid-swing, sweat pouring off him, while Cadenas stands on the sidelines, watching his every move. Cadenas observes the form and nods. The Aston family's sword style is truly something else, he remarks. The sheer destructive force of a two-handed greatsword is unmatched. But a style that relies so heavily on raw power will show its flaws once you reach the top tier. Without another word, Cadenas draws his own blades, one in each hand. He delivers 2 parallel slashes into the ground. And boom! The impact triggers a blinding explosion of energy. Doyun has to shield his eyes from the glare. Where Cadenas struck, the earth isn't just cut, it's cratered, with deep cracks spiderwebbing across the dirt. Your family's swordsmanship is famous because of your bloodline's freakish physical stats, Cadenas explains. A body that's strong can pull off moves that should be impossible. But that's not the right kind of swordsmanship for you, Doyun. Doyun freezes. Those words hit him like a physical blow, and he starts to really think about what Cadenas is saying. He knows the truth. His body has limits. No matter how hard he trains, he'll never have the raw, monstrous strength of his father or his older brother. Seeing the silence, Cadenas walks over and stands right in front of him. I'm not telling you to abandon your family style, that's your foundation. But if you keep trying to use it exactly as it's written, it'll only become a burden you can't carry. Cadenas placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, giving it a reassuring pat. I've decided, he began, his voice heavy with weight. I'm going to teach you my personal swordsmanship. With your foundation, you'll master it in no time. Doyun's head snapped up, his eyes wide as he locked gaze with the master. Cadenas wasn't finished yet. It might feel like a setback now, but once you reach the true realm of a master, you'll be able to reshape the family's techniques to fit your own soul. So, what do you say? Hearing those words, Doyun's grip tightened, his resolve hardening into steel. Yes, he replied, his voice clear and unwavering. Please, guide me, master. Night fell over the estate. Back in his office, Doyun sat alone, the blue light of the system screen reflecting in his tired eyes. He couldn't help but feel a lingering sting from abandoning the sword style he'd spent a lifetime perfecting, but he knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The system window blinked, showing his current swordsmanship level, level 1. His skills had plummeted from intermediate level 8 all the way back to the start, but his internal mastery? That remained untouched. The Endless Sword, he whispered to himself. That was the name of Cadenus's legendary style. It was defined by its fluid, never-ending transitions and unpredictable strikes, honestly. It shared a lot of DNA with his old techniques. Maybe that's why the sword chose him. In fact, he could already feel himself improving at a rate that would have been impossible before. Doyun leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands as he stared at the desk. Still, there's a long road ahead of me. He clenched his fist, a fierce fire burning in his eyes. He had to get stronger, not just for himself, but for the people standing by his side. Just wait, he thought. In this second life, no matter what it takes, I will protect everything with these two hands. A few days later, Doyun was buried in paperwork. The reports were piling up as the territory expanded. So did the sheer volume of work. I've already ordered the territorial soldiers to run constant patrols on the new portals, he noted. We can't let them stabilize into full-blown dungeons. Constant management of these gates was the only thing standing between peace and a total monster outbreak. For the dungeons packed with high-value loot or rare resources, he organized subjugation teams around the guild members. Every monster slain and every guardian toppled would slowly fill the annihilation gauge. Once that meter hits max, the dungeon boss appears. Doyun scanned the report, nodding to himself. Taking down the boss was the only way to close the dungeon for good. But, he mused, sometimes it's better to leave the guardian alive just to keep the meter from filling too fast. Here's the problem. Since he was already over level 80, these low-level gates weren't giving him any experience anymore. It was frustrating, sure, but until higher-ranked portals started popping up, he just had to deal with it. Long-standing dungeons were always a ticking time bomb for a breakout, but thanks to the difficulty adjustment system, things should stay quiet for a while. At least I can breathe a little easier now, he thought. Right before a sharp knock on the door shattered his focus, Doyun looked up. Come in. The door creaked open as Kai stepped inside, carrying a massive stack of documents. Sir, I've brought the files you asked for. Kai set the heavy pile on the desk and straightened his coat. This is the list of those strangers you mentioned last time. Out of the 2,000 people who visited during the first 2 weeks, only 17 remain uninvestigated. We've been especially thorough with the outsiders in Xnet, the free city within the Marcus Kingdom. Doyun picked up the files, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Kai had outdone himself. Excellent work, Kai. Managing long-distance intelligence gathering like this is no small feat. Kai gave a humble bow. It is my duty, my lord. Doyun nodded, dismissing him. Thank you. That's enough for today. Go get some rest. Kai pressed a hand to his chest, bowed deeply, and quietly exited the room. Doyun turned his attention back to the reports. New players were being summoned in waves every 7 days. It had been 15 days now, meaning the third wave had already touched down. His heart raced as he looked at the names on the table. The answer to the mystery he'd been chasing was likely hidden in these pages. He began to flip through them, his eyes scanning every detail. Everything changes based on what I find in here, he muttered. His entire plan depended on this one search. He picked up a specific file, staring intensely at the photo. Now, let's see what's really going on. He was looking for one specific name. Cross, the top player of Jeanette, the man who stood his ground against the major powers until the very end. The ultimate solo player. Cross. Where are you hiding? Minutes turned into an hour. Doyun rubbed his temples, a look of pure exhaustion crossing his face. Nothing. He looked at the mess of papers scattered across his desk, completely baffled. No matter how many times he checked, the name Cross simply didn't exist. He pulled up the system interface, running a manual search one more time, but the result was the same. 0 matches. A cold realization started to sink in. He had used every scrap of personal info he knew about the man, and yet, he found nothing. Cross, the legendary top ranker, had no records at all. Not in this world, and not even back on Earth. Doyun covered his face with his hands, lost in a sea of silence. He rubbed his temples, a frustrated sigh escaping his lips as he muttered under his breath. I spent so much time wondering, if I met my past self, should I pull him into my plans or just play dumb? Turns out that was a total waste of energy. Standing up from his desk, he paced the room, lost in thought. Despite everything, Do-hyun truly wanted to see that version of himself again. Do-hyun's mind drifted back. Even in the real world, he used to talk to himself just like this. Back then, he was just an orphan with 0 family to lean on and barely any friends. Life was cold, harsh, and lonely as hell, a total outcast. But no matter how miserable that existence was, rage suddenly flared in his eyes. It was still my life, he roared, his vision clouding with red. The memories kept flooding back. In the past, Do-hyun didn't trust a soul. He was a cynical loner who absolutely loathed the society that rejected him. Honestly, if it weren't for his raw, natural talent, and if he'd never discovered the game Connect, he probably would have ended up as nothing more than a total, forgotten loser. But he had a core of steel, a sense of justice that wouldn't let him ignore a wrong. Once he set his mind on something, nothing could shake his resolve. Thinking of that, Doyun grit his teeth hard. He really believed there was a glimmer of hope for him this time around. His mind was a whirlwind of what-ifs. He couldn't stop thinking about the life he had led back in the real world. In his previous life, no matter how hard he searched, he never found his birth parents. But this time, he was determined to find the truth. He wanted to back his past self to prove to the entire world that even a poor orphan could actually make it to the top. Not just inside a game, but in reality. He wanted to see that version of himself find love, start a family, and finally be happy. But was it all for nothing? Just pointless regret? Because the name Doyun had vanished without leaving a single trace behind in this world. He walked over to the window and let out a long, heavy sigh while staring out at the horizon. He knew that his past self and who he was now were technically the same person. But he'd changed so much he barely recognized himself anymore. He went from being a bitter, prickly loner to someone who grew up surrounded by love under the name Raun. He was a completely different man now. Having people by his side had become so natural that being alone actually felt strange, almost uncomfortable. He whispered to his reflection, "If someone called me a hypocrite right now, honestly, I wouldn't even try to deny it." He stared at his own image mirrored in the glass, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Frowning, he realized that this world was all he had left. He thought of his father, his brothers, and his friends, and his heart tightened. But that realization made his goal clearer than ever. His family, his territory, and his friends. Anyone who dared to lay a finger on them? He'd make sure they absolutely regretted ever being born. He didn't care if he had to take on every single player in existence. In fact, without the original Doyun around, things were going to be a whole lot easier. It would have taken ages for the world to figure out his unique skill manifestation methods on their own. He remembered his past life. Ordinary high-rankers couldn't even stand in the same room as him once he'd truly mastered his skills. But now, that legendary figure was gone. He simply didn't exist in this timeline anymore. He turned away from the window, his eyes clouded with worry. He just couldn't shut his brain off from the possibilities. Fine. At least no one will be getting in my way for a while. Other players wouldn't show their real potential until they finally mastered their traits. If this world had truly forgotten the name Doyun, then he'd be the one to force them to remember it. He started to walk away, his eyes fixed on taking back his place in the world. Meanwhile, on the 15th day since Connect launched, a piece of news dropped that absolutely rocked the entire gaming community. A system notification flashed before every player. GNet's first official major event. The announcement for the very first Raun Academy was live. Details began scrolling across everyone's screens. And trust me, people were losing it. The free cities of the Ruben Kingdom were already famous for their player support. But now, the man behind it all, Raun, was founding an academy. This academy was strictly for players, and they weren't discriminating against classes or jobs. As long as you'd completed your first class advancement, you were in. Each branch would take 150 people, for a total of 600 students. The best part? The 3-month training was completely free. Graduates would be granted the honorary R title, giving them top priority for official quests, and even special missions directly from Raun himself. The absolute best students would even get a shot at the official member entrance exam. If they passed, they'd get exclusive gear, a tiered salary, and elite support to help them reach the highest levels of the game. The system finalized the message. Application deadline is the 1st of the month. The news hit the Connect forums like a nuclear bomb. This is insane. People were screaming across every chat room. Back in the real world, the player forums were drowning in comments. Forget everything else, get your gear and get to Ruben right now. Too late. Way too late. Since when did they lock down the free city zones? Thank God I had the sense to warp to Mira last week. This is so unfair. These buffs are completely breaking the game balance. Behind a glowing monitor, a frustrated player hammers away at his keyboard. He taps out a nasty comment. Great, another noob getting scammed. Meanwhile, the forum boards are absolutely exploding with drama. Someone jumps in to ask if anyone has reached first headquarters yet. The reply? Pure envy, complaining about how cool Zhang Yue's squad looks compared to them. Too bad for you, Pops. No room left because I already took the last spot. Cut to the academy gates, where a massive crowd is buzzing with nervous energy. This is it. A once-in-a-lifetime shot. If you blow it now, don't even dream about a second chance. For real though, the competition is 5-1 today, but next season, it'll be 10 times that. They just announced they're only taking 3,000 people a week. At this rate, we're looking at 40,000 players in just 3 months. One guy rushes to the bulletin board, already worrying about guild politics. Wait, why run the event now? Shouldn't they wait for a bigger crowd? Someone snorts in reply. Don't like it? Go complain at first headquarters and see what happens. Over on the official game boards, the comment section is turning into a total war zone. Listen up, if you don't host events in other countries, we're storming the office. Yeah, right, they'd get tossed out before touching the door. Players have zero leverage here. The no interference mandate is set in stone. Word on the street is that the lights at the scenic office were burning all through the night. Doyun scrolls through the chaotic mess of player comments on the forum, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. He lets out a breath, hands on his hips. Players whining about the devs? Honestly, some things never change. Doesn't matter how many events they throw or how much they tweak the numbers, you are never going to make everyone happy. Newbie events piss off the rankers. Hard events make the noobs cry. It's the same old story. A company chasing profits first is never going to run a balanced game. Doyun falls back into his thoughts. This first academy project? It wasn't some random idea, it was his long-term master plan. Getting those free city mayors on board was only the opening move in his player support strategy. Once these policies start hitting, players will flood into Ruben's free cities like a tidal wave. That's when he'll use first to handpick the cream of the crop. Alone in his room, Dohyun's voice drops to a bone-chilling cold. I need to be on guard. He clenches his fists so hard the veins bulge. He knows they are still out there, somewhere. Even if he can't see them yet, the shadowy figures pulling the strings of this entire world. To him, CN management aren't just game admins. They are the real enemy. As the game enters its mid-stage, the narrative begins to shift. The scenic board has abandoned their original vision, turning into nothing but puppets for the elite and powerful. Fair events are rigged to favor corporate-sponsored guilds, while state-backed groups get constant patches just to keep them on top. Even the advanced artificial intelligence behind Scenic can't stop the admins from meddling. No matter how hard it tries to block them, they still find ways to manipulate where the players go. Dohyun is deep in thought, calculating his next move. But this time, it's going to be different. This recruitment drive isn't just about finding talent or guild PR. It's a massive test to see how much he can actually mess with the Scenic system. Usually, only the admins control the events. But CCK was built on the idea of absolute player freedom. Dohyun rubs his chin, eyes narrowing. He's testing a theory. Can an NPC like himself actually trigger his own events and quests? His gaze turns sharp and intense as a dark smirk spreads across his face. And so far, not a single problem. The admins haven't been able to lay a finger on him or the first guild. His mind continues to race. If he can trigger events within CN, he might just end up controlling the players himself. Sit on your high thrones, CN management. You think you're the ones pulling the strings? Think again. Not today. Not ever. Cut to the front of a massive estate as birds scatter into the sky. Ronaldo sees Dohyun approaching and practically beams with excitement. Here comes the oily, over-the-top flattery. Oh, silly me. I should be calling you Count now, shouldn't I? Dohyun arrives with a single guard at his side. He keeps it professional. You seem busy, Sir Ronaldo. I should have called ahead. My apologies. Ronaldo just waves it off, letting out a boisterous laugh. Oh, stop it. Why are you being so formal with me? We're past all that stiff etiquette, aren't we? Dohyun offers a polite, forced smile. The old man is clearly in high spirits. But behind that smile, Dohyun is already 2 steps ahead. He lets out a small, knowing smirk. It makes sense. Only a year ago, Mira was a forgotten backwater town. Now, it's a booming central hub. To this mayor, Dohyun is more than a visitor, he's a savior. Ronaldo grins, dying to know exactly why his favorite benefactor has come to visit. So, what brings you here today? Whatever Count Raun needs, consider it done. I'll give it my absolute best. The mayor, Renalot, was practically tripping over himself to help. Dohyun didn't waste any time with small talk. He looked straight at the person standing beside him and said, Actually, I'm here to introduce someone to you. Renalot's eyes widened with genuine excitement. Oh? Now you've got me curious. A man of your stature, Count, doesn't just introduce just anyone to people like me. Dohyun nodded, stepping aside. Allow me. Slowly, the young man pulled back the hood of his cloak, revealing his face. Dohyun looked at Renalot and announced, This is the player who will be my companion for the foreseeable future. The hood fell away, and the young man, known as Cross, stepped forward to offer a polite greeting. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Cross. Renalot beamed at him, waving off the formality. Oh, please. I'm the one who should be asking for favors here. You, sir, are going to be a very important client for our city from now on. Dohyun stood back with his arms crossed, watching the two hit it off while silently calculating his next move. They talked for a long while before Cross finally made his move to leave. Dohyun and Renalot both walked him to the door to see him off. The mayor reached out, giving Cross a firm look of support. If you ever run into any trouble, come find me immediately. I'll do everything in my power to help. Cross opened the door and glanced back with a small smile. Just hearing you say that is enough. I'm grateful. Until next time, then. The moment Cross was out of sight, Doyun and Renalot exchanged a knowing look. The mayor's eyes were practically glowing with admiration. I really can't compete with you, Count. Since when did you manage to recruit a traveler like that? Doyun just gave a faint, mysterious smile. It was a chance encounter, but more than just a traveler, he's a rare talent with overwhelming potential. I thought that if you kept an eye on him, he'd definitely be an asset to you later. That's why I brought him here. Renalot threw his head back and laughed loudly. With your eye for talent, Count, I have zero doubts. Rest assured, I'll be keeping a very close watch on this young man. Seeing the mayor so hooked, Dohyun let out a satisfied grin. After they finished their chat, Renalot personally escorted Dohyun all the way to the gate, bowing respectfully. Please, get home safely. Dohyun raised a hand, signaling that there was no need for further formalities. Apologies for dropping by so unexpectedly. As soon as he stepped outside, a carriage was already waiting for him. Dohyun climbed inside, settling into the plush seat. Cross, who was already sitting opposite him with his legs crossed, immediately asked, So, how did the mayor take it? Dohyun looked at him and smirked. Not bad. He's still a bit cautious, but he's definitely interested enough to keep watching. Then, his eyes twinkled with amusement. Your disguise technique? Absolutely flawless. Cross let out a soft laugh, clearly impressed with himself. To think I actually managed to fool the mayor of this city. Suddenly, Dohyun's body began to glow with a strange light. As he deactivated the magic, a voice rang out. It was his spirit tree. It was my honor to assist you, master. Dohyun finally shed the last of the transformation magic covering his body. This item is the real deal, he muttered. He glanced down at the glowing ring on his middle finger, the one he'd received from Vice Principal Gray back at the academy. The system window popped up. Gray's Ring of Transformation. The description read, perfectly alters the wearer's physical form into a designated appearance. But that wasn't the only trick up his sleeve. He opened another menu. System notification. Second identity. Grade. Unique. Description. Provides a secondary persona that the user can switch to at any time. It could be used for party rankings, accepting quests, and navigating the world. Most importantly, achievements and contribution points for each identity are calculated separately. However, a warning flashed. Beware of those with high-level detection skills. He thought to himself that this was a limited-time item from the new player shop, unlocked just for this update. Thanks to this, his disguise was practically ironclad. The only downside was the price. It was so expensive it almost made him faint, but it was worth every penny. With these two items, he had the perfect alias. He could now move freely as the player named Cross. Thinking about the possibilities, Dohyun clenched his fist, his eyes full of fire. All right, time to get back to the main event. Meanwhile, in the real world, at the C&C headquarters, the office was buzzing with activity. Computers were humming, and papers were piled high as employees scrambled about. Manager Han turned to Manager Kim with a worried look. Manager Kim, have you heard anything? Kim sighed, looking just as stressed. Not a word. All I know is an emergency meeting was called out of nowhere. Across the room, others were whispering. What's going on? Is it because of that? The first Four-Will Academy incident? In an instant, the entire meeting room was drowned in a sea of speculation and nervous chatter. Suddenly, a man in a sharp suit and glasses walked in, his presence immediately silencing the room. Is everyone here? He asked coldly. This is an urgent matter, so we've called this emergency session. This was Choi Yi-hwan, the Director of Planning and General Management. He wasted no time, projecting the meeting's core objective onto the main screen. It was a massive deal, a live broadcast and a special advertising contract for the upcoming First Four-Will Academy entrance exams combat category. He steps up to the podium, explaining that everyone's likely heard the rumors about the 4 Academy entrance exams. This time, the CCK will be broadcasting the combat portion live to the world. The masterminds behind the plan? Raun Aston and a representative from CRUS. And the final sign-off came directly from the chairman himself. The room goes dead silent. You could hear a pin drop before the absolute shock sets in for everyone present. Then, pure chaos. Everyone starts whispering at once. The proposer is First Rill, an NPC, and somehow, the chairman personally greenlit it. A man in a blue suit with blonde hair speaks up, his voice trembling with total disbelief. No way. This is completely absurd. Suddenly, boom! A hand slams against the table. An official, face red with rage, shouts, Is this some kind of joke? Does this even make sense? We're letting a game character dictate our strategy instead of our own professional staff? It's madness. The room falls into a heavy, suffocating silence after his outburst, nobody daring to breathe. Up front, Jan stays quiet, but his mind is racing. How could they approve such a reckless plan without any consultation? He crushes the paper in his fist. He's literally shaking with anger. Just what on earth is the chairman thinking? Cut to Mira Center Square. It's packed. People everywhere, vendors shouting, and the usual hustle and bustle of a busy plaza. A man raises his hand, yelling at the top of his lungs. Last spot for the wild dog raid. Let's go. Just a few steps away, someone else is hawking discounted gear, warrior axes, and leather boots for anyone looking for a deal. Amidst the noise, Doyun is sitting on a bench, disguised as his crass persona. He's just watching, blending in. Lavenna appears by his side as he stares into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. Blending in like this. With my old face from my past life, it feels like I never even reincarnated, he admits to Lavenna. It's a strangely comfortable feeling. Lavenna is busy scrolling through system screens when she suddenly gasps, turning to Doyun with a bright smile. Raul, look! The announcement and the ad just went live on the official homepage. He looks over, a small smirk playing on his lips. Really? How's the crowd taking it? Lavenna checks the data, eyes wide. It's blowing up. Every community and forum is talking about it right now. Doyun nods, clearly satisfied. Perfect. Now, we just need to get ready. He tells Lavenna to keep an eye on the boards for any updates. She just grins, eyes turning into little crescents. Got it, Raul. Back on the bench, Doyun breathes a sigh of relief. No complications so far. He'd worried that negotiating as an NPC guildmaster would be a nightmare. Who would have thought it'd be this easy? But things went smoother than expected. CCK is moving fast. They're ready to jump on this. It's the perfect distraction for them to divert player complaints and boost their brand. They won't mess this up. He clenches his fist, heart racing. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Finally, some good news. He whispers to himself, I can't wait to see what happens next. Later, back at home, he catches his reflection in the mirror. He touches the glass, staring at the face of Crass. But then, reality hits. There's a massive problem. He's playing a player, but Crass doesn't exist in the real world. If the company wants a face-to-face meeting, he's finished. That's key. Lavenna finds the loophole. She's staring intently at her floating system screens. She turns to him. You said an AI manages the entire system, right? Why don't we just ask it for help? Doyun, sitting at his desk, just sighs. I mean, maybe, but I've never heard of anyone actually talking to the AI. He rubs his chin, thinking it through. It sounds like a long shot. Usually, people just contact customer support, not the AI itself. Lavenna points to a weird, glowing button on her screen. Then, what's this? Right next to the inbox is a blank, mysterious button that's pulsing with light. Doyun blinks. I don't see anything. Lavenna leans in and reads the text out loud for him. Call system administrator. Dohyun's eyes nearly pop out of his head. Wait, what? He slams his hands on the desk, face going pale as a sheet. His mind starts racing. A direct line to the admin? Could he actually talk to someone? If so, he might finally learn why he was brought back to this world in the first place. The admin might have all the answers. He goes quiet, processing it all, until Lavenna breaks the silence. I'm pressing it. Before he can react, she taps the button. Instantly, a blinding blue light floods the entire room. It's so bright, Doyun has to shield his eyes from the glare. A message pops up. System admin access level 4 authorized for Raun Aston. Cost per message, 100 coins. Dohyun's fingers fly across the keyboard, heart pounding. Holy hell, it actually worked. Seeing Doyun's message, the system finally hits him back. Who are you? It asks, before introducing itself as the administrator of System D. A notification pops up, 100 coins gone. Doyun doesn't hesitate, fingers flying across the keys as he demands to know the system's true identity. I am the administrator of System D, the screen reads, followed by another 100 coin deduction. Doyun breaks out in a cold sweat. He falls silent, thinking hard, before slowly typing 4 words onto the screen. Where are you currently? The screen flickers with a loading icon for a second. Then the system starts bombarding him with alerts. Access denied. Minus 100 coins. Access denied. Minus another 100 coins. The system just keeps repeating the same script. Watching the system loop like a broken record, Doyun's hands start to shake. He points at the monitor, his voice trembling as he stammers. What the hell is this? This has to be just an automated message. Laven, standing right beside him, looks just as worried. Crash, just ask what you actually need to know. Doyun rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought until Laven's voice snaps him out of it. Right. You're right, he murmurs. He leans back in and types out a new line. I have a proposal for you. Can I submit it right here? The response is instant. Submit your proposal here. 200 coins deducted. Doyun nearly loses it. 200 coins just for 2 sentences? Talk about a total ripoff. He starts typing again, muttering under his breath. Can I really pull this off? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts, engulfing both of them. A massive system warning flares up. Forbidden content. Disclosure is strictly prohibited. Before they can even process what's happening, the scene shifts. We're now back in the real world, inside the high-rise headquarters of CNC Group. specifically the director's office. A man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, staring out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the city below. Behind him, another man waits for orders. The director finally speaks. So, how's the progress coming along? Cho Iwan, the man in the back, immediately checks his tablet before giving his report. Everything is moving perfectly according to plan, sir. The silver-haired man leading the operation is Director Ju. Without even turning around, Ju continues. The launch date for the promotion campaign is almost here. Make sure there isn't a single mistake. Iwan goes quiet for a moment. Finally, he speaks up, his voice dripping with frustration. Director, if I may, this plan is far too reckless. Are we really going to risk the entire company's future on one NPC and a single player? We should cut our losses and cancel this partnership right now. Ju's tone turns ice cold as he shuts him down. That is not an option. Iwan's eyes widen, shocked that his logic is being ignored so easily. Director Ju remains completely calm. It seems you don't quite grasp the gravity of the situation, he says slowly. This plan wasn't just something I approved on a whim. It was greenlit by someone far above my pay grade. Iwan freezes for a few seconds, his mind racing to figure out who could possibly be higher up. The director finally turns around, locking eyes with Iwan. The chairman himself personally approved this plan, but Ju's next words are the real bombshell that leaves Iwan speechless. Not only that, but the chairman has taken a very personal interest in this player named Crash. Iwan's heart sinks. The chairman? Why him? Ju turns back to the window, clasping his hands again as he watches the world outside. It's understandable that you're confused, but none of that matters now. Our only job is to ensure this plan is a total success. Understand? Hearing that it's a direct order from the chairman, Iwan doesn't dare argue further. He simply bows his head. I understand, sir. Meanwhile, back inside the game, a massive crowd has gathered at the central square. They're all heading toward the first four-wheel forge, run by a master blacksmith named Choi. As a customer walks through the door, Choi looks up and gives a booming greeting. Welcome. I heard the news from the master. You're the one who wants to buy out every single basic weapon type this workshop produces, right? Doyun, currently in his Crash avatar, walks in and gives a sharp nod. Yes, that's exactly right. Choi narrows his eyes, scanning Crash from head to toe. His gaze stops on Crash's hands. They're covered in scars and thick calluses. The hands of a man who's lived by the blade. Seeing those marks, the blacksmith's respect grows. He leads Crash into the heart of the forge, bringing out a massive haul of weaponry for him to inspect. It doesn't take long for Crash to pick out a sword that feels perfect in his grip. The blacksmith watches him, nodding in approval at his keen eye. Choi points out a specific detail. And just like you requested, every single piece has been engraved with the first four-wheel logo. Crash heaves the heavy sword onto his shoulder. Impressive work. These are top-tier weapons. I'm certain the master will be more than satisfied with the quality. Choi beams at the praise. Is that so? He laughs, waving a hand dismissively. Check them over one more time. If we need to make adjustments, it's going to take quite a while. Once the inspection is finished, Crash prepares to head out. He gives the old blacksmith a polite nod. I'll be back later then. Choi walks him to the door. Safe travels, kid. As Crash walks away, he passes groups of children playing in the bustling streets. He keeps his pace steady, his mind already on the next step. Weapons are sorted. Now I need to hit the leather workshop for the armor. Connect hasn't developed a brand culture yet, so gear with a clear, recognizable logo is going to be a total magnet for attention. This is a massive event being broadcast to the entire world, after all. Everything is lining up perfectly. The CNC group is coordinating with his moves without missing a single beat. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he marches forward. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he's going to milk the promotion for everything it's worth. The scene shifts as a system notification rings out. Out of 600 hopeful applicants for First Academy, a special selection is about to begin. 16 elite fighters, 1 brutal knockout tournament. The prize? A ticket to the prestigious Academy broadcast, live to the entire world. Connect Company is pulling out all the stops, sponsoring round-trip portal tickets to Mira for every single applicant. New lines of narrative text flickered into existence. Before long, the official promotional event finally kicked off in earnest. Thanks to a massive marketing blitz from CNC, the community's reaction was absolutely explosive. Players everywhere were glued to their screens, smashing their keyboards in hype-filled forums. Everyone was losing their minds. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of event we've been waiting for. Damn, thinking about it now, this deal is insane. A global live stream? Win this, and you're an instant superstar. I mean, what else is there to even say? Star, please. This game barely has 10,000 players. Global stream or not, it's not like it's airing on actual television. Wait, it's officially rated 19+. My bad for trashing the devs earlier because of that rating. I'm officially signing up right now. Once I'm in Mira, I'm not coming back even if I fail. But man, Rip to the losers who get forcibly teleported home the second they're eliminated. The internet was buzzing with theories and trash talk, but the real question remained. Would anyone actually tune in to watch? Historically, even the best gaming tournaments struggled with ratings. But this felt like something much more than just a game. Just look at the footage, those aren't simulated graphics. That's real-life footage. This isn't just gaming, it's a new breed of esports. Kids these days are always trying to turn games into sports. Stinks like illegal gambling to me. But this time, it feels different. If parents saw the annual revenue for this game, they'd probably have a heart attack. Suddenly, bam! A hand slammed down on a desk. Iwan pounded the whiteboard, his voice booming. It's not enough. This isn't nearly enough to stir up the storm we need. Mobilize everyone. I want the forums in a total frenzy. I don't care about the content leak rumors, start fights, make it controversial. Every single person in the office heard the command and immediately dove into their computers, typing like their lives depended on it. Aside from the workers, everyone else stood there, faces pale and voices hushed. They didn't dare utter a single word. Iwan kept shouting, "Get people arguing. If you have to, post negative comments about the game itself. Just do it. All we need is eyes on us. Hire reporters, buy forum trolls, anything to keep the spotlight burning hot and the attention on us." The entire office responded as one, their voices echoing through the room. Understood, director. Consider it done. Iwan leaned over the table, his mind racing. Only 5 days left until the academy entrance exams. Time was running out fast. He clenched his fist so hard it began to tremble. Their last plan was a total disaster, and he refused to be humiliated again. This wasn't just about his career as director anymore. This involved the people way above him, the real power players. The fact that the mysterious chairman stepped out personally proved how serious this was. And then, there was that player. Crash. His eyes turned bloodshot at the thought of Crash. If some nameless nobody thought he could just run wild, he had another thing coming. Suddenly, an employee raised his hand. "Director, the community forums are primed and ready for the surge. We've also upgraded the servers to prevent any unexpected crashes." Hearing this, Iwan's voice finally lost some of its edge. "Good. Planning team, media team, give me an update on the progress for that other project." The lead manager quickly stood up. "Data collection and organization are complete," one reported. "The media team is also standing by and ready to launch," added another. Iwan let out a few sharp claps, a cold grin spreading across his face. "All right, time for the next phase. Let's move. We're going to make sure every single person on this planet is watching this event." The entire room roared back in agreement. The office became a blur of frantic activity. Meanwhile, in a completely different world, Doyun sat quietly at his desk. He was busy poring over some documents when Lavenna suddenly zoomed out of nowhere. She was practically vibrating with excitement. Raun, a new announcement just dropped." He paused his work, putting down his pen to pull up the system notification. Connect Company had just released the second official promotional video for the upcoming tournament. After reading the details, a thin smile played on Dohyun's lips. Finally, it's all starting. Cut to a deep, dark forest. Danton and Jack were both there, leading a powerful unit of cavalry deep into the dense woods. Hidden in the shadows, a single goblin watched them closely. Behind it, countless glowing eyes peered out from the darkness. 3 goblins holding strange instruments let out wicked, twisted grins. But Jack and Danton? They already knew they weren't alone. Without missing a beat, the 2 warriors lunged forward, tearing through the monsters. In a flash, the goblins were completely wiped out. Then, Nakia stepped out from the distance, her hands glowing as she clutched a mysterious green orb. Staring down the goblin before her, she began to chant under her breath, channeling her inner mana into a spell. In an instant, a thick green mist swallowed the entire area. The goblins were frozen in place, unable to even fight back. Out of nowhere, Philip, Pi, and Joss burst onto the scene. Pi doesn't waste a second, burying an arrow right into a goblin's eye, sending the monster into a screaming frenzy of pure agony. Then there's our boy Dohyun. Charging in on horseback, he looks at his personal squad of knights and asks one simple, hype-inducing question: "Who wants to be the main character today?" The response? Absolute fire. Every knight roars in approval, fists raised high. Dohyun doesn't stop there. He commands the entire army to fight like their lives depend on it and seize that glory for themselves. Without another word, he leads the charge, spearheading the cavalry as they slam into the front lines. Suddenly, a system alert hits every player. Anyone can be the protagonist. Cut to another scene. A man stares at his screen and lets out a long, weary sigh. It's you. He's scanning the system logs, rubbing his chin as he mutters to himself. "I knew this was coming, but man, the reality is way more intense than I imagined." Meanwhile, the internet is absolutely breaking. The comment section under the latest game footage is moving so fast you can barely read it. "Look at that video quality," one user screams, while another asks, "Wait, who's that guy at the very end?" He's literally the hottest actor I've ever seen in my life. But then, someone points out the description. He's not an actor, you idiots, that's an in-game character. I bet he's going to be the main quest NPC later on. Not letting the hype die down, the game company, GNIC, drops a massive announcement under their Do Connect banner. They've just launched a real-time global translation system. And then, the big one. The Contest of Nations. The global war has officially begun. The question on everyone's lips. Who will take the #1 spot and turn their home country into the center of the gaming world? Back at his desk, Doyun is watching the chaos unfold. He and Lavenna are scrolling through the comments, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. I have to hand it to them, he says. The operations team actually knows what they're doing. Lavenna is practically glowing with excitement. The feedback is incredible, she cheers. All that hard work we put into filming the promo was totally worth it. Doyun nods, leaning back with a proud grin. Yeah, it wasn't easy, but look at the results. Lavenna, being her usual energetic self, starts playing with a film clapper, shouting action, over and over. Then, she points to the news. The main headlines are literally nothing but the tournament. The system is already showing the rewards for first place, too. Doyun checks his own system window. He knew the video was good, but the prizes GNIC is putting up, they're absolutely insane. Right on cue, a new official notification pings across every screen in the game. It's the formal reward list for the First Academy Special Entrance Exam. The message starts with a thank you to all the players for their overwhelming support. Then, they get straight to the point, the individual prizes. And trust me, you're going to want to hear this. Anyone who makes it to the round of 64 gets a free 1-month Game Pass. But if you hit the top 16, you get 5% of your match's broadcast revenue as a cash bonus. The Grand Champion, however, walks away with 10 million gold and a 6-month exclusive modeling contract with GNIC. Absolute jackpot. But wait, there's more. For the next 3 months, any country with a player in the top 16 gets a 1% priority boost for capsule draws. So, for example, if 3 players from country A make the cut, out of 3,000 total capsules, 90 of them or 3% are guaranteed for that country. And if your country produces the winner, that's a 10% priority boost and a free month of service for every single player in that nation. GNIC says they want to build the game alongside the community, and these rewards are just the beginning. The message ends with a simple, good luck to everyone. Even those still waiting for their turn are encouraged to enjoy the event until the very end. After reading it, Doyun leans back, hand on his chin. He's impressed. It's a brilliant move creating rewards that affect an entire nation's player base. That changes everything. By framing this as a national war, they've ensured that even people who don't play games will be tuning in to watch. The message boards are already exploding. The championship is ours, screams one post. But then the trash talk starts. Korea used to be a gaming powerhouse, but those days are long gone. Reading the auto-translated insults from foreigners, Doyun just shakes his head. The global chat is a complete dumpster fire of toxic rivalry right now. Things are definitely getting interesting, he muses. The atmosphere is boiling over. He pulls up the real-time rankings to see where things stand. Rank 1, Doyun, level 23, South Korea. Rank 2, Luis Brake, level 21, USA. Rank 3, Lane Chang, level 21, China. Seeing his own name sitting comfortably at the top, he whispers to himself, I'm really looking forward to that day. Finally, the day arrives, the First Academy entrance exam. The front courtyard of the academy is packed with a sea of people. Up in his office, Doyun stands by the window, arms crossed as he watches the crowd. Lavenna is right there with him, her nose practically pressed against the glass. She can't help but gasp at the sheer scale of it. Even after all the filtering, there are still so many people. Soon after, the two of them get back to the paperwork. Doyun is locked in, scanning the documents. Over 6,500 players applied for the academy. Considering only 8,000 capsules have been released so far, that means almost every single player above level 10 has signed up. But after the initial screening, only 2,000 were chosen to move forward. Once you weed out the non-combat types, there are only 1,600 contestants left. The criteria were simple, but the pressure is massive. Down in the courtyard, things are already getting heated. A man named Minun is shouting at the top of his lungs, I have a real job to get to. Are you seriously only picking people who are unemployed? Sun, the female mage, was absolutely fuming in the back. My level is way higher. Why are these low-level scrubs getting picked while I'm rejected? Doyun practically had to cover his ears because of the constant whining. Seriously, the noise was unreal. In his head, he knew exactly what was happening. It wasn't just about levels. Players with low activity and barely any login time, they were the first ones cut. Sure, talent and personality matter, but in this world, consistency and passion are everything. A genius who only shows up whenever they feel like it is useless. On the flip side, even if someone isn't a natural-born prodigy, if they've got that fire and put in the work, those are the people Doyun wants. At First Central Square, the atmosphere was electric. Janalos arrived with a massive entourage to personally greet Doyun. Count Raun, congratulations on officially opening the academy. These men were all mayors from the free cities of the Ruben Kingdom. Seeing him approach, Doyun stepped forward and shook hands with Janalos. You all traveled a long way to be here. I truly appreciate it. One of the mayors behind him spoke up immediately. Oh, please, we should be the ones thanking you. To be part of a massive collaboration like this is a total honor for us. As they talked, Dohyun's eyes scanned the crowd. He noticed a group of 3 people watching him from a distance, and locked eyes with them. One look was all it took. Doyun recognized them instantly. Those were the mayors who had laughed in his face when he first asked for investment. Unlike the Ruben mayors who were smart enough to cooperate, these guys looked down on him and rejected every deal. But look at them now. They were clearly drowning in envy, seeing everyone else profit from his success. Talk about karma. Just then, Bernard approached Doyun with a serious look. He stopped and gave a quick report. Sir, all the players have taken their positions. We're ready to roll. Doyun nodded, hearing the excitement humming through the air. Everyone's been waiting for this. Time to get this show started, right? Boom! Fireworks exploded across the sky in a blinding display of color. The host, Pan M, grabbed the mic and addressed the screaming crowd. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. The first Academy entrance exam officially begins. Now! The stadium erupted. Pan M just laughed, soaking in the wild energy from the stage before continuing. I'm Pan M, the Mira branch manager for First R. Before we dive into the action, pay attention to the rules. A massive system window flickered to life with bold, glowing letters. Pan M raised both hands, signaling for silence. For the preliminary round, our 1,600 contestants will be split into 8 groups. 200 players per group will be dropped into the battlefield simultaneously. It's a survival match, last one standing wins. Down in the stands, Ilu watched with a focused expression. I figured as much, but a full-blown survival game? This is intense. Jun, standing right next to him, looked worried. Wait, then how do they actually decide who passes? Pan M was already ahead of her. Listen up. Only 8 people from each group will move on to the next stage. The final survivor, and the top 5 players with the most kills will qualify. But wait, there are 2 more spots up for grabs with a special twist. Statue fragments are hidden all over the battlefield. The first 2 people to collect 5 pieces will also pass the exam. But here's the catch, the moment you get all 5, a massive pillar of light will mark your position for 5 seconds. If you can survive for 1 minute after that, you're in. But if you're robbed or killed, those fragments vanish instantly. Anyone holding those pieces is basically walking around with a giant target on their back. Oh, and you've only got 100 minutes. If time runs out before we find a winner or a fragment master, the players with the highest kill counts take those slots. Finally, there are a few hidden rules to keep things fair, but you'll have to find those yourselves. That's it for the guide. The group lists flashed onto the giant screen. Pan M shouted, Group A, you're up. Follow the guides to your starting zones. Looking at the list, Ilu let out a long, heavy sigh. He crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. Damn it, Group A? I wanted to watch the other groups first so I could plan a strategy. He pulled up his system menu. No point in complaining, now he needed to analyze the competition in Group A immediately. He rubbed his chin as he scrolled through the player data, his eyes narrowing. The intel was daunting. The top-ranked player was level 25, and the runner-up was level 24. There were about 30 people around level 23. Luckily, the absolute top-tier monsters weren't in his group, at least there was that. Still, there were 5 level 23 players ranked in the top 31 he had to watch out for. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. A guy named Sung Hyun walked right up to him. Hey, are you Korean by any chance? Ilu glanced back, keeping his guard up. And if I am? Sung Hyun just smiled, looking relieved. Oh, thank God. Can we talk for a second? Ilu stayed silent, weighing his options. Something felt a bit off. Noticing a group of people standing behind Sung Hyun, Ilu finally spoke. What's this about? Sung Hyun just laughed. Come on, man. Koreans gotta stick together, right? Trust me, this is a good thing. Let's go. Yu yanked his arm back, snapping. All right. I can walk by myself, okay? Right then, a guy with brown hair stepped forward, wearing a bright, overly enthusiastic grin. Hey everyone, I'm Park Sun-ho. It's a huge relief to be standing here with fellow countrymen. Hearing that, Ilu immediately pulled up the guy's stats on the leaderboard. He read the data in his head. Park Sun-ho, ranked 350, 7th globally, and 27th in South Korea. Sun-ho didn't stop there, continuing his pitch. As you guys know, this preliminary round is likely going to be a team battle. Even in a survival game, who'd be crazy enough to go solo? Mu shifted her weight, hand on her hip, and cut through the chatter. So, what's your point? Sun-ho didn't hesitate, he went straight for the kill. Simple. We should cooperate. Everyone's going to be grouping up anyway, so individual kills in the early stage don't really matter. A lone wolf can't stand against a crowd, and if everyone's just brawling, the kill points get spread too thin. The real winners are the ones who survive the longest and rack up kills late game. Mu listened, staying silent as she processed the logic. Yu caught the look on her face and realized the situation he was backed into a corner. If Sunho was right, going it alone would be suicide. Suddenly, Sunho raised his hand, looking around the group. By the way, is Kim Ilu here? Hearing his own name, Ilu raised a hand, responding calmly. Yeah, that's me. What do you want? The moment Sunho saw him, he practically jumped for joy. The player, Kim Ilu, the pride of Korea, ranked 16th in the entire world. It is a massive honor to meet you, man. The crowd around them instantly erupted into whispers. Rank 16 globally? Does this guy even sleep or just grind all day? Ilu watched him, skeptical. This guy was laying the flattery on way too thick. He definitely had an agenda. Sunho saw Ilu's silence and flashed a squinty-eyed grin. Ilu, you get it, right? This exam is basically a national competition. The more Koreans who pass, the better it is for all of us, don't you think? Ilu wasn't interested in riddles. He cut to the chase. And? What are you getting at? Sunho let out a hearty laugh. I think you should leave some kills for the rest of us. If one person hogs all the points, fewer people pass. Let's share the kills equally, and then we can settle things among ourselves at the very end. Ilu was speechless. This guy's audacity was unreal. Sunho turned back to the crowd, playing the hero. I'm even willing to give up my own kill points for the team. What do you all think? The players nearby took the bait instantly, cheering in excitement. I'm in. If we're a team, sharing is only fair. Another one chimed in. Sounds good to me. Let's show the world the true power of Korean solidarity. Ilu grit his teeth, his eyes burning with silent fury. This was pathetic. If they actually wanted to maximize the number of survivors, they'd funnel points to the strongest player, not dilute them. It was a trap. A blatant excuse to hold him back. Did they really think they could just discard him once the finish line was in sight? Sensing the tension, Sunho poked the bear. You don't look too happy. Don't tell me you hate the plan? He rubbed his chin, letting out a theatrical sigh. I was sure you'd be our backbone. I mean, a pro player wouldn't be so selfish that they couldn't work with a team, right? The second those words left his mouth, every eye in the room locked onto Yu. He could feel the cold hostility radiating from the crowd. After a tense silence, Ilu finally spoke up. Fine, I'll follow your little plan. Sunho and the others immediately broke into applause, cheering. Fantastic. But inside, Ilu was already miles ahead. Cooperation? What a joke. He had no intention of playing nice with his rivals. He'd use them for everything they were worth, and then he was gone. Sunho and the rest of the group were still celebrating their unity. Sunho raised his voice again. All right, I feel much better now. Let's head to the battlefield. The group shouted in unison. Korea fighting. Let's go. Korea fighting. Yu stood to the side, arms crossed, letting out a heavy sigh. The game hadn't even started, and he was already dealing with political manipulation. How annoying. This was definitely not going to be a walk in the park. One by one, the players began filing into the arena. Inside the hall, Renalot was pacing around, clearly searching for someone. His eyes lit up when he finally spotted Raun. He hurried over, desperate for a word. Count Raun, you've arrived. Raun, accompanied by Bernat, glanced toward the entrance. Looks like Group A is all here. Renalot leaned in. I heard you designed this exam yourself. Truly impressive, though the space feels a bit. Meanwhile, Ilu was also in the hall, taking everything in. He stayed silent, observing the surroundings as other players complained. Is the qualifier really happening here? It's way too cramped. Are they doing some kind of opening ceremony first? Renalot looked around and muttered. This venue is a bit small for a survival match. Doyun overheard the grumbling and finally spoke up. Don't worry. We've prepared a very special device just for this round. Renalot let out a loud, forced laugh to back him up. Of course. I was worried for nothing. Since Count Doyun designed it, there won't be any issues. Doyun's gaze shifted, noticing the players already forming their little factions across the room. Young Master Lean scanned the room with a cold gaze, letting out a sharp, disdainful huff. Still grouping up into pathetic little cliques, I see, he thought. They never fail to be predictable. Just then, Renalot had a sudden spark of inspiration. He immediately shouted to the crowd, All right, everyone, who's feeling lucky? Place your bets on the winner. The entire hall buzzed with excitement, everyone agreeing it was a brilliant idea. Sensing an opportunity, Renalot turned toward Doyun with a sly grin. Count Raun, why don't you join in? Care to place a wager? Raun offered a polite, practiced smile in return. Sounds interesting enough, he replied. But as he looked down at the participants, a single thought raced through his mind. The winner? Honestly, it's anyone's game. Meanwhile, Doyun was making his way through the second-floor corridor. His eyes drifted down toward the crowd, and he froze spotted someone he never expected to see in a place like this. Kim Yu, Doyun whispered to himself. The man was a Korean player ranked 16th globally. To a stranger, he looked like any other player. But Doyun knew the truth. He was the ultimate singularity of the CC world. Old memories came flooding back. This man, he was the only friend Doyun had truly trusted and leaned on in his past life. They had grown up together in the same orphanage, closer than biological brothers. Yu was the type who fought for every inch of progress in his life. He'd secured a stable job at a small company and eventually found happiness in marriage. Unlike Doyun, who bet his entire existence on CN, Yu had chosen the path of a normal, quiet life. For Doyun, Yu was the anchor that kept him tethered to the real world, his absolute pillar of support. At least, that's how it should have been. According to Doyun's memories, Yu had never once logged into set. Not even a single time. Anxiety gnawed at him. Yu shouldn't be here. Was his own interference causing the ripples that were now tearing his friend's life off course? Doyun caught his reflection in a nearby mirror. He had convinced himself that his ties to Earth were severed forever, yet here was Yu. Panic started to set in. How was he supposed to handle this? He was torn. Should he find a way to force Yu back to his old life, or help him survive and adapt to this dangerous new world? Watching Yu's receding figure, a heavy weight settled in Doyun's chest. He honestly didn't know which path would lead his friend to safety. Down on the stage, Pan M's voice boomed across the arena. Prepare yourselves. When the magic screen hits 0, the exam officially begins. The countdown began to echo. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yu listened to every heartbeat like second. 5, 4, then finally 0. Begin! The magic circles beneath the players erupted in a blinding flash. Yu shielded his eyes, shouting in shock. What the hell is going on? I can't see a thing. When the light faded, Yu found himself standing inside a cramped, rustic wooden shack. He looked around, completely stunned. Wait, what? Confusion hit him like a truck. A hut? Where did everyone go? Were we all separated? If we're isolated like this, what's the point of having a team? He couldn't help but wonder what kind of ridiculous expression did Punho have on his face right now. Suddenly, a faint glimmer caught his eye near the wall. Curiosity piqued. He stepped closer. What's this? There's something here. Yu's eyes widened in pure amazement as he reached out. His voice was thick with excitement. A golden falcon statue. He let out a cheerful hum, sounding almost like a kid on Christmas. Talk about luck. This might actually be my lucky day. Just then, the system interface flickered to life. And what's this now? A new feature? Some kind of update? Yu tapped the screen, and a map materialized, centered around a small tree icon. He realized it was a mini-map showing a total of 11 distinct sectors. I'm in Sector 4, he noted. As for the rest of the areas, I guess I'll have to explore them the hard way. He glanced at the window where sunlight streamed in. The silence outside was deafening. He felt a surge of nerves was stepping out. Actually a good idea? Back in the VIP room, the live feed drew gasps of admiration. Incredible, one observer whispered. My lord, how did you even come up with a concept like this? Truly, the vision of the youth is on a different level, another added. Doyun remained humble. I only provided the initial sketch of the idea. He made sure to give credit where it was due. Without Master Gray's help, this would have stayed a dream. The room erupted into frantic chatter. This is the work of the great Sage Gray? Look at the detail, it feels so incredibly real. Doyun watched their reactions, thinking, yeah, that's the response I was looking for. He was confident. He had poured an insane amount of magic stones and gold into this exam. This location would be vital for the future, so he had put his heart and soul into building it. Pan M turned back to him, full of praise. It's beyond impressive. Splitting the players up right at the start, that was a masterstroke of design. But as Pan M watched the players hiding in their rooms, he looked concerned. It seems no one wants to make the first move. Will the match proceed according to your plan? Doyun just smiled. He had anticipated this. If they just sat there, it would be boring. That's why I prepared a special motivation. Glancing at the map, Doyun knew the timing was perfect. Suddenly, bam! A wooden door was kicked off its hinges, crashing into the shack. Yu didn't hesitate. He was already aimed and ready, letting loose a bolt that grazed his opponent's shoulder, drawing first blood. He didn't give his enemy a chance to breathe. Shield up. Yu charged forward with sharp, focused determination, slamming the heavy shield straight into the intruder's chest. Outside, another player sat slumped under a tree, cursing his lungs out after being completely dismantled by Yu. Suddenly, an arrow whistled past Yu's face. He dived for cover, circling back toward the thick trunk of a nearby tree. He took a breath, heart racing, as he tried to pinpoint the shooter. Stay calm, he told himself. There's a sniper at 12 o'clock, and another one closing in from the 3 o'clock position. The system screen suddenly flashes a violent, warning red. A notification pops up. Stay in one spot for over 5 minutes, and you're marked. In 30 seconds, A light of revelation will beam down, exposing your exact location to every single player. Ilu groans to himself. Great. You'd think they'd give a heads up for a penalty this brutal, right? He glances toward the horizon. But wait. This might not actually be a total disaster. Ilu spots his first target, and he's not the only one whose position is compromised. An archer nearby mutters to himself, "Where is everyone? I haven't seen a soul in ages." Little does he know, a red glow is already igniting in the bushes right behind him. The second he lets his guard down to check the light, that's the opening. Ilu lunges from the shadows, sinking his blade in. One swift strike, and blood sprays across the grass. Farther away, another player named Dong Hai-hun watches the scene in pure shock. Panicked, he desperately tries to trigger his magic. What is even happening right now? With no other choice, he prepares to burn everything in sight, but before he can finish the spell, a shadow flickers behind him. Hai-hun's hand is still raised, mana gathering, but Yu's dagger is already inches away from ending it all. Bad luck, buddy. A mage wandering around solo? That's a death wish. Blood splatters, and just like that, another one is logged out for good. Yu exhales, heart hammering against his ribs. That was a close one. Now, Ilu is actually starting to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. And believe me, this is just the warm-up. Total count. 3 kills and 1 golden eagle statue secured. Suddenly, the ground begins to groan and shake, catching Yu completely off guard. He leans against a tree to steady himself. What now? A new red alert flickers to life, and Yu can feel the tension in the air. This is it. 10 minutes have passed since the bloodbath began. Now, the system is upping the stakes. The zone with the most survivors is about to be wiped out. The clock is ticking 1 minute to get out, or get erased. The affected area? Sector 7. Ilu freezes. Are you kidding me? He doesn't waste a second, leaping onto a high branch to get a better view of the carnage below. From up there, he sees something that stops him dead in his tracks. What the hell is that? The entire landscape in the distance is drowning in an eerie, pulsating red. A mob of players is running in a blind frenzy. Their screams echoing through the trees. Run! Faster! They're already falling! Damn it! We're being ambushed! High above them, a group of archers is picking people off like sitting ducks. One archer spits out a curse. Those bastards. They're actually camping right at the border. The final warning pings. 1 minute is up. Sector 7 is being deleted. Someone screams in pure desperation. Wait! Stop! I'm still inside! But the darkness behind him doesn't care. It swallows him whole. The survivors can only watch, paralyzed with fear. One of them stammers. Did he just disappear? The earth beneath them shudders violently as a brilliant blue light erupts from the cracks. The ground begins to split, sending everyone stumbling. The map! The map is moving! A girl shrieks. The system confirms the nightmare. The wipeout is literally terraforming the battlefield. Massive chunks of the earth tear away from each other, and boulders shatter, plummeting into the dark void below. Watching the chaos unfold, Pan is speechless. They're changing the entire terrain? Dong Hai-hun mutters. Standing still was never an option. I think everyone's realized that by now. He watches the carnage with grim curiosity. But who could have predicted a curveball like this? It's absolute madness in there. Yu just stares ahead, his expression unreadable. Yeah, probably. Inside the zone, it's a literal slaughterhouse. Pan can only think one thing: this isn't a game anymore. It's hell on earth. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a guy named Sunho is cursing up a storm. Damn it. What kind of psycho designed this game? His original plan was simple. Gather all the Korean players, especially the high rankers. If they'd stuck together, they would have dominated the leaderboard. But the system split them up from the very start, leaving him totally isolated. The plan was a bust, but he's not the type to give up that easily. If you can't start with a team, you just fight your way through until you find people worth grouping with. Thanks to the auto-translate feature, he didn't even need to find fellow Koreans. Language wasn't going to stop him. It took Sunho a massive amount of time, but he finally managed to scrounge together a 5-man squad. Now, it was time to prove he belonged at the top. He checks the real-time rankings. Rank 1, Grand from the USA with 7 kills. Rank 2, Ilu from Korea with 5 kills. Rank 3, Jun from China, also with 5. Sunho's face darkens. Kim Yu? When the hell did that kid get so many kills? He tries to shake it off. Whatever. It's just dumb luck he got picked for the vanguard and climbed the ranks. If I was the one they picked, that #1 spot would be mine. No question. He looks at the 5 guys he's gathered, perfect meat shields. With his actual skill, catching up to the kill count would be a walk in the park. He snarls. Enjoy your view from the top while you can. I'm coming to bury you. Magic circles begin to glow beneath Sunho's feet, but his team is looking around, confused. Something is wrong. Sunho senses a shift and screams, "Get back!" Too late. The bodies of his teammates begin to flicker and blur. Sunho feels a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Before he can react, he's warped to a completely different area, surrounded by a lush, green forest. A system message pops up. Unfair teaming behavior detected. As a penalty, all players involved are being warped to random locations across the map. Sunho loses it, kicking a wooden fence nearby. Are you serious right now? I don't know who made this game, but you're a total psychopath. He's probably out there laughing his head off at me right now. That complete and utter bastard. Outside, Doyun suddenly lets out a massive sneeze. He rubs his nose, wondering who on earth is cursing him this intensely. Meanwhile, Sunho is sweating, his mind racing to find a way out. Gathering his teammates now? Impossible. And even if he could pull it off, catching up to the leaders was a total pipe dream. Then a voice. Ilwoo's voice rang out from behind, cutting through his panic. What are you doing standing there? Sunho froze. Every muscle in his body went stiff. He knew that voice. He watched as the figure stepped out from behind a tree. Kim Ilwoo, Sunho shouted, forcing a friendly tone. You're safe? Oh, thank God. As Sunho stepped closer, Ilwoo immediately drew a dagger. Hold it. Don't take another step. Sunho put his hands up. Wait, we're from the same country. There's no reason for us to fight. Now that we've found each other, why don't we team up? Sunho suggested. Ilwoo stared at him, disgusted. This guy's shamelessness truly had no limits. You honestly think I'd team up after that dirty stunt you pulled? Ilwoo sighed, shaking his head. I'm not interested. Best we just go our separate ways. Sunho kept pleading. Come on, just think about it. Suddenly, his face went pale with terror. Wait, you! Behind you! Ilwoo instinctively spun around to see what was there. Intense heat and blinding light washed over his face. It was a fire dragon, soaring straight for him. The beast opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames. Ilwoo cursed under his breath. What the hell? How are level 20 players supposed to fight something like this? But then it happened. The dragon passed right through Ilwoo like a ghost. He stood there, stunned. It wasn't real? Thud. Sunho's dagger sank deep into Ilwoo's back. He turned just in time to see the smug, triumphant look on the traitor's face. Sunho let out a cruel, jagged laugh. Die, you idiot. See, Sunho possessed an A-rank trait called Rare Talent. He was a master of sophistry and illusions designed to rot a person's senses. Naturally, that fire dragon was his masterpiece. He gloated over his victim. You moron. The real attack was right here all along. But here's the thing Ilwoo already knew. You really think I didn't see you? I saw everything clearly. I know exactly what you're hiding. Those golden hawk statues. And you don't just have one, you've got a whole pile of them. Sunho's heart skipped a beat. He already had 3. He just needed to rob this guy to guarantee his spot in the finals. But then he realized his blade hadn't actually pierced skin. It was blocked by a solid, shimmering shield. Sunho was fuming, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He never imagined Ilwoo would be this incredibly cautious. Ilwoo just mocked him. Did you really think you were the only one who could play tricks? He raised his sword, eyes cold. You're even stupider than I thought. Sunho's face went white as a sheet as he began to beg. But it was too late. Blood sprayed across the grass. You really should have lived a better life, Ilwoo said flatly. He reached down and looted the 2 golden hawks from Sunho's body. A grin spread across his face. With these, I've finally got enough. System update. Kim Ilwoo now possesses 5 golden hawk statues. The leaderboard flickered and refreshed. Group A qualifier list. Final survivors. USA, 11 survivors. South Korea, 7 survivors, including the man of the hour, Kim Ilwoo. China, 4 survivors. For the rest, the slots went to those with the highest kill counts, with survival time acting as the tiebreaker. First place, Zhou Jun from China with 8 kills. Second, Satoshi from Japan with 7. Third, Manninger from Germany with 6. The first day of the qualifiers was officially over. With groups A and B finished, the internet was absolutely blowing up. Fans across the globe couldn't stop talking about it. People were losing their minds. The graphics are insane, one user posted. Are we sure this is actually a game and not real life? Thanks to today's broadcast, the number of new players skyrocketed. Newbies flooded the forums, leaving thousands of comments without even knowing the basics. The early reviews were glowing. I didn't expect much, but this was incredible. The guy who designed this test is a total genius. I thought it would be another boring Zergfest with everyone teaming up, another wrote. But that twist? Insane. Isn't the penalty for teaming a bit too harsh, though? Some argued, what's wrong with a team? They're clearly trying to screw over certain factions. The reply was instant. You're a foreigner, aren't you? This isn't a team raid, it's pure survival. The rules make perfect sense. But it wasn't just the international players who were struggling. South Korea had their share of idiots too. That one guy who tried to play politics from the start got wiped immediately. Total brain-dead move. He talked such a big game, acting like a pro, only to die in the most pathetic way possible. The impact of that live stream was bigger than anyone imagined. News articles about the battles were everywhere. It was so huge that it took over the front pages of every major news site on the planet. Headlines were dominated by the stream, thousands watched live, and highlight reels of the qualifiers were racking up millions of views in less than 24 hours. While the outside world was in a total frenzy, the players still inside the game were just as active, their minds buzzing with strategy. The Chinese faction, having the largest numbers, was especially busy. They were obsessed with one thing: analyzing the forced teleportation mechanic. Li Jincheng was waiting for an update. "What's the situation? Have we confirmed the trigger range for the penalty yet?" His subordinate replied, "Yes, sir. We just finished the video analysis." Just as Li Jincheng suspected, the system followed a strict pattern. This was Li Jincheng, a level 21 powerhouse and the last man standing from Group B. He smirked. "Exactly as I thought." According to his calculations, the data was clear. If 5 or more people cluster together for more than 3 minutes, the forced teleportation kicks in. He issued his orders with a sharp grin. "Excellent. Now, start planning our next move based on those numbers. We're going to use the system to our advantage." Jin Chan is absolutely buzzing. Tomorrow is the big day. The perfect chance to show the entire world the true, overwhelming power of China. Moving into day 2 of the tournament, the first test kicks off. And thanks to the brilliant coordination of Le Jin Chong, Group C's morning matches end in a total landslide victory for the Chinese players. Out of the 8 who advanced, 5 are Chinese, while the Korean players, they got completely wiped out, 0 survivors. Here is how they did it. The Chinese players split 10 different zones into pairs and pre-arranged specific meeting points. For example, players in zones 1 and 2 would all rush to the most iconic, tallest building in zone 1 to group up. Once they linked up, they immediately formed tight squads of 4, and if a massive fight broke out, nearby squads would pivot instantly to back them up. It was a flawless strategy, a showcase of pure, calculated dominance that left everyone else in the dust during the qualifiers. Everyone watching was left in total shock and honestly, a bit terrified. Luckily, that morning bloodbath only affected Group C, giving everyone else a lunch break to desperately scramble for a counter strategy before Group D started. You could feel the tension in the air as every other player started sweating over their own survival. They realized if they didn't do something fast, the Chinese players were going to sweep every single ticket to the next round. They couldn't just sit there and take it. The chatter was everywhere. "Should we form our own teams? We're outnumbered, so maybe we need to team up with players from other countries." That desperate hunger for a win forced these rivals to do the unthinkable. They actually started working together. Because of that, by the afternoon qualifiers, almost everyone was moving in squads of 4, effectively turning this survival game into a full-blown team war. Watching all of this unfold exactly as he'd hoped, Duhyun leaned back, his fingers tapping a steady, rhythmic beat against the armrest of his chair. He knew this shift was inevitable. It was only a matter of time, though he had to admit, China made their move way faster than he anticipated. He stared intensely at the screen. After all, his ultimate goal was to turn these players into absolute stars through the heat of battle. Solo fights are cool, sure, but they don't leave a lasting mark, and massive army battles just bury the individual. 4 is the magic number. With a 4-man squad, the truly elite players finally have the space they need to really stand out and shine. Aside from the Group C massacre where China dominated, no other nation held a total monopoly, and no top-tier players were getting knocked out just because they were outnumbered. The real heavy hitters were all making it through on pure, unadulterated skill. But looking at the final list for Group G, the salt was real. China 14, USA 8, Korea 5, Japan 4, and the UK with only 2. Some fans were beyond disappointed. It was predictable, but still painful to watch. People were losing it online, complaining that out of 200 Korean participants, having only 5 move on was just straight up pathetic. The comments were savage, pointing out that if you added up the total levels of those 200 Koreans, they actually outranked the Americans. Our average rank is high, yet we've got nothing to show for it. The forums were exploding with people claiming the Western players were all ganging up on the smaller groups first. One keyboard warrior even claimed the games got boring right after the Group C qualifiers, and a lot of people were actually agreeing. Fans were dying for some real drama. They wanted to see someone fight with style, someone who stands out and actually looks like a hero. Then, a comment popped up that caught everyone's eye. Wait for the last group. The rank 1 player is in there. And yeah, he's Korean. Inside the game, under a strangely clear blue sky, he shifted back into his true form and let out a confident smirk. Checking his interface, Doyun muttered to himself, "Well, the main character always shows up at the very end, right?" His stats flashed on the screen. Doyun, level 23, Korea. He could practically feel the hype on the forums reaching a boiling point. He knew that if he pulled off an absolute explosion of a performance now, the impact would be massive. Doyun thought back to his past life where he always tried to stay under the radar, but this time, things are going to be very different. He's carving out a brand new path. From here on out, he's moving away from being just a solo player. He's becoming an influencer, a symbol. To do that, he has to burn his name into everyone's minds and prove that Doyun is on a completely different level. Luckily, the perfect stage has already been set. The qualifiers turned into a team game, and the Korean fans are at their lowest point. This is the perfect moment to step out and give them a show they'll never forget. Once he does, no one will be able to take their eyes off him, though he knows that level of fame comes with its own set of dangerous problems. At the end of the day, Doyun is technically a simulated character. He doesn't have a real identity. If he gets too much heat too fast, he'll be exposed in no time. He turned around, his footsteps pausing for just a split second. But he's going through with the plan anyway, because he's prepared. Bringing Lavenna onto the team was easily the smartest move he's ever made. Everything was falling into place perfectly. He was pumped. All right, let's get this show on the road, he thought back to her. Even though she'd been lying low, Lavenna is actually a legendary sage who spent countless years absorbing a literal mountain of knowledge in the Great Library. At first, she only knew a little bit about Earth through the internet, but she reported back to him with total confidence. It's actually quite simple, isn't it? To her eyes, the entire internet was nothing more than a massive, complex magic circle or a spiritual barrier. She explained that data flowing through a network is just like mana flowing through a magic circle, and security systems, those are just basic barriers to her. In no time at all, she had reached a level far beyond any human hacker on the planet. She was the ultimate solution to Doyun's biggest problem. So, you're struggling because you don't have a legal identity? Lavenna asks. Let me fix that for you. Just give me your personal info, Doyun. Do-hyun looks worried. It's not that simple, he mutters. Korean law is incredibly strict. You can't just bypass it like that. She doesn't even blink, just holding out her hand. Just hand it over already. Do-hyun sighs, deciding to let her try. If it doesn't work, he'll just move on. A few moments later, Lavenna speaks up. Finished. Go ahead and check your inventory. Do-hyun is floored. Wait, what? Already? He stares at the system screen, unable to look away. A legal ID card for Doyun pops up. He's in total shock, but Lavenna just flashes a bright smile. Consider it a gift, she chirps. I've sent all the specific details to your mail. She adds softly, there was no need to make a physical copy, but even if the past is gone, it's nice to have something to hold on to for memory's sake. It hits him then. Just like him, Lavenna lost her home and her friends. At least he can still check Earth's news on the internet. Lavenna has absolutely no way back. Do-hyun looks down at the ID card in his hands, feeling the weight of it. In this world, it's just a meaningless item. But to Lavenna, it was a priceless gift filled with all her sincerity and care. He makes a silent vow right then to help her find her people. Lavenna, sensing his resolve, hypes him up. Go get him, Raun. Don't hold back. Show them exactly who Do-hyun is. Encouraged by her energy, he looks her in the eye and smiles. The intensity of his gaze actually catches the powerful Lavenna off guard. Do-hyun places a hand over his heart and bows with perfect manners. Understood, by your command. Players are swarming the lobby now. The air is thick with chatter about the latest forum leaks. Did you see the new strategy? Is it really just for two-man teams? We need to find something that works for our group. Do-hyun stands off to the side, watching them scramble over old tactics like they're revolutionary. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him. Excuse me. Are you Korean? He turns to see a girl waiting for confirmation. Yeah, I am. Se-hui beams with relief. Thank goodness. Come this way, everyone is gathering over here. She leads him toward a group of Korean players. One man, clearly the one in charge, steps forward to greet him. You're the last one. Welcome. I'm Park Jun. Do-hyun gives a polite nod. Hello, I'm Do-hyun. The vibe from the rest of the group is chilly, to say the least. Park Jun clears his throat. All right, that's everyone. Let's get back to the strategy meeting. I'm heading this discussion. Do-hyun, you cool with that? Do-hyun doesn't care about the hierarchy, but he does have one condition before they start. Park Jun shrugs, giving him the floor. Fine by me, go ahead. Do-hyun drops the bomb. For this qualifier, I'm fighting solo. So, when you're planning your group tactics, leave me out of it. The group is stunned into silence. Finally, someone snaps. Are you saying you're going to turn against us? Do-hyun just shakes his head. No, I won't touch any of you until we've eliminated the players from other countries, he adds. But I do have two things you should keep in mind. First, focus on getting as many kills as possible during the early game. Second, if things get ugly, or if you manage to grab all 4 pieces, rush to Zone 1 the moment it opens mid-match. Without waiting for a response, he turns to leave. That's all I've got. See you in the main event. Se-hui and the others are left speechless by his sudden exit. Meanwhile, Do-hyun finds a quiet spot to check his system windows. He pulls up the info for Gray's transformation ring. Unique grade. It allows the wearer to completely restructure their body into any designated shape. It even allows for manual stat adjustments. With one catch: if his mana runs dry, he reverts to his original form. There's also a hidden effect. He can summon the creator, Gray, exactly 1 time. He looks at the glowing ring on his middle finger. He'd spent a fortune on enhancement scrolls from the player shop just to get this thing to +5. The result was worth it. That nasty 30% stat penalty? Gone. Now, he can customize his stats however he likes. He taps the screen for one last check. The update notification blinks. Identity, Doyun. Level 23. Class, Novice Psychic. Stats, Strength 40, 1, Agility 40, 5. Everything balanced right around the mid-40s. Psychic Master trait, S+ grade. He smiles. He's tweaked everything to look perfectly normal for a player at his level. Now he can officially operate as Doyun. With his ring at +5 and this alt account, the chance of being suspected is basically 0. He's being incredibly cautious though. It might seem like overkill, but some players have status peak skills. If he didn't do this, his cover would be blown in seconds. Luckily for his Doyun persona, this setup also prevents any accidental power surges that might give him away. He could upgrade the ring further for even better stats, but enhancement scrolls vary wildly in price depending on the item grade. For unique gear, it costs a staggering 10,000 special coins per scroll. He managed to hit +5, but from here on out, the failure rate is a nightmare. He's not about to gamble. He used to have plenty of coins from his first place rewards, but now that the world is flooded with other players, earning them is getting a lot harder. I'm starting to doubt I can hog this entire quest for myself. The announcement blares, and the squads prepare for the drop. The match kicks off the second that magic timer hits 0. Our boy's been waiting for this. It's finally time, the final showdown. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 7, 6. Doyun keeps pace with every beat until it hits 1. At the stroke of 0, the matrix is set. The challenge officially begins. His body starts to fade, and in a flash, Doyun is teleported right into the middle of a city. He takes a breath, scanning his new surroundings. This is it. He tries to activate his long-range vision, but things are still a bit blurry. His eyes dart around, scanning every nook and cranny for potential threats. Doyun exhales a cold, white mist, finally relaxing his shoulders just a bit. He closes his eyes and triggers his telepathy. Range is definitely restricted. Looks like he can sense things clearly within 3 meters, while anything past 10 is just a vague blur. It's clear they've tweaked the settings to keep things fair for the newbies. But Doyun? He's just fired up. Fine then. Let's show them what a top-tier performance actually looks like. He launches himself upward, his boots slamming against a wall for momentum. From his high vantage point, he looks down, mapping out the chaos unfolding below. Suddenly, a noise catches his ear. He turns to see someone crouched in the shadows, desperately trying to stay silent. Doyun pulls out his bow. Seriously? This guy thinks that counts as hiding? Guess he never spent a day in basic training. The guy is frantically glancing left and right, terrified that something or someone is lurking nearby. He spots a flash of movement, and pure terror washes over his face. But it's too late. An arrow pierces him right through the temple. Doyun swaps to a sleek spear. Below him, in a building window, he spots another player staring up at him in total shock. He raises the weapon, aiming for a clean finish. The razor-sharp tip whistles through the air, grazing the player's arm. The opponent collapses, clutching his bleeding arm and trembling as Doyun closes the distance. No mercy here, Doyun ends him on the spot. His blade is drenched in the blood of his enemy, as the body slumps to the ground. Alright, this sector is pretty much cleared out, Doyun mutters. He's already looking for his next target. Time to keep moving, right? Meanwhile, in another part of town, a cat is casually strolling down the street. It hears a noise and instantly snaps its head toward the source. With a graceful leap, the white cat dives through an open window and straight toward its master. Sehuin. The summoner pulls the cat into a hug, whispering, "Good job, Unbeyond. You did great." Suddenly, one of her teammates pipes up. "Sehuin, what's the word?" She looks up. "We're okay. For now, there aren't any enemies in the immediate area." Hansu chimes in. "And here I thought it was just a cute mascot. That sensing ability is the real deal." The guy next to him agrees, staying put seems like the smartest move. But Sehuin is getting restless. "Should we head out and start fighting?" The guy shakes his head. "We talked about this. Survival is the priority." She's not having it. "No, I said from the very beginning that we need to take the initiative and fight." Hyonu cuts her off. "Enough. Regardless of what you think, we aren't moving an inch. If you're so dying to fight, go out there by yourself." Some of them are just bitter, thinking she's only talking big because she's tucked away in the back. They figure she thinks her pretty face gives her the right to boss them around. Sehuin grits her teeth, thinking to herself that talking to these guys is a total waste of breath. She knows that sticking with this squad means 0 progress, but going solo? That's basically a suicide mission. Then, his words flash through her mind. If things go south, or if you manage to grab 4 pieces, head to Zone 1 when the mid-stage kicks off. Right now, her only hope is those 2 statues Unbeyond manage to scavenge. If push comes to shove, she'll have to follow his plan. Hyonu takes charge again. "Listen up. This zone is about to vanish. Everybody, get ready to move out. Keep the formation tight. The real-time kill rankings should be popping up any second. And there it is. He stops dead. The rest of the squad is staring at the screen in pure horror. Even Sohuin is absolutely stunned by what she sees. At the very top of the leaderboard, Doyun. People can't believe their eyes. 21 kills in this short of a time? No way. The whispers start immediately. It's impossible. Not even 10 minutes have passed. And he's already racked up a score like that? The Japanese players are losing their minds. Those damn Koreans must be pulling some cheap trick. How are they cheating? Did they find a way to group up? Taeg suddenly goes quiet, glancing nervously at the man behind him. It's Soshiro, the number 2 player on the board. They start scrambling to appease him. Soshiro-san, please, don't worry. We still have our backup plan ready. Exactly. Worst case, every Japanese player here is prepared to sacrifice themselves for your sake. But Soshiro just shuts them down. No. From now on, we move faster. Dohyun's rampage has changed everything. We're officially in a state of emergency. One member looks confused. Wait, is it really that big of a deal? Soshiro snaps at him. You idiot, use your head. Seeing a score like that is going to make everyone else turtle up and stick together. We have to hunt them down while they're still disorganized. Now. He glares at them, clearly annoyed that they're just standing there. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Start scouting the area immediately. They scramble to obey. Yes, right away. Soshiro leans back against the wall, watching them go. But deep down a seed of doubt is planted. That Dohyun guy, is he even going to stop there? He stepped out into the eerie silence of the empty streets, a cold shiver running down his spine. He knew he should be playing it safe right now, but this gnawing sense of unease was becoming impossible to ignore. If he kept up this frantic pace, hunting down every player in sight, there wouldn't be a single soul left to finish off by the time the endgame arrived. Damn it, what kind of freak is this guy anyway? The Doyun sector was anything but quiet. Another player had just been wiped from the map. An arrow whistled through the air, aimed straight for his head, but he leaned back just in time. The projectile thudded deep into the brick wall right behind Bae Do-hyun's head. Seizing the opening, another player lunged out of the shadows, but Do-hyun's body began to flicker and fade before his opponent's very eyes. In the blink of an eye, the space in front of the attacker was empty. His eyes widened, darting around in pure, unadulterated panic as he realized he'd lost his target. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. He gritted his teeth, staring through the thick clouds of dust and debris that began to choke the air. While the enemy was still struggling to see through the smoke, Doyun materialized behind them like a ghost. Blood sprayed across the pavement, leaving his teammate standing there in a state of absolute shock. A monster. Do-hyun muttered, casually strolling toward the terrified survivor. He couldn't help but scoff. Their team formation was a complete joke. If you're assigned to defense, you stay in position and protect your teammates. And you, the swordsman, you're supposed to coordinate with the spearmen in the second line. The enemy's face twisted in a mix of fury and despair. How was this monster even real? The way he swung that weapon, it didn't even look like he was trying. Do-hyun caught a staff mid-swing just as it was about to crush him. He stared the attacker down with a cold, judging gaze. How rude. The guy could only stare back, completely paralyzed. Do-hyun leaned in with a chilling reminder. Commit this to memory. This is elite advice from a senior, and trust me, not everyone gets the chance to hear it. He stood surrounded by a literal sea of fallen players. After sweeping the entire sector, Doyun let out a long breath, his brow furrowed as he scoffed at the effort they'd put up. First things first, Doyun pulled up the system's notice board to check the latest updates. For a second, his mind drifted back to his past self, back when he was the one struggling against monsters and desperately trying to warn others. He remembered people watching him summon a rain of swords to impale his enemies. He let out a heavy sigh looking back. He realized he really was a total noob back then. I guess you shouldn't mock others when your own past was even more pathetic. Still, looking at these players now, Do-hyun could see they actually had some real potential. Their levels were low, mostly because they lacked actual field experience. He knew that if he wanted to use them, their current spam and pray style just wasn't going to cut it. Do-hyun was picky. Very picky. If anyone wanted to work with him, they had to at least move past this half-baked, amateurish way of playing. Most of them only knew how to spam skills without a second thought. That was the whole reason he founded the academy in the first place, to fix that. But he wasn't naive. Do-hyun knew most people weren't flocking to the academy because they actually wanted to learn. They were just hungry for the rewards and the prestige. He whispered to himself, "That's exactly why I need to show them the truth." He wanted to give them a harsh lesson. He wanted them to understand that there's something far more powerful than just raw skills or high levels. After the latest sweep, the ground was littered with dropped weapons and gear. One survivor looked at the carnage and couldn't help but stammer, "What the hell? What is this? Is he even human?" Then, the real-time rankings updated. Rank 1, Bae Do-hyun from South Korea, with 33 kills. Rank 2, Swaro from Japan with 5 kills. Rank 3, Gao Xiang from China with 5. Only 97 survivors remained. The crowd was losing it. He'd jumped 12 kills in almost no time. Soiro couldn't believe his eyes. 12 kills in 10 minutes? That's impossible unless he's leading 2 full squads. Then, a system alert blared. 20 minutes had passed since the start of the match. The area with the highest number of survivors was about to be completely erased. He glanced at the fresh batch of players appearing behind him. Only 20 minutes in, and more than half of the participants had already been eliminated. With nearly 20 people trailing him, Soiro knew he'd be in trouble if they cornered him. Suddenly, Keita rushed over with urgent news. I found him. I found Bei Dohyun. He spun around instantly. Where? Keita pointed toward a building 2 blocks away. He was currently engaged with another squad. Soiro needed to know what he was up against. How many people is he with? Is he leading 2 teams? Keita hesitated for a second. That's the thing, Keita whispered. He's alone. Soiro froze, unable to believe what he was hearing. What? Say that again? There's no way. He's probably got a team hiding nearby. But Keita shook his head. He had scanned the entire perimeter. There's nobody else. I saw it with my own eyes. He's soloing a 4-man squad. Soiro cursed under his breath. Damn it, I have to see this for myself. He ordered everyone to prepare. The plan was simple. Wait for the fight to end, then ambush him while he's tired. Soiro didn't care what secret Dohyun was hiding. If he really was solo, he was the ultimate prize. If they could take him down here, the final victory would be theirs for the taking. He smirked arrogantly. 33 kills is a good run, Bei Dohyun. But the one standing at the top? That's gonna be me. Back at Doyun's location, a massive ball of fire came screaming toward him. He didn't even flinch, standing his ground as the heat intensified. With one powerful swing, his spear shattered the fireball into sparks. Young Ji stood there, completely stunned. What? That firebomb skill usually wipes out entire packs of wolves. Soon couldn't stop cursing. Holy hell, he didn't even take a scratch from that. Do you have anything stronger, man? You want stronger than that? I don't have anything bigger. Soon let out a hopeless sigh. Man, I was an idiot for expecting anything from you. The shield bearer decided he'd seen enough and started backing away. Good luck, Mr. Mage. You're on your own. Youngji screamed in panic. Wait, hey, don't you dare leave me here. Across from him, Dohyun stood calmly, slowly leveling his spear toward the terrified mage. Dohyun's eyes were locked on Seojun's shield. The guy really thought he had the upper hand. You see, Seojun figured that against a long-reach weapon like a spear, getting in close was his only shot. Seojun was playing it careful, trying to manage the distance like a pro. He even smirked to himself. Perfect, he thought. If I can just keep this gap, I can trigger my ultimate skill. Boom. Seojun kicked off the ground, lunging forward with everything he had. He timed it right when Dohyun was adjusting his spear, the perfect opening for his claw-choose dash. But then, Dohyun's lips curled into a smirk. Seojun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait, why the hell is this guy smiling? Suddenly, the spearhead didn't go for the chest. It swept down, low and fast, right under Seojun's feet. Thud! Seojun hit the dirt hard, his shield clattering away uselessly. He was shaking, his brain failing to process just how fast he'd been taken down. Dohyun casually leaned down and picked up his spear. Quick tip, he said, sounding almost bored. Dashing like that when there's an obstacle in the way? That's how you get killed. You should have watched my hands while I was adjusting my weapon. Squelch! The spearhead slammed down, blood spraying everywhere. Though, Dohyun added, that move wasn't half bad. From the distance, Yan saw the carnage and let out a terrified scream. But Dohyun wasn't letting anyone off the hook. He flicked his wrist, and 2 swords went flying, burying themselves deep into Yan's back. The pain was so intense that Yan's eyes rolled back into his head, showing nothing but white. Dohyun pulled his weapon back, noticing the spear was completely bent. A shame, really, but that was the price for stopping a full-force lunge. Then, his senses tingled. Something was very wrong behind him. Shadows on the roof. Dohyun realized way more guests were arriving than he'd expected. Then, he felt a presence he'd know anywhere. Well, he thought. It was Soichiro, directing his little fan club from the rooftops. The guy really thought he was being stealthy, but he couldn't hide from Dohyun's sight. Found you, Soichiro. Dohyun knew exactly what this snake was up to, hiding up there, waiting to strike. See, Soichiro was a hardcore ninja otaku way before the click happened. He'd even founded the Rakuin Guild, with some serious backing from major players in Japan. Operating as a core member, Soichiro had built an entire ninja squad within the Connect system. The problem? This leader was a total scumbag who loved hunting solo players. He used every dirty, low-down trick in the book to harass anyone who wasn't part of a major guild. Ambushes, poison, messing with people while they were mid-boss fight, that was his bread and butter. He'd even kidnap quest NPCs just to set traps for high-ranking players. And of course, Dohyun was his favorite target. Having his missions ruined by Soichiro's trash ninjas happened basically every other day. But they were cowards. They never showed their faces in the light. No matter how much Doyun chased them, he'd only ever catch the small fry. The head of the snake was always nowhere to be found. Oh, Doyun had a serious grudge. In his past life, this guy was like a persistent cockroach, ruining every little thing he tried to do. Just looking at the guy made Dohyun's hands itch. "I've missed you so much. It's driving me crazy," he whispered. Then, he vanished. If you're meeting an old friend, you've got to prepare a proper welcome, right? Let's see if you can actually handle me this time around. Up on the roof, Soichiro was being careful, signaling his team with a wave of his hand. One guy aimed a crossbow, another prepped a blowgun. He figured there was no point in a fair fight against a lone target. Why get your hands dirty when you can kill from the shadows? He glared at Dohyun's back below. "I don't care if you're some kind of boss," he thought, clenching his fist, the kill signal. "You aren't walking away from this. Drop dead, you moron." A bolt whistled toward Doyun. But reality? Yeah, it had other plans. "He's gone?" Soichiro screamed as he stared at the empty spot below. Suddenly, an arrow cut through the air from an impossible angle. Thwack! It buried itself in the crossbowman's arm. Soichiro froze in shock. Then, he heard a noise from inside the building and panicked. "He's inside. Search the house. Move!" Keita took the order and leaped off the roof. "Roger that." Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from a second-story window. Soichiro spotted it instantly. "Second floor. Keita, you stay outside and watch the perimeter." With that, he crashed through the glass. Shards of glass exploded everywhere. Suddenly, a voice called out. "Soichiro-san!" He saw his man by the door. "Where is he?" Taga reports. "He's gone." Then a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside. Soichiro went stiff. Outside, Keita was pinned by 2 arrows through the shoulder. His brain was scrambling. How did he get hit? Attacked from behind? No way. Is he using clones? Just then, an arrow grazed Soichiro's head, flying past him and thudding right into Taga behind him. Taga gasped. "Soichiro-sama, help me." But Soichiro didn't move an inch. "Help him? Please." Anyone with a brain could see this was a blatant trap. He looked at Taga's wounds. They weren't lethal. Dohyun was deliberately aiming for the limbs just to keep them active but crippled. "He's trying to bait me in." Soichiro's teeth ground together so hard they might have cracked. He couldn't believe he was being played like this. He finally snapped. "Stop the cowardly tricks. Show yourself. I challenge you to a real one-on-one fight, you bastard." Across the street, Dohyun was standing on a balcony, looking completely unbothered. "Really? You want me to come out?" he asked, while casually telekinetically controlling several floating swords. Soichiro's jaw hit the floor. "You!" Whoosh! The blade streaked toward him, cold as ice, slicing through his shoulder and calf in a blur. Poor Taga behind him wasn't so lucky. One of the swords whistled through the air, taking his head clean off. Soichiro clutched his bleeding shoulder, staring at his subordinate's headless body. He lost it. "You son of a... I'll kill you." Suddenly, Dohyun appeared right behind him. "Ready to die? Getting your teeth kicked in hurts, doesn't it?" That feeling of pure, soul-crushing helplessness, ringing any bells yet? Our boy Suero here still hasn't realized who he's actually dealing with. You know me?" Dohyun finally reveals himself, a cold smirk on his face as he replies, "Of course I do." Suero lunges with a desperate swing, but Dohyun is already gone, blinking behind him like a ghost. Bam! A direct hit to the jaw sends Suero spitting blood. Dohyun steps closer, each footfall heavy with menace. "Seriously? You really don't recognize me?" Suero is shaking pure, unadulterated rage. "This is the first time I've ever seen your face, you freak. What are you even talking about?" But honestly, Dohyun isn't about to waste his breath arguing with a dead man walking. A shame, really, but hey, this isn't the final curtain call just yet. Dohyun plants his boot firmly on Suero's face, crushing his pride into the dirt. Suero snarls through the grit. "You bastard. Next time we meet, you're dead meat." 3 small lethal blades materialize in the air, ready to end this old friend once and for all. "Safe travels, buddy. See you on the other side." The sound of steel meeting flesh, a sickening splash of crimson, and just like that, Suero is out of the game. With his sworn enemy finally dealt with, Dohyun takes a long, satisfying stretch. Man, that felt good. Absolute bliss. He pulls up the status window to check the survivor count, and whoa, the numbers are plummeting. He glances out the window. Time to get moving. His eyes lock onto that massive gate in the distance. Zone 1, the legendary final stage, is finally about to open its doors. He makes his way towards Zone 1, stopping for a quick second to double-check his gear and the system logs. The count sits at 81. Just one more person needs to get knocked out, and the gate swings wide open. He knows the drill. This arena is designed for peak tension, and whoever grabs the best terrain first wins. So, what does Dohyun do? He pulls a freaking chair out of his inventory and just sits. 10 minutes left on the clock. Every single area except Zone 1 is about to be deleted. Like it or not, every survivor is heading right for this spot. So he waits. And waits. Then, out of nowhere, whoosh! An arrow comes screaming right at his head. Doyun tilts his head, the arrow whistling past his ear. No big deal, but first, he's got to stay alive. Meanwhile, across town, things are getting messy. Si-hoon is hauling as fast as she can, a pack of players right on her tail. A summoned cat latches onto her arm, and she snarls, "You freaking rabid dogs!" She uses the chaos of the cat's attack to find a burst of speed, pushing her legs to the absolute limit. Her pursuers? A coordinated team of over 10 Chinese players, her teammates stalling for her, but it's only a matter of time before they catch up. Her mind flashes back to that golden eagle statue, the symbol of her fallen squad. She's the only one left. Right now, the only thing she can cling to is that man's promise. She scales a high wall in one fluid, desperate motion. She freezes. There he is, just sitting there like he's at a park. She's in total shock that someone already made it here, but Doyun. He's been waiting for company. Wait, why is he just sitting out in the open? She panics. If she stays here, he's going to get dragged into her mess. No choice. She has to risk it. Si-hoon triggers her spirit beast sense, her energy erupting as she spins around to face the threat. Her eyes glow a deep, mystical purple, her pupils narrowing into sharp cat-like slits. With her enhanced vision, she spots 4 enemies closing in. She makes her move, darting away to lead them off. The hunters raise their crossbows. What, you got a death wish? Fire. Kill them all. A hail of arrows rains down toward her back. She's weaving through the fire like a pro, but even she can't dodge everything. One arrow grazes her arm, drawing blood. She looks ahead at Doyun. Damn it, just a little further. Meanwhile, Doyun hasn't moved an inch, just calmly observing the newcomer. She charges forward, eyes shut tight, screaming at the top of her lungs. Get out of the way! Another arrow tears through the air, catching her right in the hip. Doyun just sighs. Is she really this stubborn? Even now, she won't ask for help. Instead of save me, she tells him to move. Unbelievable. Doyun steps up, shielding her. Forget it. Just get your butt through that gate, he commands. She's stunned. How did he get in front of her so fast? Just then, the notification pings. Survivors have dropped below 80. The lock on Zone 1 finally clicks. The massive doors slowly begin to creak open right in front of her eyes. The pursuers just laugh, looking at Doyun like he's a joke. Aw, look at the little hero. You really want to die that badly, kid? Flash. Doyun moves like a bolt of lightning so fast they don't even see him strike. In the blink of an eye, 3 bodies hit the floor. He stands there, staring down the rest of them. They're frozen, pure panic setting in. Si-hoon peeks from behind the gate. Are you okay? He just nods. I'm fine. They won't be dumb enough to rush in anymore, he notes calmly. She stares at him, dazed. Right. Okay, just wait. I'll be right there. She walks over, bowing her head in sincere gratitude. Thank you for saving me, and I'm so sorry for dragging you into this mess. Doyun just shrugs it off. Don't sweat it. I made a promise before this test started, so I'm just taking responsibility for it. Anyway, let me patch up those wounds, he says, looking at her injuries. You keep bleeding like that and you're a goner. Okay, she stammers. Suddenly, Zone 1 feels eerily quiet, peaceful even, under a beautiful blue sky. She hesitates for a second. But why are you even still fighting? Your score is already way higher than everyone else's. He comes up with a quick excuse. I just wanted to see exactly how strong I've become. It's not every day you get to go all out against this many people without holding back. Plus, he didn't exactly want her thinking he was just some bloodthirsty psycho, even if it was kind of true. Se-hui can't help but admire Doyun. He doesn't just talk a big game, he proves his worth with raw, undeniable skill. She wonders if she could ever be that confident if she makes it into the academy. But first, she has to survive this. Suddenly, Dohyun's instructions flash through her mind. Once you've gathered 4 statues, head for Area 1 the moment it opens in the sky. Before Se-hui can say a word, Doyun cuts her off. Hold on. Someone's coming. A shout rings out as they spot Seongjun's group. Those Korean bastards are charging toward Area 1, and they're blocking anyone else from getting near the gate. High up on the city walls, Se-hui and Seongjun stand ready. But wait, the archers are already under fire. What's the move? Doyun quickly realizes they need to provide cover. Down below, Seongjun's squad has already locked into a tight shield wall formation. Right in the center of the fray, Seongjun draws his bow. Se-hui is stunned that tactical formation is absolutely flawless. He locks onto the enemy's position, pulling the string to the absolute limit. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts right over Seongjun's head. Se-hui screams out, terrified for his life. Watch out, but Seongjun, he's the definition of calm, refusing to break his aim for even a second. The arrow streaks through the air, causing the magic circle to explode violently. Doyun realizes the truth: they aren't just blocking arrows, they're actually counterattacking high-level magic. Is that a skill effect? To block magic like that? Man, that is seriously cool. Arrows rain down, thudding into the shields, but they can't pierce that ironclad defense. Doyun walks over, impressed. Great call back there. Seongjun just stays humble. I think we just got lucky, he says. If it had turned into a melee fight, we never would have reached the gate in time. He looks at Doyun and offers a small smile. You knew the risks and still charged through? That takes guts. Doyun nods. Good, you've passed the round. Doyun calls them both over. Say hui, Seongjun, a word. He reaches into his bag. Since they fought their way here, he decides they've earned a little something extra. He looks them both in the eye. They've done an incredible job just making it this far. Then, Doyun drops the question. So, you two have collected most of the statues by now, right? Sehui pulls hers out. I've got 4. My group has 4 as well, Seongjun adds. Doyun produces 2 more statues. Here, I'm giving you each 1 more. Sehui is completely caught off guard. What? But, these are yours. Doyun shrugs. I'm just keeping my word. I told you to get the statues and get to Area 1. Other groups are probably only going to give their statues to a single person. You guys need to pick 1 representative from your teams to move forward. Seongjun doesn't hesitate. That'll be me. Sehui, however, looks a bit conflicted. She steps toward Doyun, her voice wavering. To be honest, I thought staying behind to help you was the right thing to do. But the way I am now, I'd probably just be a burden. Doyun starts to disagree, but she cuts him off. For now, I'll accept your kindness. Sehui reaches out her hand. But I'm going to pay this debt back. I hate being the one who's always protected. That's the kind of attitude Doyun likes to see. He takes her hand. I'm counting on you to do well. Looks like Seongjun has made up his mind too, Doyun says, shifting his focus. Get ready, everyone. A massive wave of enemies is about to hit these walls. Understood, they shout. Suddenly, 2 massive pillars of light erupt from within the city. From a distance, Jia Liang watches the lights with a frown. The Chinese powerhouse mutters to himself, why are there 2 pillars instead of just 1? One of his subordinates rushes up. Sir, should we make a move for Area 1 now? Jia Liang shakes his head. It's too late to rush. Send messengers to gather everyone from the south. He's not worried. Unity is everything. Against us, they're just a disorganized mob. A horn blasts, echoing through the air the signal for the messengers to assemble. All across the battlefield, the Chinese players hear the call. They begin to swarm together, moving as one toward the sound of the horn. Jia Liang is feeling good. With 30 people gathered, they have more than enough power to sweep this chaotic battlefield. He's actually looking forward to it. Now then, Bei Doyun, what's your next move? How are you going to defend a whole city against dozens of us? Back with our main character, the aftermath of a bloody battle hangs in the air. The real-time rankings finally update. Rank 1, Bei Doyun, South Korea, 50 kills. Rank 2, Jia Liang, China, 47 kills. Rank 3, Park Seongjun, remaining survivors, 34. Doyun rubs his chin, deep in thought. It won't be long now. Every zone outside of Area 1 is about to be wiped off the map. Time is running out. Seongjun watches him from behind, curious. You don't look worried at all. Why is that? He continues. You took down so many people in that last fight, but the next one is starting immediately. There's no time to even catch your breath. Doyun knows the stakes. Just a moment ago, we had to hold out for 10 minutes against everyone swarming those pillars of light. We protected the statues, but we lost people. And now everyone knows exactly how small our group is. He can see the worry etched on Seongjun's face. Doyun gives him a reassuring look. Relax. This next fight, it's the final one. Seongjun is stunned. Wait, what do you mean? Doyun reveals his card. If he's the friend I think he is, he'll gather the rest of the group and bring them right to us. Seongjun is totally lost. What friend? Suddenly, the heavy doors behind them burst open. A scout rushes in, breathless. The enemy. They're attacking. Seongjun tenses up. Already? How many? The scout's voice is shaking with pure, raw terror. There are so many of them. I can't even count them anymore. Seongjun feels the suffocating tension in the air. This is the moment he's been dreading. Has that man finally arrived? The one they've been waiting for is none other than the infamous Jia Liang. Jia Liang isn't just any player. He's a top-tier strategist and the legendary leader of the Great General Guild, China's massive powerhouse. But what really makes the global community fear him? His razor-sharp tactics and absolute leadership. Even with a squad of low-level grunts, this guy can orchestrate a masterpiece of destruction. He is a total nightmare to deal with. Countless players have already fallen into his traps, never realizing they were walking to their deaths. To make matters worse, he's a shadow, always pulling strings from behind the scenes. In his past life, Doyun found it nearly impossible to even get close to him. Doyun is confident. but he knows this time has to be different. He vows to get right in that man's face, even as Jia Liang's army begins to close in. Watching the enemy move, Du Hyun realizes just how prepared Jia Liang is. Even with such short notice, the man has calculated everything. Is he trying to corner me? High above, mages are already weaving a massive magic circle, while arrows start raining down out of nowhere, finding their marks. Seongjun shouts out, "We'll provide cover from above." They're drawing their bows, so let's show them what Korean players are truly capable of. It's time to prove who's the strongest in the most explosive way possible. That's exactly why Du Hyun is so confident. This time, everything is different. He isn't fighting this war alone. No matter how perfect a formation looks, there's always a crack. A formation that's too tight actually backfires. It keeps players from unleashing their full potential and limits their skills. Now, it's time to show them the massive gap in skill and how it changes the final result. One moment, Du Hyun is standing right in front of them. The next? Blink and you miss it. He teleports directly behind the enemy lines. Du Hyun thinks to himself this psychic-type teleportation was the same skill that completely drained Soi's mental energy before. This time, he activates his dance of blades. Sharp flashes of steel erupt everywhere as the Chinese players are ruthlessly carved apart by his sword light. Du Hyun lands perfectly, surrounded by the crumpled bodies of his enemies. It's a skill passed down to K, the absolute master of dagger combat. A Chinese tank raises his shield in a panic, looking for the target, but Du Hyun is already behind him. A single flick of the dagger, and another life is extinguished. The ground is now a graveyard of enemy players, soaked in fresh blood. Watching from a distance, Seongjun is stunned. He's way too strong, he mutters. Du Hyun glares at the two remaining shield bearers. Your formation was decent, he says coldly, but you just dug your own graves. He cleans them up in seconds. Now, should I keep sweeping the floor until I finally catch Jia Liang? There he is. Du Hyun walks calmly toward Jia Liang. The path between them is paved with blood-stained corpses, many of them victims of Seongjun's precise sniping. Jia Liang is shaking with pure rage. This shouldn't be happening. How? How are you doing this? He screams. Du Hyun steps closer to his old friend and asks mockingly, aren't you going to fight back? If you're just going to stand there like an idiot, then get out of my way. Insulted and turning red with fury, Jia Liang summons several massive tornadoes. You bastard, don't think for a second you've won. This is Jia Liang, China's premier wind mage. He bellows with pride. I am a high-ranking player of the People's Republic of China. But Du Hyun doesn't care. He uses his daggers to slice through the oncoming gale like it's nothing. Jia Liang freezes as Du Hyun appears before him, completely unscathed. Du Hyun grabs him by the collar and hoists him up, leaving the mage choking for air. Target acquired, Du Hyun says. Finally. I get to see your pathetic face from this close. Blood sprays. Jia Liang is dead. Standing over the lifeless body, Du Hyun calmly opens his system interface. The update flashes. List of candidates passing the preliminary round. Survivor. Du Hyun, South Korea. Total kills. 80. Fragment collectors. Han Soo-hui, South Korea. 4 kills. Lee, China. 3 kills. The rankings for the highest eliminations for those who survived are being sorted. 1. Park Song-jun, South Korea. 11 kills. 2. Jia Liang, China. 11 kills. 3. Zhang Yulong, China. 8 kills. 4. Jiang Jiaoduan, China. 7 kills. 5. Mao Duan, China. 7 kills. Du Hyun looks at the list and sighs. So, this is the level of the preliminaries? Honestly, it's boring. It was so easy that he actually feels a bit disappointed. As the preliminary round ends, the internet absolutely explodes. Every portal and community is on fire with intense debates. The headlines read, "A true predator emerges, Du Hyun dominates the final preliminaries." The comments are wild. Did you guys see that match? It was as refreshing as a cold soda. So cool. I've never felt more proud of our country. Du Hyun, I'm a fan for life starting today. Everyone who watched is mesmerized by his skills, convinced he's already won the whole thing. Some viewers are skeptical though. They wonder if such overwhelming power can even be real. But in the end, only one question matters to the millions watching. Everyone wants to know the same thing. Who exactly is Du Hyun? While the world is fascinated, one man is so angry he's slamming his desk during a meeting. Lee Wan, the director of the CCK Operations Center, stands up and barks, "What do you mean? You can't track him?" Kyung-ho shakes his head, defeated. "That's the situation, sir. Investigating this guy further is simply beyond our intelligence team's capabilities." He adds a final note. "As you guys know, the admin system handles every single bit of data for CNC. Meaning, unless it's a crazy exception, even we're locked out of personal player info." But then, Iwan has a light bulb moment. "Look, if he's in the game, he's got to have the chair, right? We handled the shipping, so we just track the address. Easy." He scours the records. Nothing. Not a single person named Beto Hun on the entire delivery list. This guy's gotta be linked to the VIPs somehow. Yan's jaw drops. Wait, what? No way. Kyung Ho isn't having it. You know exactly how those VIPs are. My team, we're out. We're not touching this case. He turns his back and walks out. I'm gone. Behind him? Iwan's losing his mind, literally tossing documents into the air. He's fuming. Damn it, what kind of trash company is this? The rage is just boiling over now. It's a company in name only. In reality, the AI runs the show while the humans just keep the game running. The CEO? A total puppet. Every real decision happens in the shadows, controlled by the chairman and that damn AI. Then there's the VIPs. These elites own shares in CET, raking in the profits along with some insane exclusive perks. Iwan mutters to himself, realizing the truth. The real headquarters, the Seoul office, nothing but a hollow shell. If he wants to make it, he needs to get into that inner circle. And then boom, Doyun's face flashes in his mind. Yan is convinced. This guy, Doyun, he's definitely the key to reaching the true headquarters. Iwan's ready to back him, but first more digging. One way or another, Doyun's gonna be a legend in CNC. He's playing it smart. He doesn't know the kid's real deal yet, so he's gonna keep his distance and watch. Meanwhile, at Comfort Castle, Doyun finally rides back home. He takes it all in, a huge grin on his face. He spots the servants laughing and chatting. Man, has it really been 9 months since I was last here? Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something. He stares at the gate. This specific spot. It all comes rushing back. This is where he fought tooth and nail in the tournament just to get into the Royal Academy. Pure nostalgia. So much has changed since then, yet being here, it feels exactly like it did back then. He just soaks in the peace, so this is the feeling of coming home. Then, Yan comes running over, beaming. Young Master Raun, welcome home. Doyun gives him a big hug. Yan, you doing okay? Staying healthy? The old man chuckles. I'm as sturdy as ever, he smiles warmly. I'm just glad to see you back in one piece. I wanted to send a proper carriage for you, but the Duke? He's been waiting since early this morning. Doyun nods. Right, father summoned me. Let's not keep him waiting. Yan leads the way to the Duke's study. A soft knock on the door. Then, a sharp command. Come in. Yan steps aside and lets Doyun enter. Melvin is already there, standing like a statue. Why does the room feel like a freezer? Yan quietly shuts the door behind them. Have a productive meeting, sir. Suddenly, a sharp bark. Raun. Doyun jumps. Yes, father. Melvin's face is stone. Do you have any idea what you've done wrong? Doyun freezes. Oh no, this can't be good. He snaps again. Insolent brat. Do you recognize your sins? Doyun is completely blindsided. Talk about a warm welcome. His mind starts racing. Wait, what did I do? Was it the family funds? Or that raid on the Imperial base I tried to hide? Suddenly, Melvin's hand slams onto his shoulder. Doyun's heart nearly leaps out of his chest. The accusation comes flying. You're the official lord of this territory now. Yet you left your mansion to rot for this long? Doyun just blinks. Seriously? That's it? He probably got too caught up being Beto Hun during the beta test. I mean, he just cleared the round of 32 and left Bernat in charge of the mansion. But apparently that wasn't enough. His father definitely knows everything. Listen, no matter how busy you get, never forget you are the lord of this land. The light bulb finally goes off. Okay, now I get why he's fuming. He lowers his head in a deep bow. My apologies, father. It won't happen again. I'll never leave the mansion unattended like that. If it happens again, you're grounded. 1 month of special training inside these walls. Clear? Doyun's voice goes totally flat. 1 month, I'd be toast. Just then, a knock. Come in. The door swings open and Doyun walks in. Doyun's eyes light up. Brother Doyun. Doyun grins back. Raun, you finally decided to show your face? Melvin clears his throat, cutting the reunion short. I didn't call you here for a chat. We have serious business. I wish Lawrence was here, but he's being stubborn as usual. Whatever. Everyone, sit down. We need to talk. Duhyun and Den are on edge. Their father, Melvin, has that we need to talk look on his face. As they settle into the living room, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. We all know the score. The entire continent has been spiraling into absolute chaos lately. It's a mess out there. Melvin sighs. I wanted to wait for the dust to settle, but it looks like we're out of time. Den's eyes go wide. Wait, Dad, are you serious? Without a word, Melvin pulls out the official family seal. This is the big one. He hands the authority straight to Den. From this moment on, you are officially the heir to the House of Aston. You're the one leading the family now. Lead us with an iron will, he adds. The brothers are completely frozen, total brain melt. Duhyun is just thinking, wait, it's actually happening? Look, everyone already treated Den like the heir, but making it official? That's a whole different level of responsibility. Den finds his voice, but he's skeptical. Why now, Dad? There's no reason to rush into this so suddenly. Melvin doesn't sugarcoat it. The truth is, I have to step away from my position for a while. Now Den is actually getting worried. Is everything okay? He asks. Then comes the bombshell. Melvin reveals he's finally ready to break through to a higher realm of power. This hits them harder than the heir announcement. Do-hyun wonders if this is about the path of a swordmaster. It looks like the old man has finally made up his mind to go all the way. Melvin's logic is simple. To survive the dark times ahead, the family needs a power that's truly unstoppable. He needs to get stronger. Den is fully on board now. I had no idea you were this determined, Dad. Just tell us what do you need from us. Melvin tells them to stay calm. Nothing is guaranteed yet, so let's not make a scene. He's already got the next 2 months planned out. He needs 60 days of total silence to meditate on the insights he's gained. Den, can you handle things while I'm gone? Den goes quiet for a second, then nods firmly. Of course. You can count on me, Dad. He gives his word a solemn promise to give it his all. Do-hyun is genuinely happy for him. Congrats, brother. Melvin finally looks like he can breathe again. Thank you, son. Even our boy Do-hyun is feeling the weight lift off his shoulders. This is a huge win. See, back in his past life, when the Aston family fell into ruin, the eldest brother hadn't been officially named the heir yet. When their father died unexpectedly back then, the whole family just imploded. But now, things are finally different. Then, Melvin calls out, Raun Do-hyun. Yes, father? Melvin turns his gaze toward him, looking serious. I know you're busy, but never forget you're an Aston. You need to stand by your brother and lead this territory together. Do-hyun takes the lecture to heart. I'll remember, Dad. Always. But Melvin isn't finished. And one more thing. I need a favor from both of you. The brothers look at each other, totally clueless. Next thing they know, they're standing in the middle of the massive training hall. Den is the first one up for a sparring session. Within minutes, he's absolutely gassed. Why swordplay? Of all the things you could ask for. Do-hyun is watching from the sidelines, and honestly, he's not impressed. This whole fight just looks completely one-sided and absurd. The last time he crossed blades with his father was over a year ago, right before he left the academy. That memory has Do-hyun thinking. I've improved way more than anyone realizes, he tells himself. He actually thinks he's ready for the real deal. Den puts everything into one final, desperate strike. Melvin doesn't even blink. Useless. The collision is earth-shattering. Dust clouds explode everywhere. Do-hyun's eyes are practically popping out of his head. That kind of power? It's terrifying. Is he a man or a monster, he whispers. Melvin points out the flaw. Den, you're still relying way too much on raw, meathead strength. Den just shrugs it off. Hey, if it wasn't for that crazy sword key of yours, you'd be the one on the ground right now. Do-hyun is just speechless. These two are literally the same person. Seriously, both dad and big brother just love using overwhelming force to bully people into submission. Do-hyun realizes his own situation. Even with his body reinforced by internal energy and all his telekinetic tricks, he'd still get tossed like a rag doll. Time for a change of plans, he thinks. That's when Melvin turns around and calls his name. All right, kid, stop hiding behind those tricks, Melvin barks. Fight me head on, Den chimes in. Told you we should have trained together more. You need the physical foundation to actually use that power, Den adds. Do-hyun feels totally picked on. Unbelievable. Muscle brains, the lot of them. Fine. You want to see power? Do-hyun decides it's time to activate his holy light and show them what's up. A dozen swords rise into the air, glowing with divine energy. He surrounds himself with steel, looking more confident than ever. The real battle starts now, and then his confidence shatters. Literally. His swords fall to the ground like a pile of useless scrap metal. He's beaten to a pulp, covered in dirt, and huffing like he just ran a marathon. Do-hyun runs through the list in his head. He used everything. Expert, level swordsmanship, telekinesis, physical buffs, even short-range teleportation. He has to face the facts. He went all out, and he still lost. Badly. This man. He's on the same level as the sword saints Do-hyun faced in his previous life. Actually, in some ways, he might even be stronger. Den can only watch with pure respect. Just as I thought. The real deal is in a league of his own. It was honestly terrifying to think about. If my father was already this powerful before even promoting, how insane would he be once he officially became a sword saint? Melvin glanced at his youngest son, his voice breaking the silence. Why the serious face, Do-hyun? Are you still upset that I beat you? He teased. Do-hyun quickly shook his head, clearing his thoughts. No, father. It's not that at all. Melvin stepped forward, reaching out to ruffle his son's hair, leaving the boy's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and pride. You've really grown, Melvin said, his voice softening. You've improved so much more than I ever expected. I only wish I'd realized your potential sooner. You wouldn't have had to suffer through so much on your own. Do-hyun looked up, his gaze steady. Don't say that, father. Everything I went through, it's exactly what made me the man I am today. Right then, Do-hyun stepped up, puffing out his chest with a playful grin. Hey, what about me? You should have shared some of that intense physical training with your older brother too, no matter how brutal it was. Do-hyun just stared at him, completely speechless. Trust me, if I had put you through that, Raun would have been mourning you a long time ago. Their uncle chimed in, chuckling as he checked the horizon. All right, that's enough you two. The sun is setting, let's head inside. As night fell, the mansion glowed under the warm lamplight, finally settling into a deep, peaceful quiet. Inside the study, Do-un turned to Do-hyun, who was currently preoccupied with the massive bookshelf lining the wall. Hey big brother, have you heard anything from Lawrence lately? Do-hyun nodded slowly. Yeah. The knights stationed with him are still sending back regular updates. Do-un's curiosity piqued. So, where exactly is he anyway? Do-hyun leaned back, his expression turning grave. Ever since that gate incident, he hasn't left the barrier. Do-hyun felt a jolt of recognition at those two words. The barrier? He remembered the history clearly. Decades ago, during the Great Imperial War, the Allied kingdoms pushed the empire back to the northwest corner of the continent, finally ending the bloodshed. The border was marked by a terrifying natural landmark, the Canyon of Despair. But there was one path, a single, narrow, treacherous route through the abyss known as the Road of the Dead. It was the only bridge left connecting the empire to the rest of the kingdoms. Fearing another invasion, the Alliance built a massive fortress there after the war, completely sealing off the Road of the Dead from the world. Do-hyun's suspicions were confirmed. That was the barrier. What is he even doing in a place that dangerous? Do-un shrugged. Knowing him, probably just cleaning up some monster leftovers. But the news wasn't good. Since the gate opened, there were countless reports of monster surges rising up right behind the barrier walls. Do-un lowered his voice, relaying what the knights had whispered. The situation is getting weird. Very weird. You know how that place is, Do-un continued. The Road of the Dead is where the Empire used to dump all their failed experiments. But ever since the gates opened, the new monsters are actually hunting the old undead. He sighed, looking out the window. I just wish he'd come home. The family misses him. Do-hyun went quiet. In his past life, when he finally visited the barrier, it was nothing but ruins, a graveyard of what used to be. This time, things had to be different. He had to get there before it was too late. He could feel the clock ticking. If the original timeline held true, when the Empire launched its next invasion, the barrier would be the first place to fall. And his brother? He'd be right in the center of the slaughter. I need to get ready. Do-hyun muttered to himself before turning to his brother. Remember that offer I made you a while back? Do-un blinked, looking confused. Which one? Do-hyun's entire aura shifted, becoming heavy and formal. I'm asking you one more time. I'm asking you to be the chief advisor for my first-class knights. Do-un frowned, crossing his arms. I thought I already told you no on that one. I'm just not comfortable being part of your private organization. It feels complicated. Don't overthink it, Do-hyun pushed. Can't you just see it as a simple way for us to stay in the loop? Besides, you're the one responsible for this entire territory now. This order will give you the resources you need to protect it. That finally seemed to hit home. Do-un wavered. I swear I never know what's going on in that head of yours. Fine. If you're going to nag me this much, I'll do it. Do-hyun beamed. Thanks, brother. You won't regret it. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, Do-hyun added, by the way, your wife joined ages ago. She's actually been asking when you'd finally catch up. Do-un's jaw hit the floor. What? She's been in the order this whole time? Do-hyun just winked. Of course. We can talk anytime through the system, and we can even track each other's locations. It's incredibly convenient. Do-un's face went pale. Actually, I'm starting to regret this already. Do-hyun just laughed, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Now that the enemies were starting to show their true faces, having his family inside the system was the only way to keep them safe. And if he could just find a combat skill that suited his brother's unique constitution, he could turn Do-un into a literal monster that this land had never seen before. The real game was only just beginning. Meanwhile, the stadium was electric as the semifinals were about to kick off. The announcer, Park Jin-won, stepped up to the mic, his voice booming over the crowd. Hello everyone, I'm your host, Park Jin-won, and I'll be taking you through today's legendary broadcast. We finally made it. The long-awaited semifinals are here. It's day 8 of the Battle Academy entrance exams. Jin-won scanned the roaring crowd, cranking the hype up to 11. I know you're all dying to see who's left standing. It's time to announce the lineup for the first match, he shouted. The winner of this bout goes straight to the finals. Everything is on the line for these two players. On the massive screens, the comment section was exploding with messages. Do-hyun has this in the bag, no question. Show us a god-tier fight. Do-hyun, the pride of South Korea. Let's go. Love you, Do-hyun. Please win this. Do-hyun is the absolute GOAT. Let's get that trophy. The announcer, Jingun, roars to the crowd the match is officially on, and today's elite contenders are stepping into the spotlight. He introduces the show's breakout star, Baek Do-hun from South Korea, and his opponent, the flashy American powerhouse, Blake. You can practically feel the electricity in the air, the tension is through the roof. Everyone's wondering just how insane this clash is going to be. Then clang. The bell rings, and Jingen shouts, "No more talk. The battle begins right now." He provides a play-by-play as Blake wastes no time, charging toward Bak Do-hun with pure, savage aggression. Blake leads with a heavy opening strike. Jing-an can't contain his excitement, shouting, "Now that's a martial arts master." He's suffocating him with a relentless, top-tier combo, but Do-hun is a ghost, flexing, dipping, and weaving through every single punch. Blake's eyes go wide. He didn't expect this kid to be this fast. Realizing he needs to change tactics, Blake launches himself high into the air, soaring right over Do-hun's head. The second Blake hits the ground, a massive pillar of energy erupts right where he stands. He throws a punch, trailing thick smoke that zips right past Do-hun's face. Blake is stunned. This isn't just an illusion, he realized something feels very, very wrong. Baek Do-hun is on a completely different level today. Even though Do-hun could have ended this in one shot at any second, he's just sitting back, casually blocking every single move Blake throws. Do-hun actually smiles, offering a bit of praise. "Not bad," he says, before adding with a smirk, "Now it's my turn to have a little fun, right?" Do-hun unleashes a rapid-fire barrage of strikes. Blake tries his best to guard, but Do-hun raises his hand, and his fist starts glowing with a chilling, cold light. That punch streaks past Blake's face like a bolt of lightning, drawing blood. Blake stumbles back, his mind racing. This isn't some fluke. Do-hun is a completely different monster now. Blake's whole perspective shifts. He thought Baek Do-hun was just a cold, heartless warrior who crushed people without mercy, but for some reason, he's actually pulling his punches. Blake grinds his teeth and tightens his fist. With his current skill level, he should be able to show off everything he's got. He hits the gas, sprinting at Do-hun as his eyes ignite with a brilliant, golden glow. Do-hun narrows his eyes, watching his opponent's sudden transformation. But honestly, all it takes is a simple tilt of the body for Do-hun to dodge the entire attack. In the blink of an eye, he's already standing behind Blake's back. Do-hun gives a nod of respect. That last move? Pretty good. Blake freezes. He spins around, only to find Do-hun's fist already there to say hello. "Let's do this again sometime," Do-hun says calmly. Boom! A massive punch lands square on Blake's jaw. Jingen screams in excitement as a perfect direct hit connects. Blake is down for the count. The announcement rings out. Baek Do-hun takes the win. Jingen repeats it for the crowd. He's officially taken down the American fighter, Blake. Baek Do-hun is the victor. Blake pushes himself up, sporting a wide grin. "Hey, thanks for taking it easy on me today," he says. He's actually hyped up now, asking, "I hope I'm not overstepping, but can we have a rematch sometime?" Do-hun agrees without skipping a beat. "Of course. I'm always down to fight someone with actual talent." Blake is flattered. "You're too kind. Mind if I grab your phone number?" Do-hun repeats, "My number? Sure thing." They swap digits and wave goodbye as they head their separate ways. "Take care. See you later." Do-hun is only being this friendly for a reason, and it's a big one. Once they get a bit closer, he's going to convince Blake to join his elite guild. Suddenly, his screen pings with some fresh news. The other side of the bracket has reached its conclusion. Jing-han's voice echoes as he announces that Li Jin-cheng has been defeated, which means Wang Tianming has officially secured his spot in the finals. Do-hun smiles to himself. It's been a long time since he's seen Wang Tianming, a name burned into his memory. He was one of China's absolute best players, a lone wolf until the very end. Since the early days of the game, that guy was always sitting pretty in the top 100 of the world rankings. And all the way until Do-hun's previous life ended, he remained one of the highest-ranked players in existence. His passive skill, Sword Chi, is easily one of the most broken abilities right now. The guy definitely has what it takes to be in the finals. But Do-hun's size, the guy is a complete wild card. Nobody ever knows what he's going to do next. Still, Do-hun knows his personality all too well. Wang Tianming is a hardcore wuxia novel nerd. A total eccentric, honestly. He's always lecturing people about martial honor and the romance of the martial world. He's basically role-playing as a legendary hero in real life. Of course, that led to them clashing more than a few times in the past. Do-hun just couldn't stand that living for an ideal lifestyle. Do-hun tries to shake it off. Whatever, he's a stranger now, no point in overthinking it. Suddenly, Tianming walks over and offers a handshake. "Baek Do-hun, I really enjoyed your qualifying match. Your skills are top-notch." Do-hun plays it cool and shakes back. "I enjoyed yours too. Your swordplay is incredible." As their hands lock, they both silently test the other's resolve. Then, the lecture starts. "I acknowledge your skill," Tianming says, "but I don't feel the righteous spirit that should come with it." He continues, "A truly powerful person shouldn't just show off, they should show compassion and respect for the weak." Do-hun isn't even surprised. Yep, same as always. The self-proclaimed guardian of justice has officially arrived. Dueun tightens his grip, making Tianming's arm tremble from the sheer pressure. I don't know about all that, Dueun says. I've never thought of myself as strong. I just give it my all when I fight. Frustrated, Tianming yanks his hand away. That playstyle of yours? It's a total mistake. I'm going to prove it right here, in this match. He just gives a calm, effortless smile. Sounds good to me. I'm looking forward to it. Show me real strength, not just empty words. No point in arguing. Dueun turns on his heel and walks away. The guy claims he's not a villain, but man, he's got serious tunnel vision. This time, I'm going to shatter that rigid mindset of his once and for all. Now Dueun is actually getting fired up. With that kind of energy in the air, he's ready to stretch his limbs. Step 1. Give this guy a proper beatdown. The notification pops up, lighting up the screen. It's here. The grand finale of the first-class academy tournament. Jinan's voice booms with excitement. Thanks for waiting, everyone. The moment you've all been dreaming of. The Baiko Finals is finally about to begin. The chat is exploding. Everyone's calling it already. Baek Do-hyun is taking the trophy home for sure. Wang Tianming, we're behind you. Show the world the true power of China. Crush him. Some are even claiming Do-hyun only made it this far because he had an easy bracket. Unbelievable. Are these Chinese fans actually serious right now? The toxicity is getting so bad that posts are already being reported and taken down. Jinan has to step in, flashing a warning to everyone currently flooding the chat. Please, keep it civil, everyone. Any more insults or toxicity, and you're looking at a temporary chat ban. You've been warned. The Chinese players are fuming the chat experience is a total mess. But Jinan pushes forward. This is the moment they've all been waiting for. The contestants start making their way onto the stage. Jinan's voice rings out, filled with pure pride. First up, the pride of South Korea Baek Do-hyun. And his opponent? None other than the Grand Master himself, Wang Tianming from China. It's a clash between two absolute monsters. The question is, who's walking away as the victor? He gives a respectful bow on the stage. Tianming's aura is intense as he declares, I'll take you down and show the world what a true warrior of justice looks like. Do-hyun just gives a strained little smile. Seriously? The guy is already burning through his energy with that speech alone. This guy. He really never gets tired of the drama, does he? Do-hyun draws his blade. He knows he can't afford to lose this one. In a high-level duel like this, the first person to lose their momentum is done for. Do-hyun lowers the tip of his sword. Sorry about this. Wang Tianming. Suddenly, he uses his sword to draw a perfect circle on the ground around him. Jinan is caught completely off guard. Right before the bell rings, Do-hyun sets his own handicap. He looks Tianming in the eye and says, the gap between our skills is just too wide for a regular fight. So, for this grand finale, I won't step a single foot outside of this circle. If I take even one step out, I'll accept defeat. The entire stadium goes silent before erupting. Wait, what did he just say? Talk about a public humiliation. Tianming's face turns a deep shade of purple from pure rage. I'm going to destroy you. Do-hyun just nods. All right then, let's see what you've got. I'll play along with your little game. Fueled by absolute fury, Tianming launches a relentless barrage of attacks, but every single one of them misses the mark. Shock ripples through the crowd. Why is Tianming the Grand Master losing his cool so fast? He can't wrap his head around it. Why? Why are none of his strikes landing? It makes no sense. Blocked again. Tianming grits his teeth, forcing himself to stay in the fight. He leaps high into the air, putting everything into one final, lethal strike. At this point, Tianming has completely lost his cool. All that's left is pure killing intent. He's aiming straight for Do-hyun's exposed back, but Do-hyun doesn't even turn around. He blocks the strike with his sword while keeping his back turned. Tianming stumbles back, eyes wide. No way. He blocked that? Fear starts to creep in. Just what kind of monster is he? Meanwhile, the Korean fans are going absolutely wild. Tianming is huffing and puffing, his teeth bared in frustration. He stares at the man in the circle. Damn it, he's never felt this helpless before. But then, a dark smirk plays on Tianming's lips. I've done my homework, you bastard. He's analyzed every single frame of Do-hyun's previous fights. To him, Do-hyun's kit is simple. Basic psychokinesis, a short-range blink, and some fundamental sword skills. That's it. Tianming is convinced that psychokinesis itself isn't actually that powerful. He thinks Do-hyun is just good at timing it right. He's totally underestimating the threat right in front of him. As for the sword techniques and teleportation, they've got clear limits. In his head, he's already figured it out. Power begins to radiate from Tianming's entire body. In his mind, Do-hyun doesn't have a single skill that can withstand the sheer weight of his sword chi. He's ready to end this. With a roar, he swings his blade with the force of a hurricane. I'm going to carve that pretty face into pieces. It's over. The sky turns a violent shade of crimson as flames erupt everywhere. The crowd can only watch, jaws dropped, at the sheer scale of the destruction. Even Tianming is standing there, frozen. He can't believe it. His ultimate attack, the one he was so proud of, was just shattered. Pure panic sets in. He actually blocked it? Duhyun's blade sweeps through the air in a deadly arc, forcing Tianming to scramble backward. This shouldn't be possible. Tianming's mind is racing. Did he channel mana into his weapon just to parry that? There's no way some basic psychokinesis or cheap tricks could stop a blow like that. But then suddenly something wraps around his legs. Tianming's ankle is yanked forward with incredible force, sending him crashing onto his back. His weapon clatters to the ground as he's dragged across the floor like a ragdoll. Duhyun drags his opponent back across the dirt before finally letting go. He looks down with a chilling smile and asks, "So, you think you know martial arts?" Tianming watches in pure horror as Duhyun's fist comes crashing down. No formal training, no fancy techniques, just a raw, brutal punch straight to the face that leaves him completely helpless. The commentator, Jin, screams in disbelief at the sight. Player Duhyun is absolutely dominating Tianming. But wait, why isn't he using his sword to end this? He's just using his bare hands to pummel the guy until his teeth are literally flying across the arena. The once arrogant Tianming is now reduced to begging for mercy. I surrender. But Duhyun isn't done yet. He reaches out and clamps his hand over the guy's mouth, silencing the plea instantly. Duhyun plans to give him a beating he'll never forget. Think about it after launching dozens of attacks. You want to quit after getting hit a few times? Not a chance. He whispers to himself that he's going to pay this guy back for every single bit of suffering he endured during the war. Duhyun reminds him that in Mira, you can respawn without a penalty. So instead of just sitting there taking a beating before leaving, he tells him to die with some dignity and come back later. Piercing screams echo throughout the entire stadium. The guy is getting hit so hard his facial bones are practically caving in, he can't even lift his head. Duhyun finally stops, exhaling as he wipes his brow. Beneath his feet lies an opponent who isn't even moving anymore. Even Jin is stunned that he took it this far. Finally, the announcement rings out. The winner is Hyun. The player from South Korea has officially claimed the championship title as confetti explodes everywhere. Standing amidst the cheering crowd, Duhyun thinks to himself that after a beating like that, the guy probably won't be bragging anytime soon. And just like that, the final match ends in a total, overwhelming victory for Hyun. Following the finals, the official list for the First Class Academy is released. Out of about 600 players, over 60 non-combat personnel have qualified to become the very first class of students. These students are treated like royalty, with 5-star hotel standard meals and housing for 3 months, plus fresh, clean clothes provided every single day. But check this out, 16 special players chosen from the tournament matches are getting even better treatment. These elites aren't just getting a housing upgrade. Each one of them is being gifted custom equipment tailored specifically to their unique traits. On top of that, they're given a special pass for free travel to and from the starting city during training, and they've even been granted access to the capital, Turium. In other words, these new players are no longer stuck behind the walls of the free city. Meanwhile, the CNC company, which went viral for broadcasting the match, is investing heavily in a personal streaming system for its players. With massive support from multiple platforms, CNC players are officially starting their lives as professional streamers. Even though Hyun's channel announced they won't be doing live broadcasts, his follower count is still the highest on the platform. The highlights of his matches have already racked up hundreds of millions of views just moments after being posted. The reaction is absolutely explosive, and a lot of that credit goes to Ravel's expert editing. Finally, the ultimate grand prize is handed over to the champion, Hyun. Regardless of whether he even finishes the academy program or not, the rewards are insane. He is immediately granted membership into the First Class Guild and can start taking high-level missions right away. Inside the game, Duhyun realizes this is mostly just for show. In reality, it's the perfect excuse to let him operate independently under their official name. Hyun will only need to show up for practical training sessions and final exams. No boring, regular classes for him. But right now, there's much more important business to handle elsewhere. Bernat approaches and reports. "Young master, the conference has finally concluded." Duhyun nods. "Good. Is Kai still here?" Bernat bows respectfully. "Yes, everyone is waiting for you." Duhyun heads toward the meeting room. It's time to clock back in and get to his real job. During the meeting, Kai speaks up, revealing that they've detected some seriously strange activity across 3 different territories. According to witnesses, several unidentified knights have been appearing out of nowhere, driving back monsters and securing the trade routes. Duhyun goes into deep thought. Ever since the Gate Crisis, the Duke's territory has barely managed to rebuild its forces and hold the line. Could this be a plot by another family to seize the land? He asks if they can identify which noble house these mystery knights belong to. Kai reports that their armor and weapons are completely blank, no crests, no emblems, nothing. And the moment they spot our scouts, they vanish into thin air. Duhyun is suspicious. Knights are usually obsessed with their family honor and heritage, so why would they go through so much trouble to hide their identity? Kai insists that a regular duke's territory couldn't possibly mobilize this many knights. Someone powerful is pulling the strings from the shadows. Doyun asks if any nobles or factions have been acting sketchy lately. Kai reveals that Duke Tempaton and the Marquis family have stayed quiet. They've always been the type to stay out of messy political movements. However, Marquis Marneo was the first to stabilize his region, and reports say he either acted personally or was suspiciously well prepared. Doyun freezes at that name, Marneo. He starts analyzing the situation from a different perspective. While some might see other families as the problem, from the kingdom's point of view, the most dangerous house is definitely the Marneo family. Here is the thing. They have a history of betrayal. During the imperial invasion, the kingdom fought back under Duke Tempaton, but Marquis Marneo refused to join the alliance and sided with the empire instead. Crisis averted. Luckily, thanks to an internal whistleblower, we managed to avoid a literal knife in the back. But let's be real, the gap in military power is still a massive problem. The real question is, why on earth did they decide to side with the empire? If we can't win them over, we might have a chance to flip the board. If not, we'll have to take them out. That was the cold conclusion Key reached. So, the main suspects right now are Marquis Magneil and Count An. Oh, and that Viscount mentioned earlier? He's looking extremely shady too. It suddenly clicked for our main character. Right. What has that uncle of his been up to lately anyway? According to Key, the man just slithered back into the capital. He's currently plotting something with his relatives and allies, likely tied to that incident in the territory. Doyun tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Based on the intel, the knights spotted near the territory probably belong to one of those families. Are they seriously trying to challenge us? Do they really think everything is going to play out exactly according to their little plan? He immediately gave Philip his orders. The night order was placed on level 1 high alert. Be ready to use the teleportation gates the second things go south, he commanded. Philip didn't hesitate, he was ready. Assignments were handed out. Control of the gates, which the knights used to handle, would now be moved directly under the association's elite forces. Understood, came the reply. Doyun looked at them, his gaze sharp. As you can probably feel, our enemies are finally making their move. They clearly think we're easy prey. Big mistake. It's time to show them the price of crossing us when they don't even know their place. Then there was Bernat. Doyun called his name, and Bernat stood at attention, waiting for his instructions. I'll be staying in the capital for a while. If anything happens at the main house while I'm out of reach, follow the plan I gave you. Bernat knew exactly what that meant. You mean, I should take Lady Nakia straight to the main residence, right? Doyun added one more crucial detail. Do not follow any orders or alliance requests from the main house unless they come directly from Brother Den. He realized he still hadn't figured out who else in the main house was secretly in bed with the Empire. He had to prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. Their plan likely hasn't changed much since the beginning. They're definitely aiming for his father first. His power is absolute, and if the head of the family falls, the entire clan descends into pure chaos. He couldn't just keep moving forward with his own plans, while such a massive threat was still lurking inside his own home. But wait, this might actually be the perfect opportunity. Starting now, he's going to wipe out every single parasite hiding in the main house. Meanwhile, at the First Class Association, Turium Alias branch, the staff there were ready and waiting. Welcome, Lord Doyun. How have you been, Alias? Doyun asked with a nod. Alias smiled back. Doing great, thank you. See, Alias used to be a trainee under the Golden Bear Squad. He was actually one of the original 6 trainees who followed Doyun from the very start. Fast forward to today, and he's become a total arena expert, holding a high-ranking position within the association. Doyun looked around. This branch had 500 new recruits and over 20 knights. Thanks to the royal decree, they manage multiple dungeons and handle quests for everyone from nobles to commoners. Alias then led Doyun toward a private room. The door swung open, and 3 people inside stood up immediately. Long time no see, sir. Doyun recognized them. Every single night there was a former academy classmate. They had all applied to the First Class Knight Association alongside Danton. These were top-tier, S-class students with insane potential. And with the association's backing, their growth had been absolutely explosive. We're talking elite swordsmen who are inches away from reaching mid-level expert status. Doyun got straight to the point. I heard you found the entrance to an ancient dungeon. Fill me in. Ken stepped forward to explain. Yes, sir. A wandering adventurer stumbled upon it recently. Luckily, it's located right near one of the dungeons we already manage, so keeping it secure hasn't been a problem. Doyun felt a surge of excitement. The intel was solid. They had finally found an ancient dungeon. Now, you have to understand, there are 2 types of dungeons in the barrier. First, there are failed gates portals that froze and basically merged with our world. Then, there's the second type, natural dungeons. These have existed since way before the gates even started exploding. Failed gates are a nightmare. They constantly pump out monsters and only disappear if you meet very specific conditions. But natural dungeons? Those are the real prizes. We're talking hidden labs, dragon dens, and secret chambers. These are what we call ancient dungeons. Whether it's a gate or a regular dungeon, the entrance might look normal, but the inside is always connected to a completely different dimension. But an ancient dungeon is different. It's actually a literal part of the barrier itself. Because of that, finding one is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Ken continued. We believe this is the lost Janap dungeon, the one where the entrance vanished 5 years ago. Doyun wanted to know the current status. She revealed that their knights and soldiers are currently guarding the site around the clock. Of course, the information is being kept under heavy lock and key. Dohyun knew this place well, the legendary Janap dungeon. That dungeon isn't just some hole in the ground, it's a legendary death trap, explored by many but ranked at the highest level of danger. Only a fraction of the entrance has been mapped. Yet the artifacts found there are enough to make any adventurer's heart skip a beat. But here's the catch, behind that entrance lies a void where countless explorers have entered, never to be seen again. It's a place of pure notoriety. Years ago, an entire noble expedition vanished when the entrance suddenly caved in on them. Fast forward to now, and this ghost dungeon has just resurfaced in a completely different location. One member raises a hand. Sir, are you really planning to go in? Dohyun doesn't blink. Absolutely. I'm clearing it before our enemies even realize it's back on the map. I'm taking an elite squad with me, he adds. Alias is practically vibrating with excitement. Can I ask who made the cut, sir? Dohyun looks around, thinking, man, everyone is just dying to jump into this fire, aren't they? He shakes his head. Sorry, but my mind is already made up. He turns his gaze toward one person in particular. So, Ken? You think you've got what it takes to conquer an ancient dungeon? Ken is stunned. She never expected to be the lucky one. Me? She stammers, barely able to believe her own ears. Ken is all in, shouting that she definitely wants to go. Dohyun then asks the group, out of all my knights, I'm only taking Ken. Anyone got a problem with that? Surprisingly, there's no bitterness. Everyone is genuinely happy for her. I mean, it sucks to stay behind, but if it's Ken, they know it's the right call. Congrats, Ken. Give it your all. They cheer, though none of them actually know the truth about her identity. See, Ken is a total beast ranked second only to Danan among the first 10 recruits. She's also the only one who's already reached the level of a mid-tier expert. Sure, she's got a small frame, but she's lean, flexible, and moves with the speed of a flickering shadow. What really makes her stand out, though, is her insane mana control. It's surgical, far more refined than the others, allowing her to smash through any physical limits. More importantly, she's the absolute key factor needed for this specific raid to even work. Dohyun is already imagining the raid, and honestly, he can't wait. Later, when it's just the two of them, he pours her a cup of tea and slides it across the table. Dohyun breaks the silence. Is everything okay with your life in the order? Any complaints? She quickly shakes her head. None at all, sir. The training is effective, the facilities are top tier. Honestly, I don't think I could find a better environment than this. He notes her perfect, soldier-like response. They both graduated from the Royal Academy, but they never actually had a chance to get to know each other back then. Dohyun gives her a nod. If there's ever something we can improve, just say it. Don't hold back. We're still a new Night Order, so I know we've got plenty of rough edges. She agrees, but then Dohyun gets straight to the point. Now, let's get to the real business. Do you have any idea why I specifically chose you for this ancient dungeon raid? Ken stammers, looking lost. I'm sorry, sir. I really don't know. Dohyun expected as much and takes a slow sip of his tea. He drops the bombshell calmly. Before we talk about the dungeon, we need to settle something else first. Do you agree? Lady Kia. The name makes Ken go pale as a ghost. Her secret is out. Her face falls, and the tension in the room becomes suffocating. Dohyun knows all about the House of Marquise Gaia, one of the 5 legendary martial families of the Ruben Kingdom. Located in the far south, the Gaia clan was famous for one thing: spear techniques that were absolutely unrivaled. They churned out legends for generations, but after losing the head of the family and his heir in the Great War against the Empire, the clan started to fall apart. To make matters worse, since the secret techniques were only passed down to the family head, a huge part of their legacy vanished. They couldn't even train swordmasters anymore. Dohyun continues. I heard the family withdrew from politics, focusing purely on internal training to one day reclaim their glory. And the reason a noble lady from such a prestigious family would dress as a man and sneak into the academy? Well, it's pretty obvious. Ken keeps her head down, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. I never meant to deceive you. She's shaking now. I really didn't have any ill intent. If you order me to leave the Knights, I'll walk away right this second. Dohyun just calmly takes another sip. Ken, from where I'm sitting, it sounds like Lady Kia is trying to give up on being a knight. She snaps back instantly, her voice firm. No. No matter what happens, I will continue to be a knight. But the reality weighs on her. Most knight orders in the Ruben Kingdom wouldn't dream of letting a woman join their ranks. Hyun sighs and sets his cup down. Then why are you talking like you're leaving? Are you disappointed in our team or something? She blushes, caught off guard. No, of course not. He looks her in the eye. Good, because you're not going anywhere. She blinks, hope sparking in her eyes. Wait. You mean, after everything I said, I'm actually allowed to stay in the order? Hyun just shrugs like it's the most obvious thing in the world. What kind of idiot would kick out a mid-tier expert who's still a teenager? She tries to argue her identity again. But I'm a daughter of Marquise Gaia, the rivals of the House of Aston. And, well, I'm a girl. He cuts her off mid-sentence. That stuff, it's not a problem, at all. Even if trouble comes knocking, I'll take full responsibility for letting you in. Ken is speechless. Gender? Family feuds? To him, none of it matters, only her strength does. Dohyun makes it clear everything depends on her will. Suddenly, she slams her hand on the table, catching him completely off guard. She drops to one knee, swearing a solemn oath. I, Knight Ken of the Marquis Gear family, pledge my eternal loyalty to my master, Viscount Raun. Aston returns the gesture of respect. Dohyun stands up from his seat, making a formal and heavy announcement. As the master of a first-class knight order, Raun accepts Ken's loyalty, vowing to fulfill every single duty a master owes to their knight. Dohyun lets out a small, satisfied smirk. A lot has happened, but they finally reached the goal they were after. Truth is, Kelly not Ken was the talent he'd been eyeing since the Royal Academy. She's the first female knight to ever reach the master rank in history. We're talking about an insane S-rank potential here, someone with world-changing power hidden deep inside. Things got messy because she was involved with Danton first, but bringing her into the squad was the right move. Ken's curious though. So, what should I do now? Should I reveal my true identity and my gender? Dohyun leaves it entirely up to her, it's her life, and he'll let her decide the path. She can keep living as she is or choose the path of being public. Without a second of hesitation, Ken decides to keep her secret for now. First mission, accomplished. Dohyun shifts gears to a more pressing topic, the dungeon raid they've been planning. 2 guards stand watch at the entrance. Inside the dark abyss, bats flutter out, hunting for their next meal in the shadows. Dohyun's team steps into the dungeon. You can feel the hype in the air, everyone is expecting big things from this trip. The soldier behind them bows respectfully. We stop here. Good luck, young master. He nods back, thanking them for the guidance. Dohyun calls for the next group. Raid team, move out. Jose hears the command and practically sprints over, buzzing with pure energy. He's beaming with pride. I can't believe I was picked for the raid team. This is a total honor, sir. Honestly, every time I'm out on a mission with you, my heart just starts racing from the excitement. Ken looks over, totally confused. Are we on a picnic or something? Joss, out of habit, pulls out a magic lamp he was keeping for the master. He pulls out another item. Seeing Joss this hyped and full of life is actually pretty refreshing, but Dohyun has something way better than a lamp for this trip. Suddenly, Lavenna manifests right out of her book. She casts a massive magic circle that lights up the entire cavern. Leave the light to me, she says. As a brilliant green glow leaves everyone stunned. This should be plenty of light, Dohyun concludes. Alright, let's start exploring these ancient ruins. Inside, the atmosphere is deathly silent and terrifying. Monsters are definitely lurking. A wolf glares from the shadows, baring its fangs at the intruders. Ken doesn't wait. She swings her spear, launching a proactive strike. But just as the spear tip is about to pierce the beast, she freezes in total shock. Instead of attacking, the wolf turns tail and sprints deeper into the maze. Something's off. Ken realizes this is complicated. Just like you said, young master, this maze is seriously unique. Most of the monsters here are spirit types. Physical attacks? Yeah, they do absolutely nothing to these things. The weakness? Dohyun's sword flashes out, slicing the wolf clean in half. Only spiritual power can take these monsters down. He closes his eyes, sensing the others. He warns Jose, who was just leaning against a wall to rest, but then shock. The wall suddenly shifts. Joss almost falls flat on his face. Ken gasps. I think that's a secret passage. She looks at him, bewildered. How does he know this maze so well? Simple. He's cleared it once before, in his past life. The Gnap maze was the very first dungeon he conquered before his regression. That's why he knows every turn. Everyone else failed, but Dohyun succeeded because this place was built specifically for martial masters, those who command spiritual energy. Gnap wasn't just anyone. He was known as the Ancient Fist King, a true master of combat. As a martial master himself, this maze was designed as a trial for people exactly like him. But since martial masters have almost vanished from the continent, conquering this place has become mission impossible. And get this, the guy's best friend was actually the ancestor of that Marquis family. They continue deeper into the dark. Dohyun squints into the distance, his eyes widening. They finally made it through the tunnel. Ahead of them lies a massive hall. Joss is confused. Wait, are we outside? No way, right? This is still part of the maze? This place is huge. Do-hyun stays calm. Ancient mazes are always unpredictable. But then he stops. This layout. It looks hauntingly familiar. A voice calls out from behind. Young master, there's something over here. Joss peers curiously toward a wide courtyard. What is this place? There, towering statues of men stand like silent sentinels. Ken stares at a bronze statue, completely shaken. Do-hyun snaps them back to reality. Focus. We need to get back to the raid. But first, he asks, Ken, you've heard the rumors, right? About the hidden treasure the Marquis's ancestor left inside the Janap maze? She nods. Yes. In fact, almost every artifact found here is linked directly to the Marquis's bloodline. Every time this dungeon resurfaced, the Marquis threw everything he had at it. But it was a death trap. Most of the knights and mercenaries he sent in simply never returned. The family was pushed to the brink of ruin because of those losses. And the most recent disaster? That happened just 5 years ago. The second Ken threw open her door, she was met with a heartbreaking sight. Her family, huddled together in the room, drowning in tears. Ken herself couldn't stop the tears from falling as she looked at the portrait on the wall. The man leading that ill-fated expedition was her own brother, the Marquise's true heir. Back then, the moment news of the dungeon broke, her brother, who was studying at the Royal Academy, immediately gathered his guards and soldiers to head straight into the abyss. But he never came back. Not a single trace of him was ever found. Determination burned in Ken's eyes. No matter what happens, young master, I have to go there, she said firmly. I have to do this, at least for my brother's sake. Do-hyun looked at her, his voice low. What do you think? Do you really believe the rumors are true? Ken didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. Yes, I'm certain. Before them stood the massive bronze statue of Jeremiah, the legendary founder of the Marquis's house. The three of them stepped into the courtyard where the statue stood watch. Suddenly, a translucent system window flickered into life, flashing a stark reminder. Warning. This is a mandatory mission area. Unauthorized entry may result in death. The system recommended at least grade B spear techniques and level 1 mastery. Do-hyun turned to the girl who held the family's secret spear arts. Ken, are you ready? Ready, young master, she replied. Do-hyun nodded, entrusting her with the task. It's finally your turn. Can I leave this in your hands? Ken let out a spirited shout. Yes, please leave it to me. She charged toward the statue without a hint of fear. But then the ground beneath her feet began to heave and moan. The statue's eyes flared with a blinding, ghostly light as it took its first, heavy, soul-crushing steps toward her. Jeremiah's voice thundered through the air. Who dares disturb my eternal slumber? Ken didn't back down, pointing the tip of her spear directly at the giant. She announced her name, Ken of the Marquis's lineage, declaring she was there to receive a lesson from the very founder of her bloodline. Jeremiah narrowed his eyes. So, you're of my blood? Fine. But don't expect me to hold back. Let's see if you actually have what it takes. He swung his spear, unleashing 2 devastating arcs of pure energy. Ken's eyes widened in realization. This, I'm sure of it. This is the Marquis's secret spear technique. Fueled by a wave of focused rage, she told herself to watch every movement, not to miss a single detail. Meanwhile, Do-hyun calmly turned to leave. All right, I'm leaving Ken to handle this. You've got your own path, so let's deal with our side now. Do-hyun walked toward the second statue, where Jen was waiting. Another warning popped up. Mandatory mission area. Trespassing will result in death. Recommendations. Grade B, combat skills or higher, level 1 intermediate. Psychic skills, grade B or higher, level 1 intermediate. He didn't even slow down. As he walked, half of his body began to flicker like a ghostly phantom. The statue, Zenus, which had been standing perfectly still, suddenly reacted. The ground shook violently, rocks bouncing off the surface as its eyes ignited. Who dares? The ancient warrior had awakened, slamming his massive palms together with a deafening crack. Who dares disturb my long, long sleep? Zenus let out a mocking laugh as he looked at his opponents. How amusing. A fairy and a puny green outsider? He clearly didn't think much of them. But then, he decided to give them a chance. Fine. If you can survive a duel with me, I'll grant you a worthy reward. Do you dare take the challenge? Do-hyun didn't even need to think. I'm in. In his past life, he had barely cleared this with intermediate level 3 psychic power. But now, he was on a completely different level. This was going to be a walk in the park. He summoned a massive magic circle, launching dozens of spectral swords forward. Zenus, who had been acting so arrogant, suddenly went dead silent. The old warrior was in shock. He couldn't believe it. This was supposed to be intermediate level power, so why was it this insanely strong? He struggled to find words. You know, having a lot of blades doesn't mean you have everything, right? Do-hyun remained nonchalant. Of course. I've been looking forward to this fight. Zenus slammed his foot down, gathering explosive momentum for a leap. He poured all his energy into a single, devastating fist and lunged. Duehyun calmly manipulated his swords to intercept the blow. A hail of blades rained down on Zenus, but the old man was fast, dodging them with fluid grace. He raised his fist again, determined to teach this brat a lesson. Lavenna flew in, deploying a magic shield, just in time to block the strike. Boom! The impact of his fist against the barrier was earth-shattering. She turned back to Duehyun with worry in her eyes. "Are you okay?" Duehyun skidded back, the force of the blow vibrating through his entire body. Lavenna had definitely put up a strong defense. Was that one of those high-level penetrating strike martial arts? He knew that at this speed, he was at a massive disadvantage. Suddenly, Cadenus appeared. "You've run into a seriously dangerous opponent this time. How does it feel facing him head-on?" Cadenus asked. Duehyun gritted his teeth. "He's crafty. It feels like his hits are literally impossible to block. I have to dodge every single move," Duehyun muttered. "But if I'm just dodging, this isn't much of a duel, is it?" Cadenus analyzed the fight. "That's exactly why martial artists are so terrifying when they use penetrating strikes. You either neutralize it, or you keep your distance." Duehyun struggled, barely tilting his head to dodge the next punch. Zenus's attacks were coming in like a relentless, crushing storm. The old warrior grinned. "Warm-up's over. Now, it's time to show you what real power looks like." Duehyun's eyes widened as the realization hit him like a truck. In his past life, this monster was actually holding back the whole time. Zenus isn't just some old man. He's a dual-threat psychic, controlling raging flames while buffing his physical stats to absolute god-tier levels. Add Great Grandmaster martial arts to that, and you've got the world's most dangerous duelist. Pure, unadulterated strength. But as Zenus's fist flew forward, Duehyun didn't even flinch. Boom! The punch shattered the air, but Duehyun was already gone, a massive leap that left his opponent hitting nothing but oxygen. Fighting in midair is Duehyun's playground. Why? Because with his telekinesis, he can control the battlefield from any angle. Swords rained down like a literal storm. Zenus slammed his foot down, fracturing the earth as raw energy erupted from the cracks, leaving Joss absolutely floored on the sidelines. What on earth is this? Meanwhile, Ken's situation was just as desperate, her eyes flickering toward Duehyun in pure, heart-stopping worry. "Listen up, kid," Zenus roared over the chaos. "I told you before, stats? They're just numbers. They don't mean a damn thing in a real fight." He raised a massive, glowing fist. To a master like him, these weapons were nothing more than scraps. One by one, Zenus swatted the blades away like flies, but then his confidence took a massive hit. Pain. A sharp sting across his arm. A mana-infused blade had actually drawn blood. That's when the truth hit him. It wasn't just one, every single blade in that storm was surging with lethal, concentrated mana. How could a rookie control this many at once? Zenus let out a gut-wrenching scream as the aerial assault tore through his legendary defenses. Duehyun knew he had to floor it. His main mana sword was shattering under the pressure, and he needed to pump in more energy right now. Below him, Zenus was forced to play his final trump card. Suddenly, a massive, flaming dragon materialized, letting out a roar that shook the very foundations of the world. Duehyun's heart hammered against his ribs. Damn it. No matter where he ran, there was no escaping a hit of this scale. "Stay calm." Cadenus's voice echoed in his mind. "Open your eyes and look. That isn't a real dragon, it's just a concentrated mass of fake fire chi. Find the core. It's right in the center of that heat." Duehyun locked his gaze on the glowing light deep inside the dragon's maw. There it was, the heart of the beast. Duehyun didn't hesitate, summoning every ounce of his sword light for one final, desperate clash. Holy light versus the great dragon. When they collided, the entire area seemed to explode in a blinding, world-shattering blast. Zenus stood there, speechless. Duehyun landed perfectly on the ground, completely unscathed. "I have to admit," the old man muttered, "you're something else. You've far surpassed anything I could have imagined. I give up. This round, it's your win." As the blades hovered inches from his throat, Zenus actually smiled. "It's a victory well earned, seeing a successor like you. I can finally leave this place in peace." Then, the system flared to life. Notification. Zenus's Force Challenge mission complete. The rewards were insane. The key to Mansion B, 50,000 gold coins, and a massive mountain of experience points. New title unlocked. The one recognized by Zenus. The old master looked at him one last time. "I'll be waiting for the day your telekinesis reaches the master rank." He pulled out a glowing sphere of pure psychokinetic energy that radiated a brilliant light. Jenk handed it over with a nod. "Take this. I hope the lessons from today's battle light your path on the long road ahead." Duehyun was stunned. "Wait, what? Weren't the hidden mission rewards already fixed? This is something extra." And just like that, Zenus went, still returning to his original form as a cold, stone statue. Then, a voice from behind. "Enough. Even Jeremiah has conceded. Time's up. I couldn't beat you, I lose. Ken was gasping for air, her body trembling after the brutal exchange with the master. Jeremiah looked at her with genuine respect. You actually lasted until the very end. I bow before your sheer persistence, kid. He made the official announcement. Ken of the Viscount family, you've officially passed the trial. Joss literally jumped for joy. But Doyun? His eyes were glued to the system screen. Quest clear. Zenus's challenge. Reward. Key to Mansion B. 50,000 coins and a massive experience dump. Seeing that Ken had also cleared her trial, Doyun felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Perfect. Everything was moving exactly according to plan. Together, the group finally stepped inside the grand mansion. The doors swung open to a lavish living room that screamed luxury. Joss couldn't help but whistle. Man, this place is just as fancy as the villas in the capital. You guys did great, Doyun told them. Go ahead and rest. I'll reach out through the guild channel once I've sorted things out. Just relax in your rooms until then. Joss gave a quick salute. Understood, young master. You worked harder than anyone today. He waited until they were gone before letting out a breath. Now, time for the good stuff. Doyun eagerly pulled up the system window to check his haul. He tapped on his avatar to confirm the details of his new title. Title, recognized by Zenus. Rank, S. Effects, a 20% boost to combat power, telekinesis, and skill mastery. Doyun grinned, not bad at all, though he felt a tiny bit of regret. If only it were a swordsmanship buff, he mused. But hey, I can find those somewhere else. This is still huge. Then, his eyes fell on the final item the old man had left behind. The moment his hand touched the glowing orb, the system confirmed it. Rank S. Zenus's Spirit Core. Effect, significantly boosts the user's psychic potential. A legendary legacy, left specifically for the next generation. Depending on the choices you make, the system grants you god-tier abilities. Doyun was stunned in his past life as an S rank. He was the very first to clear the dungeon, yet he only walked away with a measly B rank core. Everyone who followed him? They were stuck with C ranks. He gritted his teeth, his mind made up, and swallowed the S rank soul core. Instantly, his entire body erupted in a blinding golden light. System alert. You have consumed the S rank Janap soul core. The core's energy is flooding your system. Now, individual growth effects tailored specifically to your abilities are being generated. You must choose two from the following options. Number 1. Power growth. Your telekinetic strength increases 10 times, massively boosting the total mass you can manipulate. Number 2. Control growth. Your precision increases 10 times, allowing you to command a massive number of objects simultaneously. Number 3. Influence growth. This doubles your sensory range and the reach of your mental output. Doyun was reeling he actually got to pick from these. It was almost too good to be true. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Keep it together, he whispered. I have to choose carefully. He focused on the 3 pillars of telekinesis: power, control, and influence. Power was all about the sheer weight he could throw around. The more power he had, the heavier and faster he could move objects. Control, on the other hand, was the key to multitasking and fine-tuning every micro-movement with surgical precision. And then there was influence. That was the game-changer. It decided his range, his impact, and how far his senses could reach. Doyun rubbed his chin, his eyes locked onto the glowing golden screen, before his finger finally pressed down on 2 specific options. Alert. You have selected influence and control. Suddenly, a massive pillar of golden light swallowed Doyun whole, lifting him off the ground as arcs of electricity danced across his skin. When Doyun finally snapped his eyes open, his pupils were burning with a fierce golden fire. He touched down on the floor as light as a feather. Time to see what this new power could really do. He extended a palm, testing the air. Every piece of furniture in the room suddenly shot into the air. He was effortlessly suspending dozens of objects at once with zero strain. So, this is what it feels like? Doyun whispered, a smirk playing on his lips. This sensation was on a whole different level compared to when he reached the telekinesis master rank in his past life. Honestly, he felt like he could take on his past self in a duel and win. No, he was 100% certain he'd crush him. He now possessed spiritual energy equivalent to 15 years of grueling cultivation from his previous life. Between the meditation techniques he learned from Mira and this new core, his power and control had already surpassed his former peak. Doyun gently lowered the furniture back to the floor, but just then, a mysterious blue mist began to swirl through the air. It clicked. He wasn't the only one who got a hidden reward. Ken must have received something from Jeremiah too. There she was, staring blankly at a ring on her finger. Ken was in the middle of an awakening, and that blue aura was vibrating right off her. Doyun smiled. Looks like her awakening was a success. Suddenly, Joss came charging in, shouting, "Young master, something huge happened." Doyun turned, startled. "What's going on?" Joss panted, explaining that he had been taking a walk behind the villa during his break when he stumbled upon it. Jose's face went pale as he remembered the sight, a mountain of white bones piled high, hiding a secret graveyard. The three of them wasted no time and sprinted toward the site. When they arrived, Doyun stopped dead in his tracks, his expression darkening instantly. It was a nightmare of skulls and skeletal remains, all draped in thick, heavy cobwebs. He turned to Ken, noting the place was even creepier than he'd imagined. "There's something here we need to find, right?" he asked. Ken nodded solemnly. "Yes, young master." Doyun raised his hand, and a golden light flared to life. This was the perfect moment to test his new strength. He activated the elixir effect. Doyun's senses swept through the piles of bone like a radar. There he spotted it, a ring, and inside, a hidden insignia. Ken watched him intently as he moved toward a skeletal knight sitting against a wall. On that skeleton's index finger sat the very ring he had sensed. Ken let out a small gasp at the sight of the remains. Jose, meanwhile, scavenged the area and hurried over. "Young master, I found this next to the body." Doyun took the bundle of papers, his eyes widening. It's a diary. July 7th. I heard about the Gina dungeon from Fabian. He's still bitter that I got the highest entrance score, so the fact that he's sharing this info is incredibly suspicious. July 10th. Fabian of the Marnell family suddenly wants to make peace with me. He suggested we raid the dungeon ourselves, just the two of us, without involving the adults. July 12th. After thinking it over, I decided to take the bait. I can't wait for the family support any longer. I have to recover our lost secret techniques myself. July 15th. With my own guards and soldiers, we breached the dungeon entrance with ease. Fabian was actually cooperating well. For a moment, I thought everything would go smoothly. July 19th. Something is wrong. This place is crawling with spirits. Physical attacks are completely useless. July 21st. We've been betrayed. Fabian and his entire group vanished into the night. Even the hired guide and the priest are gone. He must have bribed them all from the start. I found the bodies of the priest and the guide. Fabian definitely murdered them. And the entrance we used? It's completely disappeared. I have to survive, no matter what. The final, desperate entry of a diary. Just one survivor left, clinging to life with a single guardian knight by his side. If I don't make it back, Kai will be all alone. He regrets everything. Stepping into this cursed dungeon was the biggest mistake of his life. The rest is just a mess. Completely illegible. It looks like the writer's mind finally snapped under the pressure of the dark. Behind him, Ken is trembling, but not from fear. Pure killing intent radiates from her as her eyes glow a terrifying crimson. Doyun recognizes the name she's muttering. Fabian, the son of Marquess Marnell. This guy is the youngest son of the legendary axe master, Cliff Force Magneil. Born when the Marquess was already in his 40s, he's the definition of a spoiled brat. Zero talent. Absolutely none. But the Marquess doted on him so much, he literally bought the kid his own private night squad just to make him feel important. Doyun pauses, a weird thought hitting him. Wait a sec. Doesn't this guy's backstory sound exactly like mine? He clears his throat, breaking the tension. Ken, I'm truly sorry for what happened here, especially regarding that Marnell kid, Fabian. Ken looks up, her voice cold. I've sworn my life to you, master. I won't let my personal grudges get in the way of your goals, she says firmly. But then, she adds something that catches Doyun completely off guard. Tears start streaming down her face as she makes one desperate plea. If no, when you eventually clash with the Marnell family, please, let me be the one at the front of the line. Doyun looks down at the sobbing girl, his expression softening. I promise you, I'll give you the chance to reclaim your justice and pay back every bit of that betrayal. But remember one thing, he warns. This revenge, it has to be done with your own hands, using your own strength. She wipes her eyes, nodding with newfound resolve. Thank you, master, I promise. I won't do anything to stain your honor. Doyun watches her, thinking ahead. Taking out Fabian is easy, but there's no rush. Sooner or later, a full-blown war with the Marnell family is inevitable. And hey, they aren't the only ones who know how to play dirty. When the time comes, he's going to make sure the Marnells receive everything they've done with interest. With the raid finally over, the Zenap dungeon is officially transferred over to the Calyp's territory. This was only possible because of a massive, unexpected jackpot. He managed to secure the dungeon's energy core. A notification flashes in front of him. S-rank Zenap dungeon core. Effect, total management. He can now open or close dungeon portals literally anywhere he wants. One catch. If the core breaks, the dungeon vanishes forever. Doyun grins, tucking the loot away. This is a massive win. Information on ancient dungeons is the highest level of classified intel. Even with his massive spy network, he's never heard of a core this powerful before. Using the core's power, Doyun vacuums up every single scrap of loot left inside the dungeon. He then converts the entire space into a private training ground. Now, he can receive personal lessons from two legendary ancient masters whenever he wants. Even the Master of Winds shows up, successfully helping Doyun evolve and upgrade his psychic abilities to a whole new level. Time to get serious, he thinks. From here on out, the focus is pure growth, training the troops and rebuilding the Night Order for the chaos that's coming. 1 month later, at the First Class Association Academy in Mira, Danton returns with a huge grin. "Long time no see, boss." Doyun smiles back. "Good to see you're still in one piece." "How are the trainees doing?" he asks. Danton's eyes light up. "The new recruits? Man, their growth rate is absolutely insane. I finally see why you were so hyped about them." Right now, Danton is the man in charge of the entire First Class Association Academy. He's pulling double duty, as both the principal and the lead swordsmanship instructor. As they walk down the hall, Dohyun asks how the recruitment for the guild is going. Danton hesitates for a second. "Well, I'm hunting for talent, but not as many people are jumping to join as I originally thought." Dohyun doesn't look worried. "Don't force it, just make sure we secure the specific people I mentioned before. Quality over quantity." Danton nods. "Of course, I'm not letting anyone with real potential slip through my fingers. They'll be ours soon enough. Here's the thing. In the world of CNC, a player can usually only join one guild. And a guild leader? They're stuck with just their one original guild. But our boy found a loophole. He pulls out an affiliated guild license, a rare item that lets him create a sister guild that shares the same buffs as the main one. The best part? The leader gets to handpick exactly which buffs and effects get shared between the two groups." Dohyun smiles. This was a one-time consumable reward from a major story quest. With this, he can build a second guild that's just as OP as his first one. His plan is simple. Keep the first guild for his inner circle, and use this new one, the Purple Guild, exclusively for players. Since his main guild is already at the max level, this new player guild will start with a massive head start, making them stronger than any other group on the server. He turns to Danton. "I'm trusting you with this. I'm handing over most of the authority for the Purple Guild to you." Danton laughs, accepting the responsibility easily. "Leave it to me. Those dusty old lords won't know what hit them when they see the army we've been building in the shadows." With a cheerful hum, Danton heads off. Dohyun looks down at his hand as his body begins to shift and change. He slides back into his disguise. "Well, before I head out for the day, maybe I should go and break a few more records." Suddenly, the sound of heavy boots thundering down the hallway echoes through the building. Cavan bursts through the door, out of breath. "Guys, did you hear? Dohyun just showed up at training arena number 1? The other students jump up in shock. "For real? How high is he going to push his score this time? Move it! If we're lucky, we might actually get a chance to join his squad for a session." It's only been 2 months since the First Class Academy opened its doors, but with 600 students training under Dohyun's specialized methods, their progress is already terrifying. In this academy, one thing truly separates the pros from the rookies: virtual battles triggered by high-level phantom magic arrays. This virtual combat program generates hyper-realistic environments and special monsters just to push the students to their absolute limits. Scores are tallied every single week to rank the students. And the graduation exam? Yeah, it uses the exact same brutal system. But here is the crazy part. It has been over 2 months since the program started, and the number 1 spot hasn't shifted even once. Everyone believes there is only one absolute king, Bae Do-hyun. His position in the academy is, quite literally, untouchable. Right now, Do-hyun is mid-combat, casually swinging his blade to bring down a massive beast. The rank 1 name on the board? Still Do-hyun. No surprise there. The onlookers are completely floored. That monster of a student just shattered another record like it was nothing. One student sighs to his friend. "Man, I really thought we'd catch up this time. But get this, the guy barely shows up to class, yet his scores are still through the roof." His friend just nods. Even the instructors have reached a point where they have to admit his skills are on a completely different level. Rumor has it he is busy pulling overtime on missions for the First Class Night Order. After the session, Do-hyun heads back into the academy, only to find a crowd already waiting for him. Drake rushes up, looking hyped. "Hey, you're looking for a sparring partner, right? Come on, fight me today." But the guy next to him snaps back. "Back off, man. I booked a slot with him since last week." Suddenly, a massive, muscular arm shoves them both aside. "Move it, losers." It is Tian Ming, clearly not having had enough of a beating yet. He's back to settle the score for his last loss. Do-hyun just sighs. "Don't you ever get tired of this?" But Tian Ming isn't backing down. "None of us can graduate in peace while we're constantly losing to you. I'm going to keep challenging you until I finally win." Drake claps him on the shoulder, telling him to at least wait his turn instead of rushing in like a madman every single time. Watching them bicker like that, Do-hyun lets out a small smirk. "You have to respect that kind of stubbornness. At least now that most of the toxic rookies are gone, we can finally talk like normal human beings," Do-hyun says, his voice instantly silencing the two. Then, he gives them the green light. "All right. How about a 2-on-1 match today?" Both of them light up instantly at the offer. Fast forward to the training ground, and yeah, they're both face down in the dirt again. Tianming, sporting a fresh bump on his head, growls, "Damn it, even working together, we couldn't land a single hit on this guy." Drake can only agree the guy is a freak of nature. No matter how you look at it, Doyun is an anomaly. It's hard to believe he's even the same category of player as them. Tianming just huffs. "We're just not good enough yet. One day, I'm definitely taking that guy down." Drake suddenly shifts the subject. "So, what about you?" "About what?" Tianming asks. Drake mentions the Purple Guild that's been making waves in the business world lately. Even the instructors are pushing people to join it. Tianming starts walking away, not interested. "I don't plan on joining any organization. I already turned down every guild invite from back home." Drake shrugs. "I'm actually thinking about it. The benefits sound pretty solid." That stops Tianming in his tracks. He turns around. "Wait, what kind of benefits?" Drake reveals his plan. He wants the best treatment in the best guild. But more than that, he thinks if he joins the same guild as Doyun, he might actually have a shot at surpassing him. Think about it once the academy ends. Who knows when they'll see Bei Dohyun again? If you really want to beat him one day, isn't it better to join the same team and play the long game? Tianming stands there, actually hesitating as he imagines the day he finally takes Dohyun down. It's a bit embarrassing, but he finally mumbles, "You, still have that recruitment flyer?" Drake is stunned. "Wait, what happened to yours?" Tianming admits the truth. He got so pissed after losing to Dohyun that day that he crumpled it up and threw it away. Drake just rolls his eyes. "Go ask the instructor for another one then. Seriously, you need to get that temper under control." Tianming barks back, "Mind your own business." Typical. Meanwhile, over at the first-class branch in Mira, Hood is giving a report. It looks like the business targeting outsiders is finally starting to turn a real profit. Dohyun crosses his arms, nodding. "Is that so? That's good to hear." Hood predicts a massive influx of outsiders in the near future, so they are already drawing up plans to expand the shops just in case the numbers explode beyond expectations. Dohyun gives his instructions. "The guild has enough manpower and funds now. If you need anything at all, we are ready to cooperate." Hood bows deeply. "We are truly grateful for your personal support, my lord." Suddenly, Baron Raun's communication screen flickers to life. A voice crackles through from the other side. "Young master, we have a major problem. It's Bernard. They just received an urgent message from an informant at Castle Confort." The grim news? Count Melvin has been poisoned. The moment the words hit his ears, Dohyun's expression goes dark. He curses under his breath. "Damn it, is the script really starting to play out exactly as I predicted?" He wastes no time. "Emergency orders to all guild members. Send the command immediately. All forces are to be on the highest state of alert. From this moment on, consider this a wartime situation. Prepare for engagement." The response is instant. "Understood, young master." With his cloak fluttering in the wind, Dohyun looks every bit the commander as he leads the way. Every knight from the Mira branch is to move to Castle Calyps at once. Also, call an emergency meeting with the officers for tonight. Wait for my signal until then. It was over. Doyun pushed the door open and stepped out of the room. Waiting for him by the teleportation gate were Danton, Sai, and Nakia, all ready for his next move. He immediately asked for an update. The news was grim. The Count still hadn't regained consciousness, though the healers and priests were already working tirelessly to stabilize him. Orders were issued instantly. "Sai, you're with me. We're heading straight to the main mansion. Danton, Bernard, and Nakia. I want you to regroup at Calyps Castle." "Understood, young master," they shouted in unison. But before they dispersed, Doyun turned his gaze to one of them. "Nakia, I have a special mission for you. A very specific one. A secret order. High stakes. The kind of information that stays strictly off the record." Suddenly, the teleportation gate hummed to life, swirling with energy before the group. Doyun prepared to step through. "Move out. We need to reach the main mansion and we need to do it now." A memory flashed through his mind. He remembered the moment he first woke up in the body of Raun Aston. Back then, he'd made a vow to accept this life as his reality and face whatever hell was coming for him. Tragedy was creeping toward the Aston family like a shadow, but Doyun wasn't about to let it take hold. He swore to stop it no matter the cost. "I'll stop it, whatever it takes." Moments later, he arrived at the Aston family castle, pushing through the heavy doors with a grim determination. "I got here as fast as I could, Ivan." The old man was visibly shaking, stepping forward to greet him with a heavy heart. "Young Master Raun." Ivan started, his voice trembling with guilt. "I failed to serve the Count properly. I have no excuses," but Doyun held up a hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Stop. Don't blame yourself, Ivan. Not now. Ivan, take me to my father. Philip, lead the way." They hurried upstairs toward the master suite. Melvin's room was under heavy guard, the air thick with tension. Doyun's eyes narrowed as he noticed the emblems on the guard's armor. An organization badge. He went quiet for a moment, his mind racing with possibilities. The heavy door groaned open. Doyun stepped inside softly, seeing the once mighty Melvin looking pale and broken on the bed, surrounded by grieving family members. Lady Estella, Den's wife, was a mess, her voice breaking as she sobbed. "Young master, what are we going to do? How did it come to this?" Doyun's brow furrowed as he approached his father's bedside. It was worse than he imagined. Dark, sickly purple veins were pulsing across the Count's skin. He gritted his teeth, barely holding back his fury. He turned to Maon, his voice low and sharp. "What exactly happened? Why is my father in this state?" Mon hesitated, looking completely defeated. "The truth is, we don't know the exact cause yet, but looking at the symptoms, it looks like a mana backlash." Doyun's heart sank at those words. Mana backlash. From what he knew, this was effectively a death sentence for any warrior. See, every knight who uses mana has a system of circuits in their body, think of them like veins, but for raw energy instead of blood. That energy is supposed to flow in one fixed direction, but when something goes wrong and that flow suddenly reverses, that's when the nightmare starts. That's what they call a mana backlash. In most cases, it ends in death, and if you're lucky enough to survive, you're usually left paralyzed for the rest of your life. Maon continued, his voice heavy with worry. "It's a bit different from any case I've ever seen before, but backlash is the only thing that explains the Count's condition." Doyun's eyes filled with desperation. "There has to be a way to fix this. Is there any cure? We have to stabilize him, whatever it takes." But Maon just shook his head. "In a case like this, divine power is useless. All they could do was pray for a miracle." Doyun looked down, his fists clenching as he whispered a desperate plea to himself. "Please, just do everything you can, please." Soon, it was just the two of them left in the room, father and son. Suddenly, Cadinus's voice echoed in his mind. "The Count's will is incredible. He must be in unimaginable pain right now." Doyun was startled by his master's voice and immediately reached out for help. "Master, you're here. Tell me, is there really no way to save him?" "Let me borrow his senses for a moment," Cadinus replied. Doyun slowly reached out, placing his hand toward Melvin to let his master examine the damage. The moment he felt the mana, Cadinus knew something was very wrong. This was strange. It was unlike any mana backlash he had ever encountered in his long life. Doyun's heart leaped. "Wait, does that mean there's a chance?" Cadinus sounded hesitant. "I'm not sure yet. This is incredibly complicated." Here was the weird part. Based on his mana levels, the Count should have reached the intermediate rank long ago. But for some reason, he never made the breakthrough. Right now, the Count's own energy was literally fighting a war inside his body, clashing against a reverse flow that was trying to tear him apart. Then came the heavy blow. Cadinus delivered the grim reality the Count couldn't endure much longer. He was reaching his breaking point. There were two options. First, find the root cause. There was a weird foreign mana mixed in with his father's energy. If they could block it, his flow might return to normal. If they could neutralize that foreign energy, he might survive. Option 2, forcing the backlash to stop by sheer force. But that was a suicide mission. You'd need an absolute master-tier expert with insane precision to pull it off. One tiny slip-up and everyone dies. And even if they did it perfectly, there was zero guarantee the Count's mana would actually stabilize. It was a massive gamble. If both failed, Doyun didn't want to think about the worst-case scenario. He stepped out of the room, Ivan trailing behind him into a chillingly quiet hallway. He turned to the old man. "Ivan, where's my older brother? Why isn't he here yet?" Ivan's face fell as he explained that two teams had vanished inside a mysterious dungeon. To find them, the eldest young master had personally headed into that dungeon a few days ago to investigate the situation. Doyun finally understood. That's why he hadn't heard back. The dungeon was blocking all communication. "Has he sent any word on when he's coming back?" he asked. Ivan explained that the location was on the furthest edge of the Count's territory. Doyun paused. Something about that didn't sit right with him at all. He scanned the room, his mind racing through the gaps in their defense. Wait a second. What about the Knight Commander? Where is Ernest Boso? And what about the Viscount? Ivan's answer was chilling. The commander had gone into the dungeon with the young master and Viscount boss. He'd been away for over a week for maneuver training. Doyun's intuition kicks in. Wait a second. If everyone's gone, who the hell is actually running the Earl's estate and guarding the castle right now? The answer? Baron Raun Aston, the commander of the Silver Bear Knights, is currently heading up the main mansion's defense. As for the castle itself, that's under the watch of Baron Raun Aston, the head of the security forces. Doyun recalls the insignia on the guard's armor and scowls. Why on earth were the Silver Bears assigned to escort duty? In the Aston territory, there are 4 distinct knight divisions. First, the Golden Bear Knights. They're the elite of the elite, answering only to the head of the family. Then you have the Silver Bear Knights, made up of Aston family members, and the Iron Bear Knights, which consist of commoners and outsiders. Finally, there are the Chain Knights, still in training and waiting for their official orders. But here's the kicker, everyone knows the Silver Bears are actually weaker in combat than the Iron Bears. Sensing a trap, Doyun immediately orders Ivan to send out messengers and recall the Golden Bear Knights at once. He plans to fill their gaps with other members while commanding Baron Wei to put Comfort Castle under total lockdown. No one enters. No one leaves. And absolutely no outsiders allowed under any circumstances, he barks. The messenger nods firmly. Understood, my lord. Doyun narrows his eyes. The timing of all this. It's just too perfect. Everyone thinks his father's collapse was an accident, but he's not buying it for a second. Having his father fall ill exactly when his brother and the bulk of their military power are away? That's not a coincidence, it's a setup. If he hadn't planted that secret informant in the main mansion, he would have arrived far too late. And if his father had died then, the entire territory would have spiraled into pure chaos. We almost took a fatal blow, he mutters. He needs to move fast and set up countermeasures before the next strike hits. He turns to Z with a sharp command. I'm opening a private warp gate. Get the knights and the guild members to Comfort Castle immediately. He adds, tell Danton to get to the villa with Nakia and Kay right now. Doyun has his own secret plan. The enemy still has no clue about his true strength or the existence of the first-class guild. He's going to use that ignorance to his advantage and sweep out every single traitor. Suddenly, an urgent report comes in. Kay is lurking behind a wall, tracking troop movements. 6 Baron families bordering their lands are making a move. They're mobilizing their armies toward the border, an essential strategic zone, and it includes a massive force of knights. Doyun's expression turns cold. So, they're finally showing their hands, huh? He swears to show those backstabbing traitors exactly what happens when you betray the Aston family. Meanwhile, at a grand, imposing mansion, a secret meeting is taking place. It wasn't easy finding a secure spot to welcome their newest guest. Forgive the humble accommodations, my lord, says Baron Jen Aston, bowing with a fake sense of humility. Jen scowls as he steps inside, staring at the man in front of him. Forget the pleasantries. Give me the status report. Now, Russell speaks up. According to our spies, the Earl is on his deathbed. Plus, most of the castle's heavy hitters are currently tied up clearing a dungeon. Jen lets out a smug laugh. Served him right. The Earl should have known his place instead of inviting disaster with his own stupidity. And Doyun has already walked into the trap, Jen adds, though he still looks a bit uneasy. Is there anyone else left to rally them? Russell pauses. I just received word. Somehow, Raun Aston has appeared at the main mansion. Jen's eyes shift toward the boy. That brat Raun? Jen thinks to himself. After everything that went down in the capital, that kid has been way too active for his liking. Russell tries to calm him. Don't worry, sir. We've already stationed troops in his territory. He'll be forced to retreat and deal with his own mess soon enough. Jen nods. He better. We paid a fortune to move those useless pawns. He then orders them to keep a razor-sharp eye on the boy and report every move. Yes, my lord. Jen then steps out onto the balcony, looking down at his assembled knights with a triumphant grin. Brothers, you've waited long enough. His voice booms with excitement. Our grand ambition finally begins today. He claims this is a holy mission to fix the Aston family. They're going to wipe out the lowlifes, ruining their order, and rewrite the history of the house with their own hands. Below him, the knights erupt into cheers, their morale reaching a fever pitch. Jen thinks smugly about how he's going to drag the Earl's faction from the top all the way to the gutter. Back with Doyun, his own preparations are finally set. He's entrusting a massive responsibility to a man named Wen. He's a high-ranking Golden Bear Knight, and the absolute best choice for a situation this dire. It's now been 1 full day since his father collapsed. The knights stationed nearby have all returned to the mansion, and after a careful screening, Doyun confirms they are actually trustworthy. He officially puts their leader in charge of his father's personal safety. But then, Baron Caro, the Silver Bear commander, interrupts, sounding hurt. Isn't this a bit much? By reinforcing the guards like this, are you saying you don't trust the Silver Bears? Doyun doesn't blink. It's not that I don't trust you, Caro. It's that I don't trust anyone. I'm going to keep stacking the defense until my brother returns, Doyun says firmly. I expect you to understand. The two men fall into a heavy, tense silence. There's nothing left to say. Doyun's mind is racing. Right now, 5 Golden Bear Knights are rotating shifts on the 5th floor where his father is staying. No one, and he means no one, gets in without his say-so. He's certain of one thing. This conspiracy started from deep within the mansion walls. Trust is a luxury he can't afford. As he doubles the guard around his father, the scene shifts to Melvin's room, dark, cold, and thick with an ominous atmosphere. Doyun approaches the bedside, watching the magic circle flicker as it tries to heal the man before him. He asks with a heavy heart, any progress? Is he getting better? Bishop Alonso looks down, his face etched with guilt. I'm sorry, he whispers. For me, just keeping the count stable is taking every ounce of my power. Doyun glares at Melvin's pale form. Things are spiraling out of control and fast. Doyun keeps his voice steady. You've done enough. Now, could you give us the room for a moment? Once they're alone, He turns to Nakia. Well? Her response is a punch to the gut. Your hunch was right. This is definitely a case of monoparasitism. Doyun exhales a shaky breath. This nightmare again. He knows this poison all too well. In his previous life, this was the silent killer that wiped out the kingdom's most powerful figures. The source was never found. But the result? A total bloodbath. A massacre that shook the world. He always suspected this was the real reason the Count's family fell into ruin. His only question now. Can you cure it? Nakia nods. I've finalized the medicine based on your data. Killing the parasite? That's the easy part. But the Count's condition afterward? I can't make any promises. I'll do everything in my power, though. I'm counting on you, Nakia, Doyun says, his voice full of trust. If anyone can do this, it's you. She heads for the door, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Finally, some breathing room. Now? It's time to deal with the rats hiding in the shadows. Let's go catch the bastards who started this mess, he says, his pace quickening. You mentioned troop movements at the Calip's border? Philip nods grimly. Confirmed, sir. It's a mix of private knights and hired mercenaries. No official declaration yet, but based on their numbers, Calip's is about to become a war zone. Doyun knows the drill. Tensions are high, but they need royal approval to strike back. Right, Philip? The man sighs. The enemy is already deployed. They could declare war any second. Doyun's eyes sharpen. Then we have no time. We're heading back to the territory now. Before stepping into the portal, Doyun barks out orders. Alert every commander. Tell them to watch the borders and get every knight ready for combat. Understood, sir. Philip replies. But then he notices something. A shadow by the wall. A rat is listening. Night falls over the estate, the moon casting eerie shadows across the cold stone walls. Guards are on high alert, but something stirs in the darkness behind them. Did you hear that? One asks. Before he can even turn, his throat is slit. Silence. Then his partner falls too. They never even had a chance to scream. Royal Hound, number 6, steps out of the shadows with a twisted smirk. Security is as pathetic as they promised. Look at that, the windows are wide open. Move to your positions and wait for my signal. Then, kill everyone and burn the place to the ground. The shadows disperse, leaving only Lama Ma standing there. He looks like a demon in the moonlight. He wipes his blood-stained blade. I've waited decades for this moment. Prepare yourself, Aston family. I'm going to snuff out your legacy with my own 2 hands. Moonlight spills into the mansion, illuminating a quiet hallway. 2 elite guards stand watch outside a bedroom, but then a flash of light from above catches one's eye. Thwack! A weapon pierces his skull before he can even blink. His partner freezes in pure terror. A hand clamps over the second guard's mouth, and a blade sinks into his back. No sound, just the cold embrace of death. The assassins lay the bodies down gently. Total silence. Professional work. Inside the room, Estella is fast asleep until the light hits her eyes. She blinks, waking up only to find a hand muffling her scream. She panics, her hands trembling as she tries to push the intruder away. But her strength fades, until she goes completely limp. Lama Ma watches his men hoist her up. You're sure she's the one? He asks, his voice cold. Positive, boss. He smiles. Everything is going perfectly. Tonight, the Count's family begins its walk toward total destruction. They leap out the window, disappearing into the night with their prize. Lama Ma watches them go. He's smug. This plan is flawless. All he has to do now is sit back and watch the show. He checks the time. Right on schedule. Suddenly, the building across from him erupts in flames. He watches the fire dance with a twisted joy. Enemy attack! We're under attack! A soldier screams, but it's already too late. It's a bloodbath. Knights are falling like flies, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of the ambush. Fire spreads through the mansion, the screams of the maids echoing in the chaos. Lama Ma just laughs. This is exactly what he wanted. He turns to leave, his steps light. Perfect. Keep the chaos going while I head to the next target. He kicks open a door, but the air inside is heavy. Thick. He freezes as the smell hits him. Blood? Why is there so much blood? He roars in fury. I told you idiots to be careful. How many times do I have to say it? Do not harm the target. His eyes are shot with blood, pure shock at the sight inside. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy erupts from the room. Lama Ma's quick, dodging the blast just in time. The floor ahead is literally stained red. Philip already cleared out the guys on the other side. Philip just shrugs. Wait, there was an order like that? News to me. The enemy internally loses it. Damn this guy. Word is he's back with Raun, and the vibe? It's getting weird. Lama Ma realizes things are going south and decides to bolt. He turns tail and vanishes like a ghost. Even as he's running, he's looking over his shoulder, checking if he's being hunted. Philip doesn't move an inch, and Lama Ma finally exhales. Thank God he didn't chase. Protecting the target has to be the priority now. He crashes through the window, glass shattering everywhere. Looks like Raun had some hidden troops after all. What a complete idiot. Looking back at the mansion swallowed by flames, Lama Ma is convinced. Despite the chaos, tonight is their victory. Back with one, and he's slamming the table in a total rage. How did we let this disaster happen? He screams. Callow isn't taking it. What? You're actually blaming the Silver Bear Knights for this mess? The two start going at it, shouting matches and finger-pointing. Security, inside and out, was the Silver Bear's responsibility. A full investigation is coming, and heads will roll. The old man just scoffs, go ahead, try and investigate me. Insult the knights who put their lives on the line for this city, and see what happens. Philip's had enough of the noise. Enough. Both of you. Shut it. The room goes dead silent. They look at him as he demands a full damage report. Warren's been waiting for this. Understood. In last night's raid, 30 guards and 5 Silver Bear Knights were killed. And it gets worse. An entire wing was burned to the ground, half the eastern garden is gone, and the main building is trashed. Then comes the news that stops their hearts. In the middle of all that chaos, Lady Estella was kidnapped. What? They scream in unison. One buries his face in his hands. It's over. How do I even look the Count or Master Doyun in the eye? Philip stays frosty. What about their tracks? Anything from the pursuit team? Warren just shakes his head. It's like they vanished. Once they left the castle, the trail went completely cold. Silence hangs heavy in the room. Finally, Philip breaks it. Let's focus on what we can actually control right now. The moment it happened, I ordered the gates locked. They haven't escaped the castle grounds yet, I'm sure of it. He starts handing out orders. Sir Wen, you stay on the Count. Full protection, 24/7. Then he turns to the other. Baron Callow, you guard the mansion. There might be some stragglers left behind. He knows exactly what happened. Destroying the outer gates was a diversion, a trap to keep the Count's main army from coming home. Philip predicts another hit is coming. Everyone needs to be on high alert, no exceptions. Once the room is empty, Philip checks the corners one last time. He opens his system and whispers, the mission is complete, Master. Doyun's been the one pulling the strings. Excellent work, Philip. Soon, the real prey will finally take the bait. Doyun's eyes turn cold. Now, it's time to start hunting these rats. Outside at a makeshift camp, a scout rushes in with an urgent letter. Baron Tet is beaming with the news. Big news! Aston and the Golden Bear Knights are back from the dungeon. Commander Jiden is just standing there, waiting. He's calm as a statue. Where's the enemy? Tet spreads a map across the table and moves a piece into position. The Count's main army is way out west, scrambling to retreat from the forbidden border. Tet's doing the math. With the gates down, even at full speed, they're at least 5 days away. He points to the map. But we're sitting pretty east of Confort Castle. In Baron Benet's hilly terrain, we can reach them in 2 days. Jiden cuts in. And the defenses at Confort? What are we looking at? Tet warns him the castle is huge, not an easy nut to crack. 5,000 guards are still there keeping the peace. Plus, 60 elite knights and about 100 red armor knights have been spotted. Jiden knows his own numbers. Reality check, we only have 1,500 elites on our side. Taking that castle in 5 days? Not easy. But Jiden isn't worried. The hostages they have are going to be very useful. Tet smirks. You mean the ones we snatched during the raid? To pull this off right under the Count's nose, their inside man has to be a total pro. Jiden just shrugs it off. It's simple. A man who doesn't deserve the title of Count is sitting on that throne. Tet keeps flattering him. Exactly. The current Count is too soft. Now is the time for your iron will, Commander. You're right, Jiden says, his ambition flaring. It's time for a change in leadership. He steps out to meet his waiting army. Looking at that group of soldiers, you can see a familiar crest emblazoned on their chests then. The whistle blows. That sharp, piercing sound that means only one thing. War is here. Jiden bellows out orders, and the entire army immediately begins their charge toward Confort Castle. But miles away, total silence. On the edge of a quiet forest, 2 horses are just calmly grazing, completely oblivious to the chaos. Doyun stands there, lost in thought as he stares into the distance. A voice suddenly breaks the silence from behind. My lord, are you feeling any better now? The man speaking is Shev Hesse, the commander of the Golden Bear Knights. He watches his leader, waiting for a response. Doyun lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh. I'm still restless. I should have been more careful. My judgment was off. Shev immediately shakes his head. No, sir. This wasn't your fault. Young lord, it's been a long time since anyone has managed to play us this badly, Shev admits. Doyun grits his teeth, thinking back to the reports of a bizarre dungeon and the missing soldiers. With all the official paperwork and verification in place, he and the first-class knights were backed into a corner. They had no choice but to act. After all, every single report pointed straight to demon activity. But the reality? Even after scouring every inch of that dungeon, he found absolutely nothing. No monsters attacking scouts, no demons, nothing. Even during the riots back in the capital, he'd been lured away, failing to hold his ground because of a lie. Doyun clenches his jaw. veins popping on his face from pure rage. He's been played for a fool a second time by these fake reports, and he's livid. Trevor looks at him with concern. So, where do we go from here? Doyun remembers back to the moment they left the dungeon, when Raun explained everything to him. Raun had given him two choices. Just ahead, the main road splits into two different directions. Choice 1. Head straight for Confort Castle as fast as possible to try and regroup their scattered army. But Doyun made his call. There's somewhere else they need to be before they hit the castle, and they're going to get there by taking the long way around. Suddenly, he turns to Trevor. Commander, what do you really think of Raun? Trevor blinks, caught off guard. You mean the third young lord? He thinks back for a moment. Before the Count left for his training, he actually spoke to me about Master Raun. The Count blamed himself. He realized he had completely failed to see Raun's true nature. He thought Raun was just a fragile child who needed protection his whole life, but he was wrong. The boy is too brilliant, too talented for a single Count's house to even contain him. Doyun is speechless. My father, he really said that? Trevor just sighs and gives a slow nod. If Raun were just average, the Count would have told him to stay cautious. But even though he's the youngest, Raun isn't someone meant to just sit in a Count's chair. The path he's on is dangerous, sure, but he has the kind of talent that builds nations. Just like the Count said, he's too big for one family to hold on to. Doyun can't help but smirk with pride. When did his little brother become someone even the commander respects this much? He turns his horse around. Time to move. Let's go. Anyone brave enough to betray our family is going to pay the price. Doyun mounts his horse and spurs it into a gallop. Move out. Anyone who falls behind gets left behind. His command echoes through the mountains as the entire unit surges forward. Somewhere deep inside a cold, stone dungeon, a group of masked figures move silently through the dark corridors. They stop in front of a massive, imposing set of double doors. One of them slowly pushes the heavy stone open, revealing the room beyond. Inside, the air is thick with the glow of protective magic circles. Lama Ma frowns. The last operation cost them way more than they ever expected. That brat Raun turned out to be a much more dangerous variable than they predicted. But whatever. It doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter who survives, he thinks. Those idiots in the Aston family will just slaughter each other until there's only one person left standing. Just behind those doors, staring down into the abyss, are the monsters. He lets out a twisted grin. This is it. The perfect moment to snuff out the last of the Count's bloodline. From outside the dungeon, you can already hear the sounds of something waking up. Standing on the balcony and looking down at the beasts below, Lama Ma goes quiet for a second. He's starting to have second thoughts. Should we have deployed the cavalry sooner? No. He shakes the thought away. They can't show their hand yet. Not this early. Whether Baron Jen actually manages to take Confort Castle or not. Honestly, it doesn't even matter to them anymore. The very second the battle starts, his sleeper agents will disable the castle's magical defenses from the inside. Then, we open the interdimensional gate in the basement and flood the place with reinforcements. The cavalry stays hidden until the very end, for the Blood Festival. His laughter becomes manic. He's losing it. He genuinely cannot wait to see the carnage unfold. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thud against the floor. A subordinate bursts in, frantic. Captain, we have a major problem. The prisoner from the Count's family. She escaped. Lama Ma freezes. What? He slams his hand down, nearly cracking the railing. What were the guards doing? Are you telling me you're all so useless you can't even keep watch over one woman? He screams the order. She hasn't made it out of the underground yet. Search every inch of this place. The subordinate trembles. Yes, sir, right away. But then a cold, sharp voice rings out from the shadows. It's Estella. Sorry for making it so easy to underestimate me, just because I'm a woman. Before the subordinate can even turn around, a blade is shoved through his back. Blood sprays everywhere. Lama Ma can only stare in pure shock. He snaps out of it and screams at his men. The prisoner is right there. What are you waiting for? Kill her. But Estella doesn't flinch, not even a little. She moves like a blur, pure, lethal speed. In a flash, she tears through the guards, leaving a trail of bodies behind her. There's no one left to block her path as she lunges straight for his throat. Lama froze in absolute terror. Those movements. What the hell was that? Wasn't she supposed to be a normal human? Suddenly, Estella's face began to peel away, replaced by a deep, masculine voice. That pathetic bronze mask, he growled. I never thought the day would come where I'd have to rip it off myself. It was a total trap. The prisoner they dragged back wasn't Estella at all, it was Kai, disguised and hiding in plain sight. My brothers fell in a god-forsaken bloodbath because of you, Kai declared, his voice cold as ice. And today, I'm here to collect every single drop of blood you owe us. Lama's heart hit his shoes. There was no mistaking that man. It was Kai, the legendary leader of the Wings of Freedom Intelligence Guild. Lama cursed under his breath, wondering how the hell this man managed to infiltrate their stronghold as a prisoner just to wait for this exact moment. Kai let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Typical. Always relying on the same old dirty tricks, aren't you? Seeing Llama's face turn pale, Kai's smirk widened. What's wrong? Does it sting a little to get burned by your own twisted game? Llama let out a primal scream. You arrogant bastard, Llama barked. This is a royal dog's den. Don't think for a second you're leaving this place while you're still drawing breath. In an instant, soldiers swarmed Kai from every direction. But Kai? He didn't even flinch. With a calm, fearless smile, he vaulted into the air, positioning himself perfectly to rain down hell. A barrage of swords streaked through the air like lethal rain, wiping out the henchmen in seconds. Pushed to the edge, Llama finally stepped into the fray himself. You son of a! Llama roared, swinging his blade as crimson energy tore through the air. He couldn't stomach the humiliation. Some scout thinking he could just waltz into enemy territory was pure, unadulterated madness. Maybe you were lucky enough to make it this far, Llama hissed. But now that you've seen everything, there's zero chance I'm letting you walk out of here alive. More reinforcements began to flood the area, and Kai threw himself into the chaos, the battle reaching a fever pitch. As the new group closed in, Kai just gave a dismissive snort. Took you long enough, he mocked. So? The rats finally decided to crawl out of their holes, huh? Suddenly, Llama realized something was horribly wrong, but it was too late. A massive explosion ripped through the room, sending his men flying like rag dolls. Through the smoke, a gleaming, razor-sharp blade emerged. It was Doyun. His command was simple and brutal. Eliminate them all. Leave no one standing. A literal bloodbath began. Understood, young master. Llama watched in horror as the situation spiraled completely out of his control. What? How the hell are you here? Doyun scanned the room, his gaze landing on Llama. Judging by the outfit, I'm guessing you're the one running these tunnels. Llama stuttered. But, how? Weren't you supposed to be back at your own territory by now? Doyun didn't even look at him, instead glancing around the underground structure with genuine curiosity. Impressive. Since when did the Empire have a dedicated tunnel-digging unit? You guys are surprisingly good at burrowing underground like moles. Being ignored like a common peasant made Llama's blood boil. He looked around and realized the nightmare was real. Hundreds of cavalry, over 100 reinforced soldiers, and even the royal knights were being systematically crushed. Where did he get an army like this? And when the hell did he assemble them? This was nothing like the small force he saw during the title ceremony. Doyun had been playing the long game. For 6 months, he'd used his developer analysis to scout and recruit the absolute best talents hidden in the world. With the system's backing, they had conquered gate after gate, training relentlessly until their bones ached. Now, every single one of his men had reached the level of an expert knight. And finally, all that brutal hard work was about to pay off in the most violent way possible. Doyun watched the carnage with a satisfied smile. Everything was going exactly according to plan. Llama stood there, speechless. His mind was a total mess as he stared at the mountain of corpses. 10 years. He had spent 10 years carefully crafting this plan, and it was all crumbling in a matter of minutes. No, I refuse to let it end like this. Kai narrowed his eyes, sensing a shift in the air. Suddenly, bright red veins began to throb and bulge across Llama's arms. Llama let out a guttural scream. For the glory of his majesty. Dark sacrifice. Those two words sent a jolt of shock through Doyun. A dark sacrifice? Here? Kai stepped forward, ready to end it, but Doyun called out from behind him. Kai, what's the verdict? Kai didn't take his eyes off the target. He was already a high-tier warrior. Now that he's activated those tattoos and entered a frenzy, he's 10 times more dangerous. Doyun just chuckled. Seems like these guys still have some fight left in them. So, you want to handle this? Kai's blade began to glow with a menacing green energy. It would be my absolute honor, sir. Thank you for the trust. Kai made a silent vow for every brother he'd lost. He was going to bury this man with his own 2 hands. Llama let out a roar that shook the very walls of the tunnel. He lunged forward, launching a devastating heavy strike right at Kai's head. Doyun just leaned back, arms crossed, watching the show. Right then, a scout came rushing in with more news. Young master, I've got good news. We've completely wiped out the royal knights and the demon cavalry in the lower levels. Doyun grinned. Faster than I expected. Great job, everyone. Jack, however, was looking at the duel with a worried expression. That crazed monster Llama seemed to have the upper hand. Is he going to be okay? Doyun just raised an eyebrow. You really think so? He watched Kai closely. Kai's defense was actually much more solid than he'd anticipated. At this rate, it'll be over soon. Rez piped up from the side, cheering. Hey, Miss Kai, if you need a hand from this white knight over here, just say the word. That was the last thing Kai needed to hear. I don't need your help, you idiot, he barked. Even as Llama's attacks intensified. Suddenly, Kai's eyes flared with a brilliant golden light. His entire aura shifted. He channeled every bit of his pent-up rage into a series of lightning-fast, surgical strikes. Llama let out a blood-curdling scream as Kai's blade found its mark over and over. Blood sprayed across the stone floor. Lama's body was a map of deep gashes. His legs finally gave out, and he collapsed into the dirt. Seeing his opponent was done, Kai sheathed his sword and looked back. Told you, I'm more than enough on my own. Doyun nodded in approval. Now that was an impressive show. Your skills have definitely leveled up, Kai. Kai just gave a humble nod, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. You flatter me, but that was honestly a shameful display. Do-hyun isn't celebrating yet, far from it. He reminds himself that this is just the start, immediately initiating the next phase of his plan. Suddenly, the golden daggers ignite. A brilliant, blinding aura erupts as they're activated for the final blow. Poor Lama doesn't stand a chance. He's turned into a human pincushion, daggers buried deep in his flesh from head to toe. But look closely, those blades just severed every single thread of demonic energy that was invading his body. Lama's high-tier gear clatters to the ground, useless now. Do-hyun turns to his two subordinates who are currently supporting him. He's still breathing. Take him away. Kerr then shifts his gaze toward the pile of loot Lama left behind. With a flick of his wrist, Do-hyun reaches out. The entire pile is lifted into the air by sheer force. He checks the items quickly. Just as I thought. It's confirmed. Laven confirms the theory to evolve the Arnat to the next stage. They need to absorb powerful armor that's been tainted by demonic energy. Do-hyun needs more intel. I had a gut feeling about this. Is there anything else that's changed? Laven shakes her head. I think we'll only know for sure once the digestion process is complete. But Do-hyun isn't naive. He knows this single piece won't be nearly enough. Still, a smirk plays on his lips. Of course, no worries, though we'll have plenty of chances to get more later. Do-hyun barks an order to his men. All right, let's wrap this up and head back. We've got a mountain of work waiting for us. Behind him, the two subordinates respond in perfect unison. At your service, young master. Do-hyun pulls out a mask. This might be a bit of a hassle, but Kay, I need one more favor from you. Kay takes the mask without hesitation. Consider it done. He slips it on, perfectly disguising himself as Lama. After all, infiltration is my specialty. Do-hyun smiles, already plotting the next move. Now, it's finally time to flush out all those pests hiding in the shadows of the castle. Meanwhile, the main hall of the Aston mansion is packed. The air is thick with tension and constant whispering. Why did they gather all of us here like this? You think something happened to the head of the family? Hey, don't say something that unlucky. They probably just found the bastards who attacked the castle. Upstairs, however, the halls are eerily quiet. Wenon steps out, his voice cutting through the noise. Everyone, eyes on me. The reason I've gathered you all here today is to get your thoughts on a very specific matter. He points to a nearby screen displaying a magic message received last night. As the text scrolls by, the crowd gasps in pure shock. Wait. What? Viscount Jaden? The message is loud and clear. Jaden claims he left the family to wander as an exile, but he never truly forgot his roots. He spent his time training knights and soldiers, all in the hope that one day he could return to serve the family. Apparently, when he heard the family was in danger because of that unprecedented gate event, and that the family head was in critical condition while he was in the capital, he simply couldn't stand by and watch his lineage collapse. Now, he's marching toward the territory with his trained army, hoping to overcome this crisis together. Yeah, right. Baron Raun Aston, an elder of the family, isn't buying it for a second. What kind of absolute garbage is this? He roars. How dare that filthy traitor set foot on this land again? But then, Baron Isaac chimes in. Come now. Is there really a need to keep bringing up the past? Jaros is fuming. Bring up the past? The man is a traitor, Isaac. Isaac admits that Jaden's past actions hurt the family head. But look at our situation. Is it really wise to turn away someone coming to save the family right now? Wenon cuts in before it gets physical. Normally, this is a decision for the Count or his representative. However, this is an emergency. Our scouts report that Viscount Jaden and his demon-supported group will reach Confort Castle tomorrow. Jaros is stunned. Tomorrow? That's insane. He can't believe the sheer audacity. They're marching troops into the territory without permission? Isaac stays calm. Has there been any fighting? Any looting? Wenon shakes his head. Nothing like that has been reported. Isaac leans back, looking smug. Then what's the problem? He isn't forcing his way in. Isn't this clear proof that the Viscount isn't hostile toward us? The crowd starts murmuring. He's got a point. Maybe we should accept him for now and settle it when the Count's rep returns? Turning away help isn't very noble, after all. Jaros snaps at them, his eyes blazing. You ungrateful brats. After all the Count has done for you, you're seriously saying this nonsense? But Isaac and another noble just look down their noses at him, acting like they're the ones being reasonable. It's that exact old-fashioned thinking that's rotting this family from the inside. You're letting emotions cloud your judgment. It's time we dropped these bad habits. Jaros can't believe his ears. They're actually siding with this madness? He stands there, watching the betrayal unfold in real time. He realizes with a sinking heart that something terrible is about to happen to this territory. But here's the thing. Doyun already saw this coming. The Aston family? They aren't your typical nobles. As the frontier counts, the Astons are the absolute shield of the kingdom's western border. Because they hold back the Forbidden Zone, they get insane perks. They collect taxes directly for themselves, not the crown, and maintain their own massive private army to guard the frontier. Any land they reclaim near the Forbidden Zone is automatically theirs, no royal permission needed. On top of all that, the Count has the ultimate power to appoint his own vassals. This essentially makes the Aston family the rulers of a little kingdom, commanding dozens of subordinate noble houses. And that kind of power? It's exactly what everyone wants to steal. This land is massive, nearly the size of the entire South Korean peninsula. Naturally, in a territory this big, the local nobles are constantly at each other's throats, splitting into factions to grab whatever power they can. You have to keep a sharp eye on those relatives. The second the boss is away, they start barking about their rights and making moves. Seriously, they will do anything, absolutely anything, to claw their way to the top. Isaac plays it cool, saying, "Hey, we're family. Shouldn't we just talk this out face to face?" But Philip? He just watches their fake excitement with a cold, judging silence. The whole room freezes, everyone's eyes darting toward him in a panic. Philip's voice cuts through the tension like a knife. "Sorry for the interruption." He holds up a document. "I've just been in contact with the acting count, and I'm here to deliver his direct orders." Philip makes sure every single one of them is listening. Everyone. Eyes on the screen. The display flickers to life, and Doyun's face appears. He looks weary as he addresses the citizens of Confronting Castle. "I apologize for the delay. I am the acting count. My deepest thanks go to everyone in the city who stayed loyal and did their duty, despite the sudden chaos we faced. Furthermore, I have several announcements regarding decisions made in our recent meeting. First, as of this very moment, every single gate to Confronting Castle is to be locked down. Total lockdown, no one enters, and no one leaves. Second, I am officially appointing Knight Commander 1 as the temporary commander of the entire fortress. Every single soldier inside the walls is now under his direct command, no exceptions. This order stays in effect until either the commander-in-chief or my main army arrives. Stay alert. Any violation will be punished under strict wartime law." Philip wraps it up right then and there. "The briefing is over. You're all dismissed. Move out." Isaac is left standing there, his face darkening as the room erupts in frantic whispers. He's biting his lip, barely holding back his rage as that order sinks in. Philip wishes they'd just back off and play nice. But looking at Isaac's twisted expression, yeah, he knows that's a pipe dream. It's just not going to happen. If they were the type to back down, this mess never would have started in the first place. As night falls, a heavy, eerie silence settles over the estate. Inside a hidden room, a secret meeting is underway. Isaac scowls at his conspirators. "Well, have you tracked down the army's current location yet?" The leader of the Chain Knights confirms the news. The main central forces of the Count's estate are currently dug in deep within the inner city. Not only that, but the outer walls are being held by the Silver Bear Knights. The guard captain thinks that focusing all their strength inside the city actually works in their favor. It makes things much easier for them to make their move. Isaac's curious. Who exactly ordered the Silver Bear Knights to guard the outside? Devante explains that it was the temporary commander, 1, who made the call. Isaac then turns to Lama, the deputy of the Chain Knights, who is currently operating under a clever disguise. "That's the situation. Any problems?" The man shakes his head. "If it's just the Silver Bears, they aren't worried. They've already flipped some of those knights to their side. Cleaning up the remaining loyalists? That'll be a cakewalk." Isaac thinks to himself about the Chain Knights. They're basically a reserve unit, just waiting for an opening in the official knight divisions. On paper, they're just trainees. But in reality, they've been ordered to guard the most critical spots in Confronting Castle, the capital, and other key locations. In other words, besides the regular knights, the rest of the military is already in his pocket. Isaac starts handing out the hits. "All right, Carol, I'm putting you in charge of Lama and the Chain Knights to handle the Silver Bears." But someone interrupts, worried. "Are you sure? Is it safe to leave the inner city wide open? If we don't hold the estate, won't this all be for nothing?" Isaac knows exactly what he's doing. "We aren't here to start a full-blown civil war. Once Count Jen marches into the city, creating our own legitimacy will be easy. Count Jen is already on his way with several hundred knights. Even if they have to fight their way in, seizing the estate will be effortless." The others nod along. If everything goes to plan, they'll snatch up the families of all the key leaders in the territory and use them as hostages. One man argues that with those hostages, neither the Central Army nor the elite knight divisions will dare to lift a finger. The traitors aren't even scared. Once the tide turns in their favor, the surrounding lords won't have any reason to stick by Doyun anymore. Isaac is practically vibrating with excitement. "Get ready. We move soon. The true master of this land, Count Jen, is almost here." The meeting breaks, and they file out of the room. A man named K is the last to leave. He watches the backs of these traitors, and a slow, mocking smile spreads across his face. He's practically gloating. They've walked straight into the trap. Over at the study, a messenger is sprinting, gasping for air. He slams the door open and screams the emergency news. Philip and Carol are inside with one. What happened? One demands. Sir, a coup broke out tonight. The messenger explains that a Silver Bear knight, covered in blood, just showed up at the inner gate. He reported that a group of Silver Bear traitors and rebels have already seized every single outer gate. Carol and Philip are absolutely stunned. Carol's face turns red with fury. What kind of absolute disgrace is this? They dare to spit on the name of the Silver Bears? Philip keeps his cool. What about the guard captain, Mr. Watt? The news gets worse. It looks like he's with them, sir. Apparently, as soon as the news broke, he went outside saying he'd assess the situation, but he never came back. Traitor confirmed. One rubs his temples in frustration. Count Jen will be here by noon. Carol is already reaching for his sword, ready for blood. Damn it, I'm going to go out there and butcher every single one of those traitors. We have to break through at least one gate before their reinforcements arrive. Philip is keeping his cool way better than the other two. Hold it, he calls out. And Wayan knows exactly what he's thinking. Protecting the Aston family is priority number one right now. We can't just charge in and risk everything on a reckless gamble. He hammers the point home. If we get blindsided like last time, the whole situation is going to spiral completely out of control. Philip nods. The commander's right. If a full-scale war breaks out outside the castle walls, the soldiers and civilians are the ones who'll pay the price. Callow isn't buying it. Then what? Just stand here and watch while Jen's forces waltz right in. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. Of course not. It's Doyun, showing up right on cue with steady, confident footsteps. The subordinate's jaw drops. Count Raun, what are you doing here? Doyun just gives them a calm nod. You guys have worked hard enough. Doyun steps into the room, radiating pure confidence. He's here for one reason, to show them exactly how to end this mess. Fast forward to the next morning outside Castle Confort. The Silver Bear team has already been rounded up and detained. Wei approaches with Isaac trailing behind. A guard shouts, Captain, you're finally here. Status report, Wei demands. The guard's face is grim. You need to see this for yourself, sir. Wei pulls out his binoculars to scout the manor's perimeter. His eyes narrow his face, instantly turning stone cold. Isaac is on edge. Is there a problem? Wei's suspicious. By now, the inner gates should be reacting. But it's quiet. Too quiet. Isaac scoffs, trying to play it cool. They probably realize they're doomed. Maybe it feels weird, but Wen's just hesitating because he's lost his nerve. I hope you're right, Wei replies, though his gut is telling him something is seriously wrong. It's just too strange. Even if they were desperate, they'd send a messenger to test the waters. What exactly are they planning? Are they really looking for a direct collision? No way. They wouldn't be that stupid. We've got hundreds of knights out here. They can't stop us. Even if this turns into a political power struggle, the outcome is already decided. Doyun might be the rightful heir, but he's a novice compared to a seasoned shark like Baron Jen. He let out a cold smirk. Honestly, Count Melvin, if you were still breathing, this disaster would have never happened. Suddenly, a massive magic screen flickers to life in the sky. Someone screams, Look up, something's happening. Doyun's face fills the screen as he clears his throat. Testing, 1, 2. Can everyone hear me? Looking at him, Wei gets a sinking feeling in his stomach. Flashback to the command room just moments ago. Doyun announced he had a way to settle this without a bloodbath. Wayan was skeptical. The odds were stacked against them. If a fight broke out inside, the castle would be ruined. But Doyun just smiled. There won't be a fight. Doyun broke it down. The reality of the situation isn't nearly as grim as everyone thinks. Most of the soldiers outside, they're just following orders. Wayan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait, what? He continued. The ones who actually seized the gates and forced the knights to submit? Just a handful of chain knights and some greedy nobles. Meaning, the majority of the guards don't even realize they're part of a coup. Doyun emphasized, we just need to wake them up. Back to the present. The House of Aston is calling on everyone to stop this pointless bloodshed before it's too late. Your job is to protect your families and your neighbors, not to swing your swords at your own brothers in arms. Don't let a few shameless traitors pull your strings. Isaac loses it, slamming his fist into the wall. Damn it, shut that broadcast down, right now. He went dead silent when he saw the soldiers on the wall. They weren't fighting, they were starting to hesitate. It clicked. That kid was branding them as shameless traitors in front of everyone. Keep this up, and they'll lose control of the men. Doyun didn't stop. I, Raun Aston, give you my word. Any soldier forced into this rebellion will not face punishment. Not a single one. Isaac is losing his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs. Don't listen to him. It's a lie, all of it. The real rebels are the ones hiding inside the castle. But the men? Pure silence. You could see the internal struggle on their faces. Wei realized the momentum was shifting. Fast. but he tried to stay confident they still held the gates. Time was on their side. All they had to do was hold out until Baron Gen's main army arrived. A broadcast shouldn't be enough to retake the castle, right? Well, think again. Down at the gate, Tyrenian and his troops finally made their entrance. The gatekeepers demanded ID. Ty didn't blink. I heard the broadcast. I'm here to help crush these traitors. Then, another group showed up. I'm Janito Talent. I'm here to join the suppression force. It was like a floodgate opened. Heard some idiots were trying to rebel against the Count. I had to come see this for myself. Wayan's heart nearly stopped when the news hit. What? Over 2,000 reinforcements have gathered inside the castle already. His subordinate nodded quickly. Yes, sir. They're organized and ready. Everyone is itching to punish the ones who took the outer gates. It was unbelievable. Everything was playing out exactly how Raun predicted. Over on Isaac's side, the resolve was crumbling. Do you see that army gathering inside? Are we really supposed to fight our own people? I've got nothing to do with this. I was just following orders. Panicked soldiers drop their weapons and surrender, completely ignoring their commander's frantic screams. Guards, get back here. This is blatant desertion. But it's no use, they're already bolting for the exit like their lives depend on it. Suddenly, the heavy thud of boots echoes through the mansion as the elite guards arrive, blades drawn and ready. With a deafening roar, they charge, instantly crushing the traitors who dared to stand against the Count. The two masterminds are paralyzed. They never expected the tables to turn this fast. One of them trembles, whispering, Lord Wei, what do we do now? They're trapped. There's no way to fight off a suppression force this massive, and Baron Gen is still nowhere to be seen. Wei stays silent, his face a mask of cold desperation as he weighs his final, darkest option. Around him, the remaining guards stand their ground, sensing the end is near. Finally, he barks out a brutal command. Archers, prep the fire arrows. Everyone else, grab the oil and find the fastest men we have. Isaac's eyes widen in horror. Lord Dway, think about this. We're standing in a residential district if you use fire here. I'm thinking more clearly than anyone. Dway snaps, cutting him off. We're already branded as traitors, so why hold back now? It's time to burn it all down. Inside the nearby houses, families huddle in terror. Mommy, what's that noise outside? A child whispers. The mother presses a finger to her lips, praying for silence. But it's too late. Flames erupt, engulfing the buildings as screaming citizens flee into the chaotic streets. Dway's twisted plan is working. If they can just smash through the gates and turn the streets into an inferno, they might buy enough time to escape. Forced into a corner, he makes his stance clear. Listen up. If we lose this, we're dead men anyway. Since we're pushed to the brink, we fight until our very last breath. Isaac hesitates, worried that burning the city will cost them the support of the neutral nobles. But Wei couldn't care less. We're about to die, Isaac. You think I care about politics right now? In all this chaos, who's going to know who started the fire? We'll just make up a story later. The priority now is meeting up with Baron Gen. Realizing there's no turning back, Isaac finally shuts up and nods. Fine. I'll give the order to the men. Wei smirks, but his triumph is cut short when someone new enters the room. It's Baron Lama. Isaac breathes a sigh of relief, asking the Baron to have his Iron Chain Knights spread the oil and light the fuse. But Lama's hand is already on his hilt. While Isaac is busy rambling about the plan, the atmosphere in the room shifts violently. We'll break through the gate during the confusion. Slash. A blade rips through Isaac's chest before he can finish. Wei recoils, his face pale with shock. Disgusting, Lama spits, his voice full of pure loathing. I can't stomach another word of this trash. Just listening to you makes my ears feel like they're rotting. Isaac collapses, clutching his bleeding shoulder in disbelief. Behind the attacker, a group of elite knights suddenly appears. The man looking down at them coldly gives the command. Knights, seize every single traitor in this room. On the gate above, the real battle begins. Wei watches his opponent's every move, his heart racing. Their blades clash in a shower of sparks, and Wei lets out a derisive laugh. Traitor? You're calling me a traitor? The man K just gives a chilly smile. Don't make me laugh. Look in a mirror. Wei sneers, seeing through the disguise. You're not the real Lama, are you? Did you think I wouldn't recognize a man I've worked with for years? K is forced back a step. Wei is surprisingly powerful. Who knows? K laughs. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But if you're only realizing it now, you're already too late. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts behind Wei, forcing him to swing around to block. Wei's hands begin to tremble from the sheer force. Who the hell swings a sword this clumsily? Then, Jack steps out from the light. Oh? You're still standing? Jack grins, his eyes sharp. Long time no see, senior. Or should I just call you traitor now? Wei is speechless, a cold pit of fear forming in his stomach. You've got a big mouth, Jack. Ever since you left the Golden Bear Knights, you've clearly lost your mind. But as their blades lock, Wei's arrogance turns to pure shock. The power coming from Jack is unreal. When did this kid get so strong? Wei thinks, sweating. Only 2 years ago, I could have crushed him easily. Kay shifts back into his true form, looking at the two of them. So, you guys are old friends? Jack shrugs. Something like that. But definitely not the good kind. Within minutes, the rebels are bound in heavy chains and the area is cleared. Suddenly, Dway starts laughing a dry, crazed sound. If you're here, it means Raun is here too, he mutters darkly. To be led around by the nose by a mere brat. I really have gotten old. Kay's expression hardens. Watch your tone when you speak about the young master. But Jack doesn't use words, he uses his fist. Bam! A heavy blow lands square on Wei's jaw. Blood sprays from his nose and mouth as he's sent flying backward, out cold. The two of them turn to report as the dust settles. Young master, the rebels outside have been completely neutralized, Jack says with a smirk. Duhyun's voice is calm but firm. Well done. Throw them all in the deepest dungeon and put the vassal families under 24-hour surveillance. Understood, sir. Weian arrives shortly after with more news from the front lines. Reporting, sir, we've successfully captured every noble and knight involved in the uprising. Duhyun nods. Good. The evidence is undeniable now. A cold smile plays on his lips. With this, the filth hiding within the main family has finally been purged for good. But the night isn't over yet. One uninvited guest is still approaching. Duhyun turns to his men, his eyes narrowing. Now, where is Baron Jen? He'll be here within the hour, he reports. Our boy stands up, it's go time. Preparation starts now. But suddenly, Baron Kallo catches up to Duhyun, looking like he has something heavy on his mind. Young master, he only has one request. Kallo says, I wish to follow the Baron's lead. Duhyun gives him a long, silent look, reading the man's resolve. It's a mess. Baron Kallo, leader of the Silver Bear Knights, just watched his squad get torn apart in the last raid, and worse, some of his own men turned traitor and joined the rebels. The weight of that failure is clearly eating him alive, and he wants to take responsibility. From the back, Philip steps in, asking the big question. So, how are you planning to handle this? Duhyun's answer, for now, we try to negotiate, at least on paper. The man is still your uncle. He's playing it smart, keeping his options open. Philip probes further, what if they just launch a desperate all-out attack? Duhyun just laughs at the bluntness of the question. He's got this under control. Meanwhile, Jaehyun's forces are closing in on the castle. He pulls his horse to a halt, silently scouting the perimeter, his face hardening as he prepares to lay siege to the walls. Back with Doyun, the vibe shifts instantly. If they don't listen, he says coldly, then we'll crush them, without a single hint of mercy. Jaehyun and his men stop just outside the castle grounds. Everything ahead of them looks eerily quiet, the literal calm before the storm. Jaehyun barks at his subordinates, asking why there's still no word from the inside. The report is grim. Their last contact was over 2 hours ago. Look on the bright side, someone suggests. The fighting must be so intense they haven't had a spare second to send a magic signal. Talk about wishful thinking. Titus chimed in. Baron Ted is right. Father, even the most pathetic army couldn't hold those outer walls for more than 2 or 3 hours, right? He's convinced that no matter how bad it gets, the defenders are currently tearing each other apart and suffering massive losses. Jaehyun finally lets his guard down, thinking the victory is in the bag. But suddenly, Baron Tet's horse starts freaking out, rearing up in pure panic. He looks over at Jaehyun, totally confused. What the? Then the castle gates creak open, and Wen leads a squad of knights straight out to meet them. Wen doesn't waste time. I am Wen, temporary commander of Confronting Castle. From this point on, nobody enters. If you don't have a permit, turn around and leave. Now, Jaehyun's jaw practically hits the floor. He scoffs, I admire your guts to protect this place, but you're seriously lacking in common sense. He tries to play the family card, claiming he's only there to protect his sick relatives and the castle itself. Yeah, right, we all know the truth. You're not even an Aston, Jaehyun sneers. What right do you have to block my path? Wen doesn't flinch. Let me be clear. The acting count has ordered that no one enters without permission. He gives them one last warning. Stop making a scene and get lost. That's the breaking point. Jaehyun loses it, screaming, who do you think you are to tell me where to go? Shut your mouth and open those gates right now. Wen draws his sword, ready for blood. But then, Dohyun steps forward. Sorry, but you're not setting foot in the Count's castle, Baron Jaehyun. Jaehyun's eyes narrow. He's got a really bad feeling about this. And you are? Dohyun stays perfectly calm. Well, this is our first time meeting face to face. I am Raun Aston, the third son of the Count and the current temporary lord of Confronting Castle. Boom. There it is. Jaehyun is reeling. That cunning little brat. He didn't return to my territory after all? He realizes he's been played. He tries to act superior again. Clearly, your father never taught you how to show proper respect to your elders. Dohyun just laughs in his face. If you wanted respect as an elder, you shouldn't have betrayed the family. Your name's already been wiped from the genealogy records, yet you still have the nerve to show up here? Called out and humiliated, Jaein is literally speechless with rage. You! Do-hyun ignores the tantrum and reaches for a document Wen hands him. Do-hyun starts reading off names. Baron Esteban, Baron Ki, Baron Emos, Baron Jun. As the names hit the air, the people in the crowd start visibly shaking. He announces that every single person on that list is guilty of high treason, bringing in outside forces and mobilizing troops without the Count's permission. By the authority of the acting Count, I order all of you to disperse immediately. Talk about a power move. One of the barons tries to backtrack fast. Wait, young Master Raun, this is a huge misunderstanding. We were just escorting the Lord's brother. Hilarious, Do-hyun says, his face turning cold as ice. If you're so innocent, go to the Count's main castle and prove it there. Unless you want to make this a bigger crime than it already is, leave. Now. The Baron can't find a single word to fight back and just huffs in frustration. Suddenly, Jaein starts laughing like, really laughing. That actually hurt, he says, eyes gleaming. Since neither side is going to back down, this won't end easily. So, I have a proposal. Let's settle everything right here, right now, he suggests. A 5-on-5 night duel. How about it? Sounds fair, right? Do-hyun knows exactly what he's doing. A night duel, the ultimate way to settle a grudge when the law fails. It's a formal duel used for everything from personal beefs to massive military standoffs. You bet your knightly honor on the line and everyone has to accept the result. It's basically the high-stakes version of conflict resolution. Wen, however, is absolutely disgusted. A man with zero honor dares to talk about a night duel? Jaein just shrugs. I don't think it's a bad deal for you guys. If you don't like it, our only other option is to start a bloodbath right here. Do-hyun frowns, looking at the man's shameless face. This is getting annoying. Then Rex speaks up from the side. Wouldn't it be better to just charge in and wipe them all out? Rex asks, sounding eager. I'll even lead the vanguard myself. Do-hyun considers it. I want to. Trust me. But it's not that simple. He knows a direct clash would mean massive casualties on their side. Wait, what are you talking about? Rex asks, totally confused. The knights the master prepared for us. We literally have twice as many men as they do. The stage is set. The tension is through the roof. Is Do-hyun going to take the duel? Or is he about to let the hounds of war loose? We're about to find out. Z cuts right to the chase, pointing out their biggest weakness. They're missing their most critical asset, heavy firepower. Every single knight in the enemy's ranks is decked out in high-tech power armor. Z's eyes narrow as he scans the enemy line, and Do-hyun gets the message instantly. It's not a pretty sight. Here's the problem, it all comes down to that power armor. Sure, Do-hyun's side managed to scrap together a few sets, but compared to the enemy's massive force, they're practically naked. If a full-scale siege breaks out, those castle walls are going to crumble under the sheer force of those armored knights. It would be a total bloodbath. Starting a fight here means accepting massive casualties, and Do-hyun knows better. A real strategist picks the time and place. You don't just run headfirst into a meat grinder. With a heavy sigh, Do-hyun gives in. He asks what they want. Jaden's terms? Simple. If Do-hyun's side wins, he and a few other lords get to enter the inner city to meet the Count. But if they lose, they have to pack up and retreat in total silence. Jaden is playing chess here, calculating every single move. At this point, they at least need to achieve their original goal of showing proper respect to the Count. Only then can they even think about seizing the opportunities that follow. Right now, they're being treated like total outsiders. But if Melvin dies, the entire board gets flipped, and the power vacuum will be insane. Do-hyun needs a rock-solid, public reason to claim the title of the next Count. He bites his lip, weighing the risks, and finally nods. Fine, he's in. All right. Do-hyun announces, we accept the knight's duel. Jaden's face lights up. He thinks he's just led a lamb to the slaughter. Exactly what he wanted. Wei-in's heart is racing, worried about Do-hyun's gamble, but Jaden is already gloating. Today, right here, he's going to prove once and for all that Do-hyun chose the wrong path. Very well, Do-hyun replies calmly. The knight's duel format is set. Jaden barks out an order to Titus. Good. Let the negotiations begin. Titus steps forward to lay down the law. By the laws of the continent, the duel will be a 5-match format. First side to reach 3 victories takes the win. A match ends when one side is incapacitated or voluntarily surrenders. Titus continues. Are these terms acceptable? Do-hyun doesn't even blink. He's going all in. No objections. Titus can't help but smirk when he sees the kid agree. This is going to be easy, or so he thinks. The announcement goes out. The duel kicks off in 30 minutes in the fields outside the castle. Both sides are told to finish their prep and gather at the main gate. Jaden is practically vibrating with confidence. He's already acting like he's won. As the gates slam shut, Do-hyun turns to his 2 most loyal commanders. One is itching for a fight. Let the Golden Bear Knights take the lead, he shouts, practically begging for the vanguard position. Kallo isn't about to be left out. The Silver Bear Knights are more than ready. But then, another voice cuts through the noise. Wait! Give the Chain Knights a chance to prove themselves. It'll be a huge morale boost for the reserves, the future of our house. Doyun thinks to himself, man, these guys are really feeling themselves today. Since they're knights who live and die by honor, of course they want to be the ones to step up. But then Z speaks up, and his tone is deadly serious. Master, let me handle this. I'll personally crush those traitors into the dirt. Surprisingly, Doyun shuts him down immediately. No, Z is stunned. Wait, what? Why not? Here's Dohyun's logic, and it's purely political. The first knight unit that Z belongs to is his own personal direct force. For a high-stakes moment like this, it's better to let the actual knights of the Count's family handle it. He needs to keep his personal intervention to a minimum. To truly solidify his control over the region, he has to show off the Count's family's own strength. If Dohyun, someone who already declared independence, steps in as the Lord of Calypso, it'll look bad for the optics. He rubs his chin, deep in thought. So, who should we send out then? Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him. Baron Raun. Doyun spins around to see who it is, and for a split second, he's actually speechless. Wait, you're? Meanwhile, inside Baron Jaden's war tent, Titus is absolutely beaming. The situation was a mess, but this couldn't have ended better. Titus laughs. I can't believe they fell for the Knights' duel so easily. They look tough, sure, but in the end, they're just arrogant kids. Jaden is grinning like a madman, any trace of his previous worry completely gone. He's convinced that Dohyun's side is just a bunch of backwater country knights. How could they possibly stand against his Black Bear Knights men who have been training relentlessly for 15 years? Am I right, or am I right? Jaden asks, glancing over at his commander. Luciano, the leader of the Black Bear Knights, is overflowing with confidence. Of course, my lord. There's no way we lose to those lazy bums who are still clinging to outdated sword techniques. To Luciano, their ancient style is a joke clear as day. Plus, the enemy knows nothing about them. As far as he's concerned, the win is already in the bag. That's when Graham chimes in. I want in on this too. Let me take one of the matches. Jaden doesn't even hesitate. If you want it, you've got it. It's a bit weird for someone like him to volunteer. But Graham, who's actually from the Delamian family of the Brighton Republic, has his reasons. I'm getting tired of just following you around, he says. I want to see this legendary great sword technique of the Reuben Kingdom for myself. Let's see if it actually lives up to the hype. Titus isn't exactly thrilled to hear Graham's attitude, and Jaden's face darkens a bit too. This arrogant guy just fought a few rounds with their men and now he thinks he can critique the kingdom's traditions? Jaden says coldly. Fine, it's all yours. Go ahead and clean them up, Jaden mutters. He doesn't really care who fights the main family's fools are going down today regardless. He's ready to crush anyone they throw at him. When both sides finally meet at the designated spot, the announcer's voice booms across the field. The Knights' duel begins now. Champions, step forward. Luciano swaggered out, hauling his massive blade with an insufferable level of arrogance. But then, the challenger from Dohyun's side steps out. And it's John. When Luciano sees him, he literally starts laughing until tears come out. Seriously? Is the Count's family so broke they're sending out grandpas now? Seriously? You actually had to drag a retired old man all the way out here for this? John just gave a smirk. Big words, but you haven't changed a bit in 16 years, have you? Luciano fumed, unable to find a comeback. Damned old man. Dohyun crossed his arms, eyes locked on the scene. The official stepped between them, raised his hand, and then slash, he shouted, get ready. The first match was officially underway. Suddenly, a fierce crimson energy erupted from Luciano's entire body. He swung his blade like a raging storm, aiming to crush his opponent. But John? He hadn't even drawn his sword yet. As the strike neared, he simply vanished, slipping away from the danger. John closed the distance instantly. What's wrong? He teased. Luciano, are you really going easy on a dying old man? Luciano didn't say a word. Instead, his blade did the talking as he unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes. John dodged every hit with the casual ease of a man taking a morning stroll. Still swinging blindly every time you're provoked? Some habits never die, I guess. That hit a nerve. Luciano snapped, screaming. Shut your mouth, old man. I'm going to personally crush that boring Count's swordsmanship of yours. He leveled his blade, aiming straight for John's heart, ready for the killing thrust. Even with his eyes narrowed, you could practically feel the tension as John's grip tightened around his hilt. He was ready to strike back. Luciano lunged like a madman, but John remained calm. He raised his blade, now glowing with a brilliant golden aura. As their powers collided, a massive explosion rocked the arena. Emerging from the smoke, John looked a bit scuffed up, his clothes covered in dust. He just chuckled mockingly. Not bad. I guess you actually have been learning. Wait, is that Brandon Republic spearmanship I see? Luciano let out a jagged laugh. Sharp eyes for a fossil, but knowing it won't save you. Now that actually caught John's interest. It's been a long, long time since I felt a thrill like this. He was genuinely fired up, his energy surging as his blood began to boil for the first time in years. Watching from the sidelines, Doyun smirked. Everything was going exactly as planned. A glowing magic circle suddenly manifested beneath John's feet, its intricate runes blazing with light. Luciano's eyes widened. He could feel it, the very flow of mana had shifted. How could a retired old man possibly possess this much power? Before Luciano could process it, John lunged forward like a lightning bolt. The two clashed in a blur of steel, but John was the one setting the pace, forcing Luciano back step by step. His body felt impossibly light, almost as if he'd been transported back to his golden years. John glanced toward the boy. This had to be it, the legendary divine blessing. He remembered back to when he first approached Baron Raun, asking, "May I take this fight?" Doyun had been genuinely surprised to see Sir John stepping up. The old knight had walked right up to him to discuss the terms of the duel. John knew the enemy's game. They were definitely going to field fighters who knew every single trick of the Count's family swordsmanship. Against opponents like that, any knight who fought by the book would be shredded by their specialized counter techniques. It was a total trap. "I'm not disrespecting the 1,000-year legacy of the Count's blade," John had said. "But right now, you need the kind of experience only an old man like me has." Doyun thought it over. Sir John wasn't just any old man, he was the former vice-captain of the legendary Golden Bear Knights. We're talking about a top-tier master knight who had dominated the inter-kingdom tournaments more times than people could count. In a high-stakes, unpredictable mess like this, John's veteran skills were the ultimate trump card. The young master finally gave the green light. At the time, Wenin was still worried. It wasn't that he doubted John's technique, but the man had been retired for years. His mana should have been a flickering candle by now. Could he actually pull this off? There stood John, alone, clutching the same battered sword that had carried him through 100 battles. He drew the blade from its scabbard with deliberate slowness. Even after all these years, the edge still gleamed with a terrifying, cold sharpness. John felt a presence behind him. It was Doyun. "Sir John, do you have a moment?" the boy asked politely. John sheathed his sword and nodded. "Of course. Is something the matter?" Before he could finish, Doyun activated his holy light. A brilliant, golden energy began to radiate from the young man's body. The light washed over John, leaving him completely speechless. He could feel a surge of pure energy racing through his veins, revitalizing every fiber of his being. The chronic pain that had plagued him for decades? Gone. Instantly. His body felt young, and his mind felt razor-sharp. How could something this insane even be possible? It was true. The rumors weren't exaggerated. The youngest young master had actually received a divine blessing and truly awakened. Back in the present, as the duel raged on, Doyun watched with a hidden smile. It looks like Sir John really fell for the whole divine blessing story, he thought. In reality, it was just his own aura, amplified by a little boost from Laven. Since John wasn't a guild member, the effect was actually a bit nerfed. But hey, it worked. Every single one of John's strikes carried devastating power now. Luciano was desperately trying to parry the blows, but he was losing ground fast. Flashes of sword light sliced through Luciano's defenses, drawing blood. Doyun nodded to himself. Yeah, that should be more than enough to end this. Realizing he was outmatched, Luciano spat out a curse. "Damn you, you old fossil." John just looked at him with pure disdain. "Is that really all you've got? Seems like all those years of training were a complete waste of time." Luciano roared in fury. "What the hell are you babbling about, you old hag?" John's voice went cold. "Ask yourself this in the 16 years since you turned your back on the Count's house. Have you ever actually lived as intensely as you did here?" Luciano grit his teeth, completely speechless. Inside, he was screaming. "Don't make me laugh. To hell with your self-righteousness. I've lived a life 1,000 times more meaningful than rotting away in this backwater village, doing nothing but hunting monsters." His mind flashed back to the moment he knelt and swore his life to Jen. Luciano forced himself to believe it, he had to. He'd lived a meaningful life, right? "Just thinking about my time at the Count's estate makes me sick. Endless training, being sent to forbidden zones without sleep, and monster hunting. Even after risking my neck in those hellish conditions to protect the territory, I never received a shred of respect. It proves my choice was right, but the weight of those insults? It's enough to drive anyone insane." A massive gale sweeps through, forcing John to brace himself with his blade. Luciano, his power exploding, screams, "I am not wrong." The crowd stands frozen in disbelief. In that moment, Raun realizes the Baron was absolutely right. Flashback to Doyun's warning, even with a blessing, John had to stay on high alert. The enemy is definitely hiding a trump card, waiting for the perfect moment to play it as a desperate final move. Never drop your guard. The window of opportunity will eventually reveal itself. Total shock. Their secret weapon is the Emperor's tattoo, a total taboo. Luciano sneers, "I'll end you in a single breath." One is sweating. At this rate, John is in serious trouble. Luciano swings a lethal blow toward him. He barely retreats in time. Suddenly, John senses a surge of power on a completely different level. By burning through his own life force and mana, Luciano gains a massive edge in this short-term clash. John stands his ground, reminding himself not to waver. Raun promised an opening. He raises his sword, searching for a weakness. Then blink, he teleports directly in front of Luciano. Doyun watches, completely unfazed. John vows not to betray Baron Raun's trust. He's bringing home this victory, no matter what. The duel turns savage. To the spectators, their movements are nothing but a blur of steel. At the center of the chaos, Luciano's strikes are so heavy they're literally shattering the ground, sending debris flying. The watching knights scramble back, but one isn't fast enough and cowers in fear. Doyun steps up, using his power to effortlessly block the shards. He smirks, he's finally seeing the whole picture. Now, let's see the true results of that Janak dungeon raid. While Luciano goes on a relentless offensive, pushing John into a desperate defensive stance, a sudden aura envelops John's body. He's stunned. What is this incredible sensation? It feels like the wind itself is propelling him. Dodging becomes effortless, like the goddess of victory is personally shielding him. Doyun grins. His psychic reinforcement technique, usually for self-buffing, is working perfectly. Transferring mental energy to another living soul is supposed to be nearly impossible. But that was then. Now, John's body is so fluid that Luciano's desperate strikes can't even touch him. Rage boils over. Luciano's eyes glow a sinister red until John finds the gap and strikes. Blood sprays everywhere as a guttural scream rips through the air. An arm hits the dirt. Luciano collapses, still denying reality. John calmly sheathes his blade, looking down at his lifeless opponent. Jaden is paralyzed. He can't believe his champion actually lost. The knights erupt in cheers. John didn't fail his mission. He brought the first win back to Doyun, his voice thick with emotion. "I've returned with victory, as ordered," he reports. Doyun nods. "A truly magnificent performance. On behalf of the Count's family, I commend your incredible effort, Sir John." While everyone celebrates, Doyun glances at his rival. The man's face is a mask of pure fury. That miserable look? Pure satisfaction. "Now, Baron Jen, how do you plan to crawl out of this one?" "Break time's over. Round 2. The referee's voice booms across the arena. Second match fighters, step forward. The next contender marches out with total confidence. Raun Aston, commander of the Silver Bear Knights. Graham steps up to meet him. "Just call me Day," he says simply. Raun's brow furrows in pure insult. How disrespectful. In a knight's duel, honor demands a full title. You think a nobody can challenge the Aston name? The ref signals them to their positions. "Here we go again." Doyun just sighs at the familiar scene. This guy and his obsession with fair play. He watches Graham closely as he prepares for the fight. It's been a while since he's shown his face. I was wondering when he'd finally make a move. System stats. Graham, age 46, level 89, master swordsman, affiliated with Reuben, Brandon, and Delamian. He's curious. This is the same knight from the Capitol incident back then. He was a monster on the battlefield. How much stronger has he gotten? The two clash. Graham wielding dual blades with a terrifying, icy calm. He charged in with everything he had, unleashing a relentless flurry of sword strikes right from the start. Callow swung his blade in a lethal arc, driving Graham back. He kept that razor-sharp tip aimed straight at his opponent's throat. Watching from the sidelines, Doyun analyzed the fight. This skill was no joke, but his faith in Callow's overwhelming power. Absolute. Right out of the gate, Graham was drowning. He was desperately struggling just to parry a constant rain of sword light. Gritting his teeth, Graham managed to growl out, "Impressive." So this is the legendary swordplay of the kingdom's strongest. But this ends right here. Suddenly, a strange, terrifying power erupted from him. Callow instantly went on high alert. Boom! Graham vanished, reappearing instantly at Callow's side with insane speed. Unlike that idiot Luciano who blew himself up, this was different. He had mastered this power, controlled it perfectly. As their blades clashed in a high-speed dance of steel, Graham waited for a single slip-up. One moment of distraction, and it's game over. Callow stayed icy calm. He just tightened his grip on the hilt, waiting for the perfect window to strike. There, Graham spotted it, a tiny opening in Callow's defense. He lunged from the shadows for a sneak attack. Graham leaped high into the air, aiming for a lethal finishing blow. "Go to hell, absolute idiot," Callow scoffed. Relying on cheap tricks like that just proved his opponent was too scared to face him head-on. Then zap! A brilliant beam of sword light shot upward. The light caught Graham's face, revealing a look of pure, unadulterated shock. That single strike collided with Graham mid-air. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere as he was ripped apart. Jaws dropped in the crowd. Total silence. Callow just looked down in disgust. What was that flashy nonsense supposed to be? Talk about a mood killer. Graham's body hit the dirt next to him, lifeless and still. He died with his eyes wide open, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. On Doyun's side, pure celebration. Doyun felt a surge of pride. Of course. A knight ranked in the top 10 of a baron's house wouldn't go down that easily. One more. Just one more win and they'd claim a total victory. But over at Jen's camp, it was a complete disaster. Jaden lost it. He hurled his documents across the room, his screams of "damn it," terrifying the guards outside. After the outburst, he stood there, gasping for air, trying to force himself to calm down. He bit his lip until it bled. Both of his secret weapons completely crushed. This wasn't supposed to happen. Suddenly, 2 men stepped forward. "Please, my lord, let us go out. We'll bring back the win. I swear it. I know the Baron's sword style better than anyone. Let me take the next round." "Shut up," Jaden roared. "Even Luciano got wiped by that old man. What makes you think you'd fare any better? This next match is everything." They went silent, unable to argue. They shared a look, then Titus stepped up. "Father, I have an idea." He proposed a gamble. "Let me handle this match. I have a plan that will flip this whole thing upside down." Jaden went quiet, weighing his son's offer. He remembered the humiliation of their recent losses. If they lost again, it was over. They needed to change the momentum and fast. Jaden finally nodded. "Fine, do whatever it takes. I want the Baron's family crushed into the dirt." Titus just smirked. "I won't let you down." Meanwhile, Dohyun's team held one final meeting. It was time to end this. He made his choice. The High Knight Enrique would go next. But then, a soldier interrupted. "Forgive me, young master. I need you to step outside for a moment." Dohyun frowned but followed. He led his team up to the castle walls. Down below, a voice boomed out. "I am Titus Dust, heir to the Jen family and commander of the Black Bear Knights. I demand to speak with Raun Aston of Confort Castle." "He's been shouting that on loop," a soldier noted. Dohyun leaned over the wall. "You wanted to talk? Well, speak." Titus pointed his sword upward. "Raun Aston. As a member of the House of Aston, I challenge your cowardice. Let's settle this with steel." Dohyun just sighed. "Are you the third fighter for Jen's side? Or what?" Titus shook his head. "This is a private challenge. No official match rules, just you and me. One-on-one. Pass." Dohyun turned his back immediately. Why would he waste time on a guy with 0 official status? Titus froze. Damn it. He thought Dohyun was a hothead who'd jump at the chance. He didn't expect a cold rejection. The official duel was going south fast. He had to break their momentum by any means necessary, and that meant taking Raun Aston out of the picture. Titus screamed out, "Wait, I am the third fighter. Raun, if you aren't a total coward, get down here. Or is the great Aston family finally showing its true colors as cowards?" Tired of this guy clinging to him like a shadow, Raun sighs and turns around. "Fine," he says. "If you're the third challenger, then I guess things just got a bit more interesting. I accept." Titus smirks to himself, thinking, finally, the fish took the bait. John tries to step in, sounding worried. "Lord Raun, are you sure about this? We're already in a winning position. Just leave him to the other knights." Dus adds his 2 cents as well. "I get where you're coming from, sir, but it's way too dangerous for you to head onto the battlefield yourself." Raun just gives them a reassuring look. "Don't worry, John. Just trust me on this." Then, he sends a telepathic message to the old man. "Am I not the one blessed by the gods?" Soon, both of them are standing in the center of the arena. Titus's status window pops up. He's 28 years old. Level 69. An intermediate knight with polished swordsmanship, affiliated with the Kingdom of Reuben and the Jaden family. This guy has A-rank potential. His stats are solid 73 strength, 67 agility, 71 stamina, and 64 intelligence, 67 mana, and 62 perception. Special skills include Noble Knight's Blood and Frontal Instinct, both A-rank, though his combat tendency is a bit unstable at B-rank. Raun gives him a silent nod of approval. Not bad, reaching intermediate rank before 30 is impressive. If he activates his tattoos, he'd be nearly unbeatable among his peers. Meanwhile, Titus is looking at Raun with pure confusion. What is this kid even doing? Look at him, his movements are completely staggered. There's a limit to how overconfident someone can be. Titus thinks Raun is just a cocky rookie knight. Sure, he might be a genius, but you can't just jump ranks that fast. There's no way he's a match for an intermediate knight. But what happens next makes Titus's heart drop. It's impossible. Every single swing from Raun is glowing with a blinding, holy light. Raun is relentless, raining down strike after strike. Seeing those flashes of divine energy, Titus actually feels a surge of fear. The light slashes through his defenses instantly. If it weren't for his armor, he'd be finished. Titus is internally screaming, "Is this guy a monster? How many more tricks is he hiding? This has to be at least high-level tier strength." Titus has his tattoos activated, and yet, he can't even touch a single hair on the kid's head. In an instant, Titus is sent flying back, crashing onto the ground. Viscount Jaden's jaw drops. He never expected his son to lose this fast. Raun walks right up to the fallen knight. The result is obvious. He points his blade at Titus's throat. Do you yield? Titus coughs up blood, the reality hitting him hard. I have no choice but to admit it. Fine. I accept the result. I've been defeated. Raun stays silent, watching his opponent closely to see if he's planning any desperate moves. As Titus struggles to get up, Raun calls it. Good. The night's duel ends here. Let's go make the official announcement to Viscount Jaden. But the moment Raun turns his back, Titus's expression shifts. They lost the match, but a murderous aura erupts from him that would terrify any bystander. He lunges for a backstab, screaming, "With this, you're finished." Raun looks back, his eyes narrowing. Titus is trying to assassinate Raun just to get his petty revenge. He's already celebrating in his head. "Goodbye, you idiot. You should have never taken your eyes off me." He figures at this distance, even if Raun tries to block his mana blade, he's going to walk away with a permanent injury. "This is your karma," he yells. But then Raun activates his holy light. He spins around, and an absolutely terrifying aura explodes from his body. Titus didn't see this trump card coming. Suddenly, his entire body is hoisted into the air, frozen and unable to move. He struggles desperately, the veins in his face bulging from the effort. What? What is this insane pressure? Why can't I move? Raun just glares at him, his voice cold. Sneaking a backstab in a sacred duel? You've got some serious nerve. Raun clenches his fist. Let's see just how much pain you can actually handle. Crack. Titus's legs are crushed in an instant. He lets out a blood-curdling scream as the pain sears through his very bones. He collapses, begging for his life. My legs! I was wrong! I surrender. I completely surrender. But Raun isn't about to give a traitor a second chance. Surrendering now means nothing. For defiling a duel between noble houses, you'll pay with your life. Titus squeezes his eyes shut, unable to do anything but scream. Jaden can't just sit there and watch his son get butchered, so he draws his sword and charges in. Raun is slightly surprised that the Viscount actually dared to attack him directly. Clang! Steel hits steel, sparks flying everywhere. Jaden swings with everything he has, barely managing to stop Raun from delivering the finishing blow to Titus. John is shocked that someone would actually intrude on the arena. Raun just asks coldly, "So, you've decided to play dirty now, Viscount Jaden?" The Viscount has nothing left to lose, so he's going all in. "You're the one playing dirty," Jaden roars back. A brat from the Count's family, someone who isn't even the official heir, dares to act like a judge? The order of this territory has completely crumbled. He orders his knights to charge, shouting that he'll personally prove who the real ruler of this land is. On the other side, Wayan's forces are ready to defend every inch of the city. Raun just gives him a chilly look. "I think you've got it wrong. We don't need to go anywhere, we're settling this right here." Raun Aston, Lord of Calops, makes his declaration. "I hereby announce the full list of crimes committed by the rebel leader, Viscount Jaden." Jaden finally realizes he's been walked straight into a trap. He and Pierce lock eyes, signaling that it's time to make their move. He finally had enough to bury the man. Evidence of a treacherous conspiracy with corrupt nobles, all plotting to tear down Comfort City. The charges? The attempted assassination of the Aston family head, Count Melvin, using a deadly poison. For these crimes, Viscount Jen and every single one of his lackeys were looking at a one-way ticket for high treason. The accomplices finally felt the cold hand of fear. They started scrambling, desperately denying everything, poison, conspiracies, you name it, shouting that they never did any of it. Viscount Jen, losing his cool, demanded proof. "You think you can just bark lies without a shred of evidence? You're making zero sense right now," he sneered, looking down his nose. "Who in their right mind would ever believe the word of a mere brat like you?" Doyun just stood there, perfectly calm. "You really are an idiot until the very end, aren't you, Viscount Jen? Whether you confess or not doesn't matter. The House of Count Aston is coming for your head." The man actually had the nerve to laugh. "The House of the Count? By what authority do you think you can judge me?" Doyun simply smirked. "Me? No, you've got it all wrong. I'm not the one judging you." As he spoke, the massive gates swung open. Viscount Jen felt a sudden, sickening chill crawl up his spine as he looked toward the entrance. Melvin was back, and he looked more powerful than ever. Doyun declared, "The true master of this land is here to pass his judgment." This was too much for Jen to handle in one day. His brain was short-circuiting. How? This shouldn't be possible. It made absolutely no sense. The Lord of Comfort, Melvin Aston, stepped forward. He made it crystal clear from this moment on, every single dirty plot against the earldom would be settled right here, right now. Let's rewind a bit. Right before the Viscount arrived, Doyun got word about his father's condition and sprinted straight to his room. Doyun threw the doors open, his face tight with pure desperation. Nakia jumped, startled by the sudden intrusion. She gasped, "You're here already?" Doyun nodded quickly. "I heard his condition was finally improving." "Is it true?" Nakia stepped aside, leading the way. "Yes, please, follow me." Melvin's color was finally returning, and those terrifying purple veins were starting to fade from his skin. She began her report, explaining that the external treatments were all finished. He was doing much better, and the mana clash had finally settled, meaning his life was no longer in danger. But there was a catch. The Count's mana wasn't moving at all. Normally, when mana goes stagnant like this, the rest of the body's systems start to shut down or fail. But strangely, none of those symptoms were showing up. Dohyun's heart sank. What? What do you mean it's not moving? The sound of his son's voice woke Melvin up. Raun, is that you? He sat up slowly, looking at his boy. I've heard the news. You and DN handled everything perfectly. Dohyun tried to ease his mind. Just focus on recovering and breaking through to the next realm, father. Don't worry about the territory. I've got it. But Melvin just shook his head. No, it feels like I've hit a wall I just can't climb. It's over. He looked defeated. I'm facing a limit that's completely different from anything I've ever dealt with before. Every time I reach for that wall, it's like I hear the voice of a god. A voice telling me, this is as far as you go. His hands were shaking, clenched into tight fists. He had always believed that this was a wall he would eventually shatter. The thought of not being able to fulfill his family's legacy with his own two hands, it burned. It was pure, bitter resentment. But his body was failing him. He couldn't even control his own mana anymore. His only choice now was to pass the torch to his children. Dohyun stared him down. So, you're just giving up? Melvin blinked, caught off guard. What? Dohyun repeated it, louder this time. The great swordmaster of the earldom. Are you seriously just going to quit and crawl away right here? No, you're not giving up. So stop making that face. That's not the look of the man who leads the House of Aston. Melvin was speechless, stunned by his son's fire. Raun. My boy. Dohyun's eyes were locked on his. If it's you, father, I know you can do it. I will make sure that it happens. I will make it a reality. Dohyun explained that the only reason his mana was stuck was because of the trashy poison those cowards used. You can't just fall into despair because you got tricked by a bunch of losers. You aren't just some empty shell that disappears without mana. Those words hit Melvin like a lightning bolt. He went silent for a moment, his face shadowed in thought. Then, out of nowhere, Melvin started laughing, a sound so sudden it actually startled the two people in the room. The mental shackles were breaking. You're right, my son. You're absolutely right. This sudden shift caught Dohyun totally by surprise. Melvin smiled, though his eyes were sharp. I've shown you a pretty pathetic side of myself, haven't I? He realized it then. Melvin Aston was never meant to be this weak. He looked back on his life, remembering that his strength wasn't a gift. It was the result of blood, sweat, and endless struggle. That was what made him a legendary swordmaster and the head of this family. He asked himself, is this really the end? Was this pathetic fate really all that was left for him? Not a chance. He decided, right then, to smash every limit he ever had. If this garbage is God's will, then I'll just have to break God's will too. And just like that, Melvin broke through. His body tensed, muscles rippled, and an absolute explosion of energy rocked the room. The entire area was swallowed by the massive pressure radiating from Melvin. Nakia panicked and tried to rush forward. Stop! If he forces his mana like that, it'll backflow and shatter his mana circuits. But Dohyun stepped in her way, stopping her cold. Wait! You don't understand. Nakia cried out. Young master, why? He answered simply. Because for some people, there are things more important than life itself. Nobody knows my father better than I do. And right now, he's taking back what belongs to him. He looked at Nakia. Can you set up a barrier? We can't let this energy leak outside. She respects their choice completely. Only one thing left, give them everything she's got. Yes, I can do this. He reaches out to Lavena. Can you help me? She nods, no hesitation there. Doyun's got a plan. Stabilize the mana here and cast support magic on my father. Now. Lavena jumps into action. Leave it to me. Nakia begins chanting ancient incantations to erect a barrier. Right beside her, Lavena coordinates perfectly, locking down those leaking streams of raw mana before they escape. Doyun isn't just standing around, either. He looks down at his arm, now encased in shimmering gold armor. His own power and Cadenus' strength merged into one. Cadenus speaks up. Just as I thought. We've got a problem. Melvin is straining every fiber of his being to rank up, but Cadenus sees the truth. Something is suppressing the Count's mana haul. That's what's causing this massive imbalance between his mana capacity, his level, and his physical state. Panicked, Doyun asks, is there any way to fix this? Cadenus shakes his head. This isn't about his will or his skill anymore. Something on the outside. It doesn't want the Count reaching the next stage. Cadenus' eyes narrow. This phenomenon. It's like an entity with power rivaling a god has intervened. The furniture starts rattling violently. Melvin lets out a guttural scream, his body is hitting the breaking point. Nakia's face pales. Those are the first signs of a mana reflux. This is bad, like, really bad. But Doyun? He finally catches Cadenas's drift. He knows exactly how to fix this. Doyun steps forward, his voice steady. Father, that wall blocking your path? It's a curse. I never doubted you'd crush a pathetic curse like this. One day, you'll overcome it on your own. But the world? It won't let us live in peace. And right now, House Aston desperately needs your strength. So please, Father, don't refuse me this time, he shouts. I'm going to help you. Smash through that damn wall and fight by my side. Boom! The room explodes with raw energy, blue light flooding through the windows. For a split second, everything freezes. Even Doyun is paralyzed. A massive red system window flashes into existence, covered in errors. Warning. The player is attempting to interfere with a main scenario non-player character during a forced script event. Warning. If an issue occurs with a main scenario non-player character, it could corrupt the entire storyline. Recommendation. Cease all actions immediately. Calculating forced script error. A critical error may occur within the current forced scenario. The fall of House Aston. If the binding force on Count Melvin is released, over 3,281 related quests for the player, Raun, will be wiped out completely. Raun's influence within House Aston could plummet. For the sake of the player's best interests, make the right choice. Don't you want to become the true master of House Aston? Think of the vast lands and that powerful Knight Order at your command. Follow the script specifically designed for you by the connected system. Warning. If an error occurs in the script due to player interference, all rewards for the 27 completed quests in this scenario may be lost. Warning. Due to script distortion, the system's binding force may backlash against the player in 3, 2, 1. Doyun snaps. He breaks through the system's control and roars, "Get lost." The notification window shatters into a million pieces. He lunges toward Melvin, who's now engulfed in a blinding blue light. A new notification pops up. Member accepted. Melvin's body begins to float as the upgrade continues. Cadenas shouts, "Everyone, get away from the Count, now." Doyun doesn't hesitate. He grabs Lavenna and pulls her out of the blast zone, then scoops up Nakia and bolts for safety. Raw energy starts erupting from Melvin's chest. The whole room thunders, everything crashing to the floor. Cadenas is stunned. "I've seen plenty of masters born in my time," he says. "But this? I've never seen a reaction this powerful. It's because he was forced to hold back a level he should have reached ages ago." Suddenly, the doors fly open. It's Philip. "Young master, are you all right?" Doyun yells back. "Sir Philip! Everyone, get down and stay clear of this room. The Count is challenging a whole new level of power." Philip can feel the terrifying pressure. "Understood." Doyun turns to Nakia. "How's the barrier holding?" "I've set one up at the center of the room," she pants. "It's a bit shaky, but the effects shouldn't leak out of the mansion." Lavenna chimes in, "I'll handle the barrier around the perimeter. I can keep it under control." With the barriers set, the immediate danger is gone. Doyun watches Melvin's transformation, his fists clenched tight as he waits. But that damn system window pops up again. "Don't you want to be the true master of House Aston? The land? The knights? Follow the script designed just for you. Warning. If you interfere, rewards for 27 quests will be deleted." Doyun's blood boils. "I'm done with this," he growls. "I'm sick of living a life dictated by someone else's script." As Melvin's upgrade nears completion, Doyun makes a silent vow. From now on, he's writing his own story. Finally, the room goes quiet. But from the shattered windows to the cracked floor, the destruction tells the whole story. After the chaotic energy finally settles, Melvin's power begins to stabilize. Doyun rushes to his side, asking, "Father, are you okay?" The aura radiating from him is terrifying, a presence so overwhelming everyone has to step back. Doyun watches Melvin, his heart still racing with worry. The Count can't believe it. He finally did it. He achieved the lifelong wish of the family, the one goal that generations before him could never complete. Melvin clenches his fists, celebrating this massive power-up. He's ecstatic. Today finally came, the day he accomplished it with his own 2 hands. "Raun, this is all thanks to you." He's overjoyed. "Congratulations on reaching a new realm, Father. You've worked so hard for this." Nakia stands there, frozen in shock. How is this even possible? Philip joins in the celebration. "Congratulations, Count." Those closest to him gather around, relieved that Melvin has escaped his death sentence. He thinks to himself, realizing that his obsession with reaching the final realm all by himself was nothing but foolish pride. "I thought I was alone, but I wasn't. I truly believed this was a burden I had to carry entirely on my own. How stupid of me." Melvin looks around at the people he needs to protect, the loyal allies by his side, and his 2 sons. He finally understands he has followers who believe in him and a family that he truly loves. Melvin glances at Doyun, who is smiling as bright as a child. "Raun, I owe this boy another massive debt of gratitude." Doyun turns silent as blood-red system windows flash before his eyes. A notification pops up. Main scenario, NPC count. Raun Aston has resisted destiny and joined the first guild. System settings are clashing. A critical error has occurred. The mandatory scenario, the fall of the Aston house, has been disabled due to a fatal error. All related quests are being terminated. Preparing an alternative scenario. Warning. Be careful. Karma may strike player Raun at any time, in any form imaginable. Doyun freezes. Accepting karma? This is the first time he's ever heard of such a mechanic. It makes sense though. He's never pulled a stunt this insane before. Interfering with a mandatory scenario is supposed to be impossible. These scripted NPCs usually act like they're following the literal commands of a god. Some characters have helped players to push the plot forward, but not one has ever actually joined a player's guild. That's why the great guilds in his past life chose to eliminate families instead of recruiting them just to finish the script. Raun's existence is becoming a massive variable in this world. He worries about what kind of obstacles this will create next. Melvin tries to get out of bed, startling everyone. Nakia tries to stop him, her voice full of concern. "My lord, you mustn't move yet. You just broke through, the pain must still be agonizing." Doyun tries to calm him. "Father, don't push yourself. My brother and I can handle the rest of this." Melvin places a gentle hand on his head, patting it softly. He smiles warmly and says, "I'm sorry for making you worry. And, thank you." Melvin knows. His son has been working himself to the bone this entire time. "You must have suffered so much because of a flawed father like me. I want you to stay by my side and watch the end of all this. Will you do that?" Doyun bites his lip, too emotional for words. Then, that warning from earlier flashes in his mind again. Warning. Player Raun has forced an intervention into a mandatory scenario. The karma enforcement system is now active. Use extreme caution. Ill fortune may fall upon player Raun at any moment, in any way possible. He thinks to himself he doesn't know how karma will find him, but it's worth it. He won't regret a thing. He agrees. "Of course, father." Now, Melvin's expression turns cold as he steps toward Jen. Jen looks like he's seen a ghost. "I heard your condition was worsening, and you were at death's door. Yet here you are, looking perfectly fine. Are you trying to deceive the Count's family?" Melvin sneers, still as shameless as ever. "I heard you were living comfortably in another country. What brings you all this way? Caught red-handed?" Jen's face darkens instantly. He snaps back with pure jealousy. "Drop that pathetic, pitying look right now. You seem to forget that everything you have is only because I let you have it. And yet you repay me with ingratitude? Have you lost your mind?" Melvin calmly gives the order. "Come in." Leading the way, Alonso enters the room. Bishop Alonso of the Janong Church and the level 6 mage Karis from the Magic Tower step forward. He speaks up. "According to the Janong Church and the Magic Tower, the Count's collapse wasn't an accident. It was a calculated assassination." Nakia brings up a magic screen for everyone to see. "These are the medical findings we gathered while treating the Count. The Count was suffering from a condition called mana filaria, a poisoning method often used within the Empire." Doyun orders his subordinates to drag them in. The servants, the guards who were part of the hit. He declares they have more than just evidence. Doyun summons a glowing blade, his voice turning ice cold as he glares at one of the traitors. "We have witnesses, accomplices, and the mastermind. Now, what were you saying earlier?" The man trembles in fear. We were just following orders. We were just told to mix a specific amount of medicine into the Count's meals." Doyun presses harder. "Who gave the order?" He confesses immediately. "Baron Jen." Jen bursts out laughing. "I see. Now I understand. I understand everything. So, it was you all along. My own brother, plotting to erase me because I was the only threat left in your way. You made the first move. You lied to everyone, manipulated me, and spat on our bond. Forgiveness is off the table." Melvin swings his sword, effortlessly parrying the blow. He stares down his brother, who's completely losing his mind. Jen's laughter? It's gone full-blown psychotic. "There it is, that look, that I'm above everyone attitude," Jen screams. "Always looking down on us like you're some kind of superior being." He's officially snapped. Decades have passed, but he never forgot, not for a single second. Everything Melvin has, Jen thinks it should have been his. The title, the power, all stolen. Or so he tells himself. Melvin's done. "I can't listen to this anymore," he mutters. "As of right now, I'm done calling you my brother. Baron Jaden, I hereby charge you with treason for inciting rebellion in the earldom." Jaden sneers. "Don't make me laugh. Who the hell do you think you are?" Melvin doesn't waste another breath. He lunges. Suddenly, Jaden freezes as a massive wave of energy slams into him. "Wait. What is this?" The mana pressure is suffocating like a hurricane of raw power crushing his lungs. He's struggling just to stay upright, his hands shaking like a leaf. This level. It's impossible. Melvin raises his blade, his face like stone. The aura he's putting off is absolutely terrifying. It hits Jaden, then the Grand Swordmaster realm. But the realization comes too late. Melvin strikes, and the ground literally splits in two as dust chokes the air. Jaden's barely hanging on, coughing up blood. One hit, and he's already suffering from massive internal injuries. Damn it, is he really a high-level master? Jaden thinks. This wasn't supposed to happen. Something is very, very wrong. But he refuses to lose. Not after everything he's sacrificed to get this far. He charges like a demon. Melvin, you bastard. His sword aura takes the shape of a snarling beast, lunging for the kill. Melvin doesn't even flinch. He guides his blade with surgical precision. The beast pounces, and Melvin's sword light just shreds it. Then, Melvin closes the gap. Fast. Jaden's eyes widen as he sees his brother right in his face. Boom! A single punch shatters Jaden's sword into a million pieces. The next fist? Straight to the jaw, sending him reeling. I've been way too soft on you, Melvin declares, his voice cold as ice. Too many people suffered because of my hesitation. This curse ends right here. Jaden just laughs. You think this is the end? You fool, Melvin. Blinded by your own little justice play. You don't even see what's right under your feet. That's why you're unfit for this castle. You think I'm the only one? There are countless others waiting in the shadows, just dying for the chance to slit your throat. The brighter the light, the darker the shadow. Eventually, you'll be swallowed. Sklick! Melvin's blade cuts him off mid-sentence. Blood everywhere. Jaden is officially out of the game. Melvin just stands there, staring at the body with zero emotion. The servants are frozen. Jaden's head rolls across the floor. Honestly, Melvin finds the whole thing pathetic. You think a threat like that will make me crumble? He challenges the empty air. Bring it on then. Melvin Aston, Lord of Confort Castle, will protect this land until his last breath. The silence is broken by the cheers of the knights. Finally, Dueling can breathe again. It's over. He's done it. He saved the Aston family from the brink of total collapse, but the work is just beginning. After the Civil War and the purge of Baron Jaden, the family is swamped trying to restore order to the chaos. Suddenly, Dylan kicks the door open, looking like he's ready to kill someone. A guard screams, "Intruder!" "Intruder?" Dylan barks, annoyed. "Who's in charge of this place?" The guard just blinks. "What are you talking about?" "The Baron is gone," Dylan snaps. "Bring the manager here right now. Don't tell me you don't know who I am. Move." The guard pales and bows instantly. "Yes, sir, right away." Dylan starts barking orders. "Seal the gates. Nobody leaves. First squad, with me to the Lord's Manor. Second squad, hit the barracks." He's taking control. Fast. While the main house was busy with the Civil War, Raun's older brother was out in the field, reclaiming lands from the lords who backed the traitor Jaden. Raun himself was busy hunting down the internal rats for his father. The rebels? They're all in chains now, thanks to one. Jack sighs. Traitors. They're literally everywhere, aren't they? Philip explains it's because Melvin didn't act immediately after inheriting the title. The snakes got bold. He's worried though. Is it really okay to arrest this many people at once? These are high-ranking nobles, after all. Philip doesn't care. The Count will make the final call. By then, we'll be long gone. Inside his office, Dueling is secretly celebrating. This is exactly what he wanted. Even the powerful elders his father struggled to handle, they're finally within reach. We've finally rounded them up, the brokers, the greedy merchants, and every corrupt executive trying to bleed this territory dry. Honestly, if we hadn't struck right now, a clean sweep like this would have been impossible. We have to pull these traitors out by the roots to make sure a rebellion like this never happens again. From here on out, I'm leaving the Aston family's future in the hands of brother DN and father. This was the only way forward. The entire script has shifted now, and while things are different, the rewards we've gained are far beyond what we imagined. Just look at these system alerts. The calamity of the Baron Alliance quest is officially complete. Not only that, but the Betrayer's End scenario is finished too. And get this, a new hidden scenario has just unlocked. The new descendant of the Aston family. Doyun just chuckles to himself. He's already made up his mind. There is no way he's becoming their new heir. Time to check the loot. This time, Doyun scored something massive. An S-rank absolute stat potion. This isn't a temporary buff, it grants a permanent +1 to any stat of his choice the moment he uses it. The best part? The boost actually scales based on his current absolute stats. His face flushes with pure, unadulterated excitement. Finally, this is exactly the kind of reward he's been grinding for. See, normally, stats require exponentially more experience as you climb higher, and once you hit that level 100 cap, you're stuck. But this potion? It completely ignores those rules, pushing his stats beyond the human limit. Doyun pulls up the system menu, a grin spreading across his face. He wasn't expecting a jackpot like this for breaking a forced scenario, but this is better than he ever dreamed. Let's check the status window. It's been a minute since the last update. His info is finally looking fresh. Name, Raun. Level 80. 4. Wait, 99 in hard mode? Class, high. Rank magic swordsman and mid. Rank divine knight. Affiliation. The Aston bloodline. Just look at those stats. Strength, 80. Agility, 80. 2. Stamina, 80. 1. Intelligence, 70. 7. Willpower, 80. 3. Mana, 80. 2. Soul, 80. 5. Perception, 80. 3. Unique traits, S. Rank skill collection, and S. Rank developers analysis. Plus, S+1 divine power mastery and noble swordsmanship. He's officially the first player to ever hit level 99. He's even earned the legendary pioneer title. Seeing all that blood, sweat, and tears finally pay off, Doyun can't help but smile. He's fired up and ready. It's time for the next phase to begin. Meanwhile, over in the free city of Mira, at the First Guild's branch, deep inside the Purple Guild's elite training hall, Tianming is pushing himself to the absolute limit. He unleashes his Plum Blossom Bloom technique. Energy swirls around his blade like a crimson hurricane, crashing into his opponent with a bone-shaking explosion. But as the dust settles, Tianming's jaw drops. Standing right there in the middle of the crater is Ilu, and the guy doesn't have a single scratch on him. Ilu just sighs, totally bored. "You done yet?" Then, with a dangerous look in his eye, he declares, "My turn." In a flash, Ilu is right in Tianming's face, ready to start a whole new round. He swings his sword in a perfect plum blossom dance. Ilu effortlessly dodges the counter. "I told you, stop giving these moves such useless names. And seriously, stop yelling them when you attack." Tianming snaps back immediately. "How can I not shout the name of such an epic move? It's a sacred ritual, man." He huffs in frustration. Honestly, how can these commoners ever understand the noble heart of a true knight? Ilu just shakes his head. The kid is talented, sure, but the second he picks up a sword, he turns into a total weirdo. Meanwhile, Black is watching the two of them from across the hall. He turns to Sehyun. "So, should we call that unique personality, or just plain old stubbornness?" Sehyun doesn't skip a beat. If it messes up a real fight, it's definitely stubbornness. Suddenly, Ilu triggers his cloning skill, and 4 copies of him instantly surround Tianming. Tianming loses his mind. "You coward. You're using secret techniques again?" Ilu just shrugs it off. "You're using your unique traits too. What's the difference?" "It's not cheating if it's a skill." Black watches them clash. "Honestly, since the academy graduation, everyone's skills have skyrocketed. No kidding. At first, I thought they were just playing around." Sehyun nods in agreement. "Being able to train in a top-tier environment like this, it's all thanks to that one man." Black looks surprised. "That man? You mean Doyun? Now that you mention it, where is he anyway?" "Yeah, I heard he went off to complete his second-class advancement," she replies. "But it's been 2 weeks without a single word." She sighs, looking off into the distance. "Seriously, that guy is a total ghost. You never know where he is or what world-changing thing he's doing next." Meanwhile, the First Guild Academy is in full-on party mode. Panmo stands before a massive, cheering crowd. And with that, the very first graduation ceremony of the First Guild Academy is officially complete. "May the blessings and glory of the gods follow every one of you." The crowd erupts into a roar. It's been 5 months since the gates first opened. These students have survived 3 months of brutal training, and they're walking out looking like elite warriors compared to the rookies they used to be. And the results? They're absolutely insane. Every single graduate managed to fight their way into the top 1,000 rankings. Now, guild scouts from everywhere are practically begging them to join. For these new graduates, the future is wide open, a literal road paved with gold and glory. As for the ones who couldn't make the cut, they could only watch from the shadows, leaving bitter and empty-handed without a single offer to their name. The followers whisper among themselves, curiosity getting the better of them. There are so many spots left. Why on earth did they stop recruiting? The reason for all the frustration? The Purple Guild. A brand new player organization led by the #1 ranked powerhouse, Doyun. But here's the thing, the Purple Guild isn't just some open club where any random student can walk in and sign up. We are talking about the elite of the elite. Only the top-ranked graduates and a few hand-picked players even get an invitation. When Ilu's group hears the news, they are absolutely floored. "Wait, what? An invite for us?" Danton confirms it with a wide, confident grin. "That is right. Honestly, it is an offer way too good to pass up. So, what do you all think?" Sehyun speaks up, grateful but clearly hesitant. "This is an incredible opportunity, truly. But can we really join without Master Doyun's personal approval? Does he think they're being rejected?" Danton shakes his head. "No need to worry about that. Recruiting you guys was Doyun's plan from the very start." Then, Danton pulls Ilu aside for a private conversation. "Kim Ilu, I have got one more proposal for you. Doyun wants to hand the Vice Guildmaster position over to you." The other 3 stand frozen, staring at the guy next to them in total shock. Ilu can barely stammer out a response. Me? How could I possibly handle a massive responsibility like that?" Danton tells him there is no need for modesty. Your skills are officially recognized. You were the salutatorian of the academy, second only to the top graduate, Doyun himself. Besides, you have Doyun's absolute trust. That is more than enough reason right there. Ilu goes quiet, a flood of memories from their high school days together rushing through his mind. Danton reminds them that the Purple Guild is backed by the legendary First Guild. That kind of support is a game changer for their future growth. I need a confirmation. Are we all in? Back in the present, Tianming is sent crashing backward yet again. Ilu steps forward and reaches out a hand. At this rate, forget Doyun, you will have a hard time even beating me. Tianming grabs the hand, pulling himself up with a fierce look in his eyes. Just you wait. Once my martial arts reach the absolute peak, will you still be able to talk like that? Ilu just gives a small, knowing smirk in response. Sehyun walks over, nodding in approval. You have really matured, Ilu. To think you can already control your clones that freely. Drake chimes in as well. That is our vice guild master for you. Just how much stronger are you planning to get? Ilu smiles. Doyun always said do not let yourself be trapped within the limits of a skill. I am trying to absorb and adapt everything I can, and the potential is massive. Suddenly, Sehyun realizes something. Still no word from Doyun? You two are close after all. Ilu looks uncertain. Nothing yet. It looks like this quest might take a bit longer than expected. Right then, bam, a massive system notification screen flickers into life, leaving all three of them speechless. It is a global announcement. Player Doyun has successfully completed his second-class advancement. Everyone, please offer your congratulations. Since the first player has reached their second advancement, the graduation tower has finally appeared in every free city. Inside the tower, specialized trials have been prepared for both combat and non-combat classes. Clear the graduation trial, and all travel restrictions between cities are lifted. You will finally be able to challenge the official main quests. Just be careful if you fail. A long cooldown period applies before you can try again. Recommended minimum level, 50. After seeing the notification, Sehyun and Drake look on in pure awe. Unbelievable. He actually did it. You have to respect that. Suddenly, Tianming turns on his heel and bolts. Ilu shouts after him, Hey, where are you going? I am going to grind for experience and get my advancement, he shouts back. I refuse to be left in the dust by that guy. That fire is contagious. Ilu snaps into gear and sprints after him. Hey, wait for me. Meanwhile, over at the bustling Mira Square, the streets are packed with people gossiping about the latest news. Seriously, the First Guild symbol is everywhere you look. Most shops here are run by them. Mira is a massive city with over 100,000 residents. Thanks to Raun's long-term vision, this place is a heaven for players, filled with every convenience imaginable. You have got gourmet restaurants, potion shops, equipment recyclers, and even the latest high-end fashion boutiques. Almost every public facility in the city is managed by the First Guild. But despite the monopoly, not a single player feels like it is a hassle. With perks that far outclass any other city, player satisfaction in Mira is through the roof and the reviews are glowing. So, it is only natural that everyone's eyes are glued to the graduation tower rising in the very heart of the city. But then, the tower doors open. A group of players limps out, covered in bandages and looking absolutely defeated. In the distance, two players whisper to each other. It has been days, and still, not a single soul has cleared that tower. The other sighs. I really want to see the world outside Mira, but... They watch in silence as the bruised group walks away in total shame. So, that's the top guild everyone's talking about? All that hype and confidence, and they still ended up failing. In the end, is he really the only one left? People couldn't help but whisper in awe. We're talking about Doyun, the man who's been holding down the #1 spot on the leaderboards like an absolute beast. One guy looked completely deflated. He'd heard rumors that Doyun already finished his second job advancement, but why hasn't there been any news about it yet? His buddy wasn't so sure. Maybe the info was wrong? Or, do you think he's intentionally dragging things out to build the suspense? He scoffed, thinking he'd been played. If he shows up after we've all failed, it just makes him look even better, doesn't it? His friend snapped back immediately. Hey, you really think a guy like him plays those petty games? Something definitely happened, he muttered. Suddenly a soft chuckle echoed from the shadows nearby. Both of them froze, their heads snapping toward a mysterious figure sitting at an outdoor table, completely hidden under a heavy cloak. The two decided to cut their losses and leave. Whatever, stop worrying about someone who isn't even here. Let's just go get our own job advancements done. Little did they know, that mysterious guy was Doyun himself. But how did they even recognize him? For a second there, he actually thought he'd been busted while he was busy eavesdropping on their conversation. He tossed back his hood and stood up with a smirk. Well, since they're waiting so patiently, might as well give them the grand entrance they want. As Doyun walked down the street, he radiated pure main character energy, drawing every single eye in the crowd. The onlookers were stunned. Wait, Is that actually Doyun? Within seconds, he was completely swamped by fans screaming his name and confessing their undying admiration. Please, just one look over here. I'm your biggest fan. Lavenna, floating right beside him, couldn't help but tease him. Being famous is pretty great, isn't it? Raun, well, Doyun felt like something was off. Lavenna, was that supposed to be a compliment, or are you just making fun of me? Her expression turned serious for a moment. But really, is it okay to just leave Calip's territory like this? If there are any enemy remnants left, this could turn into a full-scale territorial war. Doyun just brushed it off. Don't sweat it. That place isn't going anywhere. Lavenna looked at him, puzzled. That doesn't sound like the Raun I know at all. Since when did you become so indifferent? He just shrugged, looking completely unfazed. It's not indifference. I'm just that confident that everything is under control. Meanwhile, at the massive and imposing Ruben Imperial Palace, things were getting intense. Prince Joris gave the cold command to bring in the lords who dared to march their troops toward Calip's. The soldiers shoved the lords into the center of the hall, forcing them to their knees. Joris looked down at them with ice in his eyes. So, you're the masterminds planning a war without a single word of permission from the royal family? The two lords started stammering, desperate to save their own skins. It's all a huge misunderstanding, Your Highness. We were threatened by Viscount Jen. We didn't have a choice. Joris's voice turned deadly sharp. It seems you're more afraid of outside forces than your own crown prince. Have you already sold your souls to another kingdom? He didn't waste another second. Throw them all in the dungeon, every single one. We will conduct a full investigation and your sentences will be carried out accordingly. As the guards dragged them away, the lords began to wail and beg for mercy. We were wrong. Please, Prince Joris, have mercy on us. But Joris just stood there, his gaze hardening as he addressed the rest of the court. Listen up, and listen well. Calip's is a territory that I personally granted to Raun, a man who has accomplished countless legendary feats for this nation. He is a national hero, and more importantly, he is my dearest friend. Attacking him is the same as attacking me. I hope you all realize exactly how suicidal it is to cross that line. Cut to the graduation tower, a massive structure reaching into the clouds, surrounded by floating ruins and ancient stones. Doyun and Lavenna stepped inside the tower's glowing gates. Doyun took a deep breath, looking around. Man, it's been a while since I was last here. Lavenna perked up. Oh right. You did mention that you cleared this place once before, didn't you? Doyun nodded. Yeah. And honestly, it looks like absolutely nothing has changed since then. Lavenna was genuinely impressed as she scanned the area. The illusion and spatial magic woven into this place are incredibly sophisticated. Even for someone like me, it's hard to fully grasp the complexity of it all. Suddenly, a holographic system window flickered to life. Welcome, player, to the graduation tower. This is where you will prove the strength you have forged through your journey. A bright blue light swept over Doyun, scanning him from head to toe. A mechanical voice echoed through the hall. Measuring player status. Please wait a moment while the system synchronizes. After a brief loading sequence, a list of recommended trials appeared. Melee, ranged, ESP, magic, summoning, scouting, assassination, and crafting. Lavenna's jaw dropped. Whoa, that's a lot of options. I bet it's because of that skill encyclopedia of yours. Doyun calmly analyzed the screen. A player can challenge up to 3 trials in total, but for the first one, there's no doubt about it. We're going with ESP. Lavenna cheered him on. Go for it, Raun. And don't forget, there's something very specific we need to get our hands on this time. He gave a half-hearted sigh. Yeah, that thing? Honestly, I'm not that interested. But I guess I don't have much of a choice. Lavenna puffed out her cheeks in a cute pout. Fine then. I'm heading out. You don't need my help for this part anyway, right? Just call me if you get into trouble. Doyun didn't try to stop her. Go ahead, get some rest. Now, he was all alone. A faint silhouette began to materialize in front of him. Doyun cracked his knuckles, a sharp glint in his eyes. All right then. Let's get this party started. The NPC information popped up. Defeat the instructor. Grade A. Objective. Overpower the graduation tower's ESP instructor. Sub-objective. Achieve victory using only ESP skills. Usage of any other skills will result in failure. The system set the constraints. Both player and instructor levels are fixed at level 50. Skill mastery is set to intermediate level 1. The rewards were insane: a random Grade A specialized equipment box, a Grade A title, and 50,000 experience coins. Dohyun's heart actually skipped a beat. Now those are some serious rewards. He felt a surge of pure confidence. I couldn't grab this in my past life, but this time around, everything is going to be different. In an instant, the instructor was hoisted high into the air by Dohyun's sheer mental force. The man struggled to even breathe, gasping out in shock as the pressure intensified. You've got to be kidding me. This is actually happening. The instructor's body starts turning transparent, fading into the light. Congratulations. Challenger, may your future be filled with endless blessings. After crushing the superpower trial, Doyun moves straight to the second test. Close combat. It's a relentless dance of blades as he trades blows with the instructor. Suddenly, the old man raises his sword, unleashing a strike surging with pure fire. But Doyun doesn't blink. He raises his own blade, his movements fluid and sharp as a razor. Sword light erupts, cutting through the air as he lands strike after strike on the instructor. Down he goes. With the combat test cleared, Cadenas can't help but be impressed. Kid, your strength. It's evolved way beyond what I expected. Doyun just smiles. It's all thanks to your guidance, master. By the way, is the new environment working out okay? No complaints here, he replies. Meanwhile, Dohyun's mind is elsewhere. He's thinking about one of the Arnat's most broken functions, secret gluttony. The rewards roll in B-grade energy armor. Plus, the round system, the Rednator, partially unlocks. It's still capped at 1.5% power, but that's plenty. Maximum operating time? 5 minutes. It's got auto-recharge, a defensive barrier, and a 6th circle force field that slashes the impact of mid-tier elemental attacks by half. Basically, it's a perfect replica of the mythic-grade Rednator power armor. Traveling through space and time forced most of its functions into a deep seal, while others were completely warped. But here's the catch. Once he hits specific conditions, those seals are going to snap wide open. It even has a sentence function that boosts effectiveness by 200% against Coven targets. And that secret gluttony? It can literally eat lower-level armor to mimic their abilities. Dohyun is low-key hyped. This means he can absorb other gear and steal their functions whenever he wants. To keep his cover as the ordinary Dohyun, he feeds a basic inner suit armor to the system, masking the Rednator's god-tier appearance. Mission accomplished for now. Even the instructor didn't realize he was rocking legendary energy armor. Then again, these guys probably don't even understand the concept of a player wearing energy armor in the first place. Finally, the last notification pops up for the third and final trial. The choice? Magic. Alright then. Let's see what the magic instructor of the graduation tower has in store. Lavenna has been waiting for this moment forever. She finally manifests, looking more than ready. Finally, it's my turn to shine. I'm going to show you the true power of the Rivellina Elios Mia Elven bloodline. But Dohyun quickly cuts her off. Wait a second, Lavenna. I've actually got a favor to ask. I've always had this one dream, you know? I want to be an all-master, someone who can use every single skill. I want to try and make that happen right here. Can you give me a shot? Lavenna goes dead silent for a second. Eventually, she agrees to coach him and hands Dohyun a magic staff. Fine. Let's see it. Try to manifest a basic fireball. Dohyun grips the staff, focuses his mind, and chants. A small flame flickers into existence, then immediately dies out. Frustrated, Dohyun snaps the magic staff in half. Are you serious? This thing is definitely broken, right? Lavenna just stares at him. You know, someone once said a true master never blames his tools. She sighs, totally baffled. I seriously don't get it. How can someone so godlike with a sword and superpowers turn into a total idiot the moment he touches a staff? Dohyun tries to defend himself. Hey, the mechanics are totally different from swordsmanship or mental powers. Lavenna doesn't sugarcoat it. Look, since we're being honest, I'll just say it. Raun, you have zero, and I mean zero talent for magic. Do yourself a favor and just give up on the whole mage thing, okay? Dohyun looks like he just lost his best friend. But my dream of being an all-master. She just shakes her head. Best to leave that dream in the trash. Suddenly, the final instructor appears. Welcome, challenger. Shall we begin the final trial? Lavenna is buzzing with excitement now. She can't just sit on the sidelines anymore. Alright, watch and learn. Time to show you what a real pro can do. The instructor begins his chant. O magic of the flames floating in the void. Hear my call and pierce my enemy. A massive fire arrow streaks toward them, but Lavenna is faster, throwing up an elemental shield that holds firm. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the center of the arena. Without missing a beat, Lavenna rains down a relentless lightning storm from above. The instructor counters instantly, raising a massive stone wall to tank the lightning. Dohyun watches from the sidelines, his jaw on the floor. This is insane. He can barely keep up. The speed they're casting at is so fast, his brain is literally short-circuiting. The battle is way more brutal than he expected. Lavenna charges up a massive sphere of fire and screams, "Firebomb! Explode!" The instructor tries to summon a heavy vortex to trap the flames. Oh, heavy winds, rise up, elemental storm. But Lavenna's fire is on another level. It literally swallows the storm whole, surging forward until the instructor's form begins to blur and fade. To think someone could actually overcome my memory magic. The instructor declares, Master of the Grimoire, I acknowledge you as a true mage. Lavenna is beaming with pride after that win. Dohyun gives her a sincere look. Thanks, Lavenna. I really appreciate you carrying me through that. She just flashes a grin. Don't sweat it. It was nothing. Dohyun eagerly checks his notifications. The screen flashes with the results. Congratulations. You have successfully and safely passed the graduation exam. Do you want to graduate from the starting city and challenge the true world of Chronix? Without missing a beat, our boy smashes that Z button on the screen. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupts from the top of the tower, and fireworks absolutely fill the sky. Down below, players look up in total shock at the sudden, epic display. Doyun just smirks. And now, the real game begins. A notification pings. Congratulations, player. Doyun has officially become the first person ever to conquer the graduation tower test. You have proven to the world that Outworlders the players finally have what it takes to be the true saviors of this world. From this moment on, all travel restrictions are lifted. The entire continent of Nixik is yours to explore. But here is the catch. Since you've proven your strength, you're no longer under protection outside of designated safe zones. It's a wild world out there now. Main quest. The Savior's Descent has officially begun. Explore the land and earn merit for the people. Meanwhile, in Seoul, South Korea, an emergency meeting is kicking off at the corporate headquarters. All the heavy hitters are already in the room. Prime Minister Saekyeon breaks the silence. This is the current state of things globally. It's early, but the omens that prophecy warned us about? They're appearing in every country. The chairman of the DC group, Sang Young, jumps in. I've heard the US and China are already moving on this. Does the VIP have any specific orders? Someone whispers, wait, isn't it a bit early for the government to step in directly? Another official just sighs. Other nations are already scrambling. Are we being too slow here? One guy snaps back. Watch your mouth. You think this is some street market where you can just complain? He slams the table, shouting, am I wrong? We're in a crisis, we need a solution, and we need it yesterday. Finally, the Minister of Science and Technology, Kim Dae-ja, cuts through the noise. Everyone, relax. Let's look at the facts. He confirms that since Chronix went live, everything that person warned them about is actually happening in real time. He pulls up a chart for the room to see. Take a look at these numbers. Freak weather patterns, soaring temperatures, and massive changes in sunspot activity over the last few years. These anomalies have increased exponentially. Dae-ja doesn't sugarcoat it. Sure, global warming is a thing, but this? This is way beyond any scientific prediction. And the worst part? It's been accelerating rapidly over the last 6 months, right when the Chronix service started. Seokyeon nods. That's why I called you all here. If there's even a slight chance the prophecy is real, we can't ignore it. This is about national survival. I need the private sector to step up before the government officially takes the reins. Sang Young narrows his eyes, feeling the pressure. He eventually gives in. Fine, I get it. In a situation like this, the cost to the private sector doesn't matter. But I expect our next meeting to involve some much more constructive agreements for us. Seokyeon thanks him for the cooperation. Before hanging up, he adds one more thing. I hear there's a massive shift happening inside Chronix. If you find anything out, share it. And just like that, the call ends. Sang Young's face darkens. Come in. His son walks through the door, and the chairman immediately asks, well, what do you think? The eldest son of the DC group, Han Seon, noticed the vibe. To him, it felt like everyone was unsure, like they were all hiding their true cards. Sang Young scoffs. Of course they are. We didn't show our full hand either. So, what's our move? Seon doesn't hesitate. We need to recruit. Flood Chronix with our people immediately. It's the key to the future, and our biggest opportunity. The chairman thinks to himself he's young, but he's got that decisive edge. And honestly, he's right. Sang Young calls out, Secretary Lee. The man appears instantly. Yes, Chairman. Post the job openings and get a support team running. Announce unlimited capsule sponsorship. As soon as we get more capsules, I want more of our people inside that game immediately. Secretary Lee bows. Understood, sir. Sang Young then turns back to his son. Seon. Seon stands tall. Yes, father. His father's voice turns cold. You know I hate losing, right? Seon gives a stiff smile. Of course, sir, Sang Young warns him. If those warnings are true, Chronix is the only thing that matters for our future. Do not let the DC name be disgraced in there. Back at the guild branch, our hero is finally back. Doyun looks at the loot, skeptical. Is this really all we got? Lavenna nods. Yep. Doyun just sighs, totally deflated. I can't believe the rewards from the graduation tower are this bad. It's all just junk. But then, something catches his eye. All right, last box. Please, just give me one thing I can actually use. He pops the lid, and suddenly, a brilliant gold light floods the room. Lavenna gasps, this is way different from the others. The item window pops up. Song of Three Spirits. Rarity. Unique. Rank. S grade. Effect. Spirit power recovery speed increased by 50%. Special effect. Can pre-store 3 types of soul energy for instant use. Description. A necklace woven from the soul fragments of those who possessed ancient soul energy. Under the guidance of these ancient spirits, the wearer's recovery speed will reach legendary levels. Oh, he just hit the jackpot. On top of that, it can store 3 different types of psychic energy and trigger them automatically whenever the owner wants, or even better, when specific preset conditions are met. Doyun takes the item in his hands. This is exactly what every psychic out there dreams of, a high-level spiritual power item. Seriously, it's like this thing was tailor-made just for him. He's already calculating his next move, thinking about storing his ultimate techniques or some high-level evasive maneuvers as a safety net. Meanwhile, Lavenna stands behind him, looking totally annoyed. "How much longer are you going to stare at that necklace?" she asks. Doyun just chuckles to himself, knowing that making her wait too long is a recipe for trouble, and finally taps the screen. All right. I get it, he thinks. We still have the most important reward waiting for us, after all. A notification pops up. Event reward for defeating the instructor's special skill enhancement. He's presented with a list of options to choose from. This is it. The moment to fulfill a long-held wish. A massive wall of notifications floods their vision as the details finally start to reveal themselves one by one. Increasing the efficiency of the infinite sword. Boosting the speed of the infinite sword. Mastering melee weapon proficiency. Cranking up psychokinetic power. Or even accelerating magic casting speeds. Doyun scans the list. Every single one of these options is a major buff for the psychic, melee, and magic fields he's been training in so hard. They're all incredibly useful, but the one thing Lavenna wants most is suddenly, she lets out a sharp scream right next to him. Ah! A new notification updates the screen. Unsealing magic artifact, the skill encyclopedia. Proceeding with partial unsealing of the skill encyclopedia linked to player Doyun. She cheers out loud. Finally, I found it! Lavenna is practically vibrating with excitement. What did I tell you? I knew it would show up in the options. Doyun just plays along with a grin. Yeah, you really are the internet expert, aren't you? He doesn't hesitate and selects the option to unseal the skill encyclopedia. Suddenly, a storm of encoded characters swirls around her. Lavenna floats right above the book, surrounded by a massive surge of glowing energy. The entire space is flooded with a brilliant blue light radiating from the book. You can see it, Lavenna is slowly absorbing that raw power into herself. Eventually, the glowing symbols fade into the air. She looks thrilled, feeling the very nature of the energy inside her body shifting and evolving. The system updates. Skill Encyclopedia, Epic Grade. Current status. Sealed. 3 out of 5 seals broken. Linked to Librarian Lavenna. The effectiveness of the skills increases based on how many and what types of skills are recorded inside. Total skills currently recorded. 1,573. And here's the kicker, it has a new function that lets him craft skill books from the encyclopedia entries. Plus, he can even record the skills he's already learned back into the encyclopedia. Of course, crafting these skill books requires special materials. Doyun is absolutely floored. Crafting skill books? If I have this, I can turn every single skill I've ever learned into a physical book. Honestly, this feels less like a reward and more like a total cheat code. She crosses her arms, looking smug as hell. See? I told you listening to me was the right call. Doyun looks at her and asks, So, Lavenna, how do you feel? Any big changes? She nods. Actually, yeah. My body and my wings. They feel way more solid, more real than before. The day the seal is fully broken, I might finally be able to escape these shackles for good. Doyun is genuinely happy for her. That's great. I hope that day comes soon. But deep down, he feels a small sting of sadness. If Lavenna regains her physical body and stops being a spirit, that means it'll eventually be time to say goodbye to the one person who's been by his side through everything. Doyun realizes that from this point on, the world is going to be completely different from what he remembers. The main scenario has officially begun, and his life is about to flip upside down. He tells himself that while the main flow of the story might stay the same, he needs to be much more careful. Looking at Lavenna, his confidence returns. I'm not going to hesitate anymore. He knows himself better than anyone. He knows exactly how powerful he can be, and he's ready to prove it to the world. Meanwhile, far to the northwest, at the edge of a desolate and lonely continent, there's a dark forest. And at the end of that forest lies a hidden cave. A group of people are cautiously moving into the darkness, completely unaware that a beast has already locked onto the person in the back. But someone else is faster, drawing their sword in a flash. Just as the wolf lunges, a single blade strike tears through its back. It's the second son of the Aeon family, Lauren Aeon. He arrived just in time to save them. The knight lets out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank you, young Master Lauren. Lauren warns them, his voice serious. Stay sharp. The number of monsters is way higher than what we saw in the last scouting mission. Right now, the situation on the other side of the wall is dire. Across the Great Canyon of Despair, bordering the territory of the undead lord, there's a place known as the Forbidden Ground. A massive, endless wave of monsters and undead is currently swarming in for an invasion. The scouts had actually discovered this terrifying truth quite a while ago, but no matter how many times they clear out the monsters, they just keep coming back, forming new undead swarms to throw themselves against the wall over and over again. Exhausted by this never-ending war of attrition, the command center decided to send a specialized scout team to find the root cause on the other side of that wall. And just recently, the scouts brought back a chilling report: the same gate that once threw the entire continent into chaos has appeared again. This gate is causing a rapid dungeonization of the area, making monster numbers skyrocket, and creating a vicious, unstoppable cycle of death. There's only one way out of this mess: we have to seal every single dungeon entrance scattered across the mountains behind the wall. Lauren doesn't sugarcoat it. If we fail this mission, the monster wave will crush us. We'll lose everything. The knights nod, the gravity of his words sinking in. According to the mages, as the gates undergo dungeonization, the entire layout of the old ruins has been completely warped. He admits it's a disaster. All the intel they've spent decades gathering? Yeah, it's basically garbage now. Lauren's feeling confident though. Out of the 5 suspected locations, this is the very last one left on their list. If nothing goes sideways, they should have the breach sealed and be back at the base within 3 days. The knights are already buzzing with excitement. Are they finally going home? These past 2 weeks have been pure hell. Lauren just stays silent, watching his men celebrate with a heavy expression. It hits him then: once this nightmare is over, the first thing he needs to do is write a letter home. He's been so buried in work, he hasn't sent a single update. His father and brother must be worried sick by now. Suddenly, the squad freezes. In the dead of night, countless glowing red eyes pierce the dark. A massive swarm of bats erupts from their nest, diving straight for them. Caught off guard, the knights can only throw their arms up to shield themselves. Then, the ground begins to heave with massive, rhythmic tremors. Lauren doesn't hesitate. He bolts toward the source of the shaking to see what they're up against. His eyes go wide. He can't believe it. 3 massive gates have opened up, spewing out an endless, diverse army of monsters. Lauren is stunned. Dark gates. The air is filled with the blood-curdling shrieks of beasts, while a legion of skeletons and zombies marches forward. The knights start to crumble. We're dead. It's over. Lauren snaps, trying to keep them from spiraling. Get it together. This isn't the time to freeze up. Run. Move now and report this situation back to the wall. Suddenly, a figure steps out with a mocking laugh. Oh? Keeping a cool head in a mess like this? Impressive? He sneers at Lauren. Tell you what. I'm adding you to my collection. I'll grant you the honor of serving His Majesty as a fresh corpse. Excited? Lauren realizes the situation just turned deadly and screams, "Go, now!" The group breaks into a panicked retreat. The stranger raises his staff, his voice dropping to a chill. Nobody leaves this place without my permission. The earth cracks. From the dark fissures below, a skeletal hand claws its way into the moonlight. Lauren draws his sword and strikes with lethal precision, crushing the emerging horror instantly. The villain's eyes light up with interest. Whoa, that swordsmanship. I recognize that style. You're an Aston, aren't you?